In the aftermath of cataclysmic events, governments across the globe succumbed to chaos, plunging humanity into a state of anarchy. A relentless succession of natural disasters claimed the lives of over 96% of the population, leaving the world in ruins and civilization nearly obliterated. Chapter 1. The Apocalypse in a Dream. On the planet Barton, within the territory of the Heavenly Radiance Empire, lies the city of Malga. Li Ming awoke abruptly, sitting up in bed, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, his gaze fierce and resolute. He had experienced a lengthy dream, one in which his world was engulfed in apocalypse. In the midst of this devastation, he struggled for survival, but ultimately fell victim to the treachery of a friend, leading a mob to breach his sanctuary. In despair, he had pulled the pin on a grenade, taking a multitude with him into the abyss. Now, in a state of heightened tension, Li Ming was astonished by his surroundings. He found himself in his own villa, sunlight streaming in warmly, an unfamiliar comfort. Instinctively, he reached for something beside him, and upon grasping it, was taken aback to discover it was his smartphone. Did I merely dream? Or is the apocalypse truly upon us? He murmured to himself, then pinched his arm with force. The sharp pain confirmed his reality. He seized his phone and found that it was indeed the date May 6th, 2025. He vividly recalled that the apocalypse in his dream began on November 7th, 2025, marking a pivotal shift in the civilization of Barton. As he pondered the authenticity of his dream, a voice echoed in his mind, ding. The Apocalypse King system has successfully bound with the host. Please prepare for the impending end of the world. The Apocalypse King system? Li Ming was perplexed. Ding. This system will enhance the host's chances of survival during the apocalypse. Currently, the system offers access to the mall and daily check-in functions. The host will receive survival points or skills and resources upon daily check-ins. Additionally, the system possesses a storage space to augment the quantity or quality of items, excluding currency and already enhanced items, the electronic voice explained calmly. Li Ming paused momentarily, then quickly grasped the implication. Was he granted an extraordinary advantage? He inquired, System, does this mean that the dream I had is destined to occur? Ding. Everything dreamed by the host is a forthcoming reality, the system replied matter-of-factly. This revelation chilled Li Ming's heart. No one wishes for an apocalypse, especially one who is a wealthy heir. As he absorbed this unsettling information, the system chimed again, ding. Congratulations, host, you have received a novice gift pack. Will you check in today? Check in. Li Ming responded instinctively. Beep, congratulations to the host for successfully signing in. As this is the host's first sign-in, double rewards are activated. Congratulations to the host for receiving an invisibility cloak. Once donned, the cloak grants the host an unparalleled invisibility effect, extending the duration from 6 hours to 12 hours. Would the host like to open the beginner's gift package? Open. Li Ming replied without hesitation. Beep, congratulations to the host for receiving an initial capital of 400 million, all sources of which are entirely legitimate. Beep, congratulations to the host for acquiring confidential stock investment information, enabling substantial financial gains to prepare for the impending apocalypse. Beep, congratulations to the host for obtaining an M9 pistol, complete with 300 rounds of ammunition and 10 magazines. Beep, congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill 1,000 Faces. This espionage-specific makeup skill allows the host to adopt a multitude of identities. Beep, congratulations to the host for receiving a universal passport to the planet Baltan. With this passport, the host can travel to any nation or region on Baltan. Beep, congratulations to the host for mastering global linguistic proficiency. The system's voice echoed 6 times, bestowing 6 rewards upon him, all of which were notably advantageous. Not to mention, he now possessed substantial initial capital. Moreover, Li Ming owned a business Li's Fresh Produce. He had previously served in the Empire's Special Operations Forces. The entirety of the Li Group was, in principle, a legacy from his parents. However, they had tragically perished in a car accident, leaving him with lingering doubts surrounding the circumstances of their demise. Since the day of his parents' death, he was left with absolute control over Li's Fresh Produce, while the remaining sectors of the Li Group fell under the dominion of several beloved uncles and aunts, leading him to suspect that they orchestrated the fatal incident. Though not extensive, the family legacy comprised one of the larger fresh produce supermarket chains in Malga City, effectively controlling a significant portion of the city's essential resources. To survive in the impending apocalypse, Li Ming must prepare meticulously. He gathered pen and paper to outline his forthcoming endeavors and his dreams. He had survived 7 long years in that desolate world, enduring countless trials. The foremost task was to amass wealth, as financial resources would facilitate the acquisition of essential supplies. The second priority was to procure a substantial arsenal of weapons, readily obtainable in the neighboring kingdom of Jama, where with sufficient funds, one could acquire all manner of light arms and corresponding ammunition. For both personal safety and vengeance in the future, he required an army loyal solely to him, necessitating considerable support in terms of weapons and ammunition for its establishment. Lastly, he intended to engage in zero-cost purchases abroad. With the system having provided an invisibility cloak, it would be an egregious waste not to seize the opportunity for such acquisitions. The fourth task involves acquiring a substantial stockpile of essential supplies, which poses little challenge for him. Whether through zero-cost purchases abroad or large-scale acquisitions domestically, he wields the advantage of the Lee's fresh produce brand, granting him greater ease in logistics. The fifth endeavor entails the construction of an underground sanctuary. However, the immediate priorities remain securing funds and acquiring weaponry. After all, a phrase echoes from his apocalyptic dreams. While others hoard provisions, I stockpile arms my neighbors serve as my granary. In the aftermath of the cataclysm, violence becomes an indispensable element, whether by mere coincidence or as a consequence of fate. It is noteworthy that during the onset of the calamity, over 90% of military and political officials worldwide perished in various disasters. This led to a state of anarchy engulfing nations from the very beginning, wherein violence emerged as the sole assurance for survival in a world turned upside down. Moreover, Li Ming harbored a subtle intuition that the system seemed to desire him to assemble his own army. Contemplating this, he inquired, "System, can I recruit an army that is absolutely loyal to me through your assistance?" Beep. Once the host possesses a level 2 underground shelter, they may acquire a base vehicle and construct barracks to recruit an army and personnel who are utterly devoted to the host. Additionally, the host can exchange certain items from reality for survival points, which are necessary for recruiting an army, purchasing base vehicles, and constructing various structures provided by the system. Upon receiving the system's notification, Li Ming envisioned himself assembling a formidable army with the aid of his ally, the brother commander. Whether driven by vengeance or the pursuit of personal safety, the formation of armed forces is undeniably imperative. Chapter 2. The Grand Arms deal. Li Ming endeavored to steady his mind before logging into an account, his own stock trading account. He pooled all his available funds, which amounted to 2 billion, inclusive of the 400 million provided by the system, alongside the earnings from Lee's fresh produce and a minor stake in the Lee Group. Subsequently, he invested the entirety of this sum into the stock market, guided by the confidential trading information revealed in the novice gift package from the system. Interestingly, the stock in question belonged to the Lee Group, which had originally been owned by his parents but was now under the control of his uncles. With the intelligence from the system, Li Ming initiated a short-selling strategy against the Lee Group. Currently, the Lee Group's primary venture revolved around what they termed new energy vehicles, a concept that had only emerged on the planet Barton in recent years. The stock information disclosed a significant piece of news. The batteries used in the Lee Group's electric vehicles harbored critical defects, and this information was set to be unveiled within 2 days. As a publicly traded company, the Lee Group stocks were subject to market fluctuations, and Li Ming aimed to capitalize on this by shorting the company. True to form, with his 2 billion capital, the Lee Group stocks soon began to falter. The following day, news broke regarding the technical issues plaguing their batteries, allowing Li Ming to profit handsomely from his short position, amassing a fortune of 24 billion. With such wealth at his disposal, he could now venture abroad for procurement. Prior to his departure, Li Ming needed to check in with the system, which chimed, "Congratulations, host. You have earned 10,000 survival points." He regarded the meager reward as little more than a consolation prize. Without hesitation, he utilized the system's 1,000 Faces skill to alter his appearance, and, armed with his universal passport, smoothly made his way to the neighboring nation of Gamma Kingdom. The northern neighbor of Gamma Kingdom was often embroiled in conflict, particularly in a region known as Lada, which could arguably be described as the world's largest hub for illicit firearms and ammunition. A legend circulated that the arsenal in Lada was sufficient to equip an entire army. The veracity of this claim remained uncertain, yet Li Ming deemed it plausible. He donned a traditional robe native to the locals, wrapped a turban around his head, and completed his transformation with makeup, rendering him indistinguishable from the local populace. Fluent in the local dialect, he enlisted a guide to navigate the treacherous paths leading to Lada. It was widely acknowledged that outsiders could not enter Lhasa without the accompaniment of a local guide. Under the guide's direction, Li Ming ventured into the heart of this region, which spanned roughly the size of a county. The streets were lined with shops selling an array of firearms and ammunition. However, to purchase in bulk, one required the consent of the local tribal chief. At this juncture, Li Ming assumed the guise of a weapons procurement agent for an organization based in the Southern Prison District, and through his guide's introduction, he successfully arranged a meeting with the tribal chieftain. Esteemed leader Herdu, I beseech you, for the sake of our shared faith, to extend your mercy towards our brethren in the prison districts. Li Ming articulated in the local tongue with remarkable fluency. Upon hearing this language and observing Li Ming's demeanor, the leader's fondness for him surged. Dear sir, please accompany me, so that we may engage in a detailed discussion regarding procurement matters. As one of the three great empires of the world, the currency of the Tianhui Empire is universally accepted across the planet, thus sparing the inconvenience of currency exchange. Consequently, Li Ming conducted this arms transaction using the currency of the Tianhui Empire. In this monumental deal, he procured 100,000 AKM rifles, 50,000 replicas of the 416 Hong Kong dollars series rifles, 5,000 PKM light machine guns, 1,000 DSHK heavy machine guns, 2,000 self-defense pistols, 100 Barrett sniper rifles, and 100 SVD sniper rifles. Additionally, he secured ample ammunition sufficient to render these firearms obsolete. Beyond these light weapons, he acquired 500 rocket launchers along with their corresponding ammunition, and an astonishing total of 2,000 60mm mortars, 500 120mm mortars, and 3 D-30 howitzers. Each artillery piece was equipped with a substantial 300 shells, and each rocket launcher was provisioned with 100 rounds. This transaction effectively depleted the entire ammunition stockpile in the Lhasa region, with Li Ming dispersing approximately 2 billion in wealth. The tribal leader generously bestowed upon Li Ming an additional 2,000 submachine guns. Once the arms were delivered to the designated location, the supplier departed. After Li Ming verified the accuracy of the inventory, he securely stored the arms within his space and remitted payment punctually. In a matter of days, Li Ming amassed an impressive arsenal. Following the completion of the arms deal, a notification from the system chimed in. Ding. A substantial acquisition of weaponry and ammunition has been detected. The quality of this batch is variable. The system will implement an enhancement process to elevate these weapons and ammunition to the quality standards of a formal arsenal. Would the host like to proceed with this enhancement? System, do you have a method that balances both quantity and quality? Li Ming inquired. Ding. Affirmative. The host may opt for a dual enhancement that multiplies the quantity by 50 while ensuring the quality of a legitimate armory. Then let us proceed with this enhancement. Li Ming declared. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 5 million brand new AKM rifles, 5,416 Hong Kong dollars automatic rifles, 250,000 pristine PKM machine guns, 50,000 DSHK heavy machine guns, and 100,000 Glock 17 self-defense pistols. The protagonist will acquire 5,000 units of Barrett 50 caliber sniper rifles and SVD sniper rifles, alongside 100,000 MAC 10 submachine guns. In terms of ammunition, the protagonist will receive a staggering 40 billion rounds of the new and qualified 7.62 by 39mm rifle cartridges, 20 billion rounds of 5.56mm rifle cartridges, and 10 billion rounds of 7.62x54 cartridges, along with 1 million backup gun barrels, 1 million metal ammunition belts, and 100,000 hand-operated loaders. Additionally, there will be 10 million rounds of ammunition for the DSHK 12 7mm machine gun, 5 million specialized sniper rounds for the 7.62x54R, and 5 million rounds for the Barrett sniper rifle, as well as 200 million rounds of 9mm pistol ammunition. Regarding artillery, the protagonist will gain possession of 25,000 newly manufactured RPG, 7 rocket launchers, 100,000 units of 60mm mortars, 25,000 pieces of 120mm heavy mortars, and 150 units of D-30 howitzers. The accompanying ammunition will include 5 million rounds of RPG, 7 rockets, 30 million rounds for the 60mm mortars, 5 million rounds for the 120mm mortars, and 45,000 rounds of 122mm artillery shells. Chapter 3. The second wave of arms trade. Li Ming took stock of his equipment and how to describe it. The sheer number of light weapons was indeed formidable, and the ammunition was more than sufficient. Yet, he harbored a deep reluctance for the apocalypse to arrive. The visions of the end times that haunted his dreams painted a picture of a veritable hell on earth. Typhoons, torrential rains, floods, extreme cold, sweltering heat, earthquakes. Each trial was akin to a descent into inferno. Despite possessing the system's golden finger, he still felt a profound lack of security. The horrors he had witnessed in his dreams sent shivers down his spine. They were truly terrifying. It could be succinctly summed up as a dark, cannibalistic world. If hell has 19 layers, then the most terrifying of them all is undoubtedly this earthly realm. It is no wonder that mythological tales depict the banishment of deities to the mortal realm as a form of punishment. It is indeed the most brutal of fates. Historically, one often encounters the phrase, "In times of great famine, men resort to cannibalism." Li Ming had always thought that the accounts in ancient history were overly simplistic. However, after personally experiencing these events in his dreams, he grasped the true meaning behind those 6 words. What unfolded before him were scenes of human tragedy. When faced with the dire threat of starvation, people are capable of the unimaginable. In such desperate times, humanity reverts to its primal instincts, with all actions driven by the instinct for survival akin to that of beasts. Li Ming sincerely wished for the end times to remain forever at bay. Yet, the system seemed to intuit his innermost thoughts, solemnly warning him, "Ding, esteemed host, this system must earnestly remind you that everything you have experienced in your dreams is a foretelling of future events. The apocalypse is inevitable. Please do not harbor unrealistic fantasies." The system's voice extinguished all remnants of Li Ming's hopes. As he gazed at the mountains of weapons and ammunition within his system's space, a surge of determination welled up within him. So what if the apocalypse were to come? With such an arsenal at his disposal and the golden finger to aid him, what was there to fear? At that moment, Li Ming's heart grew cold and unfeeling. This transformation was closely linked to his dream experiences. One could say that he now trusted no one but himself and the system. In his dreams, he had placed too much faith in his friends, only to be betrayed by those he had trusted, leading to his demise. His next plan involved amassing a substantial quantity of fuel and energy resources. The vast desert region of the Barton planet held the richest reserves of crude oil, home to the kingdom of Tian Tian and a series of smaller kingdoms. This area serves as the epicenter of the planet, where all wars and disputes are intricately tied to its abundant energy resources, making it the most chaotic region in the world, bar none. Here lies the greatest concentration of oil refineries and an immense stockpile of crude oil. Li Ming must secure a large supply of oil, crude oil, and natural gas. Simultaneously, he also needed to acquire additional heavy weaponry and munitions. After all, he had ample funds at his disposal. The currency of the Radiant Empire remained robust and was globally accepted. Why wait to spend now, only to see it turn to worthless paper after the apocalypse? Today marks the 3rd day since Li Ming arrived in the kingdom of Tian Tua, where he continues to check in. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the most advanced hacking skills in the world. Elated, Li Ming immediately employed his hacking prowess to register a highly confidential account on the dark web. He then proceeded to place a substantial arms order on that clandestine platform. The dark web is primarily a venue for conducting unusual transactions. One could assert that as long as you possess wealth, you can procure anything your heart desires, with the exception of a few exceedingly rare commodities. The arms order Li Ming placed contained no extraordinary items: 60 main battle tanks from Bear North, 40 155mm self-propelled howitzers, and 300 107mm rocket launchers. Additionally, he ordered 30 tracked infantry fighting vehicles and 30 wheeled infantry fighting vehicles from Bear North, 300 military all-terrain trucks, 1,000 anti-tank missiles, and 2,000 man-portable air defense missiles, along with the most sophisticated armed helicopters, 3 in total, and a vast array of accompanying ammunition. Moreover, the order included 300,000 sets of bulletproof vests and helmets capable of withstanding rifle bullets, 50,000 sets of stab-resistant clothing and riot helmets, 1,000 alloy spears, 1,000 alloy machetes, 1,000 bulletproof shields, 300,000 gas masks, and corresponding protective suits against chemical and biological threats. He also ordered 20,416 Hong Kong dollars rifles, 1,000 AWM sniper rifles, 5,000 PKM general-purpose machine guns, and a plethora of tactical accessories for these armaments. Furthermore, he included 5,000 extreme cold weather tents, 50,000 extreme cold weather combat uniforms, 300,000 military backpacks, 100 snowmobiles, 50,000 extreme cold weather sleeping bags, and 300,000 military first aid kits along with 300,000 military canteens, among other items. In total, these acquisitions would require an expenditure of 7 billion yuan. Li Ming swiftly deposited 30 billion yuan as a security guarantee in his account, primarily to prevent any breach of contract that could result in losses for the other party. Of course, the arms dealer he was transacting with would also provide a security deposit, should the dealer attempt to engage in any unscrupulous activities. The hundreds of billions of yuan in their guarantee would be transferred to Li Ming's account. In this world of the dark web, while it may be deemed shadowy, there has yet to be a single instance of such large-scale arms transactions resulting in a black scenario since its inception. After finalizing his order, Li Ming began to await the delivery. He had chosen a transaction address situated in a lawless area, where exchanges are generally safer. In other words, once the goods are delivered and the buyer is satisfied, the remaining funds would be remitted. The security deposit serves to uphold the credibility of both parties in this arms transaction. As night fell, Li Ming donned his invisibility suit and commenced his operation. For ease of movement, he also disguised himself as a local, driving a second-hand vehicle directly to the transaction site. Once clad in his invisibility attire, he patiently awaited the delivery. As night fell, a remarkably large convoy arrived at the trading location, consisting of heavy-duty trucks, each capable of carrying up to 60 tons. Li Ming counted, and there were indeed hundreds of these colossal trailers, accompanied by military-grade, all-terrain vehicles. They came to a halt directly at the trading site, and individuals began to disembark from the vehicles, all of them evacuating. After a meticulous observation, and upon confirming the absence of any issues, Li Ming activated his cloaking device. Once the system verified both the quantity and quality of the cargo, he proceeded to absorb everything within a 10-meter radius into his spatial realm. In accordance with prior agreements, these trailers were directly bestowed upon Li Ming, who generously settled the remaining balance. This transaction would henceforth be recorded as the largest arms deal in the annals of the dark web. Chapter 4. The frantic zero-cost purchase. With an impressive arsenal of arms at his disposal, Li Ming felt an overwhelming sense of security. These heavy weapons had been augmented in quantity and performance by a factor of 50, rendering them significantly superior to the main combat equipment of nations worldwide. As for the light arms, they had been increased 100-fold. The system had verified that these weapons and ammunition were products of reputable armories, thus requiring no performance enhancement, only the sheer increase in numbers sufficed. Gazing at the towering piles of weapons and munitions, he was enveloped in a profound sense of safety. There is a saying, all your insecurities stem from inadequate firepower. He recalled visions from his dreams, witnessing the extensive losses of heavy and light weaponry stockpiles belonging to various nations, ravaged by merciless natural disasters. Consequently, every firearm and bullet constituted a non-renewable resource, immensely valuable. In a post-apocalyptic world, possessing a substantial cache of light weapons was typically the hallmark of formidable factions, while ordinary groups scarcely wielded any firearms. For each bullet fired was one less in existence. As for those with a modicum of heavy weaponry, they were invariably superpowers. After acquiring these heavy arms, he donned his invisibility cloak and made his way to the oil extraction and refining facilities near the kingdom of Tiantua, intent on executing a zero-cost acquisition. The spatial capacity of his system was a staggering 10,000 square kilometers, with a height of 100 meters, allowing him to store an immense quantity of items without constraint. In no time, he arrived at a location 5 kilometers from the refinery, disembarked his vehicle, and activated his invisibility cloak, swiftly sprinting the distance and infiltrating the refinery. With the assistance of the system, he quickly located the finished oil storage area. Li Ming paid no heed to the specific types of oil or the large tanks of natural gas. He relentlessly began to gather as much as he could into his spatial realm. After all, it was a zero-cost acquisition, and he intended to maximize his haul. This refinery spanned a vast 4 square kilometers, and Li Ming thoroughly scavenged every last drop of oil, leaving no residue behind. Upon depleting the warehouse, he stealthily entered the adjacent oil extraction facility, where he similarly collected all the packaged crude oil. Throughout the night, Li Ming meticulously raided 3 refineries and 2 oil extraction sites, emptying the storerooms of all 5 facilities. The following day, global news broke about a staggering heist. The kingdom of Tiantua had been besieged by an oil thief, resulting in the disappearance of 100,000 tons of finished oil alongside 400 million tons of crude oil. Meanwhile, Li Ming slumbered soundly in his hotel, having returned invisibly, leaving no trace of his involvement in this grand caper. Tonight, he planned to venture out once more to procure additional oil. It is essential to recognize that oil serves not merely as fuel, but also as a fundamental industrial raw material, often referred to as black gold, the lifeblood of industry. With the system's augmentation, he now possessed a staggering 4 billion tons of crude oil and 100 million tons of finished oil, a lifetime supply. Yet, should he assemble an army, even this vast quantity would prove insufficient. necessitating further oil acquisitions. Upon awakening, Li Ming commenced his meal, and after dining, he proceeded with his customary check-in. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a special ability, earthly evasion, which can be utilized for 6 hours each day. Elated, Li Ming thought to himself, what a boon. With this, I can pilfer even more. He then resumed his rest, awaiting the onset of nightfall. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, Li Ming set forth. Following the significant heist of the previous night, all oil refineries and extraction facilities, regardless of their size, had heightened their vigilance. However, such precautions were futile against Li Ming's ability to remain entirely invisible. He reveled in the thrill of stealing, watching as the oil vanished right before the eyes of those guarding it, leaving them utterly powerless. This exhilarating experience lasted for 3 days, during which Li Ming changed hotels thrice. Ultimately, he amassed an astonishing 15 billion tons of crude oil, 600 million tons of various refined products, and 5 trillion cubic meters of natural gas, an extraordinary haul indeed. With his mission accomplished in the kingdom of Tiantua, Li Ming departed for his next destination, the Empire of Bald Eagles. This empire stands as one of the 3 great powers globally, alongside the Tianhui and Xiongbai empires. Once a dominant force on the planet, the Empire of Bald Eagles has since entered a phase of decline. Nevertheless, it remains a formidable entity. Li Ming's primary objective in the Bald Eagle Empire was to procure an extensive arsenal of firearms and ammunition, as well as a plethora of essential supplies, machine tools, industrial apparatus, medical equipment, and to seize their military bases, including, but not limited to, naval and aerial forces. Were his true intentions unveiled, many would deem his aspirations fanciful. Yet, Li Ming was indeed resolved to plunder the empire and create substantial chaos. Utilizing his universal passport, Li Ming successfully arrived in the Empire of Bald Eagles. On his first day there, he executed a clandestine raid on the enigmatic Area 13, absconding with all military research data, computers, and advanced technological processing equipment. The following day, he looted a large military base, acquiring 30 of the world's most advanced stealth fighter jets and 15 agile strategic bombers, along with a vast cache of accompanying munitions. Over the course of the subsequent month, Li Ming systematically raided various military bases throughout the empire, securing an impressive array of light and heavy weaponry, advanced fighter jets, strategic bombers, and armed helicopters. Tragically for the empire, their remaining 12 colossal 150,000-ton nuclear-powered aircraft carriers and their extensive escort fleets also fell into Li Ming's possession. Despite the presence of crew members aboard, their efforts were in vain. Li Ming's range of collection had expanded to a radius of 50 meters, allowing him to effortlessly retrieve objects with a mere thought, while the personnel within were automatically filtered out and eliminated by the system's spatial mechanism. With the abilities of burrowing and invisibility, Li Ming emerged as a notorious thief on a global scale. His remarkable caution ensured that no one ever caught sight of him, nor did anyone know his appearance or whereabouts. He not only plundered military harbors, but also laid waste to the containers at civilian ports. Throughout the vast expanse of the Eagle Empire, Li Ming successfully seized over 60 deep-sea fishing vessels, in addition to more than 2 million shipping containers and over 300 cargo ships. Furthermore, he absconded with a plethora of advanced industrial machinery, sophisticated lathes, high-value pharmaceuticals, as well as various conventional medicines, daily necessities, hardware, steel, and a multitude of metals from the enterprises owned by prominent capital magnates. In essence, anything Li Ming deemed essential was taken without hesitation. The intelligence agencies of the Eagle Empire mobilized to investigate, yet they remained utterly fruitless in their efforts. Chapter 5. The Madness of Zero-Cost Acquisition 2. During a month spent in the Eagle Empire, he single-handedly instigated turmoil by utilizing the various rewards provided by the system. Along with his cloak of invisibility and unique ability to burrow underground, Li Ming did not merely seize vast quantities of military arms, ammunition, advanced fighter jets, strategic bombers, and numerous naval vessels. He also pilfered a significant amount of equipment from the army. It can be asserted that the armament forces of the Eagle Empire were severely diminished due to these acquisitions. Moreover, a multitude of cargo ships and other civilian vessels fell victim to his exploits, as Li Ming visited nearly all the ports of the Eagle Empire, leaving container ships with no escape from his grasp. In addition to the armories he raided, he also plundered banks, accumulating an abundance of gold reserves, crude oil from various regions, and an array of industrial raw materials, pharmaceuticals, seeds, and fresh food supplies, which now form small mountains in Li Ming's system space. Particularly after the system's amplification, the quantities reached astonishing levels. To put it in perspective, the provisions Li Ming amassed could sustain an army of 10 million for at least 50 years. Alongside these resources, he also looted numerous supermarkets, gathering a wealth of daily necessities. In essence, Li Ming operated under the principle that a thief must not leave empty-handed. He was resolute in his heists. The system's space had the unique ability to halt the passage of time, ensuring that whatever was collected retained its original state and freshness upon retrieval, unaffected in any way. For a full month and a half, Li Ming roamed the Eagle Empire, causing significant shortages of essential supplies across many regions. Furthermore, he managed to confiscate the entirety of the Great Lakes, which, upon system enhancement, yielded an astounding 40 trillion survival points. To Li Ming, the survival of these foreigners was of no consequence. He seized everything through sheer strength. After sowing chaos throughout the Eagle Empire, Li Ming boarded a plane to the Rising Sun Kingdom. As a neighbor of the Radiant Empire, the Rising Sun Kingdom was an island nation with exceedingly scarce resources. Li Ming resolved to create further disturbances there. Despite its resource scarcity, it was not a hindrance to his intent of exacerbating their plight. Without hesitation, Li Ming took action in the Rising Sun Kingdom for half a month, pilfering substantial amounts of both everyday and military supplies, leading to economic losses nearing 10 trillion star coins. The losses extended beyond mere daily necessities. A significant quantity of weaponry and industrial equipment vanished without a trace. Li Ming's cunning maneuvers plunged the Rising Sun Kingdom into utter chaos as they mobilized the entire nation to investigate, yet found no leads, for he left no evidence behind. He typically departed and returned cloaked in invisibility, revealing his true form only upon returning to his chamber. The third destination that Li Ming frequented was the Southern Monkey Kingdom, once a vassal state of the Radiant Empire. In recent years, it had been oscillating in its alliances, leaving Li Ming with a rather unfavorable impression of it. Upon his arrival in the Southern Monkey Kingdom in mid-July, during the peak of the heat, he continued to operate under the cover of night, remaining elusive. Consequently, the hotels he frequented were oblivious to his unusual activities, as he changed accommodations daily, making it difficult to detect his presence. Li Ming's primary objective in the Southern Monkey Kingdom was to seize its food reserves. In the central region, a massive granary had been constructed, housing enough provisions to sustain the entire nation for a year. If he could successfully raid this storage facility, the Southern Monkey Kingdom would face inevitable doom in the impending apocalypse. Without hesitation, Li Ming stealthily departed from his hotel under the veil of darkness, driving his second-hand vehicle directly to the granary. Given Li Ming's notorious reputation, countries around the globe had fortified their key areas to safeguard against this formidable thief. The Southern Monkey Kingdom was no exception. Fully aware of the granary's significance, they stationed troops to deter any attempts to pilfer their food supplies. However, due to the lackluster combat capabilities of the Southern Monkey Kingdom's military, Li Ming confidently strolled through their defenses without raising an alarm. He then initiated his plundering strategy, taking a full 5 days to abscond with a staggering 15 million tons of food from the granary. This astronomical figure of rice and other provisions was nothing short of a fortune. Gazing at the augmented 5 billion tons of food in his spatial storage, the sense of accomplishment was utterly irresistible. It may be challenging for the average person to comprehend why Li Ming, with access to a system that amplifies his storage, would still go to such lengths to steal from others. The truth is, his experiences in the dream realm had been excruciating. It was a grim, cannibalistic apocalypse. In such dire circumstances, no amount of food or resources ever felt sufficient. As he had endured 7 years of hunger in the dream world, a sensation of deprivation that haunted him for a lifetime, an unbearable agony. Thus, upon receiving a clear affirmation from the system, Li Ming was resolute in his pursuit of food and resources, even if he were to never consume all that he acquired. The compulsion to gather was insatiable. After all, only the divine could foresee when the apocalypse would conclude. As a man destined to rebuild civilization, he believed that the more food he amassed, the better. Once he completed his endeavors in the Southern Monkey Kingdom, he promptly turned his attention to the White Elephant Kingdom. Executing his plans with unrelenting vigor, he thoroughly depleted the ports and various food storage areas of the White Elephant Kingdom. Subsequently, he ventured into the Western Holy Continent, plundering relentlessly, traversing numerous kingdoms and small states, leaving them in dire straits, bereft of clothing and sustenance. After this extensive campaign, Li Ming had filled 25 of his spatial storage, which spanned an impressive area of 10,000 square kilometers. At this moment, his space was filled with an abundance of densely packed containers, stacked in heaps, alongside various types of rice, cooking oils, and an array of condiments, all meticulously organized by the system. Additionally, there were meats. After a rough estimation by the system, Li Ming discovered that the quantities of meat he had acquired from various countries amounted to an astonishing 85 million tons of pork, 95 million tons of beef, and 70 million tons of lamb, with poultry totaling a staggering 250 million tons. The vegetables collectively reached approximately 300 million tons, while the seeds of various crops combined to about 5 million tons. The quantities of fertilizers were so immense that they surpassed counting, sufficient for an entire year's use by the Tianhui Empire. Furthermore, the rare pharmaceuticals he had seized were measured in tons, with the imported medical supplies reaching astronomical figures, valued in trillions. The industrial equipment was so plentiful that it defied enumeration. One could only imagine the sheer volume of goods he had acquired. It can be said that the direct economic loss to the White Elephant Kingdom amounted to 800 billion planetary coins, while the South Monkey Kingdom suffered losses of 500 billion. The losses of the Vulture Empire were measured in trillions, as were those of the Tian Tua Kingdom. With his singular efforts, Li Ming had successfully thrown the entire globe into chaos. On August 20th, 2025, in the solar calendar, Li Ming triumphantly returned to the Tianhui Empire. Chapter 6: The Frenzied Shopping Spree at Home. However, did you think that this was the end for Li Ming? Not at all. What he intended to do next was to seize the largest freshwater lake, Beihai, in exchange for more survival points, while also appropriating the waters from several exceptional freshwater resources. After all, these resources were to be utilized by certain enterprises. Taking a portion was hardly excessive. Without hesitation, Li Ming accomplished the extraction of Beihai within a mere month, and numerous outstanding freshwater resources from across the nation were also integrated into his system, preserved for future use. Subsequently, Li Ming returned to Li's fresh produce. Although he had been absent for several months, this did not hinder the normal profitability and operation of his business, thanks to the presence of professional managers. Upon his return, the general manager promptly reported the achievements over the past months. Mr. Li, our average monthly revenue over the last 3 months has been approximately 90 million, with a net profit of around 1 million each month, the general manager reported. Li Ming nodded and said, Manager Zhang, you have worked hard these past few months. This month, you will receive an additional bonus of 100,000 yuan. Additionally, I will be meeting with several suppliers today to discuss future procurement. Yes, Mr. Li. I will arrange that for you immediately. Manager Zhang was a trusted elder left by Li Ming's parents, and while he was relatively trustworthy, Li Ming had learned not to place blind faith in anyone after experiencing that surreal dream. He still had over 15 billion in cash unspent and decided to leverage the name of Li's fresh produce to procure a vast array of goods, emphasizing the need for increased supply of fresh produce. Soon, Li Ming met with the owners at the large fresh produce wholesale market. He made it clear that he intended to make significant moves and required a substantial quantity of goods, as long as they could deliver. His supermarkets could accommodate whatever amount was provided. Particularly for fruits, vegetables, and meats, they were to be sent directly to designated locations. Other merchants could be notified to supply as well. Upon hearing the good news, the suppliers were delighted and immediately offered various discounts, signing contracts on the spot. Li Ming made an initial payment of 1 billion, instructing them to prepare goods worth that amount, ensuring that the quality was excellent and the delivery speed was swift. The Tianhui Empire generally did not scrutinize the circulation of everyday commodities, especially since Li's fresh produce had hinted at plans to expand its store scale while venturing into pharmaceuticals, hardware, daily necessities, and supermarkets. He swiftly began to invest a portion of his funds into these areas, capitalizing on the buzz to acquire a substantial stock of hardware, daily necessities, and various medical supplies. After all, being a wealthy second-generation heir with his own company, the imperial government hardly paid attention to him, as there were many individuals in the country far wealthier than he. Thus, Li Ming continuously expended the wealth at his disposal, transforming his substantial funds into an array of essential supplies. With over 15 billion at his command, the resources were indeed plentiful. In addition to various items, he procured a considerable quantity of generators, coal, charcoal, gas canisters, enormous water storage tanks, a multitude of household appliances, and an extensive array of solar power generation equipment, transformers, assault boats, inflatable rafts, desalination devices, and wastewater purification systems, among others. Furthermore, he acquired an immense amount of construction materials. By the time he completed these endeavors, it was already October. The months of August and September saw the grand openings of pharmacies and supermarkets under Li Ming's management. His intention behind opening these establishments was not for profit, but rather to stockpile resources under the guise of legitimate business. Seizing the opportunity, Li Ming amassed a vast collection of supplies, with pharmaceuticals measured in tons, along with various herbal medicines and an abundance of advanced medical equipment. Electronic devices, including computers and drones, were acquired in the thousands. By the end of September, He had also purchased a significant quantity of seeds for various crops, herbal plants, mushroom spawn, and spores, alongside an extensive range of farming tools, agricultural machinery, nutrient solutions, fertilizers, and premium planting soil. He personally negotiated substantial purchases of canned fruits, vegetables, and meats from numerous canning and food production facilities, as well as live, breedable livestock such as chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, cattle, sheep, dogs, and rabbits, along with copious amounts of feed. Li Ming discovered that although living humans would be filtered out upon entering the system's space, living animals would enter a dormant state, allowing him to rear them once released. He tirelessly utilized every moment to gather various resources, sparing no expense on anything conceivable that could be of use. He procured dozens of tons of exquisite teas, alongside a plethora of fruit trees, tea plants, and other flora of special value. Observing the supplies that occupied 40 of his available space, an unparalleled sense of satisfaction enveloped Li Ming. Now, only one crucial matter remained: the construction of a shelter. The selection of the site for this refuge was of utmost importance. It needed to be relatively quiet, remote from human activity, and situated away from major rivers to mitigate the risk of flooding, while also avoiding seismic zones. Having previously enjoyed reading novels, including apocalyptic tales, Li Ming found that the experiences he had in his dreams rendered these narratives utterly nonsensical. The protagonist constructing shelters within residential complexes? Was this a death wish? Some authors even envisioned entire metal-walled homes and high-rise buildings. What kind of imagination birthed such plots? Was there any assurance that such a structure could support its own weight? These notions were purely the result of a lack of common sense. Even if one could construct an entirely metallic abode within a high-rise building, once completed, it would be exceedingly easy for adversaries to bring about one's demise. A simple swing of a sledgehammer could obliterate the load-bearing wall of the floor below, resulting in a fatal plunge. Alternatively, should an enemy choose a more ruthless approach, a demolition operation would entomb one alive within a steel coffin, rendering an abundance of supplies utterly futile in the absence of oxygen. Such a scenario guarantees a certain death as the inevitable conclusion. To be candid, while the residences within the complex may suffice for daily living, any renovations would be limited to merely upgrading the doors and installing bulletproof glass in the windows. Other modifications are largely impractical. Furthermore, the structural integrity of residential buildings is woefully inadequate. The notion of transforming a high-rise into an apocalyptic fortress is sheer folly. It would be far more feasible and secure to position a few shipping containers in the mountains. In his view, the concept of a community stronghold is nothing but nonsense. Should someone truly wish to end your life, seeking refuge in such a high-rise is utterly futile. The most prudent course of action, as he believes, is to construct a concealed underground shelter within the mountains, with excellent concealment, ample supplies for sustenance, and the ability to cultivate crops and produce soldiers. Such a sanctuary is undoubtedly the safest haven. Chapter 7. Constructing a Level 1 shelter. Li Ming swiftly selected a site for the construction of his underground refuge. At that moment, his survival point balance, amassed primarily from selling resources from the Great Lakes and the North Sea to the system, had astonishingly reached a staggering 100 trillion points. Subsequently, he chose a mountainous area for his underground sanctuary, situated approximately 15 kilometers from Malga City. At an elevation of around 350 meters, indeed, a relatively high peak in the vicinity. Upon determining the location, he promptly purchased a blueprint for a Level 1 underground shelter from the system's marketplace for 100,000 survival points. After acquiring the blueprint, the system's voice resonated. Ding. Congratulations, host. You now possess the blueprint for a Level 1 shelter. Would you like to proceed with its construction? Li Ming examined the blueprint, inquiring. This Level 1 shelter appears to be an underground complex spanning approximately 8 square kilometers, correct? Ding. The host is not mistaken. Whatever is depicted in the blueprint can indeed be constructed, the system replied. What if I wish to build heavy and light industrial bases? The blueprint does not specify those. Li Ming expressed his confusion. Ding. Esteemed host, the Level 1 shelter merely fulfills your basic survival and living requirements. Additional industrial bases and recruitment needs necessitate the purchase of a Level 2 shelter blueprint, along with other materials, to upgrade the Level 1 shelter. A Level 2 shelter encompasses an area of about 20 square kilometers and can be comprehended as an underground city. However, the upgrade can only be undertaken after establishing the Level 1 shelter, the system elucidated. After hearing the system's explanation, Li Ming found the situation somewhat acceptable. He promptly inquired. System, I cannot be expected to excavate and construct this on my own, can I? Ding. Esteemed host, the system marketplace offers specialized excavation robots. Once you allow the robots to scan the blueprint, they will excavate according to the design, the system clarified. Considering the current construction difficulty of the Level 1 shelter, you will need to purchase 10 excavation robots, which should complete the work in approximately 3 days. Li Ming hurried to the system marketplace, where he indeed found the excavation robots labeled as the WJ-1 model. According to the marketplace description, these robots possessed advanced technology, powered by cold fusion batteries, with drilling heads and buckets crafted from special materials, ensuring remarkable durability. Each robot could operate continuously for a month before encountering various malfunctions. Each unit was priced at 1 million survival points. Without hesitation, Li Ming spent 10 million survival points to purchase 10 robots. The moment he did, the robot's eyes glowed, initiating the scanning of the shelter design blueprint before commencing excavation. Simultaneously, Li Ming began inventorying the materials in his space, preparing 500,000 tons of steel, 10 tons of various rare metals, and an assortment of other items such as wires and generators, all in accordance with the shelter's design blueprint. These generators are merely ordinary ones. Li Ming has not enhanced them, yet he has purchased over 20,000 units. System, augment my diesel generators. Suddenly, a notification chimes. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 500,000 diesel generators and 500,000 gasoline generators. The fuel efficiency of both types has increased by 800%. Noise levels have been reduced by 95%, reliability has surged by 90%, durability has doubled, and power output has escalated by 500%. Remarkable. This is indeed exhilarating. Such is the genuine sentiment coursing through Li Ming's mind at that moment. These generators are akin to treasures in a post-apocalyptic world, originally low-powered. They have now transformed into high-powered machines. A generator that could once run for 8 hours on a single tank of fuel can now operate for 64 hours with the same amount of fuel, all while enhancing its power output. Moreover, the reliability and durability have significantly improved. Alongside these generators, a multitude of photovoltaic solar panels have also been augmented in both quantity and efficiency. A solar panel that previously generated enough energy for 1 day's consumption can now sustain 7 days of daily needs. Additionally, devices such as voltage and current converters are required. In summary, constructing such a sanctuary entails considerable expense for Li Ming. Once he has gathered all the necessary resources, even with his considerable wealth, he feels a pinch. For the cost of a first-level underground refuge amounts to over 100 billion currency units of the Tianhui Empire. Fortunately, he possesses a 100-fold augmentation feature. Otherwise, erecting such a sanctuary would be unattainable. System, how does the sanctuary compare to the underground command center of the imperial capital? Li Ming inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. The system responded, Dear host, in terms of technological prowess, their command center cannot be compared to the plans provided by this system. Regardless of the aspect, even a first-level refuge crafted by this system guarantees your survival, unless the entire planet is utterly destroyed. You must understand that I am bound to you. Should you perish, I too shall cease to exist. Upon hearing this, Li Ming felt a surge of positivity. It signified that he and the system were inextricably linked, allies in a shared fate. Time passed swiftly. Within 3 days, the system's notification sounded. Congratulations, host. The main structure of the underground refuge has been completed. You merely need to present the materials and supplies indicated on the blueprint. Without hesitation, Li Ming produced a substantial array of resources. The system then announced, Host, the construction of the refuge has officially commenced, with an estimated duration of 1 week. Please be patient. Following this, a beam of light enveloped the materials, causing them to vanish. Li Ming did not idle. He returned directly to Malga City to continue his extensive procurement of various fruits, vegetables, medicinal herbs, medical equipment, and an abundance of vaccines, among other supplies. In the Empire of Radiance, as long as one is not engaged in the procurement of munitions or white flour, one is generally free to acquire other supplies without hindrance. Thus, Li Ming was afforded considerable latitude in his acquisitions. While awaiting the construction of a shelter, he received a flurry of calls from the proprietors of several canned food factories and other food production facilities, informing him that their goods had arrived. The canned food factories Li Ming had engaged were predominantly small enterprises, offering their products at remarkably low prices. Canned fruits in 500g metal containers could be found online for merely 3 to 4 yuan. After negotiations, Li Ming managed to reduce the prices of fruit and vegetable cans to a mere 5 yuan each, while meat cans were priced at 3 yuan apiece. The rationale behind this price reduction was straightforward. Li Ming's order was colossal, totaling 150 million cans. Despite the slim profit margins, the sheer volume rendered them a veritable windfall for these manufacturers. Consequently, Li Ming placed an initial order exceeding 150 million cans. These factories worked tirelessly, day and night, ultimately managing to fulfill the order, delivering a diverse array of canned goods, along with substantial quantities of instant noodles, biscuits, and other supplies. Chapter 8. The frenzied procurement and completion of the Level 1 shelter. A multitude of food factories and canning plants arrived to deliver their goods, and Li Ming directed them to unload at the large warehouse of Li's fresh produce. He then commenced a thorough inspection of the items. After verifying the quantity and quality with the system, he promptly settled the payment. The owners of these factories were genuinely industrious, utilizing commendable raw materials. A substantial sum of $1.5 billion was disbursed, and in gratitude for securing such a prominent client, the factory owners generously provided an additional batch of goods, much to Li Ming's delight. In summary, approximately 40 of the canned goods consisted of fruit, 20 comprised vegetables, and the remaining 40 were meat products. Among the fruit cans, yellow peaches, strawberries, pineapples, oranges, apples, and pears were most prevalent, alongside a few rarer varieties such as strawberries, sand fruits, and lychees. The vegetable cans presented an intriguing assortment, including mushrooms, cabbage, radishes, cucumbers, and dried tofu, offered in various preparations, with the mushroom cans being particularly delectable. As for the meat products, around 20 million cans contained 1-pound servings of luncheon meat. Another 20 million boxes comprised braised pork, and 1 million cans held beef. Additionally, there were cans featuring braised meat paired with quail eggs, fish, and an array of pork and beef offal for hot pot. The weight of these meat cans was substantial, averaging about 1 pound each, priced at merely 3 to 4 yuan. To ensure Li Ming's willingness to pay, the factory owners ensured that the solid content of these meat products was approximately 75. It is undeniable that procuring goods directly from manufacturers yields remarkable savings. The prices were astonishingly low. Li Ming experienced no remorse in spending on these items, as paper currency was rapidly losing its value, akin to becoming mere waste paper. One must utilize money for it to retain any worth. Hoarding it serves no purpose. In the event of an apocalypse, cash would scarcely be useful even for the most menial tasks. To capitalize on this opportunity, Li Ming leveraged his various enterprises as collateral to secure a loan of $1.5 billion from the Imperial Bank, with an agreement to repay it in 1 year. This maneuver granted him a total of $4 billion in cash, of which he retained a mere $1 million, expending the remainder for a vast array of resources. It must be acknowledged that the productivity of the Tianhui Empire is remarkably advanced. Despite a population of 3 billion, the self-sufficiency rate for food reached an impressive 65%. It is noteworthy that the terrain of the Tianhui Empire is not particularly favorable. The majority consists of mountainous and hilly landscapes, with only 3 large plains suitable for extensive mechanized agriculture. Thus, should an apocalypse occur, it would undoubtedly pose a significant challenge for the Tianhui Empire. However, what concern is this to Li Ming? The vast resources acquired through his financial investments rightfully belong to him. Should anyone harbor intentions to seize his supplies, let them dare to make a move. Li Ming utilized a staggering $2 billion to once again procure a vast array of food and canned goods from the factory. The remaining funds were entirely allocated to various snack streets and upscale hotels, in addition to the acquisition of fuel-powered 2-wheeled and 3-wheeled motorcycles, alongside numerous electric vehicles, diverse dry batteries, and rechargeable batteries, as well as a significant number of all-terrain vehicles. In essence, it was an extravagant spree of purchasing. His philosophy was clear: no money should remain. Every penny must be spent. As for the more sophisticated food items, he scoffed, "Brother, this is a matter of survival in a post-apocalyptic world. Are you seriously still being picky in such dire circumstances? Having something to eat is already a privilege. Only the living deserve to savor technologically advanced foods. Once one is dead, such considerations are utterly meaningless. In the face of apocalypse, discussions of gourmet dining are irrelevant. Merely having enough to eat places you ahead of the majority. Those who fail to cherish food in such times deserve their fate." Li Ming had read numerous apocalyptic novels depicting protagonists who waste food, discarding half-eaten meals carelessly. Such portrayals are pure nonsense. A person who has survived in a post-apocalyptic scenario would never waste food. It defies logic. Li Ming had only experienced that world in dreams for a full 7 years. Yet the sensations felt remarkably real, compelling him to hoard supplies, truly haunted by the specter of hunger. Hunger is, without a doubt, one of the most brutal punishments inflicted by the heavens upon humanity. The most cruel ways to perish are through starvation and dehydration. These forms of death allow one to feel their vitality ebbing away, leaving them helpless as they approach their demise. The despair is almost unbearable. There is a saying, death itself is not frightening, but the anticipation of dying is the most terrifying. After a period of diligent work, Li Ming found himself with 10 billion remaining. He tasked his associates with spending 3 billion to sweep convenience stores and supermarkets nationwide, amassing a substantial quantity of tobacco, alcohol, and ordering a plethora of small umbrellas online. The sheer volume of supplies that could be acquired for 1 billion is astonishing. In the bleak aftermath of an apocalypse, aside from food, water, and medical supplies, the most valuable commodities become tobacco, alcohol, and small umbrellas, though seemingly insignificant and less useful than food. These items serve a vital purpose in the oppressive environment of the apocalypse, elevating morale and providing moments of joy. Furthermore, in such a world, women can also be viewed as commodities. However, certain ailments can prove fatal in a context of scarce medical resources, thus the value of these commodities rises significantly. Li Ming already owned a supermarket, so procuring these items would raise no suspicions. People would merely assume he was expanding his business. As for the 1.5 billion loan owed to the bank, in the face of the empire's collapse, what weight does a bank hold? Moreover, before calamity strikes, Li Ming would undoubtedly ensure that every last resource from his enterprises is gathered, leaving not even a single shelf behind. In the fleeting moments preceding the apocalypse, Li Ming found himself utterly swamped with the procurement of vast quantities of supplies. His days were consumed by relentless activity. However, regardless of his busyness, upon receiving the system's notification, he promptly halted all his endeavors. The date was now October 8, 2025, in the solar calendar, when the system announced, "Ding. Esteemed host, your Level 1 shelter has been completed. Please proceed for inspection." Ding. Congratulations, host, on acquiring a Level 1 shelter. You are rewarded with 100 elite soldiers, who may be summoned at your convenience. Ding. Congratulations, host, for possessing a Level 1 shelter, ensuring your survival in the impending apocalypse. You are granted 10 million survival points, a complete set of blueprints and technical data for heavy industry, as well as blueprints and technical data for light weaponry. Ding. Detection confirms that the host possesses a Level 1 base. You are rewarded with 500 personnel each for agriculture and livestock farming. A triumphant roar echoed within Li Ming's heart. He then set off in his off-road vehicle, heading straight into the mountains. This particular mountain, known as Longzhou Mountain, lay a mere 15 kilometers from the city of Malga and approximately 20 kilometers from the largest river within the empire, the Sao River, rendering it a safe haven even in the event of catastrophic flooding. Upon arriving at the mountain, he relied on his previous memories to navigate. Yet he could find no entrance, as it was simply a mountain. System, where is the entrance to the underground shelter? Ding. The entrance to the underground shelter is about to open. Please prepare, host. No sooner had the system's words left its virtual lips than a faint rumbling sound emanated from the ground before him. To his astonishment, the surface of the mountain began to shift. Chapter 9. Upgrading to Level 1 shelter. The entrance to this shelter was astonishingly camouflaged to blend seamlessly with the mountainside. Even at such a close proximity, Li Ming had failed to notice it. He was internally astounded and had to concede that the disguise was remarkably executed. Kudos to you, Brother Tongzi. 1,000 praises. Li Ming silently expressed his admiration. As Li Ming stepped into the underground refuge, the doors behind him began to gradually close. With the shutting of the main entrance, he found himself within the corridor, and to his surprise, the shelter initiated its power supply. Beep. Esteemed host, you are currently situated in the upper corridor leading to the underground shelter. To access the main structure of the refuge, you must pass through 3 gates before taking the elevator to the true underground base. Should you possess any weaponry, you may submit it to the system, which will devise a defensive strategy, installing various armaments within these 3 corridors to thwart enemy incursions and ensure your absolute safety. Li Ming was taken aback. He had not anticipated the architectural design of this underground sanctuary. Under the system's guidance, the 3 gates sequentially opened and then closed. He pondered the resilience of these gates, as well as the outermost entrance against potential assaults. Beep. In response to your inquiry, each of these 4 gates is capable of withstanding the simultaneous impact of several nuclear warheads. They can also mitigate the shockwave from nuclear detonations and possess radiation shielding capabilities. Furthermore, according to the system's calculations, to genuinely destroy any of these gates, one would require tons of high-performance explosives and multiple detonations to bring them down without shattering them. In this underground refuge, the host will be in a state of absolute security, the system assured. Li Ming nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded to take the elevator downward. After approximately 1 minute, he arrived at the main body of the underground shelter, the true base beneath the earth. Host, this facility is currently classified as a Level 1 shelter, equipped with essential functions such as solar power generation and an emergency generator to ensure the operation of the entire refuge during critical times. The solar panels not only meet everyday energy needs, but also automatically store any surplus energy in the facility's super batteries and storage units for future use. In addition, this shelter spans an area of 8 square kilometers, encompassing a living area, a materials storage zone, a weapons depot, and a combined ecological garden for aquaculture and agriculture. Moreover, there are 3 medical pods, which can assist in treating ailments typically manageable within a secondary hospital. However, for more severe conditions or injuries, an upgrade to a level 2 shelter will be requisite for treatment. Beyond these functional zones, there exists a production area, allowing the host to engage in small-scale manufacturing of items such as ammunition and firearms. Additionally, a compact laboratory is available, providing the host with the opportunity to conduct a range of scientific research. This refuge has undergone special modifications, maintaining a consistent temperature between 23 and 26 degrees Celsius throughout the year, allowing the inhabitants to remain unconcerned about the harshness of winter or the sweltering heat of summer. Additionally, it features a unique design that ensures smooth ventilation and possesses triple defense capabilities, safeguarding against external contamination. As a first-tier refuge, it is equipped with various metallic supports and installed with seismic rebound devices, enabling it to withstand earthquakes of up to magnitude 13. In emergencies, this sanctuary is also furnished with an urgent oxygen supply system. In the direst circumstances, inhabitants can utilize the emergency escape passage, which includes a medium-sized escape pod capable of short-duration flight. In essence, here, the occupants need not worry about survival or safety issues. Li Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing this. It was truly the ultimate doomsday fortress in a world of apocalypse. However, he realized he was alone and outnumbered, prompting the necessity to prioritize the recruitment of a military force. System, aside from solar power and generators, are there no other power supply options for this refuge? Ding. There are alternative power sources, such as the micro-cold fusion power station available in the system's marketplace, priced at 20 million survival points. This station can provide a continuous power supply to the refuge, but it can only be purchased by second-tier shelters. The system advised Li Ming to consider upgrading to a second-tier refuge, allowing for the establishment of an industrial zone and the production of heavy equipment. Li Ming's heart was stirred by the system's words, akin to the gentle scratching of a cat's paw. System, can I recruit a military force now? Ding. Honorable host, please purchase a base vehicle. After acquiring the base vehicle, you will be able to construct barracks and subsequently recruit a military force. However, the system still recommends upgrading to a second-tier refuge before commencing recruitment to avoid power shortages. System, purchase the blueprints for the second-tier refuge. Li Ming, resolute, entered a purchasing mode without hesitation. Ding. The host has successfully spent 200,000 survival points to acquire the blueprints for the second-tier refuge. Please prepare the materials, as the system will upgrade the refuge free of charge. Li Ming immediately began to gather various materials and supplies in the open area, while the 10 WJ-1 type excavation robots resumed work to expand the underground base's area. Upon reviewing the required materials listed in the design blueprints, Li Ming felt a pang of anxiety. 100,000 tons of steel, 20 tons of rare metals, and 20 high-precision machine tools were just the beginning. In addition, a plethora of industrial equipment and a significant amount of medical supplies were to be gathered, alongside mountains of assorted construction materials and metals. The sheer volume made his heart ache. Although these resources were merely a drop in the bucket compared to what he had acquired, the thought of them still caused him distress. After all, they were essential supplies. However, the prospect of gaining substantial power upon completing the upgrade to a second-tier refuge invigorated his spirit. Ding. The host's supplies are fully prepared. The current mission is to upgrade to a level 2 shelter, which will require 1 week. The host is advised to heed the system notifications. With the assistance of the system, the construction of this level 2 shelter is underway. Li Ming has departed from this shelter and returned directly to Margia City, where he continues to oversee the fresh produce supermarkets and enterprises. Li Ming nearly exhausts his daily profits, lavishly purchasing vast quantities of supplies. To encapsulate him in a single phrase, he has become utterly obsessed with material goods. Nonetheless, Li Ming's orders have generated substantial profits for many small domestic factories, and in their eyes, he is akin to a deity of wealth. On this day, October 15th, 2025, according to the solar calendar, the system's voice resonated punctually. Chapter 10, Completion of the Level 2 Shelter. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a Level 2 shelter, and the system generously bestows upon you 200 elite soldiers, available for summoning at your discretion. Ding. Congratulations on possessing a Level 2 shelter. You are rewarded with 30 million survival points. along with a complete set of blueprints and technical documents for light industrial equipment. Additionally, you received blueprints for the most advanced tank technology, artillery technology, infantry fighting vehicle technology, and their associated technical data. Ding. Detection confirms that you own a Level 2 shelter. You may now activate the industrial zone function. The system rewards you with 100 Level 3 technical engineers and 3,000 skilled workers, ready for summoning at any time. Ding. Congratulations on establishing a medical center. You are gifted with 10 beautiful doctors. Ding. Congratulations on acquiring a medium high-tech laboratory. You are rewarded with 2 top-notch researchers and 30 research personnel. At this moment, Li Ming felt as though fate had bestowed upon him a windfall. It was exhilarating. He had not anticipated such robust support from the system. This truly was the most powerful ally. The free allocation of skilled workers, engineers, and researchers was invaluable. Most significantly, he had also secured doctors, a medical center, and a high-tech laboratory. These were undoubtedly fortuitous developments. In many ways, his shelter was now nearing its optimal form, and it could be said he possessed the capability to survive independently from society. It was splendid, truly splendid. After organizing matters pertaining to his enterprises, Li Ming drove straight to the shelter, fully aware that these shelters would serve as the foundation of his future existence in the apocalypse. Even more remarkably, he already commanded an army of 300 Special Forces soldiers. Upon entering the base, the initial surroundings appeared largely unchanged, but as he ventured deeper, he discovered significant transformations within the underground facility. Firstly, the area had expanded by more than double, and various functional zones had undergone substantial modifications. Li Ming promptly purchased a base vehicle from the system's marketplace. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have spent 3 billion survival points to acquire a base vehicle, earning an additional 30 million survival points and 100 gene serums. Ding. Detection confirms that you possess a base vehicle. Would you like to deploy it? Deploy. Li Ming immediately chose a location to deploy the base vehicle. As he issued the command, the base vehicle began its transformation, akin to a scene from a Transformers movie. Amidst the whir of machinery, the expansive vehicle morphed into a structure reminiscent of a factory. Shortly thereafter, Li Ming noticed a change in his system interface. He had unlocked the building interface. He promptly selected the construction of a barracks. Ding. You have chosen to construct a barracks, which will cost 30 million survival points and require 48 hours to complete. Please be patient. With that, the system fell silent. Li Ming summoned all the engineers, skilled workers, 10 beautiful doctors, as well as personnel for agriculture and animal husbandry. Everyone greeted him with respect, exclaiming, "Commander, greetings." Li Ming waved his hand and greeted everyone. "Hello. The operation of the base will now rely on all of you. I am willing to serve the commander." Soon, everyone began to engage in their respective tasks, and the base officially commenced its operations. Li Ming had left behind a substantial stockpile of supplies at the base. In addition to summoning 100 Special Forces soldiers to serve as the security detail, ensuring the safety of the base, another 200 individuals stood ready to be summoned to accompany him in his endeavors. Li Ming conducted a brief inspection of the base and felt immense satisfaction. At that moment, the industrial area was already beginning to function, particularly the heavy industry sector, which brought him great joy. He understood well the significance of heavy industry. From an equipment standpoint, the machinery at his disposal was undoubtedly among the most advanced in the world today. However, he recognized that his technological foundation was still rather shallow. Thus, his immediate objective was to fill in the gaps in his knowledge and gradually refine his industrial system. Industrialization is a concept that transcends mere existence. It is an essential phase, especially in the context of an apocalyptic scenario. In such times, the entity capable of industrialization emerges as the most formidable force. Naturally, industrialization cannot thrive without a steady supply of raw materials in the processes of production. What troubled Li Ming the most was the issue of resource supply. System. Is there a method to extract minerals in this apocalyptic world? Beep. In response to the host's inquiry, the host can establish mining sites to extract mineral resources. Once the base vehicle is acquired, the host can construct mining-related facilities within a radius of 50 miles from the base vehicle's location. This mining site will integrate both collection and preliminary processing, equipped with dedicated mining vehicles to extract resources, even from the most barren and challenging deposits. The only requirement is that the host must expend survival points to establish the mining site. Well, Li Ming couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. This was indeed extraordinary. This opportunity was undeniably promising. The system's response alleviated his concerns, allowing him to feel a sense of calm. From that point forward, his focus would be on stockpiling supplies and preparing for the impending apocalypse. Additionally, he had yet to settle accounts with his dear uncles and relatives. After all, his parents could not have died in vain. The truth must be uncovered. However, now is not the opportune moment to act. Once the apocalypse unfolded, he would launch a surprise attack with overwhelming firepower. By then, he would have them completely at his mercy. Before long, he summoned 5 Special Forces soldiers primarily for the purpose of surveilling the movements of his relatives. He could not afford to let the opportunity slip away, and he would not hesitate to take decisive action against those responsible for his parents' demise. For him, vengeance was not a matter of tormenting adversaries. It was about eliminating threats without remorse. His principle was clear: better to mistakenly eliminate 1,000 than to let one escape. As the 5 undercover Special Forces soldiers set out on their reconnaissance mission, Li Ming returned to his villa. Gazing upon his villa and the shares he held in the Li Group, he made the decisive choice to liquidate all of it. In this apocalyptic world, such a villa offered no safety. Rather, it could easily become a prime target for adversaries. The shares were equally devoid of value. He was acutely aware that several of his uncles were coveting both his villa and his shares, so he thought it prudent to sell them to his relatives, while also taking the opportunity to outsmart them. He retrieved his phone and dialed a number. On the other end, a voice inquired, "My dear cousin, is there something you wish to discuss?" "Li Chang, I intend to sell my villa and my shares in the group. Are you interested?" "What? Are you truly selling?" Li Chang responded with surprise. "Spare me the pleasantries. Do you want them or not? Don't think I'm oblivious to your intentions. Just tell me yes or no." "Yes, of course. Just a moment. Can we meet to discuss this in person?" Chapter 11. Digging a pit. It must be said that Li Ming is quite ingenious. He plans to exploit this villa and his shares one last time. This villa, inherited from his parents, is situated in the most renowned affluent district of Malga City. To some extent, Malga City serves as the economic heart of the entire Tianhui Empire, boasting a vast urban area. The metropolitan region alone is home to over 60 million inhabitants, resulting in a remarkably high population density. Malga City is also one of the largest cities in the world, featuring a port with an immense daily throughput, making it one of the largest ports globally. It is apparent, given the presence of villas in such a wealthy area, that Li Ming's parents held a significant status. He soon awaited the arrival of Li Chang and his father, Li Ming's beloved uncle. "Ah, my dear nephew, why are you contemplating the sale of the villa and your shares?" inquired Li Ming's uncle, Li Wei. "Well, uncle, as you know, I have made quite a few investments recently. Therefore, I intend to sell not only this villa but also my shares in the Li Group. I wonder if you might be interested?" Li Ming replied with a smile, though a subtle menace lurked beneath his cheerful facade. "Really?" Li Wei exclaimed with delight. He had long coveted the 5 shares held by Li Ming, as they directly determined the absolute controlling interest in the company. Although they had seized a portion of the shares that Li Ming's parents bequeathed him, a fraction remained, making Li Ming, in a sense, a shareholder of the Li Group, ranked as the 6th largest shareholder. The ownership of this 5 stake would decisively influence the controlling interest and decision-making power of the Li Group. Of course, my recent ventures have expanded significantly, leading to some liquidity constraints. If you are interested, we can certainly discuss this further. My dear nephew, how much do you intend to ask? How about this, uncle? Including my villa, I would require 4 billion, Li Ming boldly declared, fully aware of the significance of his 5 stake and taking a considerable risk with his demand. Upon hearing this price, Li Wei's face twitched. "Nephew, the price seems rather excessive. Uncle, while my shares may not be substantial, I am still the 6th largest shareholder of the group, which determines the absolute controlling interest. You are a shrewd man. I trust you understand the implications of this statement. Moreover, you must consider the dividends accrued over the past few months. Thus, taking everything into account, this share is undeniably beneficial to you. Wouldn't you agree?" Li Ming replied with a smile that danced on the edge of mockery. "My dear nephew, I can provide the funds, but could you possibly wait for a while? My finances are quite tight at the moment." "Is that so? If you lack sincerity, I shall decide to contact Dongxing Group. I am confident that President Xiao would be very interested in my proposal," Li Ming threatened. Dongxing Group is a competitor of the Li Group. At this moment, Li Wei's mood soured, and he shot a fierce glare at Li Ming. "Nephew, when shall we sign the contract?" He chuckled, stating, "When the funds arrive in my account, I shall naturally sign the contract." Li Chang, promptly instructed, arranged the funds immediately. After approximately half a day, Li Ming received a text notification. Once the funds were credited, Li Ming and Li Wei executed the equity transfer agreement. Li Ming remarked with a smile, "Congratulations, uncle, you have achieved your wish. From now on, the Li Group will be under your command. By the way, you may also relocate here. Allow me to tidy up for the move." After casting a fierce glare at Li Ming, Li Wei departed. Li Ming swiftly activated the system's functionality to expeditiously collect every item from the villa. leaving not even a single nail behind. Subsequently, he departed from the home he had inhabited for over a decade and drove away, securing a room at a luxurious hotel nearby. Fast forward to November 2nd, 2025. Li Ming expended the entirety of his $4 billion funds to acquire a vast array of clothing and other essential supplies. During the past few nights, he had stealthily gathered over 2 million shared bicycles and more than 1 million shared electric scooters from the streets. He then summoned manager Zhang. "Old Zhang," he began. "Everyone has been working hard lately, and I noticed that the fresh produce stores are rather outdated and in need of a facelift. Here is the plan. Let all employees take some vegetables and other items home, and I'll grant them a paid leave for a while. I will oversee a comprehensive redesign of the stores. The remaining fruits and vegetables should be transported to our large warehouse. As for you, this is your reward." Upon finishing his sentence, Li Ming handed manager Zhang a card. "There are 300,000 in this card. Take some time to rest well. There will be plenty to do ahead." "Thank you, Mr. Li. Thank you, Mr. Li." Manager Zhang expressed his heartfelt gratitude. After all, 300,000 was a substantial amount for him and served as a testament to his wise choice and allegiance. "By the way, Manager Zhang, considering our long-standing relationship, I must share another piece of information. I have received some confidential news indicating that a natural disaster may be imminent. It would be prudent for you to stockpile essential supplies and medications," Li Ming cautioned. His words were not mere conjecture, as recent forecasts had indicated the possibility of a typhoon or similar calamity. For Li Ming, this was the extent of his advice. Whether one could survive the impending disaster depended on their willingness to heed counsel. The employees at Li's Fresh Produce were elated, each carrying home a bounty of vegetables and fruits. Relishing the thought of paid leave, Mr. Li was indeed a man of integrity. Li Ming felt that he had done all he could to assist his ordinary employees. Soon after, he instructed all his supermarkets, pharmacies, and hardware stores to transfer their goods to the large warehouse. After accomplishing all these tasks, he drove alone to the 2 large warehouses of Li's Fresh Produce. Inside the vast storage facilities, supplies were stacked high like small mountains. Rice, flour, pork, beef, lamb, fish, live seafood, a variety of cooking oils, vegetables, fruits, and towering piles of instant noodles, biscuits, cured meats, sausages, chicken legs, assorted prepared meals, condiments, medications, a plethora of clothing, hardware materials, electronic devices, and various equipment could all be found. It could be said that this entire warehouse was more than sufficient for one to lead a fulfilling existence even in an apocalypse. Li Ming swiftly gathered these supplies, and after completing his collection, he drove away from the site. He returned to the hotel with a remaining balance of 20 million that had yet to be spent. His task for the coming days was to continue his extravagant expenditures. At that moment, within his system space, an abundance of tobacco, alcohol, and other supplies was amassed, and gazing upon this bounty, Li Ming felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Chapter 12, The Dawn of the Apocalypse. Many may wonder, does Li Ming have no friends or romantic partner? In the past, he indeed did. However, over time, those connections dwindled. Particularly after Li Ming dreamt of the apocalypse, seeking a girlfriend seemed akin to acquiring a ticking time bomb in the context of an impending cataclysm. Having experienced such vivid nightmares, he remained resolutely skeptical of others, placing his trust solely in the individuals summoned by the system, as they were assuredly loyal to him. Why would he disregard such devoted subordinates in favor of potential liabilities? He certainly had no time to waste. Moreover, should the need arise, he had access to the 10 beautiful female doctors provided by the system. Of course, this was said in jest. Li Ming was genuinely preoccupied and acutely aware that in a world on the brink of collapse, emotions were an unnecessary burden. Excessive sentimentality only served to expose vulnerabilities, a reality he could not afford to ignore. In the days leading up to the apocalypse, Li Ming busied himself by commanding the technical engineers at the base to download every game, novel, video, and assorted materials available in this world. All were meticulously stored on the servers as backups. Simultaneously, he fervently exchanged his funds for essential supplies, ensuring he retained a sum of over 100,000. Besides shopping, he also managed to acquire a considerable number of trees, including various fruit-bearing plants and medicinal herbs, striving to amass as many resources as possible. As time passed, life continued for most as usual, yet Li Ming's inner turmoil intensified. Suddenly, the system's voice pierced through his thoughts. Ding. This system reminds the host that there are only 15 hours remaining until the outbreak of the apocalypse. Please return to the shelter without delay. The abrupt announcement startled Li Ming, but he quickly regained his composure, hastily driving into the mountains, securing his vehicle, and then riding his motorcycle into the shelter. He finally arrived at the underground refuge, feeling a profound sense of safety. At that moment, the underground shelter had undergone significant transformations. The living quarters resembled a grand villa, surpassing his previous residence. Yet this structure was constructed entirely of metallic composite materials. It boasted excellent soundproofing and insulation, providing a comfortable living experience throughout the seasons. After 6 months of relentless effort, Li Ming felt an overwhelming sense of relaxation as he surveyed the living area, content with the quality of life, which had not diminished in the least. He then inspected the cold storage, discovering it spanned an impressive 500 square meters, stocked predominantly with meats and seafood requiring refrigeration. After verifying the ample supplies in the pantry for grains, oils, and seasonings, he finally felt reassured. Furthermore, he noted that, aside from himself, all others in the base resided in dormitories. However, the accommodations were quite satisfactory, offering warmth in winter and coolness in summer. Notably, the 10 female doctors provided by the system enjoyed individual dormitories, complete with various living amenities. The remaining various technical workers and soldiers reside in dormitories shared by 4 individuals, with dedicated dining halls providing meals prepared by cooks. After inspecting the soldiers' meals and noting the presence of meat and vegetables, Li Ming nodded in satisfaction, recognizing that soldiers require adequate nutrition for physical training. Similarly, the technical workers engaged in production also necessitate proper sustenance. Following his inspection of the dining facilities, Li Ming took a moment to rest in the villa. The next day, on the solar calendar date of November 7, 2025, Li Ming emerged from the mountain refuge. Raising his gaze to the heavens, he observed a gloomy sky that cast a pall over his spirits. As the clock struck 9 in the morning, some of the lower-tier workers began their shifts, blissfully unaware of the impending monumental changes in the world. Outside, the wind began to pick up, and the previously predicted typhoon by the Empire's meteorological personnel was indeed on the verge of materializing. All schools within the Empire received notifications to suspend classes for 3 days in anticipation of the approaching storm, with further details about the resumption of lessons to be announced later. Students in middle and elementary schools rejoiced and rushed home, for in their coastal city, they were accustomed to experiencing several typhoons each year, often hoping for school closures. Little did they know, this time, they might never return to class again. Li Ming, however, was not in high spirits. He deployed several drones to assess the situation. At that moment, the wind was still moderate, approximately at level 5 or 6. Returning to the command center of the refuge, Li Ming commanded the system to infiltrate the meteorological satellite, demanding to know when the major typhoon would strike. Connection established. Please check, the system's voice echoed. Li Ming observed the meteorological cloud patterns on the large screen in the command center. The system elaborated, esteemed host. Within no more than 3 hours, the true typhoon will erupt. The disasters occurring globally may not be uniform. The southern hemisphere of the ball and planet may face severe drought and heat, while the northern hemisphere will experience torrential rainfall induced by the typhoon, leading to flooding disasters. Furthermore, governments at all levels around the world will collapse amidst the typhoon, plunging the entire globe into a state of anarchy. Li Ming felt restless in the command center, scrutinizing images relayed by the drones. For the moment, the situation appeared relatively safe, contingent upon whether astute individuals could sense the looming crisis and stockpile supplies in advance. These few hours represented the last opportunity to procure necessities at normal prices. Natural disasters do not unfold instantaneously. They grant a buffer period, leaving humanity to determine whether they can seize the moment. As noon approached, the winds in the city of Malga suddenly intensified. If the earlier winds had been at levels 5 or 6, they now surged to a fierce level 9. The drones operated by Li Ming, enhanced by the system, could automatically adjust their flight patterns to adapt to adverse electromagnetic and climatic conditions. At this moment, he observed through the drone's imagery a small electric tricycle, struggling to navigate its way while delivering parcels. However, midway through its journey, the entire vehicle was unceremoniously overturned by a fierce gust of wind. The trees, now shedding their leaves, swayed wildly under the onslaught of the tempest, while the air was filled with the ominous howling of the wind, instilling a sense of dread. Meanwhile, a few individuals on the street desperately attempted to hail a taxi, while others resorted to mobile applications in search of a ride. Regrettably, after waiting for over an hour, no vehicles arrived. The urban landscape was engulfed in a whirlwind of trash, paper, and dust, all tossed about chaotically. As the wind intensified, a woman, clutching a parcel and just departing from the delivery station, was suddenly swept off her feet by the relentless gale. Chapter 13. The terrifying apocalypse. Upon witnessing this scene, Li Ming could not help but sigh deeply. Nature is truly fearsome. The sole advantage humanity possesses over other creatures lies in its ability to create various tools to continually enhance its quality of life. Yet, even this formidable civilization finds itself vulnerable in the face of natural disasters. often leading to the annihilation of its own existence. The distinction rests merely in the fact that humanity can struggle for a while longer against such calamities, nothing more. The woman swept away by the typhoon screamed desperately, but her cries were rendered utterly futile, swallowed by the howling winds. In an instant, she was lifted into the air and vanished completely. As for the vehicles on the road, they pressed forward against the gale, appearing relatively stable for the moment. However, this respite was fleeting. Should these drivers fail to return home swiftly, death would be their only companion. The sky had darkened ominously, evoking a sense of impending doom. As if black clouds were poised to crush the city, the heavy horizon swirled with broken branches, and the corrugated iron roofs of urban structures were ripped asunder by the furious winds, producing a cacophony of sound. In the distance, a woman clad in a coat clung desperately to a lamppost, her lips forming the word help. Yet, everyone was preoccupied with their own survival, too fearful to venture out and assist her. The ferocity of the wind posed a significant risk. Not only could one fail to rescue another, but they might also become victims themselves. Amidst this chaos, a man emerged from a nearby shop, a rope secured around his waist, and bravely battled the gale towards the girl. He extended a rope toward her, seemingly inviting her to use it to seek refuge in his store. Just as he handed the rope to her, the wind whisked him away, yet fortunately, he managed to anchor himself with the rope tied around his waist and pressed onward to the safety of his shop. Inside, several individuals joined forces to hold onto the rope, and eventually, they succeeded in pulling the girl into the shelter. Such perilous moments unfolded incessantly throughout the city of Malga, with only the heavens knowing how many souls had been swept away by the tempest. The apocalypse had officially commenced. Li Ming, sheltered in the command center of a secure underground refuge, felt a chill of dread creep over him. The wrath of nature is indeed terrifying. Humanity is but a slightly stronger ant in the grand scheme of things. He was acutely aware that with the onset of the typhoon would come torrential rains. Within a week, the water and electricity supply in the entire city of Malga would be severed. Once the power is lost, a myriad of public services would vanish, including gas supplies. While people revel in the conveniences afforded by modernity, they remain oblivious to the inherent fragility of urban existence. The entire infrastructure of the city relies heavily on external supplies, making self-sufficiency a daunting challenge, especially in a metropolis like Malga, with a population exceeding 60 million. The daily consumption of various resources is akin to a mountain. Li Ming previously managed Li's fresh produce, where dozens of large trucks were required daily to deliver supplies. The essence of a modern city relies fundamentally on the advantages of contemporary logistics to sustain its operations. However, with the arrival of typhoons and torrential rains, the city of Malga, lacking sufficient logistical vehicles, is bound to experience a shortage of resources in a short span of time. Yet, this is not the most dire situation. The most alarming news came to Li Ming in the form of a notification from the system. Urgent notification. The majority of officials from the Tianhui Empire and various governments around the world have perished in the typhoon. The Tianhui Empire has officially entered a state of anarchy. Please prepare accordingly. Upon receiving this notification, Li Ming sighed. Anarchy is the most terrifying state of all. For without government, there is no order, and in the absence of order, humanity faces an utter catastrophe. For only the divine knows the monstrous aspects of human nature that may be unveiled in such apocalyptic times. Li Ming understood well that even the most inept government is preferable to none at all, as it signifies that the nation and society still possess a semblance of order, preventing utter chaos. Now that the country has descended into a complete state of anarchy, it is only a matter of time before unrest erupts within the imperial forces. Once the military is in disarray, the entire nation is not far from turmoil. The military, being a machine of violence, becomes a formidable beast when unbridled, akin to a ferocious creature released from its cage, heralding an even greater disaster. In times of apocalypse, man-made calamities can often be more terrifying than natural disasters. Li Ming promptly recalled his drone and began preparing a meal within his villa. Regardless of the chaos outside, it bore no relevance to him. He had ample supplies and sufficient armed forces to ensure his protection. He prepared braised pork, chicken stewed with mushrooms, and boiled meat slices, making generous quantities of each dish, which he placed in pre-prepared bowls and stored in his space, steaming with warmth. In this apocalyptic world, since he was unable to venture outside, cooking exquisite meals became a means to pass the time. Li Ming's Level 2 shelter boasts highly developed functionalities. Currently, he utilized bottled natural gas for cooking, having procured vast quantities of fuel and natural gas from desert regions. Additionally, he had seized substantial amounts of coal, liquefied natural gas in canisters, and charcoal from overseas. Thus, he lacked nothing in terms of fuel. His drinking water supply was also abundant, as he had purchased numerous large water tanks filled with tap water. including high-quality spring water from across the nation stored in augmented tanks with capacities reaching millions of liters. Intriguingly, Liming's shelter is equipped with a wastewater treatment system, allowing both domestic and industrial water to be processed and recycled efficiently. It can be said that the wastewater processed through his treatment system, after undergoing a series of meticulous treatments, attains a quality that rivals that of municipal tap water. Many may not grasp the true essence of tap water, but when an actual catastrophic heat wave occurs, you will come to realize that even the desire for a sip of tap water becomes a distant luxury. In such dire circumstances, one would not only yearn for tap water, even the murky water pooled in the ground, tainted with mud, would be deemed a necessity to consume. In the most extreme scenarios, individuals might resort to drinking urine, all in the relentless pursuit of survival. Chapter 14. The Terrifying Apocalypse 2. Objectively speaking, the resilience of humanity is truly remarkable. The desire for survival is intense, and the ability to endure is commendable. However, when faced with such apocalyptic calamities, even the mightiest are rendered powerless. The entirety of human civilization, confronted with such disasters, is destined for annihilation. Particularly now, as nations plunge into anarchy, the situation becomes even more dire, especially in a nation like the Tianhui Empire, characterized by a colossal government and a diminutive society. Once the government collapses, chaos is inevitable. Yet, regardless of the turmoil outside, it holds little relevance for Liming. After finishing his lunch, feeling an overwhelming sense of ennui, he decided to utilize his hacking skills to infiltrate various community groups, eager to discern their plans. He had already concealed his phone number through his hacking techniques during his return to the country. In essence, no one could pinpoint Liming's true location via his phone. Moreover, his internet access was exclusively satellite-based, rendering him largely unaffected even in the event of a network outage. Before long, he had entered several community chat groups, perusing the conversations to gain insight into the genuine situation, as understanding through the perspective of the common people tends to reveal a more authentic narrative. At that moment, a lively chat group named Tang Long Ipin was bustling with activity. This community was located near Liming's villa, a high-end neighborhood predominantly inhabited by white-collar professionals, alongside a smattering of minor celebrities and individuals maintained by affluent patrons. Messages within the group were incessant, and the number of unread notifications swiftly climbed to 99. Initially, many reveled in the arrival of Typhoon Ziminu, as the working class could finally forego their relentless schedules, and students were free to return home. Numerous participants shared images and videos showcasing the devastation wrought by the typhoon. The footage depicted urban greenery uprooted, swept away by the tempest's fury. Luxury vehicles were seen toppled and battered, some mangled by debris flung by the storm, their windshields marred with spiderweb-like cracks. Factories fared no better, with structures cleaved in two. As countless sheets of metal and equipment were whisked away by the gale, their final resting places remained a mystery known only to the heavens. As many viewers absorbed these harrowing videos, a sense of dread began to permeate the atmosphere. The sheer destructive power of the typhoon was terrifying. As the wind howled ominously outside, a growing realization dawned upon them. Some recounted their experiences of visiting supermarkets post-work, only to find shelves barren, save for a few packets of instant noodles. In Liming's perspective, instant noodles were indeed a valuable commodity, rich in calories, salt, sugar, and fats. Indulging in a steaming bowl of noodles amidst the apocalypse would be a delightful reprieve. Liming was certainly not lacking in resources. To say nothing of the hundreds of billions of cans he had amassed as a formidable logistical reserve, he also stockpiled copious amounts of salt and sugar, measured in hundreds of tons. After all, he owned a fresh produce supermarket and thus had no shortage of such supplies. In the end, he had even collected every single item from all his enterprises, leaving nothing behind. One cannot say that Liming's actions were ruthless. In the apocalypse, self-interest is essential for survival. This truth is harsh, yet it mirrors reality. In such dire times, only exchanges of benefit exist. Notions of emotion or camaraderie are futile. When survival is at stake, anyone might betray another for a mere trifle. Though there are indeed altruistic souls in the apocalypse, based on Liming's experiences and his dreams, such individuals often find themselves utterly consumed, leaving behind not even a trace. At this moment, Liming activated the large screen in the command center, utilizing synthetic aperture satellites to survey the conditions on the ground. The sight instilled in him a profound terror indicative of the end times. The screen displayed high-definition satellite footage, complete with sound. A fierce typhoon, howling like a banshee, relentlessly battered every structure within the urban landscape, while torrential rain assaulted the glass facades of buildings with a cacophony of noise. The windows of some dilapidated neighborhoods shattered under the onslaught, allowing the tempestuous winds and rain to invade the interiors. Within just 3 to 4 hours, the streets were entirely submerged. Low-lying areas began to see vehicles gradually engulfed by the rising waters, transforming them into waterlogged wrecks. 2 hours later, in regions where the floodwaters surged, vehicles were swept away. The underground parking lots of residential complexes began to fill with water, and the city's drainage system was rendered utterly inoperative. The vehicles parked in these basements were similarly inundated, heading towards their demise. Outside, the rain intensified, reaching a degree that obscured visibility. Through satellite observation, Li Ming noted that the sky grew ever darker, as if an invisible hand were manipulating the city, poised to shatter it into fragments at any moment. The perspective on the large screen before Li Ming mirrored that of a satellite, akin to the eye of a deity surveying the city of Malga. All roads had transformed into vast oceans, and the ominous clouds loomed lower. The typhoon swept in tandem with the flood, creating a spectacular water tornado. A colossal vortex that connected heaven and earth. This swirling tempest rapidly pulled up rainwater, uprooted trees, and swept away vehicles, seemingly intent on devouring all existence. This was, without a doubt, a tornado. Li Ming was utterly astonished as he witnessed the tornado swiftly severing the overpass in the heart of Malga City. The high-speed rail viaduct, painstakingly constructed at great expense by the Empire, was effortlessly reduced to ruins, as if sliced through like tofu. The train station of Malga City was mercilessly swept away, its structure obliterated by the ferocious winds. The locomotives and carriages within the station were reduced to mere fragments, resembling toys caught in a tempest. Lightning struck the trees, igniting fires, yet these blazes were quickly extinguished by the torrential rain. A towering residential building, appearing to be over 30 stories high, was likewise engulfed by the tornado. When the storm passed, the entire edifice had vanished without a trace. Chapter 15. Recruitment. Li Ming was acutely aware that the towering residential building was situated in the very heart of the city, an area characterized by its high population density. With a staggering population exceeding 60 million, it was evident that the inhabitants of this building would find themselves in grave peril. Those caught in the vortex of the tornado would be mercilessly torn asunder alongside the structure, vanishing entirely from existence. At times, Li Ming pondered the existential question of why the apocalypse would occur. Could it be that the inhabitants of the Baltan planet had proliferated beyond the planet's capacity, leading to a catastrophic reduction of its population by the planet's own volition? In a sense, humanity could be likened to a malignant tumor on the Baltan planet, relentlessly extracting resources without offering anything in return. If humanity persisted in this manner, the planet's resources would dwindle to nothing, ultimately sealing the fate of human civilization. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Li Ming resolved to cease his ruminations. Such reflections were futile and offered no solutions. Instead, he deemed it imperative to devise a strategy for surviving the impending apocalypse. Following the completion of the barracks, he commenced the recruitment of soldiers. According to the system's directives, there were several categories of personnel available for enlistment. The first category comprised ordinary soldiers, each requiring a survival point investment of 100,000. This cost covered only the soldier and their uniform, with no additional equipment provided. Nonetheless, the combat prowess of these directly recruited soldiers was commendable, as they typically possessed significant practical experience, far surpassing that of the average imperial soldier. The second category consisted of technical engineers, whose expertise was remarkable, albeit at a steep price. The cost varied according to the engineer's rank. A level 9 engineer commanded a fee of 200,000 survival points, while an 8th level engineer required 300,000, escalating accordingly, with the highest rank demanding 2 million survival points for recruitment. These technical engineers were not ordinary. They possessed formidable research capabilities, allowing them to serve not only as technical staff but also as research personnel. Thus, the cost-effectiveness of these engineers was substantial. Li Ming opted to recruit 20 level 1 engineers, depleting 40 million survival points, a price he deemed exceptionally worthwhile, as these engineers spanned both light and heavy industries. Additionally, he enlisted 50 level 2 engineers, expending 50 million survival points, along with 3,000 skilled workers of varying ranks, each with different costs. In total, Li Ming invested a staggering 300 million survival points in recruiting these research and technical personnel. Beyond these roles, there was the option to recruit medical professionals, although the number of doctors was limited, determined by the level of medical facilities within the base. Currently, Li Ming operates a level 2 shelter, which houses a medical center comparable in size to a first-tier hospital, featuring approximately 100 inpatient beds. The medical center encompasses various departments, including traditional Chinese medicine, internal medicine, surgery, orthopedics, dermatology, infectious diseases, emergency medicine, radiology, and laboratory services. In terms of its comprehensive departmental structure, It aligns closely with that of a secondary-level hospital. The facility can recruit around 180 healthcare professionals, comprising approximately 80 doctors and 100 nurses. The caliber of the physicians is contingent upon Li Ming's willingness to invest. The higher the expenditure of survival points, the more skilled the recruited doctors will be. For instance, a chief physician from a provincial-level tertiary hospital requires about 20 million survival points for recruitment. In a bid to ensure his safety, Li Ming promptly recruited 7 chief physicians from frontline clinical departments, along with around 21 associate chief physicians and 30 attending physicians. He also enlisted a total of 30 nurses, thereby enabling his medical center to perform the majority of complex surgeries in the world, including organ transplants. The recruitment of these frontline medical personnel cost Li Ming a staggering 600 million survival points, ensuring that his medical center is staffed with exceptional talent. He has never retained idle personnel. The equipment and facilities of Li Ming's medical center are exceptionally luxurious, featuring 5 ICU beds and 3 of the most advanced surgical operating rooms globally, as well as a plethora of cutting-edge medical devices acquired from abroad, all meticulously prepared. In addition to these, Li Ming has arranged to equip the medical center with 2 helicopters and an armored vehicle to serve as a mobile field surgical unit, utilizing various miniaturized medical devices that are highly advanced in technology. At this juncture, the foundational structure of Li Ming's medical system is essentially complete. Furthermore, he has the capacity to recruit a multitude of other specialists, such as scientists. The cost of recruiting a top-tier scientist amounts to an astonishing 200 million survival points. Nevertheless, Li Ming persevered through the financial strain to enlist 3 of the system's most elite scientists. These scientists are tasked with research in military industry, heavy industry, and microbiology, respectively. Coupled with the top-notch researchers he previously possessed, the framework of the research system is beginning to take shape. With the assistance of technical engineers, the pace of research and development can be accelerated. In a significant sense, the cadre of Li Ming's underground base is starting to coalesce. Of course, the most critical aspect is the recruitment of military personnel. Li Ming has enlisted 650 ordinary soldiers, 130 non-commissioned officers, 2 lieutenants colonel, 1 major, 8 captains, 8 first lieutenants, and 20 second lieutenants. This endeavor consumed approximately 200 million survival points, excluding equipment. Li Ming feels that this is indeed an exorbitant expenditure. The organizational structure of the military he has recruited resembles that of a combined battalion, consisting of 3 armored infantry companies, 2 heavy tank companies, 1 artillery company, 1 operational support company, and 1 logistics support company. The 2 tank companies are primarily equipped with 24 main battle tanks, accompanied by 2 armored command vehicles and an additional 2 all-terrain trucks. The 3 mechanized infantry companies consist of 42 tracked infantry fighting vehicles and 3 all-terrain trucks, along with 6 military jeeps. 1 artillery company is outfitted with a total of 12 self-propelled 120mm mortars, in addition to 3 ammunition supply vehicles. The combat support company encompasses 2 communication vehicles, 2 radar vehicles, 1 electronic jamming vehicle, 3 reconnaissance vehicles, 3 all-terrain reconnaissance vehicles for armored ambulances, 2 medical transport vehicles, 1 truck, and 4 military jeeps. As for the logistics support company, its equipment primarily includes the supply platoon, which consists of 12 fuel tankers, 7 regular trucks, 7 heavy trucks, 2 power supply vehicles, and 1 jeep. The cooking platoon is equipped with 2 modular kitchen vehicles, 8 field cooking vehicles, 2 refrigerated trucks for regular trucks, and 1 jeep. The maintenance platoon is equipped with 4 mechanical repair vehicles, 2 electronic repair vehicles for heavy-duty cranes, and 1 jeep. Li Ming possesses all of this equipment. However, even in the absence of certain assets, it remains inconsequential, as he can develop and manufacture what is needed. Nonetheless, the training of the troops must never cease. In summary, Li Ming's combined battalion boasts a total strength of approximately 800 personnel, embodying the essence of a robust and formidable force. Chapter 16. Formation of the Combined Arms Battalion. The advantages of a combined arms battalion are manifold. Primarily, it allows for the formulation of diverse operational strategies tailored to various adversaries, as the battalion is categorized into light, medium, and heavy units. Given Li Ming's current arsenal, he possesses a substantial quantity of equipment across all 3 categories. While the heavy combined arms battalion undoubtedly boasts formidable combat capabilities, it is not without its constraints. Thus, the establishment of medium and light battalions is equally imperative. It is noteworthy that Li Ming has pillaged numerous nations, particularly the once dominant Eagle Empire, which was renowned for its advanced military technology. There exists a plethora of equipment suitable for medium and light combined arms battalions. With the support of his own heavy industry, Li Ming is fully capable of rationally modifying this existing equipment. For ease of maintenance and logistical support, he promptly established 3 combined arms battalions, 1 light, 1 medium, and 1 heavy, equipped entirely with gear from the Eagle Empire. The infantry's light weaponry primarily consists of modified AKM assault rifles, enhanced with rails to improve the weapon's versatility. The squad machine guns are PKM general-purpose machine guns, and the light machine guns mounted on tanks and armored vehicles have also been replaced with PKM models. Li Ming's forces emphasize integration and specialization. Given the ample subterranean space, these troops commenced various tactical training exercises within their encampment. Li Ming, equipped with binoculars and clad in military camouflage, observed the soldiers' training. After witnessing their progress, he felt that the investment in their survival training was exceedingly worthwhile. Both the soldiers' individual skills and their tactical coordination had improved remarkably. In essence, the soldiers and their equipment had begun to coalesce into a formidable fighting force, fully capable of defending their base. Li Ming's previously oppressive feelings regarding the onset of the apocalypse had significantly diminished. In addition to the training of these units, the special forces continued their exercises unabated. Occasionally, when at leisure, Li Ming would join them, recognizing the necessity of possessing strong self-defense capabilities in this new world. Everything was advancing in an orderly manner. Before long, the 3rd day of the apocalypse arrived, and Li Ming performed his routine check-in. A notification chimed. "Congratulations, host. You have obtained the manufacturing technology for temperature-regulating fabric." Temperature-regulating fabric? Li Ming paused, inquiring of the system, "What is its purpose?" "Esteemed host," the system responded, "temperature-regulating fabric, as its name implies, maintains your body's surface temperature within a stable range. The current version of clothing made from this fabric can keep one's perceived temperature at approximately 26 degrees Celsius within a range of negative and positive 60 degrees, with minimal fluctuation." Upon hearing this explanation, Li Ming felt that the system was exceedingly generous. In a world plagued by climatic anomalies, such fabric would undoubtedly be invaluable for maintaining body temperature. In his previous dreams of the apocalypse, he experienced frigid temperatures plummeting to below 50 degrees. A chill so severe that one would yearn to burrow into a stove for warmth. Such cold could indeed claim lives. Conversely, during sweltering heat, temperatures soared to 50 or 60 degrees, a veritable inferno poised to extinguish lives. Heaven knows how many souls perished amidst these 2 calamities. Although disaster has yet to strike, it does not hinder him from making early preparations. On November 10th, while on break, Li Ming opened his phone to check for updates, once again infiltrating several groups to assess the situation outside. To his astonishment, within a community chat, there were individuals posting photos of themselves indulging in gourmet meals, some flaunting seafood feasts, others showcasing braised pork, and even a few enjoying hot pot while listening to the howling typhoon. Even more bizarrely, a number of participants engaged in a food-sharing game, oblivious to the monumental troubles their actions could precipitate. Indeed, they were inviting immense chaos. It is crucial to understand that the world is currently in a state of anarchy, particularly in a nation like the Tianhui Empire, characterized by a vast government and a small society. Once the government collapses, the entire nation would descend into turmoil. The absence of such upheaval is not due to a lack of desire for action, but rather a collective uncertainty regarding the duration of the impending disasters. Once it becomes unequivocally clear that both the state and government have failed, the ensuing mayhem will be unparalleled, revealing the darkest facets of human nature. Those who once appeared impeccably dressed may, in truth, harbor the instincts of beasts. Individuals who outwardly seem honest may well be fearsome demons in disguise. In the end, amid apocalyptic calamities, all will resort to extreme measures for survival. At that juncture, notions of law and morality will hold no sway. The end times will transform into a haven for marauders and criminals. The very individuals boasting about their food supplies in the chat will become the first targets when scarcity threatens their lives. In the absence of moral and legal constraints, the actions of these marauders will not seem surprising. The atrocities he witnessed in his dreams reached a level of horror beyond comprehension. Naturally, in a group where some flaunt their culinary delights, others seek assistance. Particularly in vibrant cities like Malga, where youth abound, few young individuals take to cooking. In upscale neighborhoods, most rely predominantly on takeout. Among them are many so-called little fairies who appear dazzling on the outside but extravagantly spend, accumulating an array of luxury cosmetics, designer handbags, and high-end face masks, yet lacking in sustenance. Perhaps some of these delicate beings possess a few snacks at home, but such items are hardly sufficient to stave off hunger. Thus, there remains a multitude of individuals who are devoid of essential supplies, with pleas for assistance resonating throughout the group. Are there any benevolent souls willing to share sustenance? My provisions were entirely consumed yesterday. I would even offer 1,000 yuan for a mere packet of instant noodles. The day before yesterday, I managed to procure only a small bag of rice, yet I possess no pot to cook it. I am of fair complexion, striking beauty, and long legs. Are there any gallant gentlemen willing to deliver food to me? You understand. After posting, I additionally included a discreet photograph of myself, alluringly attired in a manner that tantalizes the hearts of men. In summary, as the apocalypse commenced, a semblance of order was still tenuously upheld. After all, at present, individuals can, to some extent, procure supplies through relatively peaceful means, rendering the atmosphere within the group somewhat harmonious. Chapter 17. The development of the base, however. This relatively harmonious atmosphere would not endure for long, as not everyone could procure supplies. Particularly, there existed individuals of inherently malevolent nature. For them, the apocalypse was, to be frank, a fertile ground and a paradise. On this day, after briefly perusing the messages within the group, Li Ming found nothing particularly noteworthy, save for the fact that someone had shared videos and images from various regions across the nation. This disaster, indeed, was of national magnitude. It was not merely Marjaya City that suffered, but the entire empire was engulfed in turmoil, with incessant torrential rains, typhoons, and tornadoes wreaking havoc. It was only the third day of the apocalypse, and the collapse of order was still a distant reality. Moreover, as everyone remained confined indoors, their understanding of the outside world, though somewhat facilitated by the internet, was severely limited. At present, certain relevant departments of the empire's various levels of government were still fulfilling their duties. For instance, the firefighting and rescue teams had deployed personnel to assist those trapped in vehicles and other perilous situations. Naturally, such rescues were fraught with danger, for outside, the winds howled fiercely amidst the fury of typhoons and tornadoes. Consequently, while some individuals were successfully rescued by the empire's firefighting units, others met their doom alongside the rescue personnel. After all, a rescue boat is but a fragile vessel when confronted with the terror of nature. In addition to this information, there were reports of some individuals succumbing to the torment and taking their own lives. For Li Ming, he merely observed these messages with a detached gaze, particularly those concerning suicides. He had witnessed far more brutal and bloody scenes in his dreams. As time progressed, the events grew increasingly inhumane. For instance, the tragic tales of orphan mothers who, in despair, leapt into the water with their 2 young children were all too common. In this apocalyptic world, mere sustenance in the form of food and water was insufficient. One required formidable psychological resilience to survive. Without a strong will to endure, not everyone would emerge unscathed. In truth, concerning the suicides of these orphan mothers, Li Ming surmised that death might be a preferable fate. For perishing in the early days of the apocalypse spared on at this moment, the entire city of Malga was engulfed in darkness, devoid of any glimmer of light. Upon witnessing this dire situation, Li Ming surmised that Malga had undoubtedly entered a phase of water and power outages. It was only a matter of time before the internet would also cease to function. Indeed, events that followed corroborated Li Ming's conjecture. When he attempted to check the group chat at 6 in the evening, he discovered that the network was inaccessible. Only through a satellite connection was he able to regain access. Upon reviewing the messages in the group, he found that they were predominantly from 4 to 5 hours prior, indicating that everyone was in a state of disconnection. The prolonged silence was not due to a lack of desire to communicate, but rather the absence of a network, rendering them unable to send messages. Determined to set aside these weighty thoughts, Li Ming chose to inspect his base. In this realm, he reigned as the undisputed sovereign, wielding supreme authority over the facility. He first surveyed the cultivation area, which spanned approximately 20 square kilometers. Nearly half of this expanse was dedicated to industrial purposes. The remaining half had to accommodate barracks, living quarters, cultivation zones, and livestock areas. Consequently, the actual size of the cultivation area was reduced to a mere 3 square kilometers. While this may seem modest, it translates to roughly 500 acres of land. Of this expanse, 500 acres were allocated to orchards, with 1,000 acres devoted to medicinal herbs, another 1,000 acres to soybeans, 1,000 acres to potatoes and sweet potatoes combined, and the final 1,000 acres reserved for the cultivation of alfalfa and similar plants. Despite having acquired an astronomical amount of resources, it remained imperative to ensure self-sufficiency in production, a principle of utmost importance. After all, possessing resources oneself is far more advantageous than relying on others. Furthermore, in the pursuit of rebuilding civilization, agriculture would be indispensable. Presently, Li Ming's farming endeavors were not solely for immediate yields, but also for research and exploration into agricultural development models in the post-apocalyptic landscape. Due to the subterranean nature of the base, which lacked sunlight, artificial synthetic light sources were employed. While artificial light does not compare to sunlight, the ability to artificially simulate solar illumination under such circumstances was the pinnacle of Li Ming's capabilities. This synthetic sunlight not only retained the characteristics of natural sunlight, but also possessed thermal radiation properties inherent to it. Thus, in a certain sense, substituting artificial light for sunlight was not an impossibility. As he examined the cultivation area, he noted that some crops had begun to sprout tender shoots, casting a delicate green hue, a manifestation of life that uplifted Li Ming's spirits. He then proceeded to inspect the livestock sector. Employing an ecological cycle model that integrated both cultivation and animal husbandry, even the wastewater and manure generated by the livestock served a purpose. Currently, his farm housed 2,000 pigs, 500 cattle, 500 sheep, along with 5,000 chickens, ducks, and geese each, and 200 rabbits. In many respects, this arrangement sufficiently met the base's daily requirements for meat, eggs, and dairy products. These entities possess the remarkable ability to propagate independently. In the apocalyptic realm, the existence of such living creatures holds immense value. Even the mere survival of 2 chickens carries significant strategic importance for the continuation of their species. After surveying the breeding area, he nodded in satisfaction and proceeded to inspect the heavy industry sector. This aspect was of paramount concern to him, without exception. For heavy industry stands as the very core of the core. At that moment, the processing plant was diligently engaged in the research and enhancement of certain technological equipment acquired from the Empire of the Sky. Simultaneously, modifications were being made to the weaponry of 3 synthetic battalions, tailoring them more closely to the soldiers' usage habits. Chapter 18. Beings amidst the tempest. Li Ming's existence within the shelter could undoubtedly be described as fulfilling. He had no concerns regarding sustenance or safety. However, the residents of the neighborhoods in Malga City were far from sharing such a sanguine outlook, as the typhoon raged with unprecedented ferocity. Many households found their windows shattered by debris hurled by the tempestuous winds. Once the glass shattered, the torrential rain began to inundate their homes. It is essential to note that it was now November, and the Northern Hemisphere had entered the traditional winter season. Though Malga City is considered a southern part of the empire, the temperatures remained quite frigid. Coupled with the relentless downpour, water levels began to rise alarmingly. Merely 3 days into the apocalypse, the water had already reached the windowsills of first-floor residences. Should the deluge persist, those residing on the ground floor would be compelled to evacuate. Yet, with the unyielding storm raging outside, finding alternative shelter was an insurmountable challenge. The city's barely functioning departments were in no position to mount rescue efforts. Consequently, those whose homes were on the brink of submersion could only retreat to the corridors. And even then, they had to ascend to the upper levels. However, many corridor windows had also succumbed to the storm, rendering life in these passages far from comfortable. Especially given the cold, adults could manage the situation with some fortitude, but what of the children? Moreover, residing in the corridors posed its own set of complications, particularly concerning the pressing issue of sanitation. The availability of restrooms, a significant concern under normal circumstances, was now a grave problem. Typically, sewage treatment facilities would address such matters. But in the wake of the apocalypse, these systems had ground to a halt. The city's sewage infrastructure was rendered ineffective in Malga City. With its staggering population of 60 million, produced a daunting amount of waste daily, a truly horrifying figure. This moment starkly revealed the city's fragility. Thus, the inhabitants were left to devise their own solutions within the corridors. Initially, they resorted to using plastic bags, discarding them into the rising waters. However, as supplies dwindled, they were left with no choice but to knock on doors, seeking to borrow a restroom. Yet, no one would answer. Who could blame them? The uncertainty of letting strangers into their homes was palpable. What if those individuals overstayed their welcome? An adage speaks of the ease of inviting a deity. But the challenge lies in sending them away, a sentiment that resonated deeply in this context. Therefore, the most prudent course of action was to leave doors firmly closed, sparing all parties the embarrassment. Moreover, many were not merely seeking a restroom, they were covertly searching for a new place to reside. In a society where human nature is tested even in times of peace, mistrust ran rampant. It is often said that one cannot truly understand another's heart. And in this dire circumstance, indifference prevailed. Even a simple act of helping a fallen elder could lead to accusations and complications, as some officials might question the motive behind such kindness. Thus, in these trying times, apathy reigned supreme. Human nature is inherently selfish. In a scenario where a few robust men are involved and your female companions possess notable beauty, such a situation transforms from assistance to a perilous invitation. At times, one's selfishness serves as the most effective form of self-preservation. Within this grim context, The first instinct of those forced out by the flood is to scour the entire building for vacant apartments. Discovering an empty residence would be fortuitous, providing a temporary refuge. Conversely, if the building offers no such options, some may opt for a more audacious choice, to venture out and seek vacant spaces in other buildings, hoping to relocate. However, those who choose to swim out in search of shelter seldom return. The raging winds and flood waters only claim more lives, rendering their efforts futile. The relationships among neighbors in the city have always been rather indifferent, and this apocalyptic atmosphere has only exacerbated the situation, leading to sporadic disputes resonating through communities nationwide, obliterating any semblance of harmony. Many who once thrived in upscale neighborhoods, glamorous celebrities, or beautiful companions of wealthy patrons now find themselves engulfed in profound despair. They typically lack essential supplies such as rice, flour, oil, vegetables, and meat, often relying solely on snacks like chips and shrimp chips that fail to sustain them. These individuals, accustomed to lavish meals courtesy of their affluent benefactors, now face hunger, a reality difficult for them to accept. Even in their hunger, they turn their noses up at instant noodles and bread, for they are, after all, delicate beings, stripped of their former splendor. The instinct for survival drives these once ethereal figures to make decisions more aligned with practicality than their previous indulgences. Consequently, in this dystopian world, the age-old profession of transactional relationships resurfaces, not merely revived, but flourishing anew. In truth, exchanging one's body for resources in the name of survival carries no shame. Thankfully, the chaos is yet to spiral completely out of control, allowing these enchanting beings to procure supplies through relatively peaceful means. Li Ming, in his dreams, witnesses even grimmer scenes, where women are bartered as mere commodities. Indeed, in this ravenous, dark world, the fate of women is tragically bleak. They risk becoming instruments of gratification for nefarious forces, tools for material gain, and, in dire circumstances, reserves of sustenance. Never underestimate the grotesque aspects of human nature, particularly in an apocalypse devoid of legal and moral constraints, where the likelihood of women being treated as mere livestock is alarmingly high. This phenomenon is not confined to apocalyptic times. Even during prosperous dynastic eras, calamities have historically led to the emergence of such predicaments. According to relevant historical records, the quality of human flesh is deemed best in children, followed closely by that of young women. In this present apocalyptic era, men possess an undeniable advantage in terms of strength and other capabilities. Consequently, those women who once reveled in exuberance now face dire fates. The apocalypse shows no regard for one's status, and nefarious forces disregard identity altogether. In the eyes of these individuals, women are reduced to mere instruments, their worth even less than a mere bag of salt. For sustaining women requires the consumption of food and other resources. Such malevolent entities are certainly not engaged in charitable endeavors. Chapter 19. Preparations for departure. The Tianhui Empire has long maintained a stringent stance against gambling, drugs, and violence, with the underlying reason for this rigorous enforcement not solely focused on these vices themselves, but rather on the violence that often accompanies them. At this juncture, the empire had not yet succumbed entirely to chaos. As the apocalypse was still in its nascent stages, the populace, for the most part, had some provisions stored away, sparing them from starvation. Furthermore, many believed that this calamity would soon pass. However, once the reality of the apocalypse became fully apparent, societal order would inevitably disintegrate without the guidance of a robust governmental structure, leading to increasingly dire circumstances for ordinary citizens, particularly vulnerable young women, whose fates would be grim. In a world devoid of law and morality, violence becomes the sole arbiter of order. Thus, Li Ming amassed a considerable stockpile of arms, intent on forming his own army. From the moment the apocalypse dawned, the empire's military was destined to suffer significant losses, both in personnel and equipment. Consequently, Li Ming prepared to establish a new order, necessitating the acquisition of substantial military resources. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was the 6th day since the onset of the apocalypse. Li Ming dutifully checked in. Ding. Host check-in successful. Congratulations, the host has obtained blueprints for an underground airport, technical schematics for ultra-long-range heavy transport helicopters, and a complete set of technical documentation. Excellent. Li Ming promptly claimed these items and began his research. After thorough consideration and analysis, Li Ming concluded that now was not the opportune moment to construct the underground airport. It would be prudent to wait until the torrential rain subsided. In contrast, the feasibility and utility of the ultra-long-range transport helicopter aligned more closely with his current needs, as the takeoff and landing requirements for this type of helicopter were significantly less demanding than those of fixed-wing aircraft. He immediately took the technical blueprints and documentation to the laboratory for study and mass production. According to the technical specifications, this helicopter boasted an impressive range of 500 kilometers, a payload capacity of approximately 30 tons, and a maximum speed of up to 680 kilometers per hour. The tactical and strategic value of such a large transport helicopter was immense. Remarkably, manufacturing this helicopter was within the capabilities of his current industrial processing level, prompting him to proceed with production. With this asset, provided the quantity was sufficient, he could facilitate large-scale air transport when necessary, such as moving heavy equipment like infantry fighting vehicles or lifting large-caliber artillery for combat support. Its utility was boundless. As Li Ming diligently bolstered his military strength, the residents of the city began to live in a state of constant apprehension. As ominous masked marauders began to surface within certain neighborhoods, they commenced their nefarious acts of breaking and entering, leading to the tragic demise of men, the plunder of resources, and the abduction of attractive women. The innocence of children was similarly compromised, revealing the latent malevolence that lurked within human nature as societal order began to unravel. On this fateful day, November 14th, 2025, marking the 7th day of the apocalypse, a sliver of good news emerged. The relentless typhoon that had wreaked havoc for an entire week had finally subsided. Yet, even as the tempest abated, the sky remained shrouded in darkness, akin to the bottom of a cauldron, while torrential rains continued to pour incessantly. To illustrate, it was as if the heavens had ruptured. Despite the deluge, conditions had become favorable for individuals to venture out in search of supplies. However, the floodwaters had risen to engulf the second floor, reaching depths of over 7 meters, with some low-lying areas submerged even deeper, rendering most hesitant to risk the treacherous waters in pursuit of provisions. Li Ming received a notification from the system. Ding. System announcement. Dear host, the external typhoon has ceased. Although heavy rain persists, the host may choose to venture out in search of supplies. While contemplating this, Li Ming's high-powered walkie-talkie crackled to life. This device had a coverage range of 500 kilometers, and each of the 5 Special Forces operatives assigned to monitor his relatives was equipped with one. The ringing indicated an update on their situation. Li Ming grasped the walkie-talkie and pressed the receive button. This is the command center. Please respond. Report, Commander. This is Spider One. I have been monitoring the target for approximately a week, and issues with supply have begun to arise. Please advise. Spider One. What is the status of the other 4? Commander, our intelligence indicates that the remaining 4 targets have also encountered supply issues. However, they are not yet in immediate danger. Each of these individuals possesses their own security detail. I understand. You 5 continue your surveillance and report any developments promptly. Understood. Li Ming felt a surge of excitement. As the opportunity for vengeance approached, he promptly mobilized 100 Special Forces operatives, 80 of whom were equipped with dimensional pockets designed for the collection and transport of various resources. The remaining 20 would accompany him to directly apprehend this group for further investigation. The troops quickly assembled, and a lieutenant colonel saluted, reporting, Commander, the troops are fully assembled. Please provide instructions. Li Ming returned the salute and declared, Brothers, I have a mission for you. Members of teams 1 through 8. Each of you shall carry a dimensional pocket and proceed to gather supplies. The supplies you have gathered primarily consist of steel, construction materials, decorative elements, furniture, hardware, and miscellaneous items, as well as books from various universities and libraries in the city of Malga. These materials form the core of our inventory. Any encountered living essentials shall be collected, while those not encountered may be disregarded. Captain of the first squad, I entrust these tasks to your capable hands. Yes. The lieutenant colonel responded with a salute, and soon the 8 sub-teams began to retrieve their respective dimensional pockets and associated gear. Subsequently, Li Ming addressed the remaining 20 individuals, instructing them to follow him for other assignments. Yes. With Li Ming's command issued, all the Special Forces soldiers donned their appropriate equipment, which included specialized military raincoats, bulletproof vests, and helmets. Each soldier was armed with an AKM assault rifle and 7 magazines, in addition to various explosives and detonators intended for breaching. The 20 individuals led by Li Ming were equipped with 2 PKM machine guns, each with a supply of 300 rounds. They also possessed 2 SVD sniper rifles, while the remainder, including Li Ming, was armed with an AKM equipped with various tactical attachments and 7 magazines of ammunition. Their sidearm consisted of a Glock pistol and a combat knife for each soldier, along with additional explosives. The troops swiftly commenced their mission. Chapter 20. The Revenge Operation 1. Li Ming, accompanied by 100 fully armed Special Forces, embarked on their mission aboard modified assault boats. These vessels, enhanced for superior performance, could traverse an impressive 700 kilometers on a single tank of fuel. Their reliability and speed had significantly improved, while their design boasted enhanced stability against winds and capsizing, coupled with a marked reduction in noise. The most notable advancement lay in the boat's construction, utilizing a self-repairing material that could mend any breaches, alongside a fortified hull capable of withstanding gunfire from handguns. The group, with 10 assault boats at their disposal, split into different directions. While Li Ming and his 20 special forces took 3 boats, the distance from Li Ming's base to the heart of Malga City was merely 15 kilometers, and approximately 20 kilometers to the villa district where his relatives resided. Navigating the familiar terrain, Li Ming swiftly located the villa area, which is typically situated on the outskirts of urban zones, allowing him to avoid entering the city and encountering any cries for help. In a short span, the 3 assault boats reached the villa district, only to find the main gate securely locked. Li Ming contacted the 5 special forces assigned to monitor his relatives, discovering they had taken refuge in a nearby cave. These operatives were surveilling the group through discreetly installed cameras. After reviewing the surveillance footage, Li Ming nodded in satisfaction. He then gestured for the 5 soldiers to lead the way as they prepared to launch their assault on the villa district. Armed with an ACAM rifle, Li Ming followed closely behind the 5 special forces, initiating their covert entry into the villa area. The geographical elevation of the district proved advantageous, although the flood waters were substantial. Only the ground floor of the villas was submerged. The group effortlessly infiltrated the premises and scaled the walls to access a designated villa. Inside, Li Ming's uncle, Li Wei, was deeply troubled. Apart from his own family of 5, 4 bodyguards were present, and their food supplies were dwindling. At that moment, Li Wei received a report from one of the bodyguards. "Mr. Li, it appears someone has entered our villa yard." "What? Someone has entered?" Li Wei's expression darkened, fearing it was an attempt to seize their supplies. "Mr. Li, the situation seems unusual. These individuals appear to be soldiers," the bodyguard observed after a brief assessment. "Soldiers? Could it be that the imperial government has come to rescue us entrepreneurs?" Li Wei exclaimed with joy. "Mr. Li, please stay put. I will take 3 of my men to investigate the situation." The captain of the bodyguards, cautious and deliberate, signaled for 4 of them to ascend to the villa's rooftop for a better vantage point. "Everyone in the yard, don't move, or we will open fire," the bodyguard captain shouted. "Don't shoot. I am Li Wei's nephew, here to escort him to my safe haven," Li Ming called out. "Mr. Li's nephew?" The 4 bodyguards momentarily froze. During their bewilderment, several of Li Ming's special forces soldiers emerged from the water, brandishing AKMs, and unleashed a barrage of gunfire upon the guards. Following a series of rapid shots, the 4 bodyguards collapsed, bullets striking them down, their blood mingling with the rainwater and flowing into the rising flood below. At that moment, the occupants of the villa heard the gunfire, and Li Wei, startled, urgently summoned his family to prepare, clutching a handgun in his hand. Among the 6 individuals accompanying Li Ming, he and another soldier provided cover with their AKMs, vigilant against potential ambushes. The remaining 4 special forces soldiers directed their fire at the windows, shattering the glass with ease. As one soldier leaned in to assess the situation inside, an unsettling intuition compelled him to retract his head just in time. Bang! A gunshot erupted from within the villa, a bullet whizzing past the soldier's ear. Another soldier swiftly produced a grenade and hurled it through the window. With a resounding explosion, the interior of the villa was engulfed in smoke and debris. Seizing this opportunity, 4 special forces soldiers infiltrated the villa, laying down suppressive fire within. Observing the chaos, Li Ming and another soldier took the chance to enter the villa as well. In a corner of the villa, Li Wei, pale and trembling, clutched his handgun, a shard of shrapnel from the grenade having struck his thigh, blood streaming down and causing him to sweat profusely. He was utterly oblivious to the identities of the assailants. Meanwhile, Li Ming and the special forces soldiers began to alternate their cover as they conducted a thorough search, ultimately arriving at the room where Li Wei and his family were hiding. Li Ming patted a soldier on the left shoulder, signaling him to act. The soldier promptly retrieved a flashbang grenade from his belt, while another aimed his weapon at the door lock and fired twice. Then, using the stock of his gun, he pried the door open slightly, and the sound of gunfire erupted from within, aimed at the door. The soldiers took cover on either side, evading the incoming bullets. After a rapid sequence of 7 shots, the gunfire ceased, and the wooden door was riddled with bullet holes, splintering into fragments. At that moment, the soldier armed with the flashbang seized the opportunity when the gunfire paused, tossing the grenade inside. A dull thud resonated, and then one soldier drew his handgun and entered the room, finding a middle-aged man, around 40, frantically reloading his own weapon. Without hesitation, he fired, shattering the man's hand, causing the handgun to clatter to the floor. The remaining Special Forces soldiers then entered the room, weapons drawn, swiftly regaining control of the situation and confiscating any remaining arms. Once the area was secured, Li Ming entered the room, gun in hand. At last, Li Wei regained his composure, and his gaze fell upon Li Ming, who was now seated in a computer chair, casually toying with his handgun. Li Ming, is that you? Li Wei stammered, his pallor suggesting either the pain of his injury or the shock of seeing Li Ming. Ha, my dear uncle, are you somewhat surprised to see me? Li Ming remarked with a cold smirk. What brings you here? Li Wei's face displayed palpable fear. Of course. I have come to engage in a conversation with my beloved uncle. Shall I offer you a hint? Perhaps we could discuss the circumstances surrounding my parents' demise? Li Ming said, with a sardonic smile. Weren't your parents killed in a car accident? Li Chang interjected. Is that so? Li Ming's laughter was chilling as he pointed a handgun at Li Wei from a distance of 3 meters. I shall inquire once more. How did my parents meet their end? Speak. At that moment, Li Ming's expression was filled with murderous intent, starkly contrasting his previously amicable demeanor. His finger poised ominously on the trigger, ready to unleash violence at any moment. Chapter 21. The Vengeance Operation 2. Li Chang wore an expression of disdain. Who do you think you are? Do you believe this is still a decade ago? Am I still obligated to bow before you? Your parents are dead. Do you understand? The entire Li Corporation now belongs to me, Li. You, an orphan, should be grateful I spared your life back then, don't you think? Li Ming, however, displayed no sign of anger. Instead, he raised his hand and fired a shot, hitting Li Chang squarely in the thigh. He then unleashed a barrage of gunfire, targeting Li Chang's remaining limbs. Oh, it hurts so much. Li Chang's limbs were shattered by the bullets, leaving him to writhe on the ground, crying out in agony. I detest interruptions when I question others. Did I permit you to speak? Li Ming remarked coldly, aiming his gun at Li Wei. He added with a smirk, Dear uncle, why don't you enlighten me about this matter? At that moment, Li Wei was taken aback. His normally mild-mannered nephew had actually dared to fire a weapon without a hint of remorse. Li Ming, let us discuss this calmly. I truly know nothing about your parents. Li Wei remained obstinate. Uncle, you choose not to speak? That is fine. We have ample time to play. If you refuse to divulge information, I still have a few other uncles to consult. They should be arriving soon. Perhaps you all can deliberate on whether to share what you know. No sooner had Li Ming spoken than a soldier approached, reporting, Commander, the remaining personnel have been brought in. Shall we interrogate them together? Li Ming nodded. Very well. Let my dear uncles have a family reunion and discuss matters thoroughly. Soon, the families of Li Ming's other uncles were ushered in at gunpoint, and Li Wei and the others were bound, brought to the largest room on the second floor, where they all knelt. Upon seeing Li Ming, their faces turned ashen. Li Ming wasted no time. My beloved uncles, it has been some time. Have you forgotten your nephew? I invited you here for a reason. As the saying goes, debts must be settled with their rightful owners. Many years ago, my parents perished in a mysterious car accident, and you seized the Li Corporation that rightfully belonged to me while I was still a child. We must settle these accounts. No sooner had Li Ming finished speaking than a young man shouted, Li Ming, carrying a firearm within the territory of the Tianhui Empire is against the law. Are you not afraid of imprisonment? Upon recognizing his cousin Li Huaqing from his second uncle's family, Li Ming smiled. Isn't this my dear cousin? Whether I end up in prison remains uncertain, but you might be facing death very soon. Bang! Li Ming raised his hand and shot directly at Li Huaqing's chest. Li Huaqing fell, blood spewing from his mouth, evidently on the verge of death. Bang! Bang! Li Ming fired 2 more shots, ensuring the deed was done. I do not indulge in idle chatter. Pray tell, who orchestrated the events concerning my parents all those years ago? Whoever reveals this shall be granted clemency. After reloading his firearm, he once again aimed it at the crowd. The ferocity of Li Ming's demeanor instilled fear in everyone present. Li Chang sneered, Li Ming. It was I who orchestrated the events a decade ago. I didn't do much, merely tampered with your parents' vehicle, and then boom, an end to it all. Following this proclamation, he erupted into maniacal laughter. Surprised, are we? The accident was quite simple. Billions in assets at stake. And your parents merely whisked us from the village with a few million to silence us. Your mother and father are truly the height of hypocrisy. In retrospect, we should have eliminated you alongside them. That would have been perfect. Li Ming turned to the other uncles present. Did you partake in this as well? No. I absolutely did not. Li Ming's fourth uncle exclaimed in horror. Oh, if you did not participate, then how did you acquire your shares? It appears you too are a hypocrite. After mocking him, Li Ming swiftly drew a knife from his waist, seized his uncle's hair, and methodically sliced through his throat. He then kicked his uncle aside, watching as he lay helplessly on the ground, blood pooling like spilled watermelon juice. The coldness of Li Ming's actions sent shivers down everyone's spine. He then approached the second victim, his cousin, who was paralyzed with fear and had soiled himself. "Cousin, please. Spare me," he pleaded. "The matters involving the third uncle had nothing to do with me. Ah, dear brother, you should place the blame on your father and his associates. Fear not. After your demise, I shall ensure ample paper money is burned in your honor." With that, he swiftly severed the cousin's carotid artery. Li Ming proceeded to methodically slaughter each family member of his uncles without the slightest hesitation. It was not bloodlust that drove him. Rather, it was the fact that they had conspired to seize what rightfully belonged to him, and now they must pay the ultimate price for their treachery, namely, their lives. Li Ming, do not kill me. All you desire is to reclaim your shares, yes? I will return my shares, along with all the assets of the Li Corporation. I will give you all my money. Li Wei, now terrified, had soiled himself. He had underestimated the ruthlessness of his nephew, who had slaughtered their family with the ease of dispatching poultry, his hands steady throughout. The courage he once possessed vanished, leaving him trembling like a deflated balloon. "Ah, my dear uncle, how could I possibly bring myself to kill you? Did I not promise that whoever divulged the truth would be spared? I am a man of my word. Since my cousin has revealed the truth, only one of you can be spared." Li Ming tapped Li Wei's face with the bloodied knife. "Is that truly so?" Within Li Wei's heart surged a wave of astonishment. Yet a trace of resentment lingered in his eyes, which was promptly detected by Li Ming. Of course it is true. However, what shall become of your son and daughter, as well as my dear aunt? I can only let one of you go, and I find myself in quite a predicament." Li Ming smiled warmly. "Li Ming, you are nothing short of a demon. They are all innocent," cried Li Ming's aunt. "Spare me your pretense of benevolence. You have enjoyed your fair share for many years. That is quite enough. Humph. Having usurped what rightfully belonged to me, you expect to escape unscathed? Such an opportunity does not exist in this world. Rest assured, I shall ensure that your entire family endures a fate worse than death." Chapter 22. Revenge and the search for supplies. After delivering his words, Li Ming leaned in to whisper a few instructions to the captain of the special forces. The captain nodded in acknowledgement and immediately commenced the task. He indeed seized Li Wei and declared, "Uncle, your nephew is granting you a chance at life. He is taking you out." At that moment, Li Wei, realizing the gravity of the situation, cried out in terror, "No. Li Ming, you cannot do this. Did you not promise to spare my life?" With an expression of feigned innocence, Li Ming replied, "Uncle, I did promise to grant you a chance. But that was my own decision. Whether they choose to spare you is beyond my knowledge. Take him away. Li Ming, you scoundrel." Li Wei was escorted away by a special forces operative, while Li Chang was dealt with personally by Li Ming, who showed no mercy to the rest, treating them as one would a mere chicken. In the end, Li Chang was subjected to a brutal beating that shattered every bone in his body. He endured excruciating torment, each breath akin to a slow and agonizing death, suffering far worse than mere mortality. As for Li Wei, his fate mirrored that of his son. His bones were methodically broken by the special forces, all while Li Ming compassionately administered drugs to keep him painfully conscious. After 3 hours of relentless torture, Li Ming finally ended his life with a swift stroke to the throat, thus concluding his wicked existence. Having avenged himself, Li Ming felt a profound sense of relief wash over him, liberating himself from a long-held obsession. Once this grim task was complete, he meticulously searched the entire villa again, ensuring that no remnants of life remained. He gathered all the bodies into a heap, doused them in fuel, and set them ablaze. Only after witnessing the ashes of all that was left did he depart. Li Ming was prudent. He would leave no traces of his actions. After completing this grim duty, he and his companions exited the villa area and boarded a speedboat, sailing away. When Li Wei's villa caught fire, neighbors witnessed the spectacle but did not intervene. The floods had rendered rescue and fire services non-existent, and under the torrential rain, the blaze would likely extinguish itself soon. With revenge fulfilled, Li Ming felt an exhilarating sense of satisfaction. He steered the speedboat toward the largest luxury car dealership in Malga, aware that it housed a heavy-duty RV. These luxury vehicles would prove invaluable in the aftermath of civilization's collapse. Once gone, they would be irretrievable. Thus, he aimed to procure them and gather other supplies at no cost. The speedboat sped through the city streets, and residents peering from their windows, seeing a group clad in camouflage raincoats aboard the vessel, mistook them for the Imperial Army and called for help. Li Ming, however, paid them no heed. Securing supplies was paramount, and he had no time to spare on others. To Li Ming, refraining from competing with ordinary people for essential survival resources was the greatest act of mercy he could afford. Certainly, if certain malevolent forces were to amass a significant stockpile of resources, he would not hesitate to eliminate them entirely and seize all their possessions. After all, Such resources would never be distributed to ordinary people by these malevolent entities. Taking them from their grasp is merely a form of plunder. These are two distinct concepts. Li Ming swiftly navigated his vessel to a luxury car dealership, towering 5 stories high. This establishment serves as the regional distributor for luxury automobile manufacturers in the Malga area, showcasing a plethora of prestigious automotive brands. With determination, Li Ming and his companions donned protective goggles and secured L-shaped tactical flashlights on their shoulders, promptly commencing demolition on the wall to create a sizable breach in the blast-resistant glass. At that moment, floodwaters had inundated the first floor of the dealership, while the second floor was already submerged past ankle depth. Li Ming and over 20 others began to scour the entire showroom without overlooking any items. Li Ming searched from the top downwards, while the others raided from the second floor upwards, confiscating all the luxury vehicles. From the rooftop, Li Ming's eyes fell upon a recreational vehicle, modified from a heavy-duty truck, measuring approximately 7 meters in length and over 3 meters in width. Its power system was a hybrid of gasoline and electricity, and the roof was adorned with foldable high-performance solar panels. This vehicle could be utilized for future excursions, albeit requiring some modifications. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Ming commandeered the large recreational vehicle. In addition to this, there were several containers, which upon opening revealed brand-new doomsday vehicles, still encased in protective film. He discovered the keys within a safe. These 4 doomsday vehicles, each from the renowned brands of LePayman, Knight, King, and ATV, were all accepted with a grin. Although these vehicles were civilian models with his modifications, they would embody both the comfort of civilian cars and the durability and protection of military ones. Their all-terrain capabilities were impressive, likely commissioned by an affluent individual from Malga, now fortuitously acquired by Li Ming. Furthermore, aside from the first floor being submerged, the remaining vehicles on the upper floors were pristine luxury cars, all intact. Li Ming unhesitatingly claimed them all, as his storage capacity was ample enough to accommodate such treasures. After half an hour of thorough scavenging, the group proceeded to a nearby large shopping mall. The mall held a wealth of valuable items, starting with the clothing and footwear sections. The apparel primarily consisted of well-known brand names, including autumn and winter collections, encompassing professional attire, sportswear, and casual clothing, all high-quality merchandise. With a wave of his hand, Li Ming signaled his soldiers to immediately retrieve their dimensional pockets and commence the acquisition of clothing and shoes, indiscriminately gathering items for both genders. In the post-apocalyptic world, clothing remains a crucial resource, as after a year of survival, most individuals find their garments tattered and worn. Possessing a single intact piece of clothing is exceedingly rare. After thoroughly rummaging through the clothing section, I swiftly arrived at the discount promotion area of the mall. Here, an array of brands showcased paper towels, delightful sugary beverages, chips, sunflower seeds, daily necessities, cosmetics, and more, all of which were swiftly collected. Opposite this section lay an assortment of household appliances, refrigerators, air conditioners, washing machines, as well as smaller gadgets such as electric kettles, yogurt makers, ice cream machines, bean sprout makers, electric frying pans, and induction cookers, with even the shelves being cleared without exception. Next, I ventured into the living essentials section, where luxurious bedding items such as down comforters, duck-down quilts, air conditioning blankets, sheets, and pillows were gathered as if they were free. Turning the corner, I found myself in the liquor section, which boasted a myriad of exquisite beverages from around the globe. Notable names such as Wuliangxian, Limao, Huadia wine, yellow rice wine, along with XO, Martel, and Bordeaux red wine, not to mention beer and cocktails, were all present, an endless array of brands, both expensive and affordable, none of which Li Ming dismissed. In a post-apocalyptic world, these treasures are capable of restoring sanity and joy. Thus, they must be thoroughly scavenged. Chapter 23. Outing with zero cost. Not only did Li Ming and his companions begin to scavenge the beverages and goods visible on the surface of the water, but they also did not spare the submerged items. After all, with the enhancement from Brother Tongzi, even waterlogged items could be transformed into quality products. In addition to various brands of liquor, there was a considerable assortment of cigarettes. This store within the mall offered not only domestic brands, but also numerous foreign ones, including, but not limited to, cigars from the land of crocodiles. He did not mind if they had been soaked. He gathered them all. For it was a zero-cost acquisition. Why not seize the opportunity? Li Ming's scavenging was not solely about retrieving goods. He also took the counters and shelves, as he intended to establish a grand market in the future. Collecting the counters would save him a great deal of trouble. He then ventured into an area dedicated to tea, where he promptly collected both the loose leaf and packaged varieties along with their shelves. Additionally, there were many vacuum-sealed bags of tea, including Tiguanyin, Jigan Pu'er, plunging, and Maojian. Regardless of their value, these resources would be difficult to replenish in the near future. And he resolved to take them all. The flood was rising swiftly, and time was of the essence for Li Ming. He had to collect everything before the waters surged higher, for if he did not, these supplies would be submerged and ultimately wasted. To some extent, he saw himself as a steward of resources, unwilling to witness their destruction while humanity stood idle. Thus, scavenging was imperative. The harsh reality dictated that he could do little more than look after himself, as he was not an official. Soon regaining his focus, he continued his race against time. He collected all items such as shampoo, body wash, soap, laundry soap, sanitary napkins, disinfectant, and more, leaving nothing behind. He also took toothbrushes, towels, toothpaste, dental kits, soap dishes, milk, and goat's milk without hesitation, knowing that if he left them, they too would succumb to the depths and spoil entirely. Moreover, he gathered vast quantities of packaged brown sugar, rock sugar, yellow rock sugar, and white granulated sugar, various types of milk powder, lotus root powder, milk oatmeal, soy milk powder, as well as canned milk powder, protein powder, and lotus seed soup were swiftly collected, including the shelves. At this juncture, the flood had risen to his knees, leaving him no time to scrutinize labels or pick and choose. Everything within his line of sight was swept away as if locusts had descended. He collected an array of canned goods in glass jars, metal tins, dried fruits, snacks, chocolates, energy bars, biscuits, cheese, and an assortment of vacuum-sealed pork skin, deboned chicken feet, chicken wings, beef jerky, lamb cubes, and various spicy strips and dried tofu. All hastily entered into Li Ming's system space. Next, he arrived at the supermarket section of the mall, where the water continued to rise. He swiftly cleared the shelves of various types of noodles. In the instant ramen area, only the pickled vegetable noodles remained, which Li Ming did not disdain. Instead, he quickly gathered them as well. As for the scent of feet, to be honest, in this apocalyptic world, who has the luxury to be choosy? Having something to eat is already a blessing. Do you even have the right to be selective? Wasting resources is a crime. Soon, the group began to scour the shopping mall on the third floor, collecting various condiments, beef sauce, barrel-packed chili oil, blended oil, salad oil, olive oil, tea seed oil, canola oil, and more, all taken without hesitation. They seized every technologically advanced soy sauce, vinegar, and cooking wine available. For one should feel grateful to still enjoy such modern luxuries in a world so dire. Additionally, they gathered an abundance of various sauces like lao gan ma, olive vegetables, dabanjiang, fermented bean curd, stinky tofu, canned fish with fermented black beans, braised pork, braised beef, canned fruits, hot pot base, boiled beef, sauerkraut fish seasoning packets, and a myriad of other ingredient packages, all disappearing from the shelves in bulk. Li Ming gazed down from the third floor at the submerged supplies below, feeling a pang of sorrow. However, he promptly resumed his scavenging, collecting an array of electronic devices, smartphones, tablets, laptops, and desktop computers, leaving not a single item behind. Moreover, the third floor housed several stores selling massage chairs, which were invaluable treasures. They acquired over 30 of these chairs in one go. After thoroughly pillaging the third floor, they proceeded to the fourth floor, which comprised the dining area of the mall. The shops here were mostly adorned with simple glass doors, easily shattered with just a couple of shots. The group then split up to search, initially targeting the kitchens, where they gathered various spices, cooking equipment, and other essentials, followed by items like grains and oils. Next, they turned their attention to the kitchen's freezers, and to their delight, these freezers were powered by batteries, ensuring that the ingredients remained fresh. Li Ming was overjoyed to discover an assortment of fatty beef, lamb rolls, wagyu, Xinjiang fish, and a variety of frozen seafood and shrimp, all now at their disposal. After ransacking the kitchen, they took every table and chair from the dining area, embodying the principle of leaving no unclaimed bounty behind. After all, such a rare opportunity for a zero-cost shopping spree must be seized with enthusiasm. They then dived into the water, retrieving numerous submerged supplies, leaving no item, not even a single screw, overlooked. Once they finished looting this mall, Li Ming and the others did not rest. Instead, they raced against time and headed straight for the next shopping center. This establishment, called Malgatrade City, can be understood as one of the city's large shopping malls. Due to its elevated location, the flood only submerged the first floor up to their thighs. Upon entering, Li Ming and his companions quickly turned on their flashlights and began their search. Unlike the previous mall, the first floor here was filled with vendors selling daily necessities and small appliances, including various self-absorbing LED lights, electric kettles, pliers, wrenches, power strips, and all sorts of hardware and miscellaneous goods. Even the items submerged underwater were thoroughly scavenged by Li Ming and his group, emptying counters and shelves alike. Just in this first floor, Li Ming and his 20 companions spent over half an hour collecting everything, leaving it utterly bare. The second floor offers a more intriguing array of goods, primarily consisting of bags, clothing, belts, and leather goods. Additionally, there exists a wholesale market for garments on this level, showcasing a diverse selection of attire and footwear. Li Ming is not particular about what he takes. He collects everything, even if a shelf or counter appears entirely bare. His primary focus is on maintaining cleanliness. The third floor is dedicated to various toys and features a food market. This food market boasts a wealth of delightful products. However, prior to the typhoon, a rush of purchases left only a fraction of the goods available. Most of the shelves have been stripped bare of items such as fruit candies, chewing gum, milk candies, instant coffee, chocolate, and crispy sweets. In addition to these items, the market also offers bulk snacks, including various cookies and mooncakes, some of which are individually packaged while others are not. Regardless, Li Ming's space is sufficiently ample, and he takes everything that falls within his line of sight. Chapter 24. Zero-cost shopping. From the bustling trade city, Li Ming acquired an abundance of supplies, predominantly hardware and miscellaneous items rather than survival essentials. His haul encompassed a plethora of cooking utensils, gas stoves, various types of bulbs, electrical wires, and an array of tools required by electricians and other trades. Among his most significant finds was a large store belonging to a prominent solar technology company. The solar panels they produced boasted remarkable efficiency, and the company's prized possession was a battery capable of storing 200 kilowatt-hours of electricity. Additionally, he managed to secure numerous solar panels, which were swiftly packed away, alongside a substantial number of inverters, a fuel generator, and various components related to solar energy production. Moreover, he encountered a wealth of expensive appliances, both imported and domestic, none of which he overlooked, as even trading them for survival points within the system could prove beneficial. After his scavenging expedition, Li Ming glanced at his waterproof military watch. It was already past 8 in the evening. His group decided to establish camp within the trade city for the night. He calculated that, given the rate at which the floodwaters were rising, it would take at least another fortnight for the waters to reach the 6th floor. Li Ming believed there was no fault in his actions, akin to a locust swarm passing through, for the survival supplies he collected were not overly abundant, and he had left ample resources for other survivors. Yet, should these supplies fall into the hands of malevolent forces, he would not hesitate to reclaim them by force. He harbored no obligation to distribute resources freely. If ordinary survivors failed to unite, resulting in their supplies being commandeered by nefarious entities, then their starvation was their own doing. He would not entertain the idea of sheltering survivors until the natural disasters had stabilized and ceased their frequent occurrences. Even then, shelter would not come without a price. To earn food and other essentials, hard work would be required. Li Ming and his companions promptly erected winter tents, outfitted with thermal sleeping bags, an investment valued at over 200,000. Soon, more than 20 individuals gathered around solid fuel fires within the trade city, boiling water and enjoying the delectable marinated chicken legs and prepared dishes Li Ming had procured before the calamity, relishing their feast. Afterward, they retreated into their tents for rest, leaving a few to stand watch for safety. The night passed without incident, and as dawn broke on November 15, 2025, marking the 8th day of the apocalypse, they awoke to their routine check-in. Ding. Host sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired advanced first aid skills. Li Ming assessed this reward from the system. In essence, possessing such first aid capabilities would significantly enhance his survival skills, proving to be an exceptionally practical asset. Following breakfast, the group set off in their speedboat towards the Malga Ceramics home furnishing city. This expedition yielded a substantial stockpile of tiles and various ceramic bathroom fixtures. To Li Ming, every item held value. Even a roll of toilet paper served its purpose. After finishing their lunch, the group hurried to the Empire Steel Market, the largest steel market in the vicinity of the ceramic city. This expansive market was independently constructed by the Imperial Central Bank and encompasses a diverse array of steel and specialized metal materials for both sale and processing. Spanning a staggering 20 square kilometers, the market's inventory represents approximately 15 of the Empire's annual steel production, underscoring its immense scale. A dedicated artificial canal connects the steel market to the port, facilitating direct export of steel. Li Ming gestured with a wave. And apart from the 3 soldiers on night watch resting aboard the ship, the remaining soldiers, including himself, began to don their super diving suits, equipped with oxygen tanks. The market boasted over 500 shops, making it the focal point for Li Ming's scavenging endeavors. Once submerged, aided by a waterproof flashlight, Li Ming discerned the underwater landscape. primarily consisting of factories constructed from colored steel tiles. Many shop roofs had been uprooted during the typhoon, and the submerged rooftops were only about 1 meter deep. Clenching his regulator, Li Ming commenced his descent and began to scour the steel materials within one of the shops. The variety of steel available was impressive, featuring seamless steel pipes of various diameters, steel plates of differing thicknesses, and a substantial quantity of steel coils, in addition to numerous types of rebar and other iron materials. Beyond these items, there were over 600 large plastic sealed barrels, which the system identified as containing various rare metals referred to as industrial monosodium glutamate. The value of these barrels alone was considerable, and their excellent sealing rendered them impervious to flood damage, much to Li Ming's advantage. The discovery of these rare metals filled Li Ming with exhilaration. Moreover, the shop contained an abundance of other metals, including lead, tin, copper, and aluminum. Li Ming also uncovered 20 rolls of tinplate, a stable and non-toxic packaging material commonly used for canned goods, which is prized for its antioxidant properties. Alongside these metals, there was an extensive array of metal machining equipment, including laser cutting and welding devices, all very comprehensive. The others also fared well, and Li Ming and his companions spent an entire day scavenging in this place, each consuming 4 bottles of oxygen before completing their task. Although arduous, the effort proved immensely worthwhile. From this market, Li Ming amassed an astonishing 70,000 tons of steel, 5 million tons of copper, 2 million tons of aluminum, and 2 million tons of lead, along with approximately 500,000 tons of various other metals. The total haul of industrial monosodium glutamate reached around 50,000 tons. And with a 100-fold increase, Li Ming's gains here would be staggering. Nearby, he located an office building where they set up camp to rest. After 2 consecutive days of relentless searching, Li Ming began to feel fatigued. Consequently, after finishing their dinner, the group nestled into their sleeping bags to rest. Throughout the night, no incidents occurred. By the 16th, Li Ming directly contacted several other Special Forces teams via radio to inquire about their status. All teams, this is Eaglehead. Please report your situation, Li Ming inquired. Team 1 reporting, all operations are proceeding smoothly. We have successfully acquired the collections of 2 university libraries, along with relevant electronic research materials, experimental equipment, and classroom furniture, came the response. Additionally, we secured the inventory of a steel market and a building material city. Following this, Team 2 reported, Team 2 is operating without issues, having obtained the collections from 2 university libraries and all computer hard drives and equipment. Furthermore, we have amassed a substantial quantity of classroom furniture and the entire inventory of a large steel market. Chapter 25, Zero-Cost Shopping Outing in Summary. Li Ming's various teams have executed their tasks with remarkable precision. To say the least, they have amassed a considerable quantity of books, metal materials, construction supplies, and renovation materials. It is important to note that construction materials encompass more than just cement. They also include sand, rebar, waterproof insulation materials, various types of electrical wires and cables, PPR pipes, PVC pipes, PERT pipes, aluminum plastic composite pipes, PE pipes, and HEPD corrugated pipes, among others. In addition to these construction supplies, Li Ming's teams have also acquired an abundance of excavators, jackhammers, transformers, and various tools essential for engineering projects. Ultimately, with Li Ming's current haul, he is well equipped to initiate the reconstruction of the city. The dimensional pocket available in the system's marketplace is not inexpensive. It boasts an impressive area of 4 square kilometers and a height of approximately 50 meters. Presently, the dimensional pockets of those teams are filled to half capacity, illustrating the vast quantity of resources they have gathered. Naturally, given Li Ming's character, basic survival supplies such as food are not a primary focus of his scavenging efforts. The food that remains intact and unspoiled is predominantly packaged goods, which, regardless of quantity, hold little allure for Li Ming. The survival supplies he has appropriated from nations around the globe are so abundant that they have caused other countries to experience material shortages. One can only imagine the extent of his acquisitions. Thus, he typically refrains from collecting basic survival supplies in large quantities. However, should a dire situation arise, he would not hesitate to collect what he can to prevent waste. Whether this circumstance leads to the starvation of other survivors is of no concern to Li Ming. He believes that salvaging resources is far superior to allowing them to go to waste. Guided by this philosophy, Li Ming and his team of 20 proceeded directly to the major supermarkets and logistics centers in Malga City. Many warehouses are located underground, and given the current situation, it is likely that numerous supplies have been inundated by water. Nonetheless, it is of little consequence, as there is amplification at play. Even damaged packaged food can be restored to a usable condition. Wastefulness of resources is a disgraceful act. Li Ming and his team arrived at a logistics center, the largest of its kind within the entire Tianhui Empire, without exception. Shipping containers from maritime transport, as well as ground and air logistics, converge at this hub. Additionally, several renowned supermarkets within the empire house their largest logistics warehouses here. However, at this moment, the logistics center, once bustling with heavy trucks, now lies submerged beneath water. Who knows how many resources have been lost to the depths? Li Ming must race against the flood. So he and his companions donned diving suits and equipped themselves with oxygen tanks to venture into the submerged logistics warehouses of these supermarkets in search of underwater supplies. Li Ming estimated that the flooding had occurred only within the past day or two, suggesting that many packaged goods remain intact. Before long, they began to dive in batches into the various warehouses, commencing their scavenging efforts. Li Ming gazed at the submerged warehouse of the Mailong supermarket, overwhelmed with sorrow as he beheld the waterlogged supplies. Consequently, he commenced the arduous task of scavenging. Within a radius of 50 meters, he could effortlessly retrieve both shelves and goods at the mere thought of it. Utilizing this remarkable ability, Li Ming significantly accelerated his scavenging efforts, assisting his fellow team members in increasing their pace as well. After a lengthy day of relentless searching, the entire logistics storage center, encompassing several large supermarkets, was entirely depleted of its inventory, leaving only the logistics containers. To Li Ming, even if the contents of the containers held no intrinsic value, the containers themselves were treasures in their own right. Thus, he began to hastily collect them without hesitation. It was evident that, as the largest logistics hub of the empire, this location processed millions of containers daily. Li Ming tirelessly gathered these containers. Some might wonder about the purpose of the containers. However, aside from the value of their contents, the containers themselves could be repurposed into living quarters. A large container, once outfitted with bunk beds, could comfortably accommodate at least 10 individuals. Moreover, containers possess a degree of sealing and corrosion resistance, making them suitable not only for conversion into shelters but also as potential survival points for the system. Currently, he was the sole individual capable of recovering these submerged containers, a vital resource in a post-apocalyptic world where every commodity is precious. The reconstruction of human industrial civilization following the onset of the apocalypse is a protracted endeavor, and the very survival of human civilization hangs in the balance. This urgency propelled Li Ming to fervently scavenge diverse supplies, laying the groundwork for the future restoration of civilization. Whether one labels him greedy or cold-hearted, the true value of these items could only be realized in his possession. After a grueling day and a half of effort, Li Ming finally cleared the logistics storage center. As his consciousness entered the spatial realm for exploration, he was astonished to discover that his space had expanded. System, how has my space increased? He pondered in confusion. Ding. The system detected that the host has acquired valuable antiques, cultural relics, and jade artifacts, leading to an expansion of space, along with the addition of new functionalities. The system responded. Wow, this feature exists. Li Ming exclaimed in surprise. He then shifted his focus to scavenging museums and exhibition halls, where artifacts abound. System, can I exchange these relics for various technologies or information? Ding. Yes, indeed. This instance activated these functions, allowing the host to autonomously decide the disposition of such items in the future. What about the value of gold and silver? Why didn't you absorb those? He inquired. Ding. This system specifically requires high-value items such as jade and ancient artifacts. Do you understand? Li Ming quickly grasped the situation, and his mind began to race with possibilities. He soon recalled that near Malga City, there existed a home furnishings exposition center in Takla City. This Takla City is the largest furniture manufacturing hub within the empire. Thus, the local government had established an exposition center showcasing an array of exquisite furniture crafted from rare timbers. This was an opportunity that could not be missed. Chapter 26. Journey to Takla City. Takla City is located 60 kilometers northwest of Malga City, within the Maraji province, and is known for its prosperous economy. Without hesitation, Li Ming set forth after thoroughly scavenging the storage and logistics center, navigating his boat directly towards Takla City. After systematic enhancements, the speed of the assault boat surged from a maximum of 100 kilometers per hour to an impressive 200 kilometers per hour, approximately an hour into their journey. Having departed from the urban sprawl of Malga City, Li Ming and his group prepared to rendezvous with the remaining sub-teams to organize their dimensional pockets before proceeding to Takla City. After 2 hours of diligent effort, they successfully sorted through the contents of everyone's dimensional pockets and set sail straight for Takla City. Li Ming's motivations for this visit were twofold: the upcoming Furniture Expo and the presence of a nationally renowned historical museum in Takla City. housing an impressive collection of over 6,000 valuable artifacts, which aligned perfectly with his interests. As for the artifacts themselves, Li Ming pondered their significance in the face of potential human extinction, questioning the relevance of such relics when civilization itself teetered on the brink. His guiding principle was clear: everything must yield to the reconstruction of civilization. After a night of recuperation at their base, they planned to alternate their expeditions for resource gathering the following day. Following a well-deserved rest, Li Ming mobilized 100 soldiers to embark on their mission. Understanding the necessity of rotation and continuous operations, although he had reached the pinnacle of human physical potential through gene-enhancing serums, his soldiers were still mere mortals, necessitating periodic breaks. At 10 o'clock the next morning, Li Ming set out with a contingent of 20 men, instructing the remaining soldiers to return to base upon fulfilling their resource quotas. As they braved the rain, their high-speed journey lasted approximately half an hour, ultimately leading them to the outskirts of Takla City. Upon entering the city, they observed numerous survivors utilizing various tools to scavenge for supplies. Now on the 12th day of the apocalypse, with the typhoon subsided, countless survivors ventured out, employing an array of transportation methods, including assault boats and inflatable rafts. Some even resorted to using plastic basins as makeshift vessels, while others dismantled wooden door panels to construct rudimentary rafts, each individual demonstrating their ingenuity in this dire situation. Li Ming's assault boat attracted considerable attention, with their rifles stowed away in waterproof backpacks due to the rain, rendering them invisible to onlookers. However, the long knives hanging from their waists conveyed an unmistakable aura of intimidation. Although their military uniforms were obscured by raincoats, the camouflage patterns still exuded a formidable presence. With over 20 individuals in their ranks, it was evident they were not to be trifled with, prompting most survivors to wisely refrain from any hostile actions. Li Ming navigated the speedboat with great determination, heading straight for the Furniture Expo Center. However, their 3 colossal speedboats attracted the covetous gaze of some nefarious elements. At that moment, 7 smaller speedboats trailed behind, maintaining a steady distance of approximately 200 meters. Li Ming, peering through binoculars, quickly discerned that these 6 boats were pursuing them. "Damn it, if you seek death, do not blame me," he cursed inwardly, then commanded through the communicator for everyone to prepare for battle, as they were being tracked. Except for the 3 soldiers responsible for operating the boat, the others swiftly assisted one another in retrieving their collapsible stock AKM rifles from their backpacks, quickly chambering rounds and disengaging the safety. After advancing approximately 500 meters, they halted, maintaining a distance of about 70 meters from the pursuing boats. The assailants shouted, "You all better leave behind your supplies and speedboats, and scram." Li Ming scrutinized them through his binoculars, noting that each individual was burly and menacing, with one even rolling up his sleeves to reveal tattoos of a green dragon on the left and a white tiger on the right. They wielded sharply honed steel pipes, and 2 among them brandished crossbows aimed directly at Li Ming and his crew. "Hey, have you stuffed your ears with donkey hair? Can't you understand human speech?" one of the crossbowmen yelled. It was evident that these individuals belonged to a gang, and in the absence of societal order, they represented the gravest threat. Li Ming confirmed their identities and issued a decisive command: "Fire." At his order, all soldiers swiftly raised their AKMs and unleashed a barrage of gunfire upon the gang. The rapid succession of shots echoed rat-tat-tat, as over 20 Special Forces soldiers exhibited remarkable accuracy. In mere moments, 20 of the 40 assailants had fallen, while the remaining 10 were caught off guard and met a similar fate. Bodies tumbled from the speedboats into the water. The 2 crossbowmen were swiftly prioritized targets, and the initial volley of gunfire eliminated them without hesitation. The skirmish was brief, concluding in less than a minute with the complete annihilation of the 43 assailants. Li Ming felt no remorse for the slaughter. Such scum were ubiquitous, wreaking havoc and devoid of humanity. One could argue that eradicating them had, in some indirect way, saved countless lives. Once the threat was neutralized, Li Ming and his team maneuvered their boat closer to the enemy vessels. 3 had been riddled with bullets, leaving 4 intact. They unceremoniously discarded the corpses into the floodwaters and departed with the remaining speedboats. The entire sequence of events, from the onset of violence to their departure, lasted no more than 3 minutes. By the time others arrived in response to the gunfire, all that remained, save for the ever-flowing floodwaters, was an eerie silence devoid of any evidence of the chaos that had transpired. Li Ming and his companions continued their journey, traveling for approximately 5 minutes until they finally arrived at the Wanbo Furniture Exposition. The industrial layout of Takla city centers around Lac Town, predominantly surrounded by furniture factories. The exhibition sales center stands as the nucleus within this core. However, at this moment, The surroundings were engulfed in floodwaters, with only the Furniture Exposition Center remaining steadfast in its location. The entire exhibition center resembles a structure made entirely of glass. The thick glass façade is impervious to an ordinary hammer. Yet, for Li Ming and his team, this posed little challenge. Several Special Forces operatives retrieved explosives and a breaching device, affixing it to the outer glass wall before pressing the detonation button. Chapter 27. Continuation of zero-cost purchase. With a resounding explosion, the thick glass facade was swiftly obliterated by a specialized breaching tool. A group of individuals entered the renowned Furniture Exposition Center, a celebrated landmark in the city of Takla, known globally for its significance. Annually, this center hosts a dedicated exhibition, typically occurring from late October to mid-November, spanning nearly a month. This year's theme revolves around the ancient culture of the Celestial Empire, focusing primarily on vintage-style furnishings. The showcase pieces are predominantly exquisite solid wood furniture, representing the pinnacle of craftsmanship. It is worth noting that if Li Ming did not salvage these solid wood items, there was a high likelihood that survivors would resort to using them as firewood. According to various online sources, the organizers of this exhibition had engaged in extensive promotional activities, leveraging significant connections to procure rare woods such as centuries-old ebony, agarwood, golden silk nanmu, rosewood, and wangwali, among others, to entice visitors. These treasures were to serve as the centerpiece of the exhibition. Promotional materials indicated that the most valuable selections were located on the 7th floor, with the 8th floor primarily designated for offices and leisure dining areas. Although the first floor of the exposition center was adorned opulently, it had succumbed to flooding, housing predominantly historical displays with minimal physical artifacts. Each floor stands approximately 5 to 6 meters high, so the floodwaters had only reached the 2nd floor, with each level covering nearly 2 square kilometers. Li Ming gestured, and the special forces swiftly dispersed, dividing into 6 groups of 3, each tasked with scavenging an entire floor. Li Ming, accompanied by 2 soldiers, ascended to the top 7th floor, where he finally encountered the most valuable and exquisite pieces of furniture from the exhibition. Among them was a 6-meter-long piece of ebony, characterized by its irregular, mottled dark brown surface, displayed within a glass case. This wood, buried for over a millennium, had developed a unique materiality, resembling both wood and stone. In ancient times, its worth could be equated to a fortune, with a single ounce potentially fetching the price of an ounce of gold or even more. However, in the apocalyptic context, its value had diminished, as it bore no utility as sustenance for ordinary survivors. For Li Ming, its worth was merely nominal. With a mere thought, he made the ebony, along with its display case, vanish into his spatial realm. In addition to the ebony, he also discovered numerous pieces of furniture crafted from wangwali, agarwood, and small-leaf rosewood on this level. These pieces of furniture, to be candid, would have commanded a price starting from 7 figures even before the apocalypse. Now, they have all become the spoils of Li Ming. As he scavenged through the remnants, he was astonished to discover the presence of a splendid 4-poster bed, remarkably crafted. Having once been born into affluence, Li Ming could immediately recognize that this exquisite item was handcrafted, fashioned from the precious wood of rosewood, and belonged to the pinnacle of luxury, valued at no less than 9 figures. The bed could undoubtedly be described as a marvel of intricate craftsmanship and artistry. Li Ming recalled it was known as the 1,000 Crafts 4-poster bed. Its size was substantial, akin to that of a small bedroom, complete with a dressing table and other furnishings. Even in ancient times, such an item would be considered a luxury, typically accessible only to the daughters of affluent officials, and thus highly esteemed. Gazing upon this work of art, Li Ming sighed, lamenting that in this desolate world, such treasures would serve little purpose beyond being kindling. Therefore, to prevent such a waste, he decided to take it. In addition to this, he collected numerous precious armchairs, octagonal tables, and other exquisite items. These artifacts, in many ways, are treasures of human civilization, and their destruction in the apocalypse is indeed a tragic loss. I, Li Ming, shall safeguard them for humanity. Li Ming attempted to absorb one of the armchairs into the system space, and to his surprise, he found that the space had indeed expanded slightly. This contraption was genuinely effective. Of course, most wooden furniture lacked such properties, yet it did not deter Li Ming from believing in their potential utility. Who knows if there will come a day when civilization is rebuilt? Li Ming and his companions were indifferent to the value of the items. They simply collected everything in sight. They ascended to the 8th floor, which housed a service hall, a screening room, and around 30 to 40 restaurants, along with cafes, bakeries, and convenience stores. This area was designed for visitors or clients attending exhibitions to relax. Li Ming and his group commenced their search in these venues. While many ordinary vegetables and meats had spoiled, a wealth of valuable goods remained. For instance, they discovered over 20,000 pounds of various grains and flours, along with more than 200 barrels of cooking oil. Furthermore, they stumbled upon an upscale restaurant that yielded over 40 cans of the finest caviar and more than 200 bottles of exquisite red wine. To their delight, they found numerous precious ingredients preserved in a refrigerator that had operated on battery power for a month after the power outage, including steaks, lamb chops, foie gras, various lobsters, and cheeses, all in excellent condition, which they promptly collected. As for the convenience store's stock, aside from a few moldy items, everything else was taken. Expired food merely signifies that it is past its prime. In the midst of an apocalypse, who has the luxury to be discerning? In addition, various coffee beans, sugar cubes, milk, and coffee machines from the CAF, as well as an array of projection equipment and related films from the cinema, were all to be removed. In short, nothing of value could be left behind. Ultimately, Li Ming arrived at the office area, where he promptly entered the chairman's office. He was greeted by a row of wine racks and a knife stand holding a solitary blade. Additionally, there were several safes, likely containing valuable items. Li Ming employed his specialized equipment to unlock a few of the safes, uncovering a trove of treasures, in addition to gold bars. He discovered numerous pieces of jade and similar artifacts. Intriguingly, he also stumbled upon an M9 pistol accompanied by 200 rounds of ammunition. Furthermore, he found a staggering sum of $2 million in cash. Chapter 28. Coordinates provided by the system without a moment's hesitation. Li Ming promptly seized these items along with the safe. As for the paper currency, one could only say that in the early days of the apocalypse, it held some value. However, as the catastrophe progressed, society gradually reverted to a primitive barter system. The currency itself holds little intrinsic worth. It is merely the credibility of the government that transforms it into a generally accepted equivalent. Given that the entire empire has collapsed, the value of paper currency is indeed questionable. Nonetheless, it could serve well as a collector's item. Once the supplies here were sorted, everyone convened to compile their resources. Followed by a midday meal. After lunch and an hour's respite, they resumed their journey towards the largest and most renowned museum in the area. Due to the flooding, part of the museum had been submerged, and many artifacts were left to soak in the water. Li Ming, undeterred, donned his diving gear and began to scavenge. Any artifact of age, regardless of authenticity, was collected. Before long, they discovered the museum's storeroom, which, fortunately, had remained dry. They swiftly continued their search, emptying the storeroom of genuine artifacts. By the time they finished at the museum, it was already 6 in the evening, and there was still one more task at hand: the city's largest herbal market. Takla City is not only home to a nationally acclaimed furniture center, but also a renowned hub for herbal medicine. The empire's wholesale market for herbs is located here, boasting quantities comparable to what Li Ming had stockpiled before the disaster. However, herbs that remain submerged for too long may lose their potency. The group worked through the night, armed with flashlights, to scour the herbal market. Thankfully, the market consists of 4 levels, and due to its elevated location, only the first floor had been inundated. Li Ming began his search from the bottom up, leaving no soaked item behind. He was determined to collect something. After several hours of diligent scouring, they managed to retrieve a significant amount of herbs and various processing equipment from the market. They then proceeded to the nearby storage area, sweeping through it completely. With such a substantial haul, Li Ming felt a deep sense of satisfaction. The next morning, Li Ming awoke and carried out his usual check-in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully surviving in the apocalypse for half a month. Today's check-in reward is the coordinates of a large breeding and greenhouse area located on the outskirts of Takla City. The coordinates have been dispatched. Please access your electronic map to locate it. After the system concluded its announcement, it fell silent. Coordinates for a breeding farm and greenhouse. Li Ming murmured to himself. His curiosity piqued regarding what treasures might await him there. After the group finished their meal, they swiftly launched their speedboat and headed towards the coordinates. Li Ming was acutely aware that the system would not provide coordinates without good reason. It was highly likely that valuable resources awaited them. Takla is indeed a considerable city, regarded as a robust second-tier metropolis within the empire. The urban area is expansive, and their speedboats are quite striking. Along the way, several individuals in uniform attempted to requisition Li Ming's speedboat, but he paid them no heed. With the empire's governmental structures in disarray, one could only speculate on their intentions. If the boat were to be commandeered, would it ever return? In such tumultuous times, the best course of action is to prioritize one's own safety. Li Ming and his companions navigated swiftly, being mindful of whirlpools and other hazardous zones prevalent in urban waters. After approximately 40 minutes, they reached the outskirts of the city. Upon nearing their destination, Li Ming discerned something unusual in the water. After scrutinizing with binoculars, he confirmed it was, astonishingly, a pig. Coupled with the coordinates provided by the system, it became evident that this area was a large-scale breeding zone, likely harboring a significant number of live pigs. Excitedly, Li Ming steered the boat closer, securing the pig aboard before proceeding to inspect the surroundings. Eventually, he located the breeding area, which was situated on hilly terrain. The elevation made it rare for pigs to wander far from their enclosures. Through his binoculars, he observed that most of the breeding facilities appeared well maintained, suggesting a high survival rate for the animals within. This opportunity was too valuable to overlook. Maneuvering his speedboat onto the hills, he trudged through the mud towards the breeding zone, ultimately encountering animals within the vast complex, indicative of large-scale farming operations. Li Ming, accompanied by a few men, commenced reconnaissance and soon detected signs of human habitation. Approaching cautiously, they identified a building where occupants had once resided. A whiff of a metallic scent caught his attention: blood. It was unmistakably human blood, and Li Ming quickly deduced that a violent incident had transpired here. He and 3 soldiers positioned themselves outside one of the buildings, listening intently to the voices within. "Brother Hu, I never imagined we would stumble upon such a place. What luck we have," exclaimed one man cheerfully. "Indeed, you ought to know who I am. I have long been aware of this large breeding zone. With its former owner eliminated, it now belongs to us," another man replied. "It's a pity about that woman. She's quite beautiful yet." The man referred to as Brother Hu swiftly struck his companion, declaring, "We cannot afford to keep her. Did you not see the hatred in her eyes? In these times, preserving her would only be inviting disaster." "Yes, yes, you are right, big brother," they echoed, laughter erupting from within the room. "Enough with the laughter, brothers. With this breeding zone under our control, we possess an abundance of meat. With such sustenance, there is nothing we cannot accomplish. As long as there are resources and people, what is there to fear in the pursuit of great endeavors?" The brothers inside the house exclaimed their unwavering loyalty to Brother Hu. Li Ming finally comprehended the situation. It turned out that a group of nefarious forces had murdered the original owner and claimed this place as their own. My apologies, but this is now mine," Li Ming mused inwardly. He then made a hand signal, prompting the other Special Forces soldiers to follow suit. Everyone readied their AKM assault rifles, prepared to strike at any moment. Li Ming made a gesture across his throat, and all understood the implication. Subsequently, this group aimed their AKMs directly at the window and opened fire. Chapter 29. The Seizure of the Livestock. Rat-a-tat-tat. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. The soldiers, armed with AKM rifles, unleashed a volley of gunfire, alternating between short bursts. As the first line of soldiers shattered the glass with their shots, others quickly produced grenades, hurling them into the room. Boom, boom, boom. 3 successive grenades were thrown inside, resulting in earth-shattering explosions that sent shockwaves and fragments of human flesh spewing from the shattered windows. In the aftermath of the grenade throw, everyone swiftly sought refuge. Once the explosion subsided, a group of 7 or 8 soldiers brandished their Glock handguns, illuminating their path with flashlights as they entered the premises to conduct a search. The initial sight that greeted them was the lifeless bodies of a man and a woman in the living room, brutally slain. The woman, possessing a striking appearance, had disheveled clothing, a tragic reminder that beauty in a post-apocalyptic world often invites peril. Upon entering the recently attacked room, the Special Forces discovered a scene of carnage. With 8 or 9 individuals lying lifeless on the floor, one severely injured, struggling to rise. Bang, bang, bang. The relentless gunfire echoed as the soldiers executed follow-up shots, ensuring no enemy feigned death. After the firing ceased, Li Ming stepped inside, where a lieutenant approached him and reported, "Commander, the bandits have been eliminated, and the area is secure." Li Ming nodded in acknowledgement, then began instructing his men to examine the bodies. Several had been reduced to mere fragments by the grenades, but upon closer inspection, it was evident that all the deceased bore tattoos, a clear indication of their nefarious affiliations. "Dispose of the bodies," he commanded. "Yes, sir." Soon, the bodies were removed from the house. The corpses in the living room belonged to the owners of the estate. Li Ming addressed their wide-eyed remains. "You may blame this cannibalistic apocalypse for your fate." He then ordered their remains to be respectfully buried, digging a grave as an act of courtesy for having taken possession of their livestock. Following this, he commenced an assessment of the overall situation. The livestock area comprised several large farms, and many workers had evacuated in anticipation of a typhoon warning. Each farm employed mechanized methods of husbandry, which, overall, were quite efficient. During his search, Li Ming stumbled upon an astonishing stockpile of animal feed, totaling approximately 2,000 tons. He ordered its complete removal. He then inspected the various farms, discovering that one raised over 4,000 pigs, another housed 1,000 cattle, and a third farm contained 6,000 chickens, ducks, and geese. Such extensive operations would have undoubtedly received substantial governmental support before the apocalypse, receiving generous subsidies annually. Alas, these farms had now become Li Ming's spoils of war. Despite some animals perishing in the aftermath of societal collapse, the presence of their male and female owners ensured that the majority remained alive and well. Li Ming, unceremoniously, seized all these animals along with the various facilities of the breeding farm and other resources. The pigs currently weighed around 150 gene each. With most still present at the farm, over 700 were collected. The surviving cattle numbered over 920, while the remaining chickens, ducks, and geese totaled around 600. Overall, it was another bountiful harvest. In addition to the breeding area, there was a greenhouse zone, comprising smaller vegetable greenhouses. Despite their size, a considerable amount of vegetables remained intact. And within the surrounding residential areas, numerous vegetable seeds and various tools were discovered. Once Li Ming and his companions gathered these items, they promptly began their retreat, heading straight for the Malga City base. By noon, they returned to the base and entered a state of recuperation. This operation yielded vast amounts of resources, primarily consisting of metal resources, building materials, hardware, home renovation supplies, and an extensive collection of library books. They meticulously collected not only the volumes from various universities but also the holdings of public libraries, leaving no stone unturned. Books are undeniably vital for the preservation of human civilization. If not salvaged now, during the impending extreme cold period, these books and bookshelves would merely serve as kindling for survivors. It would be a tragic waste to see these precious volumes reduced to ashes. Thus, Li Ming and his team took meticulous precautions to gather as many such resources as possible. For him, survival supplies were hardly a concern, eliminating the need to compete with ordinary survivors. His efforts were exclusively directed against those forces that hoarded significant resources and committed injustices. Simultaneously, he dispatched more personnel to continue the collection of these crucial materials. Within the base, Li Ming expanded his military forces. After half a month of reinforcements, his troop strength officially reached around 10,000, comprising soldiers of formidable combat capability. He established a medium-sized combined brigade, alongside a heavy combined battalion and a light combined battalion. Additionally, his forces underwent further transformations, now including 300 special forces, an aviation attack squadron, and a transport helicopter squadron. The transport helicopter squadron was equipped with helicopters produced using schematic and technical data provided by the system. Under the cover of night, Li Ming deployed 30 transport helicopters, carrying a total of 900 soldiers on airlift missions to provinces across the nation. Their sole objective was to gather books and resources from hardware stores, metal markets, and other establishments. To ensure sufficient space, everyone was equipped with 10-dimensional pockets, and Li Ming had provided each squad with 2 excavation robots to aid in establishing subbases. He has already commenced the strategic deployment across the nation. To some extent, he is racing against time in the face of impending floods, for once the deluge recedes, it will usher in a cruel and frigid climate. All resources submerged beneath the waters will be rendered inaccessible by ice, and at that juncture, it will indeed be too late. Therefore, while the bitter cold has yet to arrive, it is imperative to hasten the acquisition of these essential supplies for future use. Moreover, Li Ming has explicitly issued directives to not only gather these resources, but also to seek out additional materials from universities and technology firms. When categorizing the significance of the resource inventory, the highest priority is accorded to research data from universities or imperial research institutes, as well as seeds from high-yield crops. Following closely are books, construction materials, metal supplies, hardware, wooden furniture, and museum artifacts. Subsequently, electronic products and clothing are deemed important, while food supplies are considered the lowest priority among survival essentials. Li Ming's hierarchy of priorities is predicated on the potential for future regeneration, and his subordinate units are diligently executing these plans, thereby amassing a considerable stockpile of resources that will play a pivotal role in the eventual reconstruction of civilization. Chapter 30. The Revival Society. Li Ming exhibits a certain degree of compassion towards ordinary survivors, albeit within limits. By refraining from extensive plundering of essential survival resources, he indirectly affords these individuals an opportunity to subsist. As previously mentioned, should the empire's stored provisions fall into the hands of those seeking to stabilize order, Li Ming would not covet their resources. Instead, He might even engage in commercial transactions with them. Conversely, if these provisions were seized by nefarious factions, they would undoubtedly face Li Ming's fierce retribution. At this juncture, Li Ming has positioned himself as an unequivocal arbiter, ensuring that no power can jeopardize his standing while also guaranteeing the survival of a certain population. He intends to provide essential resources to survivors through employment or barter, but this is contingent upon a stable situation devoid of relentless calamities. Reflecting on his experiences from the dream, he recalls that the apocalyptic disasters persisted for a full 7 years, and he remains uncertain about the potential for future catastrophes. It is evident how merciless these cataclysms can be. In truth, many disasters do not occur abruptly. They often carry forewarnings. The crucial aspect lies in recognizing and heeding these signals. Within the urban expanse of Malga City, a formidable entity has emerged, composed of surviving imperial officials, personnel from relevant departments, and proactive civilians. This collective, known as the Revival Society, is dedicated to restoring social order in the Malga region. Although their intentions are commendable, their strength remains woefully inadequate, with merely over 10,000 individuals, of which only 5,000 are armed to maintain security within their controlled territories. Given that Malga City boasts a population of 60 million, even accounting for those who perished during the apocalypse, several million souls still inhabit the area. Attempting to govern a city of such magnitude with a mere 10,000 individuals is an unrealistic endeavor. Thus, they can currently only maintain order in a small fraction of the region. This organization has transcended its original governmental status, evolving into a grassroots entity. Yet, their noble aspirations are rendered futile by their scarcity of resources. The onset of the apocalyptic calamity was abrupt, and the Malga region lacks imperial food reserves, relying entirely on external logistics for supplies. Consequently, they are unable to initiate effective operations within various communities. Moreover, criminal gangs have begun to emerge within these neighborhoods, extorting resources from residents under the guise of protection fees. However, these factions are currently limited in power, capable of controlling only a single building at most. Resistance does exist. Yet those who spearhead such defiance often meet with brutal fates. After enduring several trials, some ordinary survivors have come to feel that they cannot withstand the oppressive forces around them, compelling them to venture out incessantly in search of resources. The malevolent factions impose a steep levy on the protection of food supplies, approximately 50. Given this percentage, some survivors, if diligent enough, can still manage to sustain themselves and their families. These nefarious groups evidently have their own considerations. They too fear provoking a collective uprising among the desperate populace. Nonetheless, many of these criminal organizations are still in their nascent stages, not yet reaching a point of unmanageable power. It is noteworthy that these gangs predominantly wield cold weapons, with only a few individuals among them possessing handguns, and their ammunition is limited. Most of the firearms are scavenged from abandoned police stations. Thus their quantity and available ammunition are quite restricted. The real threat arises from certain factions of the Imperial Army that have spiraled out of control. The light weaponry in their possession vastly exceeds what these criminal elements can muster. Should a significant influx of armaments from the Imperial Army permeate society, it would undoubtedly exacerbate the prevailing instability. Fortunately, despite suffering considerable losses, the military maintains stringent control over firearms and ammunition, resulting in many weapons being securely locked away in armories and depots from the outset, ultimately submerged rather than disseminated into the public sphere. Following the extreme cold, the frozen weapons and ammunition, when subjected to intense heat, often suffer various malfunctions rendering them unusable. Thus, in Li Ming's visions, the presence of a substantial cache of light weaponry signifies the existence of formidable powers. Generally, any faction possessing over 3,000 firearms is deemed significant. Currently, the Revival Society remains the foremost authority in Malga City, boasting over 5,000 firearms, with a sufficient stockpile of ammunition for the immediate future. Recognizing these challenges, they have initiated efforts to mobilize residents from allied communities to scavenge for resources and recover survival supplies from underwater, orchestrating a unified distribution. Concurrently, they have established a marketplace for trade. Despite the relentless downpour, the torrential rain fails to deter humanity's relentless pursuit of hope. Countless survivors brave the elements in search of various necessities. However, societal order is gradually deteriorating. Reports of survivors being ambushed during their quest for supplies, often resulting in fatal encounters, are becoming increasingly common. Similarly, instances of robbery turning deadly for the assailants are emerging. In the city's shadowy recesses, the darker facets of human nature unfold incessantly. Acts of robbery, theft, and murder, alongside displays of resilience, are manifesting throughout the urban landscape, with a conspicuous surge in criminal activities. While natural disasters in a post-apocalyptic world are undeniably terrifying, if humanity can adapt and maintain unity, survival is not insurmountable. The most formidable threat in such dire circumstances often arises from human malice. The danger posed by one's own kind far surpasses other factors. In a world where humanity can forsake all moral restraint for personal gain, even blood brothers may turn against each other in the struggle for resources. What can be said of the strangers that surround us? It is imperative to recognize that this apocalyptic era is often characterized as a dark and predatory existence, a reality not to be taken lightly. Human beings are inherently complex creatures, especially in a world rife with negativity and despair. Those who manage to survive are rarely unscathed by the tumultuous circumstances. While such a statement may seem extreme, it remains a harsh truth. To endure in this merciless existence, one must cultivate a heart that is resolute and unyielding. Prolonged suppression of emotions can inevitably lead to psychological afflictions, rendering individuals increasingly volatile and irritable. Chapter 31. Outing in the aftermath of the apocalypse. Once basic survival needs have been addressed, the value of certain commodities that enhance happiness and sanity rises significantly, particularly items such as tobacco and alcohol. The Revival Society possesses a modest stock of these goods, and thus, they have commenced establishing a marketplace where individuals can engage in trade, supplemented by essential survival supplies. Meanwhile, armed personnel maintain vigilance and uphold order. The Imperial Communications Tower in Malga City stands tall at 50 stories. Miraculously spared from the wrath of hurricanes and tornadoes, it has nonetheless succumbed to flooding, with 3 floors submerged. Given its substantial height, the Revival Society has resolved to transform this edifice into a dedicated trading hub, allowing for relocation to higher levels should incessant rains persist. The structure resembles a commercial center, featuring a central atrium that extends from the top to the bottom, encircled by robust railings, an ideal design for a marketplace. Within the Imperial Communications Tower, hundreds of members armed with firearms and ammunition are deployed to maintain order and prevent violent confrontations within the market. Li Ming, upon hearing this news through the radio, recalls having encountered the Revival Society in his dreams. Overall, the emergence of this faction in Malga City is not necessarily a negative development. Amidst the pervasive darkness of the post-apocalyptic world, the Revival Society represents a glimmer of hope, albeit a faint one in the vast expanse of despair. The origins of these individuals dictate their organizational objectives to maintain stability and ensure the survival of as many people as possible. However, they lack the requisite ruthlessness to match their goals. In Li Ming's dreams, the Revival Society ultimately fell victim to a coalition of marauding forces. Their primary flaw lies in their reluctance to resort to harsh measures, compounded by the heavy casualties among government officials at various levels. The leadership of the Revival Society struggles to take decisive action, compounded by their limited resources and a self-identification as an official organization, which inadvertently provoked the ire of various criminal factions. Consequently, these nefarious groups united to annihilate the Revival Society. However, the current circumstances differ significantly. For Li Ming possesses a medium-sized combined force that continues to grow. He has resolved that once the harsh winter settles in and the criminal elements gain a foothold, he will mobilize his troops to eradicate them without mercy. Regrettably, the torrential rains currently restrict the deployment of heavy equipment. Otherwise, he would have already intervened to restore social order. Of course, Li Ming's mandate is solely to stabilize society and not to provide aid to survivors. For human nature is complex, and the time for such compassion is in. Moreover, it serves as a deterrent to instill a sense of caution among those with ulterior motives through the act of violence. The most significant advantage lies in the preservation of as many lives as possible, laying the groundwork for the reconstruction of civilization. Concurrently, he plans to establish a marketplace, positioning it at the heart of addressing certain survival issues for the population. However, achieving these objectives necessitates a stable social order. Thus, Li Ming's recruitment efforts for his forces have remained relentless, and he has resolved to establish an underground base near Malga. Swiftly, he commenced his endeavors, constructing a subterranean refuge in the Snake Mountain area adjacent to the city of Malga. This facility is categorized as a first-tier shelter, and with ample experience under his belt, Li Ming navigated the process with ease. The presence of 2 bases in this vicinity would allow for a formidable military advantage in the Malga region. It is imperative for him to maintain absolute military superiority at all times. This is his non-negotiable principle. While establishing the base, Li Ming also took 15 Special Forces personnel to the marketplace of the Revival Society to assess the situation and gauge market conditions. as nearly 20 days had elapsed since the onset of the apocalypse. He had been preoccupied with resource gathering, and seizing this opportunity to explore and gain insight into the current state of the survivors offered him a moment of respite. The group departed the base in 3 speedboats, heading directly toward the heart of Malga. Along the way, Li Ming observed through binoculars a multitude of objects floating on the water's surface. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were human corpses, swollen and pale from exposure to the floodwaters. The grim reality was that both young and old, of both genders, were represented among the dead. Li Ming understood the causes of death for these individuals. Some succumbed to illness, such as the elderly suffering from heart ailments or other conditions, who were unable to escape their fate in such a resource-scarce environment. Others, facing threats, had resorted to jumping into the water to end their lives, while some had met violent ends through attacks. In the post-apocalyptic world, life has become tragically cheap. A single pack of instant noodles could barter for a school beauty. This is not merely a jest. Navigating cautiously through debris and whirlpools, the speed of their journey was deliberately measured. Upon passing a sign indicating a gas station, Li Ming halted the boat. He was well acquainted with such locations. This was a liquefied petroleum gas exchange station, primarily stocked with steel gas cylinders, essentially a source of fuel. Li Ming and 5 Special Forces operatives donned diving gear and entered for reconnaissance. Located in the suburbs, the area predominantly featured single-story buildings. Underwater, they discovered that the station's rolling shutter door was securely closed. Li Ming produced a crowbar and began to pry at the lock. After a decisive click, he, along with 2 Special Forces members, exerted their strength to lift the shutter door. Due to water pressure, the opening was slow, but after approximately 2 minutes, the shutter finally yielded, revealing a large iron door secured with a chain and padlock. Li Ming extracted a large pair of pliers, which a soldier took and promptly submerged underwater. With a few deft movements, he severed the iron chain. As he pushed open a door, the soldier was about to swim inside when Li Ming swiftly pulled him aside. Subsequently, a series of dark objects began to float out from within. They were unmistakably empty liquefied gas cylinders, colloquially known as gas cans. Without hesitation, Li Ming decisively collected these empty bottles, and then the 5 of them descended to the bottom of the water to commence their search within the gas exchange station. This station was of moderate size, and aside from the floating empty cylinders, the remainder was predominantly filled with gas. It is important to note that these filled cylinders were quite heavy, as they contained gas compressed under high pressure, transforming it into a liquid form. Chapter 32. Encountering thugs. Li Ming and his companions wielded powerful waterproof flashlights, meticulously surveying their surroundings, and faintly discerned dozens of dark objects within. Consequently, the group commenced the task of extracting these bottles. With Li Ming's considerable strength and the exceptional endurance and physical prowess of the other Special Forces soldiers, they tirelessly relayed the bottles upwards. For each bottle passed to them, the soldiers on the assault boat utilized their dimensional pockets to stow them away. Li Ming counted approximately 86 bottles of liquefied petroleum gas, a commendable haul indeed. Just as the group was about to retrieve the final few bottles, the sound of the assault boat's engine echoed nearby. By this time, Li Ming had boarded the vessel and, raising his binoculars, began to observe. Sure enough, through the night vision optics, he spotted 7 or 8 assault boats approaching. He issued a direct command. All personnel, prepare for combat. At his command, the soldiers swiftly retrieved their AKMs from their waterproof backpacks, quickly chambering rounds and disengaging the safety. Soon, around 40 individuals surrounded them, brandishing steel pipes, machetes, and makeshift clubs. One of them shouted, "This gas station is under our contract. Hand over what you've salvaged if you know what's good for you." At that moment, a sharp-eyed thug noticed Li Ming and his companions in their diving suits. "Boss, they seem to have diving gear and oxygen tanks. Ha ha ha. Make them bring up everything they've salvaged and leave us their assault boats and supplies. I might consider sparing you." These ruffians wore menacing expressions, with one even displaying a tattoo on his wrist, clearly a group of scoundrels. They paid no heed to the intentions of Li Ming and his comrades, as if everything was firmly under their control. Li Ming smirked coldly and issued a command through his earpiece, "Engage." In an instant, all soldiers produced their AKMs from the boat, unleashing a barrage of gunfire upon the thugs. The distance between the two groups was no more than 50 meters, rendering it difficult for the thugs to discern the nature of Li Ming's weaponry. However, once the gunfire erupted, the thugs quickly realized they had encountered formidable adversaries. As the spent cartridges danced upon the ground, the gang of thugs was mercilessly mowed down, many succumbing to gunshot wounds and plunging into the water. Others see the thickness of the knife's spine reaches 8 millimeters, crafted from specialized alloy materials, capable of cutting through steel pipes as effortlessly as one would wield a mere tool. Li Ming and a few others directly boarded the opposing vessel, instilling an immediate sense of terror in the surviving thugs, who trembled in fear, exclaiming, "Big brother, spare us." In a mere half-minute, over 40 individuals lay slain, leaving only 7 or 8 trembling in survival. Li Ming pressed the cold, sharp blade against one thug's neck, inciting an involuntary shiver. "Big brother, we have surrendered," he pleaded. Li Ming sneered. "Do you not perceive how clear your vision has become? Your fear is not of us. It is the realization of your impending demise. Big brother, we had no choice. We were merely trying to survive." One thug bowed his head in submission. "Ha! A mere band of scum. How can individuals such as yourselves ever change? No, you will never change. Death is your only fitting end." With that, Li Ming swiftly slashed the blade, severing the thug's throat. The remaining special forces quickly moved in, dispatching all the thugs aboard the ship. After wiping the blood from the blade with the garments of the slain thugs, their bodies were unceremoniously cast into the raging waters. Collecting 5 assault boats and several gas canisters, Li Ming and his group continued their advance. With such blatant display, adorned with their sidearms and sheathed blades, nearby survivors and thugs gazed in wide-eyed astonishment upon witnessing this formidable group. It would be disingenuous to claim they felt no envy. However, upon observing Li Ming's contingent of 16, armed with AKs and knives, it was evident they were not to be trifled with, prompting the onlookers to wisely refrain from provoking them. After all, they were merely striving for survival, not courting death. This band of nefarious individuals was malicious, but not foolish. Soon, they arrived at the market established by the Revival Society, where armed guards maintained order. The guards immediately noted the AKM assault rifles slung over Li Ming and his companion's shoulders, recognizing these as military-grade weapons. "Sir, could you please surrender your firearms to us for safekeeping?" one staff member inquired. Li Ming cast a sidelong glance at him and replied coolly, "If we hand over our weapons, will we ever get them back? These are our means of self-defense, and they are absolutely non-negotiable." The palpable aura of menace emanating from Li Ming made the staff member break into a cold sweat. At that moment, he realized this young man had indeed taken lives before. "Sir, it is our policy here that while cold weapons may be carried for self-defense, firearms and ammunition are prohibited to prevent uncontrollable situations," the staff member insisted, steeling himself. "Who are you guarding against? If firearms are forbidden, that is acceptable. I can leave 4 or 5 individuals to watch over our weapons. They can stay outside and keep an eye on the boat. Is that permissible?" Li Ming inquired, narrowing his eyes with a piercing gaze. At that moment, Li Ming resembled a cobra, his tone imbued with an unmistakable chill, for his patience was wearing thin. Just as the staff member was about to speak, an older middle-aged man, sensing the tension, interjected with a smile, "Sir, as long as you do not bring firearms inside, it's perfectly acceptable to leave them outside under their watchful eyes." With a chuckle, Li Ming replied, "You are quite resourceful and astute." As his laughter echoed, the previously tense atmosphere in the room began to ease. Chapter 33, Market Situation. Li Ming's words were quite intriguing. To put it plainly, the initial staff member was rather obstinate, attempting to confiscate the rifles of Li Ming and his companions. In contrast, the middle-aged man displayed a greater sense of discretion, refraining from seizing their weapons, as they were not official authorities and lacked the right to confiscate firearms and ammunition. "This brother here certainly knows how to handle matters," Li Ming remarked. "To be honest, I nearly mistook you for government officials with your earlier statements. I was just considering how a civilian organization could possibly hope to confiscate our armaments. Do you truly possess that authority?" His tone was a blend of softness and firmness. "This matter of firearms and ammunition is under stringent regulation by the Empire. There is no way we would allow you to bring them inside. However, considering the need for self-defense, cold weapons may be permitted," the middle-aged man explained tersely, choosing not to elaborate further. The man was perceptive. The current state of affairs was far from stable. Just earlier, their group had encountered highway robbers. "Had it not been for our superior firepower, we might have already become mere corpses in the flood," Li Ming chuckled. "That's hard to believe." The middle-aged man thought to himself, regarding Li Ming with a penetrating gaze. How desperate must one be to attempt robbery in broad daylight against someone openly carrying an AKM? Li Ming, accompanied by 8 soldiers with backpacks, strode into the market. They passed through multiple checkpoints before finally entering the communication building. Observing the backdrop of Li Ming and his companions entering the edifice, a man of similar age inquired, "Captain, why did you allow them entry? Why not confiscate their firearms? We are the police, and private possession of firearms is prohibited within the Empire." Xiaofeng, "The natural disasters we face are nationwide. Do you truly believe that order still prevails within the Empire?" The middle-aged man replied, his expression dark and foreboding. "Ah?" Xiaofeng gasped. The middle-aged man adjusted Xiao Feng's attire and continued, "We are no longer in a position to control the entirety of Malga City. Our strength is insufficient. Judging by the demeanor and actions of these individuals, they are a well-trained military group. Their combat capabilities are formidable, and we are all family men. Is it truly necessary to engage them in a life-and-death struggle? Furthermore, while they are armed, they do not appear to be the type to indiscriminately slaughter the innocent. In truth, they still adhere to a code of discipline. There is no need for us to provoke a conflict. These are not the old days in the past. We could rely on the Empire's formidable strength to maintain order. Now, with government officials at all levels suffering heavy casualties, any actions we wish to take for the welfare of the people require careful consideration, as we no longer have the Empire as our backing." Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, Xiao Feng's face fell. "Captain, what should we do? I feel so lost. Child, in our endeavors. We must only seek to act with a clear conscience." While conversing with a young man earlier, I sensed that he had indeed taken a life. However, my intuition leads me to believe that he is affiliated with a private military organization, as he appears quite indifferent to the underworld forces. The middle-aged man scratched his chin and remarked, Li Ming and his group entered directly from the third floor, where they were surprised to find a bustling marketplace filled with numerous vendors and active exchanges. Many were purchasing goods, particularly food supplies. Despite the Revival Society's outward sales of grain, the supply was limited. Each individual was permitted to purchase only 1 pound of grain upon presenting their identification. Much of this grain had been salvaged from the water, dried, and then made available for sale. The price was steep, 1,000 yuan per pound. To be candid, at such a price, had this been before the calamity, countless individuals would have descended upon the store in fury, deeming the merchants to be unscrupulous villains. Yet, we are not in a pre-disaster world. We are in the midst of an apocalypse, where securing even a morsel of food is a blessing. The soaked grain priced at 1,000 yuan per pound is not accessible to everyone. Daily quotas are enforced, and given this context, the Revival Society's willingness to sell grain, albeit in limited quantities, does not seem exorbitant. Rather, it appears quite conscientious. When weighing the cost of 1,000 yuan against the lives of oneself and one's family, which holds greater value? However, acquiring this grain does come with its own prerequisites. One must find a way to leave their current building and reach this marketplace. To be frank, the foot traffic in this market is substantial, indicating a vibrant atmosphere. Most patrons are primarily here for the grain, often picking up other items along the way. The stalls throughout the market have been largely stripped of all food-related supplies. At this moment, anyone with a shred of common sense would hastily expend all their cash to procure necessities. This is the rational choice for a normal person. And Li Ming was no exception. Having scavenged 2 million yuan worth of supplies, and with around 100,000 yuan in cash remaining, he set aside a bill as a keepsake and prepared to spend the rest. At this point, the market primarily featured stalls selling furs and clothing, alongside miscellaneous goods, various appliances, and sundries. To Li Ming's surprise, there was even a vendor selling filtered water for 10 yuan per liter, provided one brought their own container. The image of floating corpses in the water flashed through his mind, causing him to shake his head in dismay. He noticed the fur coats on sale. Their prices slightly elevated, but not excessively so, a mink coat priced at only 60,000 yuan. Both men's and women's styles were available, and without hesitation, Li Ming instructed the vendor to retrieve cash from his backpack, purchasing all the mink coats in the store, in addition to the few remaining mink coats. He also acquired a substantial quantity of down jackets, winter coats, waterproof jackets, blankets, socks, thermal underwear, cotton shoes, gloves, and more, effectively clearing the shelves. As Li Ming and his companions swiftly cleared the items, capturing the attention of many, a voice resonated from behind. "Young man, would you like to purchase some provisions?" Li Ming felt an uncanny familiarity in the tone. Turning around, he was astonished to find none other than his former general manager from Li's Fresh Produce, Manager Zhang. "Old Zhang," Li Ming instinctively exclaimed. Manager Zhang immediately recognized the young man before him, astonished to see his previous employer. "Mr. Li?" Manager Zhang responded in surprise. Thus, two acquaintances reunited unexpectedly. Chapter 34. A chance encounter with an old friend. Although the two were familiar with each other, their circumstances had diverged dramatically. "Mr. Li, I never expected it would truly be you," Manager Zhang exclaimed, his delight evident. The joy of encountering an old acquaintance in an unfamiliar place is one of life's greatest pleasures, though this was not precisely a foreign land. Finding a familiar face amidst the apocalypse brought a certain happiness. "Ah, old Zhang, who would have thought we would meet here? What a twist of fate," Li Ming replied with a smile. "Indeed, Mr. Li, this is quite unexpected," Manager Zhang reflected. Alas, old Zhang, it seems my fresh produce supermarket will never reopen. This calamity has inflicted severe losses upon me, Li Ming lamented. Is this the end of the world, Mr. Li? The rain falls as if the heavens have cracked open. It is utterly terrifying. I have heard from our team leader that disasters plague the entire nation. When will this calamity cease? Manager Zhang expressed his resignation. How are you faring these days, old Zhang? Li Ming inquired, still concerned for his former subordinate, having previously advised him to stockpile supplies before the disaster struck. Speaking of that, I owe you my gratitude. Your warning about the approaching typhoon prompted me to stock up on essential supplies, and fortuitously, I acquired quite a bit. Manager Zhang remarked as they found a secluded spot. Ah, it was merely a small effort, and you were wise to heed the advice. How is your family faring? They're all well. The residents of our main city garden community have united, organizing themselves for self-rescue efforts. 2 criminal elements attempted to exploit us, but we swiftly eradicated them. What has become of this world? Why has chaos descended upon us so abruptly? Manager Zhang shook his head in disbelief. Li Ming felt a spark of curiosity and ventured, So, have you become a middleman in these trying times? While I have stockpiled some supplies. Who knows when this disaster will end? We cannot simply consume our reserves indefinitely. Thus, the homeowners in our community have banded together for mutual support. We formed a security team and even engaged in reselling goods. Recently, we conducted a joint operation and located a dog food factory, bringing back a substantial supply of dog food, which has provided us the means to trade, Manager Zhang explained. Li Ming, taken aback by the revelation, was surprised to learn that a community could unite for survival amidst the apocalypse. Indeed, in such dire circumstances, collective strength often surpasses individual might, particularly for ordinary people. It appeared that Old Zhang's community had some capable individuals, piquing Li Ming's interest. What is the current situation in your community, Old Zhang? What types of residents do you have? Li Ming decided to inquire further before making any decisions. Our community comprises 24 buildings, making it quite large. Most of the residents possess various skills, either retired engineers, technical workers from state-owned enterprises, or even former officials, Manager Zhang replied. Is your community currently lacking supplies? How long do you think you can manage? Are you suggesting a transaction with us, generally? Manager Zhang did not respond directly. Instead, he posed another question. Old Zhang, I shall not conceal anything from you. I must share some thoughts that you ought to prepare for mentally, Li Ming said calmly. Upon hearing Li Ming's words, Old Zhang felt a sense of dread, as he vaguely sensed what was being implied, yet he dared not dwell on it, fearing the loss of hope. Generally, are you implying that? Old Zhang, you must have sensed how peculiar the climate has become, haven't you? This world is beginning to descend into chaos. It would be wise to make some preparations sooner rather than later, Li Ming remarked leisurely. Manager Zhang's expression changed dramatically. Having worked alongside Li Ming for at least 7 or 8 years, he naturally understood the implications of Li Ming's words. He felt that this natural disaster was merely the beginning. Generally, what is your current situation? I am faring quite well. I have found a bomb shelter where I am currently residing. It is relatively safe, Li Ming replied. Manager Zhang glanced at the soldiers behind Li Ming, quickly deducing that General Li was affiliated with a significant organization and held considerable importance within it. The soldiers' demeanor clearly indicated that they regarded Li Ming as their leader, a detail that an experienced professional like Manager Zhang could easily discern. Generally, what do you suggest we do about our community? Manager Zhang decided to inquire. For Li Ming's current mental state seemed quite stable, indicating that he was managing well. Old Zhang, have you considered seeking a protector for your community? Li Ming's words struck like thunder in Manager Zhang's ears. At last, Manager Zhang comprehended the intentions behind the conversation. The organization backing Li Ming was preparing to expand its influence amid the turmoil, leaving him feeling quite unsettled. Seeing that Manager Zhang appeared somewhat perturbed, Li Ming continued. Old Zhang, to speak frankly, I now suspect that the imperial government has sustained severe blows. Otherwise, why have we yet to see any military presence to maintain order? According to the Empire's usual protocol, in the event of such disasters, they would swiftly deploy troops to restore order and commence relief efforts. Yet, nearly 20 days have passed since this calamity struck without a single sign of intervention. Consider the implications of this. Gasp. Manager Zhang inhaled sharply. General Li, are you suggesting that the Empire has? Li Ming nodded. At this moment, Manager Zhang relinquished all remnants of optimism. General Li, I shall discuss this matter with our community's leader. Li Ming retrieved a high-powered walkie-talkie from his bag and handed it to him. This is a high-powered walkie-talkie. If you harbor doubts about us, it is perfectly acceptable to commence a transaction first. Getting to know one another is beneficial as well, should any issues arise. You can reach me through this device, and in the event of danger, we will offer assistance out of our past camaraderie. Generally, do you possess such equipment? Manager Zhang gestured to inquire. Heh. Li Ming merely smiled. Old Zhang, it is ill-advised to aim too high without solid foundations. However, we can sell you a batch of cold weapons, such as composite bows, crossbows, knives, and spears. Manager Zhang once again confirmed the strength of the organization behind Li Ming, as they even possess firearms. Old Zhang, you could assist us in acquiring a collection of antiques. We can conduct several transactions first, at the very least. Having quality weapons at your disposal would ensure your self-defense, wouldn't it? Very well, Mr. Li. Upon my return, I shall discuss this matter with Captain Wu. Chapter 35, Discussion soon. Li Ming and Manager Zhang finalized the time for their next meeting and the materials required for the transaction. Li Ming sought a substantial quantity of antique artifacts, while Manager Zhang required finely crafted weaponry. Although the primary focus was on cold weapons, the quality of such armaments significantly enhances combat capability. Particularly in the apocalyptic era, the value of weapons rivals that of essential survival supplies like medicine, food, and water. With superior weaponry, one could procure an abundance of resources. Violence, indeed, stands as the only semblance of order in the wasteland. Li Ming provided them with a high-powered walkie-talkie for ease of communication. For him, when seeking collaboration, familiarity with the partner is paramount. As for the risk of being deceived, that depends on the strength of both parties and is independent of prior acquaintance. Naturally, the specifics hinge on the value of the materials exchanged, and Li Ming was confident he would not incur a loss. Manager Zhang, aware of Li Ming's ample survival resources, recognized that this transaction was fundamentally mutually beneficial. After a long day, Manager Zhang returned to the community with several homeowners aboard a speedboat. He promptly sought out the elected leader of the community, Captain Wu. Surprised by Zhang's arrival, Captain Wu, a technical director in an enterprise, had become the leader due to his early advocacy for collective survival. Lao Zhang, do you need something? Captain Wu inquired, puzzled. Captain, today I encountered my former employer, the owner of Li's Fresh Produce. He seems to be faring well and appears to have his own armed forces, Manager Zhang replied. Are you considering aligning with him? Captain Wu asked, his tone laced with misunderstanding. Not at all, Captain. During our conversation, I gleaned a wealth of information, the most crucial being that the imperial government has utterly collapsed. In plain terms, our nation has descended into a state of anarchy. Manager Zhang articulated slowly. Upon hearing this, Captain Wu sprang to his feet. Is that true? Captain, you know better than I. Under normal circumstances, the Imperial Army would have long since entered the city to restore order. Yet, it has been over 2 weeks since the onset of widespread calamities, and where is the Imperial Army? Manager Zhang stated emphatically. Captain Wu sank back into his chair. Already mentally prepared for such a reality, yet the starkness of the truth was still difficult to accept. He understood the brutal implications. The hope for official rescue had been irrevocably extinguished, and the disarray of the Imperial Army would inevitably give rise to numerous uncontrollable factors, significantly heightening the survival challenges for ordinary citizens. Old Zhang, feel free to express your thoughts openly. As the vice captain, you have made significant contributions to the group. Without your timely information, we would remain unaware of the extent of our current resource scarcity. Captain will refer to the contributions made by Old Zhang, particularly his efforts in stockpiling substantial supplies after returning home from Li Ming's place. It can be said that Old Zhang has indirectly saved the entire community. A crucial factor in our collective survival has been the shared initiative to gather essential resources. One does not fear scarcity, but rather inequity. Now that everyone in the community has provisions, we can maintain harmony and unity without the pressure of survival. Captain, my former employer expressed a desire to engage and trade with us today. They are in search of a considerable number of antique artifacts, and in return, they are offering weapons. Old Zhang articulated this intent. Captain Wu inquired, are they cold weapons or firearms? Primarily cold weapons, yet they are of exceptional quality, including stab-resistant vests, riot helmets, bomb shields, bulletproof shields, and crossbows. Captain Wu was momentarily taken aback. Compound bows are relatively easy to obtain since they are considered sports equipment. However, crossbows are regulated within the Empire. How could they possibly procure such items? Furthermore, they offer other protective gear, which would undoubtedly enhance our community's combat capabilities. While he had no intentions of wrongdoing, it was essential to ensure their own protection. Old Zhang continued, Captain, my former employer appears to have an armed militia at his disposal. During our conversation today, I noticed several soldiers in camouflage raincoats accompanying him. It is evident that the organization behind him possesses armed forces. The world has descended into chaos, and we too must seek a reliable backing. Otherwise, As the number of marauders increases, it will become increasingly difficult to safeguard our resources relying solely on our strength. Captain Wu fell into deep contemplation, weighing the pros and cons of Old Zhang's words. While aligning with others could provide protection, it would also mean relinquishing autonomy. Old Zhang added, the CEO, Mr. Li, mentioned he is not in a rush to decide on allegiance. Our immediate priority remains the trade. Should we proceed with this transaction? Yes, why not? Given your advantageous connections to acquire weapons, we should certainly engage in this trade. I will instruct my team to procure as many antiques as possible. In these times, antiques cannot be consumed or enjoyed. Exchanging them for supplies is the most pragmatic approach. Surviving in this world is already a feat in itself, and seeking refuge with others is not necessarily a negative endeavor. Although we have thwarted 2 attacks from marauders, without firearms, the situation remains precarious. Once they possess weapons, the dynamics will undoubtedly shift. Regardless of the circumstances, this transaction must occur swiftly. We must arm ourselves without delay. Captain Wu decisively concluded. In the ensuing days, Manager Zhang and a cohort of intermediaries began to acquire antiques in large quantities, utilizing dog food as currency, for antiques are currently worth far less than dog food. Consequently, they amassed a considerable collection of artifacts and coordinated with Li Ming via walkie-talkie to finalize the transaction in 2 days. In recent days, Li Ming has not been idle. He has dispatched troops to tirelessly scour for various supplies, leaving no stone unturned, even beneath the waves. After all, every little bit counts. However, he has not been ruthless in his endeavors, ensuring that a substantial amount of essential survival materials remains intact. He cannot bear to witness a wealth of resources sinking to the depths. Thus, Li Ming has deployed considerable manpower to gather whatever survival items they encounter. And if they do not find those, they seek alternative materials. Even the doors of office buildings have been collected, as he is determined to leave no usable resource behind. Each morsel of material could potentially contribute to the future reconstruction of civilization. Chapter 36. A successful transaction. Li Ming dispatched numerous troops to scour for valuable resources. Soon, the entire Malga region became aware of a group traversing the area in speedboats, amassing supplies. They were well equipped, armed with firearms and ammunition, exhibiting formidable combat prowess. The camouflage raincoats worn by Li Ming's soldiers had become their insignia. Even if nefarious gangs contemplated mischief, the sight of those raincoats swiftly extinguished their impractical intentions. The thugs were wicked, but not foolish. They could discern the formidable from the feeble. Li Ming's forces brazenly paraded through the streets, rifles in tow. Yet none dared to provoke them, not even the Revival Society, which chose to turn a blind eye. After all, which faction could compare to the Revival Society's thousands of handguns and submachine guns when it came to equipping military-grade rifles? Their audacity in displaying such weaponry signified that they had no fear of retaliation. No one wished to court death. Before long, various factions in Malga began to take note of a peculiar pattern. This group rarely sought survival supplies, instead primarily gathering literary materials. Generally speaking, they were not bloodthirsty. As long as one did not provoke them, they would not resort to indiscriminate gunfire. Nevertheless, the mere presence of Li Ming's army caused several violent gangs to temper their actions significantly. It was not uncommon for these gangs to covet the rifles carried by Li Ming's troops, yet the outcome was always the same. After a brief skirmish, the gangs were swiftly subdued, leaving no survivors. The rapid emergence of Li Ming's forces did not go unnoticed by the Revival Society, which convened to discuss the developments. Director Wang, are you suggesting we recruit them? Inquired a middle-aged man. Indeed. Their weaponry is impressive. They possess military rifles, and their operational style closely resembles that of a regular army, indicating a high degree of organization and discipline. If we were to acquire such a force, our control over the relevant territories would significantly strengthen, Director Wang replied. Director Wang, under what pretext do you intend to recruit them? These soldiers are clearly seasoned regulars, well-equipped and fiercely capable. The power behind them is likely formidable. I advise you to abandon such unrealistic notions, the middle-aged man countered, shaking his head. Director Li, circumstances can be manipulated. As citizens of the Empire, would they merely stand by and watch order disintegrate? Director Wang retorted, dissatisfied with the man's perspective. Director Wang, we are both aware of the current situation. The imperial government has collapsed. The Revival Society is merely a civilian organization. In essence, we are not fundamentally different from them. Do you expect to morally compel such a force? They are under no obligation to rescue survivors. In reality, they have already granted survivors a chance at life, collecting only basic survival supplies. Otherwise, given their military strength, seizing substantial resources would be quite effortless. Yet, their focus remains primarily on gathering literary materials. It is evident that they do not lack for basic necessities, but rather have ulterior motives. Director Wong. I believe that engaging in trade and cooperation with them could be a promising path. As for the notion of assimilating such individuals, I advise you not to entertain it. The disparity in power renders such ideas futile. How could one rely solely on words for assimilation? Director Lee candidly articulated the stark reality. After listening, Director Wong fell silent, feeling a sense of unease at the emergence of this armed force beneath their very noses, especially given their former roles as officials of the imperial government. However, Director Lee's words served as a wake-up call. The imperial era has long since passed, and we are now in a different time altogether. Soon, the day arrived for Li Ming to engage and trade with Manager Zhang and his associates. Accompanied by over 20 individuals, Li Ming set off from the base in 5 speedboats, quickly locating a suitable stretch of water to await their counterparts. Utilizing binoculars, he scanned the surroundings until the sound of engines echoed in the distance. He signaled with a flashlight, receiving an affirmative response. Both parties halted their boats approximately 50 meters apart. "Is that you, Old Zhang?" Li Ming called out. "Is that you, Generally?" Old Zhang replied. Confirming their identities through voice, the trading process commenced. Each side dispatched a representative to inspect the goods. Upon verifying that everything was in order, the transaction was officially underway. With a wave of his hand, Li Ming sent one of his speedboats forward, while the other side dispatched 4 boats in return. Under the beam of the searchlight, Li Ming discerned that approximately 7 boats had arrived, carrying about 20 individuals. In this transaction, the other party presented around 150 pieces of antique art for exchange. While Li Ming offered 3 crossbows, 60 arrows, 10 broadswords, and 2 riot shields. Old Zhang promptly drew one of the swords, inspecting its robust spine and keen edge. Nodding in approval, it was indeed a fine weapon. Upon concluding the trade, Li Ming's group departed, followed by their counterparts. Overall, the initial exchange was a resounding success, with both parties fulfilling their respective needs. Theoretically, antiques should hold greater value, but that is only true in times of peace and prosperity. We are currently in an apocalyptic era. For ordinary individuals, antiques are of little use in such times. Incapable of sustenance and merely occupying space, they become burdensome. Both sides felt they had gained from this transaction, especially Manager Zhang's group, as this exchange of weaponry was just the first of many to come, undoubtedly enhancing their combat capabilities. For Li Ming, trading weapons with those who strive for a brighter future maximizes value, even in efforts to assist survivors. Priority should be given to such individuals, as they retain their humanity. In Li Ming's perspective, should he shelter survivors, these individuals are his preferred choice, possessing commendable personal abilities while maintaining a glimmer of humanity amidst the apocalypse. Furthermore, the residents of the main city garden community are astute individuals. Rather than choosing to fight alone, they have banded together in a quest for survival. Collaborating with such astute individuals proves to be both comforting and efficient. Should he wish to support certain factions, these are undoubtedly the individuals he would prioritize, principled in their actions, inherently capable, and united in purpose. The parties swiftly agreed upon the timing for their next transaction, for in the post-apocalyptic world, substantial one-off exchanges of goods are exceedingly rare. Transactions typically involve smaller quantities, necessitating multiple exchanges. None are foolish, all remain vigilant against one another. Thus, regardless of the context, this method of exchange is the most secure. Soon, Old Zhang returned to the community, equipped with weapons and gear. Chapter 37, System Reward, X-Alloy Steel soon. Old Zhang returned with the equipment obtained from the transaction to report to Captain Wu. Upon examining the meager collection of weapons, Captain Wu furrowed his brows and remarked, "Old Zhang, we exchanged a substantial 300 pounds of dog food for these antiques, yet this is all we received? It seems rather insufficient, doesn't it?" Without hesitation, Old Zhang tossed a broadsword to him and urged, "Captain, test the lethality of this blade before passing judgment." As Captain Wu took hold of the sword, he immediately sensed something amiss. The weight was considerable. The weapon weighed at least 4 to 5 pounds, a stark contrast to the lightweight swords typically sold online. With a swift motion, he unsheathed the broadsword, which glimmered ominously under the flickering light of the kerosene lamp. The blade measured approximately 1 meter in length, with a handle of 22 centimeters and a protective handguard. Observing the spine of the blade, he noted its thickness, nearly a centimeter. When wielding it with one hand, the sword's balance felt impeccable, allowing him to execute several slicing motions with remarkable ease. The tip, shaped like a sword's point, was characteristic of the Tang Dynasty broadsword. Upon inspecting the blade's edge and the intricate metallic patterns along its surface, it was evident that this weapon had been meticulously crafted. After sheathing the sword, Captain Wu nodded appreciatively, exclaiming, "What a fine weapon! Truly exceptional. Such a blade makes the task of dispatching foes exceedingly straightforward. Furthermore, the material appears to possess anti-corrosive properties, indicating it is no ordinary steel. An outstanding weapon indeed." He then picked up the crossbow to assess its reloading speed and the penetration power of an arrow, nodding in approval. "This is a remarkable find. I retract my earlier comments. These weapons are undoubtedly worth their weight in gold." Old Zhang inquired, "Captain, to be frank, these weapons are not cheap. But they are truly exceptional. With quality armaments, we can procure more resources. In this world, weaponry and force are our only avenues for survival. We must devise ways to acquire more refined equipment, especially crossbows, swords, and protective gear against cuts and stabs. I believe this crossbow retains a fearsome lethality even from 100 meters away. It could easily pierce through our solid wooden doors. Its capacity for destruction rivals that of a handgun." After hearing old Zhang's words, Captain Wu nodded thoughtfully. "Next time we conduct a transaction, let us maintain amicable relations. I sense they may prove useful to us in the future. In times of peril, we might seek their assistance. More friends equate to more options." Old Zhang wholeheartedly agreed with a nod. Soon, these superior weapons were distributed to the security teams organized by the property owners to ensure their safety. The exceptional quality of the equipment garnered unanimous praise, with all the owners feeling they had received excellent value despite the high cost. Some even tested the broadsword against steel pipes, and the result was astonishing. The pipes were effortlessly severed as if they were mere clay beneath the edge of the broadsword. Even more terrifying was the revelation that, after severing the steel pipe, the sword remained impeccably sharp, clearly indicating that it was forged from a special alloy, categorizing it as an exquisite cold weapon. Meanwhile, Li Ming continued his relentless pursuit of resources while simultaneously expanding his military force. His recruitment efforts never wavered. With an ample supply of firearms and ammunition at his disposal, he was able to rapidly augment his army. At that moment, the total number of his troops in the Malga region had exceeded 13,000. To facilitate this growth, he constructed 4 to 5 barracks across 2 bases, aimed at increasing troop numbers. In addition to training, Li Ming deployed heavy transport helicopters to dispatch his soldiers nationwide in search of resources, scouring both large and small cities for anything of value. His influence steadily expanded across the country, incrementally growing in city-level units. Military strength is indeed cumulative. While Li Ming recruited more soldiers, he also diligently pursued research and improvements in military weaponry and equipment. As time swiftly passed, December 1st, 2025, marked the 24th day of Li Ming's survival in this apocalyptic world. Ding! The host has successfully signed in. And congratulations are in order for obtaining a complete set of formula data for a new military-grade alloy known as X-alloy steel. Li Ming was elated with the system's reward. Recently, the rewards had primarily consisted of survival points or various survival supplies, each offering only modest returns and lacking amplification. Nonetheless, these items were undeniably valuable. Products from the system are always of superior quality. For instance, the canned meat provided as a signing reward comprised 100 boxes, with a meat content exceeding 80, far surpassing anything available on the market. Each can weigh a hefty 3 pounds, a true testament to quality. The system had also rewarded him with self-heating rations, specifically designed for squad use, with a single signing yielding 20 portions, enough to feed an infantry squad for 1 meal. The quality was exceptional, albeit the quantities were limited. Now, this X-alloy steel piqued Li Ming's curiosity, prompting him to delve into its properties. Upon examination, he was astonished by the performance of this alloy, as it proved to be the ideal metal for firearm manufacturing. Firstly, while the cost of X-alloy was approximately 10 higher than that of traditional chromolybdenum alloy gun barrels, this premium was justified. For the same volume, X-alloy was a third lighter than chromolybdenum steel. More importantly, this X-alloy exhibited remarkable wear resistance. Typical chromolybdenum alloy gun barrels generally lose their rifling after about 10,000 rounds, significantly affecting shooting accuracy. However, the lifespan of barrels made from this X-alloy was 3 times that of conventional chromolybdenum steel. Lightweight yet possessing remarkable strength and enhanced durability, this material is truly an exemplary substitute for chromium molybdenum alloy steel. Employing it in the production of light weaponry would significantly reduce weight. Consequently, under equivalent load, soldiers would be able to carry a greater quantity of ammunition and other supplies, thereby optimizing and augmenting the combat effectiveness of the military. Even more intriguingly, should this material be utilized to manufacture a 12.7mm heavy machine gun, not only would its reliability be substantially improved, but it would also enable the 12 7mm heavy machine gun to be effortlessly borne by personnel during marches. In a post-apocalyptic world, where roads are devastated, not all regions are suitable for mechanized troop advancement. Many areas still necessitate the mobility provided by human legs. The tactical significance of a 12 7mm heavy machine gun that can accompany infantry on foot is indeed profound. Chapter 38. The conflict in the community. Li Ming hastily brought the document to the light weapons laboratory, where he swiftly located the expert, a reward from the system. Surnamed Zhu, whom Li Ming affectionately referred to as Old Zhu. Old Zhu, could you please take a look at this document? What performance can we expect if we manufacture a 12 7mm heavy machine gun using this alloy steel? Li Ming inquired. Adjusting his glasses, Old Zhu meticulously examined the document. After reviewing it, he began calculations with pen and paper. Approximately 10 minutes later, Old Zhu spoke. Commander, I have made some preliminary calculations. If we utilize this X-alloy steel to construct the 12 7mm heavy machine gun, based on our laboratory's latest design scheme, we can reduce its weight to around 18 kilograms. Li Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. So, the combined weight of the gun and mount is merely 18 kilograms? Indeed, this material is exceptionally advantageous. The new model of the 12 7mm heavy machine gun we are currently developing is designed for mobility alongside infantry. The initial design intended to use titanium alloy for certain components to reduce weight, aiming for a total weight of approximately 23 kilograms. However, titanium alloy is rather costly, which is why we have not proceeded to mass production. Now, with this X-alloy steel, not only do we lower costs significantly, but we also enhance performance across the board. I've just calculated that we can indeed compress the weight to 18 kilograms. While the shooting accuracy will far surpass that of the antiquated M2, our calculations suggest that under these circumstances, a machine gun squad could carry 3 to 4 12 7mm heavy machine guns, or, while maintaining 2 machine guns, carry additional ammunition. Li Ming nodded, realizing that the original plan for a machine gun squad included 2 heavy machine guns along with 400 rounds of ammunition. Yes, originally. A machine gun squad consisted of 9 personnel, equipped with 2 12 7mm machine guns. 2 soldiers would carry the guns, while another 2 would transport the tripod and ammunition boxes, along with their own rifles. The remaining 5 would carry rifles and assist in transporting ammunition. If we manufacture the heavy machine gun using X-alloy steel, a soldier could easily carry all components of the machine gun along with 100 rounds of ammunition. The other soldiers, in addition to their own assault rifles and ammunition, could assist in carrying a substantial amount of machine gun ammunition. Regardless of the approach, it is evident that combat effectiveness and firepower will be significantly enhanced. Furthermore, if these soldiers' rifles were also constructed from this alloy, they would be able to carry even more weight. Upon hearing Old Zhu's words, Li Ming felt a surge of exhilaration. There is a saying, all your insecurities stem from inadequate firepower. The solution lies in bolstering our firepower. Moreover, this material is not only suitable for producing firearms, but can also be utilized for manufacturing artillery. Using this alloy to produce a 52 caliber 152mm howitzer, we can easily transport it via heavy-duty helicopters or adapt it into a truck-mounted artillery. The possibilities are endless, even allowing for the construction of mortars, thereby invariably enhancing the combat capabilities of the troops. In a remarkably brief span of time, Li Ming conceived numerous ideas. After exchanging thoughts with Elder Zhu, a pertinent plan was swiftly devised, leading to the trial production phase and subsequently, weapon testing. Meanwhile, Li Ming busied himself with the production of new equipment and the modification of existing weaponry, while the other survivors were equally occupied. Following the initial chaos of the apocalypse, they gradually acclimatized to the new rhythm of existence. This adaptation bore both positive and negative implications. On one hand, it signified an enhancement of survival skills. On the other, it heralded a dramatic deterioration in societal order nearly a month into the apocalypse. Various heinous acts emerged incessantly, particularly affecting women, resulting in dire consequences. The apocalypse awakened the darker instincts within countless individuals. Some ventured to engage in actions they had long yearned for, but hesitated to execute, embracing a hedonistic mindset as a facing imminent demise. Others unleashed their inner demons, resorting to the subjugation of others. Additionally, some malevolent groups began to form, exerting their influence unchecked within the community, unrestrained by any semblance of imperial law or authority. Recently, Li Ming had delegated transactions to others, engaging in further exchanges of weapons and antiques. It must be noted that Old Zhang and his associates possessed considerable strength and reputation. They were notable for their prowess in the nearby communities and their ethical conduct, never exploiting the weak despite their power. Consequently, some survivors, unable to endure the oppression of these malevolent forces, sought refuge in Old Zhang's community. This prompted Old Zhang's faction to expand their influence, for in this apocalypse, the measure of success lay in the ruthlessness and darkness of one's heart. After several transactions with Li Ming, Old Zhang's group astonishingly acquired 5 bulletproof shields, 30 crossbows, 1,500 crossbow bolts, 50 sabers, 10 blast shields, and 25 anti-cutting and stabbing suits along with helmets. They exchanged a substantial quantity of antiques, nearly 1,000 pieces, but both Captain Wu and Old Zhang felt the trade was exceedingly profitable. Soon, their community found itself embroiled in conflict, defending the nearby survivors against the malevolent forces. Captain Wu, acting decisively, resolved to eradicate the criminal elements within that community. He assembled a robust force of over 60 strong individuals, deploying 5 speedboats, each manned by a contingent wielding bulletproof shields and sabers, while 4 crossbowmen accompanied each vessel, alongside security personnel clad in protective gear, some carrying blast shields. Thus, they set forth in a formidable flotilla of 7 speedboats. This confrontation attracted considerable attention, with a former soldier assuming command as they advanced toward the targeted community, where an assembly of burly men, evidently affiliated with organized crime, gathered at the entrance. One side boasted over 60 members, while the opposing faction numbered around 70. However, the outcome of the impending clash remained uncertain. Soon, the group of nefarious thugs spotted Lao Zhang and his companions, approximately 100 meters apart. A burly leader among them chuckled, "Brothers, we possess 2 handguns. What is there to fear? Charge." With that, the band of ruffians brandished their machetes and steel pipes, unleashing a cacophony of howls as they surged forward in their speedboat. On Lao Zhang's side, the veteran in charge immediately commanded, "Stop the boat. Position the bulletproof shields at the forefront. Crossbows at the ready. 2 will aim at their speedboat, and 2 will target those aboard. Prepare. Fire." With a swift whoosh, 20 arrows, propelled by the crossbows, hurtled towards the thug speedboat and its occupants with astonishing velocity. Chapter 39. The formidable security team. A standard semi-automatic pistol boasts an effective range of merely 50 meters. A figure that, while theoretically sound, proves daunting in practical application. In reality, engaging targets at 25 meters with such a weapon poses considerable challenges. Military handgun qualifications typically occur at distances of 20 to 25 meters, as shooting beyond that threshold often devolves into a matter of sheer faith. The marauding assailants, however, seemed oblivious to this truth, opening fire on Old Zhang and his team from over 100 meters away. Ultimately, their attempts were futile. The bullets fired from their pistols yielded no tangible results. The cacophony of 2 handguns discharging created a lively din, yet in essence, it was merely a hollow sound. In stark contrast to the limited range of pistols, the military crossbow exhibited far superior accuracy, enhanced by the use of scopes. Members of the security team adeptly utilized these scopes to zero in on their targets, launching arrows with precision. The projectiles flew swiftly, and within a single volley, 6 of the assailants' boats were punctured, sending their occupants tumbling into the raging waters below. Some of the marauders were directly struck by the bolts, the 3-edged heads inflicting devastating injuries as they pierced through flesh. The anguished cries of the assailants echoed in despair, but their plight was in vain. The lethality and penetrating power of the crossbow bolts were merciless, rendering any hope of rescue futile in this apocalyptic landscape rife with scarcity of medical aid. The crossbow unleashed 3 rounds of fire, and one by one, the assailants succumbed to their wounds, plunging into the depths. Seizing the moment, the security team maneuvered their boat closer, as some of the marauders desperately sought salvation. Yet, what awaited them was not rescue but the cold steel of the security team's blades. At that moment, the leader of the assailants struggled in the water, desperately swimming towards the security boat. Old Zhang met him with a decisive strike, severing the man's neck with a single, forceful blow. The head of the marauder soared into the air, blood cascading into the floodwaters. In a swift and brutal resolution, over 70 of these assailants were either slain by crossbow bolts or succumbed to the security team's blades, their deaths gruesome and unrelenting. Old Zhang and his comrades swiftly organized the community's residents into a security team for self-preservation, seeking to expand their sphere of influence. Their neighborhood, already populous with over 10,000 residents, provided a solid foundation. After addressing the situation at hand, they returned to their community, only to find an opposing criminal faction attempting to exploit the chaos. A mere 60 individuals dared to threaten the remaining residents, resulting in a fierce altercation. The returning security team, armed with crossbows, unleashed a barrage of fire upon the assailants. Following their volley, they charged into close combat. With explosive shields and bulletproof barriers at the forefront, those wielding crossbows provided cover, while the melee fighters relentlessly decimated the heads of their adversaries. The entire building was engulfed in chaos as the assailants were swiftly overwhelmed from both sides, leading to their complete annihilation. The corpses and severed heads of the marauders were hung on the residential buildings as a symbol of defiance. This strategy proved effective for in the subsequent period. The main city garden was no longer harassed by nefarious forces. The criminal elements were acutely aware of the ruthless and well-equipped security team in this community. Even if they possessed firearms, they might not prevail, considering the limited offensive capabilities of handguns. However, these were mere afterthoughts. After 2 battles, Zhang was exceedingly satisfied with the weaponry acquired through trade, particularly the military crossbow and the broadsword, which made killing remarkably effortless, almost as if aided by divine intervention. During the confrontation with the assailants, he utilized a ballistic shield to deflect attacks and then struck decisively, cleaving the opponent's machete in half along with an arm. In the debriefing of the combat, Captain Wu, Zhang, and the retired soldier overseeing the command convened. Captain, the weaponry procured from our dealings has proven exceptionally effective. The power displayed in today's 2 battles was remarkable. We must expand the security team to ensure everyone possesses the capability for self-defense, remarked one homeowner. Brother Lee is absolutely right. These weapons are extraordinarily effective, akin to an unstoppable force, interjected another homeowner. In truth, they had not been without conflict with the criminal elements. However, both sides had relied on rudimentary weapons, leading to stalemates. Now, with superior arms, their combat efficacy had surged dramatically. The remaining homeowners concurred, recognizing the necessity of augmenting their security forces and acquiring additional weaponry. Exchanging glances, the trio of Captain Wu reached a consensus. We must engage in earnest negotiations with our counterparts. It is imperative that our community possesses adequate self-defense capabilities in these times. Relying on others is less reliable than relying on oneself. We must continue to unite for survival. According to the intelligence I have received, the Empire has collapsed. Therefore, we must expedite our armament efforts. We will allocate a portion of public resources to continue trading for weapons. Are there any objections? Please raise your hands to vote. As anticipated, all hands were raised in agreement. After this period of bloodshed, it was clear to everyone that as traders, they had become prime targets for various criminal factions. Countless malevolent forces and gangs had their sights set on their resources. However, their unity and formidable combat prowess deterred many from making a move, particularly following today's 2 battles, in which over 100 adversaries were slain with minimal casualties on their side. Even armed criminals had been eradicated, ensuring their reputation would spread. After Captain Wu concluded, he turned to Zhang and said, Zhang, I appreciate your efforts. Please contact Mr. Li. We are planning a significant trade, exchanging survival supplies and a portion of antiques for weapons. Understood, I will reach out immediately. Captain Wu addressed the group, stating that upon their return home, they could gather some antiques and other items to exchange for weapons. In these trying times, survival must be our foremost priority, and even my own superfluous belongings will be put to use. Captain, we will head out immediately upon our return. Meanwhile, Li Ming was overseeing the training of his troops when he suddenly received a report from one of his subordinates. Commander, your former subordinate, Old Zhang, has reached out to you. There is a significant transaction scheduled for tomorrow, and the other party wishes to meet with you in person, the soldier reported. Li Ming nodded in acknowledgement. Very well. I shall personally attend tomorrow, and I will take 3 squads with me. Understood. Chapter 40 meeting with Captain Wu the following day arrived swiftly, and Li Ming was thoroughly prepared, initiating his routine check-in. A notification chimed. Host check-in successful. Congratulations. The host has acquired the legacy of supreme, traditional Chinese medicine. Li Ming was taken aback, but upon realizing the significance of this top-tier medical knowledge, his spirits lifted. Traditional Chinese medicine possesses its own strengths alongside modern medicine's advantages and shortcomings. Its efficacy is undeniable, especially in apocalyptic scenarios where modern medical equipment is rendered useless, leading to the decline of Western medicine and the resurgence of traditional practices. Moreover, the medical profession holds substantial value even in dire circumstances, ensuring a physician's esteemed status. After claiming his reward, Li Ming and 32 Special Forces soldiers donned their gear. Standard attire included bulletproof vests and helmets, with each soldier carrying a rifle equipped with 7 magazines, a machine gun loaded with 300 rounds, and 3 SVD sniper rifles. Additionally, they were armed with C4 explosives, detonators, grenades, smoke bombs, and flashbangs. Each soldier also carried a day's worth of self-heating rations, medical kits, and various supplies, all meticulously prepared for combat. The group set off in 10 assault boats, aware that the volume of their transaction warranted such an ostentatious display. Soon, the clock struck 10:30. And after signaling with flashlights and confirming their identities, they made their way to the 5th floor of a nearby derelict building. Both parties left personnel to guard the boats. Li Ming stationed 10 armed soldiers, while the other side matched their readiness with crossbows and other weaponry, transporting their goods into the abandoned structure to commence inspection. Old Zhang and Captain Wu approached Li Ming, with Wu introducing himself as the captain mentioned by Zhang. "Greetings, I am Li Ming. I understand you wish to discuss matters with me," Li Ming acknowledged. Captain Wu and Old Zhang observed Li Ming's impressive armament. An AKM rifle prominently slung across his shoulder and his soldiers poised for action. Their expressions betrayed an unmasked admiration. "Ahem, gentlemen, let us not linger on pleasantries. We should address the main agenda." Li Ming gently cleared his throat. Prompted by his reminder, both men regained focus. "I must say, I did not expect you to be so young, Mr. Li," Captain Wu remarked with a smile. "Indeed, I have served in the Imperial Army," Li Ming replied. "I presume your interest in me extends beyond this substantial transaction?" "Naturally," Captain Wu replied. "We wish to discuss the possibility of future collaboration, considering our successful partnership thus far. If we were to find ourselves in dire straits, would you be willing to offer us refuge?" Li Ming chuckled, but quickly responded, "Captain Wu, let us be candid. I prefer to engage with astute individuals such as yourselves, who grasp the nuances with remarkable clarity. In light of our long-standing collaboration, I extend a promise to you. Should you find yourselves in dire straits in the future, we shall come to your aid. Additionally, I have a message for Captain Wu. Frankly speaking, the current state of affairs is hardly distinguishable from the apocalypse. Our primary objective is mere survival. I hold a deep admiration for the residents of Captain Wu's community, as, amidst the prevalent discord, you have managed to unite for your collective survival. For this reason alone, I feel compelled to lend you a hand. Thus, I wish to convey a couple of pieces of information. First, we are planning to establish a trading market on our end. Second, according to confidential intelligence within our organization, we may soon face an extreme cold spell following the cessation of heavy rainfall. Therefore, Captain Wu, I strongly advise you to prepare provisions that can withstand temperatures plummeting to -50 or 60 degrees. As for individuals like this, Li Ming does not hesitate to offer guidance. The residents of this community are indeed deserving of such consideration. "Mr. Li, are you serious?" Old Zhang exclaimed, visibly taken aback. It is no wonder he reacted so, as those temperatures could lead to fatalities among the community, given their current stockpile of supplies. The southern regions are already characterized by humidity, and combined with extreme cold, the situation becomes perilous. "Old Zhang, I have said my piece. Whether you believe it is up to you. However, I cannot resist adding that I personally recommend you consider aligning with our organization. You need not fear the loss of autonomy, as we will not interfere with the management of your community. Nevertheless, our organization does not harbor idlers. Should you choose to join us, we will ensure adequate protection in terms of armed support. In exchange, you merchants will be expected to assist our organization, for instance, by promoting our market. Moreover, should you align with us, we will significantly reduce the prices on supplies for you, ensuring that you will not incur losses. Our organization comprises survival enthusiasts well-versed in the ways of the apocalypse, and I assure you that our stockpile is substantial. Hence, aligning with us will only yield benefits. You will not suffer any detriment." Upon hearing Li Ming's words, Captain Wu did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, he replied, "Mr. Li, to be honest, your proposal is quite enticing. However, our community comprises over 10,000 individuals, and I cannot make a decision on their behalf without consulting them." "Huh, understood." Just as the group was poised to continue their discussion, Li Ming received a report through his earpiece. "Commander, a large group of unfamiliar individuals is approaching by boat. And they do not seem friendly, they appear to be armed." Li Ming swiftly commanded, "Inform them to take cover in the abandoned building. Everyone must disembark and prepare for combat." "Yes." Upon witnessing Li Ming's exchange, Captain Wu sensed that something was amiss. "Mr. Li, what is happening?" "Ah, Captain Wu. It seems trouble is at your doorstep," Li Ming replied with a smile. "Ah?" Captain Wu and Old Zhang's minds raced swiftly, and they quickly grasped the situation. Their group of petty traffickers had become the prime target for others, who were now eyeing the goods involved in this transaction. After all, with over 30 assault boats under their command, it was impossible not to attract attention. He urgently shouted to those outside, "Hurry, disembark and take refuge inside the building. The other party is armed." Soon, all personnel on guard retreated into the unfinished structure. Li Ming addressed Captain Wu, saying, "We'll handle this trouble. You all find a safe place to hide." Chapter 41. The people of the Rising Sun Kingdom report to the Commander-in-Chief. "We have all retreated into the building," came the soldier's voice through the headset. "Everyone regroup with us and prepare for battle. Snipers, get ready to fire. Machine guns, set up," commanded Li Ming. "Understood." Soon, the special forces had assembled completely, totaling 33 individuals, including Li Ming. He designated 5 team members to protect Captain Wu and his group, a measure that served both to safeguard and to monitor, preventing any interference from the opposing side. Captain Wu recognized Li Ming's intentions and promptly instructed everyone to withdraw to a secure location. Li Ming, accompanied by the remaining 27, commenced preparations for combat. 3 PKM machine guns were positioned, with their operators ready to fire, while Li Ming and his team readied their AKMs equipped with holographic sights. The entire dilapidated building was transformed into their makeshift defensive stronghold. 3 snipers meticulously established multiple shooting positions, poised to engage at any moment. Li Ming discreetly observed the enemy's situation through binoculars and soon discerned a critical detail. This group bore a resemblance to the people of the Radiant Empire, yet their demeanor revealed subtle differences. Astonishingly, they were a faction from the Rising Sun Kingdom. The Rising Sun Kingdom had educational institutions within the territory of the Radiant Empire, including one in Malga, and this group had been stranded here due to natural disasters. To Li Ming's astonishment, they were armed with firearms. With the aid of his multifunctional binoculars, he identified over 10 military rifles and numerous handguns among them, while the rest were primarily equipped with melee weapons. This group comprised approximately 100 individuals. Fortunately, today, Old Zhang and his team were engaged in trade with their own, possessing commendable military strength. Having confirmed the identity of the opposing group, Li Ming called out in the language of the Rising Sun Kingdom, "What brings you here? Leave at once. We are in the midst of a transaction." The response came involuntarily, echoing back in the tongue of the Rising Sun Kingdom. "You would do well to surrender all your supplies. We can ensure you receive a proper burial." Li Ming couldn't help but laugh, now fully certain of their identity. He swiftly issued an order through the headset, and the enemies let out anguished cries after being struck, yet it proved futile. Li Ming and his companions were shielded by reinforced concrete walls, while their adversaries had merely assault boats at their disposal. It could be said that the enemies possessed no cover whatsoever. Faced with a barrage of sniper rifles, machine guns, and rifles from a distance of 100 meters. This was no battle, it was a massacre. With each shot fired, an enemy would fall. Under the concentrated fire of 3 machine guns and the precise aim of the snipers, the forces of the Sun Kingdom could not withstand even a minute. Suffering over 80 casualties, in a frenzied attempt, they scrambled to launch the remaining assault boats, seeking to escape. However, a single belt of machine gun ammunition contains 100 rounds. Li Ming and his comrades employed a method of controlled fire, resulting in minimal ammunition expenditure. The snipers were the primary source of firepower, rendering the remaining members of the Sun Kingdom virtually harmless. Li Ming ordered a ceasefire. At this moment, only 3 individuals from the Sun Kingdom remained on the boat, kneeling with hands raised in surrender. Li Ming concealed his body and commanded them to start the boat and raise their hands upon reaching the shore, or face death. Terrified, the 3 individuals complied and approached. Raising their hands in submission, a few Special Forces soldiers commenced a search, and upon finding no hazardous materials, the captives were brought forth. Li Ming directly inquired how they had tracked them to this location. One of the captives, in a fit of bravado, uttered a curse. Li Ming responded with a cold laugh and raised his hand. A Special Forces soldier swiftly drew his knife, severing the man's throat with a decisive stroke. The individual collapsed, convulsing, and within moments, he lay still. The remaining 2 enemies were visibly shaken, exclaiming that they had targeted them based on frequent business dealings. Li Ming nodded in satisfaction and asked how many of their comrades remained in Malga. Trembling, the captive replied that over 3,000 individuals were still gathered in 3 office buildings. Li Ming smiled and gestured to the Special Forces to proceed with separate interrogations. Shortly thereafter, a lieutenant officer nodded at Li Ming, who was pleased. Once the scene was secured, he allowed Captain Wu and his team to return. They had naturally heard the intense gunfire. Li Ming, with a wry smile, turned to Captain Wu and remarked on the significant target they had. Noting that this group had indeed set their sights on them. They possessed over 10 military rifles and a dozen handguns. What? Captain Wu felt a cold sweat trickle down his forehead. He had not anticipated being targeted by such formidable foes, although their own equipment was decent. It paled in comparison to the firepower of over 10 military rifles. The lethality of rifles and handguns represented entirely different realms. Old Zhang's expression also darkened as Li Ming continued, elucidating that this group had ascertained their identity as members of the Sun Kingdom, intent on seizing their goods in a nefarious scheme. "You are fortunate, for today the target of our transaction is you. Damn it, these despicable little devils are truly infuriating," Captain Wu exclaimed in a fit of rage. "Captain Wu, we require your assistance to investigate the lair of these rascals, and subsequently, we must eradicate their stronghold. Such individuals cannot be permitted to remain. Otherwise, they will become a scourge." Li Ming replied calmly. Rest assured, Mr. Li, the trouble we face is of our own making, and we shall certainly uncover their whereabouts. Please await our notification. Li Ming nodded, instructing his associates to withdraw with the materials from the transaction. And then he collected the goods and departed with purpose. Chapter 42. Annihilation of the enemy. Li Ming had long ascertained the location of their stronghold through interrogation. The reason he instructed Captain Wu and his team to investigate was to evaluate their capabilities. It can be said that after today's events, Captain Wu and his team had no other option but to align themselves with Li Ming. At least by doing so, they would receive protection through military might. In a world ravaged by chaos, what force could rival a regiment armed with firearms? Furthermore, although they would be required to perform tasks for Li Ming, Captain Wu had come to understand through several transactions that Li Ming and his group were, without a doubt, the benevolent ones in this apocalyptic landscape. That evening, Li Ming received a transmission via walkie-talkie from Captain Wu, confirming that his findings aligned with the results obtained during Li Ming's interrogation. The following day, Li Ming set out with 100 soldiers aboard 12 speedboats. The spectacle was undeniably grand, attracting the envious and wary gazes of countless survivors along the way. After all, it was a display of 100 AK-47s, who would not feel apprehensive. In the face of such overwhelming firepower, which faction would dare to oppose them? With absolute might on their side, any plots or schemes would be rendered futile. At that moment, numerous factions speculated on the purpose of this ostentatious expedition. Li Ming, however, was resolute in his intention to eradicate the enemy stronghold. The speedboats traveled swiftly, reaching their destination within half an hour. The group disembarked at a distance of 500 meters from the office buildings and proceeded to swim armed across the water. Li Ming, accompanied by several special forces operatives, ventured forth to scout the situation. Soon, they overheard a conversation among several armed adversaries. Banzakura, when will this dreary existence come to an end? There are no lovely ladies to be found. It truly is a struggle for affection. One adversary lamented. Who knows? For those of us in the Marja region, we've basically exhausted our options within these 3 buildings A, C, and D. Aren't there quite a few beautiful women among them? Replied the one addressed as Banzakura. Little village. I recall there is a girl within whom you seem to have taken a liking. What was her name? Ah, yes, Yuriko, Banzakura continued. Yet Yuriko pays me no mind, Little Village retorted. By the way, why do I feel that these Tianwi people are particularly troublesome? Our men dispatched yesterday have yet to return. Could something have gone awry? Banzakura shook his head. Surely not. They took all our heavy weaponry, over a dozen military rifles and handguns. Their firepower is formidable. Who can say? Little Village concurred, shaking his head. At this juncture, Li Ming had successfully pinpointed the enemy's location within the 3 buildings. He signaled to his 100 special forces, who promptly began to install explosives and detonators on the 3 office buildings. An hour later, the installation was complete, and the group hurriedly swam back to the speedboats. Li Ming then pressed the detonator button on the remote control. A series of thunderous explosions erupted. The devastating power of C4 explosives was terrifying. The supporting walls beneath 3 towering office buildings were obliterated, and the structural integrity of the edifices began to falter, leading to their eventual collapse. Amidst the cacophony, fragments of shattered concrete cascaded into the floodwaters below. Countless adversaries, in a desperate bid for survival, leapt from the heights, hoping to evade their fate through sheer faith. Though such aspirations were evidently futile, there were, of course, a few fortunate souls on lower floors who managed to plunge into the water and escape. Yet they were met with the unwavering resolve of Li Ming and his allies, leaving them no chance of salvation. In total, over 3,000 foes perished as the buildings crumbled, their demise largely attributed to the collapse itself, while around 400 fortunate individuals swam desperately, seeking rescue. Upon sighting Li Ming's speedboat, they called out for help in their native tongue. However, Li Ming and his comrades were merciless. These enemies were met not with aid, but with bullets and sharp blades. Li Ming felt no remorse for the slaughter of these individuals. Ultimately, all 3,000 adversaries met their end at his hands, destined to become mere skeletons, akin to those who perished in the apocalypse. After the carnage, Li Ming and his team withdrew, soon attracting attention from others drawn by the explosions. Yet, apart from a few bodies drifting on the surface, no useful clues were uncovered. Nonetheless, various factions soon learned that Li Ming had eradicated 3,000 foes. To him, every enemy deserved their fate. Following this endeavor, Li Ming selected a grand building to establish a marketplace. He recognized the advantages of creating such a space, albeit distinguishing his market from that of the Revival Society by conducting all transactions through barter, eschewing paper currency. However, he did accept antiques, paintings, and gold, along with essential materials such as intact cement, security doors, glass, tiles, and steel. Even books could be exchanged for survival supplies, as Li Ming believed that collective resource gathering would yield greater benefits than individual efforts. This approach fostered mutual advantage with the survivors, while simultaneously expanding his intelligence network through news shared by them. Particularly, information regarding nefarious groups and violent factions was crucial, as these entities posed a significant threat to Li Ming's plans for eradication. For Li Ming, fostering a symbiotic relationship with ordinary survivors was paramount. He encouraged them to gather various resources while they received essential supplies in return. Thus, the greater the number of ordinary survivors, the better, as any criminal elements represented an unpredictable variable that needed to be eliminated. In truth, Li Ming's strategy also benefited the survivors. With sufficient diligence, they could exchange efforts for survival supplies, ensuring their own continued existence without significant difficulty. Li Ming has also secured a notable building, renowned as the Golden Dragon Tower in the Malga region, which rises majestically to 30 stories. Architecturally, it is characterized by its unique square courtyard design. Concurrently, he has deployed military personnel to maintain order in the vicinity and established a radio station to disseminate information. Utilizing radio broadcasts and engaging Captain Wu and his team to distribute flyers for promotion, Li Ming has christened his marketplace as the Zhangxing Chamber of Commerce, primarily dealing in survival supplies, an array of hardware, daily necessities, and various living essentials. It can be said that within this marketplace, as long as one possesses sufficient goods for trade, an ample selection of items is available for purchase. In contrast to the marketplace of the Revival Society, transactions in Li Ming's market concerning living supplies are not capped, although the prices for survival essentials remain relatively high. Nevertheless, the variety is extensive, and one can even find various medications here. In summary, this marketplace offers an opportunity to acquire any desired goods and supplies without restrictions on quantity. Chapter 43. Establishing a market plan. Primarily, Li Ming has articulated his market concept with remarkable clarity. Any useful item can be exchanged for points, which can then be utilized for purchases in Li Ming's direct operated store. To ensure the stability of these points, Li Ming has meticulously established a conversion ratio between point tickets and goods. He issues point tickets that he has manufactured and printed himself, which function similarly to currency. Furthermore, these printed tickets are produced using advanced technologies, rendering counterfeiting nearly impossible. The paper utilized for these tickets is far from ordinary, complemented by a complex ink formula that would be exceedingly difficult to replicate in a post-apocalyptic world. Additionally, the issuance of point tickets is strictly regulated by Li Ming, who bases the quantity of tickets on his own reserves of goods. Typically, currency can be issued in quantities 3 to 5 times that of the reserves. But Li Ming opts for a more prudent approach, understanding the long-term implications of maintaining credibility. He is committed to ensuring that the currency retains its value and that the conversion ratio remains stable, eschewing any reckless inflationary practices. While moderate inflation can benefit an economy during times of peace, the current dire circumstances demand a singular focus on stability. Li Ming refrains from unnecessary embellishments. According to the information he has disseminated, he is willing to accept all useful items, even scrap metal, whether one acquires numerous appliances from various markets or possesses other items. They can bring them to Li Ming for point tickets or sell them at stalls, using the tickets to purchase any essential supplies in his store. While purchases in Li Ming's direct operated store necessitate the use of point tickets, transactions at other stalls are conducted freely, allowing for barter or point ticket exchanges without compulsion. Li Ming is acutely aware that the time for mandatory enforcement of point tickets has not yet arrived, hence he enforces their use solely in his own store. His establishment is replete with a diverse array of survival necessities. Furthermore, stall operators are required to pay a nominal fee daily for the security services provided by the military. To safeguard his supplies, Li Ming has stationed an infantry battalion within the Jinlong building. Indeed, it is an infantry battalion. Li Ming has recognized that composite units are not infallible. Thus, in addition to establishing main force units like composite brigades, he has recruited a substantial number of light infantry to maintain order and security. This type of infantry, which Li Ming refers to as the garrison army, incurs lower formation costs and possesses broader adaptability. Comprised of approximately 420 personnel, this infantry battalion aligns with traditional army unit structures. Li Ming also discerned numerous advantages inherent in the traditional military structure, the most significant of which is the ability to maintain a sizable army at a remarkably low cost. The office buildings within a kilometer radius of the Golden Dragon Tower have been entirely secured by Li Ming's forces, effectively establishing a defensive strength equivalent to a light infantry regiment of over 1,300 personnel. In terms of armament, They are equipped with rifles, light machine guns, and the latest portable 12.7 mm heavy machine guns, complemented by 60 mm mortars and regiment-level 120 mm heavy mortars, along with a battalion of 107 mm rocket launchers. Additionally, there are a considerable number of RPG launchers and individual anti-tank missiles. For a light infantry regiment, this firepower configuration is undoubtedly sufficient. The deployment of an infantry regiment serves to uphold order and security within the entire market. Li Ming is acutely aware that multiple factions harbor ambitions toward his market, prompting him to station a regiment of troops to stand guard in shifts. This contingent is neither excessive nor insufficient. It is precisely adequate. Should a large-scale force attempt to assault his market, this regiment would be tasked with defense while simultaneously calling for reinforcements from the headquarters. An aviation battalion would swiftly provide fire support, and an additional 50 heavy transport helicopters would transport soldiers to the scene during extreme cold or following the retreat of floodwaters. A combined arms battalion would also be dispatched for assistance, emphasizing a strategy underscored by considerable firepower and martial virtue. Li Ming calculated that, given the marching speed of mechanized infantry, reinforcements could arrive from his base in no more than 1 hour. In contrast, with the aviation battalion and rapid response helicopter units, that time could be reduced to under 20 minutes. The idea of annihilating a well-armed light infantry regiment within 20 minutes is merely fanciful. With the establishment of Li Ming's market and its outreach for investment, attention soon gravitated towards the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce. The abundance of resources at Li Ming's disposal prompted him to recruit over 300 spies, dispatched across the nation to prepare for future market expansions. 2 spies have been appointed to oversee the affairs of the chamber and market, alongside a public announcement for employee recruitment. According to the recruitment notice, positions primarily sought include staff for direct sales stores, service center personnel, laborers, and sales clerks. This initiative indirectly provides ordinary individuals with a means of livelihood, with all 3 roles offering lunch provisions. Laborers receive the highest remuneration, amounting to a monthly wage of 25 pounds of food, while the other 2 positions each offer 15 pounds. This compensation is considered quite generous in a post-apocalyptic context. In theory, if one can safely transport their earnings home, their income could sustain an entire family, providing them with a glimmer of hope for survival. With the announcement of job openings, a wave of competition among ordinary individuals has ensued. Indeed, in this post-apocalyptic era, the quest for employment has become remarkably intense. This phenomenon is not without reason. Li Ming offers notably attractive wages, particularly for labor-intensive roles such as that of a mover, which are exceptionally lucrative. A monthly provision of 25 pounds of food could sustain a family of 3, allowing them to endure for an entire month if they exercise frugality. Additionally, a meal is provided at noon. Such benefits are hard to come by in these times. Moreover, to ensure the safety and convenience of his employees during their commutes, Li Ming has acquired numerous office buildings and apartments in proximity to the market. These establishments fall within the protective perimeter of his patrols, enabling workers to reside in these facilities with rubber boats and speedboats available for transport to and from work. Such generous conditions have undeniably evoked a sense of envy among many. When Li Ming disseminated the details of these benefits through radio broadcasts, the surviving populace erupted in excitement. Chapter 44. Recruiting talent. Even the members of the Revival Society were momentarily taken aback upon learning of Li Ming's market recruitment plan. They had not anticipated such an initiative from him. Their market consisted of both direct sales stores and stalls operated by others. However, their direct sales stores were entirely different from Li Ming's concept. In Li Ming's direct sales stores, a comprehensive array of goods was available, encompassing all essential survival supplies, including but not limited to various grains, dried foods, canned goods, medications, drinking water, hardware, household appliances, gas canisters, batteries, coal, and even the exceptionally rare fuel. In essence, the focal point was on comprehensiveness. One could procure any survival-related materials here as long as they possessed sufficient supplies to exchange for points. Beyond basic survival necessities, the establishment surprisingly offered certain medical services, albeit at a steep price, given the high value of pharmaceuticals in this post-apocalyptic world. What captivated interest the most was Li Ming's public announcement of a recruitment drive, seeking to hire a multitude of skilled healthcare professionals, technical workers, engineers, carpenters, blacksmiths, and numerous researchers, all with generous remuneration. Indeed, Li Ming was preparing to preserve the vitality of humanity. For him, while resources were undeniably crucial, talent held even greater significance. Resources could be produced anew, but the loss of talent was irrevocable. As the world remained in the early stages of the apocalypse, The attrition of researchers and skilled individuals had not yet escalated significantly. It was imperative to seize this opportunity to safeguard these talented individuals. Each type of professional among them would undoubtedly contribute to the future reconstruction of civilization. Li Ming was acutely aware of the value of researchers. The cost of recruiting a single researcher was considerable, and having these individuals on board would undoubtedly reduce his expenses substantially. Preparations and efforts could commence immediately. To this end, Li Ming specifically summoned numerous experts from relevant fields within the base to oversee the interview process. As news of his extensive recruitment spread, excitement erupted nationwide. As many had fallen into unemployment following the collapse of the empire, their vast knowledge was rendered futile in securing adequate sustenance, creating a stark contrast to their previous lives. With the release of Li Ming's national recruitment announcement, inquiries began to flood in. For Li Ming, any talent related to industry, medicine, mathematics, and similar fields would be welcomed, provided they met the interview criteria. Only children make choices, adults embrace all opportunities. The recruitment notice disseminated swiftly, and soon, candidates began to arrive for interviews. In an office within the Golden Dragon building, an elderly man wearing glasses was conducting interviews alongside an assistant recruited by Li Ming. The elderly man began to speak, stating that after the recent interview, they had assessed the candidates' qualifications, which met their recruitment standards. However, he added, there were additional conditions for employment at their organization. The interviewee, a middle-aged man in his 40s, felt a sudden tension upon hearing about these conditions and stammered, "What are the conditions?" "Do not be anxious." The elder reassured him, "The condition is that once you join us, you may never return to this city, as your activities will be confined to an underground base. Those who come to work with us must strictly adhere to the confidentiality regulations. Of course, as a senior physician, your compensation will be exceptionally high. For talents like you, we can even arrange for your family to accompany you, provided they comply with the organizational discipline of our base. This is crucial, and you must consider it carefully." The middle-aged man inquired, "What will our compensation be?" "First and foremost, we will provide you and your family with a dedicated dormitory building, sufficient for your living needs. Furthermore, if your family members possess any special skills, they may work in the industrial area of our base. As a senior physician, in addition to 3 complimentary meals daily, you will receive a monthly salary of approximately 400 points. These 400 points can purchase 40 cans of braised pork or the equivalent of 400 pounds of new rice within our base. Additionally, should you fall ill, we will provide free medical treatment, and your family members will also receive partial reimbursement for their medical expenses. However, should they violate our organizational discipline, they may face expulsion from the base, so these matters require your careful consideration. Of course, the aforementioned benefits pertain to formal employees. There is also a category for temporary workers. The compensation for temporary workers is a monthly salary of 30 points, which includes 1 lunch. Their primary role would be to work in our market's medical center or in a small hospital that we could establish here. Personally, I highly recommend that you become a formal employee, as formal positions not only offer superior benefits, but also ensure that you and your family are in a completely secure environment within our base. As long as you adhere to the organizational discipline, there will be no issues. Conversely, for temporary workers, should any disaster occur, our collaborative relationship may very well be severed, rendering it quite unstable. Furthermore, if our medical service initiative fails, temporary workers will certainly face layoffs, the elderly man patiently advised. The middle-aged man quickly grasped the essence of the elder's words. In essence, formal employment would likely involve working at the base, though not necessarily at a specific one. Yet the benefits were remarkably favorable. A salary equivalent to 400 pounds of rice each month. After enduring over a month of calamities in this apocalyptic era, the middle-aged man has become acutely aware of the true value of his 400-point salary. It can be confidently stated that this monthly income is sufficient to support a family without any issues. In this desolate world, such remuneration is indeed considered a substantial income. However, the only drawback lies in the stringent regulations and management protocols imposed by the base. Yet, one must ponder, if the base were more lenient, how could they possibly afford to offer such generous compensation? Every aspect of your existence has already been assigned a price by fate. It is merely a matter of your own choices. Moreover, recent whispers suggest that once the torrential rains cease, a bitter cold will inevitably follow. Should this frigid onslaught truly materialize, the current dwelling would be woefully inadequate to withstand such harsh conditions. Esteemed sir, I am in agreement, but I must insist on bringing my family to the base with me. The elderly gentleman nodded and instructed his assistant, Assistant Wong, please proceed to register his information. Chapter 45. Extreme cold warning in the apocalyptic era. The significance of medical services is undeniable. During the early days of the apocalypse, the national hospitals established by the empire played a crucial role. However, as the situation deteriorated, numerous medical instruments within these hospitals became inoperable due to power outages. It is evident that electricity is an indispensable energy source in modern society. The conveniences we enjoy in urban life are fundamentally reliant on electrical power, with water and electricity being essential components of contemporary existence. In addition to the vast array of medical equipment becoming unusable, the stock of medications at national hospitals quickly dwindled, as the empire's population was exceedingly large, resulting in a high number of ill individuals. Without logistical transportation, the reliance on stored supplies could not sustain the hospitals for long. Consequently, the medical personnel within these institutions soon found themselves unemployed. For the survivors, access to medical services would transform into an elusive luxury. Li Ming initiated the establishment of relevant medical points to address these challenges for ordinary people. However, it should be noted that Li Ming was not engaging in philanthropy. To avail oneself of medical services, one must pay, a form of currency not represented by the empire's worthless paper money, but rather by various resource exchange points. Thus, to receive medical care, individuals must possess these points, and the cost for such services are, frankly speaking, not trivial. The doctor's consultation fee amounts to 1 point per visit, while the costs for medications and examinations are billed separately. It can be said that the expenses for examinations, treatments, and pharmaceuticals constitute the bulk of medical fees. Nevertheless, for the common folk, as long as they are diligent enough to gather substantial resources, they can still access a degree of medical services, since the salaries for the medical staff are provided by Li Ming. In a sense, becoming a full-time doctor at Li Ming's base is akin to securing a coveted position in the apocalypse. The remuneration offered to medical personnel by Li Ming is undoubtedly generous in these dire times, featuring complimentary meals and a respectable salary. Of course, such high compensation comes at the cost of some personal freedom and requires genuine expertise. Various educational and training activities are continuously conducted, and Li Ming has retained the title system for doctors. The primary criteria for title assessment hinge on clinical medical capabilities, which account for 60%, while the remaining portion evaluates research and teaching proficiency. Although teaching poses challenges at present, research can still be pursued. By recruiting talent, Li Ming has rapidly increased the population under his command. While the number of elite professionals may be limited, a significant number of skilled workers have been successfully recruited. Currently, Li Ming has amassed over 500,000 diverse talents, who have been allocated across various underground bases throughout the nation. These underground bases are primarily categorized as Level 1 bases, each equipped with a base vehicle. In total, Li Ming has constructed 100 of these first-level sub-bases. Additionally, to facilitate the production of equipment, Li Ming has upgraded 9 second-level bases based on these first-level facilities. At the heart of this initiative lie 9 secondary bases, which together form 9 industrial zones dedicated to accommodating the influx of talent. For Li Ming, the emergence of these industrial zones signifies not merely the sustenance of hundreds of thousands of skilled individuals, but potentially the livelihood of millions with remarkable ease. He is not lacking in essential supplies for living or survival. Thus, as long as these talents can render their value, Li Ming's remuneration is indeed commendable. Take, for instance, skilled workers. A first-level mechanic earns a monthly wage of 30 points, equivalent to 30 pounds of rice, and if converted to potatoes or sweet potatoes, the value doubles. Furthermore, Li Ming offers affordable meals for these skilled workers, sufficient to satiate their hunger, with daily meal costs hovering around 0.5 points. He ensures that he does not incur losses, maintaining a state of financial equilibrium. However, for highly skilled professionals such as doctors, engineers, researchers, and scientists, meals are provided free of charge and are more lavish. Although not on par with pre-catastrophe standards, the food provided is certainly adequate, featuring a variety of vegetables and dairy products, with a meat allowance of 2 taels per person per day, albeit with limited availability. Li Ming holds a profound respect for genuine talent and is willing to invest in them. As the date has now reached December 30th, 2025, the year is on the brink of conclusion, marking the 55th day of the apocalypse. Since the second month of this calamity, rainfall has transitioned from torrential downpours to moderate and light showers, now culminating in sporadic rains. Many survivors, witnessing the tapering off of precipitation, expressed great joy, believing that the disaster was nearing its end. However, Li Ming promptly utilized the radio to disseminate crucial information. Greetings, survivors. This is the Zhongxing Commerce Association radio station, and we have an important announcement. According to predictions from our research institute, there is a high likelihood of widespread extreme cold disasters across the empire within the next week. Please prepare in advance for the cold and stockpile sufficient warming supplies. Li Ming's radio station continued to broadcast this message in an unceasing loop, urging survivors to take necessary precautions against the impending cold. Whether the survivors choose to heed this warning is ultimately their decision. The opportunity for survival has been presented. It is now up to them to seize it. As Li Ming's broadcast echoed throughout the airwaves, countless survivors felt a chill of trepidation at the prospect of extreme cold weather. It is already winter, compounded by relentless rains that have inundated areas up to 8 stories high, and now the threat of a severe cold disaster looms. It is worth noting that while winter in the southern regions of the empire is not particularly frigid, it is still quite chilly, especially with the added dampness from the rains, making life for the survivors far from easy. Nevertheless, the current temperature hovers around -3 to 4 degrees, comfortably within the limits of human endurance. Yet, should we truly confront a widespread and extreme drop in temperature, it could prove fatal, given the already damp climate. An extreme chill, which Li Ming's radio station aptly describes with the term extreme, raises the question, just how low will the temperature plummet? The survivors remain utterly oblivious. And this is merely speculation. Who can discern the truth? Some perceptive individuals have begun to hasten their stockpiling of supplies, while at this juncture, the value of coal, batteries, charcoal, and various winter garments from the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce has surged dramatically. Concurrently, numerous survivors embark on relentless quests through shopping malls, seeking an array of warm clothing. Moreover, furniture stores, libraries, and schools have become battlegrounds for competing factions, as these locales harbor substantial timber, a vital resource for fuel, cooking, and heating. Additionally, areas with trees on the mountains have begun to attract attention from certain individuals, regardless of the tumultuous changes occurring in the outside world. Li Ming's domain continues to develop steadily, particularly with the influx of numerous skilled professionals. The industrial base under Li Ming's stewardship remains fully operational, producing a variety of goods. Notably, a significant quantity of temperature-regulating fabric is being manufactured, ensuring that each skilled worker is provided with a set of such garments as a form of welfare. Chapter 46. Discovering the strategic reserve stockpiles. Li Ming was not only ensuring the smooth operation of the industrial zone, but was also dispatching a substantial number of troops to scavenge for any usable resources, leaving no city across the nation unexamined. Soon, he received a reward from the system. Congratulations, host, for successfully surviving 2 months in the apocalypse. You have been awarded a map detailing the coordinates of all strategic resource reserve warehouses within the Tianhui Empire. Equipped with this invaluable asset, Li Ming promptly sent soldiers to search according to the map. Before long, he received a report conveying both good and bad news. The good news was that Li Ming had located the resource reserve warehouses constructed by the Tianhui Empire throughout the nation. In total, there were 32 such warehouses. It was rumored that the supplies within could sustain the entire population of the empire for half a year, alongside a significant stockpile of clothing, fuel, coal, and various other resources. Additionally, a large cache of weapons and ammunition, as well as gold and medical supplies, was discovered. The bad news, however, was that these warehouses were submerged underwater, and some of the remaining ones had been occupied by other factions. These factions were predominantly armed, with a portion being comprised of criminal organizations and thugs. In essence, they were far from benevolent. Another segment consisted of remnants of the Imperial Army and various civilian groups, who also controlled a portion of the resource reserves. While these groups held survival supplies, the weapons and ammunition were primarily limited to light weaponry. An even graver piece of news was that the actual inventory in these warehouses was significantly less than the recorded figures, by almost half. Upon receiving this information, Li Ming found himself both amused and exasperated, astonished that such deception could exist within the Tianhui Empire's stockpiles. He could not help but speculate with a touch of malice. Had it not been for the natural disasters, the Empire would undoubtedly have conducted a thorough investigation of the reserves, and these warehouses would have certainly experienced catastrophic fires. A fire would leave no trace, reducing everything to ashes, thus erasing all evidence. Moreover, it would serve as an impeccable means of balancing the accounts. However, in this apocalyptic context, despite the discrepancies between the recorded and actual supplies, these stockpiles still represented a substantial cache of resources. Li Ming managed to acquire most of the supplies from approximately 24 warehouses. Although submerged, he held no disdain for the goods. After all, these were tangible resources. With his technical expertise in salvage, he was capable of retrieving them, a feat beyond the capability of others. Li Ming's troops unceremoniously emptied the warehouses of their contents. Even if the grains were waterlogged, once salvaged and amplified 50-fold by his system, they would transform back into prime provisions. The commodities continue to circulate in the market, and Li Ming, displaying a commendable sense of responsibility, has slightly reduced the grain prices. After all, he has acquired a substantial amount of reserve supplies from the empire, and this gesture can be seen as a modest attempt to cater to the needs of the populace. Li Ming's attention swiftly shifted to the 8 factions controlling the resource depots. Among them, 3 formidable criminal organizations possess a significant stockpile of resources, while the remaining 4 depots are under the control of remnants of the Imperial Army, now functioning as civilian forces. According to intelligence reports, these 4 factions composed of the remaining Imperial military have been performing relatively well, making strides to restore local social order and preparing to establish bases. Surprisingly, despite wielding absolute violence, these groups have not committed egregious acts against ordinary citizens. Instead, they have chosen to impose military discipline, maintain order, and, like Li Ming, have open markets. Conversely, the 3 criminal organizations have incited widespread anger and resentment among the local populace, yet their sheer numbers, over 30,000 individuals, including 10,000 rifles and more than 20,000 handguns, along with ample ammunition, render ordinary survivors too intimidated to confront them. These groups, emboldened by their weaponry, engage in rampant lawlessness, embodying the very essence of malevolence. Their nefarious habits are unlikely to change, and they have already been marked for death on Li Ming's list. Another warehouse has fallen into the hands of the Revival Society, which is gradually transporting supplies out, thereby rapidly augmenting its power. Many may wonder why the reserves established by the Empire have been submerged. The answer is simple. It is a calamity of the apocalypse. Although the Empire had implemented disaster preparedness measures during the construction of these depots, they were merely designed for conventional disasters. Now, faced with apocalyptic catastrophes, no previous design could hold any value. Fortunately, Li Ming possesses advanced technology that allows for the large-scale retrieval of submerged resources. Without it, these supplies would have undoubtedly been abandoned, ultimately rendered useless. Such waste would be tantamount to a crime. For Li Ming, regardless of how abundant his resources may be, enough to last 10 lifetimes, he remains unable to suppress his insatiable desire to amass more. As long as he can stockpile without limits, he will do so with fervor. His 7 years of experience in the apocalypse have instilled in him a profound fear of starvation and suffering, leading him to gaze at resources with an almost predatory glint in his eyes. In every location associated with supplies, Li Ming soldiers seize every opportunity for resource acquisition, akin to a swarm of locusts. In the days leading up to the impending bitter cold, this represents Li Ming's last chance to amass substantial resources in the apocalypse. Consequently, he has dispatched soldiers from across the nation and newly recruited troops from his bases to fervently scour for supplies. His efforts have borne fruit, and Li Ming feels immense satisfaction as he observes the diligent work of his soldiers over the past 2 months. The arduous efforts of his soldiers were not in vain. Li Ming's next step is to embark on the large-scale formation of a mechanized army. Currently, his forces in Malga City comprise approximately 4 combined brigades, 1 medium brigade, 2 light brigades, and 1 heavy combined brigade. Additionally, he commands around 10,000 local garrison troops in the Malga region. The remaining 9 secondary bases are primarily configured with 2 combined brigades paired with 3 regiments of garrison troops. As for the primary bases, each boasts around 1 reinforced regiment, comprising over 3,000 troops, predominantly categorized as light infantry. While observing the training of the light infantry, Li Ming identified a significant issue. His light infantry lacked tube artillery. Artillery is generally classified into 4 major types: howitzers, cannons, rocket launchers, and mortars, with howitzers and cannons falling under the category of tube artillery. The tactical value of this type of artillery is exceedingly high, and Li Ming is in urgent need of a lightweight tube artillery piece that can be carried by light infantry. Chapter 47. 75mm infantry gun. Unlike artillery such as rifled guns and mortars, the 75mm infantry gun boasts superior shooting accuracy and an extended range, complemented by a diverse array of ammunition types. Mortars, characterized by their high arcing ballistic trajectory, are simple to manufacture and possess a rapid firing rate, making them convenient for infantry use. In contrast, rifled artillery can execute both high-angle and direct fire, launching high-explosive shells, fragmentation shells, and shot rounds. The presence of rifling within the barrel enhances shooting precision. Contemplating this, Li Ming resolved to design an infantry gun that could be easily disassembled and transported by soldiers. He ultimately settled on a caliber of 75mm, embarking on the development of a 75mm infantry gun. It is worth noting that while the firepower of this 75mm infantry gun may not rival that of the D-30 122mm howitzer, its lightweight design is undeniably advantageous. The D-30 howitzer weighs over 2 tons and is typically employed by division-level artillery support units. However, Li Ming recognized a gap in artillery support at the regiment and battalion levels, where the existing 120mm mortars were excessively cumbersome. He envisioned a piece of artillery suitable for rapid deployment by light infantry in urgent situations. After discussions with experts in the defense industry, Li Ming committed to the development of the 75mm infantry gun, establishing a caliber length of 20 to 25 calibers and a total weight not exceeding 200 kilograms. Ideally, a squad of 10 soldiers could disassemble and carry it along mountainous terrain, with additional personnel assisting in the transport of ammunition. The effective range would be approximately 100 meters to 10 kilometers, capable of firing various rounds, including fragmentation shells, high-explosive shells, thermobaric munitions, and incendiary shells. Following validation by artillery specialists, it was determined that the entire gun would be constructed from X-alloy steel. Theoretical data simulations conducted by experts using computer models indicated that a complete gun, including the carriage and wheels, would not exceed 200 kilograms and could potentially be reduced to around 150 kilograms. The exceptional properties of X-alloy steel exemplify the significance of materials science as a foundational discipline. Even the military experts recruited from outside were surprised by the availability of such a unique alloy, which offers low cost, high toughness, superior strength, and reduced weight, an ideal substitute for conventional gun steel. This reduction of approximately 1/3 in weight is immensely significant for a rifled artillery piece designed to weigh under 200 kilograms. The design and manufacture of this artillery piece are not particularly challenging, as it adheres to the principles of traditional rifled artillery. Soon, 2 prototypes were produced, one weighing approximately 120 kilograms with a barrel length of nearly 9 meters, 25 calibers, and the other weighing around 130 kilograms with a barrel length of 25 meters, 30 calibers. The differing calibers influence the projectile's initial velocity, maximum range, and accuracy. The firing angle of these 2 guns can reach up to 35 degrees, with elevation adjustments ranging from 3 to 63.5 degrees. Soon, the artillery began to be transported outside the base for trial firing, with 2 guns undergoing the tests. The soldiers under Li Ming carried the various components of the artillery, which could be disassembled into 6 major parts, each weighing approximately 20 to 25 kilograms, an ideal burden for an infantryman to bear while marching. Of course, the artillerymen armed for self-defense currently possessed only sidearms, rendering their firepower somewhat inadequate. Nevertheless, this arrangement allowed a squad of 10 artillerymen to have 3 soldiers equipped with rifles and ammunition, thus enhancing their defensive capabilities to a certain extent. In a marching formation, a squad of artillery could carry 1 piece of artillery along with 10 rounds. If transported using an all-terrain vehicle, a squad could manage to bring 1 artillery piece along with 40 to 50 rounds of 75mm ammunition. During wartime, the regiment would also have dedicated ammunition vehicles to ensure a steady supply of shells for the 75mm infantry gun. Li Ming, equipped with binoculars, began observing his soldiers as they conducted the artillery trials. After a range assessment by an artillery officer, the firing parameters were reported. The settings for the first gun were established. Gun 1, target 10, range 210, direction left 003, 1 round loaded, prepare fire. At the officer's command, the 6 artillerymen adjusted the direction of the gun, maneuvered the elevation and traverse mechanisms, and swiftly loaded a 75mm round before pulling the firing cord. With a resounding boom, the shell was ignited by the firing pin striking the primer. The primer ignited the propellant within the cartridge through the vent, generating immense energy that propelled the projectile into the barrel. Under the influence of the rifling, the shell flew at high speed directly towards the target. The first shot was aimed at a target situated 10 kilometers away, monitored by a drone, and the shell struck the target with precision. Li Ming expressed his satisfaction, exclaiming, "Excellent, it hit perfectly." Nearby, several military experts communicated via radio with the target range, inquiring about the impact point. A voice responded, "Report, Gun 1's first round hit the target area accurately." The target for this initial test of the 75mm infantry gun was a 10-meter diameter circle marked with lime at a distance of 10 kilometers, and the shell had landed squarely within the circle. This demonstrated that the gun's accuracy was commendable. Subsequently, the accuracy of Gun 2 was tested. Results indicated that both guns performed similarly at the 10-kilometer range, although Gun 2 was slightly less precise, primarily due to its shorter barrel. Next, they tested the maximum range. Gun 1's standard shell could reach approximately 12 kilometers, while Gun 2's maximum range was 10.6 kilometers, a difference of nearly 2 kilometers. At this juncture, a decision needed to be made. Although Gun 1 was 10 kilograms heavier in combat weight, its overall performance was evidently superior. In critical situations, Gun 1 could even fire specially designed armor-piercing rounds to engage lightly armored targets, leading Li Ming to ultimately select the 30-caliber infantry gun. The weight is merely 10 kilograms. And in the most urgent of moments, one can even fire the cannon using just the main body of the carriage. The weight of the wheels of the carriage is not insignificant, accounting for approximately 1/6 of the total weight. This infantry gun can be said to have perfectly resolved the issue of fire support at the battalion level for Li Ming. Subsequently, a series of additional tests on the artillery will be required, followed by improvements to address certain issues, ultimately leading to mass production. Li Ming is quite satisfied with the prototype, both in terms of its overall structure and other aspects. The performance of this infantry gun is commendable. It is noteworthy that the 152mm howitzer of years past had a range of only about 12 kilometers. Chapter 48. Expansion. Whether for light infantry regiments or for combined arms battalions, the infantry gun weighing a mere 130 kilograms is highly esteemed. Although light infantry units possess vehicles such as trucks and jeeps, the value of a portable artillery piece that can be readily utilized for support during exigent circumstances is truly immeasurable. For combined arms battalions, having witnessed the precision, rate of fire, and portability of the 75mm infantry gun, proposals have emerged to adapt this piece into a vehicle-mounted 75mm self-propelled artillery. The vehicle-mounted design allows for an increased caliber ratio, further enhancing its range and performance, thus serving multiple purposes. The artillery of the battalion will be uniformly equipped with 75mm self-propelled truck-mounted guns. The introduction of the 75mm infantry gun fills the void of artillery at the regiment and battalion levels within Li Ming's forces. While the 120mm mortar boasts formidable power, its rate of fire leaves much to be desired. In contrast, the advantages of the 75mm infantry gun are distinctly evident, with superior range, faster firing rate, and greater accuracy. Nonetheless, a portion of the 120mm heavy artillery is retained for situations necessitating its suppressive firepower, given the caliber's inherent capabilities. Consequently, within Li Ming's light infantry regiment, in addition to 3 light infantry battalions, an additional fire support battalion has been established. This battalion comprises man-portable air defense missiles, anti-tank missiles, the 120mm heavy mortars, and the 75mm infantry guns. A typical fire support battalion consists of approximately 60 anti-tank missile teams, a similar number of air defense teams equipped with portable missiles, a heavy mortar company, and a company of 75mm infantry guns. Each artillery company is outfitted with 12 pieces of the 75mm infantry gun, accompanied by 12 all-terrain vehicles for towing and 6 ammunition vehicles, ensuring ample firepower. This light infantry regiment boasts commendable firepower, capable of overwhelming most conventional adversaries. Across the nation, Li Ming commands approximately 22 combined arms brigades, in addition to 22 enhanced regiments of 3,000 personnel each, alongside a light infantry division in the Malga region. The total strength amounts to approximately 240,000 troops, all belonging to the army, excluding the Malga region. The remaining combined arms brigades at the 9 secondary bases are predominantly medium combined arms brigades, integrating the firepower capabilities of heavy brigades with the maneuverability of light brigades, thus functioning as versatile units. Li Ming's medium combined arms brigades are equipped entirely with 120 wheeled assault guns of 125mm caliber, complemented by 425 wheeled infantry fighting vehicles armed with 100mm main guns and 30mm coaxial machine guns, along with a considerable number of wheeled self-propelled howitzers and 122mm self-propelled rocket launchers. Additionally, each combined arms brigade is outfitted with air defense missiles and self-propelled anti-aircraft units for field air defense. However, considering the anticipated scarcity of aerial units in the future, the proportion of air defense forces remains modest, with a predominant focus on ground combat units. The configuration of light combined arms brigade centers around assault vehicles modified from various automotive chassis, which provide a degree of protection, alongside some light armored units, emphasizing all-terrain mobility and agility. It can be said that Li Ming's combined arms brigade is capable of traversing nearly all terrains, except for particularly treacherous areas. Generally, it can execute all-terrain motorized maneuvers. The primary combat equipment consists of numerous fire assault vehicles modified from foreign-sourced automotive chassis, supplemented by 60 wheeled armored vehicles equipped with 30mm autocannons for additional firepower. Simultaneously, the light brigade possesses a certain degree of heavy firepower, including 122mm self-propelled howitzers, rocket launchers, heavy anti-tank missiles, and air defense missiles, among others. When compared to real-world counterparts, it bears a resemblance to the Stryker Brigade. However, its maneuverability and all-terrain capability significantly surpass that of the Stryker. The fire assault vehicles are equipped with either 35mm grenade launchers or 12.7mm heavy machine guns. Yet the most formidable aspect of the Light Combined Arms Brigade lies in its exceptional all-terrain mobility and superior situational awareness. Particularly, the reconnaissance vehicles within the Light Brigade exhibit remarkable reconnaissance capabilities with an extensive detection range. Overall, Li Ming's military organization can be broadly divided into two major systems. One is the main field forces, tasked with large-scale external operations, while the other consists of light infantry units dedicated to maintaining order and local security. Li Ming's recruitment efforts continue unabated, as he persistently expands his forces across various bases nationwide. He is genuinely curious about the scenario that would unfold when he commands 10 to 15 army groups. As Li Ming's forces expand, he has begun to specifically address the issue of equipment, primarily focusing on gear obtained from the Eagle Empire, while striving to develop the capacity for self-manufacturing and various improvements to these assets. Currently, his industrial capabilities fully support this endeavor, which brings him great satisfaction. The equipment acquired from abroad tends to be diverse in model and will inevitably reach the end of its lifespan, making the ability to self-manufacture standardized equipment crucial. Li Ming's forces have been active nationwide, causing considerable unrest among various factions, particularly among criminal elements who feel a sense of trepidation upon encountering individuals donned in uniform. Across his bases, Li Ming has initiated a recruitment surge, utilizing dimensional pockets, transport helicopters, and an array of long-range drones to deliver substantial quantities of weapons, ammunition, and supplies to each base, with a primary focus on ensuring ample material reserves. The bases across the nation have now begun to operate smoothly, and Li Ming is preparing to upgrade his main base. He starts reviewing the design plans for a Tier 3 base, which is priced at 1 million survival points, 5 times the cost of a Tier 2 base. System: what distinguishes a Tier 3 base from a Tier 2 base? Ding. Dear host, a Tier 3 base is, in strict terms, an underground base complex, comprising a main base and several auxiliary functional bases. This means that upon acquiring a Tier 3 base, you will possess a main base primarily designated for troop training, garrisoning, and administration. Beyond the main base, there will be 2 branches dedicated to agriculture and 1 specialized in pharmaceuticals, which will encompass, but not be limited to, a large-scale hospital and a laboratory focused on medical and pharmaceutical research. Additionally, there will be 2 industrial zones, divided into light and heavy industries. The entire complex will cover an area of 50 square kilometers, effectively transforming it into a medium-sized underground city. An intricate network of underground roads will facilitate transportation between all bases. Furthermore, upon upgrading to a Level 3 base, the system will offer the functionality to exchange survival points for certain resources. Additionally, the system can provide the host with a package price for upgrading to a Level 3 base, further enhancing convenience for the host. Upon upgrading to a Level 3 base, the host will unlock numerous advanced technologies and have the opportunity to recruit various specialized units or heroic figures. Chapter 49. The frigid cold approaches. After listening to the system's explanation regarding the fundamental aspects of the third-tier base, Li Ming felt a stirring in his heart. System: how many resources or survival points are required to upgrade to a third-tier base? Ding. Esteemed host, to fully upgrade the entire base to a third tier, it will require 80 billion survival points. However, if the host contributes a portion of the resources, the number of survival points needed will be adjusted based on the quantity of resources provided by the host. Upon hearing the system's quotation, Li Ming gasped in disbelief. 80 billion survival points, such an exorbitant sum. Although he currently possessed nearly 100 trillion survival points, the sheer magnitude of the figure still left him astounded. If he were to recruit troops, 80 billion survival points would suffice to enlist 3 heavy armored composite brigades, equipped and ready for battle. Yet now, merely upgrading a base demanded such an exorbitant cost? Host, rest assured, the 80 billion points are not squandered. They encompass a myriad of upgrade materials, including steel, various metallic substances, industrial equipment, medical apparatus, and much more. Moreover, once the host successfully upgrades to a third-tier base, numerous new functionalities will be unlocked. The system patiently elaborated. Li Ming resolved to contribute a portion of the necessary resources, alongside a segment of survival points. Soon, after providing some resources, he expended 40 billion survival points, thus initiating the preparations for the base's upgrade. Ding. The base is set to undergo an upgrade transformation. Daily life within the base will remain unaffected. Please be patient. as this upgrade will require 7 days. With that, the system fell silent. Meanwhile, Li Ming continued to direct the recruitment efforts across various base camps nationwide, ensuring all necessary preparations were in place. On the other hand, the once cloud-covered sky, shrouded for over 2 months, finally began to clear, allowing the long-lost sunlight to grace the world once more. Countless survivors rejoiced, for the emergence of the sun signified the impending retreat of the floods. Yet, a cautious segment of the populace remained vigilant, venturing out in search of resources. This group astutely discerned that the imperial government had seemingly collapsed. With no trace of the imperial army, whether they had met their demise or vanished entirely remained uncertain. Many survivors were oblivious to the true state of affairs. The various levels of the imperial governmental structure had entirely ceased to function. Presently, the entire world's order was upheld solely through violence. Numerous organizations, both large and small, proliferated like mushrooms after rain, emerging from single buildings to entire neighborhoods and further to communities and streets. Countless nefarious forces and criminal factions arose, engaging in rampant wrongdoing. They exploited their numerical superiority to oppress and plunder ordinary survivors. Naturally, where there is oppression, there is resistance. Many communities banded together, akin to the main city garden. Seeking collective survival, they united in solidarity, facing challenges together. In the face of such resilient communities, even criminal factions numbering in the hundreds found themselves at a disadvantage. Each community boasted a populace ranging from thousands to tens of thousands, while the largest gangs comprised only 400 to 500 members. How could 400 or 500 stand against thousands? To speak honestly, although there are several handguns at hand, the ammunition is quite limited. Despite their malevolence, they are not foolish enough to court death. Particularly in the main city garden, having received Li Ming's assurances, they publicly declared their allegiance to the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce, which promised them military protection. Li Ming was equally decisive, promptly dispatching a platoon of infantry to garrison their community. His actions, offering military protection to the main city garden community, incited the wrath of a group of nefarious forces. At that moment, some factions composed of these malevolent elements and thugs were devising plans to eliminate this platoon of soldiers, for they possessed 3 machine guns and over 30 assault rifles. Should they succeed in seizing these weapons, their own power would undoubtedly see a significant enhancement. A mere platoon of 30 to 40 men stood against a coalition that could muster 3,000 to 4,000 strong. The odds were decidedly in their favor. Li Ming, however, had long been prepared. During the establishment of the market, he conducted investigations into these criminal entities, gathering intelligence on them. As the onset of the extreme cold approached, he planned to deploy a medium composite brigade to sweep through these malevolent forces, leaving none behind. While countless survivors prayed for the swift passage of this calamity, Li Ming received a notification from the system. Ding. System notification. The extreme cold will arrive in 5 days. Please prepare accordingly. In disbelief, Li Ming recalled the frigid scenes from his dreams, where he bundled himself in layers of thick clothing, resembling a bear. Even then, he trembled with cold while trying to sleep. The heavy rains of the preceding 2 months had significantly increased the humidity, and the combination of dampness and temperatures plunging below -50 degrees rendered the chill far more severe than that of -60 or 70 degrees. When he sought warmth by the fire, he felt as though he wanted to immerse himself completely in the flames. This cold seeped into his very bones, proving insufferable no matter how many layers he donned. System, how long is this extreme cold expected to last? Li Ming could no longer restrain his inquiry. Ding. Dear host, this extreme cold will persist for approximately 2 years, though the exact duration remains uncertain. It will undoubtedly present a formidable challenge. The system responded. Li Ming sighed inwardly. In a sense, the next 5 days represented humanity's final opportunity for self-preservation as dictated by nature. Those with acute sensitivity would likely notice the temperature fluctuations and take action to gather supplies. Conversely, those who remained sluggish in their reactions would be met with only the grim fate of death. If the typhoons and torrential rains were merely the prelude to the apocalypse, then the true trial for humanity would commence with the arrival of the extreme cold. The previous natural disasters merely hindered the movements of certain individuals, allowing societal order to remain intact. They served as a transitional phase for humanity to adapt to the survival rules of the apocalypse. Indeed, they were but an appetizer. At this moment, the system announced, Ding. Esteemed host, the total population of the Tianhui Empire before the calamity was 3 billion, and currently, there remain 268 billion. Upon hearing the system report the staggering number of deceased in the Tianhui Empire, Li Ming could not help but gasp in shock. In merely 2 months, 320 million lives had been lost. While the figures may seem cold and unfeeling, they reflect the countless vibrant lives extinguished. The sheer magnitude of such loss within a short span was a stark reminder that nature's ruthless selection process had commenced, mercilessly weeding out the frail and those burdened by various ailments, particularly the elderly. Chapter 50. Unrest according to the laws of nature. The first groups to face elimination within an animal community are the elderly. Following them, the young are next to be discarded. This sequence has indeed been mirrored in the recent cataclysmic events, which have claimed the lives of 320 million individuals, with an estimated half of this number comprising elderly individuals suffering from pre-existing health conditions. These aged souls, burdened by ailments such as heart disease and reliant on long-term medication or hospitalization, predominantly perished during these 2 months of calamity. Moreover, many elderly individuals, even in the absence of chronic illnesses, succumb due to their diminished capacity for labor and the frailty of advanced age, rendering their ability to procure essential resources significantly weaker than that of healthy adults, leading to their unfortunate demise. Following the elderly, the most affected demographic has been children, particularly those under 6 years of age, whose bodies are still in the delicate stages of development and possess frail immune systems. The relentless downpour, coupled with a scarcity of resources, has rendered them vulnerable to malnutrition, ultimately resulting in illness and death. The harshness of this apocalyptic reality has been staggering: over 320 million lives extinguished in just over 2 months. It has been previously noted that had humanity united in solidarity, the toll of lives lost could have been vastly reduced. Yet, the intricate nature of human behavior has rendered such unity improbable. Not everyone possesses the foresight of the main city garden, which adopted a cooperative survival strategy. 5 fleeting days passed, during which those who frequently ventured out to scavenge for supplies sensed an unsettling change. The daily temperature had been consistently declining. Those with thermometers observed a chilling drop from -2 degrees to -10 degrees over this brief span. In the humid southern climate, even 2 degrees below zero felt unbearably cold. With the air conditioning long rendered inoperative due to power outages, sleep became a battle against the biting cold. As the temperature plummeted to -10 degrees, making nights excruciatingly unbearable for countless survivors. Amidst this torment, many survivors recalled the warning issued by the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce about the possibility of extreme temperature drops. If enduring -10 degrees was already a struggle, could temperatures plunge even lower? Panic began to grip the survivors as they hurried to the markets of the Revival Society and the direct outlets of the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce, eager to purchase vast quantities of coal and other essential supplies. However, upon arrival, they were met with throngs of people. As temperatures fell, the floodwaters began to freeze, facilitating the survivors' movements. Inside the market of the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce, all military personnel had their weapons primed, prepared to fire upon the crowd. As the atmosphere grew increasingly volatile with the onset of looting, tensions escalated, and an entire company of soldiers stood fully armed, ready for any eventuality. In the face of such circumstances, Li Ming has issued a command: anyone daring enough to trespass into the direct store with the intent to rob will face execution. An officer, wielding a loudspeaker, incessantly broadcasts the rules for redeeming and purchasing supplies. If one desires resources, they must venture outside to procure them and bring them here for exchange, utilizing point tickets to make purchases. The menacing presence of a soldier successfully intimidates some. Yet dissenters still stir trouble within the crowd. On what grounds do you deny us entry to purchase supplies? Why do you refuse to accept the paper currency issued by the empire? They wish to freeze and starve us. Let us charge together and seize everything they have. Indeed, why should they hoard such abundant resources without sharing? They profit from these supplies, those unscrupulous merchants. Join us in taking what is rightfully ours. The faces of ordinary survivors contorted with anguish reflect the psychological toll of over 2 months of arduous survival in this post-apocalyptic world. In this moment, incited by a group with ulterior motives, the crowd begins to spiral toward chaos. Rat-a-tat-tat. A captain seizes an AKM and fires a controlled burst at the ground before the crowd, the dust from the bullets causing the restless to regain their composure. Silence. We are not the Imperial Army. We are a private militia. These supplies have been painstakingly acquired by our men. Why should they be given away for free? Your lives matter. But do ours not. Spare me your moral posturing. I have received orders. Anyone attempting to rob will be shot. Who dares to test this? Listen carefully. Our direct store only accepts point tickets. For the next 2 days, we will operate 24 hours. If you bring in supplies, we will sell you goods without limit, provided you possess sufficient point tickets. Anyone who incites further unrest will face merciless consequences. All soldiers raise their AKM rifles, the ominous muzzles aimed at the crowd, ready to unleash a hail of bullets at a mere command. The sight of the dark barrels instills a sense of calm among the throng. Yet, some agitators continue to shout. They want fire. Their ammunition is limited. Do not be afraid. Rat-a-tat. A shot rings out. silencing one who attempts to further incite the crowd. The officer fires a short burst from the AKM, striking the instigator squarely in the chest. The impact collapses the man, the bullet's hollow point effect wreaking havoc on his lungs. He gasps for breath, blood spilling from his mouth, astonished that they would truly resort to lethal force. The officer bellows, "I shall repeat, our supplies are available for purchase as long as you possess point tickets. Instead of squabbling with us, you would be better off seeking other resources, anything. Even scrap metal can be exchanged on the first floor for points to acquire the necessities you seek. From this moment forth, all individuals wishing to enter must present their point tickets. A maximum of 15 persons may enter at a time. Those who dare to defy this rule and stir trouble shall face the consequences, as exemplified by the unfortunate individual from earlier. Fear not, for our numbers are great. They would not dare to slay so many of us." Another audacious voice cried out. Crack! A precise shot rang out as a soldier discharged his weapon, the .7.62 caliber round striking the man's head with lethal accuracy, sending his skull flying, accompanied by a grotesque mixture of brain matter and watermelon juice splattering upon the ground. Is there anyone else who wishes to contest this? You may step forward. We will surely oblige your desire for a taste of our deadly ammunition. With a mere gesture, the officer commanded 10 PKM machine guns to be raised by the gunners, their belts filled with gleaming, golden cartridges clearly signifying the lethal nature of these weapons. Indeed, the threat of violence proved effective, as the unruly crowd swiftly dispersed, with everyone commencing the collection of various supplies throughout the city, hastily transporting them to the Zhongshan Commercial Association to exchange for point tickets, eager to procure the necessities they sought. Chapter 51. The arrival of extreme cold in stark contrast to Li Ming's decisive suppression of a brewing rebellion, which cost the lives of 2 individuals. The market controlled by the Revival Society descended into chaos. Internally, the Revival Society was divided over whether to employ forceful measures. This hesitation led to an outbreak of anger as hundreds stormed their storefronts, leaving nothing behind. Tragically, 5 staff members lost their lives, and 15 sustained injuries due to the overwhelming rush, which also resulted in a severe stampede. 16 people perished in this tragic incident, with over 30 others injured. Clearly, the Revival Society paid dearly for its indecision. Upon receiving this news, Li Ming promptly abandoned any thoughts of further collaboration with the Revival Society. While such an organization may be suitable for trade, cooperation was out of the question. The leaders of this group failed to grasp the principle that indecision can lead to chaos. Their internal leadership was fraught with issues, possessing formidable strength but lacking the wisdom to wield it effectively. In a world on the brink of collapse, strength must forge new order. Heavy-handed measures are ultimately justified in tumultuous times. In contrast, Li Ming's swift actions in eliminating 2 instigators restored order, encouraging adherence to rules with minimal cost. Only 9 bullets were fired to achieve 3 precise shots. This approach not only safeguarded his resources, but also prevented a large-scale stampede, highlighting the stark difference in efficacy compared to the Revival Society's handling of the situation. Before long, the 5 days had passed, marking the end of the final buffer period before the onslaught of extreme cold. Zhang and Captain Wu had received Li Ming's updates and adequately prepared their supplies to withstand the impending chill. On January 6, 2026, as the sun rose, Zhang and his family were asleep as usual. Upon awakening, he groggily heard a cacophony. It was the intercom crackling to life. Opening his eyes, he was immediately struck by the piercing cold, his face numbed by the frigid air. A deep breath brought forth a cough as the icy air assaulted his lungs. Turning on a flashlight, he saw his family shivering under the blankets. "Old Zhang, do you copy? Please respond." Captain Wu's voice came through the intercom, urgent and demanding. "This is Old Zhang. I received," he stammered, his teeth chattering uncontrollably as he spoke, wisps of breath visible in the cold. "Quickly, turn on the electric heater in your home. Otherwise, your family is in danger. Hurry," Captain Wu urged. Old Zhang hastily retrieved his thick winter garments, dressing himself in layers, and then connected the battery he had purchased from Li Ming to the transformer, converting it into alternating current. He promptly switched on the electric heater and quickly fetched several heavy blankets to drape over his family. "My dear, it is unbearably cold." Zhang's wife gradually regained her composure. "You must get up quickly. I will check on our son." After uttering these words, Old Zhang hurriedly opened the door to the other bedroom, where his son had also been roused from slumber, shivering uncontrollably. "Son, how are you faring?" Old Zhang inquired anxiously. "Dad, it is so cold." His son, a middle school student, was trembling all over. Old Zhang swiftly brought over an electric heater, plugged it into the power strip, and it began to hum to life. He then covered his son with another thick blanket, and after a considerable time, his son finally began to warm up. "Dad, what is happening? It is freezing. Quickly, put on your warm clothes." An extreme cold front has arrived. Let me check the temperature. After saying this, old Zhang exited the bedroom, only then noticing that he could see his breath clearly in the living room. Although the electric heater had started operating, there was none in the living room to raise the temperature, as their home was a spacious 3-bedroom apartment, and the 2 heaters were confined to the bedrooms. Upon glancing at the thermometer on the wall, old Zhang was taken aback, involuntarily gasping. The frigid air he inhaled caused him to cough incessantly. Cough, cough, cough. After about a minute, his coughing subsided, revealing the living room temperature to be a staggering -20 degrees. As a genuine southerner, old Zhang had never experienced such bitter cold. The air in the living room felt as sharp as a knife, making him reluctant to take a deep breath. He quickly donned a pair of thick gloves, and after some time, he managed to regain his composure. Drawing back the curtains, he gazed outside to find heavy snowflakes cascading down. At that moment, old Zhang's thoughts were far from appreciating the rare snowfall in the Malga region. Instead, he felt a growing sense of dread. Before long, both his wife and son struggled out of bed, each clad in thermal underwear and various woolen sweaters, topped with military overcoats, their hands cupped around their mouths to exhale warmth. The 3 of them quickly ignited the prepared coal stove, adding honeycomb coal, and gathered around it to heat the frozen water into steaming warmth while seeking solace from the cold. Old Zhang, shivering, retrieved 3 packets of instant noodle seasoning and a pound of dried noodles. With a pained expression, he poured the seasoning into a basin, waiting for the water to boil before pouring it over the seasoning, then adding the cooked noodles to the mixture. Old Zhang once again retrieved a bottle of chili oil, and with a small spoon, he scooped out 3 generous spoonfuls to add to the noodle soup. Soon, the family of 3 gathered around the stove to enjoy their noodles. The steaming hot noodles, accompanied by the broth and chili oil, were devoured with delight. As the warm soup flowed down their throats, the stimulating spiciness banished much of the chill that had clung to their bodies. Though this hot noodle soup appeared deceptively simple in such frigid conditions, a single mouthful of this warmth could indeed revive a person. What seemed to be an ordinary bowl of hot soup was, in fact, a testament to old Zhang's resourcefulness, and he could not help but feel a sense of gratitude. Fortunately, he had heeded Li Ming's advice and stockpiled a substantial supply of provisions, including instant noodles, various canned goods, rice, flour, cooking oil, and an array of seasonings. Now, as his family huddled around the stove, savoring the comforting noodle soup, life felt extraordinarily pleasant. Chapter 52. The terrifying extreme cold disaster. After finishing a steaming bowl of hot noodles, old Zhang finally felt a semblance of warmth enveloping his body, alleviating the biting chill. He ushered his wife and son into a smaller bedroom, where only a single electric heater was employed for warmth. While he donned his military coat and thick gloves and ventured outside, his first action was to vigorously knock on his neighbor's door, his heart heavy with concern that his neighbor might have succumbed to the cold. Old Lu, opened the door. Old Zhang pounded on the door, but received no response, causing his heart to sink further. Just as he prepared to force the door open to investigate, it creaked ajar, revealing a middle-aged man in a military coat, his face pale from the frost, trembling uncontrollably, unable to utter a word. Old Lu, you nearly scared me to death. I thought you and team made it. Old Zhang exclaimed, half-jokingly. At that moment, old Lu was too frozen to speak, his teeth chattering audibly. His wife and child, equally affected by the cold, were shivering uncontrollably and unable to move. Old Zhang hurried back home to fetch warm water, administering a sip to each of the 3, which finally brought them some relief, though they still felt the biting cold. Old Zhang, this is unbearable. So cold. Old Lu stammered, still shivering. What are you waiting for? Get a fire going and warm up. It's 20 degrees below zero. This is no joke. I must check on others. Old Zhang declared before hastily knocking on the doors of every household in the building. Fortunately, their community was well stocked with supplies, preventing widespread fatalities from the cold, though there were still reports of a few elderly individuals succumbing to the harsh conditions. At that moment, old Zhang's walkie-talkie crackled to life. Old Zhang, come over immediately. We need to convene for an urgent meeting. Responding promptly, he exited the building, only to be met by a biting gust of wind that left him coughing violently. The cold air stung his face as if it were lacerated by blades, an unbearable sensation. He tightened his military coat and hurried toward Building 6, where Captain Wu resided. The snow had accumulated to a depth surpassing his ankles, forcing him to trudge through the drifts. Upon entering Captain Wu's home, he was greeted by a hint of warmth, a comforting contrast to the frigid outdoors, and his numbed face began to thaw. Inside the living room stood over 20 individuals, all building leaders and core members of the community security team, wrapped in layers of thick clothing, each person shivering despite their efforts to stay warm. Old Zhang himself felt a slight numbness in his heart. Quickly, everyone, have some ginger soup to warm yourselves, Captain Wu urged. His wife had prepared a pot of ginger soup, which was distributed into disposable cups. As they held the warm cups, each individual felt a surge of comfort wash over them. Occasionally, someone sipped a small amount of the spicy ginger soup, which gradually infused warmth into their bodies, significantly enhancing their well-being. Soon, the charcoal brazier in the living room blazed brightly, and everyone huddled around it, placing their hands above the flames to seek warmth, beginning to deliberate on the matters that lay ahead. While Lao Zhang and his companions endured the trials of the apocalypse, Li Ming had long since made all necessary preparations. Cocooned within his fortified base, the temperature in his refuge remained a constant 26 degrees, rendering the frigid conditions outside irrelevant to him. Li Ming deployed several drones and utilized satellites to survey the external situation. Above the entire city, thick, feather-like snowflakes descended. Such heavy snowfall was a rarity for a southern city, where snow typically melted almost instantly upon contact with the ground, never solidifying into the compacted, icy surfaces characteristic of the north. Yet now, as the snow settled, it did not melt but began to accumulate. Outside, the biting wind howled mercilessly, producing a cacophony akin to the wails of tormented souls, and as the storm raged, visibility dwindled to nothing, transforming the entire city into a world blanketed in white. Observing the tempest outside, Li Ming understood that countless individuals would likely not survive the night. Malga City, with its average winter temperature hovering around -1 degree Celsius, had recorded its historical low at merely -5 degrees. Yet, the temperature had plummeted to a staggering -20 degrees, an unprecedented calamity. While cold itself is fearsome, what is even more terrifying is the peril of extreme hypothermia. Extreme hypothermia occurs when the body's ability to generate and retain heat is outpaced by heat loss in an exceedingly cold environment, leading to a gradual drop in body temperature. The primary causes of hypothermia include low environmental temperatures, humidity, and inadequate insulation. Hypothermia can manifest a series of symptoms such as shivering, confusion, and cardiovascular failure. Without prompt medical intervention, it can lead to severe health issues or even mortality. The current extreme cold is not merely causing fatalities due to the cold itself, but rather through extreme hypothermia. Many elderly individuals in northern regions often experience heightened cardiovascular strain during sudden temperature drops in winter, coupled with the natural decline in bodily functions associated with aging. This explains why the incidence of cardiovascular diseases, particularly acute strokes and heart attacks, surges in the winter months. At this moment, Li Ming's spirits were low, for many ordinary survivors might not withstand the rigors of the night. With a 10-degree drop in temperature and a lack of adequate hot food, charcoal, and other essential supplies, it was likely that many would not persevere. Outside, the snow continued to fall heavily, and an unsettling restlessness churned within him. The city had seemingly transformed overnight into a desolate wasteland, devoid of life, with not a single soul in sight. In just 2 months, the city of Malga has transformed from an extraordinarily prosperous metropolis of the empire into a place that eerily resembles a ghost town. At this moment, the fragility of human civilization and the brutality of apocalyptic disasters have been starkly embodied. Heaven knows how many survivors, upon closing their eyes, have never opened them again, succumbing to an eternal slumber. They were fortunate, for they have finally been liberated from the inferno of the apocalypse. Many beheld the rain ceasing, the skies clearing, and the sun emerging on the eve of their demise. Some even drifted into sweet dreams, envisioning the revival of human and urban civilization. Surely, before they surrendered to sleep, they were filled with joy and hope for the future, akin to the little match girl, departing this world in a gentle embrace. Chapter 53, Completion of Level 3 Base Upgrade. Li Ming had long been prepared for the impending extreme cold and the anticipated extreme heat. In addition to diligently stockpiling various resources, he had also upgraded his base. Just as the day of the severe cold commenced, the upgrade of the Level 3 base was completed. At that moment, he heard the system's notification sound. Ding. Congratulations. The host's base has been upgraded to a Level 3 base. Ding. Detection indicates that the host possesses a Level 3 base. The host is rewarded with a complete set of research materials for cold-resistant potatoes. Ding. Detection indicates that the host already owns a Level 3 base. The host is rewarded with a complete set of research materials for drought-resistant and heat-resistant sweet potatoes. Ding. Due to the host's ownership of a Level 3 base, a new building has been unlocked, the High-Tech Research Center. Research conducted at the High-Tech Research Center will yield a 50 increase in efficiency and a 50 reduction in costs, with a 20 chance of allowing researchers to level up during their work. Upon the completion of the Research Center, the host will unlock additional technologies and troop types. Ding. Due to the host's possession of a Level 3 base, the construction of the naval shipyard has been unlocked. Once completed, this facility can produce naval destroyers, frigates, and submarines. Ding. Because the host has a Level 3 base, the Army Equipment Research Center has been unlocked. This building will enhance the efficiency of Army equipment research by 50, increasing logistical efficiency by 50 and reducing the maintenance cost of Army units by 30. Ding. Congratulations, the host has unlocked a special unit, the General Staff. Ding. Congratulations. The host has successfully unlocked a special unit, the General Logistics Department. Ding. Congratulations, the host has successfully unlocked a special unit, the General Equipment Department. Ding. Congratulations. The host has successfully unlocked a heroic unit, Captain Shenlin. Ding. Congratulations, the host has successfully unlocked a new type of unit, the Spider Bionic Robot. Ding. Due to the host's possession of a level 3 base, the host is rewarded with a base radar. This radar can detect all anomalies within a radius of 10,000 kilometers from the main base, transmitting real-time images of the area to the command center. Ding. The host has successfully upgraded the base to level 3, rewarding the host with 100 million survival points. With the rewards from this upgrade collected, Li Ming felt a profound sense of satisfaction. His base had not only been fortified, but the entire underground base network was now seamlessly connected through subterranean passages. It was no longer merely a single base but had evolved into a formidable underground metropolis. Providing substantial security in this apocalyptic landscape, Li Ming had commenced outdoor training for his troops, identifying and rectifying issues with equipment during drills to enhance their combat capabilities in preparation for the forthcoming anti-bandit operations. Meanwhile, outside, survivors were struggling to endure. Countless individuals had barely survived the first day of extreme cold, with frigid temperatures plummeting to -20 degrees, claiming many lives, yet a significant number persevered. As for the market established by Li Ming under the auspices of the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce, it continues to operate normally. However, during this period, Li Ming's market defense system has undergone significant transformations. He has initiated the fortification of the market and warehouse core, encircling it with barbed wire along with several surrounding employee dormitories, while consistently deploying infantry for armed patrols. Furthermore, there exists but a single entrance and exit, which is guarded by a platoon of soldiers with a heavy machine gun mounted on an all-terrain vehicle, complemented by PKM machine guns from infantry squads to deter any ill-intentioned forces. Li Ming has once again reinforced the military presence, dispatching an enhanced regiment comprising 3,000 troops throughout the entire defense perimeter surrounding the market. All soldiers are clad in temperature-regulating garments and snow camouflage polar combat attire, layered with bulletproof vests, magazine pouches, and grenade bags. Each soldier is equipped with 7 magazines, adorned with cold-resistant masks made from temperature-regulating and other insulating fabrics, and wears a bulletproof helmet, clearly indicative of elite forces. With the onset of extreme cold, survival conditions have become increasingly dire, thus making the resource-rich Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce market a prime target for various factions. The entities coveting these resources predominantly consist of nefarious gangs and violent groups, especially now. With the freezing of floodwaters, it has become easier for these individuals to traverse the landscape. In their desperate pursuit of survival, they have resorted to coercive threats against numerous residential complexes, demanding protection fees from the residents, engaging in rampant intimidation, and committing heinous acts. The platoon of infantry dispatched to the main city garden has also caught the attention of these malevolent forces. Initially, during the floods, gathering troops was cumbersome due to the use of motorboats, but now that the floodwaters have solidified into a robust ice surface, many factions have begun to unite and execute their original plans, preparing to strike against this platoon of infantry. Li Ming deliberately sent this platoon as bait to lure in restless factions, thus preparing for the impending anti-bandit operations. He has been well prepared for this eventuality, with an airborne unit ready for immediate deployment. Soon, this station platoon detected approximately 5,000 armed nefarious individuals advancing aggressively towards the main city garden through drone surveillance. The soldiers immediately sounded the alarm and signal to Li Ming. Promptly, Li Ming contacted the reinforced regiment stationed near the market, dispatching a battalion of troops equipped with all-terrain vehicles and towing a 75mm infantry gun to provide support. Li Ming issued the command: should these marauding thugs dare to launch an assault, they are to be annihilated. Although the number of thugs was substantial, they mistakenly believed their actions would go unnoticed by the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce. In reality, they were gravely mistaken. Li Ming was acutely aware that this was a concerted operation orchestrated by several nefarious factions. Should these malevolent forces succeed this time, not only would the residents of the main city garden be plundered, but his own organization would also suffer irreparable damage to its reputation. Therefore, it was imperative to set an example. At this moment, a battalion of infantry, having prepared based on reconnaissance footage from drones, stood ready for action. The residents of Main City Garden, including Old Zhang, recognized the alarm as a sign of an impending invasion by violent elements. A security team, numbering 600, had assembled and was poised to engage at a moment's notice. Their equipment was far from inadequate. Spears, ballistic shields, sabers, military crossbows, stab-resistant clothing, riot helmets, and dozens of bulletproof vests, among other supplies. These resources were generously provided by Li Ming, and, in return for his martial protection, they were obliged to pay a fee, 10 of their transaction earnings, to the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce as a form of protection money. In essence, the two parties were intertwined in a symbiotic relationship. However, Captain Wu and his comrades understood that this 10 fee was a small price to pay. It was hardly excessive. When weighed against the safety of their families, such resources were trivial. Not to mention, the value of the weaponry supplied by Li Ming was immeasurable. Aligning with Li Ming was undoubtedly a profitable venture for them. Chapter 54. Annihilation of the Bandits. A coalition of nefarious forces surged towards the main city garden. Operating under the delusion that their actions were shrouded in secrecy, thus immune to discovery, their ranks had swelled from 4,000 to 5,000, emboldening them with the belief that 5,000 could easily overpower a mere 40. Convinced that the infantry unit they faced possessed minimal ammunition, they brazenly prepared to launch their assault. As they advanced, they mercilessly pillaged any survivors in their path, leaving a trail of devastation in their wake. At this moment, Li Ming's battalion of infantry was also en route, traversing the snowy terrain swiftly on snowmobiles, with artillery units following closely in all-terrain vehicles. It could be said that the marching speed of this light infantry regiment was quite commendable. Many survivors, witnessing the impressive convoy of an entire battalion, were taken aback, speculating about the target of the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce's impending strike. The survivors would soon learn that Li Ming's forces were poised to enact a bloody purge against the bandits and their criminal cohorts. This military operation was merely the beginning. The infantry battalion quickly approached the vicinity of the community, establishing contact with the infantry squad before forming a fire ambush perimeter, guided by drone reconnaissance. Approximately 10 minutes later, the throng of bandits arrived at the main city garden community. A middle-aged man, his visage marred by excess flesh, brandished a military rifle and brazenly declared, "Listen up. This community is now under our control. Those who wish to remain unharmed should surrender all provisions as protection rations, or else face our wrath." The garrison squad leader, upon hearing this, let out a cold laugh and, concealed behind a wall, responded through a loudspeaker, "Unbeknownst to you, this place is under the protection of the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce. I warn you to leave immediately. This is your final chance for survival." To his surprise, the multitude of bandits erupted in laughter rather than fear. "Surrender your weapons if you wish to live. We have hundreds of guns here. Those who do not want to perish should submit at once." At this juncture, the commanding officer of the battalion had ascertained the identity of these ruffians and spoke directly into the microphone. "Fire." With his command, the pre-calibrated 75mm infantry gun unleashed its fury. The cannon roared to life, sending shells soaring through the air, their piercing shrieks heralding their descent upon the bandit throng. Boom. The relentless explosions reverberated, catching the bandits off guard. Where did these shells come from? They pondered in shock. Yet, the 75mm infantry gun fired 2 more rounds into the densely packed crowd of bandits. In mere moments, 36 shells rained down upon them, obliterating the throng and scattering human remnants across the ground. The morale of the bandits shattered utterly. They soon realized the gravity of the situation and attempted to retreat. However, a battalion of infantry, armed with the formidable Type 2612 7mm heavy machine guns, opened fire on the assailants. Following suit were the PKM machine guns and the AKM assault rifles wielded by the soldiers. The bullets fell like a torrential downpour. And in the face of such overwhelming firepower, the once brazen leader of the assailants turned pale with fear. The remaining assailants fared little better. Those struck by the 12.7mm rounds were brutally cleaved in two, limbs severed, leaving them either dead or grievously injured. With the additional firepower from the PKM machine guns and the AKM rifles, within less than a minute, not a single assailant remained standing in that area. Most had been either killed or severely wounded, with only a handful of astute individuals managing to drop to the ground in time, thereby narrowly escaping death. However, their reprieve was only temporary. As the aftermath of the battle awaited them, a battalion of infantry, brandishing bayonet AKMs, began to administer the coup de grâce. Upon detecting any signs of life, a bullet was swiftly dispatched. After all, ammunition was of little concern compared to preserving human life. With a series of resounding rifle shots, aside from over 10 assailants who had been captured alive, the rest lay lifeless upon the ground. In the frigid weather, the blood of these assailants stained the earth, melting some of the surrounding snow. Before long, the sounds of gunfire attracted a number of onlookers from the surviving populace. The soldiers, led by Li Ming, did not disperse these spectators. Instead, a loudspeaker announced the reason for the massacre. Upon learning that the thousands of individuals slain were indeed assailants and members of organized crime, murmurs of agreement swept through the crowd. It became evident that these individuals were deserving of their fate. They were indeed a band of marauders. It was no wonder that the army of the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce had mobilized to eradicate such a scourge. The battalion of infantry promptly commenced the task of clearing the battlefield, confiscating the weapons and ammunition of the fallen assailants before departing the scene. Subsequently, a squad of soldiers directed the local security team to relocate the bodies of the assailants, piling them to one side. In the bitter cold, the corpses and severed limbs quickly formed a small mountain, a grim display intended to intimidate any potential dissenters. Li Ming's forces then subjected the captured assailants to severe interrogations, extracting the necessary intelligence before executing them. Upon receiving this information, Li Ming issued immediate operational commands from the command center, ordering the 2nd and 3rd Brigades, along with 2 reinforced regiments, to assemble for an anti-bandit operation. Throughout the main base, alarms blared, and the soldiers swiftly gathered, mustering an impressive force of over 20,000 personnel. Li Ming promptly relayed his orders to the brigade commanders. Accompanied by intelligence officers from the intelligence division, under the guidance of intelligence personnel, a rigorous crackdown operation commenced. The gates of the base swung open, and one by one, wheeled vehicles began to emerge. Soon, these vehicles, along with light infantry snowmobiles and trucks towing 75mm howitzers, set forth in unison. The formidable force advanced resolutely towards the urban expanse of Malga City, as various combined brigades and 2 reinforced regiments organized themselves into battalion-sized units, embarking on separate missions directed towards their respective operational objectives. The first phase of the stringent crackdown operation officially commenced. Chapter 55, the Crackdown Operation 1. To speak candidly, why do nations typically dispatch military forces to disaster-stricken areas in the wake of natural calamities? While disaster relief is one facet of the rationale, another significant reason lies in the necessity to maintain social order. In times of peace, it is not uncommon for individuals to exploit chaos for personal gain during major disasters, let alone in the current apocalyptic scenario. If previously, criminal organizations merely engaged in petty acts of thuggery, targeting single buildings under the constraints of flooding, the onset of extreme cold has now facilitated their forays into broader resource scavenging. These malevolent groups have burgeoned alongside the deteriorating climate, posing a grave threat to the very existence of ordinary survivors. For Li Ming, these average survivors hold considerable value. After all, a solitary existence necessitates sustenance and resources. Additionally, Li Ming relies on these survivors to gather goods that he can barter for his own survival supplies. To some extent, they serve as his potential customers. From a capitalist perspective, it is evident that these criminal factions have significantly disrupted Li Ming's plans, undermining his interests. Whether for the sake of stabilizing societal order or ensuring that more individuals can endure to witness the day of civilizational restoration, a campaign against such malevolence is imperative. Particularly egregious is their audacity to target his own forces. Such transgressions warrant severe repercussions. These criminal elements can be aptly described as lawless and unscrupulous, extorting protection rations from residents, demanding 3 kilograms weekly from each individual, with dire consequences for failure to comply. Young men and women are often abducted for the amusement of others, while the elderly and middle-aged are forced to seek out resources on their own. Of course, should the ordinary survivors express discontent, they are free to vacate the community. Yet, in the absence of shelter, their fate would likely be either freezing to death or succumbing to starvation. Such nefarious activities proliferate in every corner of the globe, not merely confined to Malga City. In the absence of an imperial government, criminal factions have surged dramatically across the nation. Against this backdrop, Li Ming resolved to eradicate these malevolent forces. As the military mobilized, a formidable contingent of over 20,000 troops surged into the urban expanse of Malga City, leaving all survivors in awe. A battalion of such magnitude. It did not take long for survivors to recognize the uniforms of Li Ming's forces, the military of the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce, boasting an impressive army of 20,000. However, the ordinary survivors did not cower in fear, for it was widely understood that, despite the formidable might of the Zhongxing Chamber, they had never oppressed the common populace. After all, with such overwhelming power, subjugating these survivors would be a trivial endeavor. Many survivors sensed that this military incursion was likely linked to the recent obliteration of a band of marauders. Could it be that the army's entry into the city heralded a confrontation with the criminal elements? If so, this would indeed be welcome news. Indeed, the reality aligned with their conjectures. The military forces of the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce fragmented their units into smaller contingents, operating primarily in squads and platoons. Under the formidable support of wheeled armored vehicles, assault guns, and infantry artillery, they launched a ruthless purge against the nefarious factions and marauding elements. To be candid, while these malevolent criminals wielded their weaponry to intimidate ordinary citizens, they were utterly powerless when confronted by a genuine military force. Under the relentless assault of General Li Ming, a bloody cleansing ensued across the various districts of Malga City, targeting all individuals connected to the criminal underworld. The strongholds of these malevolent forces were directly assaulted, resulting in systematic eradication from neighborhood to neighborhood. With such a meticulous strategy, it can be asserted that the entirety of Malga's criminal elements was thoroughly dismantled by Li Ming's troops. The apprehended members of these factions numbered over 500,000, while casualties among their ranks reached several million during the conflict. This operation persisted for nearly a month, and upon its conclusion, the populace of Malga was left in a state of trepidation. Li Ming's forces were merciless, as one criminal organization after another was obliterated. Aside from those killed, nearly all remaining members were captured and detained in outdoor facilities. Li Ming was not inclined to indulge in legal formalities with these criminal elements. His singular objective was the restoration of societal order. Throughout this rigorous crackdown, close to 10,000 various criminal organizations were ruthlessly dismantled. When the final batch of criminals was apprehended, Li Ming's army conducted public trials, convening a grand assembly to adjudicate these offenders. Many survivors, upon learning of the impending public trials against the criminal factions, were filled with elation and flocked to witness the proceedings. After all, this was a rare opportunity to witness the public accountability of these marauders and their nefarious cohorts. At this juncture, while it could not be said that Malga was entirely devoid of criminal elements, the remaining factions were thoroughly intimidated by Li Ming's brutal methods and dared not provoke further unrest. The soldiers were relentless, as any organization or individual associated with crime faced merciless retribution and eradication. The public trials commenced at 10 o'clock in the morning on February 10, 2026. In the solar calendar, though the survivors were understandably shaken by Li Ming's fierce tactics, the knowledge that such measures were directed against those who had perpetrated wrongdoing alleviated some of their fear. Witnessing the actions of the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce, it became evident that regardless of their motivations, they were striving diligently to maintain order. This instilled a glimmer of hope in the hearts of the despairing survivors, inspiring them to persist in their struggle for survival until the day the apocalypse would conclude. The public trials began promptly at 10 o'clock, drawing a considerable audience of survivors who had long suffered under the oppressive hand of the criminal factions in Malga City, especially for the ordinary citizens. Aside from a few communal enclaves seeking refuge, who among them had not endured oppression? Now, upon learning that numerous criminal organizations such as the Sihai sect and the Dragon Slayers were facing their demise, the streets were deserted as survivors flocked to witness the reckoning. As long as the conditions for warmth are met, all have gathered at Hero Square, eager to witness the fate that these nefarious individuals deserve. On the other hand, they are also curious whether the resources that were seized from them can be restored by the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce. At this moment, Hero Square is teeming with people. A veritable sea of heads. Viewed from above, they resemble a swarm of ants, densely packed together, in the biting cold of over -40 degrees. The survivors have wrapped themselves up like bears, leaving only their noses, mouths, and eyes exposed. In the very center of the square, a reinforced battalion of over 3,000 soldiers maintains order, each armed and ready. In such an environment, no one dares to cause trouble. After all, many survivors witnessed the recent military purge of the criminal underworld, a ruthless endeavor where the soldiers seemed determined to eradicate these malevolent forces without restraint. Chapter 56. The crackdown action too soon. Hundreds of trucks began to enter Hero Square in a slow and orderly fashion. With a loud clang, the truck doors swung open, and the malevolent criminals, their hands tightly bound with ropes, were pulled down by soldiers. After a series of blows from the soldiers' rifle butts, the unruly criminals fell silent. At this moment, the surviving onlookers in the assembly quieted down as the soldiers escorted the group of criminals onto the square, where nearly 10,000 of them were compelled to kneel. As the countdown to the commencement of the event began, a large group of officers clad in military uniforms ascended the platform. One officer, bearing the rank of colonel, stepped forward to address the microphone with a brief statement. Subsequently, a major began to read aloud the crimes committed by these criminals. The loudspeakers continuously relayed the heinous acts, each accompanied by ample evidence. Time slipped by unnoticed, and after more than 2 hours, the weary survivors began to shift their stances, some sitting, while others switched the leg they were resting on. Ultimately, the major announced the execution of the first batch of 858 criminals, declaring that the sentence would be carried out immediately. All the criminals knelt upon the ground, awaiting the executioners. With a swift motion, the soldiers drew their sabers and, with precision, severed the necks of the criminals. As the first batch met their grim fate, the second group of 1,000 was left horrified, witnessing the dismemberment of their predecessors. They had never fathomed that they would indeed face capital punishment. Countless criminals lamented their fate, some collapsing to the ground in supplication, others fainting from fear, while a few soiled themselves in terror. There were those who cursed the military for what they deemed an unjust trial. In light of the swift and decisive executions of the first group, the remaining criminals quickly grasped the gravity of their situation, displaying a plethora of distressing reactions. Many of these felons swore fervently, expressing their regret for their past choices, weeping profusely and claiming that if given another chance, they would never repeat such transgressions. However, had Li Ming been present, he would have scoffed, knowing that if this group were afforded another opportunity, they would undoubtedly resume their malevolent ways without hesitation. While it cannot be asserted that every individual among them deserved death, it is certain that if 5 out of 10 were selected for execution, there would be some who escaped justice. Concurrently, Li Ming's forces made public announcements regarding their findings. Investigations revealed that these criminal syndicates had dismantled over 200 underground workshops, seized 150,000 firearms, and confiscated 6 million rounds of ammunition, alongside a myriad of controlled devices. They had also rescued 300,000 survivors and liberated 24,000 women and children from captivity. However, amidst the crowd, a chant arose, calling for their execution. The once defiant criminals, upon witnessing the surrounding spectators' fervent disdain, were rendered momentarily speechless. Some individuals among them are indeed not deserving of death. However, who compelled them to choose the path of malevolence? Having embarked on this journey, they ought to have anticipated such an eventuality. As for their reformation, Li Ming harbors no such idle notions. He is firmly convinced that for some, only death can terminate their wickedness. Next came the second batch of 1,000 various malefactors, desperately resisting their fate at the execution grounds. The colonel, incensed, bellowed into the microphone, "Execute them. Carry out the sentence on the spot." Soon, the execution squad showed no mercy, disregarding the pleas and confessions of these villains, swiftly delivering the fatal blow and extinguishing their lives. The first wave claimed nearly 10,000 lives, and shortly thereafter, another convoy delivered an additional 10,000 wrongdoers for execution. On that fateful day, 3 waves of executions resulted in the demise of 30,000 malevolent individuals. Li Ming's army, through their ruthless methods, instilled fear in all who contemplated wrongdoing. It was brutal. 30,000 lives extinguished without hesitation or compassion, disregarding any potential ramifications. Simply a massacre. The public trial spanned a harrowing 5 days, an experience sure to haunt many survivors in their dreams. Within this period, Li Ming's forces executed a staggering 150,000 malevolent figures. This was not merely a mass of ants or swine. It represented 150,000 human lives. The execution squad cycled through numerous members. As the malevolent forces were systematically eradicated, the entirety of the heroic square was drenched in a crimson tide. The corpses and severed heads of these malevolent individuals heaped into a mound by heavy machinery, serving as a grim deterrent. Through such sanguinary measures, the criminal elements and rioters of Malga City vanished without a trace, their terror profoundly palpable. The Zhongxing chamber displayed an unparalleled ruthlessness, executing 150,000 without so much as a blink. All criminal factions and thugs were rendered subdued, acutely aware that engaging in wrongdoing could cost them their lives. It is noteworthy that the military associated with the Zhongxing chamber possesses a reporting mechanism. Should anyone report criminal elements and the claims be substantiated, a reward awaits. Upon the announcement of Li Ming's bounty, all survivors erupted with fervor. For each confirmed report of a malevolent individual, a reward of 1 pound of potatoes was granted. Reporting a small gang of fewer than 10 individuals yielded 10 pounds of potatoes or sweet potatoes, while larger groups garnered rewards of 30 to 50 points. Reporting major factions promised even richer rewards. These points and provisions hold immense value among the survivors of Malga City, who have come to recognize the worth of Zhongxing Chamber's points. In truth, these points have morphed into a form of universal currency, akin to paper money. Bolstered by the Chamber's stellar reputation, not only did essential supplies like food remain stable in price, but they even decreased by a significant margin. On the other hand, Li Ming's army, through a ruthless purge of the underworld and a system of bounty rewards for information, compelled the criminal factions and thugs of Malga City to cease their activities. For them, capture meant certain death. This group had no qualms about slaughtering 150,000 individuals. How could they hesitate when it came to their own kind? Consequently, many members of the criminal organizations and gangs either chose to become compliant ordinary survivors, biding their time for an opportunity, or hastily fled with their resources to other cities in search of refuge. Miraculously, the social order of Malga stabilized in a remarkably short period, largely due to the lethal effectiveness of Li Ming's bounty system. Chapter 57. Distribution of supplies. No matter how formidable the forces of darkness may be, they cannot silence everyone, particularly the ordinary survivors who, emboldened by the support of the regular army, have found newfound courage. Following an intense campaign against crime, Li Ming has successfully confiscated a substantial amount of supplies. After enhancing these resources 50-fold, he promptly began broadcasting a crucial announcement. Greetings, citizens of Malga City. This is the Zhongxing Commerce Association radio station, delivering an important notification. After a vigorous crackdown, Malga City has been rejuvenated. Our brave commanders, undeterred by sacrifice, have eradicated a significant number of criminal elements and seized a wealth of supplies. After several days of inventory, due to the overwhelming number of victims and the reckless squandering by criminal groups, many of the original owners of these supplies are no longer present. Given the extraordinary circumstances, it is impossible to individually ascertain all losses. Therefore, we will distribute the supplies equally. We invite all residents to Hero Square to collect your share of the provisions, armed with valid identification. The announcement sent shockwaves throughout Malga City. The survivors were astounded that the Zhongxing Commerce Association was genuinely willing to distribute the seized supplies. During the public trial, many had anticipated this bounty, albeit with skepticism regarding its actual disbursement. Yet, a glimmer of hope persisted. The soldiers had decisively eliminated a staggering 150,000 criminals, instilling fear not only in the nefarious but also among the ordinary survivors. Days had passed since the public trial, and many had begun to forget the incident. Now, the Zhongxing Commerce Association's initiative to distribute supplies was as unexpected as the sun rising in the west. How much resources had Li Ming acquired through this crackdown? Upon counting, over 15,000 tons of rice, equivalent to 30 million pounds, were seized, alongside 8,000 tons of potatoes and sweet potatoes, amounting to 16 million pounds. Additionally, there were copious amounts of packaged instant noodles, cured meats, prepared foods, and a large cache of medicines and winter supplies. After Li Ming amplified the resources originally belonging to the people, it was evident that his actions were commendable. The distribution of such an abundance of supplies would undoubtedly sustain countless survivors. Ultimately, Li Ming converted all these resources into food, coal, and charcoal, essentials for survival. Soon, Hero Square, which had recently served as a site of execution, was once again thronged with survivors. An entire enhanced battalion of soldiers stood guard, weapons at the ready, with various light and heavy machine guns deployed to prevent any unrest. Preparations commenced to allow people entry, and under the soldiers' watchful eyes, everyone began to queue orderly to receive. Frankly speaking, the quantity of supplies in question is indeed astonishing, and many survivors express understanding towards Li Ming's actions. After all, we are living in apocalyptic times where gathering evidence is challenging, and retrieving even a portion of the supplies is commendable. Thus, the overwhelming majority of survivors remain grateful. However, a small fraction, characterized by their audacity, dares to confront the military of the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce while keeping silent about the darker forces. Why should they be content with merely equal distribution after having their supplies seized? They could organize a proper investigation. Why should they be the ones to suffer? This group, incited with fervor, seemed poised to advance, adopting a stance that threatened unrest unless their demands for a satisfactory supply quota were met. Their agitation painted the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce as their adversary. In essence, they are individuals who believe that by causing a commotion, they can secure a larger share. Naturally, with leaders emerged followers, and many in the crowd began to echo their sentiments. Thud. Under the direction of an officer, a machine gunner operating a 12.7mm heavy machine gun discharged a round into the sky, the deep rumble of the gunfire instantly silencing the crowd. An officer shouted into the microphone, "Everyone, quiet down. Listen carefully. We are not the Imperial Government Army, but a private military force. Do you understand what a private military is? We are a private army, and frankly, we have no obligation to distribute the seized supplies to you. We have tirelessly fought against bandits and seized a considerable amount of supplies, which by rights belong to us. Even if we choose not to share a single item, it is perfectly justifiable. However, our commander, in his benevolence, is willing to distribute these supplies in hopes of aiding more individuals to survive. If you choose not to express gratitude and instead contemplate retaliation, do you truly believe we would hesitate to fire upon you? Our private military, while bound by discipline, will not tolerate disturbances on our territory. I understand many of you may have suffered significant losses and are dissatisfied with equal distribution. However, we currently lack the resources to investigate each case individually. If we were to adhere to your request and delay distribution until after thorough investigations, it would only prolong the process. Who would suffer then? The distribution of supplies is hereby suspended until we complete our inquiries. The officer, clearly in a foul mood, made his stance unequivocally clear. Did they think they could intimidate us? Such a notion seemed far-fetched. At that moment, the survivors were far from pleased if the distribution were delayed for several years. It would be too late. All eyes turned with fury towards the instigators, and a voice from the crowd shouted, "Let's deal with them." Soon, the survivors began to physically confront those causing the uproar. After approximately 10 minutes of chaos, another gunshot echoed, restoring silence. Then, a loudspeaker announced, "Everyone, comply with our instructions. Present your identification and register here. After registration, line up to collect your share of the supplies. Each individual shall receive 7 taels of rice, half a pound of sweet potatoes or potatoes, 1 pound of coal, and an additional pound of charcoal. Furthermore, each person will be provided with 1 tablet of cold medicine and 2 tablets of water purification. The distribution shall commence now. Everyone is to line up in an orderly fashion to enter the venue and collect their provisions, departing under the guidance of the staff." Many survivors erupted in cheers, for, in their plight, it was not sustenance that they lacked the most, but rather fuel and medicine. Though the supplies may seem meager when distributed among the masses, even so, this gesture brought tears of joy to many survivors. These provisions are not only utilitarian, but also of utmost urgency, as this allocation holds significant importance for many, directly impacting their survival. Chapter 58. The strict crackdown in other regions. Li Ming's campaign against banditry extended far beyond the Malga region. It generated a surge in military presence across the nation wherever bases were established. Each base was fortified with not only a light infantry regiment, but also a light combined brigade. Li Ming initiated a brutally sanguinary crackdown nationwide, swiftly targeting every city with his stationed troops, particularly neighborhoods and communities plagued by organized crime. His forces were well-equipped and possessed extensive combat experience, employing advanced technological resources to conduct a merciless purge against criminal factions. Following these operations, Li Ming would bolster the local areas with the seized supplies, distributing resources to stabilize the populace. In a remarkably short time, he managed to restore order in numerous cities through the might of his army. The methods employed were undeniably ruthless. All members of criminal organizations, regardless of the severity of their offenses, faced execution. As for adjudication under imperial law, that was a relic of the past. The empire had long since fallen, and Li Ming wielded the true power of the gun, proclaiming that his word was law. Who dared to defy him? Through this brutal cleansing of criminal elements, Li Ming swiftly reinstated societal order, further solidifying the survivors' allegiance to his cause by distributing essential supplies. At that moment, his military became the most feared entity among the criminal underworld, as the imperial forces would at least adhere to some legal proceedings if they apprehended offenders. In contrast, this newly emerged military offered no such leniency. All were met with death sentences regardless of their crimes. Were there innocents among the slain? Undoubtedly. Yet, in times of chaos, harsh measures are often deemed necessary. For Li Ming, restoring social order and public safety was paramount, whether for his ambitions or the survival of more lives. A stable environment was indispensable. While there may have been a few unjust deaths, they were not numerous. A saying goes, "Those who associate with vermilion become red. Those who associate with ink become black," implying that one's surroundings dictate future behavior. Though these individuals seemed harmless at present, prolonged exposure to a violent milieu would inevitably lead to their moral decay. Li Ming merely preemptively snuffed out a burgeoning threat. In a tumultuous society, only through draconian measures could order be reinstated. As events unfolded, Li Ming's predictions proved accurate. Societal order was indeed restored through his bloody tactics, albeit at a significant cost. The price of re-establishing order came in the form of millions of lives lost among the criminal and violent factions. Nevertheless, Li Ming had no regrets. Had he not executed this ruthless purge, many more would have perished at the hands of these criminals. Sacrificing a small fraction of scoundrels to ensure the survival of the greater populace was an exchange that, upon reflection, bore undeniable profit. Li Ming's audacious and violent military campaign left even the 3 factions formed by remnants of the imperial army astounded. They had once believed their strength to be formidable. Among these 4 factions, each commands an army of approximately 30,000 troops, each armed with light weaponry and sufficiently stocked with ammunition. They could scarcely have imagined that within the empire, such a formidable private armed force would emerge. Moreover, the ruthless methodology of these individuals towards criminal forces is nothing short of brutal. seemingly intent on complete annihilation. This has sparked a sense of unease among them. Can such a powerful armed faction, acting with such cruelty, truly be a boon? Naturally, their attention is also drawn to the three criminal factions occupying the resource depots, who are equally taken aback by the sudden appearance of this military force dedicated to eradicating these nefarious elements. Although this army has yet to engage them, they sense that it is merely a matter of time, prompting them to take preemptive action. In the cities where these three factions reside, Li Ming's forces comprise a lightweight combined brigade augmented by an additional regiment, totaling over 10,000 personnel. The cities dominated by these three large criminal factions are Tarmar City, Lada City, and Iraq City. Li Ming has chosen not to confront the major criminal factions directly. Instead, he initiates a campaign to cleanse the city of smaller criminal elements, driving them towards the larger factions with the intent of annihilating them all at once. The movements of Li Ming's three light infantry regiments have provoked a sensitive reaction among the local crime lords. Within Tarmar City's criminal underbelly, discussions ensue. Boss, these people are utterly outrageous. They leave no escape for our brothers. It's as if they wish to exterminate us completely, lamented a younger member. Enough with the tears. I'm still alive here, aren't I? Why the wailing? Barked a seemingly mild-mannered middle-aged man wearing glasses, seated in the head position of the conference room. His words silenced the younger man immediately. The middle-aged man continued, as you can all see, these individuals are merely causing a ruckus. As the true arbiters of order in Tarmar, can we allow them to trample over us? Absolutely not, boss. I will lead 10,000 men to destroy them and bring back their heads, proclaimed a burly man. I am willing to take my men and deal with these scoundrels. Another stood up to declare. The bespectacled middle-aged man waved his hand. What is the rush? Knowing ourselves and our adversaries is the key to victory in 100 battles. Even if we choose to engage, we must first understand our opponents. With that, he gestured for a sharp-featured man to step forward, who reported, Boss Ho. Based on my latest investigation, I have ascertained their strength. They number around 3,000, and judging by their equipment, they appear to be a private army rather than imperial forces. Their arsenal primarily consists of light weaponry, including light machine guns and rifles, similar to ours. I believe that if we deploy our main forces, we can undoubtedly wipe them out. Then we can acquire over 3,000 additional firearms. All right, Fat Tiger. Swiftly lead the 1,000-strong long gun brigade to lure them into the ambush zone. I shall personally command the main forces to launch a surprise attack. Yes, brother. The remaining comrades should also prepare themselves, for we possess over 30,000 firearms. Do those mere 3,000 believe they can eradicate us? They are merely dreaming. Soon, the nefarious faction known as the Black Clothes Society began to react, deploying their main forces to ambush Li Ming's reinforcement battalion. At this moment, Li Ming's troops had already found a building to establish a base for rest and recuperation, yet they remained vigilant, with drones continuously patrolling the skies above. Commander Zhang Qing was acutely aware that his battalion served as bait to draw the enemy into their attack. The main force, led by Brigade Commander Zhao, was prepared to offer support at any moment. As long as they could withstand the enemy's assault for 20 minutes, reinforcements would arrive. Zhang Qing commenced the construction of defensive fortifications, utilizing 3 dilapidated buildings as the core, supplemented by 12 75mm infantry guns and 10 120mm heavy mortars positioned 2 kilometers away for fire support. The battle was on the verge of erupting. Chapter 59. The onslaught of malevolent forces. As Zhang Qing was still engaged in strategizing the deployment of his troops, he received a report from the drone unit. Report to the commander, the drone unit has detected enemy activity. Zhang Qing immediately perked up, promptly returning to the command center with the drone unit's commander. A computer screen in the command center displayed real-time images of the enemy's movements and troop strength. After studying the screen for a moment, Zhang Qing smiled and directly addressed the microphone of the command system. Captain of the 1st Battalion, the enemy will soon traverse your defensive perimeter. Draw them in closer. Then engage with light machine guns and rifles. Refrain from using heavy machine guns and artillery. A calm voice replied through the phone, understood. We will ensure the mission is accomplished. Soon, 1,000 thugs armed with standard-issue Imperial military rifles acquired from the supply depot began to approach Li Ming's forces. The intelligence they initially gathered merely indicated that the enemy was stationed in several nearby buildings. Wang Laohu, displaying audacity, led 1,000 men boldly into the fray without reconnaissance. His intention was to feign defeat and lure the enemy into a trap. Consequently, he deliberately assumed an arrogant demeanor, oblivious to the fact that no fewer than 3 snipers wielding SVDs had already locked onto him. The captain of the 1st Battalion, concealed behind the wall of a building, cautiously retrieved his binoculars to assess the enemy situation. Observing the enemy's laxity, he could not help but shake his head. This group could only be described as a rabble. Armed with firearms, they possessed little combat capability beyond intimidation. Their formation was loose and disorderly, lacking any semblance of military discipline, a waste of their decent weaponry. As the enemy closed to within 150 meters, the captain gently instructed the command system, "Open fire." With his command, the snipers initiated the assault. Bang, bang, bang. The three snipers, having long since targeted Wang Dao, decisively pulled the trigger, landing 3 precise shots to his head and chest. Just moments ago, Wang Dao had been brimming with arrogance, but he was the first to fall, his head and torso shattered by the sniper's bullets. Not good, Tiger Brother is dead. Panic erupted among the thugs, who indiscriminately opened fire with their automatic rifles at the distant, unfinished building, bullets ricocheting off the reinforced concrete walls, leaving a trail of bullet holes. Inside the structure, the PKM gunners and riflemen, sheltered behind cover, shook their heads at the sheer wastefulness of the thugs. What a pitiful lot. Their weapons unleashed a relentless barrage of bullets upon the thugs, and under the crossfire from the PKM machine guns positioned on either flank. The 1,000 thugs began to falter, falling one by one, soon dissolving into chaos and retreat. However, no matter how swiftly they ran, they could not outpace the bullets. When ambushed on the battlefield, the most prudent course of action is to seek cover. Turning to flee at this moment was akin to exposing one's back to the enemy, a surefire path to doom. Yet, this rabble and malevolent force had never undergone any formal military training. As I watched my comrades fall one after another, I was utterly bewildered. In this dire situation, the assailants began to retreat, but the captain had long been prepared, deploying an infantry company to obstruct their escape route. The sound of gunfire rang out relentlessly. Faced with the barrage of bullets, not a single one of the assailants managed to flee. They were all struck down, collapsing onto the ground. After assessing the situation, the captain promptly contacted the command center to report to the regiment commander, "Captain here, mission accomplished. Over 1,000 enemies have been neutralized. Awaiting further instructions." Zhang Qing was somewhat astonished. "Captain, are you certain there is no error in your report? That's more than 1,000 enemies." The captain replied, although they were armed. "They were merely a disorganized mob. We hardly exerted ourselves, and they began to rout. I ordered the first company to seal off their escape, and under the crossfire, the enemy was entirely annihilated. It was surprisingly easy. Immediately secure the battlefield and replenish ammunition. Prepare for further combat." Zhang Qing commanded. "Yes, sir." Meanwhile, just 5 miles away, the notorious leader Ho Tianming was preparing to lure the enemy into an ambush with his men. Upon hearing the gunfire, he felt a surge of excitement. However, the gunfire ceased within 5 minutes, plunging everything into an eerie silence. A sense of foreboding washed over him. He waved his hand and commanded, "Shouho, go find out what is happening." Yes. Within half an hour, Shouho returned with a report via radio. "Boss, it's bad. Brother Hu and his 1,000 men have been completely wiped out by the enemy." "Blasted!" Ho Tianming roared, slamming his fist onto the ice. "Gather everyone immediately. Bring the mortars. I want to bombard them to oblivion." Soon, an army of 30,000 surged toward the dilapidated buildings on the outskirts where Zhang Qing and his men were stationed. Zhang Qing observed the enemy's movements through a drone. The sight of over 30,000 troops was indeed formidable. The sheer number was daunting, and after a moment of contemplation, he seized the command microphone and announced, "Commander, the enemy has mobilized. There are approximately 30,000 of them." After conveying this message, he hung up, adhering to the pre-arranged communication with Commander Zhao of the Combined Brigade. Quickly, within the garrison base at Talma, all main forces were mobilized except for one infantry company left behind. The entire light Combined Brigade was deployed, with all technical units activated except for the air defense troops. This light Combined Brigade boasted exceptional all-terrain capabilities, consisting of over 500 personnel in total, and approximately 6,000 were deployed for this operation. The convoy advanced robustly toward Zhang Qing's location, while Ho Tianming remained unaware that a combined brigade had been dispatched to confront them. His formidable army arrived near the unfinished building in a grand procession. Ho Tianming, through his binoculars, clearly observed the lifeless bodies strewn across the construction site, unmistakably those of his own men. "Quickly set up the mortars. I intend to annihilate them with artillery." Soon, his subordinates, acting as makeshift gunners, began clumsily assembling the mortars they carried, 60mm mortars, which, to be fair, posed a significant threat to Zhang Qing and his men. At that moment, Zhang Qing had already detected the enemy's mortars via drone reconnaissance and counted them. The enemy had deployed 36 pieces, constituting a mortar battalion. He promptly announced into the microphone, "Artillery, prepare. In Sector 3, the enemy has a 60mm mortar battalion. Swiftly, the artillery officers from two artillery companies, aided by the images and coordinates shared by the drone, pinpointed the enemy's location and commenced directing their fire. Chapter 60. The Grand Battle in the southwestern direction. The target was the enemy's artillery positions, positioned 3,450 meters away at an elevation of 36 degrees, with an additional adjustment of 15 mils. The artillery officer announced the calculated parameters while simultaneously directing the artillery. Fire 1. As commanded, a 120 mm mortar shell was loaded into the cannon, and the artillery crew pulled the firing cord. With a thunderous boom, the shell soared into the sky. Concurrently, at another 75 mm infantry gun position, the officer also relayed the calculated parameters. Fire 1. The artillery swiftly loaded the shell and pulled the firing cord, sending another shell flying. Although the infantry gun fired later, its shell reached the target first. Boom. The explosion reverberated, causing chaos among the militants who were frantically handling the mortars. The shell detonated amidst a crowd of them, approximately 50 meters away, sending a multitude of bodies flying. Countless fragments struck the militants, resulting in a gruesome scene, with at least 20 casualties. Shortly thereafter, a 120 mm mortar shell, shrieking through the air, hurtled towards their artillery position. Boom. A violent explosion occurred, although the shell did not directly hit the artillery position. It detonated a mere 30 meters away, and the flying shrapnel struck several militants operating the mortars, knocking them to the ground. The 75 mm infantry guns, guided by drone imagery, pinpointed the exact coordinates, with the target being the enemy's artillery position to the southwest. Using the first gun's parameters as a reference, they adjusted to a distance of 3,375 meters, an elevation of 27 degrees, and an additional 40 mils. Fire 3 rounds, thundering in unison. 12 75 mm infantry guns unleashed a volley, launching 12 shells that quickly took flight. The artillery then opened the breech, ejected the spent casings, and reloaded with new shells, executing a rapid succession of 3 volleys. A total of 36 shells rained down, enveloping the enemy's 36 mortar positions in a fierce barrage. Amidst a cacophony of explosions, the munitions carried by the militants began to detonate, causing even greater devastation. The shockwave, mingled with shrapnel, swept across everything within sight. Countless militants were torn apart by the violent blasts, and many unfortunate souls were struck down by the secondary explosions. As for the notorious leader, Ho Tianming, who was personally directing the artillery, he was caught in the wave of the bombardment, propelled into the air. In that moment, he felt an excruciating pain as shrapnel struck his body, and he helplessly watched himself plummet from a height of 15 meters, crashing violently onto the unforgiving ice surface. With a sickening thud, Ho Tianming hit the ice, fracturing his ribs. The jagged edges of his broken ribs pierced his lung, and he gushed blood uncontrollably, his legs thrashing in vain before he succumbed to his injuries. However, the assault led by Zhang Qing's infantry battalion was far from over. The officer in charge of the 120 mm mortars witnessed the enemy's artillery positions being obliterated and promptly directed the bombardment of enemy infantry with their own mortars. Each heavy shell unleashed a cacophony of explosions upon impact. Within a mere 15 meters of the blast radius, the assailants were reduced to a grotesque mist of blood, their remains utterly annihilated. Within a 25-meter radius, others were violently tossed aside by the shockwave, while those within 30 meters were mercilessly swept away by shrapnel. Countless adversaries cried out in agony, some struck in their limbs, blood gushing forth, while others suffered decapitation from the shrapnel, their life force spilling forth like a crimson fountain. After firing 2 rounds of high-explosive shells from the 75 mm infantry guns, the officer swiftly ordered a switch to airburst fragmentation shells. Once the artillery was reloaded, the shells were sent soaring. These 75 mm shells detonated more than 6 meters above the heads of the assailants, unleashing not only shrapnel but also 300 steel balls, each 5 millimeters in diameter, propelled in a conical trajectory. Although the explosions were not thunderous, their lethality was maximized against the exposed adversaries. The 75 mm infantry guns unleashed their maximum rate of fire upon the enemy. It is unfathomable how many adversaries were swept away by the barrage of steel balls. Some, though not immediately fatal, were left bleeding profusely, resembling grotesque blood-soaked figures. Despair enveloped the assailants as they witnessed their vitality ebb away, yearning to escape. Yet the entire area was a veritable minefield of artillery. While the variety of shells was less than that of the 75 mm guns, the 120 mm mortars possessed immense power. The 2 artillery companies unleashed their full firepower, shells raining down in relentless succession. The adversaries fell one by one, devoid of cover, making them the ideal targets for the artillery. Once fierce and menacing, the assailants began a frantic retreat. Yet escape was impossible as the combined brigade charged forth like a tempest. A barrage of light and heavy machine guns, alongside rifles, unleashed a fierce assault on the enemy. With the assailants collapsing under the onslaught, showing no mercy from the brigade, those who managed to evade were swiftly felled by snipers. How could mere legs outrun a bullet? Before long, the battle concluded, leaving the battlefield scattered with the lifeless bodies of the assailants, their spilled blood staining the snowy landscape a vivid red. Severed limbs and various remains littered the ground, while countless adversaries writhed in agony, desperately struggling and lamenting their fate. It is now time to cleanse the battlefield. Confronted with the injured insurgents, the soldiers swiftly fire their weapons, delivering bullets or thrusting their bayonets to end the suffering of these wretches. In no time, out of over 30,000, only a scant few dozen managed to escape, while the remainder met their demise. The reinforcement unit was tasked with securing the area, collecting weapons, while the composite brigade hastened towards the substantial supply depot. These resources were not to be left to the insurgents. The mechanized forces advanced with remarkable speed, and soon the brigade arrived at the vicinity of the insurgent stronghold. A single shell from the 122mm howitzer obliterated the entrance to their lair, paving the way for the main forces to infiltrate and purge the remnants of the insurgents and malevolent factions. Simultaneously, they took control of the supply depot. Chapter 61. Order. Amidst the apocalypse, it is evident that there exists a fundamental distinction between organized military forces and criminal entities. The same firearm, when wielded by a regular army, transforms into a formidable weapon for combat. Conversely, in the hands of the criminal underworld, its sole function appears to be the oppression of innocents, lacking significant lethality. This battle marked the inaugural large-scale practical assessment of the 75mm infantry gun, and its exceptional performance was clearly validated. Zhang Qing's troops developed a profound appreciation for this lightweight artillery. Its utility was unparalleled. During short-range maneuvers, 3 individuals could effortlessly drag it, while for long-distance marches, it could be towed by vehicles or disassembled for manual transport. It far surpassed the cumbersome 120mm heavy mortar in both accuracy and the rate of ammunition delivery. The only drawback was its single-shot power, which paled in comparison to that of the 120mm shells. However, this was a minor issue, as a few additional rounds could easily compensate for any deficiency in damage. Overall, the 75mm infantry gun withstood the trials of combat, exhibiting superior performance across various aspects, with remarkable reliability in extreme conditions, excellent precision, and extended range. After successfully neutralizing the rioters, this lightly equipped combined brigade swiftly took control of a strategic supply depot. Within this warehouse, the vast quantities of food discovered were staggering. Alongside numerous other essential supplies such as instant noodles, biscuits, individual self-heating meals, compressed biscuits, coal, oil, and pharmaceuticals, not to mention substantial amounts of steel and other materials. Though much had been squandered by the previous occupants, a considerable surplus remained. Li Ming arrived by aircraft to augment the inventory, subsequently distributing a portion of the supplies to the local surviving populace, while the remainder would require the use of points for acquisition. This victory proved to be exceedingly lucrative for Li Ming, as the vast quantities of seized resources amounted to astronomical figures, further solidifying his resolve to eradicate the bandits. Soon, the criminal factions occupying the strategic supply depots in the cities of Ladu and Elric emerged as Li Ming's next targets. His approach towards these gangs was one of total annihilation, leaving no survivors. At this juncture of the apocalypse, the transmission of information was sluggish. The formidable criminal organizations in Elric and Ladu remained oblivious to the complete execution of their counterparts in Tarmar. Meanwhile, they conspired to launch an offensive against Li Ming's light infantry battalion stationed in the urban area. After all, Li Ming's brutal cleansing of the city's criminal elements had undoubtedly struck a nerve among them. With their numerical superiority and greater firepower, they believed there was no reason to fear a mere 3,000 strong armed force. Yet, these criminals were entirely unaware of the concept of systematic warfare or the vast disparity in combat effectiveness between armed thugs and a regular army. Before long, they were decisively defeated by Li Ming's light infantry battalion, supported by a combined brigade, and met with execution. Li Ming has unleashed a tempest of bloodshed in these regions, and only the heavens know how many members of the nefarious forces have been executed by his decree. Countless corpses of the executed criminals lay piled in the wilderness. Seizing the opportunity, Li Ming took control of the strategic reserves in these 2 areas, distributing a portion of the provisions to the local populace. Simultaneously, he recruited a multitude of talents from various sectors, striving to ensure that those with skills would have the best chance of survival. As for the ordinary citizens, It must be said that in the apocalypse, a portion of them is destined to be forsaken. Fortunately, we have yet to reach such dire straits. Thus, these survivors can barely manage to continue living. In addition to the provisions allocated by Li Ming, this group of survivors can only rely on gathering various resources to exchange for points at Li Ming's Junction Commerce. These points can then be used to purchase essential survival supplies. The markets established by Li Ming's Zhongxing Commerce across the nation have provided a glimmer of hope for many. After all, as long as one is industrious, even dismantling a security door could yield points to be exchanged for survival essentials. This is the utmost that Li Ming can offer to these survivors, the possibility of survival, contingent upon their willingness to trade something in return. His resources have not come effortlessly. They are the fruits of his labor over the past 6 months, diligently amassed before the calamity. He is no saint. Currently, Li Ming's enterprise encompasses a wide array of transactions, including, but not limited to, various survival supplies and electrical appliances. Indeed, he is also selling electrical goods. In the apocalypse, where the impoverished exist, so too do the wealthy. However, the affluent in this new world differ from our conventional understanding of the rich, those with substantial bank deposits. Instead, they are those who possess abundant reserves of food, medicine, and other essential survival equipment. Typically, these individuals were involved in the food manufacturing industry or wholesale distribution of grains and pharmaceuticals before the disaster. Though the flood inflicted significant losses upon them, a portion of their stockpiled resources has endured, making them the true capitalists of this era. Given their wealth in the apocalypse, their lifestyle diverges significantly from that of ordinary survivors, who primarily seek mere existence. These affluent individuals aspire for a quality of life that, even in the face of catastrophe, rivals their pre-disaster existence. Li Ming's range of electrical appliances and power supply services caters to this demographic. Beyond electricity, he also offers an array of luxury goods for sale. Upon identifying some unscrupulous traders nationwide, Li Ming's Junction Commerce has effectively incorporated these middlemen into its operations, establishing a cooperative relationship rather than the mere assimilation seen with the garden of the main city. It must be noted that earning money from the wealthy is remarkably effortless, particularly from affluent wives and daughters of the elite, whose spending power remains unparalleled even in these trying times. In order to appease this group of individuals, Li Ming began to sell various luxury items, such as designer handbags, cosmetics, perfumes, and clothing, which he had illicitly acquired from abroad. At that moment, Li Ming was attentively listening to a report from the finance minister. The report stated, "According to our latest weekly inventory, we have identified the categories of goods that yield the highest profit." Intrigued, Li Ming inquired, "Is it food, fuel, and pharmaceuticals that generate our greatest profits?" The minister replied, "You are mistaken. Pharmaceuticals fall under the category of essential survival resources. Although they do provide some profit, it is nowhere near the level of exorbitant gains." Chapter 62. The ease of profiting from women. The words of the finance minister piqued Li Ming's interest. Could it be that commodities such as tobacco and alcohol yield the highest profitability? The finance minister chuckled, "Commander, while tobacco and alcohol can indeed enhance happiness and restore sanity, they are not the most profitable. Surprisingly, the greatest profits now stem from nylon swimwear, small umbrellas, and an array of luxury brands, including, but not limited to, handbags, clothing, and cosmetics, as well as various enticing garments that are exceedingly popular and remarkably lucrative." What on earth? Li Ming expressed his bewilderment. He genuinely could not fathom how such items could be so profitable. In his understanding, during the apocalypse, it was reasonable to consider tobacco and alcohol as having high profitability, as well as pharmaceuticals, which possess tangible utility. The fact that luxury goods and seemingly useless items could still thrive in this dire world was utterly astounding. Was it true that even amidst the apocalypse, the affluent indulged while the impoverished perished? Shouldn't all lives be equal in such times? As if sensing the commander's confusion, the finance minister continued, "Commander, according to our latest reports, the reality is indeed as I've described, especially after our military launched a large-scale crackdown against banditry. Societal order has seen a degree of restoration, and public safety has greatly improved. Many individuals who previously operated pharmacies or engaged in the grain and oil trade have become wealthy in this new world. In truth, these individuals alone could not consume such luxury items. The primary consumers were their wives and the daughters of the wealthy, whose spending power was truly formidable." Li Ming listened in astonishment, truly taken aback by this revelation. "Minister Zhang, how is it that these non-essential items can be sold for such high prices and in such quantities?" he questioned, perplexed. "Commander, at any given moment, society is stratified. In times of disaster, it is the ordinary people who suffer the most and bear the brunt of hardship. Therefore, while we sell a significant volume of survival supplies daily, The pure profit from these cannot even begin to compare with that of luxury goods. The wealthy continue to live indulgently during the apocalypse. Their extravagant lifestyles are beyond our comprehension and unimaginable to the common folk. Moreover, the private lives of these affluent individuals are often chaotic, yet they are also quite protective of their lives. Consequently, the sales of small umbrellas have surged, and it is no surprise that they have become a sensation. In many respects, their value has eclipsed that of food and medicine. One such item is worth 3 pounds of grain. Additionally, these wealthy ladies and daughters refuse to endure hardship, thus their pursuit of a refined lifestyle remains strong. These luxury items serve as a nostalgic reminder of the beautiful lives they once led before the calamity. Moreover, the affluent ladies are acutely aware of their husbands' true dispositions. Prior to the calamities, societal norms and legal constraints kept many at bay, but it was commonplace for men to maintain mistresses. Now, amidst the apocalypse, women have lost their value, and it is not uncommon for these wealthy individuals to accumulate multiple wives. Women's innate attraction to power has persisted, with numerous enchanting maidens willing to become the companions of the affluent even before the disaster struck. In the current state of affairs, these maidens have become disillusioned, recognizing that dignity pales in comparison to the necessity of sustenance. Thus, once women come to this realization, their lives become intertwined with those of the wealthy, who are now in abundance, easily capable of establishing a harem of thousands. As for the aging affluent ladies, they are increasingly anxious about being cast aside by their husbands and must continually cater to their whims. They understand that should they part ways with their spouses, starvation would inevitably await them. In such circumstances, these wealthy women are compelled to employ every means at their disposal to cling to their husbands. On the other hand, the wealthy daughters, unaccustomed to hardship, are intent on preserving their comfortable lifestyles, which necessitate securing a prosperous marriage. At this juncture, the finance minister cast a meaningful glance at the chief. Naturally, Li Ming noticed the minister's gaze. "Director Zhang, why do you look at me so?" he inquired. Individuals like the chief are undoubtedly the epitome of a desirable match. With just a gesture, a multitude of alluring women would flock to them. Faced with such a prize, these women would devise every possible strategy to captivate his attention. To stand out in this fierce competition, it is imperative to capture a man's heart, making such items indispensable. Moreover, garments that attract attention have become highly sought after. Li Ming was ultimately persuaded by Minister Zhang, who elucidated the reasons behind the soaring demand for these items. The root of it all lies in the desire for an improved existence. In essence, the affluent ladies and the wealthy daughters are also caught in a cycle of competition. This scene is indeed astonishing amidst the apocalypse, as items devoid of sustenance can still command such high prices and demand. After taking a sip of water, Minister Zhang continued, explaining that with clothing comes the need for various accessories to complement them, showcasing the feminine grace, such as high-heeled shoes, which undoubtedly possess a lethal allure for many men. It is not only the affluent ladies and their daughters who are clamoring for these items. Even the enchanting maidens share the same aspiration for a life free from want. By the way, Chief, there is also the matter of tea, which is currently in high demand. For instance, lemon slices and various teas tailored for women are quite valuable. Li Ming instinctively checked his inventory and discovered that he was abundantly stocked with these items, far exceeding any reasonable count. Li Mingguang has amassed an astronomical collection of stolen goods from abroad, complemented by an extensive assortment gathered from soldiers across the nation. These items, which include a plethora of exquisite porcelain tableware and luxurious silver cutlery, hold no value for Li Ming, yet he has meticulously catalogued and organized them. Minister Zhang, please take a look at this list of items. What is the market outlook? Li Ming presented a document to Minister Zhang. Upon reviewing the quantities and categories of goods listed, Minister Zhang examined them carefully before nodding in agreement. Commissar, while these items may not serve us directly, they can undoubtedly fetch a handsome price. After all, the wealth of these women is remarkably easy to exploit. Chapter 63. The Commencement of Internal Development. Minister Zhang, I offer you but one directive. Endeavor to exchange these items for abundant supplies of food, medicine, and other essential resources for survival. While we may not currently lack these provisions, they are woefully insufficient for our future aspirations to reconstruct human civilization. Understood. I will ensure the task is accomplished. Minister Zhang promptly affirmed. In truth, Li Ming's approach was rather straightforward, devoid of complexity. It was a matter of redistributing wealth from the affluent to the impoverished. He aimed to set the prices of survival goods within a range that hard-working survivors could afford, thereby maximizing the number of lives preserved. As for the source of these resources, it was evident. He would extract them from the wealthy elite. Would this incite discontent among the rich? Certainly. However, the nature of this exchange was consensual. Li Ming did not resort to coercion. What recourse would they have against him? Even the mightiest would falter when pitted against millions of members of his formidable faction. The countless individuals executed under Li Ming's orders were a testament to his ruthless methods, sufficient to instill a sense of compliance among certain factions. Li Ming now found himself immersed in contemplation. The unexpected popularity of the small umbrella truly astonished him. Yet, upon reflection, it was not entirely unreasonable. In tumultuous times, a woman may be worth but a measure of rice. In prosperous eras, her value may soar to thousands of gold coins. Throughout history, in times of chaos, a woman's position has often been diminished, rendering her a tool for various individuals or factions, whether willingly or unwillingly. This is not merely chaos. We are in an apocalyptic era. In such a world, a woman can be traded for a mere loaf of bread, a pack of instant noodles, or even a pound of stale rice. Civilization has crumbled, morality has decayed, and everywhere is rife with bloodshed and violence. The darker facets of humanity have been magnified to their utmost extremes. Certain violent factions regard women not as human beings but as commodities, employing brutal methods to control them, reducing them to mere instruments for the exchange of goods. And as for the sick and injured, the nefarious factions will not squander precious medicine on you. You will be compelled to labor until your last breath. In such dire circumstances, the outbreak of diseases is inevitable, in a world bereft of medical care and supplies. These ailments are truly life-threatening. The notion that one could die gracefully under a peony, reveling even in death, is but a fanciful illusion, while it may offer momentary solace. The reality of mortality is inescapable. Moreover, in this apocalyptic world, the healthcare system has utterly collapsed. Both medicines and medical equipment are in short supply. Yet, humanity remains an emotional species. The harsher life becomes, the greater the need for spiritual solace. Thus, it is unsurprising that such items possess elevated value. In a sense, Li Ming's brutal crackdown can be seen as a form of protection for women, without his ruthless enforcement. It is likely that many women would endure far greater suffering than they do now. Therefore, even though his methods are sanguinary and he has executed millions, the ordinary survivors harbor little fear towards the forces of the Revival Commerce Association. The army in question is fundamentally an armed force dedicated to maintaining social order, and its absence would undoubtedly plunge society into dire straits. Initially, during the brutal crackdown, many ordinary citizens experienced considerable trepidation. However, once the crackdown subsided, it became apparent that as long as individuals refrained from displaying hostility or engaging in aggressive actions towards the military, they would not face repercussions. This realization led many to appreciate the army's purpose. What harm could a private military cause if it ensured stability? Concurrently, numerous survivors discovered that diligent efforts to gather resources could yield points at the Zhongxing Merchants Association, allowing them to procure essential supplies. The community held a favorable view of the association, resulting in an expanding market share for Li Ming's enterprise. It eventually attracted an influx of merchants eager to engage in trade. Li Ming's market had emerged as the undisputed leader across the empire, characterized by a free trading environment, guaranteed safety, and a robust credit system, alongside a diverse array of commodities. In many respects, the Zhongxing Merchants Association had become even more pivotal than colossal state-owned enterprises that influenced national welfare. Survivors realized that the association accepted all useful items, books, paper, office supplies, scrap metal, security doors, appliances, hardware, and even timber, implying that as long as one was willing to scavenge and transport goods to the market, a means of survival existed. Although the recycling value of many items was modest, their abundance and ubiquitous presence compensated for it. It is noteworthy that Li Ming's forces primarily sourced materials from large shopping centers, markets, and supermarkets, with food items not being the primary focus of their collection efforts. This indirectly offered survivors a glimmer of hope for survival. However, Li Ming was acutely aware that the current stability of social order was merely temporary. As long as the apocalypse persisted, natural disasters would continue unabated. Each major catastrophe birthed a wave of thugs and criminal elements. The harsh living conditions served as the breeding ground for such violence, prompting Li Ming to enhance armed patrols while simultaneously bolstering his capacity to confront apocalyptic challenges. He resolved to closely monitor the progress of rewards for upgrading his third-level base. Among the most critical rewards was the cold-resistant potato, specifically developed for extreme climates. He proceeded to the research center for an inspection. "Old Wang, what is the current status of the cold-resistant potatoes development?" Li Ming inquired. "Chief, we have successfully cultivated the cold-resistant potato and produced the first batch of seeds. Preliminary tests indicate that these seeds are indeed well-suited for growth in frigid environments. This cold-resistant potato may not match the texture and flavor of conventional potatoes, yet its yield is commendable, under the condition of utilizing nutrient solution only once. It can achieve approximately 60 to 70% of the normal yield of standard potatoes, as explained by Elder Wang. Li Ming nodded in response, inquiring if Elder Wang had any samples of the cold-resistant potato. Without hesitation, Elder Wang pressed a button, and soon a person arrived bearing a sample of the cold-resistant potato. Li Ming observed that the potato weighed about 2 taels. He then took a small knife and sliced the potato open, revealing its interior. As he examined the cold-resistant potato, a slight frown crossed his face. The skin was notably thick and quite tough, making it difficult to cut. Nevertheless, the interior retained some moisture, and the starch appeared substantial, though the fiber structure seemed rather coarse, suggesting that consuming it raw might pose some difficulty. Chapter 64. Technological Advancements Brought by the Tier 3 Base. Li Ming picked up a small piece of potato and began to chew on it. The texture and flavor were indeed unremarkable, and it was quite unpalatable. The raw taste of this vegetable was far from enjoyable. It was tough, coarse, and fibrous, with a somewhat astringent flavor that could not compare to ordinary potatoes. However, it did have its merits. It could satiate hunger and provide a modicum of energy and nutrition. Furthermore, its cultivation was rather straightforward. One merely needed to cut the potatoes into pieces, bury them in the soil, and then sprinkle a nutrient solution along with an antifreeze agent. The water requirement was not particularly demanding, though some supplemental lighting was necessary. According to my calculations, the cost for mass-producing 1 pound of potato seeds, along with the nutrient solution and antifreeze, would amount to approximately 3 contribution tickets. In extremely frigid conditions, 1 pound of these seeds could mature in about a month and a half, yielding approximately 40 pounds of potatoes. Upon hearing this cost, Li Ming was quite surprised. Old Wang, how much would the yield be for mass production of these seeds? Old Wang had already prepared for this inquiry. At least 5 million pounds of seeds need to be produced before the cost can drop to 3 contribution tickets, which encompasses 1 pound of seeds along with 1 portion of nutrient solution and 1 portion of antifreeze. If we continue with large-scale production, the cost will decrease even further. This cost, by strict standards, was indeed not high. Li Ming promptly issued an order to commence the production of the frost-resistant potato seeds, nutrient solution, and related antifreeze agents, with an initial batch of 300,000 pounds to gauge market conditions. Understood. A staff member promptly began to make arrangements. Li Ming continued his inquiries. Old Wang, how is the drought-resistant potato coming along? Sir, in accordance with your directives, the drought-resistant potato is currently under development. We have employed many advanced genetic technologies from our technical documentation to bestow these unique traits upon the ordinary potato. According to our experimental data thus far, the drought-resistant potato exhibits commendable characteristics. It requires minimal water and can thrive in high-temperature environments, making it an ideal crop for extreme conditions. Li Ming nodded in satisfaction with the progress of the research. He then departed for the newly constructed high-tech research center, a facility unlocked by the system. To construct this building, Li Ming had invested a considerable number of survival points and contribution tickets. At this moment, the research center had just been completed, and he had unlocked various new military units. Ding! Congratulations, the construction of the high-tech research center is complete. Research efficiency is now enhanced by 50, and research funding is reduced by 50. There is a 20% chance that researchers may achieve upgrades during their work. Ding! Detection confirms the completion of the high-tech research center. You have unlocked the latest military units and technologies. Please check your updates. Li Ming hurriedly began to examine his troop recruitment interface. He discovered several new units within the infantry section, including the ability to enlist elite reconnaissance troops and specialized commando units. Additionally, as he had established an underground airfield, he could now obtain approximately 1 battalion of paratroopers daily, which could be deployed from any location on the global map provided by the system. Li Ming deployed these paratroopers across various cities in the Radiant Empire, primarily targeting areas lacking coverage from his bases. The equipment of these paratroopers was intriguing, each armed with an AKM rifle, supplemented by an RPD light machine gun allocated to each squad, providing formidable firepower with interchangeable ammunition. Li Ming arranged for transport helicopters to deliver substantial supplies of ammunition and other essentials. At this point, his forces were present in many of the larger cities across the nation, yet numerous smaller prefectural cities remained devoid of his troops. Thus, he sought to establish control over these smaller urban areas through the deployment of paratroopers, aspiring to weave a network of military dominance and market influence. Moreover, he realized he had yet to recruit a hero unit, seemingly named Captain Shinlin. He promptly issued a command: System, recruit Captain Shinlin. The response came: Yes. Captain Shinlin is currently being recruited. Please wait patiently for 7 days. The system's voice momentarily startled Li Ming. Was the recruitment duration for hero units truly this lengthy? However, time was something he possessed in abundance, so he patiently awaited the outcome and began to review his recent technological advancements. System, what is the Phantom Fighter? Li Ming inquired, unable to contain his curiosity regarding the high-tech research center's reward documentation. Ding. Esteemed host, the Phantom Fighter is a manned stealth aircraft. This model employs a dual-engine layout, but the internal structure of the engines has been scientifically redesigned, distinguishing it entirely from the stealth fighters currently in your possession. System. How do these stealth fighters I have compare to the Phantom Fighter? Inferior. None are combat ready. The system replied bluntly. Come on, system, that seems a bit exaggerated. They are all stealth aircraft. What is the difference? Li Ming expressed his confusion. Ding. Host. The thrust produced by a single engine of the Phantom Fighter can reach 30 kilonewtons. Two engines provide 60 kilonewtons. Without afterburner, it can effortlessly achieve speeds of 5 to 6 Mach. With afterburner engaged, it can reach speeds of 10 Mach. Furthermore, the Phantom Fighter employs the latest composite radar-absorbent materials, allowing it to maintain a weight at least 40 lighter than other fighters of similar size. With powerful engine capabilities and a formidable internal weapons bay, the Phantom Fighter is poised to outclass any stealth fighter currently in existence. Additionally, this new composite radar-absorbent material is cost-effective for mass production, providing not only stealth capabilities but also the ability to absorb radar reflections, enhancing structural strength and heat resistance. With the latest missile rocket engine technology and the aircraft's unique fuel formulation, this fighter jet will render the host's air force invincible. Furthermore, the pilot's cutting-edge anti-G suit technology can effectively mitigate overloads ranging from 6 to 8 G. Surely, the host understands the significance of this. Damn, Li Ming couldn't help but exclaim. This machine is indeed extraordinary, boasting a minimum speed of Mach 5 and a maximum velocity of Mach 10, rendering traditional air-to-air missiles virtually obsolete. Chapter 65, Cutting-Edge Science and Technology. Even if Li Ming was not well-versed in the technological equipment of the Air Force, he was nonetheless familiar with the fundamental specifications of fighter jets. With a minimum flight speed of 5 Mach and a maximum speed reaching up to 10 Mach, it was evident that the materials constituting the airframe posed a significant challenge. Moreover, the engine's thrust was astonishingly powerful. One engine nearly equaled the thrust of 2 conventional fighter jet engines. System. I presume the size of this engine is considerably smaller than that of existing fighter jet engines? Li Ming focused on the key point of the system's previous statement. Ding. Due to the utilization of the latest materials in the construction of this aircraft's engine, combined with a state-of-the-art design scheme and layout, it is possible to achieve substantial thrust while maintaining a compact size. Coupled with a unique aviation fuel composition, the aircraft's combat capability is a result of multiple synergistic factors. System. What are the aircraft's range, operational radius, and payload capacity? Ding. This model weighs 5 tons with a maximum takeoff weight of 52 tons. However, considering the demands of stealth operations and the generous internal space, the Phantom Fighter can carry a significant amount of fuel. Without external fuel tanks, its range can reach 7,000 kilometers, with an operational radius of approximately 300 kilometers, and a maximum payload capacity of 15 tons. When equipped with the latest missiles provided by the system and achieving stealth performance, it can carry a full complement of 16 air-to-air missiles, comprising 8 long-range, 6 medium-range, and 2 short-range missiles. If considering multi-role stealth capabilities, the internal bays can accommodate not only 8 medium-range air-to-air missiles, but also 4 air-to-ground missiles. Ultimately, everything hinges on the host's tactical requirements. Additionally, regarding takeoff and landing procedures, pilots can select different modes based on actual battlefield conditions. Should they opt for vertical takeoff and landing, the increased fuel consumption will reduce the range to 500 kilometers. Li Ming was utterly astonished. This aircraft could be regarded as the most advanced fighter jet, effectively disregarding all other nations globally. In the event of a real air battle, the system had not exaggerated. This machine could indeed outclass the aircraft of all countries. System. What are the fire control radar specifications for the Phantom Fighter? Li Ming was particularly interested in the avionics system, as it determined detection range. Ding. Dear host. The Phantom Fighter epitomizes the pinnacle of human industrial technology on the planet Bardan. This fighter jet is equipped with multifunctional radar, integrating both search and fire control capabilities. This radar surpasses the current technological standards of this world. In search mode, it can detect stealth targets approximately 600 kilometers away, while non-stealth targets can be detected at around 900 kilometers. Upon identifying a suspicious target, it transitions to fire control radar mode, enabling it to guide long-range air-to-air missiles to engage aerial targets from a distance of 550 kilometers. Furthermore, this fighter jet features a specialized electronic warfare variant, with detailed information available in the data for the host to review. After listening to the system's explanation, Li Ming was left in a state of astonishment. The ability to detect stealth targets from a distance of 600 kilometers? In simpler terms, while both are stealth fighters, I could strike you from beyond the range of your air-to-air missiles, leaving you utterly oblivious to the impending assault. What a terrifying aircraft this is. It is indeed a marvel of high-tech research and development. Subsequently, he perused the second technical document, which detailed the technology behind cold nuclear fusion reactors. Nuclear reactors are undeniably critical technology, a field that has captivated nations worldwide. The fact that this pertains to cold nuclear fusion implies that Li Ming could independently produce safer and more reliable nuclear-powered vessels, undoubtedly enhancing his military prowess significantly. Cold nuclear fusion represents the pinnacle of contemporary technological advancement in this realm, currently in the research phase and still distant from practical application. Yet, the system has chosen to reward him with it. The third technical document was even more intriguing, detailing ground-based laser weaponry. According to the information provided, this laser system possesses the capability to intercept intercontinental ballistic missiles with a success rate exceeding 95. Moreover, it can also target and neutralize space satellites, rendering it fearsomely powerful. The fourth technical document introduced the technology of miniature rocket satellites. As the name suggests, while traditional satellites require massive rockets for deployment into space, this new technology allows for satellites that are not only more powerful but also smaller in size, along with proportionately reduced launch vehicles. The end product of this miniature rocket satellite technology resembles a model rocket in size, yet it is a fully functional launch vehicle. With this innovation, Li Ming could utilize his own satellites without resorting to the intrusion of foreign ones. The fifth technology encompassed a series of alloy materials represented by various letter codes, alongside a wealth of composite material technologies. These materials span military and civilian applications and comprise invaluable formulations. In terms of performance, they far surpass the various metallic materials currently known, forming a crucial foundation for materials science. The advancement of military technology hinges on foundational materials science. Without it, military development cannot thrive. Thus, these materials-related documents are of utmost importance. The sixth technology pertains to the field of microbial life engineering and pharmaceuticals, covering a range of medical devices, medicines, and medical consumables. Pharmaceutical technology is notoriously expensive, yet now he has received a portion of these advancements as rewards from the system, complemented by a wealth of technical data he has acquired from abroad. These resources are poised to illuminate his path forward. Upon reviewing these advanced technologies, Li Ming felt that the significant investment in upgrading his base was indeed worthwhile. At the very least, these technologies are tangible and substantial. The next step is to transform this technology into formidable strength. He swiftly directed individuals to liaise with the research department, relocating all scientific personnel to a state-of-the-art research center. Concurrently, these researchers were tasked with thoroughly exploring the cutting-edge scientific technologies and optimizing them for large-scale production. The application of science and technology is a systematic endeavor. A breakthrough in one area often catalyzes a comprehensive upgrade of the associated industrial chain. Thus, research must never falter, even in the face of an apocalyptic scenario. Scientific inquiry must persist. The human spirit of striving towards the pinnacle of scientific achievement must never wane. Chapter 66. Detractors of Li Ming. The advancement of science and technology is an unending journey. Upon acquiring the most cutting-edge scientific data, Li Ming immediately commenced research in the pertinent fields. It is evident that technology is intricately interconnected. Take, for instance, the Phantom fighter jet, which presents a multitude of avenues for exploration. The formidable engine materials utilized in this aircraft boast an impressive operational lifespan of 16,000 hours, coupled with ease of maintenance. These materials, employed in the Phantom fighter's engines, can naturally be adapted for other aircraft, or even retrofitted onto those planes that Li Ming has commandeered. Furthermore, these materials allow for amplification, enabling the creation of engines for transport planes or bombers. With sufficient thrust, even a brick could soar into the skies. Additionally, the advancements in missile technology are noteworthy. The missiles utilized by the Phantom fighter jet are designed with the latest rocket engine technology, employing distinct materials and unique solid fuel formulations. This innovation enables air-to-air missiles of the same volume to achieve ranges 2.5 times greater than conventional missiles. Moreover, while extending the range beyond the original specifications, the missile's size can be significantly reduced, thereby increasing the payload capacity of stealth fighters. The capacity of the Phantom fighter to carry such an array of missiles stems from this harmonious balance between range and volume. However, Li Ming's arsenal extends beyond stealth fighters. He possesses a vast collection of commandeered warships and conventional non-stealth fighters. The payload of these aircraft is not subject to the same constraints as their stealth counterparts, theoretically. As long as the missiles are compact, their weight will decrease, resulting in a substantial enhancement of the payload capacity of conventional fighters. Furthermore, this missile technology is not limited to air-to-air applications. It can also be adapted for naval missiles and even surface-to-air missiles. The ability to augment the range of surface-to-air or anti-ship missiles while maintaining their existing volume represents a remarkable advancement, similar to the missiles of the Phantom fighter. A balance can be struck between range and volume, thereby increasing the number of missiles carried. In essence, this technological progression is comprehensive, beyond missile and engine technology. The advancements in radar and avionics systems warrant significant attention. The search and fire control radar for surface-to-air missiles can provide valuable insights. Moreover, these technologies greatly accelerate the research and production of strategic bombers, as the principle of one technique often facilitates the understanding of many. Many of these innovations are not confined to military applications. They are equally beneficial in civilian contexts, highlighting the symbiotic nature of industrial development. While Li Ming prepares for survival in a post-apocalyptic world, the lives of other survivors outside can only be described as fraught with turmoil. Although societal security has improved considerably following Li Ming's rigorous enforcement actions, the struggle continues. However, the apocalypse persists, and vibrant societal organizations, such as marauders and criminal syndicates, will continually emerge. At present, Li Ming can only enhance patrols, with his units conducting urban surveillance organized by squads. Naturally, the scope of these patrols is limited and cannot encompass the entirety of the city. Nevertheless, Li Ming has established a dedicated reporting center for criminal activities. Provided that the investigations yield credible evidence, those reported will undoubtedly face justice. To deter false accusations, severe penalties will be imposed on those who engage in such deceit. Currently, the social order is considerably better than the chaos of a world rife with malevolence. Although the survivors lead challenging lives, they manage to endure. And that is a small mercy. A month and a half into this extreme cold apocalypse, the survivors who remain have largely adapted to the harsh realities of their existence. Unfortunately, each day still witnesses the demise of survivors, with causes ranging widely. However, man-made calamities outweigh natural disasters. For instance, there are those who meet their end while attempting robbery, others fall victim to ambushes, and a few are slain in resource conflicts. In summary, while Li Ming strives to stabilize the fundamental social order, many dark dealings continue to fester in the shadows. He is acutely aware of this reality. Yet he is no deity, nor does he bear the burden or responsibility to intervene excessively. He merely needs to perform his duties to the best of his abilities. After all, he is not the imperial government. His primary objective is to maintain basic order and ensure the survival of as many survivors as possible. Li Ming is fully cognizant that over 95% of people are unlikely to survive the cataclysm, and it can be said that the vast majority of those currently alive will perish in the coming years. Is this harsh? Indeed, it is a cruel truth. Yet it is also a lamentable reality, and Li Ming feels powerless to alter it. The survivors have begun ascending the mountains surrounding the city to chop down trees, using the wood for warmth and cooking. In the struggle for this vital resource, countless survivors have engaged in brutal conflicts. One can only imagine how many lives have been lost over a mere bundle of firewood. However, these matters fall outside of Li Ming's jurisdiction, and he has little desire to intervene as long as the chaos does not encroach upon his territory. At this moment, Li Ming's enterprises across the nation are thriving, and one might describe the situation as burgeoning. Naturally, he is pleased. Exchanging a small quantity of industrial goods for a wealth of raw materials is a transaction that guarantees profit. Beyond these trades, the most lucrative ventures involve attention-grabbing clothing, stockings, designer handbags, and luxury items. Through these dealings, Li Ming has amassed a substantial stockpile of resources. While some revel in their fortunes, others are filled with discontent, particularly the affluent individuals who stand behind the wealthy women. This group merely capitalizes on the remnants of their resources from the apocalypse to recruit personnel and establish private bases. And it is evident that they are not few in number. However, Li Ming held the strength of these individuals in utter disdain. They were merely a group of merchants. Even if they possessed a modicum of martial prowess, what difference would it make? Their combat effectiveness could not possibly be compared to that of a regular army, and thus Li Ming paid them little heed. Yet, these merchants audaciously began to conspire, attempting to oust Li Ming's influence. Their strategy involved secretly bolstering certain factions to create disturbances whenever they ventured into Li Ming's marketplace to make purchases. Even if Li Ming were to uncover their schemes, the absence of tangible evidence would render him powerless to act against them. After all, they too had private bases, not entirely devoid of the capacity for resistance. Chapter 67. Undercurrents. It is undeniable that in any era, there will always be individuals incapable of discerning the prevailing circumstances. This group of merchants undoubtedly falls into that category. They have all established their own markets, yet in terms of various conditions, they pale in comparison to Li Ming's Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce. Whether it be the diversity of goods, security measures, or other facets, these numerous markets merely enhance the circulation of resources among the populace. Yet they lack the attentiveness that the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce offers. Why do many merchants choose to settle within the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce? Is it merely due to the abundance of resources? This is certainly one reason. But a more significant factor is that the Zhongxing Chamber provides clients with security escort services, essentially armed convoy protection. Although the personnel deployed are not regular troops, they are security staff recruited by the Zhongxing Chamber, equipped with commendable gear. They possess stab-resistant clothing, bulletproof shields, blast shields, crossbows, and various other weaponry, ensuring that they can defend themselves even against armed criminal forces. Moreover, who would dare to rob the goods of the Zhongxing Chamber's security personnel? Engaging in such an act would undoubtedly provoke the wrath of the Zhongxing Chamber's formidable forces, which would not hesitate to deliver their retaliatory fire. One should not presume that Li Ming's stringent enforcement will instantaneously restore societal order to its pre-catastrophe state. Such an expectation is unrealistic. While it is indeed crucial to acquire resources in the market, the ability to safely transport those resources home is of even greater importance. Currently, the visible military presence of the Zhongxing Chamber is relatively modest, primarily consisting of light infantry. Although major cities have witnessed large-scale crackdowns, the composite brigade remains largely concealed, leaving many factions uncertain about the true extent of the Zhongxing Chamber's military strength. However, one thing is clear: these forces possess considerable combat capability. At this moment, within a private base in Talawa City, several factions are engaged in discussions, and a conspiracy against the Zhongxing Chamber is about to unfold. Boss Ma, are we really going to proceed with this? These individuals have an army backing them, numbering over 3,000. One executive exclaimed, his face paling at the revelation. Boss Ma's glasses glinted ominously as he chuckled. What is there to fear? They may possess armed forces, but we are not without our own means. Qin, you and the other executives, which of you does not command a few thousand personnel? I suspect you have amassed quite a stockpile of firearms and ammunition. When combined, our fighting force exceeds 40,000. They may outnumber us with their 3,000, but we have over 40,000 on our side, with more than 10,000 firearms at our disposal. What is there to fear? Furthermore, when we execute our plans, we do so with utmost discretion. Do they know who is behind it? Do they have evidence? As long as we operate with sufficient secrecy, they will remain utterly unaware. Upon hearing Mr. Ma's words, the others also revealed signs of being swayed. At that moment, a rotund and prosperous merchant stepped forward. Mr. Ma is right. After all, we are not to be trifled with. We possess our own means of defense. So what is there to fear? He exclaimed. Moreover, these individuals spend their days peddling luxury goods, with their extravagant wives squandering away my hard-earned resources. I can no longer tolerate this. They must be driven away. Mr. Chao's assertion was indeed correct. The members of the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce, emboldened by their slight power, audaciously presumed an official status, offering relatively inexpensive survival supplies to these lowly commoners. It is utterly preposterous. Do they not realize that only monopolistic ventures are truly lucrative? I wonder what the leader of the Zhongxing Chamber is thinking, believing himself to be some sort of savior, concerned for the well-being of these lower-class individuals. If we do not expel them, how can we sell our resources at a premium? Another executive voiced his agreement. Within the assembly, there were a total of 8 individuals, 3 of whom had already expressed their consent to take action against the Zhongxing Chamber. The rest were also dissatisfied with Li Ming's association, as it severely encroached upon their interests. Originally, in the absence of other powerful factions, these 8 could have dominated the entirety of Talawa City, ascending to the heights of power. Yet, now, an unexpected entity like the Zhongxing Chamber has emerged, meddling in the affairs of these commoners. It is evident that without the intervention of Li Ming and his forces, these ordinary survivors would have sought refuge under the influence of the 8 factions, allowing them to reign supreme. They could have easily established themselves as local monarchs in this post-apocalyptic world. However, with the arrival of these newcomers, they initiated a brutal purge of the nefarious elements and began to maintain social order, which undoubtedly struck at the core of these individuals' interests in the vast benefits they reaped. For capitalists, their greatest wealth lies not merely in the currency or resources they possess, but rather in the people. Li Ming's actions appeared to the others as an affront to their aspirations of dominance, and thus, his intentions were deemed reprehensible. Soon, the remaining 5 factions nodded in agreement. After witnessing the unanimous approval of their resolution, Mr. Ma felt elated. He remarked, "Gentlemen, these individuals have indeed overstepped their bounds. They have already taken the lives of far too many innocent souls. They now presume to govern society under the guise of an imperial authority, which is truly outrageous. Therefore, I propose we dispatch a few individuals to incite unrest, testing their limits while simultaneously deploying our armed forces to ambush their patrols. This approach will not only allow us to seize their weapons and ammunition to bolster our own strength, but will also serve to weaken their armed presence. After all, 40,000 against 3,000. Our advantage is clear." Thus, a conspiracy against Li Ming's forces was born. In truth, the dissatisfaction with Li Ming extended beyond these 8 factions. Countless other powers harbored grievances regarding his methods. Other affluent merchants, who similarly possess an abundance of resources, expressed their dissatisfaction with Li Ming's actions. Their grievances were largely consistent. After Li Ming had purged the malevolent forces with sheer brutality, he audaciously began to deploy patrols to maintain social order, effectively positioning himself as an authority figure. How could this group of ambitious and resource-rich individuals possibly accept such a usurpation? Even more egregious was Li Ming and his associates leveraging the convenience of market establishment to peddle an array of luxurious goods, exchanging an assortment of non-essential items with the extravagant women in their households for substantial quantities of food and medical supplies. This was nothing short of a direct assault on their very foundations and incitement. In the presence of both fundamental conflicts of interest and provocations, their inevitable backlash was all but assured. Meanwhile, Li Ming's intelligence department swiftly detected the disquieting anomalies across various cities. Chapter 68. Undercurrents 2 in the past. When Li Ming launched a rigorous crackdown on criminal organizations, the intelligence department had already conducted thorough investigations into various factions across several cities. These inquiries encompassed not only the forces of malevolent gangs and thuggish groups, but also the private bases that fell under Li Ming's scrutiny. It can be asserted that Li Ming had never eased his vigilance against these individuals. Although he did not regard them with particular concern, he remained watchful. Li Ming was acutely aware of the unsavory nature of these private bases. Imagine, at this juncture, wielding immense power, with the authority over life and death of everyone in the base resting solely in your hands. It is an intoxicating experience that could easily lead one to arrogance. This is the exhilarating allure of power, akin to an aphrodisiac, rendering one unable to resist its temptations. Frankly, the sordid activities within these private bases are no less egregious than those of the criminal underworld. In fact, some private bases engage in practices even more repugnant than those of their nefarious counterparts. The relentless struggle for power and the incessant acts of mutual devouring are alarmingly prevalent. Thus, while Li Ming may strategically downplay the significance of these groups, he nonetheless tactically acknowledges them, for they command armed forces numbering in the thousands. Although the term ruling may be somewhat exaggerated, becoming a local tyrant within the confines of a base is indeed far from challenging. Li Ming's stance towards these factions hinges upon their actions. Should they retain a semblance of humanity and exhibit relative benevolence towards the survivors, ensuring their continued existence, Li Ming would not oppose the survival of their organizations. However, if they were to behave like the criminal elements, ruthlessly exploiting the survivors, they would have no reason to blame Li Ming's iron fist when it descends upon them. Such actions would undoubtedly cross Li Ming's red line, leaving him with no recourse but to seize everything from them. At that moment, Li Ming was inspecting the progress within the underground base when he received a call from the intelligence department, prompting him to investigate further. "Report, Commander," an intelligence officer stated. "According to our intelligence department, the situation in several cities within the Tianhui Empire appears to be unsettling." Li Ming merely responded with a single word: "Proceed." "Yes, Commander. Our reconnaissance has revealed that numerous burgeoning factions from the apocalypse are poised to take action against us, with armed assaults on our patrols being the most probable course." Upon hearing this, Li Ming's eyes narrowed. "Is the intelligence accurate?" "Commander, given the current circumstances, many factions remain oblivious to our true capabilities, leading to a misjudgment of our strength. Their aspirations revolve around domination, desiring to be local tyrants and subjugate more ordinary survivors. Our existence fundamentally conflicts with their interests. Moreover, these groups possess considerable armed forces. With the influx of weapons and ammunition from former imperial military stockpiles into the market, they are indeed well armed, with each private base typically housing several hundred, if not over 1,000, firearms." Li Ming cast his gaze upon the officer, inquiring whether he implied that these individuals possess the capability to threaten our forces. "General, caution is the mother of safety. Although our military is formidable, a lack of vigilance coupled with our limited patrol units, renders us susceptible to losses, he remarked, tapping his fingers rhythmically on the table. After a 5-minute contemplation, he nodded in agreement, acknowledging. You are correct. It is prudent to take precautions. Immediately contact all bases nationwide. The encirclement operation can commence. Let us raise awareness and prepare for potential enemy ambushes. Understood. Swiftly, orders from the headquarters in Malgo were dispatched to all bases across the nation, prompting Li Ming's light infantry units to enter a state of heightened alert. During patrols, each soldier was assigned a drone to assist in reconnaissance, while the combined brigades prepared to mobilize in phases, ready to confront the merchants. Tarawa City, situated in the southern part of the empire, ranks among its most economically prosperous regions. Before the onset of calamity, it served as the headquarters for numerous renowned enterprises. In the wake of the apocalypse, these companies have vanished, giving rise to a new elite class. Families such as the Ma and the Chow, once engaged in the trade of pharmaceuticals and food, have ascended to prominence in this new world. Li Ming maintained a secondary base in this region, and upon receiving his orders, the base swiftly transitioned into a state of readiness. The light infantry patrols were poised for immediate counteraction in the event of an attack. Furthermore, a portion of snowmobiles was allocated to form a rapid response battalion, capable of supporting any patrols under siege within 10 minutes. The entire rapid response battalion was equipped with 3 75mm infantry guns, alongside 6 7mm heavy machine guns and various other equipment, emphasizing a focus on swift, mobile support. At that moment, a patrol unit in the Tarawa area was executing its routine surveillance within its territory. The area assigned to Li Ming's forces for patrolling was relatively small. On foot, they could complete a round in approximately 1 hour, conducting patrols every 3 hours. As the squad commenced their patrol as usual, a soldier operating a drone hastily approached, reporting an anomaly to the squad leader. Squad leader, there is something unusual ahead. Squad leader Mashan inquired, what is the situation? Squad leader, take a look at this video. The soldier promptly presented the footage captured by the drone. As the squad leader received the device and scrutinized the content, he was taken aback to see a group pursuing a young girl. Doubts crept into his mind. After rigorous crackdowns, it seemed implausible that any significant criminal elements or violent factions could exist within the city, making such an encounter exceedingly rare. Yet today, they had stumbled upon one. This situation felt peculiar. Everyone, load your weapons and disengage the safeties. Prepare for combat. The squad leader ordered decisively. All the soldiers stood ready with their rifles, prepared for action. He then pointed to a soldier, Wang Hu, instructing him to assess the situation and urge the pursuers to retreat. Moreover, he emphasized the need to heighten vigilance against the woman. As recent orders from headquarters indicated a potential threat against them, he sensed something amiss. Understood. Soon, the soldier named Wang Hu, armed with an AKM, advanced cautiously. He spotted the woman being chased by 5 or 6 men and quickly sought cover, shouting to the assailants, "You are not to pursue. We are the patrol." Following his warning, he fired a shot, which startled the pursuers into retreat. The woman then caught sight of the soldier holding the gun and hurriedly ran towards Wang Hu, tears streaming down her face. Chapter 69. The encounter of the patrol team. A soldier named Wang Hu took refuge in a bunker, urgently shouting, "Get away from here. Do not approach me, or I will shoot." He remained vigilant, firmly holding his weapon, ready to fire should the woman disregard his warning. The woman, however, paid no heed and continued to advance towards him, now merely 100 meters away. Bang! Wang Hu fired a warning shot, reiterating, "If you come any closer, I will shoot to kill. Leave this place immediately." Through the holographic sight atop his rifle, he had her in his crosshairs. If she persisted in her approach, he would not hesitate to bring her down. The woman, clearly frightened, recognized that advancing further would likely result in her demise, and thus, she froze in place. The squad leader gestured for the soldier operating the drone to closely observe her. The drone footage revealed something concealed beneath the fabric of her clothing, reminiscent of a suicide bomb. If she indeed harbored explosives, any rash movement by the squad could result in catastrophic consequences. He communicated urgently to Wang Hu. "Wang Hu, instruct her to leave immediately, or we will shoot." "Understood." Wang Hu shouted back, "Get away now, or I will fire." Ignoring the warnings, the woman recklessly charged towards him. Wang Hu aimed at her leg through the holographic sight. Bang! The bullet struck her thigh, causing her to collapse to the ground. As the point man for the patrol, Wang Hu advanced cautiously, creating a distance of over 50 meters between himself and the main group, who circled around the incapacitated woman. With a tremendous explosion, the area where she lay erupted violently. Fortunately, the patrol team had maintained a safe distance and remained alert. It was indeed a human bomb. The squad leader wiped the cold sweat from his brow, relieved to have escaped disaster. Continuing as the scout, Wang Hu meticulously searched the area, particularly mindful of the numerous buildings that offered potential ambush sites. With both sides armed and the enemy outnumbering them, a lapse in vigilance could easily lead to their downfall. Within those buildings lay more than 300 unidentified armed individuals, all wielding military rifles. Although lacking optical sights, they were equipped with mechanical ones. Their muzzles trained on the street, poised to fire at any moment. Wang Hu noticed an unsettling absence of people on the street, heightening his suspicion. During the harsh winter, individuals typically ventured out to gather supplies to exchange for essential resources. The complete lack of activity on this street was decidedly abnormal. Realizing the potential danger, he edged along the wall, but at that moment, a rifle from an elevated position was aimed directly at him. Bang! A shot rang out, and the bullet struck Wang Hu squarely in the chest. Wang Hu felt as though he had been struck by a heavy hammer, struggling to breathe even as the bullet was thwarted by his bulletproof vest. Nonetheless, the force of the impact left him in considerable discomfort. After collapsing to the ground, he instinctively rolled away from the bullet's momentum and sought refuge in a corner of the building's exterior wall, quickly raising his weapon to commence firing. Rat-tat-tat, rat-tat. His rifle rhythmically unleashed a series of shots towards the general direction of the enemy's gunfire, suppressing their advance. After firing several rounds, he swiftly retrieved a smoke grenade and deployed it at his feet. A dense white fog rapidly enveloped him, allowing Wang Hu to crawl away under its cover. At that moment, the patrol squad leader heard the gunfire and called out, "Wang Hu, respond." "Squad leader, I've been hit. There are enemies inside the building ahead." Just as he finished speaking, Wang Hu emerged from the smoke's concealment only to be met by several armed assailants brandishing rifles, who immediately opened fire. Wang Hu executed a series of rolls, retreating back to the building's outer wall to evade the bullets, and drew his AKM to fire blind shots at the armed men. The assailants retaliated with a barrage of gunfire directed towards his approximate location, sending concrete debris flying from the walls. The armed men shouted excitedly, "Quick, everyone, charge. Let us finish him off." Subsequently, a swarm of 7 or 8 assailants rushed towards Wang Hu. Hearing the commotion, Wang Hu reached for an 1 Malawian kwacha cast iron grenade from his waist, pulled the safety pin, and rolled it around the corner. Boom! A violent explosion erupted, sending several armed men crashing to the ground, covered in a gruesome crimson. Meanwhile, the patrol squad leader was directing his troops to seek cover while commanding 2 machine guns to suppress the enemy in the adjacent buildings, preventing them from advancing. He urgently instructed the radio operator to call for reinforcements and dispatched 3 soldiers to retrieve Wang Hu. Having witnessed Wang Hu temporarily neutralize the threat with his grenade, the squad leader felt a sense of relief upon noticing Wang Hu struggling to catch his breath from the bullet's impact. At this juncture, the armed men, realizing their ambush had failed, sent a portion of their group onto the rooftops to fire upon the patrol team, while others maneuvered around to attempt to capture Wang Hu alive. The squad leader coordinated a counterattack, directing the 2 machine guns to engage the rooftop foes, while 1 machine gun suppressed the flanking enemies to cover Wang Hu. The 3 soldiers dispatched to rescue him had now arrived. One soldier grasped the pull ring at the back of Wang Hu's uniform collar and tugged him backward, while the other 2 soldiers, alongside Wang Hu, continued to fire their AKMs, collaborating with the machine guns to suppress the enemies attempting to rush in for his capture. Initially, many assailants charged forward, but a sustained burst from a PCAM machine gun felled 5 or 6 of them, forcing the remaining armed men to retreat once more. Under the suppressive fire from Wang Hu and his 2 companions wielding rifles and a machine gun, the 4 successfully returned to the building where their patrol team was stationed. The patrol leader promptly instructed the medic to assess Wang Hu's injuries, while he began to direct the soldiers to intermittently fire at the enemy's position, testing their firepower. Meanwhile, the drone had locked onto the enemy's location, which comprised 2 buildings housing approximately 200 to 300 personnel. Although the adversaries possessed a considerable supply of firearms and ammunition, their training was lacking. During the exchange of gunfire with the patrol team, their shooting was predominantly characterized by rapid bursts. Apart from the initial few bullets that found their mark, the subsequent rounds seemed to stray aimlessly. Chapter 70. Retribution. After several minutes of intense gunfire, the squad leader of the patrol team quickly discerned the enemy's capabilities. The adversary unleashed a barrage of automatic fire. Exhibiting a lack of tactical training and equipped with minimal gear, devoid of body armor or helmets, save for their firearms and ammunition, they were essentially unarmed. This stark deficiency in requisite military training suggested that they were likely mere armed factions from private bases, affirming the accuracy of the superior's report received earlier. While the 2 sides continued exchanging gunfire, the commander of the light infantry battalion promptly dispatched his rapid response battalion. The snowmobiles raced across the terrain, and within approximately 10 minutes, the Rapid Response Battalion reached the periphery of the battlefield. The battalion commander quickly recognized two distinct types of gunfire. One was the well-coordinated sound of the patrol team's machine guns and AKMs, characterized by various short and long bursts, while the other was a dull, continuous barrage of automatic fire. The battalion commander swiftly pinpointed the location of his forces and ordered the deployment of a 75mm infantry gun and a 12.7mm heavy machine gun, simultaneously directing the snipers in his unit to seize high ground, utilizing the real-time images and data transmitted from the patrol team's drone. The enemy's position was soon confirmed to be within two nearby buildings. The battalion commander issued a resolute command: fire the infantry gun. The officer in charge of the artillery promptly reported the firing parameters, and with a resounding boom, a shell was launched. The 75mm shell accurately struck the rooftop of one building, the explosion's shockwave and shrapnel decimating a group of armed assailants. Rapidly, several infantry guns discharged additional rounds, forcing the remaining combatants to retreat into the shelter of the buildings. In the ensuing chaos, the armed factions were taken by surprise, realizing that the enemy reinforcements were equipped with artillery. Under the relentless fire of the artillery and the 12.7mm heavy machine gun, the assailants suffered grievous casualties. Teetering on the brink of morale collapse, the battalion commander swiftly organized his forces to encircle the two buildings, dispatching a message urging the occupants within: "You have 5 minutes to consider. Surrender and lay down your arms, and you may live. Otherwise, we will level these buildings with artillery and entomb you all." Inside the buildings, the armed insurgents were thrown into disarray, acutely aware that their adversaries possessed artillery, evidenced by the recent fatalities on the rooftop. Both structures were office buildings, uninhabited and devoid of hostages, leaving them with no bargaining chips. The prospect of the buildings being destroyed was a matter of life and death. Following the losses suffered in battle, approximately 160 of the original 300 armed insurgents remained, their anxiety exacerbated by the display of firepower from the forces outside. "Do not fire. We are willing to surrender." Ultimately, under the looming shadow of death, the insurgents capitulated. "Everyone, throw your weapons at the entrance and form a line." Soon, the more than 160 armed militants discarded their rifles and ammunition, forming a heap on the ground, and then raised their hands, lining up obediently. A rapid response unit swiftly commenced a thorough search of these militants. Any sign of resistance would prompt the snipers to take immediate lethal action. After confirming that the militants posed no threat, the rapid response unit escorted them for rigorous interrogation. Li Ming's patrol team was not the only one to face attacks. Numerous other cities also experienced repeated assaults on their patrols. Although casualties were minimal, the severity of the situation was profoundly alarming. Li Ming successfully apprehended several militants, and through their interrogation, he swiftly uncovered the true masterminds behind these attacks: ambitious merchants. These merchants have been sentenced to death under Li Ming's authority, with a decisive order issued. The stationed military units were mobilized to enact retribution against these merchants in their private strongholds, utilizing information gleaned from the interrogations and intelligence agencies. The combined units, operating as tactical battalions, surrounded all private bases implicated in the assaults. At that moment, Mr. Ma and 7 others at the Mount Ring private base awaited good news from their subordinates, only to be met with dire tidings. "Mr. Ma, we face grave danger. A large military force has suddenly surrounded our private base." "What?" The other merchants were equally alarmed, having never anticipated that not only would they fail to drive away the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce, but they would also attract an even larger military presence. Outside, the military raised loudspeakers, declaring, "You are surrounded. Open your gates and surrender immediately to avoid death. Otherwise, we will obliterate your base with artillery." Within the base, Mr. Ma and the other merchants were taken aback by the threat, questioning how the forces could possess artillery. They were unaware that during previous crackdowns, Li Ming had deployed minimal heavy equipment, leaving them ill-prepared for this escalated confrontation. "Do not panic. They are merely trying to intimidate us. We have thousands of defenders here. They cannot breach our defenses," Mr. Ma reassured the group. Just as their anxiety began to ease, the commander of the combined unit, Zhou Guoping, signaled, and the unit's 122mm self-propelled howitzer leveled its barrel toward the base's entrance. With a high-pitched whine, the 122mm high-explosive shell struck the base's gate with pinpoint accuracy. A tremendous explosion ensued, shattering the metal gate into fragments. A series of blasts from 75mm infantry guns commenced, targeting the structures within the base. These buildings, being ordinary constructions, could not withstand the artillery onslaught. Following a barrage of violent explosions, the surviving members of the base realized the artillery was indeed real and hastily fled outside to surrender. "Humph," Zhou Guoping let out a cold snort, instructing the soldiers to escort the members of the private bases away. He then dispatched reconnaissance units to conduct a thorough search of the entire facility. Having just assessed these members, he found that the leaders of the bases were conspicuously absent. Capturing them was imperative, along with administering severe punishment. At that moment, Mr. Ma and his associates were ashen-faced, acutely aware that they had provoked powerful adversaries and anticipated considerable trouble ahead. They all sought refuge in a basement, attempting to evade detection during the search. Chapter 71. Dismantling the private base for Li Ming. The leaders of these wretched private bases were individuals he deemed must be confronted, alive or dead. Therefore, there was absolutely no possibility of sparing them. While ordinary members of the base might have a chance of survival, figures like Master Ma were unequivocally beyond redemption. At that moment, the 3 or 4 merchants were hiding in the basement, fervently praying that the enemy forces above would not discover their presence. However, they had evidently underestimated the prowess of Li Ming's troops. The reconnaissance battalion was meticulously searching every room and corner of the entire building, operating in teams. After an exhaustive search, the absence of the enemy leaders left Brigade Commander Zhou Guoping incredulous, as it was inconceivable that the enemy chief could simply vanish. Commander, based on our current search status, there are no remaining escape routes from this private base, so they must still be hiding within, the chief of staff remarked. Zhou Guoping's agitation subsided, and he promptly ordered the troops to initiate a thorough carpet search, convinced that the enemy could not evade discovery. Soon, over 2,000 additional soldiers joined the search effort, significantly expediting the process. Meanwhile, Master Ma and his cohorts, ensconced in the basement, were drenched in cold sweat, truly terrified. Their breaths held as they listened to the soldiers' footsteps above. After another fruitless search on the ground level, attention swiftly turned to the basement. The sound of knocking resonated throughout. A soldier lightly tapped the floor with a plastic rifle stock, producing an echoing thud. The surrounding soldiers took heed, and a chorus of voices rose. "Come out. We know you're there. If you don't emerge, we'll tear up the floor and throw in grenades." As the floor was pried open, a voice from within pleaded, "Don't shoot. I surrender." The area was quickly surrounded by soldiers, and one by one, individuals began to emerge from the basement, each captured by the soldiers, yet Master Ma remained elusive, sensing that others might still be inside. Several soldiers produced tear gas grenades and tossed them into the basement. Before long, the basement was filled with the hissing smoke of the tear gas, accompanied by the sounds of relentless coughing. The soldiers shouted, "Still not coming out? We'll be throwing grenades." "Don't throw grenades. We surrender." Master Ma and his companions, unable to withstand the effects of the tear gas, emerged, ice-covered and coughing violently. "Is there anyone else inside?" an officer inquired. "No one." A soldier equipped with a gas mask ventured down to investigate and confirm the absence of any further individuals. He emerged and reported, "Captain, there is indeed no one left. Seize all usable supplies from here." "Yes." In no time, the soldiers commenced a thorough scavenging operation, discovering that this private base harbored a wealth of valuable resources, which the soldiers meticulously uncovered, quickly locating several storage facilities within the compound. Upon the opening of the warehouse, several soldiers were taken aback, exclaiming in astonishment at the abundance within. The space was filled with neatly stacked bags of rice, corn, and millet, alongside an impressive array of peanuts and soybeans. Additionally, the warehouse housed a substantial quantity of dry provisions, including instant noodles, bread, cakes, various sausages, cooked chicken legs, and cured meats. The supplies were meticulously organized, presenting a truly staggering quantity. Soon, the troops unearthed a ledger within this private base, which led them to discover several additional warehouses, each containing copious amounts of tobacco, alcohol, clothing, and a room entirely filled with various pharmaceuticals. In a specialized storage facility, they found boxes upon boxes of canned goods, including fruit, vegetables, and assorted meats, essentially every type of canned product available in the market. The collection comprised over 400 boxes of canned items, alongside a storeroom that revealed a small workshop for manufacturing firearms and ammunition, equipped with basic machinery, raw materials, and high-capacity solar panels for power supply. In the final storeroom, large quantities of liquefied petroleum gas canisters, charcoal, and coal were discovered, representing an unexpected windfall. The army swiftly packed these supplies into their dimensional pockets, ensuring not a single strand was left behind. Aside from this base owned by Mr. Ma, the other 8 private facilities participating in the operation were breached by the forces of the Synthetic Brigade. All armed resistors were neutralized, while the remaining individuals either surrendered or succumbed to the overwhelming firepower of the brigade. Li Ming was determined to eradicate any force that dared to threaten him with such impunity. In Tarawa City, Li Ming's Synthetic Brigade dismantled 8 private bases, led by the conspiratorial group of 8 headed by Mr. Ma. seizing an enormous cache of supplies. Following an inventory check, they confiscated a total of 525 military rifles, 252 handguns, and 665 rounds of ammunition. Furthermore, they dismantled 3 clandestine workshops for firearms and ammunition, seizing a wealth of raw materials and equipment. The haul included 562 tons of rice, 225 tons of millet and corn, 225 boxes of instant noodles, and 25 tons of various meat products. Additionally, they confiscated 525 boxes of canned goods, 523 tons of coal, and 552 gas canisters, along with numerous other essential living supplies. This battle resulted in a significant financial boon, effectively covering the costs of deployment. This was merely a single operation in Chihuahua City. Similar actions targeting Li Ming's business associations occurred across nearly 30 other large and medium-sized cities. Li Ming showed no mercy, swiftly mobilizing his synthetic brigade to dismantle these private bases, exhibiting no courtesy towards those audacious enough to challenge him. Since they chose to forfeit their dignity, he was more than willing to grant them the spectacle they deserved. Li Ming's bloody revenge swiftly unfolded, as the members of these private bases underwent rigorous interrogation and scrutiny. Those who were confirmed to be innocent were released to return home. Individuals with lesser offenses were sentenced to labor reform, while those with more serious crimes, including the leaders of the private bases, faced public trials and execution. Prominent figures such as Ma and Chao, who had wielded considerable influence during the frigid times, were executed publicly merely for incurring Li Ming's wrath. Subsequently, Li Ming's radio station broadcast a notification, openly disclosing the crimes of this group. For Li Ming, it was imperative to convey that he was not a man driven solely by a bloodlust. Chapter 72. Night Raid on the Supply Warehouse. Li Ming's targets extended beyond merely those private factions conspiring against him. They encompassed numerous organizations notorious for their malevolent behavior, often indulging in acts of oppression and exploitation. His intelligence apparatus was remarkably robust, having already initiated investigations into these private bases, thus allowing him to discern their characteristics with precision, enabling him to strike with purpose. At this moment, within the confines of Malga City, darkness and silence enveloped the streets, where countless ordinary survivors struggled to endure the biting cold of -50 degrees. In stark contrast, within a wealthy individual's private enclave, a scene of warmth and tranquility unfolded. Were it not for the howling winds and the eerie stillness outside, one might scarcely believe that the world had descended into chaos. An ancient poem echoes the sentiment. The rich feast while the streets are strewn with frozen bones, a vivid illustration of the current reality. For Li Ming, as long as these private bases did not inflict harm upon others, he remained indifferent to their internal affairs. However, should they cause suffering, he would ensure they faced the consequences. Within a certain office building in Malga City, one would hardly suspect that it housed a sizable private base, where revelry marked the atmosphere. Mr. Ma, we are fortunate to have remained in the shadows, avoiding calamity. Otherwise, we would surely have been targeted by the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce, exclaimed a rotund man, as he brazenly sought warmth by slipping his hand beneath the clothing of a nearby woman. Mr. Ma, adorned with rimless glasses, wore an expression of smug confidence, aware that they could not afford to overstep their bounds. This served as a warning, a reminder not to be overly arrogant. Mr. Ma, I can't shake the feeling that the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce is no ordinary organization. They seem poised to establish themselves as an authority, remarked the corpulent businessman. Old Zhao, what are you so anxious about? In these times, the one with resources and firepower is the true leader. They act boldly only because they possess arms and supplies. Our coalition of forces is not insignificant. We can certainly assert control over certain territories. As long as we maintain our resources, we too shall rise, Mr. Ma replied, leisurely sipping from his glass of red wine. Ah, indeed, Mr. Ma, gentlemen, let us raise a toast. Cheers. With that, music resumed, and the dance continued, the clinking of glasses punctuating their revelry. The apocalypse merely affected the common folk. For these individuals, the impact was negligible. Meanwhile, Li Ming's forces had long since commenced operations against these disreputable private bases, deploying a light infantry division consisting of 4 battalions. These troops acted in units, with a platoon leading the charge to initiate a probing raid on Mr. Ma's supply warehouse, designed to attract the enemy's attention, while simultaneously setting up a company to ambush reinforcements en route. Mr. Ma and his associates were astutely aware of the situation. They took in numerous survivors to bolster their strength, while concurrently assembling elite armed forces. The individual known as Ma Tung serves as the general agent for one of the numerous large food manufacturers in the city of Marja. Prior to the natural disaster, He had amassed a substantial stockpile of food supplies. Li Ming had previously engaged in commercial collaboration with him. However, he has now become Li Ming's target for reprisal. Ma Ting is exceptionally astute and has assembled an elite armed force of over 200 personnel centered around his bodyguards. Through illicit channels such as the black market, he has acquired a considerable arsenal of firearms. This elite contingent primarily consists of trained bodyguards, who frequently undergo shooting drills, thereby possessing a certain level of combat capability. At this juncture, Li Ming's immediate objective is a storage facility for Ma Teng's supplies, which constitutes approximately 80% of his inventory. With the remaining 20% secured at Ma Teng's private base, Ma Teng is acutely aware of the significance of this storage facility, however, recognizing its excellent concealment. He has stationed only a limited number of troops, around 1 company, at the site. His main forces can reach the location in a mere 15 minutes by vehicle for reinforcement. All personnel are armed with military rifles, and to ensure the loyalty of his armed subordinates, each member of this elite force receives a beautiful companion for their comfort. Consequently, these armed individuals exhibit unwavering loyalty to Ma Teng, becoming accomplices in his tyrannical exploits. Currently, Li Ming has initiated retaliatory measures against various private bases. And to maintain a low profile, he has dispatched units operating in squads to carry out the operation. Soon, the 1st and 2nd squads approached the vicinity of Ma Teng's storage facility, which indeed proved to be well concealed. It is situated at the periphery of the city, within a 3-story building elevated above the surrounding area and encircled by walls, leaving only the main gate as an entry point. Intelligence reports indicate that a significant portion of the supplies resides in the underground parking facility beneath the 3-story structure. It can be said that Ma Teng had commenced excavating this area for storage as soon as the floodwaters began to rise. His notion of a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows led him to this decision, and even now, he believes himself to be exceedingly clever. Convinced that his actions have indeed proven beneficial, providing him with an additional escape route in times of peril. At this moment, the squad leader retrieved night vision binoculars to survey the area. They identified a nearby hillock, where 3 machine guns and 3 snipers were strategically positioned. They were preparing to execute a surround and support tactic. Approximately 1 company of troops was poised to provide assistance. Meanwhile, another drone operator piloted a drone to investigate the defensive installations within the compound. The entire yard is expansive, conforming to a typical warehouse layout, with the 3-story building serving as the living quarters, while the remaining structures equipped with rolling shutter doors function as the main storage units. Upon scrutinizing the defensive arrangements displayed on the drone's monitor, the squad leader could not help but shake his head in dismay. The defenses were alarmingly lax, with merely 1 squad assigned to guard duty. As a line of soldiers raised their hands, they gradually approached, each chambering their AKM rifles. In no time, they closed into within 100 meters of the Grand Iron Gate. Subsequently, 1 soldier retrieved explosives and placed them strategically on the gate before retreating and activating the detonator. A series of resounding explosions echoed, shattering the gate into countless fragments that were flung outward, striking down a multitude of armed personnel stationed within. At that moment, the armed guards inside the 3-story building were jolted awake by the blast. An alarm rang out, an enemy attack. All personnel hastily donned their gear and seized their weapons, preparing to assess the situation. Meanwhile, a platoon of soldiers seized the opportunity to launch their assault. Several drowsy armed guards, clutching their rifles, had just stepped through the door of the building when they were abruptly gunned down by the advancing soldiers. The entire enemy contingent within the 3-story edifice was caught completely off guard, prompting their leader to urgently contact Ma for reinforcements. Chapter 73. Surround and support. At this moment, Mr. Ma and his companions were indulging in an utterly debauched party, exemplifying the excesses of the upper echelons of society, far beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. Even amidst the apocalypse, within the confines of their private base, these 8 affluent merchants were preoccupied with revelry, entwined with one another in a frenzy of hedonism. Just as the atmosphere reached its zenith, a figure hurriedly entered, clutching a satellite phone. A look of concern etched upon his face as he rushed toward them. Mr. Ma, we have a grave situation. Our resource storage base is under attack. Ah Wei is calling for support. The man whispered urgently into Mr. Ma's ear. What? Mr. Ma, who had been thoroughly engrossed in the festivities, was taken aback by this news. He pushed aside several beautiful women and swiftly moved into an empty room to take the call. This is Ma Teng. Ah Wei, what is happening on your end? Mr. Ma inquired hastily. As he listened to Ah Wei's response, the sounds of gunfire and explosions erupted from the other end of the line. Ah Wei's voice could be heard directing others to defend their position through the satellite phone. At that moment, Ma Teng realized with certainty that his resource storage warehouse was indeed under siege. Ah Wei, respond if you hear me. Gunfire continued to erupt on the other side. And after a considerable pause, Away finally replied, "Mr. Ma, we request assistance. We request assistance. The enemy's firepower is overwhelming. And they have explosives and grenades. My men can't hold out much longer." Ma Teng's anxiety surged as he shouted, "Hold your position. Reinforcements are on their way." He promptly ended the call. Shortly thereafter, apart from leaving behind 100 armed personnel for defense, the remaining guards of the base hastily rushed towards the resource storage warehouse. He was acutely aware that any loss from that warehouse would spell disaster for his base's survival. Thus, he dispatched approximately 300 individuals by vehicle at the fastest pace possible, while several hundred others began to march on foot, eager to provide support to the warehouse. As soon as Mr. Ma took action, he drew the attention of Li Ming's intelligence personnel, who immediately relayed the information via satellite phone with a succinct message: "The mice have stirred. 20 toy cars and over 300 rats, barefoot and numbering 6 to 700. In no time, the commander responsible for the surround and support operation received the notification. He instructed his platoon leader to continue suppressing the guards' firepower and to tie down their forces, while the remaining 3 platoons were already positioned, ready to unleash their firepower as the enemy approached. To achieve optimal fire intensity, each company was equipped with 3 7mm heavy machine guns of the Type 26, already configured for crossfire and fitted with night vision sights. Additionally, 2 soldiers armed with ROG-7 rocket launchers lay in wait, poised to strike at the enemy and deliver a decisive blow. At this moment, a squad leader was directing 3 platoons to utilize the cover effectively, delivering precise bursts of fire to suppress the enemy, preventing them from breaking free from the confines of the building. However, the mood of the bodyguard captain within the 3-story structure was gravely somber. They had discerned that the incoming adversaries possessed formidable firepower and were well trained. The defenders on their side stood little chance against them. The current casualties spoke volumes, as 1/3 of their 110 personnel had already fallen. Thus far, they had only managed to ascertain the general location of the enemy. Their gunfire was aimed at an approximate target, with the likelihood of hitting the enemy left to fate. The soldiers from the 3 platoons were taking turns firing to constrain the enemy, their sole purpose being to rouse the adversaries and compel them to call for reinforcements. The true tactical objective was to encircle and strike at the enemy's reinforcements, thereby diminishing their combat capability. Li Ming was acutely aware that rather than directly assaulting the enemy's base, it was more advantageous to lure them into the open and eliminate them in the field, allowing for significant attrition of their forces. Meanwhile, the remaining few dozen individuals in the warehouse were truly panicked. They had previously attempted to organize a charge, relying on their numerical superiority and firepower, but were taken aback by the enemy's possession of grenades. The more individuals who rushed out, the greater the number who fell victim to the explosive devices. Lacking grenades themselves and with limited ammunition, the prospects of winning this battle seemed grim. At that moment, their leader could only fervently hope for reinforcements to arrive swiftly. As the defenders in the warehouse struggled to hold their ground, the vanguard of the reinforcements, comprising over 360 personnel, was hastily approaching in microbuses. Once approximately 20 of these vehicles entered the fire range, the company commander promptly issued the command, "Fire the rocket launchers." Whoosh, whoosh. 2 rocket launchers discharged first, sending RPG-7 projectiles shrieking towards the front and rear of the elongated convoy. Boom, boom, following 2 resounding explosions. The lead and tail vehicles of the convoy were struck, erupting in violent blasts that left the occupants within utterly devastated by the ferocity of the explosions. The shrapnel from the obliterated vehicles inflicted considerable damage upon the others in the convoy, their windshields shattered, resembling a terrifying web of cracks. "Quick, disembark. We are under attack." The commander of the convoy urgently ordered the passengers to exit the vehicles. At that moment, the machine guns of the nearby company erupted. Thud, thud, thud. The deep thuds of the 12.7mm heavy machine guns echoed as they unleashed a hail of fire upon the convoy from over 600 meters away. The 3 heavy machine guns, with their overwhelming firepower and the immense kinetic energy of their rounds, riddled the microbuses with numerous bullet holes. Some armed personnel, unable to disembark in time, were brutally maimed by the 12.7mm machine guns, their limbs severed in the chaos. Others met a more unfortunate fate, as bullets struck their heads, causing them to explode like grenades, spraying the contents within, akin to a gushing fountain. There were also those who suffered as 12.7mm rounds pierced the vehicle's armor, striking their torsos and nearly severing them in half, with a gruesome mixture of bodily fluids and remnants splattered everywhere, a truly horrific sight. Under the relentless fire of 3 12.7mm heavy machine guns, the initial assault inflicted nearly half of the casualties among the more than 360 members of the convoy. At this moment, The commander of the convoy directed the remaining personnel to take cover behind the wheels or the engines of their vehicles, returning fire in the general direction of the attackers. A continuous barrage of 12 PKM light machine guns joined the fray, their rapid fire intermingling with the deep, resonant shots of the heavy guns, as van after van erupted into flames and explosions. Meanwhile, the infantry unleashed a relentless hail of bullets from their AKM rifles, weaving a deadly net of fire that claimed the lives of the armed personnel within the convoy. Chapter 74. The capture of the warehouse. Under the relentless barrage of machine guns and rifles, the vans were swiftly engulfed in flames, some even exploding amidst the chaos. Illuminated by the fiery glow, armed personnel fell one by one, targeted by the precise shots of sharpshooters. At a distance of 600 meters, wielding an SVD sniper rifle, it was an effortless task to eliminate these exposed combatants. The ambush operation, executed with remarkable efficiency, lasted less than 10 minutes, culminating in the demise of the convoy's commander before he could relay the situation to Madding and the infantry reinforcements trailing behind. The first casualty was he himself, identified and struck down by the sniper amidst the inferno. The battlefield lay in ruins, littered with the wreckage of vehicles and the lifeless bodies of over 360 individuals, all obliterated by the overwhelming firepower of a single company. It is undeniable that there exists a significant disparity in combat effectiveness between armed insurgents and regular troops. The latter operates within a structured framework. Indeed, the forces deployed by Li Ming were merely light infantry, without the assistance of a main combined arms brigade. Had a combined arms battalion been utilized, it is likely that the enemy would have been entirely annihilated within 5 minutes. For the artillery of such a battalion is not to be trifled with. Following the complete extermination of the enemy forces at this location, the company commander swiftly directed his troops to advance the ambush perimeter another 300 meters, anticipating the arrival of enemy infantry. His foresight proved accurate. As soon as the ambush position was prepared, drones confirmed that a substantial enemy contingent was approaching for reinforcements. Confronted with the enemy infantry, there was no need for rocket launchers. The deployment of machine guns and rifles sufficed. The remaining 3 platoons of the company took cover along the roadside, approximately 200 meters from the thoroughfare, while heavy and light machine guns established a crossfire position on elevated terrain. Soon, around 700 enemy soldiers began to advance towards their location, only able to faintly discern the burning convoy in the distance, unclear whether it was their own or something else entirely. Their understanding of the situation was limited, having only vaguely heard the sounds of gunfire and explosions moments earlier. As they entered the ambush zone, the leading elements of the enemy force finally recognized the perilous situation before them. Just as they prepared to alert their rear units, the gunfire erupted. The cacophony of light and heavy machine guns mingled with the relentless crack of rifles as a hail of bullets rained down upon the unsuspecting insurgents. The rapid succession of gunfire echoed through the night, and the advancing insurgents were swiftly mowed down like grass beneath a torrential downpour. The remaining fighters, seeking cover, dropped to the ground and retrieved their rifles to retaliate. Lacking adequate shelter, some insurgents resorted to using the bodies of their fallen comrades as makeshift shields to fire back. In an instant, the night sky was filled with bullets, resembling a swarm of fireflies darting through the darkness, while the eerie sounds of gunfire reverberated above both factions. At this moment, the group of armed militants became acutely aware that they had fallen into an ambush. The blazing fire ahead likely signified the presence of the besieged convoy, leaving them unable to provide assistance and compelling an immediate retreat. Their commander urgently shouted that the enemy's firepower was overwhelming, instructing the 1st and 2nd battalions to alternate their cover as they withdrew. One must concede that this group exhibited some degree of combat capability. Upon recognizing the perilous situation, they promptly sought to retreat. However, by this time, the opportunity to withdraw had become somewhat belated. A squad from the 1st Battalion swiftly produced signal flares and shot several illumination rounds into the sky above the enemy's position, which was under heavy fire. As the flares ascended, the battlefield situation became vividly clear. Approximately 450 remaining armed personnel left over 100 behind to cover their retreat, while the remaining 300 crawled back to safety. Meanwhile, a sniper from the 1st Battalion, grinning with satisfaction, trained his SVD sniper rifle on each of the militants. With a series of crisp gunshots, the sniper began to eliminate them one by one. Although the heavy and light machine guns from the 1st Battalion had ceased firing, the rifle fire from the flanks persisted, continuing for over 20 minutes as bullets struck the armed militants. One by one, the insurgents were hit, and out of nearly 700 foot soldiers, only about 50 managed to return alive, leaving the rest as fallen corpses. The commander of the 1st Battalion quickly dispatched a platoon of infantry to secure the battlefield and collect weapons, while the remaining 2 platoons were tasked with supporting the 1st platoon in assaulting the supply depot. With the arrival of the main force from the 1st Battalion, the situation became catastrophic for the enemy holed up in the 3-story building. Before long, the remaining militants inside were entirely annihilated, paving the way for the looting of spoils. Soldiers from the 1st Battalion, equipped with otherworldly storage devices, commenced their scavenging efforts, splitting into 2 teams. One team was assigned to search the surface-level warehouses and buildings. Among the first items collected were generators and various electrical appliances. They proceeded to open the 4 surface warehouses, with the first warehouse being filled to the brim with boxes of assorted instant noodles, including both cup and bag varieties. The battalion commander estimated that there were nearly 3,000 boxes of bag noodles and around 2,000 boxes of cup noodles. The second warehouse was crammed with cases of sausages, encompassing a variety of types such as starch sausages, vacuum-packed garlic sausages, red sausages, and others, all neatly arranged, totaling over 11,000 boxes. The third warehouse housed an array of canned goods from renowned brands, including glass jars of canned peaches, strawberries, pineapples, oranges, apples, and loquats. In addition to these, there were extensive quantities of canned pork, beef, fermented black bean fish, and ribbon fish, all meticulously stacked in boxes, amounting to over 8,500 boxes in total. The fourth warehouse is filled with an assortment of snacks, including various types of egg yolk pastries, breads, small loaves, cookies, chocolate pies, and more, totaling over 1,300 boxes. Additionally, there are approximately 600 boxes containing an array of candies and chocolates from renowned brands. Furthermore, this warehouse houses a substantial quantity of fizzy beverages, juices, kvass, and various dairy-based drinks, amounting to around 4,500 boxes. It also contains an impressive selection of bottled water, including purified and mineral water, with over 6,500 items in total. Notably, more than 4,500 boxes of purified water are available for direct experimentation. This is merely a fraction of the supplies stored here, as the bulk of the resources resides in the underground storage area. Chapter 75, depriving them of their supplies. As for the underground warehouse, it harbored an abundance of treasures. The total area of the warehouse complex spanned approximately 2,500 square meters. After thoroughly pillaging the upper levels, the team swiftly commenced their search of the subterranean storage. The underground facility indeed contained a wealth of valuable items, including an extensive array of clothing, numbering in the tens of thousands. Furthermore, there were over 30 crates of firearms and more than 100 crates of ammunition. The squad leader ordered the opening of a crate, revealing neatly arranged brand new Type 15 assault rifles from the Imperial Army. Each crate contained 30 rifles, totaling approximately 900 firearms across the 30 crates. Additionally, 2 crates of M9 handguns, procured from abroad, were discovered alongside 3 crates of handgun ammunition. All of these items were now at Li Ming's disposal. Beyond rifles and handguns, they also uncovered 10 elongated weapon briefcases, which immediately piqued the squad leader's interest, indicating that they likely contained valuable contents. Upon opening them, they found precision bolt-action sniper rifles chambered in magnum caliber, complete with accompanying sniper ammunition. Such treasures were imperative to secure. In addition to these prized possessions, the underground facility housed a plethora of other supplies, including a staggering 1,000 crates of medical supplies, predominantly consisting of essential medications, injectables, and oral pharmaceuticals among them. They also stumbled upon a considerable stock of well-preserved cigarettes, cases of fine red wine, renowned white spirits, and numerous crates of yellow wine, totaling over 500 crates of beverages alone. Moreover, there was an extensive accumulation of vacuum-sealed delicacies, including smoked duck, cured meats, chicken legs, chicken feet, and pork skins, alongside a vast assortment of canned premium teas. Unsurprisingly, the most abundant supplies in the underground warehouse were an array of foodstuffs from various renowned brands. All of these provisions were now within Li Ming's grasp. With a wave of his hand, the squad leader ordered everything to be packed and taken away, leaving not a single item behind. After securing all usable supplies, the squad leader led his troops away from the site. That night, the entire city of Malgia was not only plagued by the robbery of Ma Zong, but also witnessed the plundering of the supply warehouses belonging to 7 other private bases, all orchestrated by Li Ming's forces. The tactics employed were largely similar, encircling the target and striking reinforcements. Some skirmishes occurred near the warehouses, while others were ambushes staged on the urban streets along the adversaries' routes. In an instant, the armed forces of these 8 factions suffered devastating losses, with the most significant detriment being the extensive depletion of their supplies. This included, but was not limited to, various stored cold and hot weapons, grains, canned goods, meats, prepared foods, dried rations, fuels, and an array of miscellaneous supplies. Among them, a wealthy merchant surnamed Feng suffered a catastrophic loss. as every single pharmaceutical product within his expansive 200 square meter warehouse was completely looted. The warehouse was brimming with a diverse assortment of medications, essentially encompassing every pharmaceutical product visible in the market. The Fong family, a dedicated pharmaceutical manufacturer, had fortuitously managed to retain a substantial stock of medications amidst the apocalypse. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, the pharmaceutical trade had allowed the Fong family to thrive. However, now, with all their medicines, materials, and equipment stripped away, they faced catastrophic losses. Within their private base, Mr. Ma and the other 7 affluent businessmen received satellite phone notifications from their subordinates. Their supply depots had been plundered by an unidentified armed force. The prospect of a celebratory gathering had long dissipated, for they understood all too well that if their resources had indeed been stolen, the repercussions would be dire. Mr. Ma, who do you think orchestrated this operation? Mr. Fong inquired, his trembling hand igniting a cigarette, exhaling a ring of smoke. Mr. Ma's expression was grim. Yet he feigned composure as he replied, "Is it even necessary to ask? There are few entities with both the capability and motive to commit such acts." Just as the other executives were about to voice their thoughts, their trusted aides approached, whispering urgent updates. Following their departure, a pause settled over the group. "This is outrageous. The Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce has gone too far," Mr. Wang thundered, slamming his fist onto the table in anger. His food processing plant had suffered extensive losses, with frozen peach supplies and numerous other materials and finished products looted. Not only had they lost their resources, but over 1,000 of his elite armed personnel had also perished. It felt as though his very existence was at stake. Mr. Ma, too, appeared troubled, evidently. He had received similar reports. The reinforcements he dispatched had been ambushed en route, with barely over 30 returning alive, while the rest, over 1,000, had met their demise. Yet, the most pressing concern was the material assets within his warehouse, the very foundation of his burgeoning power. With these resources now taken, his survival was in jeopardy. The other executives shared his plight. Their dispatched reinforcements either triggered landmines or fell victim to heavy fire, resulting in significant losses across the board. They could already envision the extent of their material losses. With the transportation capabilities of the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce, it was likely that nothing would remain. However, they dared not send anyone back to the warehouses, fearing that the remaining armed forces would also be lost, and thus could only wait for the assailants to depart before assessing the situation. The following morning, the sleepless 8 dispatched personnel to evaluate the damage to their supply warehouses, only to receive the most devastating news. Every last resource had vanished, leaving not even a trace behind. At that moment, the 8 executives grasped the terrifying consequences of inciting the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce. The ambush and theft were merely a warning, though they harbored deep resentment towards the chamber. They acknowledged their inability to confront such a formidable adversary, resigning themselves to endure and swallow their pride. Soon, the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce's radio station began broadcasting. "Greetings to all survivors. This is the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce broadcasting station. Recently, the armed forces of our ZTE Chamber of Commerce have undertaken multiple operations targeting notorious private bases, achieving commendable results. Simultaneously, our troops have confiscated a substantial amount of supplies, which will be distributed in the form of relief provisions to ordinary survivors. Each individual survivor in the urban area of Malga may collect 4 pounds of relief grain, redeemable once upon presentation of their identification card. We urge everyone to inform their neighbors, as the distribution will take place at Hero Square. Furthermore, the ZTE Chamber of Commerce publicly declares that any forces opposing us and harming ordinary survivors will face a robust counteraction from our military." Chapter 76. The perspective of the Revival Society. Li Ming's public statement served as a stark warning to the leaders of the private bases. Any further acts of aggression against me or harm inflicted upon ordinary survivors will meet with severe retribution. Soon, news of Li Ming's resolute crackdown on these nefarious private bases spread throughout the city of Malga. It came to the attention of several leaders that the well-armed ZTE Chamber of Commerce had raided the material depots of prominent private bases, including that of General Ma. They not only suffered significant losses of supplies but also endured a crippling blow to their elite armed forces, leaving them reeling. Moreover, the ZTE Chamber of Commerce openly acknowledged their appropriation of these resources, pledging to convert the goods into food supplies for the survivors as relief aid. In a short span, other unscrupulous private bases in Malga also faced similar repercussions, with Li Ming's forces pillaging their resources and leaving their armed contingents in a lamentable state. It was evident that Li Ming's actions had encroached upon the bottom lines and interests of many private base leaders. Do they dare to be so audacious when they are not even recognized by the imperial government? Clearly, these individuals had forgotten the brutal methods employed by the ZTE Chamber of Commerce when cracking down on criminal elements. Any faction that dared to instigate trouble would find themselves utterly annihilated by the next day. Li Ming's iron-fisted and sanguinary approach effectively suppressed all dissenting powers. Should one choose to resist, they must be prepared to demonstrate their strength. However, Li Ming's actions did not significantly impact ordinary survivors, as he targeted only the malicious factions. At this moment, Li Ming's conduct sparked considerable controversy within the Revival Society. President Qin, the ZTE Chamber of Commerce's actions are utterly outrageous. They have begun to exercise law enforcement powers, which is completely lawless, exclaimed one staff member. Indeed, President, their arrogance warrants severe punishment. While some believed Li Ming had overstepped his bounds, others defended his actions, leading to a cacophony of debate. Ultimately, President Qin Gongping thumped the table, commanding silence. His stature commanded respect, and as he spoke, the surrounding clamor subsided. Ahem, I understand your sentiments. Many of you feel that the ZTE Chamber of Commerce has overreached and begun to wield law enforcement powers. To be candid, I share some concerns as well. However, we must consider the current societal landscape. We are amidst an apocalyptic era. The imperial government has collapsed, leaving only a multitude of civil organizations like ours. The Tianhui Empire has always operated under a system where the government is large and society is small, and in this context, the organizational capabilities of civil entities have been significantly weakened. Thus, once the imperial government has vanished entirely, chaos will ensue. Our civil organizations will be unable to fulfill their intended roles. While the ZTE Chamber of Commerce may have exceeded their authority, their operational style suggests that their highest leadership is undoubtedly a figure of iron will. Now is not a time of peace and prosperity, rather. We find ourselves in an apocalyptic era, a reality more terrifying than mere chaos. There is a saying that rings true. In tumultuous times, strict measures must be employed. In this regard, the relative stability of social order in Malga City owes much to the indispensable efforts of the Revival Commerce Association. I understand that many of you may feel discomfort, yet we must accept our circumstances. It is crucial to recognize the primary and secondary contradictions of our situation, and to approach our endeavors with a focus on what truly matters. Our foremost objective must be to ensure that as many survivors as possible can sustain themselves through their own efforts. This is our immediate priority. From this perspective, the opposing side has not erred in their approach. Moreover, we could devise our own points card system, which would serve a dual purpose. On one hand, it could generate revenue akin to a coinage tax. On the other hand, we aspire to establish ourselves as a vibrant and formidable organization, encouraging more survivors to join our ranks in their quest for survival. Qin Gongpeng, after a brief pause for water, continued. I recognize that many believe the actions of the Revival Commerce Association harbor ulterior motives for power acquisition. Admittedly, their behavior does suggest a tendency in that direction. However, have you all noticed the seemingly tight-knit structure within the association? It appears to be an organization of remarkable operational efficiency and discipline. They do not misuse force. Each significant display of power is directed against those who harm survivors or represent egregious threats. Thus, it seems their intentions align with enabling more survivors to thrive based on their capabilities. Discussions of power struggles are not pertinent at this moment. Our organization's primary goal is to endure through this apocalypse and emerge from it. Everything else must be predicated on our survival. Therefore, in the absence of fundamental conflicts of interest with the Revival Commerce Association, you must strictly regulate the members below you to avoid any conflict with them. After Qin Goping's remarks, all present were taken aback. They had not anticipated such words from their leader. However, a director from the Revival Society soon stood up, affirming that the president's words were for the greater good. Given the dire survival conditions, our priority must be to ensure our own existence. Only by preserving ourselves can we hope for a future. Remember this, it is the one who survives to the end that emerges victorious. Our primary task is survival. Only by enduring can we hope to rebuild human civilization when this apocalypse concludes. Do you understand? Upon hearing the president and the director, the assembly began to comprehend the gravity of their situation. At that moment, another director spoke up, adding, I would like to emphasize that when venturing outside, you must always travel in groups. In this world, the threat posed by your fellow humans far surpasses that of natural disasters. Hence, it is imperative to remain vigilant towards strangers, as this is essential for your safety. The Revival Society swiftly reaffirmed its fundamental purpose, to ensure its own survival while striving to help as many survivors as possible endure. Following the example set by Li Ming's market, they introduced their own points system, effectively compelling survivors to labor for them in exchange for essential resources. With control over a substantial stockpile of supplies, the Revival Society's reserves were reasonably adequate, and its membership expanded from a mere 20 to 30,000 at its inception to an impressive 200,000, establishing itself as a formidable organization. However, Becoming a member of the Revival Society did not imply one could simply abandon all effort. It is crucial to understand that there is a significant distinction between merely existing and truly thriving. Chapter 77. New battery technology. Lying down and doing nothing refers to a state of inaction, whereas lying flat implies one continues to work normally but without engaging in overtime. In these apocalyptic times, joining the Revival Society merely signifies that one will not starve. It does not mean one can simply remain idle every day. Membership in the Revival Society necessitates daily excursions to gather various useful resources, which can then be exchanged for points within the society. Any survival supplies needed can be directly purchased with these points. Currently, the universally recognized currency in the market is the points ticket issued by the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce. Although many perceive the Chamber's methods as brutal, every faction acknowledges that the points ticket can indeed replace the former imperial currency, becoming the common currency in this post-apocalyptic world. The credibility of the points tickets issued by Li Ming has gained widespread acceptance, establishing them as a general equivalent in these dire times. Crucially, possessing Li Ming's points tickets allows one to shop at his marketplace, where a plethora of goods can be acquired, all while maintaining stable currency value. It is even possible to access medical services comparable to those available before the calamity, provided one possesses sufficient points tickets. Li Ming has successfully laid a solid foundation for the credibility of his points tickets through the provision of survival resources and essential medical services, gradually earning widespread recognition for their monetary status. Initially, transactions were conducted through barter, but now exchanges between various factions have evolved to incorporate points tickets alongside bartering. The Revival Society also acknowledges the value of Li Ming's points tickets. However, the points tickets of the Revival Society are limited to internal circulation and are essentially worthless outside its confines, akin to mere scraps of paper. As Li Ming entered the third month of this extreme, post-apocalyptic winter, he received a system reward. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully surviving for 5 months in the apocalypse. You are awarded a complete set of high-tech solid-state battery technology data. Ding! Detection confirms that the host has successfully maintained social order amidst the apocalypse, granting an additional reward of a complete set of technology data for Hurricane-class doomsday submarines. Upon receiving these 2 rewards, Li Ming began to examine the technological documentation. The first item was the solid-state battery. Li Ming was not entirely unfamiliar with this technology, as on the planet Bartan. Automobile propulsion is mainly divided into 2 categories: the traditional fuel-powered mechanical systems and electric vehicles. However, given the current circumstances, fuel vehicles remain more widely accepted, primarily due to their mature technology, superior safety, and higher reliability in harsh environments. Moreover, refueling takes merely a minute and allows for travel over several hundred kilometers, whereas electric vehicles are hampered by numerous battery-related issues. The dominant battery technology for electric vehicles remains the lithium-ion battery, which fundamentally belongs to the category of liquid batteries. The lifespan and safety of liquid batteries have long been criticized, frequently igniting and exploding for unknown reasons, rendering firefighting efforts futile. The most disappointing aspect of electric vehicles is their prolonged charging times and the persistent issue of range. Particularly in frigid environments, the range tends to halve, rendering these vehicles almost indistinguishable from toy cars. The root of these problems fundamentally lies within the limitations of battery technology. However, Li Ming is acutely aware of the technological value of solid-state batteries. Not only is he cognizant of this, but nations worldwide share this understanding. Thus, major automotive enterprises within the Tianhui Empire have begun research in this domain. Unfortunately, their efforts were abruptly interrupted by the unforeseen apocalypse. Crucially, for Li Ming, he is not lacking in electricity. Although he may not be short on fossil fuels in the short term, solid-state batteries represent an additional option for him. Li Ming proceeded to the high-tech research center with technical documentation in hand. Recently, he had recruited several research experts through the military camp, and solid-state batteries were one of the topics under his investigation. The expert in charge of this area was surnamed Qi. The reason Li Ming personally sought out old Qi with the technical data was that he needed to engage in a detailed discussion regarding the future prospects of solid-state batteries. Old Qi, here are the technical documents I obtained on solid-state batteries. Please have a look. I have several questions I wish to discuss with you, Li Ming stated as he handed over the materials. Old Qi received the documents with great enthusiasm, opening his computer to review the information on the USB drive. The more he examined, the more grave his expression became, culminating in a resounding slap on the table. Excellent. Li Ming jumped at the sudden outburst. Old Qi, please calm down. General, I apologize. I did not anticipate that some of my uncertainties would be elucidated within this technical documentation. I couldn't help myself, Old Qi replied, a bit embarrassed. Understanding the mindset of researchers, Li Ming sought to clarify, Old Chi, what is your perspective on the potential of solid-state batteries? With a serious demeanor. Old Chi responded, General, solid-state batteries are undeniably a technology of nuclear bomb caliber and should be classified as top secret. Allow me to elaborate on the prospects and value of solid-state batteries. According to this documentation, they represent a highly mature and reliable technology with exceptional safety performance. For us, whether in military equipment, future civil reconstruction, or civilian life, they bear significant strategic importance. Pausing for a moment to sip water, he continued, as you are well aware, the electric vehicle market is hampered by battery technology limitations, which has hindered its popularity. Currently, electric vehicles predominantly utilize liquid batteries, which contain liquid electrolytes. Consequently, these lithium-ion batteries present numerous issues, including slow charging speeds, inadequate safety, and limited lifespan. In contrast, solid-state batteries alleviate these concerns entirely. The maximum energy density limit of liquid batteries is merely 350 Wh/kg, which represents the pinnacle of liquid battery technology development. However, solid-state batteries possess an energy density that can commence at an impressive 1000 Wh/kg. This signifies that solid-state batteries far surpass their liquid counterparts in terms of endurance. Beyond the advantage of prolonged range, there is also the matter of longevity. Current battery technologies generally fail to match the lifespan of the vehicles themselves, necessitating the replacement of battery packs after 5 to 6 years of use. In contrast, solid-state batteries alleviate such concerns, owing to their solid electrolytes. Their lifespan significantly exceeds that of conventional automobiles, maintaining over 90 performance even after enduring 10,000 charge-discharge cycles. Chapter 78. The prospects of solid-state battery applications. This signifies that solid-state batteries, even after a decade or two of use, can theoretically continue to function. The more promising news is that these batteries can operate effectively in environments ranging from 60 to 160 degrees Celsius. This implies that solid-state batteries eliminate concerns regarding overheating due to rapid charging, marking a significant technological advancement. Currently, rapid charging technology is not unattainable. Its primary limitation stems from the operational temperature of traditional liquid batteries, which remain overly sensitive. Consequently, even with rapid charging capabilities, safety concerns necessitate artificially prolonged charging durations. Such issues are non-existent with solid-state batteries. Furthermore, in terms of safety, liquid batteries pose risks of electrolyte leakage and potential fires or explosions upon impact or puncture. In contrast, solid-state batteries can withstand significant damage and continue to function, unequivocally representing a monumental leap in battery technology. In addition to these advantages, solid-state batteries can be manufactured into any desired shape without restriction. Additionally, as per the technical documentation, the environmental impact of solid-state batteries is considerably lower than that of liquid batteries. Regarding production costs, this documentation suggests that we can fully utilize our existing battery production lines, technologies, and raw materials. Overall costs may be approximately 20% higher than those of liquid batteries. However, given the technological benefits and anticipated cost reductions with mass production, these concerns are negligible. Li Ming nodded in agreement and posed a crucial question. Elder Chi, what do you believe are the applications of solid-state batteries in a post-apocalyptic scenario? Elder Chi smiled. Comrade Chief, one of the main reasons I advocate for this technology to be classified as top secret is its significant value for military equipment. Currently, while our military has begun to achieve some self-sufficiency in equipment production, it primarily relies on fuel-driven systems, as military equipment emphasizes reliability and durability. However, there remains a gap in our equipment arsenal, particularly in the form of all-terrain vehicles. Ultimately, I suspect you have refrained from mass-producing lightweight all-terrain vehicles due to fuel consumption concerns, correct? Li Ming nodded. Indeed, that's accurate. Elder Chi continued. If our solid-state batteries can enter mass production, our military's all-terrain vehicles could easily achieve a range of 1,500 kilometers or even further on a single battery charge. Such a range is nearly unattainable for fuel vehicles, illustrating the advantages brought forth by technological advancement. Moreover, our military could implement a battery power pack system in these all-terrain vehicles, enabling quick battery swaps during emergencies when charging time is insufficient, thus maintaining operational mobility. This represents yet another significant technological advantage. In addition to all-terrain vehicles, three-wheeled motorcycles with sidecars, two-wheeled motorcycles, and various logistical vehicles can also be electrified. Even certain armored units, upon the adoption of solid-state batteries, can achieve operational ranges and maneuverability comparable to, if not exceeding, those powered by traditional internal combustion engines. given that the energy conversion efficiency of electric power significantly surpasses that of fossil fuels. Li Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, this was a remarkable innovation. Old Chi. If solid-state batteries could be utilized in conventional submarines, they would surely prove advantageous, wouldn't they? They could also be employed in electronic devices such as mobile phones and computers. Old Chi nodded in agreement, acknowledging the immense potential of solid-state batteries in both military and civilian applications. This represents a monumental technological advancement, one capable of rewriting the destiny of humanity. Moreover, let us not forget that our organization is not lacking in electrical power. In fact, we are likely to have a surplus. This surplus electricity could be harnessed through batteries to enhance the quality of life, underscoring the strategic significance of solid-state batteries across various domains. Old Chi. I entrust this responsibility to you. I wish to see results in the shortest time possible. Rest assured, Chief. Li Ming was exhilarated, for he had finally glimpsed another direction for future development. Even in a world devoid of fossil fuels, he could rely on electrical power to maintain combat effectiveness. In a sense, in an apocalyptic scenario, acquiring electricity is far simpler than obtaining fossil fuels. Solar energy could be harnessed, or power could be generated through human-powered devices, where a mere consumption of 4 steam buns might yield a dozen kilowatts. Subsequently, he gathered his materials to meet with military industry experts, Zhao and Qian, as he greatly valued their professional insights. The discussion would revolve around the performance and production technology of the Hurricane-class doomsday submarine in extreme environments, as well as the military applications of solid-state batteries. Before long, the two esteemed experts met with Li Ming. Chief, what brings you to us? They inquired, surprised by his visit. Please, have a seat. I have 2 matters to discuss. Firstly, we have now developed a mature capability for researching and producing solid-state batteries, and I require your insights on their military applications. Secondly, here is the documentation regarding the Hurricane-class doomsday submarine. After handing over the materials, the two began to examine them intently for a full hour. Li Ming spoke again. Elder Qian, Elder Zhao, I need your most professional advice, so please feel free to speak candidly. Upon hearing this, Elder Qian was the first to respond. Chief, let us first discuss the issue of solid-state batteries. I believe Old Chi has already provided some conclusions. This technology indeed marks a significant leap forward. It can be applied across various military equipment, such as light armored vehicles and drones. However, this solid-state battery possesses a lesser-known application, the legendary exoskeleton armor, akin to mechas such as Gundam. It can be asserted that solid-state batteries have rendered these concepts feasible and provided a realm of possibilities. What? Li Ming was taken aback, seemingly not anticipating that solid-state batteries could be linked to such technology. In conclusion, this is merely our current speculation. However, when considering solid-state batteries, the application in mechas may require the resolution of numerous challenges. Nevertheless, at the very least, exploring this within our existing equipment framework holds considerable promise. Chapter 79. The Super-Large Transport Aircraft Project. Li Ming felt a surge of excitement. Indeed, it is the professionals in military technology who best comprehend his aspirations. The significance of solid-state batteries is profoundly monumental. Mr. Qian, if we were to incorporate this cutting-edge solid-state battery into our current conventional submarines, how long could they remain submerged? Mr. Qian adjusted his glasses and replied, typically, the most common method for conventional submarines is to surface and activate the diesel engines for recharging. In such circumstances, a fully charged submarine can travel approximately 700 nautical miles. Of course, this also depends on the type of liquid battery used. Should we employ solid-state batteries, their endurance would be at least 4 to 5 times that of liquid batteries, given the same volume. Furthermore, if we integrate our latest silent diesel engines, our conventional submarines would possess operational endurance comparable to that of nuclear submarines, enabling them to engage in prolonged underwater missions. The military applications of solid-state batteries are immensely promising and represent a viable direction for development. The notion that conventional submarines could rival the endurance of nuclear submarines is astonishing. Yet it is indeed feasible. Naturally, this applies solely to conventional submarines. In the current apocalyptic scenario, ordinary submarines would be inadequate for survival. However, specially customized doomsday submarines would suffice. After absorbing their insights on solid-state batteries, Li Ming felt resolute and posed a second inquiry. Gentlemen, what is your perspective on the Hurricane-class doomsday submarine? Mr. Zhao responded, this Hurricane-class doomsday submarine is an exceptionally unique piece of equipment, specifically designed for survival in apocalyptic conditions. To some extent, it can be classified as a highly specialized apparatus that allows for prolonged human habitation within. From the information available, this submarine holds significant reference value for our current naval fleet, particularly regarding the hull material, specially crafted soundproof tiles, and various other facilities. Moreover, in terms of performance, this submarine combines both survival and combat capabilities, with an underwater endurance reaching 15,000 nautical miles. Although it falls under the category of conventional submarines, its fuel efficiency is remarkably high, enabling it to compete with strategic-level submarines. We must develop this submarine to lay the groundwork for our future naval establishment. Li Ming nodded. The mere potential for survival in a doomsday scenario was sufficient impetus for him to pursue its development and production. After discussing these matters, Mr. Qian posed a question. Commander, you have even proposed a design for a doomsday submarine. Do you truly believe the situation could deteriorate to such an extent? Mr. Qian, who can predict when this apocalypse will conclude? Who can guarantee what natural disasters may unfold in the future? We must ensure that our organization possesses sufficient resilience and military strength. It is always prudent to be prepared, Li Ming remarked thoughtfully. Indeed, Chief. I estimate that within a year you will witness our achievements. Once we establish our naval shipyard, we will be capable of truly producing surface vessels. However, at present, due to our advancements in technology, we have proposed designs for a transport aircraft and a bomber. Zhao Lao suddenly revealed their design plans. Li Ming inquired, puzzled. A transport aircraft and a bomber? Yes, Chief. The data from the Phantom fighter has significantly enhanced our industrial capabilities, prompting us to adopt its engine design principles alongside specialized alloy materials. This allows us to produce transport aircraft and bombers with superior performance without increasing costs. Li Ming's interest was piqued by Zhao Lao's words. Zhao Lao, please elaborate. Certainly. The transport aircraft we are currently designing, based on our calculations of the engine and the new alloy materials, is projected to have an empty weight of approximately 120 tons, a maximum takeoff weight of 750 tons, and a payload capacity of 300 to 400 tons. Of course, this is merely a theoretical calculation. Actual applications may be influenced by design factors. However, overall, this transport aircraft could deploy a fully equipped light composite battalion or a light infantry regiment of around 500 personnel in a single operation. We estimate that, without aerial refueling, the operational range of this aircraft could reach 21,000 kilometers. Li Ming was bewildered by the performance of this creation. Gentlemen, are you certain that this can indeed be developed and manufactured? This poses a tremendous challenge to our industrial manufacturing capabilities. Chief, our current manufacturing capabilities are quite robust, as we possess the most advanced industrial equipment globally. This includes a 200,000-ton hydraulic press and various wind tunnel testing facilities, so we face no issues in production. The main concern lies in the design. Nevertheless, the Phantom fighter has provided us with numerous innovative ideas that have elevated our technology, enabling us to propose the construction of such a colossal aircraft. Zhao Lao's words were not to be taken lightly, given the current industrial production capacity of the Bolton planet. The largest transport aircraft that could be produced would only achieve this level, albeit with compromised range and performance. However, due to Li Ming's access to systematic data and various advanced materials, they dared to pursue such an endeavor. Gentlemen, may I inquire how many of these large transport aircraft do you intend to produce, despite our capability to manufacture them? Approximately 20 units. Of course, we will also implement further practical designs for these transport aircraft to facilitate short-distance takeoff and landing operations. Additionally, we plan to produce around 20 strategic bombers as well. The two experts stated. The quantity of 20 units is acceptable to Li Ming. However, Li Ming harbored a greater inclination towards medium-sized transport aircraft, particularly those akin to the IL-76 class, which he deemed as the backbone of military logistics. Moreover, such aircraft present a less daunting manufacturing challenge, exhibit a higher degree of technological maturity, and possess broader applicability, all while incurring lower production and maintenance costs. Gentlemen, he asserted, I believe we should increase the production of transport aircraft with a maximum payload capacity ranging from 80 to 120 tons. These aircraft demonstrate enhanced technological sophistication, reduced manufacturing expenses, and greater versatility in application. In military equipment, practicality and cost-effectiveness are paramount. Wouldn't you agree? Li Ming shared his thoughts with conviction. Indeed, the chief remarked. Currently, we only produce a limited number of these super-large transport aircraft for technological reserves. The focus remains on these medium-sized models. The two experts concurred with this assessment. Chapter 80. The emergence of cold-resistant potatoes. Now, would you both elaborate on the design specifications of this strategic bomber? Indeed, after our calculations, the strategic bomber we are currently designing is named Kuanping, a stealth strategic bomber. This stealth bomber features an internal bomb bay with a maximum payload capacity of approximately 55 to 60 tons. Without refueling, it can achieve a range of around 24,000 kilometers, enabling it to strike any location globally. It possesses formidable stealth capabilities with a maximum flight speed of approximately Mach 2. The application of advanced radar-absorbent composite materials ensures that this bomber is lightweight, allowing it to carry a substantial amount of fuel in its internal tanks, thus achieving both extended range and significant payload capacity. After listening to the senior engineer, Li Ming calculated that if his cruise missiles were produced using the latest technology, this bomber could potentially carry up to 50 or 60 cruise missiles with ranges exceeding 4,000 kilometers. What a remarkable strike capability that would entail. Such a bomber is essential. Producing 20 units would be feasible, in addition to more than 20 conventional strategic bombers as a supplement. He promptly shared his thoughts, and the two senior experts ultimately concurred with Li Ming's vision. Soon, the new technology commenced its transition into the experimental phase. Li Ming placed great emphasis on the solid-state battery technology, which he deemed invaluable, impervious to extreme temperatures, truly perfect. The power supply was abundant and needed to be harnessed effectively. Shortly thereafter, Li Ming received encouraging news. The cold-resistant potato seeds had been successfully cultivated. He hurried to the agricultural laboratory to assess the situation. Old Wang, what is the current cost of the cold-resistant potatoes? Director, we are in the production phase, and the cost of the cold-resistant potatoes has been reduced to 4 credit tickets, which includes a nutrient solution, antifreeze, and a portion of soil suitable for cultivation, Wang replied. Excellent, Li Ming exclaimed joyfully, then instructed his aide, Captain Wang Shuang, immediately arrange for the market launch of the cold-resistant potatoes. Understood. Before long, the broadcasting station of the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce, along with Li Ming's network of collaborators across the nation, began to promote the advent of the cold-resistant potatoes. Greetings, esteemed listeners. This is the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce broadcasting station. Thanks to our relentless efforts and the tireless dedication of numerous researchers, we are proud to announce that the latest variety of cold-resistant potato seeds, suitable for cultivation in extreme cold conditions, has officially hit the market. Each pack of cold-resistant potato seeds is priced at 10 credit tickets, which includes 1 pound of seeds, a portion of nutrient solution, a plant antifreeze, and a suitable planting soil. We warmly invite everyone to make a purchase. As this news spread, countless survivors erupted in excitement, with everyone primarily concerned about the issue of sustenance. As the saying goes, food is the heaven for the people. In the face of extreme cold disasters, crops that can be cultivated under such conditions are undoubtedly the most sought-after resources, especially when one possesses an ample supply of seeds. The prospect of achieving food independence becomes entirely feasible. To some extent, the resilient potato has afforded a glimmer of hope in this desolate apocalypse. Although the light may be faint, the ability to cultivate one's own crops signifies the emergence of a relatively stable food source, a realization of profound significance. Furthermore, the implications of such crops are immensely critical for the Zhongxing Commercial Association. The power of the faction capable of developing these seeds is evident to all. It can be said that, in many respects, the Zhongxing Commercial Association has transformed into a colossal entity that pertains to the survival of countless individuals. Before long, innumerable survivors began to diligently accumulate points. The value of Li Ming's points stabilized completely after a series of upheavals. Currently, 1 point can be exchanged for a pound of potatoes or sweet potatoes. 5 points can procure a pound of dehydrated grains. 2 points will buy a pound of coarse grains, and 3 points can secure a pound of pristine rice. For 10 points, one can acquire a packet of seeds. Countless survivors from the lower strata are undeniably tempted, as 1 pound of potato seeds can yield dozens of pounds of resilient potatoes. These resilient potatoes can be replanted to produce even more potatoes, akin to an endless nesting doll. Which of the survivors who have endured to this point has not faced hunger? It can be said that they have truly come to fear starvation. Thus, the prospect of producing food and establishing a relatively stable source of sustenance is an opportunity that all are willing to explore, regardless of its authenticity. At this moment, the sole concern of the multitude of lower-tier survivors is to be warm and well-fed, with no other extravagant desires. The resilient potato has illuminated the hope of satiation, and, to some extent, the Zhongxing Commercial Association has become a deity among the lower survivors. Upon the launch of the resilient potato seeds, sales surged remarkably. If calculated in terms of exchange rate, approximately 5 pounds of scrap metal equates to 1 point, implying that many survivors have amassed a considerable number of points. Li Ming's purging of malevolent forces ensured an overall stable order, and the survivors' enthusiasm for gathering resources remained high, as they continuously delivered various supplies to Li Ming. including but not limited to scrap metal and books. Both parties felt a sense of gain, especially since the value of books is relatively higher than that of scrap metal. Survivors are reluctant to burn books from libraries and find it far more beneficial to exchange them with the Zhongxing Commercial Association for points. During this period, survivors still possessed points, naturally leading to consumption. The resilient potato is undoubtedly Li Ming's latest flagship product, attracting not only ordinary survivors, but also private bases and factions such as the Revival Society, who would not desire a continuous supply of food. Unfortunately, their joy was premature. After the Zhongxing Commercial Association's promotion, it became clear that these resilient potatoes could only yield satisfactory produce for a maximum of 3 generations. Further cultivation would render the yield unsustainable, necessitating additional purchases of seeds from Li Ming. Nevertheless, many were still content with this arrangement. 1 pound of potato seeds can yield dozens of pounds of potatoes, and if planted again, it can produce at least several hundred to 1,000 pounds. What more could one possibly desire? Regarding the soil, nutrient solutions, and antifreeze required for cultivation, the combined value of these 3 essentials amounts to approximately 6 credits for 1 pound of potato seeds. This is indeed quite reasonable. At least the survivors perceive the Zhongxing Commercial Association to be genuinely benevolent. It is well understood that the antifreeze and nutrient agents are undoubtedly produced by the Zhongxing Commercial Association, which necessitates raw materials from the petrochemical industry. The value of petroleum is widely acknowledged, leading many to question whether the Zhongxing Commercial Association truly profits from selling seeds at this price. Chapter 81. The scientific power of Li Ming in many respects. The emergence of frost-resistant potatoes signifies a monumental event for all survivors. It epitomizes the indomitable human spirit of survival, even in the face of dire natural calamities. Everyone is acutely aware of the implications behind the actions of the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce, which has evolved beyond a mere commercial organization into a quasi-official entity. Observers discern elements reminiscent of the imperial government in its various undertakings, leading some to speculate whether the Zhongxing Chamber is, in fact, a collective of remnants from the imperial administration. However, such conjectures are misplaced. Li Ming's sole intent is to procure greater resources at minimal cost. To him, even scrap metal holds intrinsic value, as it can be recycled through the system, which automatically transforms these materials back into various metallic raw materials, thus allowing for their subsequent reuse after processing. Consequently, even a dilapidated security door proves advantageous for Li Ming. Upon the launch of Li Ming's frost-resistant potatoes into the market, they immediately captured the attention of myriad factions across the nation's cities. Currently, numerous forces operate within these urban landscapes, encompassing many private bases and grassroots organizations. For survivors, aligning with these factions presents both advantages and disadvantages. The benefits lie in the collective strength that enables survival in the apocalypse. The drawbacks, however, manifest in the loss of autonomy upon joining such groups. Aligning with an organization like the Revival Society may offer some respite, given its reputation for integrity. In contrast, affiliation with a private base often leads to uncertain outcomes, as these bases are typically established by individuals hoarding resources, requiring survivors to relinquish a portion of their supplies to gain entry. Moreover, internal governance within these private bases is notoriously chaotic, rife with intrigue and power struggles. Not only do these factions engage in internecine conflict, but they also partake in a predatory hierarchy where larger entities consume smaller ones, leaving ordinary survivors as the ultimate victims. Nevertheless, under Li Ming's iron-fisted policy, the exploitation and persecution of ordinary survivors by these private bases have notably diminished. Even though all factions are cognizant of the Zhongxing Chamber's military seizing resources from several bases, none dare to voice dissent. The Zhongxing Chamber exudes an overwhelming martial ethos, possessing a military force that can rival regular armies even amidst the apocalypse. Thus, despite the knowledge of the groundbreaking resources produced by the Zhongxing Chamber, no faction harbors any treacherous intentions. Instead, all are preoccupied with devising ways to acquire frost-resistant potatoes through trade with Li Ming. Soon, these frost-resistant potatoes were swiftly depleted by various factions, serving as a vital lifeline for ordinary individuals in the apocalypse. The initial batch produced a total of 300,000 pounds of seeds, which, after a 50-fold increase, transformed into a staggering 15 million pounds of seeds. These seeds have been propelled into the market of the entire glorious empire, becoming hot commodities in various regions. The price of 10 points, to be frank, cannot be deemed inexpensive. However, considering that this package not only contains seeds but also antifreeze agents and nutrients, the cost is indeed reasonable. Many believe that the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce is engaged in charity, yet Li Ming asserts, "While you may profit, I shall never incur a loss." After all, With the hundredfold critical strike enhancement feature at his disposal, how could he possibly suffer losses? It is merely a matter of earning more or less. At this moment, within the market Li Ming established in the Malga region, the bustling activity could only be described as a cacophony of voices, indicative of the thriving business. The loudspeakers within the market resonated with clarity. Survivors, please take note of the planting method for this cold-resistant potato. First, cut the potatoes into small pieces along the eye buds. Next, blend these pieces with some nutrients and a portion of the antifreeze agent. Subsequently, pour the antifreeze into the planting soil, which will become loose enough to plant the potato seeds within, alongside the cold-resistant potatoes. Various planting pots and boxes were also selling remarkably well. In summary, Li Ming, leveraging his substantial stockpile of resources, amassed a considerable fortune. Countless survivors, under the orderly supervision of the military, queued up to purchase the cold-resistant potato seeds. At this juncture, Li Ming finally grasped the intensity of their desire for survival. Within just a week of introducing the cold-resistant potato to the market, his resource revenue soared to dozens of times that of the past. Truly, the people of the glorious empire, endowed with an ancestral talent for agriculture, demonstrated an innate affinity for farming. Li Ming organized factories to produce these potato seeds once more, while he continued to amplify and sell them. It can be said that for the foreseeable future, these potato seeds will undoubtedly become one of his best-selling products. A month after the cold-resistant potato was launched, drawing inspiration from its technology, Li Ming successfully developed a new variety, the cold-resistant cabbage. Although many may not favor cabbage, it is undeniable that in the apocalypse, cabbage remains a rare treasure, as it is indeed a vegetable. The advent of cold-resistant cabbage seeds elevated his market business to new heights, for in the realm of the apocalypse, vegetables are undeniably a luxury. If potatoes blend the characteristics of both vegetables and staple grains, then cabbage is an unequivocal vegetable, specifically a leafy one. Of course, while this cold-resistant cabbage is splendid, its price is significantly steep. The seeds are measured by grams, yet no individual or faction perceives this price as exorbitant. In the apocalypse, Li Ming also sells vegetables, albeit in limited quantities and at exorbitant prices. A standard cabbage weighs approximately 10 pounds and can be sold for around 120 points. This price is sufficient to make anyone pause before consumption. Naturally, for the affluent, this is hardly a concern. It can be said that the primary consumers of fresh vegetables and fruits are the affluent individuals with abundant resources, such as wealthy patrons and private estate owners. Even though they are aware that Li Ming is exploiting them, they are still willing to comply. This is because the absence of vegetables in one's diet can indeed lead to a multitude of health issues, which can be fatal. Thus, upon the introduction of the cold-resistant cabbage, countless factions eagerly sought after it, and even some ordinary survivors began to entertain thoughts of accumulating points to acquire a few seeds. To some extent, the price of the seeds for this cold-resistant cabbage is undoubtedly worth its weight in gold. Chapter 82. The internal meeting of the Revival Society. With the introduction of the cold-resistant cabbage, countless factions were eager to acquire this rare seed. To the outside world, this commodity was undoubtedly precious. However, for Li Ming, such a quantity of seeds was merely a trifling matter in the vast reservoir of his resources. Possessing an abundance of supplies, Li Ming fulfilled his social responsibilities by maintaining societal order and ensuring the survival of numerous survivors. He lacked for nothing in terms of survival provisions, and his base continually produced a diverse array of crops, which, after magnification, amounted to a staggering figure. He intended to utilize these resources to afford survivors the opportunity to secure their own existence through their own efforts. In this apocalyptic era, those who remained complacent and dormant at home were of no concern to Li Ming. If they perished, it was their own misfortune. The chance for survival lay before them. It was entirely a matter of personal choice. To a certain extent, Li Ming believed that even if the imperial government still existed, it might not surpass his efforts. After all, he truly allocated resources judiciously, striving to provide every survivor with a chance to live. Li Ming's approach, while commendable, was not without its critics among various factions, for their resources were not easily obtained. Coupled with Li Ming's formidable military strength, even the most powerful factions approached him with caution when entering his territory, knowing that any who acted dishonestly would meet a dire fate. At this moment, an important meeting was taking place within the Revival Society. President, may I inquire about the current status of this calamity? How long can we expect it to last? A director from the society could not help but ask. President Chun Gongpeng sighed. Director Wang, to be frank, based on the information I have gathered, this disaster is of a global nature. The calamities in the northern and southern hemispheres are merely inversely related. What? Qin Goping's words elicited gasps from all present, for if this information were true, it would signify the genuine end of the world. Are you certain it is a global catastrophe? Someone cautiously inquired. After a measured glance at the questioner, Qin Gongping replied, "Indeed, it is global in scope, describing it as the apocalypse would not be an exaggeration." The gravity of the news settled heavily upon the assembly. Although they possessed resources, their spirits were dampened, for the prospect of an actual apocalypse raised troubling questions about their future. Clearing his throat, Qin Gongping continued, "Now that you are all aware of this news, let us discuss the actions we should take moving forward. Based on my conjecture, the organization behind the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce is likely composed of doomsday survivalists from within the Tianhui Empire. This explains their rapid rise following the onset of the disaster, along with their considerable stockpiles of resources. Even the president speculated that they must possess a certain industrial production capacity, enabling them to fabricate a substantial quantity of industrial goods from raw materials." Everyone was momentarily taken aback by Qin Gongping's words. If what he stated was indeed true, then the might of the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce was indisputable. The notion that one could still engage in industrialization during the apocalypse is undoubtedly a monumental undertaking, making it almost inconceivable to fathom the extent of investments and resources this organization has committed. "Excuse me, President. I would like to inquire about how these matters relate to our revival society." A young man raised his hand and asked. Qin Gongping smiled. "It is indeed relevant. Currently, in the entire Malga region, the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce has evolved into a colossal entity that impacts the survival of over 40 million lives. According to our intelligence department's investigations, over 90 of the survival-related resources circulating in Malga City are supplied by the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce. The capacity to provide for tens of millions of people speaks volumes about the wealth of resources that lie behind this organization. Our revival society exists to unite all possible forces to ensure that more ordinary people can endure." After listening to Qin Gongping's remarks, one individual shook his head and said, "President, guaranteeing the survival of everyone is unrealistic. In truth, this apocalyptic calamity serves as a form of natural selection. I believe that out of the 3 billion population in our entire Tianhui Empire, perhaps only a few million will truly survive until the end of the world." Qin Gongping did not directly refute this assertion. Instead, he responded, after observing for some time, "I have noticed that the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce also seems to be engaged in the selection of survivors. Their method is quite straightforward. They allow survivors to obtain resources through the market by their own efforts. It can be said that as long as the survivors are diligent enough, they can adequately meet their basic needs in a day. Moreover, I suspect that in due course, this extreme cold may very well come to an end, and at that time, we may face new disasters." The final statement sent a chill down everyone's spine. More disasters? Do we even stand a chance to survive? Someone asked. "President, is this merely your speculation?" Qin Gongping replied with a smile, "Indeed, it is speculation. However, given the current developments, we first experienced a typhoon, followed by heavy rain, and now extreme cold. These are all manifestations of severe natural phenomena. Who's to say that other extreme weather events won't follow?" Everyone fell silent, though deep down, they all hoped for the cessation of disasters. None dared to assert that new calamities would not arise. "I understand that none of you wish for further disasters to occur. Yet I must caution everyone that these calamities are truly unprecedented and correlate with humanity's centuries-long degradation of the planet's ecological balance. What lies ahead remains an enigma that no one can foresee. However, the president's estimation is that this cataclysmic disaster will likely not come to an end in the near future. President, if it cannot conclude in a short time, then how long will it last?" Director Zhang inquired. In response to the collective uncertainty, Qin Gongping found himself unable to provide a definitive answer, his expression growing heavy and perplexed. "It might be 10 years, perhaps 20, or even 50 or 60 years. The exact duration remains shrouded in ambiguity." At this moment, a somber atmosphere enveloped everyone. Qin Gongping then continued, "There is no need for despair. Our immediate focus should be on amassing survival supplies as much as possible, ensuring that everyone has the means to endure through this harsh apocalypse." Chapter 83. The Progress of Li Ming's Influence Henceforth. Our primary focus will be on the collection of various resources. Regardless of their immediate utility, we shall gather all materials at our disposal. Those resources that we can utilize will be retained for our own needs, while those that are extraneous can be exchanged at the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce for essential survival supplies. Based on my conjecture, it is highly probable that the Zhongxing Chamber possesses a substantial underground base, which not only includes industrial production facilities but also dedicated agricultural cultivation zones and a cutting-edge research center. Therefore, it is imperative that we maintain a robust trade relationship with the Zhongxing Chamber in the long term. Upon hearing about the existence of such an underground base, everyone was astounded. Given their previous roles as officials in the imperial government, they were acutely aware of the significant expenditures involved in constructing such a facility. President, are you certain they have an underground base? Inquired Director Chi. Initially, I too found this hard to believe, I replied with a chuckle. However, when I observed the fresh fruits and vegetables they provided, it became evident to me that they most likely do possess an underground base. The size of this base must be considerable, akin to that of a small city, effectively constituting an underground metropolis. Otherwise, how could they possibly acquire such goods? Certainly, a portion must be gathered, but a considerable amount must also be produced by them. It must be said that these survivalists are indeed resourceful and willing to invest. A profound silence enveloped the room. Not only the Rejuvenation Society, but also various other private bases began to reconsider their future strategies. At this juncture, any leader with a modicum of foresight sensed that this calamity might indeed herald the end of the world. If there had been any lingering hope regarding the imperial government, the absence of communication over the past few months signaled its demise. In light of the government's collapse, survival could only be assured through one's own strength and solidarity with others. Consequently, in a short span of time, grassroots organizations and private bases across the nation began to recruit survivors en masse. For the vast majority of survivors, the most coveted affiliation was with the Zhongxing Chamber, known for its favorable working conditions and benefits. Particularly, many skilled individuals flocked to the Zhongxing Chamber for interviews in hopes of joining their ranks. Li Ming continued his relentless pursuit of talent, though the standards for selection and recruitment were progressively elevated. For Li Ming, while he was open to accepting new members, it was crucial that they be genuinely skilled individuals. In addition to the talent recruitment efforts, he also began to establish new markets in various cities. Li Ming observed that his market was perpetually bustling with activity, making the establishment of new markets a necessity. Shortly thereafter, he inaugurated 3 additional markets in Malga City to alleviate the crowding. These new markets served as the nucleus for expanding his operational territory. The introduction of these 3 markets once again generated a plethora of employment opportunities. It can be said that they directly created approximately 3,000 jobs, with tens of thousands more emerging indirectly. Surrounding factions and ordinary survivors also found enhanced means of survival. For instance, middlemen, laborers, and dockworkers found new roles, including the emergence of market intermediaries. Indeed, such intermediary positions had not been previously seen. However, it is essential to clarify that these intermediaries were not related to real estate, but rather operated within Li Ming's markets. As Li Ming's business expanded, several prefecture-level cities surrounding Malga lacked markets of the same magnitude. Consequently, factions from these areas had to procure substantial supplies from Li Ming's market in Malga. It is evident that Li Ming's market transcended mere retail of survival goods, evolving into a comprehensive marketplace that integrated both wholesale and retail functions. Alongside the market's expansion, the promotion and application of Li Ming's points ticket system flourished. Across various cities nationwide, the universally acknowledged currency, aside from essential survival goods like food and medicine, now included the points tickets issued by the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce. These exquisitely printed tickets, difficult to counterfeit, held an unimaginable and robust value. Given their relatively stable exchange rate and portability, the points tickets were issued against the inventory Li Ming possessed, allowing holders to exchange them for goods at any location with a Li Ming market. The points tickets became widely accepted across the markets of the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce throughout the country. This revelation led countless factions to covet the points tickets, driving them to trade their surplus and unneeded supplies at the Zhongxing Chamber in exchange for tickets. Moreover, transactions among private bases predominantly utilized points tickets as the medium of exchange. In many respects, following the collapse of the imperial government, points tickets evolved into a universal currency in this apocalyptic era. The trust in points tickets was well established. They not only facilitated the acquisition of a vast array of survival goods, but also provided access to medical services. In an age marked by scarcity of medical resources, even minor ailments like the common cold could become fatal. Consequently, Li Ming established hospitals under the auspices of the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce, opening over 100 secondary-level medical service centers surrounding markets across the nation. To be candid, his medical services were not inexpensive, yet numerous survivors, armed with points tickets, sought out his medical assistance, including many from distant locales seeking treatment. Many individuals have expressed their admiration for Li Ming's hospital after experiencing its medical services. The establishment boasts not only an array of advanced medical equipment, but also an ample supply of pharmaceuticals, complemented by highly skilled physicians. It is reasonable to assert that with these 3 essential elements in place, Li Ming's hospital is destined for success. Whether amidst the chaos of a post-apocalyptic world or during times of peace, seeking treatment for ailments has always been a costly endeavor. Particularly in the current dystopian era, the value of medications has skyrocketed, rendering this hospital one of Li Ming's most effective tools for accumulating reward points. Chapter 84. Establishing bases worldwide. As Li Ming's market and hospital network expanded, so too did the strength of his military forces. Li Ming was acutely aware of the significance of an army in the apocalyptic world, particularly following the complete collapse of the imperial government, where violence became the sole order of the new reality. Consequently, the size of Li Ming's army swelled considerably, with the regular forces now numbering over 600,000. He had formed approximately 8 heavy combined brigades, 30 medium combined brigades, and 40 light combined brigades. In addition to these principal combined brigades, Li Ming also established a new type of larger formation known as combined divisions, which are classified as specialized units. Each division comprises around 14,000 personnel, and Li Ming successfully created about 5 medium combined divisions, primarily utilizing wheeled armored vehicles. These divisions emphasize a balance between mobility and firepower. Aside from the 600,000 main forces, there are also approximately 600,000 local troops, primarily consisting of light infantry regiments of around 3,000 personnel each. The equipment for these light infantry regiments is predominantly motorized, featuring various all-terrain military trucks. The structure of these light infantry regiments has been largely finalized, consisting of 5 infantry battalions, each with about 400 personnel, in addition to a reconnaissance battalion, a fire support battalion, and the regiment's headquarters, medical unit, and logistical staff. Altogether, a light infantry regiment comprises roughly 3,000 personnel, signifying their formidable operational capabilities. Beyond these forces, Li Ming also possessed his own air force and army aviation units. Each secondary base is equipped with a strategic bomber squadron, consisting of 24 conventional strategic bombers, as well as a fighter squadron with 64 heavy fighters, acquired from the Eagle Empire. Additionally, a stealth fighter squadron is comprised of 36 stealth aircraft. Each secondary base also hosts a heavy transport helicopter regiment, comprising 72 heavy transport helicopters, along with an Army aviation regiment equipped with 64 heavily armed helicopters, modified and upgraded by Li Ming. At the headquarters, the Malga base boasts even greater strength, featuring an Army aviation brigade equipped with 148 armed helicopters and 108 transport helicopters. The Air Force is composed of 36 stealth strategic bombers, 36 conventional strategic bombers, and 180 Phantom stealth fighters, showcasing an immensely powerful aerial force. On this particular day, as Li Ming was organizing his military structure, the system's voice suddenly resonated. Ding. Detection indicates that the supergiant transport aircraft developed by the host has successfully entered production. The host is rewarded with 1 airborne battalion daily, which can be deployed to any designated location. Ding. Detection confirms that the host has fully acquired the capability for independent research and production of weaponry. The host is awarded a complete set of technical blueprints for cold nuclear fusion battery technology. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully surviving a year in the apocalypse. As a reward, the host receives a complete set of high-performance flying backpack technical schematics. Ding. The system has detected that the host has successfully survived for a year in the apocalypse, thus rewarding the host with a global mineral resource distribution map, which can be accessed through the system interface. The system emitted 3 beeps, and only then did Li Ming realize that a year had already flown by. Time had progressed to November 2026 in the solar calendar, and he was astonished at how swiftly the days had passed. His influence had expanded from the initial singular Malga base to an impressive network comprising 1 Tier 3 base, 30 Tier 2 bases, and 170 Tier 1 bases throughout the empire. The rapid development he achieved in merely a year was indeed unexpected, even for himself, who had been solely focused on advancement. The garrison within his Tier 2 bases primarily consisted of several combined brigades or divisions, complemented by light infantry regiments stationed to secure the surrounding markets. In contrast, the Tier 1 bases were predominantly manned by light infantry regiments, supplemented by various airborne troops deployed to maintain order, with the capability to airdrop an entire airborne regiment daily. The strength of his military would continue to escalate. As his military prowess surged, many of Li Ming's plans were set to be brought to fruition. The first initiative was to establish new bases abroad to exploit mineral resources. The second plan, dubbed the Doomsday Project, entailed constructing a base akin to Noah's Arkansas. At present, it was evident that the first plan was not only more feasible, but also imperative. Li Ming swiftly began selecting locations on the system's mineral resource distribution map. intending to airdrop an airborne regiment to establish a new base. Accompanying the airborne regiment were the dimensional pockets he deployed via global strategic drones. These dimensional pockets contained excavation robots and a base vehicle, along with a substantial supply of survival materials and weaponry. With the mass production of solid-state batteries, Li Ming prioritized their application in his drone forces, significantly enhancing their range and capabilities. Consequently, many of the drones he developed were now equipped to strike and reach any region across the globe. Before long, Li Ming directed the 1st Airborne Regiment towards the Kingdom of the Bactrians, an area rich in oil reserves. During the harsh winter, oil extraction seemed nearly impossible. Yet only his multifunctional mining vehicle could achieve such a feat in due course. An airborne regiment was deployed into an oil-producing area within the Kingdom of the Bactrians. Approximately 2 hours later, a large drone descended before them, delivering numerous dimensional pockets that the airborne regiment retrieved. Subsequently, they began to extract the excavation robots to establish an underground base. Time passes swiftly. Over the course of 7 days, Li Ming parachuted troops across the globe and subsequently established underground bases. After approximately a month, these bases began to operate smoothly. Concurrently, high-tech mining facilities were erected, each equipped with 2 mining vehicles, each fortified with its own armament. Li Ming was quite taken aback by the presence of armament on these mining vehicles. Ding. Host. These are multifunctional, ultra-dimensional amphibious armed mining vehicles. Each mining vehicle boasts its own level of armament, including Chapter 85, the development of Li Ming Host. This multifunctional armed mining vehicle is equipped with a primary 105mm rifled cannon and a secondary 30mm autocannon for additional firepower. Furthermore, this mining vehicle boasts a remarkable mobility, capable of reaching speeds of approximately 50 km per hour, powered by a cold fusion energy battery. Its armor offers substantial defensive capabilities, able to withstand 4 direct hits from anti-tank missiles, and can endure 2 impacts from overhead strikes. In addition to these formidable attributes, the compartment at the rear of the mining vehicle is constructed using principles akin to those of a dimensional pocket, allowing it to accommodate up to 200,000 tons of raw ore. It is also adaptable, permitting various mining methods tailored to different mineral resources, including the extraction of underground oil and iron ore. Beyond the vehicle itself, the mining site is a high-tech facility capable of preliminary processing of ores and crude oil, categorizing and producing various industrial raw materials. Li Ming listened in astonishment and inquired, "System, how much do 2 of these mining vehicles and 1 mining site cost?" Ding. Esteemed host. The construction of such a refined mining site comes with 2 mining vehicles included and is priced at 3 billion survival points. Li Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. The strategic value of such a mining site was immense, and he was determined to construct several. He understood that industrialization necessitates a vast quantity of raw materials, and these mining sites could directly process ores into preliminary industrial resources. This was an opportunity that must not be squandered. Alongside the mining sites, Li Ming established numerous primary bases distributed globally. The purpose of these bases was twofold: to gather intelligence on global affairs and to safeguard the mining operations. Although the mining vehicles were powerful, they still required protection, especially given their exceptional utility as a perfect amalgamation of mobility, defense, and firepower. In the ensuing days, Li Ming feverishly constructed approximately 300 mining sites worldwide, relentlessly extracting mineral resources. In addition to the 300 mining sites, he manufactured an additional 600 mining vehicles to bolster resource extraction efforts. After all, these resources were inaccessible to others, and thus, they would all bear the surname Li. Accompanying the establishment of the 300 mining sites were around 150 primary bases across various global regions, demonstrating Li Ming's unwavering commitment to building these facilities. Each of these 150 bases was fortified with 1 to 2 light infantry regiments for protection, 1 regiment designated for safeguarding the mining site, while the other secured the base itself. Li Ming's strength continued to grow daily, as he understood that the calamities of the apocalypse would show no mercy to those who failed to advance. For humanity, combating the disasters of the end times and rebuilding civilization necessitated industrialization. Industrial civilization represents the pinnacle of human development, which is precisely why Li Ming tirelessly endeavored to construct mining sites and cultivate resources. Industry and agriculture form a mutually reinforcing system, wherein agriculture provides essential raw materials and basic sustenance for industrial endeavors. As industrialization progresses, it in turn nurtures agriculture, further advancing its development. Presently, although Li Ming's industrial framework may not be entirely comprehensive, it encompasses the vast majority of categories characteristic of industrial civilization. Notably, Over 6 million technical talents have been recruited from within the Tianhui Empire, a remarkable figure, as these individuals represent the pinnacle of expertise across various fields. Beyond this pool of technical talent, Li Ming's factories are at the forefront of automation and production. It can be asserted that these 6 million experts are acutely aware that once they enter the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce's base, departing from it becomes a formidable challenge. Yet, in the face of existential threats, all recognize that the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce embodies humanity's final hope. Individuals capable of conducting research at such advanced levels are far from foolish. Only those who truly comprehend the might of the Zhongxing Chamber understand the formidable nature of this organization. Even the imperial government may not possess the strength of the Zhongxing Chamber when confronted with apocalyptic calamities. Who could have anticipated that a grassroots organization would wield such a powerful industrial system? A civilian force has achieved a level of industrial sophistication rivaling that of a nation. Currently, Li Ming's collective of technical and research talents amounts to approximately 6 million, a number that continues to grow as he expands his market presence and remains relentless in his pursuit of talent acquisition. He has even publicly announced lucrative offers to attract exceptional technical professionals, echoing the adage that mastering mathematics and science opens doors worldwide. Engineering and scientific personnel are always Li Ming's top priority, and he continues to recruit technical experts alongside research talents. He understands that the Tianhui Empire, as a global superpower, possesses an extensive reservoir of talent across various domains. In addition to human resources, the soldiers initially dispatched to gather imperial research materials have returned with a wealth of advanced scientific data, which has been transformed into Li Ming's own research achievements. The composition of personnel at Li Ming's research center consists of approximately 2/5 recruited through his system, while the remaining 3/5 are inherited from the Tianhui Empire. The research personnel acquired through Li Ming's system, although slightly lacking in interpersonal skills, exhibit technical expertise comparable to that of externally recruited individuals, fostering a healthy competition between the two factions, an outcome that Li Ming welcomes. For him, talent is a resource to be utilized. In terms of managing research personnel, Li Ming has established a configuration wherein each research center is led by a director and 4 deputy directors, forming the apex leadership of the center. The remaining mid-level leadership positions are predominantly held by Li Ming's own appointees. Although those recruited from outside have entered the base, Li Ming has imposed the strictest technical surveillance upon them. Through a unique form of advanced nanotechnology, he meticulously monitors the thoughts of all individuals, leaving them devoid of any semblance of privacy in his eyes. It cannot be said that Li Ming is infringing upon personal privacy. Rather, his actions are driven by a necessity for self-preservation. After all, human intentions can be inscrutable, and such essential oversight is deemed necessary. The technology at Li Ming's disposal includes the deployment of these robots under the guise of public health measures, with everyone receiving what he refers to as his vaccine, which is, in reality, merely saline solution combined with the advanced nanobots. It is evident that Li Ming possesses a profound understanding of their innermost thoughts. Chapter 86. The flourishing control zone for Li Ming. He is now in a position where he possesses ample resources, a formidable military, and robust research capabilities, leading to a fulfilling daily existence. His personal secretary, the illustrious Captain Wang Shuang, was a reward from the system when he upgraded to a level 3 base. According to the system's description, Captain Wan is not only strikingly beautiful but also possesses extraordinary combat prowess that surpasses even the specialized soldiers recruited by Li Ming. Furthermore, she is well versed in various aspects of administrative management, which is why Li Ming appointed her as his chief secretary. After all, there is a saying, when there is work, the secretary handles it, when there is none. Ahem, I digress. Li Ming genuinely lacks the leisure to ponder such trivialities. As Li Ming's chief secretary, Captain Wang Shuang's days are filled with responsibilities. First and foremost, she must comprehend the intentions of her superior. Additionally, she is tasked with ensuring Li Ming's personal safety, making her proficient in the use of all manner of weaponry. She is capable of independently piloting helicopters or transport aircraft, among other vehicles. Her combat abilities are formidable, as she carries 2 specially crafted automatic pistols designed by Li Ming's military factory. These pistols boast exceptional performance, high reliability, and significant firepower, with an effective range of 200 meters, providing excellent penetration and lethality against armored foes, while also exhibiting remarkable accuracy and reliability. They are also effective against light armored vehicles. Thus, it is entirely reasonable to regard Li Ming's chief secretary as a remarkable amalgamation of a military strategist and an administrative talent. It is precisely due to her exceptional capabilities that Li Ming appointed her as his secretary, allowing him to maintain an orderly management of the entire base. In addition to Captain Wang Shuang, Li Ming's administrative structure includes an advisory office, which serves as his think tank, comprising individuals he has recruited from the system at great expense. Furthermore, there are heads of various departments, including the logistics department, general staff department, equipment department, finance department, and material reserve department, among others. These vital power centers are entirely under Li Ming's control, and it is the existence of these departments that facilitates the smooth operation of his commercial enterprise. The personnel recruited through the system are unwaveringly loyal to Li Ming. It is thanks to this cadre of elite talents that his directives can be executed with remarkable swiftness across the nation's various commercial entities. While Li Ming has yet to fully assume administrative authority in every region, the actual control zones of his military are undeniably established. He is indifferent to the control zones of others. However, within his own sphere of influence, there is no one who dares to create unrest. The fear that the underworld harbors towards Li Ming is deeply rooted, as the stakes are undeniably life and death. Consequently, even in the presence of criminal elements, they dare not act brazenly within Li Ming's territory. Beyond the underworld, numerous factions have begun to rely on Li Ming's expansive market, leading to the emergence of distinctive red light districts. Indeed, one might be surprised to discover the existence of such areas near Li Ming's market. To be frank, Li Ming holds a neutral stance towards these red light districts. He neither opposes nor wholeheartedly endorses their existence. Initially, he presumed that these establishments were the result of violent coercion by powerful figures exploiting women. However, after conducting thorough investigations, he realized that these red light districts were spontaneously organized by women themselves, merely seeking to survive by selling their bodies. Li Ming did not impose hardships upon these individuals. Instead, he instituted certain regulations to prevent the spread of diseases, among other concerns. It is not that Li Ming desires to eradicate these establishments. Rather, in this apocalyptic era, survival is paramount for all. While some women may indeed be indolent, many are widows who have lost their husbands to calamity. Despite Li Ming's stringent measures temporarily stabilizing social order, significant dangers still lurk in the unseen shadows. Thus, it is undeniably perilous for women to venture out in search of resources. Given this context, Li Ming's military-controlled zone is deemed the safest haven, which inadvertently led to the rise of such red light districts in proximity to the market. Naturally, intermediaries exist within these red light districts, well versed in the local dynamics, and they frequently direct outsiders to these establishments. Weighing all factors, Li Ming decided against dismantling the red light districts but maintained stringent oversight over them, understanding that a single misstep could lead to an outbreak of infectious diseases. Therefore, he instituted formal management protocols requiring a modest tax from these areas, which would primarily fund security and healthcare for those afflicted by illness. Certain diseases can indeed spread exponentially. Li Ming's policies garnered widespread support, resulting in an influx of survivors relocating to his military-controlled zone. Aside from his prominent markets, various black markets and informal trading venues began to sprout within his territory. Rather than abolishing these grassroots trading activities, Li Ming opted to enhance security measures. For the vast majority of survivors, the territory under the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce is undoubtedly the safest refuge, leading to a steady increase in population within this area. As the population swelled, Li Ming's controlled zone flourished, for a thriving populace is the bedrock of economic prosperity. Before long, a vibrant tableau of bustling activity and vitality began to emerge in Li Ming's domain. His market hours have been extended from the previous 8 hours a day to a continuous 24 hours, operating in 3 shifts. Surrounding his market, a plethora of private enterprises have emerged. Numerous stalls now offer a variety of delectable snacks, while others provide essential goods, particularly with the development of Li Ming's cold-resistant potatoes. Many survivors have found themselves in possession of a considerable supply. Once the fundamental issue of sustenance was addressed, the pursuit of a better quality of life became a priority for all. At this juncture, the latest service introduced by Li Ming captured everyone's attention. He began to officially sell electrical energy. Chapter 87. A novel method of selling electricity in the post-apocalyptic world. The trade of electricity has long been established, initially as private transactions between individuals. The items exchanged were fully charged batteries, with prices determined by the amount of stored current within. Typically, a standard lead-acid battery could store approximately 25 A of electricity, sufficient to power small household appliances. Thus, such items were available in the market. Most of these private transactions involved individuals who possessed solar charging panels, enabling them to sell these batteries. Naturally, the trade generally included both the battery and its stored electricity, although the price tended to be somewhat elevated. Subsequently, after the establishment of Li Ming's Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce, electricity was also sold in the form of batteries. However, Li Ming discovered a superior method of selling electricity, which involved charging a deposit for the batteries while simply selling the electricity itself. It is worth noting that Li Ming had previously acquired a substantial number of batteries and solar power equipment from abroad. In addition to these items, he also offered other products, such as pedal-powered generators, which received favorable market reviews. Now, Li Ming officially introduced his electricity sales. Consumers wishing to purchase electricity need only pay a deposit of 100 points, in addition to the electricity fees. In the future, they could simply exchange the used battery for a new one. This deposit corresponds to the battery's value, provided there are no issues with the battery. Li Ming is willing to refund the deposit upon request. The pricing for electricity is determined through specialized equipment within Li Ming's market, measuring in units known as electricity words. Each unit costs 3 points, comparable to the price of a pound of new rice. While this price may seem somewhat high, it remains affordable for the vast majority of individuals. What trade is most lucrative in this era? Undoubtedly, it is the monopolistic trade. Presently, the only entity capable of supplying a large and stable quantity of electricity to the market is Li Ming's Jiangxing Chamber of Commerce. His base generates a surplus of electricity daily. Rather than allowing this resource to go to waste, it is far more beneficial to utilize it effectively. This approach not only enhances the living conditions of survivors, but also provides Li Ming with additional revenue. Rapidly, he began promoting this model nationwide, offering batteries with varying capacities of 10, 20, 50, and 100 degrees of electricity, allowing customers to purchase according to their needs. The introduction of this method of selling electricity sparked an enthusiastic response in the market. Although electricity is a common commodity in modern life, it remains invaluable for contemporary living. The prices for electricity offered by the Jiangxing Chamber of Commerce are indeed reasonable, aside from the 100-point deposit for the battery. Consumers can purchase electricity according to their specific requirements. Once the energy within a battery is depleted, it can be returned for a new one. After thorough inspection, should everything prove satisfactory, one may elect to continue purchasing electricity or simply switch to a different battery. Conversely, if one desires to reclaim the deposit, this is feasible provided that the battery's damage is not attributable to personal negligence. This model effectively grants even the most disadvantaged survivors a chance to rekindle the utility of electric lighting, alongside various other household appliances. Regardless, the affordable electricity supply from the Jiangxing Chamber of Commerce has garnered unanimous acclaim from the survivors. At the astonishing rate of 3 points per kilowatt-hour, what more could one possibly desire? It wasn't long before Li Ming's initial batch of 2 million batteries was entirely rented out, prompting him to introduce an additional 3 million into the market. Li Ming truly exemplifies the essence of a conscientious businessman. Of course, the deposit of 100 points poses no risk of loss for Li Ming, as the resources acquired through such points suffice to manufacture several new batteries. With the increase in quantity, his profits soared. While one might reap substantial rewards, I shall never incur a loss. The initiation of Li Ming's affordable electricity supply plan has reignited a glimmer of hope among a group of survivors who had begun to feel despondent. With electricity now available and the widespread promotion of frost-resistant potatoes alleviating the threat of starvation, the most formidable challenge facing the survivors remains the biting cold. After all, temperatures plummeting to -50 degrees are no trifling matter, with survivors frequently succumbing to the freeze. Residents of these communities have taken to placing the bodies of those who perished from the cold in vacant apartments, awaiting collective disposal at a later time. Days turn into weeks, and over a year has elapsed since the onset of this apocalypse. People are gradually acclimating to this new reality. For the majority of survivors, the gravest peril remains the relentless cold. Yet, the cost of fuel is quite steep. Be it coal or firewood, these resources are undeniably crucial for survival. In contrast, sustenance does not appear to be in short supply. Thanks to the extensive cultivation of frost-resistant potatoes over the past 6 months, many survivors have managed to stave off hunger. Although the issue of heating persists, it was not until Li Ming's affordable store began supplying reasonably priced coal that the survival costs associated with fuel saw a notable decrease. In a sense, the Jiangxing Chamber of Commerce has evolved into a veritable super-large state-owned enterprise, a colossal entity intertwined with the survival of countless ordinary individuals. The credibility of Li Ming's point tickets is intrinsically linked to essential survival supplies, rendering their value remarkably stable and establishing them as one of the widely accepted currencies in the Tianhui Empire's post-apocalyptic economy. Whether in private exchanges or transactions among various factions, point tickets have become the medium of trade, significantly enhancing the living standards of ordinary people. Yet, beneath this veneer of prosperity, a sinister conspiracy quietly unfolds. It has been previously mentioned that Li Ming's Chamber of Commerce poses a significant threat to the interests of numerous organizations. After all, those who could easily seize power found their plans thoroughly disrupted by the emergence of the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce. Although some individuals were chastened by Li Ming, a faction remains deeply resentful. They possess considerable resources, lurking in the shadows like a concealed cobra, poised to deliver a fatal blow to Li Ming at any moment. Chapter 88. The birth of a conspiracy at this moment. Not only in Malga but also in numerous other cities, various factions with substantial reserves of resources gathered, coincidentally convening to deliberate on strategies to counteract Li Ming. They were acutely aware that, militarily, they were no match for him, and the ruthless measures he had previously employed during his crackdown had instilled considerable apprehension among them. Given that a direct confrontation would prove futile, they resolved to resort to economic tactics. The so-called economic strategy was not particularly intricate. It involved short-selling Li Ming's credit tickets and undermining their credibility. After all, to some extent, Li Ming's credit tickets had already assumed the nature of a seigniorage tax, and discerning individuals could readily perceive that the actions of the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce were gradually establishing the monetary status of these tickets. By leveraging the universal currency status of the credit tickets, they were collecting seigniorage taxes and reaping various benefits, which naturally irked many factions that were already discontented with the Zhongxing Chamber's practices. Thus, they resolved to tarnish the credibility of Li Ming's credit tickets. There were two primary methods to achieve this. The first involved counterfeiting, producing fake credit tickets to disrupt the market. If the Zhongxing Chamber could harvest resources through their credit tickets, then they too could fabricate counterfeit tickets to exchange for substantial quantities of goods. Should their counterfeit tickets fail to yield the desired results, they would resort to spreading rumors to undermine Li Ming's reputation, allowing inferior currency to drive out the superior. The second method entailed hoarding resources to artificially inflate prices, thereby disturbing market equilibrium. A significant reason for the acceptance of credit tickets was their perceived stability in value. After an initial period of market fluctuations, their value had stabilized. Soon, this group of merchants convened to strategize specific actions. Within a private base located in Malga City, amidst the snow-laden exterior, the interior radiated warmth and brilliance. A middle-aged, rotund man took a sip of his drink and proclaimed, "Esteemed colleagues, the purpose of our gathering today is quite straightforward. The Zhongxing Chamber has been enjoying an excessively comfortable existence, practically positioning themselves as the imperial government. This poses a serious threat to our interests, and I have resolved to teach them a lesson." His statement rang true. Li Ming's policies were beneficial primarily to the ordinary survivors at the grassroots level, severely undermining the interests of this group. "Mr. Jia is correct," chimed in another, a spectacled individual with a rotund visage. "The Zhongxing Chamber continues to expand its military control over the market and siphon off vast numbers of people from our bases. It's utterly despicable." "Indeed, I concur with Mr. Yeo and Mr. Jia," another voice added. "The audacity of the Zhongxing Chamber to introduce credit tickets is tantamount to imposing a seigniorage tax. We must uphold the principle of free market transactions and categorically reject this taxation scheme." "Yes, what the three of you have stated is absolutely correct." Ahem. Clearing his throat, Mr. Jia declared with conviction, "Since all of you support my proposition, we must strike back against this group's audacity. We must make the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce aware that, although we may not prevail militarily, in the realm of economics and trade, they are still quite inexperienced. Our subsequent actions will be divided into two parts. The first part involves us printing a batch of counterfeit points tickets." As Jia Fatty divulged his entire plan, the room fell into a profound silence. In attendance were over 30 leaders of private bases and heads of private markets, all significant figures within the power structure of Malga City. This group collectively controls a considerable portion of market supplies. Approximately 20% of all circulating goods are distributed by these organized factions. Should the plan succeed, their influence would undoubtedly be greatly amplified. However, the ruthless and bloody tactics employed by Li Ming instilled fear in many executives who hesitated to consent, for meddling in such affairs could indeed be fatal. "Mr. Jia, are we truly going to undertake something of this magnitude?" one executive asked, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. The audacity of Jia's scheme to fabricate false points tickets was terrifying. If the Zhongxing Chamber became aware, none of them would escape unscathed. All would face dire consequences. The mountain of corpses beside Hero Square served as a grim testament to their fate, and none wished to join that grim tally. "Oh, Mr. Wong, why the panic? As long as we execute this discreetly, even they will be unable to uncover the truth. They will have no choice but to swallow the bitter fruit of their own credibility concerning the points tickets. If they value the integrity of these tickets, they will be compelled to endure this situation, and we will be able to procure a continuous flow of resources from the Zhongxing chamber. As Jia spoke with fervor, his enthusiasm was palpable. Indeed, this makes sense. After all, we are not exposing ourselves directly, merely releasing it gradually. Besides, these points tickets do not appear overly complex to print, one executive concurred. That is correct. While the paper and ink for these tickets are somewhat unique, they pose no real challenge. And what technological sophistication could possibly be contained within a points ticket? We can certainly print them in large quantities. I support Mr. Jia's plan. The Zhongxing chamber is truly overstepping. Soon, with the conclusion of their meeting, they began to implement their conspiracy against the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce. Wang Xing, a stall owner within the market of the Zhongxing chamber, sold cold-resistant potatoes that he cultivated. Though he was not particularly wealthy, his existence amidst the apocalypse was relatively comfortable. On this day, December 3rd, 2026, he opened his shop as usual. Shortly after commencing operations, several customers approached, eager to purchase his cold-resistant potatoes with points tickets. "Boss, how much are these?" one inquired. Wang Xing replied, £2 for 1 point. "Give me 20 pounds. "Very well. Have you brought your pocket?" "Indeed." Upon uttering these words, the individual proceeded to extend his pocket towards Wang Xing. Without a hint of suspicion, Wang Xing began to fill it with potatoes. After accommodating 20 pounds, the man produced a 10-point ticket and handed it to Wang Xing. As Wang Xing took the ticket, he instinctively ran his fingers over it, sensing an unusual texture. "Excuse me, sir, there seems to be an issue with the feel of this ticket. Would you be so kind as to exchange it for another?" Chapter 89. The counterfeit incident. The buyer appeared somewhat dissatisfied. "What seems to be the problem with this points ticket?" he inquired. "Sir, the texture of this points ticket feels off. Do you have another one? Could you possibly exchange it?" Wang Xing responded. "How troublesome." The man huffed, impatiently producing another points ticket to hand to Wang Xing. After a meticulous inspection, Wang Xing confirmed its authenticity before accepting it, subsequently handing over the potatoes. "Here are your potatoes." After making his purchase, the man departed swiftly. Such scenes unfolded across various markets of the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce nationwide. The merchants could scarcely fathom the sophistication of Li Ming's anti-counterfeiting measures concerning the points tickets. Approximately 3 hours after the man left, a patrol team arrived at Wang Xing's stall. The commanding officer addressed Wang Xing. "Mr. Wang, we need to discuss a few matters with you. Is this a suitable time?" "Certainly, feel free to ask whatever you need." "I will certainly share what I know," Wang Xing replied. "Mr. Wang, did anyone attempt to purchase potatoes from you today, providing a points ticket that felt suspicious?" the officer inquired. "How did you know?" Wang Xing exclaimed. "During my first transaction of the day, I encountered such a situation. The individual initially handed me a points ticket, which felt off upon inspection. I requested an exchange, and after confirming the second ticket was legitimate, I proceeded with the sale." A soldier beside the officer quickly took notes as the officer pressed on. "Do you recall anything about those individuals? Are they regular customers at the market?" The officer's query was not merely casual, as the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce's surveillance cameras and facial recognition systems could identify many frequent patrons. Being an established vendor, Wang Xing naturally recognized many of them. Shaking his head, he replied, "I do not know this person. He is certainly not one of my regular customers." There appeared to be several of them. Approximately 5 or 6 came together. The officer smiled. "Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Wang. As a token of our appreciation, we will present you with 10 grams of cold-resistant cabbage seeds." Wang Xing was taken aback, not expecting such a windfall. Soon, a soldier handed him a small paper package, which he gratefully accepted. Meanwhile, Li Ming was inspecting the situation at the base when his aide, Captain Wang Shuang, approached him discreetly. "Chief, we have a problem." Noticing the seriousness of his aide's expression, Li Ming felt a sense of relief wash over him. "Speak, what is it?" "Within just one city, Malga, across 5 of our markets, we have identified approximately 150 incidents of attempted use of counterfeit points tickets today." A cold glint flashed in Li Ming's eyes. "Let us return to the office." Before long, Li Ming was in his office, convening a meeting with his subordinates. "Today, I have convened this meeting due to a grave matter that has come to our attention. Reports from various markets across the nation indicate that numerous factions are distributing counterfeit versions of our reward tickets. Such treachery is unforgivable. Intelligence Department, I command you to swiftly uncover which factions are orchestrating these actions." The intelligence minister, a middle-aged man bespectacled and astute, addressed the assembly. "We have gathered pertinent intelligence, and I request the use of the projector." With approval granted. The projector soon illuminated the room as the minister inserted a USB drive into the computer. The screen displayed numerous photographs of individuals alongside the factions they represented. With a laser pointer in hand, the minister indicated the first image, stating, "Ladies and gentlemen, this rotund man is named Jia Chang, the owner of a private base in Margia City. Our intelligence department has been monitoring him for quite some time. A man of indulgent appetites. He amassed considerable wealth at the onset of the apocalypse, acquiring vast supplies and rallying numerous henchmen to serve him. He is the architect behind the scheme to produce counterfeit currency in Margia City. According to the intelligence we have acquired, his plan is divided into two parts. The first is to manufacture a significant quantity of imitation reward tickets to disrupt the market, aiming to completely oust our legitimate tickets. The second part involves using these counterfeit tickets to make extensive purchases of our goods, thereby creating a scarcity in the market and causing prices to soar, further undermining the credibility of our reward tickets. Furthermore, based on information relayed by our infiltrators within their ranks, this operation involves over 30 private bases, controlling approximately 20 of the circulating goods in the market. Clearly, this is a conspiracy against us. Similar occurrences have also been reported in other major cities. The intelligence minister, Old Zheng, continued to operate the projector, elucidating the intelligence for nearly an hour. Satisfied, Li Ming nodded in approval of the department's efforts. He then inquired, "Minister Zheng, are you aware of the locations of these bases and the addresses of their stockpiles?" With a slight smile, Zheng adjusted the projector, and soon a map appeared on the screen, detailing the storage locations and bases of these individuals. Esteemed colleagues, these individuals have truly mastered the art of cunning. Their supplies are largely divided into 2 or 3 separate caches. Li Ming acknowledged this, recognizing the commendable work of the intelligence department, and remarked, "I assume you have been monitoring these individuals for some time?" Zheng replied, "To be frank, the leaders of these private bases are hardly virtuous. Their conduct is well known to you, and they have long attracted our department's scrutiny. We have been watching their every move closely. We had previously adhered to the philosophy of casting a long line to catch a big fish, which is why we refrained from taking action against them. Now that they have recklessly exposed themselves, we must oblige them." Li Ming gestured for Minister Zhang to take a seat, and then turned his attention to the personnel from the general staff. "Chief Zhao," he said, "the military operation plan is entrusted to you. I shall only concern myself with the outcome." A person adorned with 3 large golden stars on his military epaulets stood up and assured, "Rest assured, General, we are fully prepared. Please issue your command." Chapter 90. Troops mobilize under the command of Ma Shan. The operation has been designated the code name, Tornado. Following the meeting, Li Ming's headquarters swiftly began issuing combat orders to military forces nationwide, including a combined division located in the urban area of Malga. The alarm sirens echoed throughout the entire base, prompting the training units of the combined division and several combined brigades to assemble immediately upon hearing the alert. The troops displayed remarkable speed in their mobilization. Attention, right face, forward look, at ease. Attention, command after command was barked by the officers, and within 3 minutes, the entire unit was assembled. Soon after, an officer adorned with a golden star appeared on the training ground. "Report, Commander. The troops are assembled and await your orders." The duty officer sprinted forward to deliver his report, saluting respectfully. The commander returned the salute, and the officer quickly returned to the front of the formation. Once he confirmed that everyone was in position, the commander addressed the troops. "Please, stand at ease." In unison, the soldiers extended their legs. Subsequently, a major general began to read out the operational orders from headquarters. This operation would deploy an entire combined division to directly target the 30 or so heads of private bases in the Malga urban area, along with their supply storage facilities. The objective of this action was to eliminate these private base leaders and key personnel, leaving the ordinary civilians unharmed. As for the confiscated supplies, they were merely a secondary concern. For Li Ming, it was but a matter of taking advantage of others' resources. Furthermore, with his enhanced capabilities, a portion of these supplies could be sold at discounted rates to compensate for some losses. The combined division within the base quickly began to mobilize, with all-terrain military trucks emerging from the base and forming convoys of varying sizes as they commenced their entry into Malga City. Many survivors outside, scavenging for supplies, caught sight of Li Ming's convoy and instinctively sensed that the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce was poised for a larger operation. Accompanying the military maneuvers was Li Ming's radio broadcast and the loudspeakers within the market, which disseminated information on how to discern the authenticity of the points tickets, simultaneously warning of the numerous counterfeit tickets circulating and the forces behind their creation. Upon hearing this news, many survivors were taken aback. Goodness, there are indeed some who are fearless enough to target the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce. So that's why I saw so many military trucks on the move today. This is tantamount to undermining the chamber, attempting to acquire vast amounts of supplies with counterfeit tickets. It's bound to be a bloodbath. Countless ordinary survivors were engaged in animated discussions about this matter, while the heads of private bases, tuning in through their radios, sensed an ominous foreboding settle within them. Their plan was fraught with misfortune from the very outset. The counterfeit reward tickets, in addition to their tactile differences from the genuine ones, exhibited discrepancies in various aspects, making them easily discernible to anyone who scrutinized them with even a modicum of attention. Consequently, a significant number of individuals who spent the day utilizing these bogus tickets were apprehended by the patrol teams of the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce, as numerous reports indicated issues with their tickets, leading to a swift capture of the culprits and possession of both the counterfeit tickets and the spoils. Subsequently, Li Ming's intelligence department, through diligent investigation and information provided by undercover operatives, transformed into a veritable nightmare for this group of schemers. At that moment, the executives could only fervently hope that the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce had not uncovered their involvement, yet it was already too late. In an office building within Malga City, Jia Chong was indulging in the comforts of his private sanctuary when approximately 300 troops surrounded his base. Report to Mr. Jia. We are facing a grave situation. The Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce has deployed military forces to encircle our base. Moreover, I just received a call over the intercom that several of our storage facilities have been raided by them. What? At that moment, the corpulent Jia Chong felt his previous arrogance and dominance evaporate, replaced by sheer terror and despair. He could hardly fathom that within a mere 2 days, all of his meticulously crafted plans had found their way to Li Ming's desk. Soon, a voice echoed from outside, belonging to Han Huaxing. You are surrounded. You have 3 minutes to consider your options. Surrender immediately by laying down your weapons and raising your hands to avoid certain death. This operation aims to eliminate only the primary offenders. The loudspeakers blared incessantly, while Jia Chong, in a state of panic, attempted to flee to the basement. Yet, the expressions of his loyal subordinates betrayed an unsettling shift. Before long, the doors of Jia Chong's base swung open, and survivors emerged from the building, culminating in the appearance of several individuals armed and ready to bind him. You scoundrels! After all I've done for you, how could you betray me? Jia Chong bellowed in fury. One of his subordinates responded softly, Mr. Jia, please do not blame us. If there is blame to be assigned, let it fall upon your actions that provoked the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce. You have angered the wrong people. Why should we bear the consequences alongside you? Indeed, Mr. Jia, if you seek death, do not drag us down with you. In no time, Jia Chong was apprehended, and a battalion commenced a thorough search of his base, confiscating a substantial cache of resources. This operation extended over the course of a week, during which all private bases in Malga City associated with Jia Chong's conspiracies were dismantled by Li Ming's forces, resulting in the seizure of vast quantities of supplies. Soon, Li Ming commenced his judgment upon the gathered crowd, adding several more corpses to the already grim heap in Hero Square. Subsequently, he instructed his team to broadcast an announcement. Greetings, citizens of Malga City. We are the Zhongxing Merchant Association radio station, here to deliver an important notice. Any survivors deceived by the bandit group led by Jia Chong may come to Hero Square to receive a supply package as compensation, and we urge you to surrender any counterfeit points tickets for our collection and destruction. Any individual or faction found to be forging points tickets shall face the severe repercussions of our forces, with the fate of Jia Chong and his associates serving as a stark warning. The issue of counterfeit currency is not confined to Malga City. Other cities have also reported similar occurrences, all of which have been met with Li Ming's resolute action. Through his stringent measures, Li Ming once again demonstrated the adage that power resides with those who wield the gun. Chapter 91. Discussions within the Alliance in the Apocalyptic World. The most formidable power is the gun. As the saying goes, political power grows out of the barrel of a gun. Although we have not yet reached that point, the disintegration of social order is blatantly evident. Therefore, Li Ming maintains a robust armed force, not only to safeguard his enterprises but also to establish a semblance of stability within his territory. An even more significant reason is to uphold his interests through military might. The recent incident serves as a testament to this. Without Li Ming's formidable strength to back him, the credibility of the point voucher system might have been obliterated by a group of miscreants. The point voucher is a crucial component for Li Ming. As long as its value remains solid and its credibility stable, when the populace perceives it as a general equivalent, Li Ming can levy a seigniorage tax. With the combination of this tax and his remarkable resource amplification abilities, complemented by his powerful military, one could assert that he is invincible, forming a flawless closed loop. In reality, this is precisely Li Ming's strategy. Fortunately, his intelligence department is highly efficient, swiftly dismantling the group responsible for the upheaval. All private bases involved in this debacle faced dire consequences, with their leaders executed as a public spectacle, which served to deter many would-be troublemakers. Similar occurrences transpired across the nation. However, the complexity of replicating Li Ming's point vouchers is comparable to that of conventional currency, making counterfeiting exceedingly challenging. Consequently, various factions began to buy smaller denominations of point vouchers, but as soon as they attempted to act, they were swiftly eradicated by the forces of the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce. This led to yet another bloody confrontation, as each large-scale mobilization of Li Ming's army resulted in significant casualties, though these individuals deserved their fates for disrupting the economic order that Li Ming had painstakingly established. Who else but them should be punished for their transgressions? At this juncture, within an alliance composed of 30,000 remnants of imperial forces, discussions regarding these matters were underway. An officer expressed his thoughts on the increasingly brutal methods employed by the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce. Upon hearing this, a middle-aged man in his 40s seated at the head of the assembly remained impassive, replying coolly, "Little Li, you must understand our current predicament. We are in an apocalyptic era. In chaotic times, harsh measures are necessary. The Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce supplies approximately 60 to 70% of the essential goods in the market. Do you comprehend what the absence of these supplies would mean for ordinary survivors? Without their means of survival, the majority of common survivors you see would not endure. Understand this. The most terrifying aspect of the apocalypse is not natural disasters, but man-made calamities. The Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce is gradually establishing a new social order. Even if their methods are brutal, at least their direction is not misguided. They aim to restore a relatively stable social order. Disorder is the most horrifying state of affairs, especially under a governmental structure as large as ours with a correspondingly small societal framework. The officer opened his mouth, seemingly poised to speak. However, at that moment, an older officer nearby interjected, "Commander, you are indeed correct. Objectively speaking, those base leaders of the private facilities, who have been severely struck by the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce, are truly deserving of their fate. We possess formidable military strength. Should we not also adopt a similar approach to target certain illicit private bases?" The middle-aged man pondered this suggestion. "That is a commendable proposal. Such actions would not only procure more survival resources for us, but also ensure the survival of a greater number of ordinary survivors. Let us promptly instruct the intelligence department to select our targets. I must admit, I underestimated the intelligence capabilities of the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce," he added. "Commander, their intelligence capabilities?" the young adjutant inquired, perplexed. "The intelligence capabilities of the Zhongxing Chamber are indeed formidable. They swiftly act upon the slightest indications in the market, quelling any potential threats before they can fully materialize. Such precise strikes would be impossible without robust intelligence," the middle-aged man remarked with admiration. "Commander, could our actions potentially disturb the interests of the Zhongxing Chamber?" another imperial officer questioned. "Not at all. Based on the current circumstances, the Zhongxing Chamber seems primarily focused on maintaining stability within their territory. Have you all noticed that every time their forces mobilize, it is typically in response to someone infringing upon their interests? In a sense, although they operate as a private army, one cannot deny their discipline. They are not a force that revels in the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents. Targeting certain troublesome private bases essentially aligns with the maintenance of social order. They would not oppose this, and would likely welcome it. From their current actions, they appear to function much like a governing authority, do they not? For instance, their severe crackdowns," another officer interjected. "Young Feng, you're mistaken. This stems fundamentally from their interests. They are a commercial entity, driven by profit. It is undeniable that they possess a formidable armed force, yet their harsh measures are fundamentally aimed at ensuring they have the maximum number of potential customers. Every living survivor is, in essence, a prospective client for them. Even we are counted among their potential customers. They leverage their industrial production capabilities by enabling the vast numbers of survivors to venture out and gather useful materials, which they then convert into products for sale. Ultimately, these actions are predominantly commercial in nature, lacking significant political implications. To describe it succinctly, they resemble a miniature model of the celestial eagle empire, driven entirely by self-interest. Indeed, they possess the capacity to establish a regime. However, for reasons unknown, they seem disinclined to do so at present, which is rather perplexing. The commander appears equally bewildered. A colonel, adorned with the rank of brigadier, cleared his throat and inquired, "Sir, do you think they perceive the timing for regime establishment as not yet ripe?" Interestingly, judging by their current actions, everything seems to be moving in that direction. Yet, their reluctance to publicly form a regime raises the question, will these calamities persist? Will there be further diverse disasters? Chapter 92. The opening of the Alliance base. Upon hearing the words of their military commander, a chill gripped the hearts of all present. If this statement bore any truth, its gravity was indeed staggering. Another calamity was looming? The existing disasters were already catastrophic. How could ordinary people possibly endure another? This proclamation encapsulated the lives of countless innocents. The commander raised his hand, dismissing the notion. This is merely my conjecture. I believe they perceive that the timing is not yet right. My judgment is informed by the belief that the members of the Zhongxing chamber suspect that this calamity will not conclude easily. According to the satellite data we have previously gathered, this catastrophe is of a global nature. Certain regions are experiencing disasters distinct from our own. If, after the current extreme cold subsides, a new disaster were to emerge, the implications would be truly terrifying. Commander, what should we do? Immediately issue orders for the army to mobilize and eliminate all nefarious private bases. A portion of the seized supplies should be allocated to ordinary survivors, while the remainder will belong to our base. We must stockpile every conceivable resource. Open the base to recruit ordinary survivors, enlisting their aid in resource collection. We shall then trade these goods with the Zhongxing chamber in exchange for ample supplies for survival. The commander issued his directive without hesitation. Commander, how many survivors are we to recruit? What are the requirements? The aide inquired, diligently taking notes. We shall initially accept 100,000 survivors. Those who apply must undergo rigorous scrutiny based on physical capability, personal character, and resource availability. Once all survivors join our base, they will be subject to military management. Any infractions will be met with severe consequences. In chaotic times, stringent measures must be enforced. Understood. Swiftly. News of the Alliance's recruitment of survivors spread throughout the capital of the empire, Taowa. Before the calamity, Taowa boasted a population of approximately 75 million. In the aftermath, around 45 million souls remained. Li Ming's chamber and the Alliance were both striving to restore social order, resulting in a relatively stable environment in Taowa for the time being. Once the Alliance announced the opening of its base for survivor recruitment, a torrent of applicants rushed to participate in the selection process. For many ordinary survivors, the primary means of survival was to secure a position within the Zhongxing chamber, akin to possessing a golden opportunity amidst the apocalypse, with stable income, housing, and meals provided. Along with employee discounts on various goods and occasional benefits, the prospects were significantly better in terms of safety. Conversely, a less favorable option was to find a way into the Alliance's base, which, composed of the remnants of the Imperial Army, had yet to open its doors to the public. After all, it is said that the Alliance possesses a strategic reserve of an empire's vital resources. Thus, gaining admission to this base guarantees a steady supply of sustenance and significantly increases the chances of survival. Moreover, as the force comprises remnants of the Imperial Army, the Alliance exhibits commendable discipline, which is well perceived by the general populace. Consequently, many individuals opt to participate in the selection process for the Alliance's base. Alongside the Alliance opening its base to recruit survivors, several major factions from the capitals of other empires also follow suit. Although these factions may not rival the Rejuvenation Merchants or the Alliance, they are nonetheless formidable. The internal management of these major factions is considerably more systematic compared to smaller private bases, as nearly all of them recognize the implications behind the Alliance's unusual actions. At this juncture, the leaders of the more foresight factions are acutely aware of the impending risks. Natural disasters may persist, and new calamities could emerge. It is evident to all that the Alliance, which had previously kept its base closed, has now chosen to open its doors, which is quite peculiar. As a result, these major factions have begun to recruit survivors to amass resources for trading with Li Ming's Merchant Association in exchange for essential supplies for survival. Meanwhile, in the city of Malga, Li Ming received news that several civilian factions composed of the remnants of the Imperial Army had begun to open their bases, which left him momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that these bases would welcome survivors. It was indeed a surprising turn of events. Wang Shuang promptly informed Minister Qian and Minister Zhang to meet me. I need to discuss certain matters with them. Li Ming instructed Lieutenant Wang Shuang. Yes, soon. Both ministers appeared in Li Ming's office. One was the head of Li Ming's advisory team, and the other managed the supplies. The decor of Li Ming's office was quite simple, and upon their arrival, he smiled and said, "Please make yourselves comfortable. I have pressing matters to discuss that require your insights." The two ministers settled into single armchairs, and Lieutenant Wang Shuang served them each a cup of tea. Minister Qian could not contain himself and remarked, "Commander, please feel free to ask your questions." After taking a sip of water, Li Ming spoke. Ministers Qian and Zhang, are you aware that the factions composed of the remnants of the Imperial Army have begun to open their bases to recruit survivors? Upon hearing this news, both men relaxed. With Minister Qian responding, "Commander, I was just planning to discuss this matter with you. Our think tank has deliberated on it twice already." "Oh, please share your thoughts." Li Ming expressed genuine interest. "It appears, Commander, that our team suspects these factions may have discerned through their controlled satellites that this calamity is global in nature. They are experiencing a heightened sense of crisis and are thus preparing to stockpile substantial survival resources. Minister Qian explained. Li Ming pondered for a moment before inquiring. Are you suggesting they intend to establish a fire seed base? Minister Qian had not anticipated that the chief would contemplate such extensive considerations. Nevertheless, he remarked, Chief, we share the same sentiment. Their recruitment of a significant number of survivors into the base presents numerous advantages for them. Firstly, according to the latest intelligence, the criteria for enrolling survivors are rather stringent. To gain entry to their base, one must contribute 50 pounds of food supplies. In addition to this prerequisite, a series of background investigations are mandated. Candidates must possess a clean criminal record and a reputable background. Furthermore, they are required to undergo physical fitness assessments and demonstrate a particular skill or trait. Minister Zhang, upon hearing this, was quite astonished. Were they, in fact, selecting recruits for military personnel? Chapter 93, Tremendous Technological Advancements. Minister Qian shook his head, stating that they were not recruiting soldiers. Fundamentally, their thoughts aligned with ours, which was to establish a base for the Flame of Hope. Currently, we have recruited nearly 7 million individuals with various technical and medical expertise. As the apocalypse unfolds, it is certain that a myriad of talents will continue to join our ranks. The high selection criteria they have set essentially serve as a filter. In circumstances of limited resources, a portion of survivors is destined to be forsaken. In such a scenario, which faction would not seek to recruit more capable and resilient survivors? After listening, Minister Zhang nodded, and Li Ming remarked, Old Qian is correct. This indeed appears to be a preparation for establishing a doomsday base. It seems they have probably surmised that there may be further natural disasters ahead. Chief, I personally feel that the remnants of these imperial armies are likely to engage in extensive trade with us in the near future, Minister Qian interjected. Li Ming turned to Minister Zhang and inquired, Minister Zhang, how is the situation with our resource reserves progressing? Rest assured, Chief, we have adequately prepared our resource reserves. The current operation of our factories merely maintains the production line's efficiency. With your command, we can immediately commence an unceasing production of new products, Minister Zhang reported. Good. In these times, as long as we have food and firearms, we need not fear any faction. In fact, the recruitment of diverse talents at our base is also a form of selection. Everyone seeks talent. Therefore, we will continue to intensify our recruitment efforts. Although we do not require ordinary survivors, we must still accept the necessary talents. Essentially, we are the true doomsday base. I have a premonition that even more terrifying natural disasters will arise in the future. After hearing Li Ming's words, Minister Qian asked, Chief, may I inquire about the types of natural disasters that may occur in the future? The current extreme cold disaster is merely one of the tests. The natural disasters to come will be increasingly horrific. According to intelligence from the General Staff, many regions around the globe are currently experiencing unusual weather patterns. Some areas are facing extreme drought and heat, with temperatures reaching 50 to 60 degrees Celsius, while others, like us, are enduring extreme cold. Additionally, regions that were once deserts have transformed into oceans, and some maritime areas have become land. In summary, a variety of extreme disasters are manifesting. So we must prepare for the ultimate destruction of land and make all necessary preparations. Chief, if that is the case, we must prepare to construct a base akin to Noah's Ark. Otherwise, our current base remains somewhat precarious. Minister Zhang said, somewhat astonished. Do not worry about this. We are currently advancing a genuine doomsday plan. Besides developing various doomsday weapons, we are also preparing to build a truly mobile doomsday base. We are in the preparatory stages, and there is still time. If we cannot withstand these apocalyptic disasters, then it is even less feasible for other factions. Li Ming's assertions are undeniably credible, given that he currently possesses the most formidable industrial manufacturing capabilities globally. In such extreme conditions, the significance of industrial production becomes paramount. Moreover, he is equipped with numerous cutting-edge technologies, which bolster his confidence that navigating the challenges of a post-apocalyptic world should not pose significant difficulties for him. Minister Zhang inquired, should we negotiate a lower price in our dealings with them? Li Ming rose, took a couple of steps while clasping his hands behind his back, and responded, acquiring at standard prices suffices. Should the volume be substantial, we may consider a 10% discount. After all, our primary concern must be survival and ensuring the continued existence of as many individuals as possible. Following this discussion, Li Ming proceeded to inspect his factories and military units to assess the application of his advanced technologies. He boarded a military vehicle and headed directly to several subbases near the main facility to evaluate the situation, and the results were exceedingly promising. The advanced technologies have begun to see practical application. For instance, the solid-state battery technology is now being utilized in hybrid power systems for tanks and armored vehicles. These vehicles predominantly operate on fuel, while simultaneously charging the batteries during movement. Once the batteries are fully charged, the connection to the charging system disengages, allowing the vehicles to operate solely on fuel. Once the fuel is depleted, they can continue to function on electric power. With a single battery capable of propelling a military truck for 600 to 800 kilometers. As for tanks and infantry fighting vehicles, they are equipped with the second generation of solid-state batteries, which have been enhanced under his guidance. Each tank operates on 4 substantial solid-state batteries, ensuring a range of approximately 800 kilometers. An expert was explaining the solid-state battery to Li Ming, stating, "General, the solid-state battery currently mounted on the trucks is our first-generation model, named Vanguard 1. After a period of use and subsequent improvements, we have prepared the second-generation Vanguard 2 batteries for armored vehicles." Li Ming nodded. "The overall performance of these batteries should be quite satisfactory, I presume?" "Indeed, General. For military all-terrain trucks utilizing the hybrid fuel battery system, a full tank of fuel can extend the vehicle's range from over 600 kilometers to approximately 1,400 kilometers. This is due to the combined operation of fuel and battery power. Once the fuel is exhausted, the vehicle can continue to be driven by electric power. After upgrading to our latest diesel engine and electric motor, the trucks can recharge the batteries after merely half an hour of diesel engine operation." From practical usage, the optimal approach is to primarily rely on the battery to drive the vehicles, using the internal combustion engine solely for power generation. This way, electric power serves as the main driving force, while the internal combustion engine acts as an auxiliary power source for recharging, thus significantly enhancing the truck's operational range. After reflecting on the expert's insights, Li Ming pondered the improvements made from Vanguard 1 to Vanguard 2. In terms of overall length, the Pioneer 2 has been enhanced based on the first generation. We have optimized the design of the entire solid-state battery, primarily increasing the charge and discharge cycles from approximately 30,000 in the first generation to around 45,000. Chapter 94. Communication with experts. In addition to the increased frequency of charging and discharging cycles, the latest type of electrolyte has led to a capacity increase of approximately 15 within the same volume of the battery, which significantly enhances aspects such as range. Concurrently, the operational conditions for the Pioneer 2 have been considerably relaxed in extreme environments, with a usable temperature range extending from -80 degrees to +280 degrees, greatly augmenting the battery's safety and durability. Upon hearing this, Li Ming was elated. "Excellent. You have not rested on your laurels. Instead, you are actively pursuing improvements. Well done." "The Chief, we are currently conducting an experiment regarding the feasibility of fully electric propulsion for armored vehicles," stated expert Hu. Intrigued, Li Ming inquired, "But how will the armored vehicles be charged under full electric propulsion?" "The current results indicate that the Pioneer 2 battery is presently being tested in a limited number of armored vehicles," the Chief replied. A 60-ton main battle tank, solely powered by 4 large Pioneer 2 batteries, can travel approximately 600 kilometers, considering the energy consumption of various electronic devices within the tank. Lightweight armored vehicles, such as wheeled vehicles equipped with 2 batteries, can achieve a range of around 750 kilometers, while light vehicles like assault vehicles or all-terrain vehicles can cover approximately 1,000 to 1,200 kilometers with a single battery. These tests substantiate the feasibility of fully electrifying armored vehicles. Moreover, electric propulsion boasts a superior advantage in energy utilization efficiency, significantly surpassing that of internal combustion engines. Even our latest diesel engines and gas turbines achieve only about 55 to 60 efficiency, whereas electric systems can exceed 90. As for the battery charging issue, we have devised 2 solutions for the latest tested armored vehicles. The first is a hybrid power drive, which, with our cutting-edge technology, can adequately support this concept, primarily electric power supplemented by an internal combustion engine. The second solution involves battery replacement, ensuring sustained operation under the support of logistics. A tank can complete a battery swap in approximately 10 minutes. For wheeled infantry fighting vehicles, this time can be reduced to under 6 minutes, while assault vehicles and all-terrain vehicles can achieve even quicker turnaround times, comparable to refueling. Thus, my recommendation is to fully electrify lightweight assault vehicles, while the wheeled vehicles and tanks should await the completion of further testing. Hu expressed his thoughts candidly. Li Ming pondered Hu's suggestion carefully. While the benefits of full electrification were evident, military equipment differed significantly from civilian counterparts, necessitating absolute reliability in extreme conditions. "Hu, may I inquire about the reliability of these batteries in military applications?" Li Ming asked with concern. Upon hearing this question, Hu realized the chief was intrigued. He instructed his assistant, "Bring forth the testing report." 3 minutes later, the assistant brought in a test report. Hu Lao skillfully leafed through the document. According to our practical usage tests, the primary issue with electric drives is related to charging. Consequently, we have compiled test reports on military equipment powered by pure internal combustion engines, hybrid systems, and pure electric drives. The report indicates that for tracked vehicles, the reliability of internal combustion engines is the lowest, followed by hybrids, while pure electric systems rank highest in reliability. The internal combustion engine's intricate network of external pipes must remain unobstructed, in addition to various mechanical wear and tear, which contributes to its diminished reliability. In contrast, the hybrid system, though structurally more complex and more challenging to repair when faults arise, maintains high reliability when primarily powered by electricity, with the fuel engine serving as a charging tool and auxiliary power source. Pure electric systems boast the simplest structure, yielding the highest reliability and quickest maintenance. After all, military equipment prioritizes simplicity in design, as it often correlates with enhanced reliability. Unlike the convoluted piping of internal combustion engines, pure electric vehicles are connected solely by wires linking batteries to motors, suggesting a promising future. After listening to Hu Lao, Li Ming pondered the potential applications of solid-state batteries in unmanned devices such as drones. Indeed, they are highly effective. The operational radius of a standard civilian FPV drone has increased from approximately 10 kilometers to 85 kilometers. In the case of military reconnaissance and strike drones, when fully loaded with pure electric drive, they can circumnavigate much of the globe, achieving an operational radius of about 500 kilometers. With our latest power systems, the strike radius, range, and payload capacity of drones will continue to expand. Overall, the prospects are quite promising. Additionally, we plan to upgrade well-preserved drones as soon as the current batteries reach the end of their life cycle, significantly reducing costs compared to producing new units and greatly enhancing combat capabilities. Li Ming was pleased with their progress and turned to another military expert, Qian Lao. How is the development of the latest stealth fighter progressing? Report, Chief. The accompanying engine has officially entered production, and all aspects of the fuselage have been completed. Only the final assembly process remains. Furthermore, the latest anti-G suits have been developed, capable of reducing overload by approximately 8 to 11 GS, specifically designed for the Phantom fighter. Excellent. Once these fighters are officially inducted into service, I shall celebrate and reward your efforts. Thank you, Chief. What is the status of the bombers and transport planes? Li Ming inquired of another military expert. Chief, we have successfully conducted test flights for the transport aircraft with a maximum payload of around 85 tons. We are currently performing related tests. Based on its demonstrated performance, this aircraft is fully capable of serving as our primary transport, and it can be adapted for various modifications, such as being converted into a refueling or early warning aircraft. Li Ming was filled with joy, expressing gratitude for the hard work of his colleagues, urging them to take care of their health. He acknowledged that for their base, these talented individuals were invaluable assets. Are there any challenges in your research that I can assist with? He inquired. Director Qian interjected. The number of our high-altitude testing platforms and wind tunnel experimental equipment is rather insufficient. It often takes several days for us to secure a slot. Upon hearing this, Li Ming's expression turned grave. Chapter 95, The days are becoming brighter. Rest assured, I will soon commence the construction of new wind tunnels and testing platforms, alleviating the current congestion. Additionally, I shall procure another supersized hydraulic press. That's splendid, several experts exclaimed with delight. In truth, the issue of the wind tunnels and testing platforms had already captured Li Ming's attention, and the construction of new facilities was already underway. However, the creation of such platforms is inherently a complex endeavor. It is worth noting that prior to the calamity, only a handful of nations, fewer than 5, were capable of producing such equipment, a testament to the advanced technology involved. Li Ming inspected the training of his troops and conducted small-scale military exercises, discovering that the newly recruited forces had fully developed their combat capabilities. At this juncture, his regular army comprised a formidable strength of 700,000 soldiers, with an additional 800,000 light infantry and garrison troops deployed for maintaining order. The total strength of the army had swelled to approximately 1.5 million personnel, with a significant number stationed both domestically and at overseas bases. These foreign installations primarily safeguarded their mining interests. Fortunately, many nations on the planet Barton had succumbed to the apocalypse, leaving only a scant number of survivors, particularly among those with inadequate industrial capabilities, which faced utter devastation. Even developed nations found themselves equal in vulnerability before the calamity. Li Ming had previously seized resources from numerous countries, inflicting substantial losses, and now faced a dire scarcity of supplies. The devastation wrought by the apocalypse had compounded these losses. Moreover, other nations worldwide lacked a commanding force akin to Li Ming's to uphold societal order. They were instead mired in factionalism, rife with the sounds of gunfire and cries of battle. It could be posited that many did not perish in the disaster but fell victim to internecine conflict. In a state of anarchy, violence became the sole law and regulation, with countless factions embroiled in strife. Given that many countries operated under a framework of small government and vast societies, grassroots organizations wielded significant influence, which only intensified in the absence of governance. In their relentless quest for power and survival resources, these factions engaged in skirmishes almost daily. As time passed, various factions within the Tianhui Empire began actively recruiting survivors. Presently, the ZTE Chamber of Commerce is widely acknowledged as the most powerful faction in the empire, a singularly dominant entity. Following closely are several groups formed from remnants of the Imperial Army, while the third tier consists of various local powers, all of which have commenced the recruitment of survivors. Concurrently, markets across the nation are experiencing a fervent trading period, as these factions desperately gather any and all useful resources, including but not limited to anti-theft doors, discarded metal windows, and various scrap metals, particularly those remnants from makeshift recycling stations, have become the focal point of contention among numerous factions. Furthermore, many groups have begun to dispatch individuals to nearby counties to gather diverse resources, inevitably leading to severe confrontations with local powers in these towns or smaller cities. Li Ming, however, is rather indifferent to these matters. He only concerns himself with maintaining order within his territory and the cities with stationed troops. He is not a deity, fundamentally. He is merely an ordinary individual endowed with extraordinary capabilities, nothing more. Nonetheless, the recruitment efforts of these factions do bear some advantages. Chiefly that the chances of survival for the survivors are significantly enhanced. For Li Ming, as long as these private entities do not excessively exploit ordinary people, he remains unconcerned. These factions have also discerned the boundaries of the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce, primarily establishing a cooperative relationship with the survivors. Moreover, the remaining military factions. If we consider that those who join Li Ming's group are predominantly the elite, the survivors who align with these military entities are also of the highest caliber. Li Ming is acutely aware that the management style of these bases is intriguingly militaristic. The administration is stringent, which, while ensuring the absence of turmoil and maintaining orderly operations, also presents numerous challenges. Many individuals find it intolerable to endure such rigorous oversight, yet a considerable number persist solely for the sake of survival. The bases of these various factions, aside from the more formidable ones that possess underground facilities, predominantly utilize office buildings and residential complexes as their strongholds. Notably, factions such as the Revival Society and the Alliance have established their own subterranean bases. While these are not particularly large, they suffice for cultivating a portion of their food supply. Currently, their crops include ordinary potatoes and sweet potatoes for reserves, alongside cold-resistant varieties such as frost-hardy potatoes and cabbages acquired through trade with the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce, which are cultivated in the harsh external environment. The collective strength of these factions is formidable. They have exchanged a considerable number of cold-resistant crop seeds with Li Ming, who welcomes this development. After all, when everyone possesses a certain amount of resources and is freed from survival pressures, their spirits are uplifted. Among the survivors in this frigid apocalypse, some have cultivated substantial quantities of frost-hardy potatoes, while others have managed to grow a modest yield of potatoes and cabbages. After a year and a half of enduring extreme cold, it is commonplace for diligent survivors to have at least several dozen pounds of frost-hardy potatoes as food reserves. Some industrious agriculturalists among them have even amassed hundreds or thousands of pounds of these potatoes, alongside a significant number of points. It can be asserted that through the cultivation of frost-hardy potatoes and similar crops, Li Ming has significantly alleviated the food scarcity issue. Indeed, many hard-working survivors have prospered, ensuring that they can meet their basic needs. Li Ming addressed the issue of sustenance for the populace through the introduction of frost-resistant potatoes, while simultaneously alleviating the heating concerns of many with relatively affordable electricity. It can be stated that, from an original population of 3 billion in the Tianhui Empire, approximately 2 billion souls have managed to survive, with Li Ming being a pivotal figure in this achievement. His series of initiatives instilled hope for survival among the people, and amidst the despairing cold, their lives began to experience a gradual improvement. As the community's resources and wealth flourished, the economy commenced a steady revival. For the pursuit of a better life is an intrinsic desire of every individual. Chapter 96. Everyone is adapting to the frigid apocalypse for countless survivors of the Radiant Empire. The days have gradually begun to glimmer with hope. Indeed, Many individuals have diligently toiled, accumulating a substantial stockpile of survival resources through hard work in construction and agriculture. Even the widely recognized legal tender, the Zhongxing Commerce Association's points tickets, have begun to amass in their possession. With an abundance of wealth, the survivors naturally indulge in consumption. Consequently, within Li Ming's marketplace, the number of survivors purchasing electricity, vegetables, and fruits has surged. Although the prices of these produce are not particularly economical, survivors can occasionally afford a taste of these luxuries, savoring the fruits and vegetables while daydreaming of the day when the apocalypse will finally conclude. After all, compared to the onset of the end times, life now feels akin to paradise. With full bellies and relatively warmer nights, life has already improved significantly. What more could one desire? However, human desires are insatiable. As the saying goes, when one is well fed and warm, thoughts of other pleasures arise. Thus, the businesses in the red light district surrounding Li Ming's market have also experienced a rapid boom. Whenever Li Ming's Commerce Association inaugurates a new market, these establishments promptly follow suit. Opening nearby, some individuals have even devised comprehensive services that encompass dining, lodging, and entertainment, establishing nightclubs and various club-like venues. In truth, Li Ming has contemplated curbing these enterprises. But the current situation is beyond his control, so he can only impose regulatory management on these locales. Following the implementation of Li Ming's structured oversight, the transmission of diseases related to gender issues has been mitigated, as the fees collected from these establishments are genuinely allocated to the healthcare of those involved. Li Ming, naturally, does not subsidize these costs, leaving the responsibility to the transient workers who engage in these fleeting romantic encounters. Some among them may indeed be pitiable, while others are simply lethargic. In a fleeting moment, the service industry surrounding Li Ming's market flourished, indirectly providing numerous employment opportunities for those who have opened shops. Although Li Ming collects a monthly tax of approximately 10, the value of this expenditure is evident. Primarily, this area falls under Li Ming's jurisdiction, with his military patrolling, ensuring a secure environment. The overall atmosphere remains stable, meaning that any business established here is likely to thrive. Moreover, the Zhongxing Commerce Association's market attracts many merchants from afar, who initially managed their own lodging needs, but can now find accommodations in local inns and hotels. Li Ming's marketplace itself occupies an office building, and several nearby vacant office buildings have been repurposed with various facilities. For instance, a hospital has been established within these office spaces, transforming rooms into patient wards, as well as incorporating doctors' offices and medical equipment storage areas. After a year and a half of development, the overall medical standards of Li Ming's hospitals have approached the level of a municipal tertiary hospital prior to the calamity, both in terms of equipment and the qualifications of the medical staff. Remarkably, the supply of various medications is relatively ample, which has also alleviated employment issues, as certain roles, such as cashiering and accounting, require professional expertise. The doctors in these hospitals are primarily drawn from Li Ming's medical base, and the facility itself comprises a 20-story building, safeguarded by a light infantry battalion to ensure security and maintain order. The residents of Malga City are now acutely aware that the only avenue for quality medical services lies within the hospitals of the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce, whose standards rival those of some institutions that existed before the disaster. The presence of these hospitals has stimulated various surrounding industries, including food services and accommodations, attracting numerous individuals from afar seeking medical attention. With the former imperial healthcare system in disarray, those seeking to survive have no choice but to turn to these hospitals. Li Ming has established 3 large hospitals, 6 secondary hospitals, and 20 grassroots healthcare centers throughout Malga, thereby laying the foundation for a relatively coherent medical system amid the apocalypse. The demand for medical services is high, as many survivors, having endured through these trying times, inevitably bear some ailments, leading to bustling hospital activity. The hospitals operate around the clock, with the daytime hours often witnessing an overwhelming influx of patients. Despite the crowd, no one dares to engage in reckless behavior, as a battalion is stationed within the hospital, armed and vigilant in the lobby, complemented by hourly patrols throughout the premises. In the event of an armed assault on the hospital, this battalion is capable of defending the facility, with reinforcements from a nearby infantry regiment able to arrive within 10 minutes and support from aerial units within 20 minutes. Within an hour, 4 composite brigades and 1 composite division could be deployed into the city center. Notably, no major factions in Malga City dared to target this hospital, primarily due to its formidable backing and also because it is a medical facility who can guarantee they will never need its services in the future. Destruction of the hospital would leave one helpless in the face of illness, ultimately leading to a grim fate. Thus, The reluctance of various factions to challenge Li Ming's hospitals is significantly influenced by this reality, though the prices for medical services provided by the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce are not considered low. The current state of the world renders the cost of medication significant and justified. Nevertheless, many survivors can still afford treatment for common ailments such as colds. And Li Ming's resilient potatoes have resolved countless survival challenges. In addition to hospitals, Li Ming has also constructed several hotels and similar service facilities within these office buildings. With merely a simple renovation, they can be transformed into guest rooms, equipped with electric heating, electric blankets, and electric water heaters, all powered by dynamic batteries. It can be confidently asserted that residing in these hotels allows one to enjoy hot showers without any issues, making the experience nearly indistinguishable from that prior to the calamity. Of course, such exceptional quality of service comes at a considerable price. Nevertheless, many merchants from distant lands opt to stay in the hotels established by Li Ming. As the comfort they offer is truly unparalleled, the phrase home away from home is far from mere hyperbole. Li Ming is gradually seizing control over the myriad industries of the Tianhui Empire, which are of paramount importance in this post-apocalyptic world. Chapter 97. The emergence of fried noodles. As the frigid days passed one after another, Li Ming found himself surviving in the apocalypse for 2 years. The date was November 7, 2027, in the solar calendar, when the voice of the system echoed in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully surviving for 2 full years in the apocalypse. You are awarded a special reward, the upgrade plan for the Noah's Ark base. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring the special ability, Danger Warning. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the special ability, Insight. Ding! Congratulations, host, for unlocking special equipment, the Doomsday Airship. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving the upgrade plan for the Naval Shipyard. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring a complete set of technical data and production processes for the most advanced alloy. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining a complete set of technical data and production processes for S-type composite materials. The system's voice continued to resonate, and Li Ming claimed his rewards. It must be said, the richness of these rewards was remarkable. In addition to the Noah's Ark base, there were 2 extraordinarily practical abilities. Furthermore, he received a plethora of material technologies and production data, coupled with the rewards he had accrued over the past 2 years, which included numerous cutting-edge technologies. There was one particular item that piqued Li Ming's interest, the engineering plastic made from special materials. Li Ming had implemented numerous modern enhancements to the existing AKM assault rifle, with one significant modification being the installation of a collapsible stock made from this special engineering plastic. The handguard of the firearm was also replaced with this material. This engineering plastic not only provided a more comfortable cheek weld, but also exhibited stable performance in both high and low temperature environments. Additionally, it was remarkably durable and lightweight. Even the receiver cover of the firearm was replaced with engineering plastic. In summary, he had made extensive modifications to the active-duty AKM rifles, significantly enhancing their performance. In addition to these advancements, Li Ming's personal weaponry had also seen considerable progress, as he manufactured the latest model of rifles, producing a limited quantity for special forces to test their combat performance. It could be said that Li Ming's strength improved daily. At this time, he had gathered an impressive array of talented technical personnel, core engineers, and researchers from across the nation, amassing a workforce of millions. These individuals had been recruited under the extreme conditions of the apocalypse and were monitored by the system's nanobots. This remarkable group of people played a crucial role in accelerating Li Ming's industrial development. It is worth noting that the industrialization journey of any major nation typically begins over several decades, yet, in a mere 2 years, Li Ming had achieved capabilities approaching that of a moderately industrialized nation, a truly astonishing feat. Currently, his industry was divided into light and heavy industries. The heavy industry sector has remarkably developed to encompass over 240 distinct categories, showcasing an impressive array of capabilities. It fundamentally spans various industrial domains, including petrochemicals, metallurgy, metal processing, mechanical manufacturing, and military equipment production. Notably, Li Ming possesses the autonomy to manufacture all medical devices and equipment globally, alongside the most sophisticated machine tools. In essence, the industrial jewel in Li Ming's possession holds little value. In contrast, the light industry primarily focuses on wool and cotton textiles, food production, and the manufacturing of daily necessities. Additionally, it is noteworthy that Li Ming has established the capacity for independent production of numerous pharmaceuticals, successfully producing nearly all clinically used Western medicines. Furthermore, there are extensive facilities for the preparation and processing of traditional Chinese medicinal herbs. With a global base, including over 170 agricultural sites within the country, the cultivation of medicinal herbs is extensive, leading to a high yield. Various preparations and processing of these herbs are conducted for storage before being introduced to the market. Regarding the food production sector, Li Ming has innovatively developed numerous military rations, such as compressed biscuits and self-heating meals, producing these items in significant quantities. In the realm of civilian food, he has openly introduced a special dish called fried noodles to the market. The preparation of fried noodles is straightforward, involving the frying of flour with either sugar or salt, complemented by dried sweet potato vines and various other vegetables to enhance its nutritional value. This dish quickly gained popularity. Packaged in environmentally friendly paper bags made from plant fibers, the fried noodles became a nationwide sensation due to their numerous advantages. With the inclusion of sugar or salt and a modest amount of vegetables, they offer convenience for long-term storage and portability. They are easy to prepare, simply add hot water to enjoy. In emergencies, they can even be consumed dry, and remarkably, they possess a delightful flavor and provide a strong sense of satiety. Generally, a pound of fried noodles can sustain an individual for 2 days without significant concern. And in extreme survival situations, it could last for 4 to 5 days. The price for this package of fried noodles is merely 5 points. This cost is quite reasonable, considering that a pound of fresh flour or rice is valued at 3 points. Given that this product is pre-cooked and flavored with salt and sugar, along with vegetables, is 5 points truly exorbitant? Upon its introduction, fried noodles became a nationwide staple, experiencing exceptional sales. Even many ordinary survivors with disposable income eagerly purchased several packages to store as emergency rations, while various factions actively traded for and stockpiled significant quantities of fried noodles for sustenance. In a fleeting moment, the sales of fried noodles in the market have soared to levels reminiscent of the exorbitant prices of loyang paper. The black market has seen the cost of fried noodles escalate to as much as 7 or even 8 points per package. After all, acquiring this commodity legally in Li Ming's market necessitates standing in line, as the demand is overwhelming. Furthermore, with numerous survivors possessing ample resources, the phenomenon of its popularity is hardly surprising. For the vast community of survivors, Li Ming's Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce has become an indispensable facet of their lives. Over the nearly 2 years of enduring extreme cold, the existence of the Zhongxing Chamber has become a familiar aspect of daily life. The routines of the populace are intricately linked to the chamber, and, to some extent, without Li Ming's market, it is debatable whether they would have endured until today. Moreover, now that many have cultivated potatoes and stockpiled substantial food supplies, the price of cold-resistant potato seeds has also declined from an initial 10 points to 8 points per portion. Chapter 98. Handling corpses. It is hardly surprising that fried noodles have gained immense popularity. Indeed, during frigid times, the value of fuel is almost as critical as that of food. Although many have begun to utilize Li Ming's electricity, the cost of this power cannot be deemed particularly economical. Rather, it is merely reasonable. Consequently, numerous survivors resort to thickening their clothing, enduring the cold, and burning firewood and other resources for warmth. Under such circumstances, no one is willing to squander fuel on frying flour. Most opt for roasting potatoes or even consuming them raw. The emergence of fried noodles represents a significant advancement, allowing everyone to enjoy cooked food expeditiously. While the outside world clamors for Li Ming's fried noodles, he is currently inspecting various bases across the nation, assessing the agricultural yields of underground cultivation. Despite possessing cold-resistant potatoes, he still prefers conventional crops. At this moment, he has arrived in the capital, Talva, having traveled via a military transport helicopter, accompanied by approximately 6 stealth-armed helicopters for protection. This specialized aircraft has been uniquely modified. Its cabin serves as a conference room, complete with a resting area for him to recline and sleep. The interior is equipped with a variety of comprehensive facilities. After roughly 3 hours of flight, Li Ming arrived at the base in the Talva region. This base represents another of his Tier 3 facilities, where he inspected all amenities and surveyed the market situation, expressing approval for the operations there. As the onset of a 2-year extreme cold period approaches, Li Ming has scrutinized bases nationwide, gathering a substantial amount of resources for enhancement while also gaining insight into the conditions of these bases. Overall, the situation is not just moderately favorable, but exceedingly promising. Of course, this positivity is relative to him. For other factions, the apocalypse remains a torment. Even the mightiest of forces dare not recklessly waste resources, fully aware of their significance and scarcity. Thus, strict regulations regarding food are enforced within various factions across the nation. Only individuals at the level of base leaders enjoy a slightly better situation regarding sustenance, yet a return to pre-catastrophe normalcy is unrealistic. Through this nationwide tour, Li Ming has observed the lifestyles of other bases and gained an understanding of the living conditions of ordinary survivors. Generally speaking, the trajectory is improving, at the very least. Survivors willing to cultivate cold-resistant potatoes do not suffer from food shortages. This realization brings him satisfaction, serving as a glimmer of hope amidst the despairing and harsh realities of the apocalypse. As time swiftly passed to January 2028, Li Ming received a notification from the system. Ding. System alert. The extreme cold disaster is nearing its conclusion. Please prepare for the impending next catastrophe, the extreme heat disaster. Although Li Ming possessed the code to natural disasters, he found no joy in his heart. The frigid cold was manageable. As long as one took care to keep warm and had sufficient food, survival was feasible for most. However, the calamity of extreme heat posed a genuine threat, making even the act of drinking water a daunting challenge, one that could indeed lead to loss of life. Moreover, as the ice began to thaw, numerous entities once imprisoned in the ice, such as corpses and various refuse discarded during the flooding, would be revealed. Under the scorching sun, the bodies in the floodwaters would soon decompose, unleashing a foul stench and potentially igniting horrific plagues. Additionally, the refuse in the waters constituted a grave danger. After much contemplation, Li Ming felt compelled to take action. Glancing at the system's warning timer, he noted a countdown of nearly 20 days, realizing that there was still time to act. He promptly issued orders for the military across the nation to mobilize and find a means to dispose of the corpses of those executed during the harsh winter. Li Ming had long been prepared. He had established several thermal and solar power plants in various regions, not on a grand scale, but sufficient to supply power to markets and hospitals. The primary energy source was solar, and now these thermal power stations would play a vital role. Soon, his military launched another large-scale operation, leaving many survivors astonished, initially believing the troops were preparing for battle once more. To their surprise, the soldiers were headed to the Hero Square. More significantly, the populace noticed that these forces were there to handle the remains of the criminals executed during the severe crackdown. Many were perplexed, wondering what the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce was up to. Some astute factions regarded the actions of the Zhongxing Chamber as a harbinger of change. Meanwhile, within the Revival Society, President Chen Gongpeng and others were deliberating this development. "President, why has the Zhongxing Chamber suddenly chosen to address these corpses?" inquired a young subordinate. "In this extreme cold, handling bodies is quite laborious, and they do not rot or emit a foul odor. Are they simply idle?" "You must look beyond the surface," Xiao Wang replied, a director. "I sense that the Zhongxing Chamber is not merely idle. They certainly have their own intentions." At this moment, Chen Gongpeng furrowed his brow, pondering the director's words, which sparked a vague recollection in his mind, though he could not grasp it immediately. "What did you just say, Xiao Wang?" Chen Gongpeng asked. "I mentioned that in such frigid conditions, handling corpses is troublesome, and since they do not decompose, why would they consider dealing with them?" Xiao Wang responded. "Handling corpses?" Chen Gongpeng's mind raced as he contemplated the motives behind the Zhongxing Chamber's actions. Indeed, this move was rather peculiar, after nearly 2 years since the executions. Why were they addressing the bodies now? The word corpse echoed incessantly in Chen Gongpeng's mind, and soon his heart sank as a realization dawned upon him. He finally comprehended the motives behind the others' actions. "President, what is the matter?" Director Wang inquired anxiously. The Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce must have sensed the imminent arrival of sweltering weather. As temperatures gradually rise, the ice will undoubtedly melt. If the heat becomes sufficiently intense, the corpses will quickly decompose, and the ensuing stench could potentially trigger a plague. It is no wonder that the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce has mobilized. They are likely preemptively addressing the complications that these bodies might cause in the future, having anticipated the forthcoming climatic conditions. What? Upon hearing Chen Gongpeng's conjecture, everyone gasped in shock. Chapter 99. Preparations before the arrival of extreme heat in the midst of an apocalyptic world. Every individual is acutely sensitive to their surroundings, especially when it comes to the actions of a powerful entity like the Zhongxing Commerce Association, each of which bears significant implications. The sight of this group commencing the collection of corpses raises alarming questions. Could these bodies potentially herald a multitude of troubles in the future? Upon hearing Chen Gongpeng's speculation, many within the Revival Society were struck with profound trepidation, for if this conjecture were to prove true, it would spell a dire predicament. An ancient adage states that great calamities are invariably followed by severe plagues. This reflects the notion that after floods recede, the absence of timely disinfection efforts can lead to the outbreak of infectious diseases. Floodwaters are teeming with various bacteria and viruses, and when compounded by a considerable number of corpses, an increase in temperature will inevitably lead to decay, rendering the emergence of epidemics almost certain. The mere thought of a plague erupting in an environment devoid of medical resources during the apocalypse is utterly harrowing. President, do you mean that we may soon witness phenomena such as rising temperatures and melting ice? Director Li inquired. Chen Gongpeng nodded affirmatively. Indeed, though this is merely my hypothesis, I believe the likelihood of such events is substantial. Consider this. Should temperatures rise, the melting of ice would unveil numerous entities previously encased in frost, which would subsequently find their way into the floodwaters. An increase in temperature would also foster the proliferation of various insects and organisms within the refuse of the flood, inevitably triggering a wave of diseases. Hence, the Zhongxing Commerce Association's initiative to handle the corpses is fundamentally a preventive measure against a potential epidemic. As these words resonated, vivid memories surfaced for many, reminiscent of their childhood summers in rural areas, where dung pits teemed with insects, eliciting involuntary shudders. What should we do? Someone questioned. Immediately arrange for personnel to monitor external temperatures, begin daily recordings, and remain vigilant to fluctuations in temperature. I sense we may soon face new extreme natural disasters. We must be prepared. Understood. Not only the Revival Society, but cities across the nation also took note as Li Ming's military began to address the frozen corpses, drawing the attention of various other factions. While not all groups possessed the astuteness of the Revival Society, some perceptive entities discerned deeper meanings and began to monitor temperature changes. Naturally, Li Ming was also attentive to these fluctuations. Since the onset of January 2028, he had been diligently recording temperature variations, allowing time to pass day by day. During this frigid final phase, Li Ming remained industrious, utilizing the extreme cold to manufacture an abundance of ice blocks. This process was not laborious. It merely involved treating drinking water, pouring it into molds, covering them, and allowing the external low temperatures to freeze the contents. Within roughly 10 minutes, solid ice was formed. These ice blocks were stored within his spatial realm, and at this juncture, Li Ming commenced large-scale ice production across bases nationwide. These ice cubes were, of course, a preparation for the impending heat. On one hand, they could be utilized to alleviate the sweltering temperatures, while on the other, they were intended for the debut of new products in the market, such as various smoothies and chilled beverages. Simultaneously, his food factory was gearing up to produce ice cream and similar delights, as he firmly believed these items would thrive in the marketplace, particularly when priced reasonably. He was certain that there would be eager buyers willing to pay a premium. Soon, fluctuations in Li Ming's temperature records began to emerge, gradually rising from -55 degrees to -35 degrees. Within a mere 10 days, the temperature had escalated by 20 degrees. Naturally, for the average survivors, clad in heavy garments during this frigid period, the change of 20 degrees was scarcely perceptible. However, the Revival Society, along with the remnants of forces such as the Alliance and Prosperity Society, keenly noticed the rising temperatures. The mercury was ascending at a rate of approximately 2 degrees daily, prompting those with sharp instincts to realize that impending uncertainties loomed on the horizon. Li Ming commenced preparations for the market, hotels, and hospitals, focusing on measures to deter mosquitoes from infiltrating these venues. He also amassed a considerable stock of insecticides and other supplies, ready to combat the mosquitoes breeding in the floodwaters. On this day, January 20th, 2028, even the most oblivious survivors could sense the temperatures rise. From this day forth, Li Ming noted the mercury climbing to -5 degrees. At this juncture, his inventory was replete with mosquito nets, incense, insecticides, disinfectants, water purification tablets, and various medicinal powders, all dispatched to markets nationwide, ready for sale and use. Moreover, a substantial quantity of medications for preventing malaria, cholera, and other infectious diseases had also been prepared, alongside an increase in military presence at hospitals to maintain order in the event of societal upheaval. Beyond these supplies, a vast production of thermal clothing commenced, ensuring each soldier was equipped with adequate apparel. Additionally, a myriad of remedies for heat stroke, such as Huaxiang Jingqi water, Jingqi powder, and various herbal teas brewed for cooling effects, were meticulously arranged. As the temperature approached -2 degrees, a sense of panic enveloped all survivors, for they had begun to sense the dreadfulness of the entities lurking within the floodwaters. This rise in temperature was not sudden, rather, it was a gradual ascent. By late January 2028, the temperature neared 0 degrees. Many survivors found themselves shedding layers of clothing as the temperature fluctuated, with their garments becoming increasingly filthy. At that moment, the broadcasting station of the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce began to transmit. Countless survivors tuned into their radios, which crackled with the sound of electromagnetic waves. Greetings to all survivors. This is the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce broadcasting station. Based on our uninterrupted temperature monitoring over the past month and current patterns of temperature rise, We anticipate a rapid increase in temperature over the next fortnight. It is highly probable that we will face extreme heat conditions. We urge all survivors to prepare accordingly and to take appropriate protective measures. Upon hearing this announcement, countless survivors were left in a state of uncertainty, unsure whether to feel elated or distressed. Chapter 100. The arrival of extreme heat for many survivors. The news of impending extreme high temperatures is a double-edged sword. It is difficult to ascertain whether it is a blessing or a curse. After all, the bitter cold can indeed be fatal, with the most frigid moments prompting individuals to yearn for the warmth of a furnace. However, upon hearing this announcement, many fixated solely on the initial part, temperature rise, overlooking the subsequent mention of extreme heat. Consequently, a wave of jubilant cheers erupted among the survivors. Huzzah! The calamity is finally drawing to a close. The relentless cold is at an end. How splendid! We have persevered. When shall we return to a semblance of normalcy? Although the icy surface still persists, no one dares to wager on its stability, leading to a temporary cessation of operations in Li Ming's market. Initially, countless survivors rejoiced at the news, but soon, a sobering realization settled in. They began to recall the detritus left behind in the floodwaters and the refuse accumulating in vacant homes that had morphed into makeshift dumps in their community. Under the sweltering embrace of summer heat, what peculiar life forms might emerge from such refuse? The mere thought sent shivers down the spines of some survivors, extinguishing their excitement over the impending end of the bitter cold, for life must persist. Many began to ponder the potential ramifications of extreme heat on water supply. During the frigid season, they could resort to melting snow for hydration, but what recourse would they have in an oppressive heat wave? Within this community, those who had managed to subsist on hardy potatoes during the cold began to seek out trade, armed with their surplus provisions and points. Meanwhile, the slothful among them opted to recline, resigned to whatever fate awaited them. Let it all be over. I am truly exhausted. Yet, after a brief respite, a refusal to succumb to despair compelled them to rise once more. Nonetheless, the rising temperatures could not extinguish the survival instincts of certain individuals. Although sunlight had graced them even during the harsh cold, it had offered little warmth. Now, however, the sun imbued many survivors with a sense of comfort, prompting some to boldly traverse the icy expanse, engaging in playful sliding as a celebration of newfound hope. At long last, they glimpsed the prospect of calamity's end. During the bitter cold, everyone had been swathed in layers of clothing, resembling bears, rendering their true physiques indistinguishable. Yet, with the rise in temperature, many shed their heavy garments, revealing their forms. It is worth noting that while most survivors managed to stave off starvation through their hardy potatoes, nutritional deficiency was an undeniable reality. They appeared gaunt and emaciated, their heads disproportionately large, as if their fragile necks could scarcely bear the weight. The group of survivors remained blissfully unaware that danger had quietly approached. Soon, the ice beneath the feet of those gliding across its surface emitted a sharp crack. Some of the more perceptive survivors swiftly turned and raced towards the building. As this faction retreated, fractures began to form in the ice, echoing ominously. However, having endured the tribulations of a post-apocalyptic world, many had experienced a significant decline in physical stamina. Consequently, only those nearest to the entrance managed to escape back inside, hearts racing with shock. Meanwhile, those with less acute hearing, further from the building, found the ice beneath them shattering, plunging them directly into the frigid depths below. Help me. The biting cold of the icy waters rendered the unfortunate souls trapped beneath the surface unable to resurface. Such scenes unfolded throughout the entire Tianhui Empire, a grim reality witnessed far and wide. Countless individuals had weathered typhoons, torrential rains, and the harshest of frigid climates, only to meet their end due to a momentary lapse in judgment. At this juncture, Li Ming, accompanied by his secretary, arrived outside the base, flanked by several guards and a meteorological expert. They soon reached the vicinity of the ice. One guard produced a thermometer, exclaiming in astonishment that the temperature had risen to 5 degrees above zero, a notable increase in just one day. Meanwhile, another guard cautiously tested the ice with his foot. Producing a sharp crack, invisible fissures appeared, allowing water to seep through the thin cracks of the ice. The meteorological expert, with a grave expression, recorded his observations and approached Li Ming, stating, "Commander, the temperature is rising far more rapidly than we anticipated. It is expected to reach 10 degrees above zero by this afternoon." Li Ming's expression darkened, returned to the base immediately. As anticipated, by 2 o'clock that afternoon, the temperature indeed soared to 12 degrees, catching Li Ming off guard with its swiftness. He instructed the release of drones to survey the situation in the city, only to discover that the once icy expanse had transformed into a vast flood. Reports from bases and markets across the nation confirmed Li Ming's suspicions. The outside world was devoid of ice, leaving only a deluge, and the temperature was rising rapidly. The drone circled over the city of Malga, its high-definition cameras faithfully transmitting every image to the grand screen in the command center. Li Ming and his team of experts gazed gravely at the unfolding scene. Surrounding the base lay a sea of floodwaters, shimmering under the gentle breeze. Given that the base was situated in a remote mountainous region, little debris was visible aside from the rising waters. However, upon receiving footage from the city, Li Ming was met with a disturbing sight. The floodwaters of the urban area were littered with various types of refuse, alongside the lifeless bodies of animals and humans. Fortunately, the current temperature is not excessively high, hovering around 12 degrees Celsius. For the time being, these corpses and refuse bags do not pose a significant threat. However, should the temperature soar to 40 or 50 degrees in a brief span, it would take merely 2 days for these remnants to transform into something horrifying. The mere thought of such a scene is quite unsettling. Meanwhile, Li Ming has commenced preparations on various fronts, and thermal clothing has begun to be distributed to the medical personnel working outdoors. Chapter 101. The arrival of extreme heat 2 at this moment. Within several hospitals belonging to the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce in Malga City, a gathering of hospital directors, recruited by Li Ming, convened an assembly for all medical personnel. The primary purpose of this gathering was to announce the distribution of welfare benefits within our base. Colleagues, according to the latest intelligence from our base, we are anticipating the onset of extreme heat disasters in the near future. To mitigate the risk of heat-related illnesses such as heat stroke, we are equipping everyone with new attire, aptly named thermal regulating garments. As the name suggests, this consists of a suit and trousers, representing our base's latest high-tech innovation. Once donned, this apparel will maintain your perceived temperature between 25 to 26 degrees Celsius, with a temperature tolerance ranging from -60 to +60 degrees. We shall now commence the registration and distribution process. The value of this clothing far exceeds your imagination, and I urge you to cherish it. With a wave of his hand, several officers, accompanied by soldiers, began to bring forth numerous large boxes, while the doctors and nurses queued at the tables to receive their thermal garments. Simultaneously, Li Ming's troops commenced operations anew, deploying a fleet of large assault boats. The soldiers aboard these vessels were clad in protective gear, diligently collecting debris, refuse, and even corpses from the floodwaters. Fortunately, the current temperature hovered around a manageable 20 degrees, making the handling of bodies somewhat more feasible. Additionally, the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce had issued a recruitment announcement, actively seeking members for a recovery team, whose primary duty would entail retrieving both animal and human remains, along with various refuse floating in the floodwaters. Previously, the Zhongxing Chamber had dealt with the bodies from the crackdown period, transferring them to power plants to be converted into light, heat, and electricity. Now, the refuse and remains would again be transformed into energy. Although Li Ming's power plant incinerates waste, it utilizes the latest high-tech air filtration and pollution control systems, effectively processing harmful gases into innocuous emissions, thus posing no threat to the atmosphere. As temperatures soared rapidly, despite the deployment of Li Ming's forces, human resources remained limited. Therefore, he also recruited a number of temporary workers with daily wages. Their primary task involved navigating assault boats to recover corpses and assorted debris. In sweltering conditions exceeding 40 degrees Celsius, each worker donned a thermal garment, complemented by protective clothing, half masks, goggles, and rubber gloves. The physiological and psychological challenges of working in such an environment were immense, as large assault boats and kayaks slowly traversed the flood surface, clad in heavy protective gear. Moreover, upon retrieving the debris, they continuously sprayed various disinfectants and insecticides to ensure sanitation. One can only express that this work is indeed arduous and perilous. Yet the compensation is remarkably generous. Although the wages are dispersed daily, numerous individuals still eagerly enlist. The remuneration amounts to 20 points per day. In this post-apocalyptic world, such earnings hold considerable value. People have come to fully recognize the worth and credibility of these points. To be candid, 20 points a day is already sufficient for an individual to sustain themselves for an entire month, and the fact that payment is received daily further alleviates many employment concerns. Even if one only needs to work for a few days, it still represents a substantial income. In the urban area of Malga, various factions have begun organizing manpower to recover numerous corpses and refuse, fully aware that improper disposal could easily trigger a widespread epidemic, leading to dire consequences for themselves. The actions of these individuals could ultimately save countless lives, as the plagues resulting from decaying bodies and refuse are no trifling matter. As Li Ming deployed the chemical defense forces alongside the military to recover the bodies submerged in the water, his system signaled an alert. Ding! Congratulations, host, on surviving another month. Please claim your monthly sign-in reward. Without hesitation, Li Ming accepted the reward, to which the system responded, ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the production formula for a special insecticide. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the formula for an effective epidemic prevention powder. Li Ming inquired directly. Isn't this insecticide all the same? What distinguishes this special one from the previous version? The system replied with an air of nonchalance. There is indeed a distinction. Given the current climatic changes on the Barton planet, many species are undergoing transformations. Insects, being among the oldest organisms on this planet, possess an astonishing ability to adapt to their environments. Amidst these murky floodwaters, with rising temperatures, a surge of mosquitoes is imminent, inevitably leading to a more terrifying crisis. These insects are of a mutated variety. While ordinary insecticides may prove effective initially, over time, the insects develop resistance to them. The special insecticide is specifically designed to target these mosquitoes, exhibiting remarkable efficacy without inducing resistance. As for the special epidemic prevention powder, it can be scattered in the mud once the flood recedes and subsequently sprayed throughout the city, providing excellent disinfection. With this powder, the likelihood of an outbreak is significantly diminished. Li Ming was elated. This was precisely what he needed. Without further ado, he urged for full-scale production. Soon, the insecticides and epidemic prevention powders commenced mass production. As for these specialized materials, the formula has undergone considerable changes. Yet the overall production costs remain relatively low compared to before. With the industrial assembly line in operation, these insecticides began to be dispatched continuously by Li Ming to bases across the nation, preparing for the impending insect plague. Li Ming tirelessly labors to produce specialized powders and insecticides, while simultaneously dispatching ordinary insecticides and other supplies from his base for immediate use. The mosquito infestation must be controlled, and the workers of the recovery teams are exceedingly pleased with the temperature-regulating fabric provided by Li Ming. Even in the sweltering heat, donning garments made from this material creates a sensation akin to being in an air-conditioned room. It is truly delightful, exceedingly comfortable. Chapter 102. Animal mutation. At this juncture, the external temperature has soared to approximately 40 degrees Celsius, persisting at this level for several consecutive days without further escalation. It is presumed that the flood has absorbed a substantial amount of heat for evaporation, thus mitigating the intensity of the heat. Due to Li Ming's assistance to various factions with a supply of insecticides and various pesticide powders, which have been continuously sprayed, the number of mosquitoes over the floodwaters is not as overwhelming as one might expect under such high temperatures. Prior to the spraying of the insecticides, Li Ming was not idle. He commenced filtering and disinfecting the floodwaters, producing potable water. After undergoing Li Ming's array of technical treatments, the final product bore a quality akin to that of tap water. Consequently, he has stockpiled a significant quantity of this filtered water, ready to provide for survivors. As he has personally experienced the dire sensation of extreme thirst in his dreams, an excruciating ordeal, across numerous bases nationwide, Li Ming has been engaged in pest control while simultaneously manufacturing substantial amounts of filtered water. The retreat of the floodwaters has been remarkably swift, receding at a rate of nearly half a meter daily from a height of 7 or 8 stories. The Zhongxing Commercial Association has resumed broadcasting important announcements via radio and drones. The Zhongxing Commercial Broadcasting Station issues a vital notification. As temperatures rise, countless mosquitoes will proliferate in the floodwaters. To prevent unnecessary inconveniences caused by these pests, we will commence aerial spraying of insecticides starting February 7th, every 4 days. We urge everyone to close their doors and windows to avoid poisoning. Furthermore, for the sake of public safety, we implore all to consolidate garbage and vacant lower floor spaces, awaiting the arrival of our vessels for collection. Please refrain from discarding waste into the floodwaters. Li Ming's drones and radio broadcasts have disseminated these notifications, and soon it is February 7th, 2028. Heavy transport helicopters have begun operations at bases across the nation. Each helicopter is equipped with a massive spraying apparatus, while the external environment is suffused with a cacophony of buzzing mosquitoes, causing an unsettling sensation. Survivors are compelled to huddle indoors, sealing their doors and windows. The density of mosquitoes outside is truly alarming. It would not be an exaggeration to say that a single swat could eliminate hundreds of them. Many might wonder why, despite the spraying of insecticides, the situation remains dire. This is due to the prodigious reproductive capacity of mosquitoes. The previously deployed insecticides merely reached the water's surface, while they may have eradicated many mosquitoes. The continuous generation of human waste persists, and not all heed Li Ming's exhortations. Additionally, the presence of refuse and corpses in the water is not insignificant, making it impossible to clear everything promptly. The municipal drainage system has long been rendered inoperative, thus necessitating the aerial spraying method to combat the overwhelming mosquito population effectively. Li Ming was quite in agreement with the method of aerial pesticide spraying. Soon, with the deployment of helicopters, several large trapezoidal helicopters began to spray insecticides over the skies of Malga City. As the pesticide mist spread, countless mosquitoes that had filled the air fell in droves into the floodwaters below. The sheer number of mosquitoes plummeting created a cacophony of sounds as they hit the water. Given the toxicity and pungent odor of the insecticide, Li Ming urged the survivors to tightly close their windows and doors. However, many had already taken this precaution to fend off the mosquitoes, even without his reminder. While it was indeed uncomfortable to be cooped up in a sealed room amidst the sweltering 40-degree temperatures, it was certainly preferable to succumbing to mosquito bites and the diseases they could transmit. Li Ming's base was conducting extensive extermination operations across the nation, and one could only imagine the multitude of swarming mosquitoes that had been eliminated. As military operations commenced, he received a report from the laboratory regarding animal mutations. Upon receiving the news, he wasted no time and hurried to the laboratory. The head of this project was a biological expert, Professor Sunday. Upon entering the research center, Li Ming directly inquired, "Professor Sun, where are the mutated animals?" "Please follow me, Director," Sun replied. "These are some mosquitoes captured by my research team from outside, along with various insects and animals found within our base. Please take a look." He led Li Ming into a specialized room, where they observed dozens of mosquitoes that had been captured, initially small but growing increasingly larger, with the largest reaching an astonishing length of about 2 centimeters, causing Li Ming's scalp to tingle with unease. "Professor Sun, what is the reason behind the size of these mosquitoes?" Professor Sun adjusted his glasses and replied, "Director, these mosquitoes were captured over a span of 15 days, from 2 weeks ago to today, which proves that they are continuously mutating. This indicates that many animals are undergoing mutations under the influence of the apocalypse. This nearly 2-centimeter-long mosquito serves as a prime example. Moreover, cockroaches are also beginning to mutate. Please, follow me." He then guided Li Ming to a glass container, where Li Ming was taken aback by the sight of an extraordinarily large cockroach. The creature measured a staggering 15 centimeters in length and boasted a width comparable to that of 2 or 3 fingers pressed together. Such a formidable specimen of a cockroach was indeed daunting. Li Ming turned to Professor Sun and asked, "Professor, these cockroaches must possess more than just increased size, correct? Are there other peculiarities?" "Indeed, Director," Sun confirmed. "The mutations of these southern giant cockroaches are truly unexpected. We originally thought that after 2 years of extreme cold due to the apocalypse, these insects would face extinction. However, it appears we have underestimated the resilience of both animals and insects. According to our current research, this type of cockroach exhibits remarkable vitality. It can survive for up to 10 days even after its head has been severed. However, this particular cockroach is not devoid of merit. For instance, it harbors a substantial amount of protein, which, if properly harnessed, could prove beneficial." Upon hearing this, Li Ming was reminded of a peculiar substance known as protein blocks, which, as the name suggests, are crafted from cockroaches. These resilient insects possess remarkable vitality and an extraordinary reproductive capacity, having inhabited the planet Barton for several 100 million years, showcasing unparalleled adaptability. The mere thought of protein blocks derived from such creatures evoked an involuntary sense of revulsion within Li Ming. Chapter 104. The onset of extreme heat. Li Ming was meticulously preparing for various contingencies. As for the external conditions, despite the aerial disinfection efforts which had significantly reduced the mosquito population, this was merely the beginning. In such sweltering temperatures, the floodwaters became a veritable paradise for mosquitoes and other organisms. Li Ming resolved to deploy several drones to survey the outside world. After all, he had been confined to the base, receiving second-hand reports from his subordinates, and was not fully apprised of the actual situation. Soon, a fleet of high-definition drones ascended from the headquarters of Malga and began their slow journey toward Malga City. As the drones passed over a village, they were met with a grotesque sight: numerous corpses of humans and animals, their bodies swelling under the relentless heat of over 40 degrees Celsius and the harsh glare of the sun. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted as some of these cadavers burst under the pressure. The sound of human remains exploding being particularly deafening, scattering internal fragments far and wide. In reality, cadaveric explosions are a phenomenon that typically occurs in highly decomposed bodies. When gases from decomposition accumulate and reach a critical pressure, the body may rupture, releasing a torrent of putrid fluids and gases. Such occurrences are exceedingly rare in human corpses, more commonly observed in larger animals. When a cadaver explosion transpires, it is often accompanied by a foul odor and a violent ejection of viscous liquids. Normally, human bodies are tended to, making such events uncommon. However, in the context of an apocalyptic scenario, these occurrences had become disturbingly frequent. As the remains erupted, a noxious cloud of viscous fluids and internal organs was flung everywhere, emanating an unbearable stench. The multitude of flies that had clustered around the corpses were startled into flight by the explosion, only to return moments later to feast on the cadaverous remains, which now emitted an aroma that was irresistible to insects like flies and mosquitoes. The flies rubbed their legs together in delight, laying their eggs amidst the carnage. When the dismembered parts fell into the floodwaters, a cacophony erupted as countless mosquitoes were startled into the air, only to settle back onto the water's surface shortly thereafter. This scene was utterly repulsive. One could scarcely endure such sights without possessing formidable psychological resilience. Li Ming frowned at the spectacle, realizing that there were indeed oversights on his part. These corpses and debris needed to be dealt with expeditiously. In light of this, he resolved to intensify the recruitment efforts for the corpse recovery teams. At this moment, Malga City found itself entirely submerged, the blistering sun seemingly boiling the floodwaters, transforming the various residential complexes into colossal steamers. The numerous survivors were akin to buns or dumplings within this immense steamer, destined to be cooked in due time. Amidst the inundation within the urban area, Li Ming's salvage and retrieval teams tirelessly endeavored to recover debris and corpses. Yet, despite his fervent appeals, some individuals persist in casting refuse into the floodwaters. Consequently, the surface of the flood remains littered with an array of colorful garbage bags, occasionally punctuated by the sight of new corpses drifting by. Under the sweltering heat of over 40 degrees Celsius, these bodies soon become swollen and pallid, resembling grotesque figures akin to bloated balloons, leaving one to wonder when they might burst, reminiscent of a whale explosion. On the murky surface, bubbles rise as the refuse basks in the sun. And though the garbage bags appear deceptively tranquil, an unsettling scene unfolds when Li Ming's retrieval team hooks into them. With a disconcerting buzz, swarms of flies erupt from the bags as if from a frying pan. The sheer quantity of these bags is staggering, teeming with the progeny of the flies. At first glance, these grotesque entities might resemble delectable grains of rice, writhing in motion, all rich in protein. Of course, some bags have ruptured under the flood's pressure, releasing their contents into the waters, which, under the sun's glare, emit a nauseating stench. This scenario merely reflects the periphery of the city. Malga City, once a bustling metropolis of over 60 million inhabitants, has suffered a catastrophic population loss of approximately 40% due to the floods and severe cold. Some of these corpses perished during a crackdown, which Li Ming has since addressed. Yet, a significant majority remain unaccounted for. And now Li Ming's forces and salvage teams are engaged in the relentless task of retrieving these bodies in garbage bags, as they pose a breeding ground for pestilence. On this journey, private inflatable boats or speedboats are scarcely visible. It is not due to a lack of survivors, but rather that these means of transportation have been rendered inoperable, frozen, and compromised during the harsh winter. No one anticipated that such vessels would ever be needed again. Given the dire conditions outside, no survivor dares to venture out. The scene is simply repugnant. However, from the vantage point of drones, a few trapped survivors within inundated buildings can be seen beseeching the salvage teams for assistance. Yet, upon witnessing the horrific sights above, they are overwhelmed, succumbing to waves of nausea, abandoning their pleas for aid. Even many of the recruited daily wage salvage workers find themselves retching uncontrollably while on the job. Such work undoubtedly justifies the high daily pay and excellent benefits, as it truly tests the limits of both physical and psychological endurance. Nevertheless, after 2 or 3 days of toil, the salvage team members have acclimatized, gaining invaluable experience. They have learned that when encountering a bloated corpse, it is prudent not to rush in but rather to employ a long pole with a specialized sharp hook to puncture it, thereby releasing the gas or preemptively triggering an explosion before retrieval. This method proves to be the safest approach. Indeed, this line of work is exceptionally demanding. It is a task few can undertake, which explains why Li Ming is willing to offer daily wages and generous compensation. As the drones soared through the air, individuals from above incessantly discarded refuse into the floodwaters, while others poured human excrement from buckets into the deluge. Li Ming was acutely aware that such actions would inevitably lead to an outbreak of infectious diseases. Do these individuals truly remain oblivious to the consequences of their actions? Perhaps they are aware, yet the sanitation facilities in their homes have become entirely unusable. After all, various plastic pipes have shattered under the severe cold, rendering them inoperative. The sewage systems have also succumbed to failure, resulting in a scenario where any waste poured from above swiftly infiltrates the homes below. Chapter 103, Animal Mutation 2. To be frank, the concept of protein blocks is rather nauseating, particularly when one becomes aware of the raw materials involved in their production, which entirely extinguishes any desire to consume them. However, in moments of life and death, protein blocks prove to be undeniably beneficial, a sentiment even Li Ming concedes. After all, While mutated cockroaches may appear repulsive, the imperative of survival remains paramount. Contemplating this, Li Ming declared the immediate initiation of artificial cockroach breeding and research into the production of protein blocks. One of the staff promptly documented this directive and began preparations for the undertaking. Although the protein blocks may not be immediately useful, their potential future significance cannot be dismissed. The formidable survival and reproductive capabilities of cockroaches render them a valuable asset in apocalyptic scenarios. Such preparations for both technological advancements and food reserves are essential, as survival must take precedence in such dire circumstances. Having observed the mutations of the southern giant cockroaches, Li Ming was already taken aback by the insect's transformative abilities. Yet he was unprepared for the next lesson imparted by Elder Sunday. Not only had the insects undergone mutation, but even rats had transformed. What? Let us take a look. Though Li Ming had dreamed of various mutated rats, dreams pale in comparison to witnessing the reality. He was soon led to an iron cage. And upon seeing the rat within, he gasped in astonishment. The creature was colossal, measuring an impressive 80 centimeters in length. With a robust body that seemed to be nearly half a meter long, its eyes a ghastly crimson. This rat appeared to weigh between 15 to 20 pounds, roughly the size of a piglet about 20 days old. It was utterly astonishing that a rat could grow to such dimensions. Turning to Elder Sun, Li Ming inquired, "Elder Sun, aside from its size, what distinguishes this rat from an ordinary one?" "Please observe, Chief." Elder Sun responded, producing a slender wire to tease the rat. To Li Ming's astonishment, the rat lunged and bit through the wire with remarkable force, severing it effortlessly. Although the wire was thin, the rat's biting power was truly remarkable. Li Ming, still in shock, soon recognized the potential utility of such a large rat. "Elder Sun, could you conduct research on the edibility of this rat?" Elder Sun chuckled, "Chief, we have already embarked on this research. According to our current findings, although these rats and cockroaches harbor a variety of bacteria and viruses, our technological processes can render them safe for consumption, particularly concerning the rodent meat. The bacteria within these creatures are not fundamentally different from those found in ordinary rats, including the presence of plague bacilli. However, for us, as long as we subject the meat to high-temperature cooking, it can be transformed into canned meat." Li Ming nodded. The notion of consuming rats certainly carries risks, as these creatures likely subsist on carrion and refuse, harboring an abundance of bacteria and viruses. Nevertheless, even the most formidable viruses cannot withstand the high-temperature sterilization process, and Li Ming possesses ample technical means to address these matters. Upon learning that rat meat could be prepared, Li Ming's interest was piqued, prompting him to initiate a large-scale rat-catching campaign. Suddenly, Elder Sun recalled something and spoke up, "Commander, given the mutations occurring in these animals and insects, it is highly probable that we will soon face an outbreak of pests, rodents, and even snakes." "Snakes? Are you certain that any snakes can still survive?" Li Ming inquired, astonished. Indeed, many creatures, such as snakes, can hibernate for extended periods. Thus, numerous snakes are undoubtedly in hibernation during the harsh winter. With the rise in temperatures, should a rat infestation occur, serpents will inevitably re-emerge in the biological chain, as they typically prey on rodents, Elder Sun explained. Afterward, he guided Li Ming to a display case made of explosion-proof glass, pointing to a vibrantly colored snake inside. "Commander, this is one of the specimens we recently captured. It is evident that this snake has undergone mutation, as its coloration suggests something truly terrifying." Li Ming nodded and remarked, "Elder Sun, with our current technological capabilities, we are already in the process of producing effective insecticides. However, we lack efficient methods for rapidly capturing rats. As you are well aware, an overpopulation of rats inevitably leads to an outbreak of the plague, a dreadful infectious disease that is exceedingly perilous, making large-scale eradication of rats imperative." Upon hearing Li Ming's words, Elder Sun smiled. "Commander, even before we captured these few rats, we had already embarked on similar research. We have developed a specialized rat trap that primarily utilizes ultrasonic waves to attract large numbers of rats, subsequently using these sound waves to induce a state akin to inebriation in the rodents, facilitating their capture." Li Ming was elated. Such a device truly exists? Indeed. This invention is based on our understanding of rats' sensitivity to sound waves. Many animals are far more attuned to these frequencies than humans, Elder Sun replied. Li Ming, after considering this, asked, "Has this device been tested? What are its results?" "Currently, it is being utilized within the base, particularly in agricultural areas, and the results have been quite promising, having captured numerous rats," Elder Sun stated. "Immediately arrange for the production of this rat-catching device," Li Ming instructed Lieutenant Wang Shuang. "Yes, sir." Upon departing from the research center, Li Ming found himself in a rather somber mood. for a multitude of calamities loomed on the horizon, particularly the grave threats posed by the so-called four pests: flies, mosquitoes, rats, and cockroaches. These four organisms were beginning to undergo mutations, enhancing their survival capabilities, which, while alarming, could also present unforeseen benefits. Take, for instance, the rat. It could serve as a source of protein for humanity. However, the prospect of consuming rats that one has hunted oneself carries inherent risks. Thus, Li Ming resolved to encourage the survivors to hunt rats and snakes in exchange for canned goods produced on his end. Simultaneously, he contemplated deploying troops equipped with specialized apparatus to conduct large-scale exterminations of rats and snakes, transforming these creatures into consumable canned products for the market. In summary, the apocalypse is fraught with peril, yet, where there is danger, there also lies the potential for opportunity. Chapter 105, Outbreak of Insect Plague. As the drone traversed its designated route, it captured an intriguing sight: a resident, clad in slippers, ascended to the rooftop of an apartment building to retrieve an item. However, the soles of his slippers soon became soft and malleable against the scorching concrete surface, adhering to it in a sticky mess. Realizing his predicament, the individual promptly retreated, abandoning the now unusable footwear. In the urban landscape, numerous windows glistened with an intensity that could blind the unsuspecting observer, heated by the relentless sun. A suffocating wave of heat engulfed the city, distorting the very air itself. After witnessing this scene, Li Ming retracted the drone, only to be met with encouraging news from the research center. Director, the seeds for drought-resistant sweet potatoes and other resilient grain crops are now ready for production, announced Secretary Wang Shuang. Very well. Let us proceed to the research center to observe the developments. Li Ming had always prioritized the research on edible crop seeds, generously allocating resources, and now, the fruits of their labor were beginning to materialize. Not only were drought-resistant and heat-tolerant sweet potatoes being cultivated, but seeds for various grain crops had also been developed. In the face of impending extreme heat disasters, these advancements held significant promise. Before long, Li Ming arrived at the research center, where he was greeted by an expert overseeing this project, surnamed Qi. Old Qi, please enlighten me about your progress, Li Ming stated directly. Director, based on the technical data regarding drought-resistant and heat-tolerant sweet potatoes, we have conducted a series of genetic modifications on existing crops, such as corn and potatoes. These seeds are capable of thriving and yielding produce in high temperatures and arid conditions, Qi explained. Observe this corn seed. Under the conditions of our laboratory, simulating a temperature of 60 degrees Celsius, these corn plants are currently exhibiting stable growth and require minimal water, he continued. Li Ming understood the significance of this demonstration and inquired, Old Qi, how long will it take for this drought-resistant corn to bear fruit after planting? According to our estimates, this drought-resistant and heat-tolerant corn, developed using the technology from drought-resistant sweet potatoes, will take approximately 2 months to mature. However, the yield is contingent upon the fertility of the soil. We speculate that for typical survivors cultivating it, without sufficient chemical fertilizers and relying solely on the accompanying nutritional supplement, the yield per mu would be around 600 g. This translates to an average of approximately 130 g of produce for every g of seed used, Qi elucidated. After absorbing this information, Li Ming fell into a contemplative silence, before quickly realizing the implications. This yield was calculated without the use of any additional fertilizers. With this in mind, he probed further, what would be the yield if organic fertilizers were utilized effectively? Approximately 4 g of seed is required per mu. With the judicious application of organic fertilizers, the maximum yield could reach between 800 to 1,000 g. This is the upper limit, Qi clarified. Li Ming could not suppress a sigh, realizing that he had no choice but to rely on drought-resistant sweet potatoes as the primary crop. Regardless of the circumstances, sweet potatoes contain sugar and boast a remarkable yield, surpassing even that of potatoes. They are undoubtedly the most advantageous food crop in this apocalyptic era. As for the yield of drought-resistant sweet potatoes, the general consensus is that for most ordinary survivors, a pound of seeds can produce a maximum of 90 pounds of sweet potatoes. Moreover, the vines of the sweet potato are also edible, thus serving as an additional source of sustenance, as Elder Qi remarked. Li Ming nodded in acknowledgement. How is the research on drought-resistant vegetables progressing? He inquired. Chief, this endeavor appears to be rather impractical. Vegetables generally possess a high water content. Even if we aim for drought-resistant varieties, they still require a significant amount of water for irrigation, came the response. Li Ming felt a sense of helplessness, but remained quite satisfied with the performance of the research center. Just as Li Ming was assessing the situation at the base, the outside world was engulfed by a terrifying plague of insects. Meanwhile, his former manager, Old Zhang, was at home resting, for since they had joined forces with Li Ming, their lives had taken a turn for the better. The entire community had banded together for survival, receiving support from Li Ming. Aside from a few elderly individuals, most had endured the frigid season. Their existence could be described as remarkably more favorable than that of others. Every household had amassed a considerable stock of frost-resistant potatoes as their reserve food supply, along with some fuel provided by Li Ming. And they had stored a significant amount of fresh water in anticipation of his warnings. This lifestyle could be likened to a celestial existence, especially with the acquisition of numerous solar panels from Li Ming's market, achieving a level of energy independence. With fans circulating the air, their lives were indeed vibrant and fulfilling. Thus, during the interval between the end of the severe cold and the receding of the flood, life in the main city garden was quite enjoyable. One afternoon, around 4 o'clock, a family of 3 had just finished their dinner and were reclining on their bed, relishing the cool breeze from the fan, when old Zhang suddenly felt something crawling on his leg. "What on earth?" he exclaimed, jumping up to investigate, only to find a massive cockroach scuttling across his thigh. This cockroach was astonishingly large, measuring nearly the length of his palm, with a width of about 2 to 3 centimeters. "Is this a southern giant cockroach?" Old Zhang was taken aback. Its size exceeded his comprehension. To his horror, the massive cockroach flapped its wings and took flight, landing directly on his face. "Ah!" he gasped in shock, hastily swatting at it, sending the creature tumbling to the ground. He then grabbed a quintessential southern tool for exterminating cockroaches, his flip-flop, and struck it down. With a sharp crack, the giant cockroach met its demise. As a native of the southern region of the Heavenly Radiance Empire, he was well acquainted with these formidable insects. However, the size of this particular cockroach was beyond his threshold of tolerance. The sight of the lifeless giant insect sent chills down his spine. He understood all too well that the presence of one large cockroach indicated the likely existence of countless others lurking nearby. Bewildered, he pondered the origin of these cockroaches. Old Zhang instinctively glanced towards the floodwaters of the Chuanlu, where he spotted countless garbage bags floating on the surface. The thought that cockroaches might be feasting on the contents of those bags made him feel a wave of nausea. Just as he was lost in contemplation, startled cries from his wife and son echoed from another bedroom. Hastily donning his clothes and slipping on his slippers, old Zhang rushed to the other room. Upon opening the bedroom door, he was met with the sight of 4 or 5 large cockroaches flying about without a hint of restraint. Anger surged within him, and he seized his trusty fly swatter, aiming it at a cockroach that had landed on the wall. To his dismay, the once reliable swatter faltered, despite being struck. The enormous cockroach did not perish, but merely sustained an injury. Chapter 106. The terrifying infestation. Old Zhang promptly assisted his wife and children in exterminating the cockroaches that had invaded their home. After dispatching several of the larger pests, the family began to rummage through drawers and cupboards in search of these unwelcome intruders. Simultaneously, they secured all doors and windows to prevent any further entries. The ensuing chaos led them to discover over 20 cockroaches in both the living room and bedrooms. After eliminating these formidable creatures, the family was left with one final area to search: the bathroom. Upon opening the bathroom door, old Zhang was immediately struck by a wave of unease, for the space was teeming with large cockroaches, triggering his claustrophobia. The disturbance sent the cockroaches fluttering into the air, creating a cacophony of frantic movement. Armed with an array of implements, old Zhang and his family fervently swatted at the cockroaches. One particularly audacious roach took flight and landed squarely on his face, delivering a painful bite. Old Zhang cried out in agony, the rapid sequence of events unfolding too swiftly for comprehension. The 3 of them continued their assault on the cockroaches, transforming their home into a scene of utter chaos, with erratic, flailing cockroaches scattered everywhere. Old Zhang hastily blocked the bathroom drain with various items, and together they finally vanquished the remaining cockroaches, many of which burst open, revealing the high protein content within. While cleaning the remnants of the infestation, they discovered that numerous cockroaches had defiled their bowls, leaving behind a pungent stench. Determined to cleanse the utensils, old Zhang scrubbed them thoroughly and took them to the rooftop to bask in the sun's purifying rays. His plan was simple: utilize the high temperatures of sunlight for disinfection. However, as he stepped outside, he heard a familiar crunch beneath his foot. Looking down, he realized he had inadvertently crushed yet another cockroach. Its innards splattered across the sole of his slipper, creating a truly revolting mess. In disgust, he quickly closed the door behind him and glanced down the corridor, only to be met with a sight that sent chills down his spine. The hallway, passageway, and steps were visibly populated with over 20 large cockroaches. Considering they resided on the 17th floor, the pinnacle of their building, he couldn't help but wonder how many more roaches lurked below. The thought was enough to raise the hairs on his neck. Filled with trepidation, he retreated back into his home, which now reeked of the foul odor left by the slaughtered cockroaches. Old Zhang pondered the origin of this infestation. Had they emerged from the sewers? Or had they been lying in wait within the house since the bitter cold of winter? The questions plagued him, leaving him utterly bewildered. Never underestimate the formidable prowess of slippers. They are the quintessential weapon for combating cockroaches in the southern regions. This skill has become instinctual for the locals, emphasizing speed, precision, and decisiveness, wielding power akin to the fabled divine palm. Soon, a family of 3 began the grim task of collecting the lifeless bodies of cockroaches. Filling a substantial garbage bag to the brim, truly a horrifying sight. After eradicating the pests, Mr. Zhang hurriedly retrieved disinfectant, diluting it with water and applying it liberally throughout the house. Once the disinfectant had evaporated, he further sanitized the area with a UV lamp, believing the ordeal had finally concluded. Meanwhile, Mrs. Zhang was inspecting her husband's face and discovered a chunk of flesh had been bitten away by a large cockroach, leaving his face swollen. At that moment, Mr. Zhang felt on the brink of despair, as Mrs. Zhang squeezed out a considerable amount of blood from the wound. She disinfected it with alcohol, causing Mr. Zhang to wince in pain from the stinging sensation. After completing the disinfection, she bandaged the wound with gauze and a special medicinal powder purchased from Li Ming, finally bringing some semblance of relief. While Mr. Zhang was preoccupied with his cockroach battle, the entire Huaj community was similarly engaged, with other residents also waging war against the pests. Just as Mr. Zhang was about to take a moment of respite, he was startled by the sound of wailing from the neighboring complex across the street. He cracked open a window and glimpsed a man desperately paddling a rubber boat, in which sat a gaunt woman cradling a feverish child in her arms. The child was convulsing, frothing at the mouth, and appeared to be unconscious. The woman was weeping and arguing with the man, and Mr. Zhang could discern that the child was hungry and had instinctively attempted to consume a cockroach. Mistaking it for food, Mr. Zhang sighed inwardly, pondering how many cockroaches the child had ingested. By the time the parents realized their mistake, the child was already in a critical state, foaming at the mouth and unconscious. In their desperation, the couple rushed the child to the Zhongxing Commercial Hospital, hoping for a miracle. The hospital's medical expertise might save the child, but the matter of medical expenses loomed large. This institution was not a charitable organization. It was not that Zhongxing Commercial was devoid of compassion, but certain costs could not be overlooked. Without medication, the expenses would remain manageable, yet the moment pharmaceuticals were involved, the costs would soar, as medicines held immense value in this post-apocalyptic era. The couple was acutely aware of this reality, thus clinging to a glimmer of hope. They gathered their family's accumulated points, determined to fight for their child's life. Any parent would grasp at the slightest chance, unwilling to forego treatment. Witnessing the tragic scene below, Mr. Zhang's plan to dry the cockroaches for future sustenance was swiftly abandoned. Cockroaches are rife with bacteria and viruses, capable of transmitting numerous diseases. The grotesquely oversized specimens were evidently mutated. Gazing through the window at the refuse drifting in the floodwaters and observing those grotesquely plump cockroaches, it was evident that the pathogens they harbored were likely far more virulent than before. Moreover, Old Zhang was quite convinced that it was not merely this one child who consumed such large cockroaches. Undoubtedly, many adults had partaken as well. After all, although the promotion of cold-resistant potatoes had been ongoing for quite some time, not every survivor was inclined to invest the effort and resources into cultivating this crop, particularly since the cost of seeds was far from affordable. Initially, the price was set at 10 points, later reduced to 8 points, which still constituted a considerable expense. Consequently, those survivors who had not engaged in the cultivation of cold-resistant potatoes and relied on scavenging for their subsistence were inevitably plunged into a state of food scarcity during these inconvenient times of limited mobility. Faced with the looming threat of death, consuming a cockroach seemed trivial. Chapter 107. Confronting the insect plague. Indeed, in the ensuing days, Old Zhang heard the mournful wails of many residents from nearby communities, evidently suffering due to the ingestion of cockroaches, which had led to their ailments. It is common knowledge among adults that these creatures harbor an abundance of bacteria. Consuming them raw is akin to courting death. Old Zhang's anxiety was not solely attributed to the large cockroaches, but also to the exceedingly high temperatures, over 40 degrees Celsius, an anomaly for this season. Being a southerner, he well understood that February typically ushers in cooler temperatures, yet this year, it bore witness to such sweltering heat. Though the temperature had not continued to rise, it was only because the floods had absorbed a significant amount of heat. One could observe how rapidly the waters receded, half a meter in a single day. The information Old Zhang had received from the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce indicated that this calamity was globally pervasive, rendering the entire empire devoid of governance, with vast expanses inundated. Under such circumstances, the floodwaters could only dissipate through the sun's heat. How potent must the sunlight be to evaporate the waters at such a rate? once the floods recede? Would the temperature continue to soar? These uncertainties plagued old Zhang's mind, as the current 40-degree heat already made many feel as though they were trapped in a steamer. The onslaught was not limited to the cockroaches. There were also the more repulsive flies and mosquitoes. Many inadequately prepared survivors were mercilessly bitten, leading to widespread infections of malaria and dengue fever. Those with ample resources were transported to hospitals for treatment, while the impoverished had no choice but to await their grim fate. Li Ming had also issued a notice to consolidate the corpses in an unoccupied building, from which he would dispatch a recovery team for disposal. As for the handling of the remains, they would be sent to a power plant, where they could serve a dual purpose, alleviating the problem of decomposition while generating electricity, thus making a final contribution. The entire exterior world seemed shrouded by a multitude of insects, their sheer numbers obscuring the sky. The incessant buzzing of swarms was sufficient to send shivers down one's spine. Even the scorching sunlight appeared to be veiled by this chaotic swarm. Anyone afflicted by a fear of clusters would undoubtedly soon. Li Ming issued a notification announcing the imminent extermination of airborne mosquitoes, urging all survivors to remain indoors and secure their windows and doors. This marked the second round of aerial pest control conducted by the Air Force, with the concentration of insecticide deployed this time noticeably higher than during the previous operation, filling the air with a pungent chemical scent. Countless mosquitoes plummeted from the sky, producing a chilling cacophony that sent shivers down one's spine. Many survivors, gazing through their windows at the multitude of insects cascading from above, were taken aback. They had not anticipated humanity's helplessness against such diminutive creatures. The mosquito population had reached epidemic proportions, posing a significant threat to human survival. In truth, insects have existed on this planet far longer than humans. And despite their diminutive size, their resilience is remarkable. The cockroach, often dubbed the little strong one, serves as a prime example. Capable of surviving for a week even after decapitation, ultimately succumbing only to thirst. Li Ming understood that deploying insecticide was merely a superficial remedy. Thus, he once again utilized radio broadcasts and drones to communicate with survivors. Dear survivors, we are representatives of the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce. We implore you to cease throwing refuse into the floodwaters, as these scraps create an ideal breeding ground for mosquitoes. If this behavior continues, it will only exacerbate the mosquito population, leading to widespread outbreaks of infectious diseases. We strongly advise you to securely contain your waste and dispose of excrement in appropriate containers, storing them in vacant lower-floor residences until they can be collected by the relevant personnel. Li Ming's message was resolute and unequivocal. Should anyone continue to discard garbage into the floodwaters, resulting in further mosquito proliferation, pest control efforts would cease, and any consequences would be borne by those responsible. It remains unclear whether it was Li Ming's firm stance or the survivors' acute awareness of their precarious situation that led to compliance, but ultimately, the survivors indeed followed his guidance. The quantity of garbage bags in the floodwaters diminished significantly, resulting in a noticeable reduction in the mosquito population, much to everyone's relief. However, the vacant residences designated for waste disposal within their community were rather unsettling. Fortunately, this method proved manageable, with waste being collected and incinerated on a near-daily basis, temporarily controlling the mosquito numbers. In the ensuing days, Li Ming's forces once again deployed aircraft to combat mosquitoes using a specially formulated insecticide. Following the completion of this spraying, the sky was astonishingly devoid of mosquitoes for a brief period, with layers of insect carcasses floating atop the floodwaters. The efficacy of this extermination effort was terrifying, as the buzzing swarms were eradicated, albeit temporarily, given their notorious reproductive capabilities. Subsequently, Li Ming dispatched numerous personnel to distribute specialized cockroach extermination medications to the survivors within his jurisdiction. Survivors within the territories of various factions found themselves in dire straits, as many of them resided on lower floors, neglecting hygiene. They encountered distressing issues, with numerous individuals waking to the unsettling sensation of large cockroaches crawling upon their faces during the night. Upon awakening, they discovered with horror that these insects had left their unsightly deposits upon their skin. However, as Li Ming's market introduced an effective cockroach extermination solution, numerous factions hastily procured these remedies, distributing them to the beleaguered survivors. With the deployment of this potent insecticide, the pestilence was ultimately brought under control by Li Ming. Chapter 108. The onset of the rodent plague. As the insect infestation outside began to be gradually contained, Li Ming was in the midst of claiming his weekly rewards from the new territory. Ding. The system detected that the host effectively utilized a special insecticide to control the pestilence, rewarding him with a complete set of designs for an efficient snake trap. Ding. The system also noted that the host had successfully developed an ultrasonic rat trap, bestowing upon him the blueprint for an improved rodent trap. Li Ming was quite taken aback. System, are you implying that even after eradicating a considerable number of cockroaches, a rodent plague could still emerge? His question stemmed from the understanding that rats consume cockroaches as a food source. However, with the application of the special cockroach pesticide, he reasoned that the cockroach population should be nearing extinction. How could a rodent plague arise in the absence of cockroaches? The system elucidated, ding. Host, your understanding is flawed. The emergence of a rodent plague is not solely dependent on the presence of cockroaches. Rats are omnivorous creatures, thriving not only on cockroaches but also on refuse. Moreover, the resilience and reproductive capabilities of cockroaches far exceed your imagination. Even with the special pesticide, it merely controls a fraction of the cockroach population in human living areas. The vast majority remain hidden, thus attracting rats. Furthermore, as part of the food chain, the emergence of snakes alongside rats is also a potential threat, leading to an overwhelming infestation. Therefore, please prepare yourself. Persuaded by the system's explanation, Li Ming swiftly began to enhance the limited production of rodent traps while also manufacturing specialized snake traps. One should not underestimate the difficulty of capturing snakes. The act of attempting to seize them barehanded poses significant risks, particularly in encounters with venomous species. Recently, the insect infestation that had long instilled fear in the hearts of the populace had finally subsided, thanks to the power of Li Ming's technology. Although some individuals suffered illnesses due to mosquito bites, they were ultimately in the minority. Li Ming was also in the process of dispatching the improved rodent traps to various bases nationwide, preparing to establish dedicated teams for rodent and snake capture. On this day, old Zhang and his family no longer had to worry about insects invading their home. However, they soon heard a sound resembling something gnawing. Old Zhang hurriedly investigated, and upon arriving at the source of the noise, he was astounded to witness a rat of considerable size, akin to that of a large rabbit, voraciously devouring their food. He then glanced at the screen of his window, only to discover that it had been gnawed through by the rat. In a panic, he seized a stick and began to strike, realizing that this enormous rat was indeed formidable. The family of three scoured their home, creating chaos as they searched. Before long, they managed to kill 3 of the oversized rats, each one appearing rather terrifying with their blood-red eyes. One could easily mistake them for rabbits at a glance. Honey, is this really a rat? Why is it so large? His wife exclaimed. Indeed, it is a rat, but its size is simply astonishing. Old Zhang replied, equally flabbergasted. What should we do now? Old Zhang pondered for a moment and said, bring over the colored steel tile I acquired recently. We shall drill small holes in it to serve as a substitute for window screens. This way, we can prevent mosquitoes from entering, fend off rats, and maintain ventilation. Oh, splendid. Soon, Old Zhang busied himself with the task at hand. After considerable effort, he successfully installed the modified steel tile, significantly enhancing security. He hurriedly grabbed his walkie-talkie and called out, Captain Wu, Captain Wu. Old Zhang, what is it? Responded Captain Wu. Rats have invaded my home, and they appear to be mutated, of enormous size. Have you noticed any in your house? Old Zhang inquired. Not at the moment, Captain Wu replied. Ah, Old Wu, come quickly. Just as he finished speaking, he heard a piercing scream from his wife. Captain Wu rushed over to investigate and discovered that several rats had indeed made their way into his own home. After a brief struggle, he swiftly dispatched a few of the intruders and used the walkie-talkie to alert everyone to prepare for action. At that moment, a rodent plague erupted throughout the Tianhui Empire, with swarms of rats infiltrating human living spaces, inciting widespread panic. However, some survivors soon altered their perspective. They actively organized rat-catching squads to capture the rodents. Armed with flashlights, they began to inspect their surroundings. To their astonishment, they found that some of these rats were nearly half a meter in length and weighed an astounding 13 to 14 pounds. Truly plump creatures. These fortunate survivors, rather than being dismayed, were delighted. Although these rats thrived on refuse and carcasses, they were undeniably a source of substantial meat, and their size rivaled that of a rabbit. This news sent countless survivors into a frenzy, as many had long gone without the luxury of canned meat. When was the last time they had savored such a delicacy? Thus, armed with a variety of weapons, innumerable survivors fervently pursued the rats, chasing down any that appeared in their line of sight. The sounds of this chaotic endeavor echoed throughout every neighborhood. Hey upstairs, are you trying to drive us mad? It's the middle of the night. Someone shouted in frustration, awakened by the commotion. Yet soon, they too heard the gnawing sounds of animals within their homes. Lighting torches or shining flashlights, they discovered the truth. These rats were moving stores of meat. However, these rodents showed no fear of humans, wreaking havoc on the survivors' crops and furniture. Such crops were essential for the survivors' sustenance, and with the rats destroying them, it would undoubtedly affect their harvest. Let these vermin pay with their lives. They resolved, joining the fray in the relentless pursuit of the rats. Initially, upon capturing the rodents, some survivors removed the heads and entrails, slicing the rat meat into strips to sun-dry into jerky. Yet, many remained cautious, wary of consuming the meat too readily. Recalling the numerous cases of illness caused by those who had eaten cockroaches, it is evident to all that these rodents thrive on a rather unsavory diet. As the onlookers gaze upon the lifeless bodies of the mice, they are filled with a mixture of anticipation and trepidation. After all, it is sustenance. If given a choice, who would willingly consume such fare? Yet, is there truly any alternative? While everyone possesses a stockpile of provisions, the uncertainty of when the calamity will cease looms large. Hence, it is imperative to prepare for the worst. Some residents have discovered their carefully hidden grain bags ravaged by the rodents, leaving a scattering of food across the floor. This unfortunate event has compelled more survivors to join the ranks of those determined to eradicate the mice. The audacity of these larger rodents is astonishing. They brazenly roam in broad daylight before human eyes. Humanity's sentiments towards the presence of these mice are mixed. The prospect of securing a meal by dispatching a mouse brings joy, yet the ferocity and rampant nature of these creatures instill concern. Consequently, many survivors not only eliminate the mice that invade their homes, but also venture into the corridors in search of them. Some have even resorted to crafting their own ingenious traps, each displaying their unique ingenuity in this desperate struggle for survival. Chapter 109. The extermination of rodents, of course. There are unfortunate souls who, in the dead of night, find themselves bitten by rodents, hastily seeking to borrow inflatable rafts to rush to the hospital. Soon, Li Ming began broadcasting an important announcement. Dear survivors, this is the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce. We have an important notification to share. Following our equipment's assessment, we have discovered that the flesh of the mutated rats is devoid of toxins. However, these rodents carry a plethora of viruses and bacteria that can easily provoke infectious diseases. Therefore, we strongly advise against the private consumption of rats. Effective immediately, our chamber will dispatch boats daily to various communities to purchase rats. Each rat can be exchanged for 2 boxes of 1-pound canned rat meat. Additionally, deceased rats can be exchanged for points or other supplies. This announcement sent countless survivors into a frenzy. For how long had it been since they last tasted canned meat? When was the last time they had meat? With a safe method to consume meat available, many chose not to eat rats anymore. Instead, they formed rat-catching teams to cleanse their surroundings and trade the captured rodents for canned goods. Naturally, some considered that since rats were edible, they should seize the opportunity to catch as many as possible to stockpile, lest others snatch them away. For most survivors, trading rats with the Zhongxing Chamber was not an option. After all, a single rat weighed an astonishing 14 to 15 pounds, even after removing the head and various organs. At least half the weight remained, amounting to 7 or 8 pounds. Everyone understood the disparity between 7 or 8 pounds of meat and 2 1-pound cans of food. It was insufficient for their own sustenance. Meanwhile, at the headquarters, Li Ming was discussing measures for the rat-catching teams. He spoke first. Ladies and gentlemen, we are currently facing a rodent infestation, and we all know that rats can spread numerous diseases. Particularly, these rats have been feeding on corpses and garbage, resulting in an even greater proliferation of bacteria. If we do not control the rat population, there is a high probability that a terrifying outbreak of plague will ensue. The hospital has already treated several cases of plague infection resulting from rat bites, so we must prepare in advance. On one hand, we need to intensify our awareness campaigns. On the other hand, we must establish our own rat-catching teams armed with high-performance traps to capture these rodents in large numbers. We must remember that historically, the West Saint continent nearly faced complete depopulation due to plague. The nightmares of that era may very well resurface, for the Black Death is a truly horrifying reality. Li Ming's words resonated deeply with everyone present. It was evident that they were all acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. This affliction is recognized as a class of infectious diseases by several major nations on the planet, ranking alongside cholera. Should it spiral out of control, it would spell a monumental disaster. At this moment, Minister Zhang of the Intelligence Department spoke up, addressing the Director General. According to the latest reports received by our intelligence agency, organized rat-catching teams have begun to emerge nationwide. These individuals offer their services to residents for free, on the condition that all captured rodents are taken away. Upon hearing this news, Li Ming furrowed his brow, vexed that this group had the audacity to encroach upon his business. Did they truly believe they could eradicate the rats and control the plague? Director General, based on our assessments, our improved rat traps exhibit remarkable efficiency. They can attract all rats within a radius of 250 meters, incapacitating them effectively, and are ready for deployment, a representative from the research sector chimed in. Li Ming rose swiftly, commanding the military to assemble rat-catching units and initiate a nationwide extermination effort, as controlling the outbreak of infectious diseases was of paramount importance. Yes, before long, the rat-catching teams established by Li Ming commenced their operations, navigating through various residential neighborhoods and speedboats to carry out their extermination tasks. Their approach was straightforward. They simply activated the device, which emitted ultrasonic waves that automatically lured the rats, akin to the effect of catnip on felines. When the extermination devices truly began to function, they emitted sound waves that stimulated the rats' brains, exciting their sympathetic nervous systems, leading them into a state of hallucination, ultimately causing their movements to slow and rendering them completely unconscious. Li Ming's rat-catching team quickly reached an agreement with the residents of various neighborhoods, stipulating that while they would assist in exterminating the rats, 60 of the captured rodents would be retained by the team. Many residents acquiesced to these terms. The first location targeted by Li Ming's team was the local market, a hub of goods that naturally attracted rodents. At that moment, the presence of people deterred the rats from entering en masse, yet they lay in wait. The team soon identified their position, connected the power supply, and activated the rat trap. Once operational, the device emitted a faint buzzing sound. Animals possess an acute sensitivity to sound, and within a 250-meter radius of the trap. After just 5 minutes of operation, large rats began to flock towards the device. These rodents circled the trap, emitting chattering noises. Before long, their movements resembled that of inebriated beings, their eyes glazed with intoxication, ultimately leading to their collapse. A continuous stream of rats emerged from the floodwaters, swaying drunkenly like their fallen companions. With the trap in operation, within half an hour, the first market and its surroundings yielded approximately 600 robust rats, all of which became the spoils of the rat-catching team, effectively annihilated. Subsequently, these several thousand pounds of rats were dispatched to the initial processing workshop established by Li Ming. The workers engaged in this preliminary processing were temporary employees recruited by Li Ming, earning a modest wage of 5 points per day, with lunch provided and daily pay. Soon, these rats underwent an initial round of ultraviolet irradiation, followed by skinning, and subsequently had their heads and entrails removed. They then proceeded to the next workshop, where they were subjected to another round of ultraviolet exposure, all functioning seamlessly like an assembly line. Ultimately, these preliminarily processed rats were packed into foam boxes equipped with preservation capabilities, before being transported to Li Ming's base for further processing. Once these rats arrived at Li Ming's food processing factory, they underwent a series of rigorous high-temperature sterilization techniques, after which the rat meat was subjected to various processing methods. Some were directly transformed into 1-pound cans of rat meat. Others were. Chapter 110. Canned rodent meat and the plague of snakes. Some of the rodent meat is directly processed into canned products, while others are ground into a fine paste, subsequently mixed with starch and fashioned into luncheon meat cans. Additionally, some are transformed into spicy duck neck sausages. One should not underestimate rodent meat. According to Li Ming's memories from his past life, canned rodent meat indeed gained a significant following, achieving commendable sales. After all, this commodity is considerably cheaper than conventional pork cans, making it a luxury that only a select few can afford. Moreover, the safety of the rodent meat canned products produced by Li Ming is beyond reproach. Even the most tenacious viruses and bacteria succumb to the rigorous multi-temperature sterilization process employed. Across various bases nationwide, efforts are underway to deploy traps extensively for rodent capture. Thanks to the assistance of these traps, and the promise of distributing 40% of the captured rodents to local residents, no conflicts have arisen. Once trapped, the rodents are swiftly transported via an interdimensional pocket to food processing facilities, where they are transformed into finished canned products. These cans are then dispatched to the headquarters, where Li Ming oversees a significant increase in quantity before their official market launch. Each can bears a clear label, indicating duck neck canned meat, to ensure absolute food safety. All products undergo specialized testing before being sealed for sale, only proceeding once verified as safe. The standard canned rodent meat resembles a round can akin to braised pork cans, crafted from wheat straw, weighing 1 pound, with a solid content exceeding 65%, truly a bargain. Another variant consists of rodent meat finely ground into a paste and packaged as luncheon meat in square boxes made from grain crop straw, also weighing 1 pound. The third type comprises various rodent sausages, including both large and small options, with prices varying according to meat content and size. The most economical is the starch sausage, while the most expensive options include meat sausages and garlic-flavored grilled sausages. Of course, Li Ming's rodent capture teams occasionally encounter challenges, particularly when residents of certain communities resist their efforts. These large rodents are adept swimmers, with populations so vast they induce a sense of dread. It can be said that after capturing one batch today, another will inevitably appear within a few days. Even if an entire building's rodent population is eradicated, many will soon return to fill the void. Rodents are indeed ferocious and rampant. However, as long as the survivors remain vigilant and avoid being bitten, these pests are likely to become sustenance for those fortunate enough to survive. Li Ming's capture teams are overwhelmed, as the scale and magnitude of this rodent plague surpass all expectations. No one anticipated that, following torrential rains and extreme cold, such a staggering number of rodents would persist. At this juncture, many food processing lines at Li Ming's bases are operating at an accelerated pace, resulting in a continuous output of various canned rodent meat products and other food items. The power of technology is undeniably formidable. Li Ming is fully aware that within a few days, his rodent-catching squad will eradicate the vermin. Thus, his focus is not on these matters, but rather on establishing a naval base. However, on this particular day, he received alarming news from an intelligence officer. The officer reported, "Commander, during our rodent capture operations, we have discovered a multitude of snakes emerging amidst the floodwaters. These serpents have begun preying upon the mice." "Understood. I shall investigate," Li Ming instructed, dismissing the officer before deploying a drone. As the drone approached the outskirts of the city, it revealed numerous snakes gliding across the water's surface. These serpents occasionally lunged at the mice, capturing them with swift bites before swallowing them whole. After devouring their prey, the snakes sought refuge in shaded areas to rest. Presently, the only truly cool spots were within the nearby residential buildings, shielded from the sun's rays. Many snakes began to infiltrate the apartments, and the surviving residents quickly recognized the alarming presence of these creatures. The sheer number of snakes was astonishing. Nearly every building housed at least 100 of them. And from above, it appeared as though more continued to pour in. Following the natural disaster, these snakes had mutated, with the smaller ones reaching lengths of over 2 meters and diameters of 4 to 5 centimeters. The larger specimens were comparable in size to ordinary pythons. Old Shang's wife was about to venture outside to continue her rodent hunt when she was startled by the sight of a snake, letting out a piercing scream. Few women are unafraid of snakes, and the sheer quantity was overwhelming. Even on the top floor, several snakes had slithered up, coiling themselves around the handrails of the staircase, hissing as they flicked their tongues. Their slick, glistening bodies appeared particularly repulsive, and many had developed vibrant, multicolored scales after mutating, creating a striking yet terrifying spectacle. "Old Zhang, there are snakes in the corridor." Upon hearing his wife's cry, Old Zhang hurried out to investigate, only to find a snake indeed coiled on the staircase railing. "Do not fear, these snakes are part of the food chain. With the current rodent infestation, their appearance is not surprising, and given that snakes can swim, it is entirely normal." Although Old Zhang was startled, he reassured his wife. He then retrieved his various weapons and proceeded to slay several snakes, severing their heads, which he stored away before discarding them into the floodwaters. At this point, the floodwaters had receded to about 3 stories high, and the snakes congregated in the community, causing widespread panic among the residents. No one dared to venture outside anymore, as addressing the snake issue was imperative before anyone could exit. The snakes, drawn to cool, shaded areas, had effectively barricaded the entrances of the buildings. Their vividly colored skin evoked a sense of unease, leaving everyone to wonder whether these snakes were venomous or harmless. It is essential to recognize that this is the southern region, characterized by mountainous terrain and a diverse array of snakes, both venomous and non-venomous, rendering any interaction perilous. To illustrate, prior to the natural disasters, the city of Malga was already home to various species of venomous snakes, including cobras, silverine snakes, and the 5-step snake, among others, the sheer number and variety of which could instill a profound sense of dread. Nowadays, the hues of these serpents have become even more intimidating, deterring anyone from approaching. These snakes now reside within the corridors of the community, preying on rodents when hungry, and resting thereafter to digest their meals. Li Ming has kindly informed everyone of the outbreak of snake-related calamities and the mutations occurring within the snake population, advising residents to refrain from venturing outside to avoid potential bites. Chapter 111. Survivors amidst the serpent plague. Indeed, every situation possesses its duality. While the appearance of serpents may instill fear, for certain survivors, these creatures represent a veritable source of sustenance, as they are rich in high-quality protein. In the southern regions of the Radiant Empire, snake meat is a common culinary ingredient, with specially cultivated cooking snakes available in the markets, aptly named for their culinary purpose. It can be said that consuming snake meat is a tradition in the southern territories of the empire, and with such an abundance of snakes now infiltrating residential buildings, it is akin to a fortuitous offering of meat. In the gastronomic realm of the Radiant Empire, located on the planet Balvan, there exists no food deemed inedible. From the 8 delicacies to a myriad of exotic mountain and ocean treasures, Everything that flies, crawls, or swims is considered fair game for consumption. Should something lack nutritional or medicinal value, it would undoubtedly be regarded with disdain within the empire's borders. Our ancestors were discerning in their selections, after all. Take, for instance, a particularly large breed of chicken from the Eagle Empire, which, in theory, should epitomize the ideal food source due to its substantial size and meat content. However, upon introduction to a few specimens, the Radiant Empire found them to be lacking, with tough and unpalatable meat, leading to their swift abandonment. As for the serpents before us, despite their fearsome exteriors, they are regarded as delectable ingredients by the populace who have a tradition of snake consumption. In the southernmost state of Scare, numerous restaurants specialize in snake dishes, often at premium prices. However, the survivors are acutely aware that these vividly colored serpents are not the benign cooking snakes of the market. They possess a menacing demeanor. Coiled in serpentine formations, their heads raised, they emit hissing sounds and flick their tongues, ready to strike if one were to let their guard down. Distinguishing between venomous and non-venomous species is no simple task, yet their formidable appearance is undeniable. Among them, the most terrifying are the mutated cobras, bearing a size comparable to that of king cobras and capable of ejecting venom. If one were to suffer direct contact with the venom, the consequences would be dire. Despite the prevalence of serpents and their mutations, the human resolve to procure meat remains unyielded. Compared to the unappealing prospect of rodent meat, snake meat is far more palatable. Reminiscent of shrimp and bearing a flavor and texture akin to chicken, making it a delightful culinary option. Countless survivors, brandishing an array of weapons, envision the tantalizing prospect of savoring snake soup. Nonetheless, the act of capturing snakes, while seemingly fraught with danger, is, in reality, an exceedingly perilous endeavor. Even with an arsenal of resources at one's disposal, the risks involved are considerable. In the midst of an apocalyptic world, the mere act of survival is fraught with peril. Yet, when juxtaposed with the imminent danger, the prospect of consuming snake meat is undeniably more enticing, as the associated risks remain within an acceptable threshold. The craving for flesh is palpable. Many have not savored meat since the onset of the cataclysm, rendering it a distant memory. The serpents, which had intended to establish their breeding grounds within the residential buildings, swiftly transitioned from being predators of rodents to the prey of humanity. Initially, these snakes had aspirations of ascending to the upper floors to hunt for mice, but they were thwarted before they could even make the attempt. Countless survivors, their eyes gleaming with anticipation and armed with an array of machetes and makeshift spiked clubs, lay in wait at the stairwells. Each level was manned by vigilant survivors, poised to strike with a blade or club at the slightest sign of a snake's ascent. It is worth noting that Southerners possess an innate talent for snake catching. Their methods are both straightforward and brutal. Clad in sturdy footwear, they swiftly subdue the snake's head with a weapon, then firmly press it down with their foot before delivering a decisive blow to sever it. The head is then discarded into the floodwaters, as it is common knowledge that even decapitated snakes can still deliver a bite. This is the safest method of disposal, ensuring the head is promptly dealt with. These snakes, once the hunters of mice, could never have envisioned that they would one day become the coveted sustenance for humans. The emergence of the snake crisis has not deterred the survivors. Rather, it has ignited a fervor among them, brandishing an assortment of weapons with eager anticipation. After all, a single snake weighs at least 3 to 4 pounds, while larger specimens, comparable in size to ordinary pythons, can weigh upwards of 30 pounds, each a source of delectable meat. Nothing can quell humanity's insatiable desire for flesh, not even venomous serpents. However, the perilous endeavor of snake hunting is not without its hazards. Some unfortunate souls have been bitten by venomous snakes, with certain toxins causing immediate unconsciousness, leading to a slow demise. Others endure excruciating pain from hemorrhagic venom, writhing in agony as if subjected to the most torturous of experiences. Numerous survivors have met their end due to snake bites. Yet, amidst the misfortunes, there are those fortunate enough to slay numerous snakes, amassing hundreds of pounds of meat, which they preserve as jerky, significantly enriching their food supplies. Interestingly, some vividly colored snakes turn out to be non-venomous, their hues merely a guise to instill fear. Conversely, some venomous snakes are indeed lethally toxic. Despite Li Ming's patient admonitions to the survivors against recklessly venturing out to capture snakes, warning them of the fatal consequences of snake bites, his well-intentioned advice seems to have fallen on deaf ears. The survivors continue unabated in their pursuit, for in these dire times, nothing is more terrifying than the prospect of going without meat. The population of these serpents has surged in tandem with the influx of rodents into human habitats, creating a vivid food chain. Yet, despite their increasing numbers, these snakes prove utterly futile in the face of humanity's ravenous appetite for flesh. The snake plague begins to dwindle at a visibly alarming rate. In fact, many survivors within the neighborhoods have splintered into various factions, frequently clashing over the pursuits of snake and rodent hunting. Some engage in intercepting others' catches, while others, upon witnessing a bountiful harvest, resort to thievery. There are also disputes over hunting territories, resulting in a lively and tumultuous scene. Chapter 112. The snake disaster has passed while survivors on various floors desperately endeavored to capture snakes and rats. Li Ming was far from idle. In contrast to the primitive strength of human beings, Li Ming's technologically enhanced teams displayed markedly superior efficiency in their endeavors. Both the snake-catching and rat-catching squads donned protective suits, utilizing an array of advanced devices to capture these creatures in great numbers. Once the traps were activated, a multitude of rats within their operational range were irresistibly drawn in, leading to the inevitable attraction of snakes that preyed upon them. Subsequently, both snakes and rats were ensnared from the floodwaters using specially designed nets. Once aboard the speedboats, Li Ming's teams employed specialized equipment to process their catches. The snakes were swiftly captured and decapitated with precision before their severed heads were unceremoniously discarded into the water. Each member of Li Ming's squad was equipped with protective gear, rendering them impervious even to venomous snakes. Witnessing the spectacle incited fury among many survivors. Some, emboldened by desperation, paddled their inflatable boats towards Li Ming's speedboats, vociferously demanding the return of the snakes and rats, exclaiming, "How are we to survive without them?" However, Li Ming's teams had no intention of relinquishing their captures. Reports indicated that numerous individuals had succumbed to illness after consuming rat meat without proper processing. Thus, the meat required meticulous treatment. Intent on avoiding conflict with the lower-tier survivors, Li Ming's teams departed swiftly after processing the snakes, relocating to continue their operations elsewhere. In the face of the snake and rat disasters, the majority of survivors within the Tianhui Empire were euphoric, viewing the influx of food and meat as a boon. After a relentless 20-day ordeal marked by the dual threats of rodents and serpents, the collective efforts of all survivors and factions ultimately triumphed over these calamities. Throughout the relentless onslaught of pestilence, humanity's instinct for survival shone through. Even the most ordinary survivors exhibited remarkable resilience. Many managed to capture substantial quantities of rats and snakes, with each rat weighing approximately 13 to 14 pounds and the smallest snakes weighing 3 to 4 pounds, while larger specimens rivaled pythons, reaching weights of several dozen to nearly 100 pounds. The aroma of cooked meat wafted across the nation. Moreover, bolstered by technological advancements, Li Ming's teams captured over 20 million rats and more than 3 million snakes during this period. The meat from these captures was sent to preliminary processing facilities for skinning and other initial preparations before being dispatched to food processing plants, where it was transformed into finished products. Following amplification, the number of canned goods produced from these raw materials reached an astounding 2 billion boxes. On average, each mouse yields approximately 8 to 9 pounds of meat, while each snake typically provides around 10 pounds. These canned goods are packaged at 1 pound each. Li Ming's food processing factory operates continuously on an assembly line, diligently processing these cans. As for the other factions beyond Li Ming, despite capturing a considerable number of mice and snakes, their bounty pales in comparison to Li Ming's, who benefits from the power of technology. Admittedly, the raw materials for these cans are not of the highest quality, predominantly consisting of mouse or snake meat. However, Li Ming harbors no disdain for them. After all, with the increasing frequency of natural disasters, let alone canned luncheon meat or meat products, even ordinary survivors may find it challenging to procure high-protein sustenance, such as cockroaches or maggots. We are merely at the onset of the apocalypse. As the plagues of insects, snakes, and rodents subside, Li Ming has begun dispatching numerous teams equipped with various canned mouse and snake meats to trade with survivors. The exchange rate is set at 1 dead mouse for 2 cans of pure mouse meat or 3 1-pound cans of luncheon meat. For snakes, the exchange depends on size. For snakes weighing over 10 pounds, the exchange is similarly 2 cans of snake meat or 3 cans of snake meat luncheon meat. These transactions are entirely voluntary, after all. If one chooses not to trade, Li Ming does not compel them. However, should one consume mouse meat and suffer adverse effects, the consequences are theirs to bear. The emergence of the snake and rodent plagues, rather than ushering in pestilence and calamity for humanity, has inadvertently provided a source of meat. The satiating properties of meat far surpass those of hearty potatoes. One could say that within every crisis lies an opportunity, contingent upon one's ability to seize it. Following the resolution of these 3 disasters, while the insect plague has dissipated, the presence of mosquitoes remains substantial, albeit diminished compared to the initial outbreak. The relentless heat persists, transforming cities across the nation into vast steam chambers, tormenting survivors who endure each day in lamentation. with temperatures exceeding 40 degrees Celsius, coupled with water shortages and disease. Countless lives are being claimed. Not all survivors possess ample supplies of snake or mouse meat. A stark polarization in the availability of these resources has emerged, manifesting the law of the jungle in its rawest form. Li Ming is not indifferent to this chaos. However, his heavily equipped forces are currently immobilized, with only speedboats offering limited deterrence. It is evident that the deterioration of public order during this interval of extreme heat and receding floods is inevitable. A reality Li Ming fully comprehends, yet he finds himself in a position of waiting. On a more positive note, the good news is that the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce's filtered water has finally become available. Survivors are acutely aware that the raw materials for this filtered water are undoubtedly drawn from the murky floodwaters beneath their feet. Nevertheless, no one seems to care about the origins of this water, nor do they wish to ponder its source. However, in light of the esteemed reputation of the ZTE Chamber of Commerce, the survivors unanimously agree that this filtered water is, in essence, no less commendable than the tap water prior to the natural disaster. Of course, the cost of this water is not insignificant, as it requires 2 liters in exchange for 1 point. Presently, the concern among the populace is not the price of water, but rather the challenge of transporting it back to their homes. These survivors have endured a period of extreme cold, and since then, they have not had the opportunity to bathe. Now, in the sweltering heat, they find themselves sweating profusely and experiencing an oily sheen. Their clothing is soiled, and they emanate an unpleasant odor. Their outward appearance is, quite frankly, beyond description. Chapter 113. The plight of humanity amidst the scorching catastrophe for the survivors. Life at present is indeed a torment, a profound suffering. The primary reason for this anguish is the scarcity of clean water. Although floods inundate the surroundings, these waters are tainted with refuse and the remains of various corpses, compounded by the previous infestation of insects, which has left a grim layer of carcasses floating atop the deluge. Such conditions render the survivors apprehensive of the floodwaters. Thus, the emergence of filtered water in the market has provided them with a semblance of reassurance. The inability to transport water back to their dwellings ultimately stems from the inconvenient transportation, as the floods have not yet fully receded, forcing travel to rely on rubber boats or speedboats. The tumultuous state of existence reflects the myriad hardships faced by the populace. Throughout the nation, the air is thick with the lamentations of despair, painting a portrait of a world on the brink of collapse. At this juncture, Lao Zhang and his companions from Malga City are en route to a designated exchange point established by Li Ming, carrying with them captured rats and snakes to trade for canned rat and snake meat. Their community has mobilized a guard of over 20 individuals to escort the residents, laden with the peculiar bounty. The sight of the bags on their rubber boat has drawn envious glances from passers-by, which both Lao Zhang and Captain Wu discerned with acute awareness. They remain vigilant, fully cognizant that although they are trading the entirety of their captured rats and snakes for canned goods, they are not oblivious to the potential risks involved. They understand that converting these meats into safe, consumable cans is the most prudent course of action. After all, many from other communities have fallen ill after carelessly consuming rat meat and cockroaches, resulting in numerous fatalities, an alarming reality that has instilled fear in Lao Zhang and Captain Wu. In this post-apocalyptic world, medical resources are not as abundant as they were prior to the calamity. Even the hospitals affiliated with the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce present a considerable financial burden, despite the limited discounts they offer. Thus, the best strategy for survival is to avoid illness at all costs. Consequently, after thorough discussion, they unanimously agreed that all captured snakes and rats should be exchanged for safer canned food. The quantity of rats and snake meat captured in the main city garden is substantial, necessitating dozens of rubber boats for transport, accompanied by several boats bearing members of their protective escort. Soon, they arrive at the exchange point, where, following recent developments, the residents of other communities have also become aware of the dangers of consuming rat meat indiscriminately, leading to a considerable turnout at the exchange for canned goods. Li Ming's exchange point is guarded by a line of armed soldiers maintaining order, while others meticulously tally and weigh the rats and snakes brought by the survivors before calculating the corresponding cans. Approximately 3 to 4 pounds of pure meat can be exchanged for 1 can, while luncheon meat cans afford an additional one. The entire process proceeds swiftly, and soon it is the main city garden's turn to dock and begin the inventory. Ultimately, it is revealed that they have eradicated a total of 30,000 rats, along with over 6,000 snakes of varying sizes. Ultimately, a total of 160,000 cans of food were exchanged. Given the long-standing amicable relationship with the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce, Li Ming generously provided several hundred additional cans, ensuring a neat sum. As a leader of his subordinate faction, Li Ming was keen to extend appropriate conveniences to them. Observing the cans being transported away by the main city S-Garden, the surrounding crowd was visibly captivated, their eyes gleaming with desire. However, the presence of armed soldiers and dozens of guards at the main city S-Garden quickly extinguished any thoughts of robbery among the onlookers. During the return journey of the fleet to the community, old Zhang, using binoculars to survey the area, noticed someone tailing them. With a huff, he called out to the guards, urging them to display their weapons, as some audacious individuals were following them. Captain Wu raised his hand, prompting the guards to ready their crossbows, raise their bulletproof shields, and brandish their various arms. Upon seeing these weapons, the followers hesitated and eventually retreated. Once old Zhang and his companions returned with the cans, they promptly began notifying each household to come and collect their share, distributing them according to the previously recorded weights of snakes and rats caught. Upon witnessing the massive pile of cans on the ship, the residents were left in awe. 160,000 cans formed a small mountain, creating a striking visual spectacle. Having survived in this apocalyptic world for over 2 years, the importance of such material resources was all too clear to them. On average, each person in the main city S-Garden could receive 15 cans, a remarkable figure indeed. Each can weigh a pound, and everyone understood its value. 15 cans could sustain an individual for at least a month. In times of urgency, the sustenance, energy, and nutritional value provided by such provisions far surpassed that of ordinary supplies. Subsequently, the residents joyfully and orderly began to queue for their cans, while a detachment of troops dispatched by Li Ming observed their distribution with interest. In many respects, the residents of the main city S-Garden led a life distinct from that of ordinary survivors. Besides the main city garden, several nearby communities, which had emulated their cooperative survival strategy, also sought refuge with Li Ming. These factions thrived in the apocalypse, and despite the presence of other forces wishing to cause trouble, none dared to disturb the peace under the deterrence of Li Ming's army. Days in the apocalypse passed in this manner. Since the day the ice began to thaw, Li Ming consistently engaged in the technical treatment and processing of the floodwaters. The waters underwent a series of processes including sedimentation, preliminary filtration, further sedimentation, meticulous filtration, and treatments involving activated carbon, followed by ultraviolet disinfection. Only after passing a comprehensive series of purification processes would the water be deemed suitable for sale on the market. The quality of the filtered water is exceptionally high, rivaling that of the tap water available before the calamity. At this moment, this water has become the lifeline for the survivors. On Li Ming's side, in addition to filtering and processing the water, he is also continuously processing snake meat and rat meat. To facilitate this, he has recruited a multitude of industrial robots to operate along the assembly line. Under the guidance of skilled engineers, these robots number in the hundreds, producing a diverse array of canned goods. Beyond the mass production of canned snake and rat meat, Li Ming's plans for constructing a navy have also been officially brought to the forefront. Chapter 114, Naval Plans in the Heart of Malga. Li Ming has selected 3 original ports to establish his future fishing harbors. Concurrently, he has resolved to construct a naval base on a large island situated approximately 20 kilometers southeast of Malga, known as Taraji Island. This expansive island encompasses an area of roughly 510 square kilometers, and its surrounding hydrological conditions, along with various other factors, render it highly suitable for a naval installation. Currently, much of the island is submerged, leaving only about 200 square kilometers of land above water. Historically, this island also served as the location for a county within Malga, and it is sparsely populated, with few indigenous inhabitants. According to Li Ming's drone reconnaissance, the island is now uninhabited, qualifying it as a deserted isle. His choice of this particular island is motivated by a desire to avoid drawing excessive attention while simultaneously planning to transform it into a processing facility for marine products. Additionally, it serves as a strategic site for various military developments. Li Ming has already deployed airborne troops, and the subterranean base on the island is now complete. Remarkably, the island possesses a certain amount of freshwater resources, allowing for the extraction of underground water for potable use. The advanced troops have commenced preliminary construction, establishing the island as a site with an underground base, specifically located within Xuanwu Mountain. This mountain, standing at an elevation of 251 meters, occupies the central position of the island. This military installation is not merely a naval base. It serves as a comprehensive military facility. To ensure the security of the base, Li Ming has constructed an underground airport within Xuanwu Mountain, enabling the deployment of strategic bombers, transport aircraft, and fighter bombers at any moment. Furthermore, several expansive helipads have been established, making the defensive capabilities of this military base exceptionally robust. Various air defense missiles developed by Li Ming, alongside his laser interception weapons and ground forces, fortify the installation. In comparison to current military bases, it stands as a significant military stronghold, rivaling the scale of Pearl Harbor. On this island, the ground forces comprise a medium combined brigade and a light infantry regiment, while the underground base spans an area comparable to a Level 2 base, approximately 20 square kilometers. Notably, the underground airport and related facilities are not included in this area, making it a remarkably intricate endeavor. However, the base has already begun to demonstrate its military capabilities, with Army and Air Force battalions commencing their entry. The forthcoming phase simply requires waiting for the floodwaters to recede, revealing the entire expanse of the island. Li Ming envisions that Taraji Island will not only serve as a site for processing harvested marine products, but will also facilitate the large-scale production of sea salt. The ocean possesses resources that are undeniably astronomical in quantity, so vast that Li Ming yearns to dominate all the world's seas. To achieve control over these waters, a formidable naval force is indispensable. In his ambitious plans, Li Ming aims to establish approximately 60 naval bases on islands worldwide, with Taraji Island being merely one among them. He has resolved that once the waters recede, he will construct 4 ports on Taraji Island, including 2 military harbors and 2 fishing ports. The latter will primarily focus on regulating the prices of marine products obtained through deep-sea fishing, to ensure the safety of fishing vessels. Li Ming also intends to retrofit deep-sea fishing boats. Each of the 5,000-ton vessels will be equipped with 2 30mm cannons, 2 triple launchers for anti-ship missiles, and 1 triple launcher for torpedoes, along with fire control radar systems and sonar systems typically found on military ships. In many respects, the firepower of these armed fishing boats is formidable. They could easily dispatch ordinary pirates using their cannons or large-caliber machine guns. Even when faced with the navies of smaller nations, these vessels would be adequately equipped to mount a counteroffensive. Not to mention, the volley of 6 anti-ship missiles fired simultaneously is a testament to advanced technology. With the assistance of the satellites and onboard radar systems from Li Ming's former empire, these modified anti-ship missiles can achieve ranges of approximately 300 kilometers, with a flight speed of Mach 6 and a terminal maneuverability speed of Mach 18. Even when confronted with interception attempts, these missiles can perform various evasive maneuvers. The improvements made to the missile's rocket engine design and materials allow for greater distances while maintaining the original size, making it a formidable weapon in naval warfare. However, this missile is merely an enhancement of the anti-ship missiles acquired from other nations. Li Ming is prepared to equip the numerous naval vessels he has commandeered with his latest missile designs. While Li Ming was engaged in planning naval strategies and producing new missiles to upgrade the older models, he received an urgent report. Commander, we have received information that the Alliance and several factions composed of remnants of the former Imperial military have officially established bases and are now significantly recruiting survivors from the outside world. Li Ming was puzzled. Old Zhang, weren't these bases already in the process of recruiting members? Commander, the situation is as follows. During the extreme cold period, these bases primarily recruited individuals with specialized skills and resources, who became their backbone members. Now that they have established a core group, the construction of their bases is nearly complete, and they are only now opening their doors to the public. This applies not only to these bases with ties to the former empire, but also to the Renaissance Society in the Malga region and other similar bases across the country. Li Ming furrowed his brow, pondering the distinctions between the 2 types of bases. Indeed, there are significant differences. The Minister of Intelligence elucidated that these bases, with their roots in the former Imperial Army, require survivors wishing to be included to contribute 50 pounds of grain, thus earning the designation of fire seed bases. According to our intelligence operatives' investigations, a small portion of industrial production capacity still remains within these bases. It can be understood that these 4 bases, with their military heritage, are essentially classified as fire seed bases, indicating that they have commenced the advancement of the fire seed initiative. The 50 pounds of grain is merely the most fundamental requirement. Upon entry, these survivors will undergo the most rigorous military management and partake in a certain level of military training. Chapter 115. Discussing other forces. In addition to participating in military training, these key personnel must also undergo various other forms of training. Ultimately, the core members recruited from these military background bases are truly capable individuals, while the current external recruitment is aimed at labor forces. Labor forces? A flicker of realization crossed Li Ming's mind as he murmured to himself. Indeed, the recent recruitment by the Alliance, including several bases like Hu, is genuinely focused on labor forces. Naturally, the management remains exceedingly stringent. Those who defy authority or cause unrest within the base face immediate expulsion after 2 infractions. and those guilty of crimes are executed without hesitation. Li Ming found this perfectly reasonable. In chaotic times, strict measures are necessary, and exceptional circumstances demand exceptional treatment. These bases have defined their mission as ensuring the survival of the remaining population and the perpetuation of human civilization, which is entirely justifiable. Old Jing. How many individuals do you estimate these alliance-affiliated bases with imperial military backgrounds can accommodate? Old Zheng chuckled, Comrade Chief, based on our current estimates. Their large bases can hold up to 500,000 people at most. Li Ming nodded, understanding the rationale behind such management, with such a vast population. A firm hand was essential to maintain order. By the way, what about the other bases? Chief, as for those bases like the Revival Society, which are composed of remnants of the imperial government, their original intentions may be noble, but they are rife with complications. Their criteria for accepting survivors are relatively straightforward, typically requiring each individual to contribute 20 pounds of food, lacking the more complex conditions seen in the alliance-affiliated bases. The personnel within these bases include not only the offspring of the founders but also wealthy merchants and affluent individuals from the apocalypse. According to intelligence gathered by our general staff, these bases harbor numerous issues. This revelation piqued Li Ming's interest. What kind of issues? Old Zheng responded, Indeed. These bases are heavily influenced by the remnants of the former imperial government, which imbues their operations with a distinctly official character. The regulations within can only constrain the ordinary populace and are largely ineffective against the management. Moreover, internal strife is quite severe, with power struggles being commonplace. Additionally, they harbor considerable dissatisfaction with the operational style of our Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce. Li Ming chuckled upon hearing this and inquired further, what exactly is their grievance? Primarily, they believe that since we possess abundant resources, we should distribute these supplies to the survivors rather than profiting from them in a commercial manner during this apocalyptic disaster. They also contend that we should entrust our resources to them for management, claiming this would maximize their utility. Li Ming scoffed, how audacious of them. My resources were not acquired through mere happenstance. They were painstakingly amassed through trials and tribulations before the calamity. What right do they have to demand my hard-earned supplies? Such foolishness in the midst of a crisis is truly astonishing. To him, they were merely remnants of a bygone imperial era. Now was not the time to purge them. Otherwise, given his temperament, he would have already taken action. Li Ming was acutely aware that even more brutal natural disasters loomed on the horizon, potentially even tectonic collisions. In the face of such calamities, these relics of the past would be utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught. What was the point of quibbling with a group destined for demise? By the way, Lao Zhang, you previously mentioned that the recent batch of survivors recruited by the military base were considered laborers. What is the story behind that? Chief, the situation is as follows. According to intelligence relayed by one of our operatives, the Alliance and other bases have been recruiting personnel. Once they enter the military base, they are subjected not only to stringent militaristic management, but also assigned to participate in subsequent engineering projects or tasked with the production and storage of various food supplies and resources, primarily involving strenuous physical labor. Upon hearing this, Li Ming understood they were indeed recruiting laborers. However, this had little bearing on him. Yet, he quickly discerned that Lao Zheng seemed to have more to say. Lao Zheng, feel free to express whatever is on your mind. Chief, our intelligence department has been hearing numerous discussions among the survivors about when the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce will begin accepting ordinary survivors. Who claims we are not admitting anyone? Haven't we already accommodated over 10 million skilled individuals from various professions? How can they say we are not accepting people, despite their diverse skills? Are they not still ordinary humans? We have already sheltered over 10 million people. What more do they want from us? Li Ming chuckled lightly. Chief, you must understand whom they refer to as ordinary people, Lao Zheng said with a knowing look. Ordinary survivors may eventually be taken in, but not at this moment. At least, the timing is not right yet. Li Ming spoke candidly. Upon hearing this, Minister Zheng realized that the chief had his own plans, and thus refrained from further discussion. Time swiftly passed to February 28, 2028, in the solar calendar. At this point, the floods had finally receded. However, in the wake of the flood's retreat, the ground was littered with foul-smelling sludge. To address the issue of sludge in the urban area, Li Ming deployed a plethora of engineering machinery, including excavators and tractors. Simultaneously, he rallied the surviving populace to assist in clearing the muck. Alongside these efforts, Li Ming dispatched a substantial military force to recover various submerged vehicles revealed by the sludge removal. Of course, these recoveries were conducted at night, with numerous small teams across the nation tirelessly retrieving these inundated vehicles using dimensional pockets. After all, at the very least, these contraptions could be salvaged for various metal materials, indeed, valuable resources. Moreover, Li Ming did not neglect the cleared sludge. Leveraging his formidable industrial capabilities, he processed and refined the sludge, ultimately transforming it into highly fertile planting soil. This enriched soil was then stored within Li Ming's system space. Accompanying the dredging of silt, Li Ming mobilized the chemical defense troops for disinfection, striving to address the repercussions of the flood at its roots. Undoubtedly, the impact of this deluge on humanity is significantly profound. The persistent inundation lasting 2 months has already compromised the foundations of numerous aged buildings. Coupled with extreme cold followed by intense heat, the interplay of these factors, alongside the cyclical expansion and contraction due to temperature fluctuations, has rendered many of these antiquated structures perilously unstable. Chapter 116 Departure. As temperatures soared to a staggering 50 to 52 degrees Celsius, many aged buildings began to collapse. Without the shelter of these structures, human survival in such extreme heat became exceedingly precarious. Consequently, a multitude of survivors abandoned their homes, relocating to vacant office buildings and residential complexes. However, the calamity was far from over. Cities, despite their challenges, provided at least some semblance of shelter, allowing people to cling to life. Whereas many from rural towns fled to nearby urban areas, including a significant influx of refugees to Malga City. In the cities, the presence of available housing, abundant empty buildings and skyscrapers, offered a glimmer of hope, while rural edifices succumbed to the relentless forces of floods and other disasters. Upon discovering that numerous survivors were grappling with severe water shortages, Li Ming promptly established specialized well drilling teams to serve the various communities of Malga. Naturally, this endeavor was not without cost. Payment was required for the drilling services. The personnel in Li Ming's drilling teams were primarily recruited from the community, albeit under military protection and supervision. Each participant earned a daily wage of 2 pounds of food and 3 liters of water, with the option to exchange these for corresponding points. In addition to their wages, Li Ming provided 2 meals and drinking water each day. Thus, despite the arduous nature of the work, many eagerly volunteered, drawn by the allure of such favorable compensation. After all, the temperature had reached a blistering 52 degrees Celsius. At this temperature, the ground surface soared to nearly 70 degrees, causing many asphalt roads to soften under the heat. After delegating these tasks, Li Ming prepared to inspect his naval forces stationed on Taraji Island. The swiftest means of travel to Taraji Island was by aircraft. However, flying, particularly in helicopters, came with considerable risk. While transport planes were not an option due to inadequate landing conditions, he opted for land travel to reach the port near Malga's coastline, where he could take a boat or helicopter to the Taraji base. One of his motivations for this journey was to observe the current state of the outside world. With the receding floods, the port and shipbuilding facilities on Taraji Island had been completed, and Li Ming had commenced the production of naval vessels. In addition to constructing new ships, he had also upgraded numerous military vessels seized previously, with these modifications underway on the island. Furthermore, naval soldiers and officers had already arrived to undergo training, mastering the operation of these armed deep-sea fishing vessels. For this expedition, Li Ming deployed a modified Paladin Predator, a post-apocalyptic vehicle adorned with sharp spikes, reflecting the harsh realities of their world. Simultaneously, the vehicle's bulletproof panels have been fortified with the latest materials, capable of withstanding an RPG rocket attack. Furthermore, the interior of the vehicle has undergone extensive modifications, including the installation of 2 anti-tank missile launchers atop the roof and a remotely operated 30mm long-barreled autocannon with an ammunition capacity of 300 rounds, which remains concealed until battle ensues. The engine employs their self-developed state-of-the-art diesel engine, which not only conserves fuel but also delivers superior power, functioning as a hybrid diesel-electric drive. The tires have been replaced with solid bulletproof variants, and the chassis has been reinforced to effectively withstand the impact of anti-tank mines. The vehicle is equipped with a powerful state-of-the-art air conditioning system and an onboard refrigerator, rendering this doomsday war machine akin to a compact recreational vehicle, providing a remarkably comfortable ride. It boasts exceptional off-road capabilities and all-terrain traversal, while also ensuring the comfort of civilian automobiles. Accompanying this doomsday vehicle are several inconspicuous modified microvans, whose armor can withstand armor-piercing rounds of 12.7mm caliber. These vans have also been outfitted with their proprietary diesel engines and equipped with bulletproof glass and solid tires. Moreover, each of these 3 vehicles is armed with a remotely operated 12.7mm DSHK heavy machine gun. Each microvan accommodates approximately 8 to 10 individuals, offering commendable comfort for its passengers. It can be confidently stated that Li Ming's expedition is characterized by exemplary security measures. In addition to the ground vehicles, Li Ming has deployed drones for various reconnaissance missions. For the sake of absolute safety during this outing, Li Ming and the accompanying more than 30 Special Forces soldiers have all been outfitted with 416 Hong Kong dollars rifles and various special operations gear, with each individual carrying a second-generation jetpack for emergency escape. The combat capabilities of Li Ming's contingent are formidable, as each soldier is equipped with a 416 Hong Kong dollars rifle, a Glock pistol, a bulletproof vest, and a bulletproof helmet. Furthermore, every 10-person squad is armed with a PCAM machine gun and an AWM sniper rifle, with the vehicle containing an array of backup weapons, including rocket launchers and grenade launchers, as well as a high-powered radio and several satellite phones, ensuring that all contingencies have been considered. Meanwhile, as Li Ming prepares for departure, external circumstances have shifted dramatically. Due to the relentless heat, unimaginable droughts have erupted across the expanse of the Tianhui Empire. Initially, many regions were able to access fresh water through deep wells drilled by Li Ming's team. However, as the scorching temperatures persisted, the groundwater levels plummeted, resulting in dwindling water supplies from the wells. At this juncture, many survivors, realizing the dire situation, began to flee their hometowns, desperately seeking refuge in areas with rivers, lakes, and fresh water. The coastal city of Malga has naturally become an ideal refuge for countless survivors within a radius of 500 kilometers. While other resources may be scarce, the abundance of water is a constant promise of hope. Though seawater is not directly potable, in this sweltering environment, fresh water can be obtained through the process of high-temperature distillation. This method not only yields drinkable water but also produces byproducts such as sea salt. With merely a plastic sheet in some containers, one can collect sufficient fresh water for personal consumption within a day. Once the basic needs for fresh water are met, any surplus along with the sea salt can be traded for other essential supplies. A multitude of survivors has banded together to form a great exodus, making their way along various roads towards the shores of Malga. Chapter 117. Told more than half a month had passed since the flood receded. Countless survivors, burdened with their scant provisions of dried meat or snake jerky, trudged along the roads towards the coast, their faces etched with a numbed expression. Caught between the uncertainty of the future and an insatiable thirst for survival, Li Ming had also made his preparations for departure. Under the protection of 3 teams of special forces, he set out from the base in Malga City aboard the modified doomsday vehicle, the Predator. Their journey would take them along a major thoroughfare. Before reaching the port, they planned to assess the conditions on the various roads leading into Malga City, only proceeding to the coastal port via the ring road after their observations. The convoy comprised 4 vehicles navigating the challenging terrain. It must be noted that the roads were indeed treacherous. Within the urban area of Malga City, Li Ming had managed to clear the mud from the streets. However, in more remote areas and rural towns, the roads remained unkempt, the mud baked hard and dry under the relentless sun. Fortunately, the convoy's vehicles were powerful and adept at off-road travel due to extensive modifications, allowing them to traverse these paths. Each vehicle in the convoy was equipped with bulletproof glass, layered with privacy film, and fitted with curtains. Consequently, aside from the conspicuous Predator Li Ming occupied, the other vehicles appeared rather ordinary. Nevertheless, the convoy drew attention. For in this apocalyptic era, possessing ample fuel and the means to drive indicated formidable strength, and those within the vehicles were surely of significant stature. Li Ming's journey commenced shortly after 8 in the morning. Having traveled for over an hour, the sun began to unleash its oppressive heat around 9 o'clock. Numerous refugees noticed the convoy, their eyes shimmering with envy and resentment. Some even chased after the vehicles, calling out, "Hey, give us a lift for a bit." Li Ming, however, paid them no mind. A few bolder individuals even hurled themselves in front of his vehicle, attempting to morally compel the convoy to stop. Their logic simple: if they were not taken along, they would obstruct the passage. Li Ming showed no leniency towards these individuals, commanding, accelerate, and ignore them. Soon, the roar of the engines intensified as the vehicles surged forward. Those who had sprawled on the ground in a feigned attempt at evasion quickly changed color, scrambling to roll aside just in time to avoid being crushed. As they attempted to rise and curse the convoy, the spiked modifications of the rear vehicle, the Paramount Predator, violently pierced through one unfortunate soul, leaving a gruesome scene of blood and entrails. The remaining refugees were taken aback. The horrified screams resonated, awakening clarity in many of their eyes as they hastily sought refuge on either side of the road. The speed of Li Ming's convoy increased, proving that some indeed feared force more than moral persuasion. Li Ming sat in the rear seat, gazing out of the window at the roadside. where he noticed a considerable number of refugees beginning their arduous ascent up the mountains. Each of these individuals, burdened with backpacks, braved the sweltering heat of over 40 degrees Celsius as they traversed the rugged terrain. The sunlight on the mountains was still quite pleasant. However, some unfortunate souls, unable to endure the physical strain, tumbled down the slopes and fell to the ground. Among those who fell, some failed to rise again, while others lay still for a moment before continuing on their journey. The surrounding refugees appeared to have grown accustomed to this grim spectacle, swiftly converging to seize the belongings of the deceased. Witnessing this scene, Li Ming furrowed his brow, perplexed as to why this group chose to forsake the road for the mountains. At that moment, his aide, Captain Wang Shuang, spoke up, "Commander, there is a toll station ahead obstructing the road." After relaying this information, he handed Li Ming a PDA displaying video footage and images from a drone. Upon receiving the device, Li Ming examined it and confirmed that, indeed, about 2 kilometers ahead, a checkpoint had been established. The entry to the road was obstructed by various debris, allowing only a single large truck to pass. Beside the checkpoint stood a structure resembling a security booth, complete with a wooden board bearing bold red inscriptions. It read, "Individual, 5 gene of food, small vehicle, 10 gene of food, large vehicle, 40 gene of food." In addition to the debris, there were also spiked barricades, making it clear that passage without payment was impossible. Li Ming's anger surged upon seeing this, and he inquired of Captain Wang, "Is there a base of ours nearby?" After checking their location, Wang shook his head. "Commander, the nearest base is over 50 kilometers away. Given the remoteness of this area, we have little influence here." Nodding in understanding, Li Ming activated his communicator and issued the command, "Prepare for battle." The other 3 vehicles responded affirmatively. As the checkpoint noticed the approaching convoy, consisting of 3 vans and a heavily armed vehicle, they were immediately drawn to it. Over a dozen burly men emerged from the security booth, brandishing an assortment of weapons, including machetes and makeshift clubs, with the leader wielding a handgun. The armed man shouted at the lead van, demanding it stop. Li Ming's convoy halted, and the lead vehicle opened its side door, revealing 8 or 9 special operations soldiers clad in camouflage and armed with 416 Hong Kong dollars rifles. The leader of the armed men glanced at his handgun, then at the clearly military-grade weapons of the soldiers, momentarily taken aback by the disparity in firepower. However, the special operations soldiers paid no heed to their astonishment. As they stood frozen in shock, the HK-416S erupted in a cacophony of gunfire. The barrage of shots rang out, and at that moment, a ruffian who had just emerged from behind was so terrified by the scene that he soiled his pants, his legs trembling, unable to move. The captain of a small squad coldly inquired, "Where did you place the supplies?" The man, still dazed, received a harsh kick from the captain, who then drew his military knife and pressed it against the ruffian's throat. "I shall ask you once more, where is the location of the supplies?" It was only then that the ruffian comprehended the gravity of the situation, pleading for mercy. "Please, spare me. Are you deaf? I demand to know where the supplies are placed." With a slight exertion of pressure from the captain, the cold blade prompted the ruffian to promptly respond. "I know the location. I will lead you there at once." Chapter 118. The robbers soon. The surviving thug led them to the area where supplies were stored. It must be said that this group of highwaymen was rather clever. This venture, devoid of capital investment, proved to be quite lucrative. The supply location consisted of several trucks, currently laden to nearly full capacity with goods contributed by passing travelers and vehicles. According to the recent drone reconnaissance, these ruffians not only levied tolls on those traversing their path but also extracted fees from returning travelers. Just moments ago, they had extorted over 20 pounds of coarse sea salt and some seafood from a water tanker returning from the seaside. Moreover, this returning vehicle bore a distinctive insignia, suggesting familiarity, which likely resulted in a discounted toll. At this juncture, Li Ming comprehended that this band of rogues was indeed a despicable lot, and not a single one of them should be spared. He calculated that given the foot and vehicle traffic on this route, it would be effortless to amass 2 or 3 truckloads of supplies in a single day. This no-cost enterprise was indeed quite profitable. Before long, the last remaining thug was swiftly dispatched by the special operations team leader, who snapped his neck and secured the scene. They seized the supplies without discrimination, drawing both the goods and the vehicles into an otherworldly pocket. They left behind an empty truck, driven by a team member, in preparation to follow the convoy. The bodies of these criminals were hung from a tall pole beside the security booth, while the barricades at the checkpoint were dismantled. The convoy then resumed its journey, heading along the ring road towards the coastline. At this moment, Secretary Wang sensed Li Ming's somber mood and remarked, "Chief, the areas within our sphere of influence are relatively manageable, devoid of such toll stations. However, in regions farther from our base, where no garrison is stationed, We have little control. This issue is easily remedied, Li Ming replied. We will promptly contact bases nationwide and deploy light infantry regiments to target toll stations and criminal elements on the highways. The approach will be one of stringent suppression. Furthermore, let these light infantry regiments take over the checkpoints, and patrol units and all-terrain vehicles will conduct surveillance along the routes to ensure we maintain control over transportation lines. As Li Ming articulated his strategy, Captain Wang Shuang began recording the orders and swiftly transmitted them via a powerful vehicle-mounted radio. It was evident that Li Ming was poised to instigate another crackdown. In truth, such a crackdown was highly advantageous for Li Ming, as it allowed him to sustain the numerous troops under his command, preventing them from becoming idle. This initiative would not only obliterate a significant number of criminal factions and thugs, but also facilitate the seizure of substantial supplies. After a 100-fold increase, many of these goods could see their prices further reduced. Moreover, eradicating these highwaymen would enable more survivors to reach the coast and survive, thus yielding numerous benefits without any drawbacks. At this moment, Secretary Wang, having conveyed the orders, spoke up, Commander. This group of highway bandits is largely backed by influential forces within the city. Huh? Li Ming turned to look at her. Secretary Wang continued, after I relayed the orders. The intelligence department sent me reports indicating that these bandits setting up roadblocks are essentially thugs nurtured by certain factions in the city. Good, very good. It seems my year-long absence of stringent enforcement has led many to believe my blade has dulled, Li Ming remarked coldly before closing his eyes to rest. Unbeknownst to the outside world, countless lives would be lost due to Li Ming's mere words, and many factions would find their resources plundered as a direct consequence. As Li Ming's convoy proceeded, a shadow suddenly appeared ahead of the lead vehicle, showing no intention of yielding but rather accelerating toward the convoy. Without waiting for orders, the captain of the first squad pressed the accelerator. With a thunderous crash, a person was sent flying by the modified van. Moments later, dozens of armed individuals surged from both sides of the road, furiously charging toward Li Ming's plunderers. As they drew near, it became evident that the vehicle was adorned with sharp spikes. The driver, unyielding, slammed the accelerator, and the lethal spikes sliced through the throngs of assailants like knives. Watermelon juice splattered everywhere, mingling with the anguished cries of the wounded. Li Ming regarded this scene with indifference. They were merely a group of would-be robbers. He contemplated that these survivors could only enter Malga City via two routes, one through the mountains, traversing his territory to reach the urban center, or by taking the ring road, accessing the city from other points. Within his domain, his forces were stationed, deterring the bandits from establishing checkpoints. As Li Ming's brutal methods of enforcement had instilled fear in many, no one dared to disturb the nest of the powerful. In contrast, for most survivors, the ring road was the more accessible route, making it a lucrative spot for toll collection. For ordinary people fleeing toward the coast, their adversities encompassed not only the scorching sun and oppressive heat, but also the treacherous fellow survivors and these bandits. It could be said that these survivors had to overcome numerous obstacles to reach the shore. Li Ming's convoy navigated through a series of bandit checkpoints, systematically eliminating those who failed to recognize their situation, with bodies displayed atop poles as a grim warning. Resources were seized with ruthless efficiency, and even the cargo truck trailing behind managed to gather some supplies. Soon, Li Ming encountered the final checkpoint. As the captain of the lead van disembarked, the bandit leader, upon seeing a group of soldiers in uniform, instinctively knelt and relinquished his weapons. The captain smiled. You have some sense. I shall spare your life for that. Who is the leader here? Upon hearing this remark, the leader exhaled a sigh of relief, nodding and bowing in deference. Esteemed brother, I am the head of this place. Whatever orders you have, provided they are within our capability, we shall undoubtedly fulfill your requests. The captain of the first squad gestured towards the truck behind them, which was only one-third loaded. The truck is not full? The leader hastened to inspect, and to his astonishment, there was merely a small box containing approximately one-third of the necessary supplies, leaving two-thirds still unfilled. He quickly grasped their implication. Realizing that they were demanding a ransom for his life, he understood that any refusal would undoubtedly result in his demise. Chapter 119, Arrival at Taraji Island. Which is more important, resources or life? It is abundantly clear that the leader before us understands the gravity of the situation. Life, indeed, takes precedence over material possessions. The ability to expend resources to secure one's own life is, in his eyes, a profitable exchange. Moreover, the military uniforms of Li Ming's forces are readily identifiable, and upon recognizing them as the troops of the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce, the leader was struck with an overwhelming fear. During the harsh crackdown, how many members of the underworld had the Zhongxing Chamber's forces eliminated throughout the city? The number was staggering, with corpses piled high. Now, Having set up a toll booth to extort passage fees and rob travelers, what fate could he expect upon being apprehended by the very forces he had wronged? In the midst of his terror, he was astonished to find that he might yet escape with his life. Perhaps it was his supplicatory demeanor that swayed their judgment. Otherwise, his demise would have been inevitable. As he observed the soldiers gesturing for him to load supplies onto a vehicle, he realized this was his solitary chance for survival. "Come here, you lot. Hurry and load the supplies onto the truck. For heaven's sake, move quickly," he barked at his bewildered subordinates. Swiftly, the band of thugs began to hastily load the truck belonging to Li Ming with various supplies: crates of liquor, boxes of instant noodles, bottles of mineral water, beverages, and provisions like potatoes. Anything of decent quality was hastily stowed away. These once boisterous thugs, who had been so brazen for over 10 days since the floods receded, now behaved like chastened dogs, bowing and scraping. A captain from the first squad admonished the leader, "Make yourself scarce. We do not wish to see you setting up roadblocks again. Otherwise, we would not hesitate to let you experience the full force of the crackdown once more." Without a moment's hesitation, the leader turned and fled with his gang. Now was not the time to linger. Resources may hold value, but life is of far greater worth. Li Ming's convoy revved its engines and swiftly departed the checkpoint. Once the thugs saw Li Ming's convoy leave, they finally exhaled in relief. One underling questioned, "Boss, why did we run?" In a fit of rage, the leader delivered a brutal kick, ending the young man's life. "Are you seeking death? Do you not realize who these people are? This is the army of the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce. Have you forgotten how many were executed during the crackdown?" The underling, who had just regained his footing, was struck with terror, collapsing back to the ground, his face pale as a ghost. The brutal methods of Li Ming's forces were well known among them, and the crackdown had become an inescapable nightmare for these thugs. During that period, thousands were beheaded daily, staining the execution grounds with a deep crimson hue. The corpses of the executed piled high, reminiscent of a massacre. The underling nearly lost control of his bladder in fear, while the leader, his expression grave, muttered, "It's over. They are likely to commence another crackdown." "Boss, surely not?" A trembling, blonde-haired subordinate stammered. "You truly fail to comprehend this group of individuals. Everyone, hasten back to the outpost, collect the supplies, and then disperse to evade capture. It is likely that the military-esque crackdown on forces like ours will commence soon," the leader instructed. The subordinates promptly dashed towards the outpost, each seizing a portion of supplies before fleeing. As for reporting back, they are acutely aware of the ZTE Chamber of Commerce's modus operandi. The crackdown there has probably already begun. In the face of such a well-trained and organized military, returning would serve no purpose other than to offer themselves as sacrifices. Thus, it is far more prudent to abscond with the supplies and seek refuge elsewhere to live in peace. Li Ming's convoy continued its journey, finally encountering no roadblocks. However, the experiences along the way ignited a murderous intent within Li Ming, prompting him to issue an immediate command. The new wave of crackdowns was to commence, targeting primarily highway bullies and the associated criminal elements and gangs. Regardless of their formidable backgrounds, all would be dealt with. Any seized supplies would be returned double, and those who dared to resist would be obliterated. Soon, Li Ming's convoy reached the urban center of Malga City. The convoy boldly traversed the city streets, attracting the attention of certain factions. Yet, upon discerning the attire of these individuals, those factions quickly retreated. The military of the ZTE Chamber of Commerce was not to be trifled with. Before long, Dawn's forces smoothly arrived at the port, where they sought a concealed location to secure their vehicles and supplies. The group boarded a fishing vessel moored at the harbor and set sail for Talaji Island. The boat sailed swiftly, reaching Talaji Island in approximately half an hour. As Li Ming disembarked, he beheld the bustling construction taking place on the island. Soon, the leaders of the base he had appointed arrived to welcome him, expressing their gratitude for the inspection of the naval base. Li Ming smiled, remarking, "You have done exceptionally well. Now that the heat has subsided, it is time for our navy to be formally established. What is the current status of this naval base? Commander, please accompany us back to the base, where we can discuss further." "Excellent." A large group of individuals traveled to the base located at Xuanwu Mountain. Upon entering the underground base, all the leaders of the naval base awaited Li Ming's arrival. They understood that the commander preferred not to be surrounded by a throng. Thus the vice admiral was dispatched to greet him. At that moment, numerous officers adorned with golden stars saluted Li Ming, who reciprocated the gesture. They quickly entered the grand conference room, where Li Ming took his seat at the head of the table and spoke. "Thank you all for your hard work. The development of Talaji Island to this extent fills me with a sense of accomplishment, and credit is due to each of you. Commander, the Navy is a vital component of our future. Shall we begin reporting on the relevant matters now?" An officer inquired. Li Ming nodded, "Indeed. I came here primarily to assess the status of our Navy. Let us commence the report. Soon. An officer clad in Navy camouflage and adorned with 3 golden stars activated the projector and began to speak. Commodore, the 2 naval shipyards at this base have been completed. These shipyards are currently engaged in the upgrade and modification of existing deep-sea fishing vessels and warships. To date, we have successfully retrofitted 35 missile destroyers, 24 nuclear submarines, 25 deep-sea fishing vessels of 5,000 tons, and 45 smaller fishing vessels of 3,000 tons. These ships and vessels are still undergoing upgrades, according to our calculations. To complete the modifications on all current deep-sea fishing vessels, it will take approximately 1 month. If we include military vessels, an additional 11 months may be required. Chapter 120. Recent developments at the base. As Li Ming listened intently to the officer's report, he diligently took notes, while his secretary, Wang, swiftly recorded the information on a laptop. Li Ming directly inquired, General Zhang, is there currently a shortage of berths at our naval shipyard? Indeed, Commander, Zhang responded. This situation arises primarily due to the overwhelming number of fishing vessels requiring retrofitting, amounting to thousands, and there are even more fishing boats and cargo ships on the horizon. Consequently, with such a substantial number of vessels, the 2 naval shipyards are somewhat inadequate. Nodding in acknowledgement, Li Ming noted that Taraji was merely our first base, with numerous additional naval bases planned for the future. Presently, over 60 naval bases are under construction worldwide, and once these bases are completed, the burden here will significantly lessen. The others in attendance nodded in agreement, and seeing their reactions, Li Ming urged, General Zhang, please continue. Soon, General Zhang elaborated, in the current naval combat paradigm, carrier-based aircraft are expected to serve as the primary strike force. However, due to our modifications on missile destroyers and other vessels, our missile ships now possess striking ranges comparable to those of carrier-based aircraft. After our discussions, we concluded that we should upgrade the carrier-based aircraft. We must advance on both fronts, balancing the missile strike capabilities of our vessels with the aircraft. Li Ming concurred with this approach. At present, aside from upgrading existing missile stockpiles, his naval forces were also producing a limited number of new missile types for testing. Furthermore, Li Ming's military-industrial strategy involved retrofitting one generation while equipping another, alongside pre-researching the next generation, thereby continuously enhancing military technology. Overall, the future appeared promising. General Zhang continued. Regarding carrier-based aircraft, we have already implemented relevant upgrade plans, including the installation of the latest engines, which significantly enhance the aircraft's range, maneuverability, and payload capacity. Additionally, the fire control radar of the fighter jets has been upgraded. The radar now detects non-stealth targets at approximately 750 kilometers and stealth targets at around 550 kilometers. Utilizing the modified air-to-air missiles, we can launch strikes against stealth targets from a distance of 450 kilometers and against non-stealth targets from 500 kilometers. Moreover, the base's seafood processing plant is currently under construction, and we are in the process of upgrading the nuclear-powered aircraft carrier and its accompanying vessels. It is anticipated that within 2 weeks, the first nuclear-powered carrier strike group will emerge with significantly enhanced combat capabilities. Li Ming was quite satisfied with this progress. Achieving the transformation and upgrade of a carrier battle group within a month without disrupting the retrofitting of distant fishing vessels is indeed commendable. The transformation and upgrade of an aircraft carrier battle group is far from a simple task. Firstly, the power systems of the aircraft carriers and nuclear submarines must be replaced. All existing reactors need to be upgraded to safer and more reliable cold nuclear fusion reactors, which will propel both the nuclear-powered aircraft carriers and submarines forward. Furthermore, the onboard aircraft, submarines, destroyers, and frigates also require upgrades. To some extent, this challenge is comparable to the complete reconstruction of an aircraft carrier fleet. Aside from the hulls of the vessels, numerous components both inside and out must be replaced. After all, the naval vessels of the Eagle Empire have been in service for over a decade at the very least, with some having served for 2 or 3 decades, necessitating upgrades by Li Ming to extend their operational lifespan. The future significance of the Navy will be monumental, for while the Army is tasked with protecting its territory, the Navy serves as a formidable striking force with an extensive operational radius. Moreover, Li Ming has subtly gleaned from the system that there may soon be tectonic clashes, potentially leading to catastrophic consequences for continents worldwide, thus underscoring the Navy's critical importance. This is why he is fully committed to its development. As Li Ming recorded and contemplated, General Zhang continued to elaborate on the current situation of the entire base. Li Ming listened attentively, nodding in agreement. Overall, He was quite satisfied with the progress made thus far. After General Zhang concluded his briefing, Li Ming inquired about the Navy's current plans regarding personnel and equipment. The Navy commander, an admiral clad in naval camouflage, responded, "Commander, our current plan is to primarily utilize the vessels acquired from the Eagle Empire and other nations, while ensuring our own shipbuilding capabilities are also maintained. Based on the overall situation, we can sustain a naval force equivalent to approximately 13 aircraft carrier battle groups to achieve our goal of establishing dominance. Future developments will, of course, be adapted according to circumstances." Li Ming further questioned whether there are sufficient personnel among the Navy's soldiers and officers. "Commander, there is no need to rush regarding personnel. We can upgrade and modify the vessels while simultaneously recruiting new sailors," the admiral assured. Li Ming nodded, noting that the sailors he was currently recruiting would be operating armed fishing boats, deep-sea fishing vessels, and cargo ships. "By the way, what are your plans for the modification of these deep-sea cargo ships?" Li Ming suddenly recalled the numerous cargo vessels he had acquired and decided to inquire. "Commander, we intend to convert these cargo ships into mobile processing and storage facilities for seafood products. Given that these cargo ships boast a much greater displacement than the several thousand tons of the deep-sea fishing boats, they are far more suitable for such tasks. According to our calculations, the deep-sea cargo vessels you acquired typically start from around 50,000 tons, with only a few smaller vessels of around 10,000 tons. These smaller ships can be utilized for coastal operations, while the deep-sea cargo vessels should operate alongside the deep-sea fishing boats. How does this arrangement sound to you?" Li Ming was quite pleased with this plan. What types of products can be processed on these modified deep-sea cargo ships? The colossal capacity of such a converted ocean freighter into a large-scale seafood processing vessel is truly astonishing, comparable to that of a small seafood processing factory. It is capable of various preliminary processing of marine products, and can even transform seafood into finished goods, such as canned products. This is remarkable indeed. Li Ming was initially troubled about how to utilize these freighters, as he had acquired them merely for the containers. Little did he anticipate that these vessels would serve such a purpose. Chapter 121. The New Conventional Submarine in the Desolate World. One might find that even a giant ocean freighter holds immense value, not to mention the utility of a simple pair of underwear or a roll of toilet paper. Thus, the significance of such a colossal vessel becomes apparent. After a brief report from the team, Li Ming commenced a thorough inspection of the base, beginning with the two fully constructed naval shipyards that were already operational. Upon arrival, the experts at the shipyard greeted Li Ming, and he engaged in meaningful dialogue with them. "Old Wang, as an esteemed expert in naval vessel production, could you enlighten me about the current status of our shipyards?" Li Ming specifically inquired of Wang, having recruited him through the system. When it comes to matters concerning his military, Li Ming has always exercised utmost caution. "Commander, this shipyard is currently classified as a first-tier facility, boasting 30 shipbuilding slots. This means we can simultaneously construct or upgrade 30 vessels. Given our current circumstances, this first-tier shipyard can produce vessels with a displacement of up to 15,000 tons. It is capable of constructing large destroyers weighing over 10,000 tons, as well as missile destroyers of several thousand tons. Additionally, it can build both nuclear and conventional submarines, and even doomsday submarines. Presently, the production speed at the shipyard is approximately 15 to 30 tons per day, which is adequate for our needs. This shipyard enables the commander to utilize survival points and expend certain resources to construct warships, with the primary focus being on conventional submarines. These conventional submarines can incorporate some technologies from the doomsday submarines, with a displacement of around 6,300 tons, approaching that of a nuclear submarine. The advantages of a larger displacement are manifold, allowing for greater personnel and armament capacity. Furthermore, having integrated select technologies from the doomsday submarines, these conventional submarines now possess survival capabilities akin to those of their doomsday counterparts, albeit at a lower construction cost. Li Ming nodded thoughtfully. "Old Wang, without employing the technologies from the doomsday submarines, what is the operational range of a conventional submarine?" "Approximately 20,000 nautical miles. Beyond that, refueling and various supplies would be necessary. However, this is theoretical, practically, considering the psychological and health factors of the crew. A conventional submarine can only operate submerged for about 2 months before the personnel require rest and recuperation. Yet, if we utilize the resources from the dimensional pocket to carry sufficient fuel, the operational range of such submarines can approach infinity. Of course, there are drawbacks. They cannot remain submerged indefinitely and must periodically surface for recharging. Nevertheless, with our latest solid-state batteries, our submarines can rely entirely on electric power to remain submerged for 2 months before needing to recharge. In terms of oxygen supply for the submarines, we have implemented a multi-channel approach, one of which involves directly generating oxygen through water electrolysis. This method boasts numerous advantages, particularly in the efficient utilization of marine resources. Our calculations indicate that the solid-state batteries equipped on submarines can sustain full-speed electrolysis of water for an impressive duration of up to 2 months. The second approach involves the implementation of cutting-edge air regeneration devices, which are capable of eliminating a certain amount of carbon dioxide within the submarine, while also expelling various harmful gases that may infiltrate our vessel. Simultaneously, these devices will urgently stockpile a substantial number of oxygen candles, along with a considerable reserve of compressed air and relevant chemical oxygen generators. In summary, the operational capabilities of this submarine are not significantly inferior to those of nuclear submarines. Li Ming inquired about the potential performance enhancements achievable through the adoption of doomsday submarine technology. How much could the survival rate be improved? According to our calculations, after integrating numerous doomsday submarine technologies, the overall combat capability of the submarine is expected to increase by approximately 25, while its survivability could improve by as much as 45. Notably, this enhancement primarily pertains to its resilience against impacts, defensive capabilities, and various survival-related attributes. Even if struck by a torpedo, such a submarine, equipped with doomsday technology, would remain buoyant. Li Ming recognized the necessity of engaging professionals for assessment in order to determine which equipment should be mass-produced. Upon hearing this, he felt compelled to advance the development of doomsday submarine technology. Consequently, he authorized the large-scale production of conventional submarines utilizing doomsday technology, while also initiating the manufacture of doomsday submarines. Li Ming issued the command, and soon, Secretary Wang began disseminating the order. After the command was conveyed, Li Ming further inquired, "Wang, what is the status of the submarine's armament?" "Director," Wang responded, "this is considerably more manageable. The submarines you have acquired are essentially outfitted with upgraded versions of the original missiles. All newly constructed submarines will be equipped with our latest missile systems, which, in addition to intercontinental missiles, will also include a substantial number of conventional missiles. According to data from our newly developed and tested Sea Eagle-I submarine launch missile, it boasts a range of 16,500 kilometers, a length of 4 meters, and a diameter of approximately 45 centimeters, capable of carrying both nuclear and conventional warheads, at a lower cost compared to previous intercontinental missiles. This intercontinental submarine-launched missile exhibits superior performance and ease of maintenance, making it suitable for both nuclear and conventional submarines. In addition to this intercontinental missile, we also have the Seagull-I cruise missile, with a range of 4,500 kilometers, allowing each submarine to carry up to 50 cruise missiles. This cruise missile achieves a flight speed of Mach 15, with a terminal penetration speed of Mach 30, enabling it to strike both terrestrial and maritime targets. Beyond these missiles, the submarine is equipped with 6 torpedo launch tubes, arranged in a 4-in-2 configuration, armed with 533 mm heavyweight torpedoes that are compatible with naval vessels. The accompanying Fish 1 torpedo demonstrates exceptional performance, utilizing a precise acoustic guidance system in conjunction with an underwater imaging system. This dual guidance approach, employing both acoustic and imaging technologies, allows for evasion of decoy torpedoes, ensuring direct hits on enemy vessels. This model boasts an impressive precision range of 90 kilometers and a cruising speed of 275 knots. Within this range, any enemy vessel that is locked onto will invariably be pursued by the torpedo. In addition to these formidable armaments, this submarine possesses unique features, incorporating the latest advancements in propeller design and engine technology, as well as employing state-of-the-art soundproofing tiles and anti-vibration techniques. It truly qualifies as a genuine oceanic black hole. At least with the current sonar technology employed by military vessels, it is nearly impossible to detect our submarine navigating beneath the waves. Chapter 122. Inspection before setting sail. Moreover, this type of submarine features the latest design with a 4-layer hull structure. The outermost shell is crafted from a special alloy material that possesses sound wave absorption properties, effectively shielding it from sonar detection. This design significantly enhances its seismic resilience and impact resistance, while the intermediate layers are composed of various advanced materials, resulting in exceptional overall performance. Upon hearing Wang Lao's words, Li Ming was exceedingly pleased. Many might wonder why Li Ming places such importance on submarine technology. The reason is evident. In a post-apocalyptic world, the submarine's ability to withstand turbulent waters is markedly superior to that of surface vessels, an undeniable fact. After all, surface ships struggle to endure the wrath of colossal tornadoes or super typhoons, or even high waves, often succumbing to losses in such adverse conditions. Conversely, submarines are the ultimate tools for survival in a post-apocalyptic scenario. Surface vessels can only prove their worth after the onset of cataclysmic events, while submarines exhibit formidable survivability when confronted with world-ending natural disasters. This first-class shipyard is capable of producing submarines as well as missile destroyers. Li Ming further inquired about the quality of the destroyers produced at this shipyard. After taking a sip of water, Wang Lao responded, "In terms of length, based on our current technological capabilities, the destroyers we produce have a displacement of approximately 200 tons. They feature a fully stealth design, equipped with a 130mm fully automated naval gun, 2 quadruple-mounted 533mm torpedo launchers, 93 vertical launch system units, along with 3 35mm close-in weapon systems, a laser interception system, and an electronic warfare radar. The onboard anti-ship and land attack missiles have a range of 3,000 kilometers, a flight speed of 15 Mach, and a terminal evasion speed of 30 Mach. The shipborne radar can detect surface targets up to 4,500 kilometers away, while stealth vessels can be detected at a distance of 3,500 kilometers. The range for aerial target detection extends to 900 kilometers, with stealth aircraft detectable at approximately 730 kilometers. Additionally, it is equipped with 2 anti-submarine rocket torpedo launchers and a helicopter hangar, making the vessel's performance outstanding. With a production cost of around 1.5 billion survival points, plus a portion of resource materials. Furthermore, in addition to these 2 types of equipment, the shipyard is also capable of producing stealth frigates, which have a displacement of about 200 tons and boast formidable armament levels. With 63 vertical launch system units primarily focused on air defense, missile interception, and anti-submarine operations, their combat capability is indeed impressive. Overall, they possess the ability to intercept missiles with a terminal evasion speed of 20 Mach. Their detection range for aerial targets can reach up to 920 kilometers, while stealth aircraft can be detected at around 750 kilometers. The long-range anti-air missiles have a range of 650 kilometers, while the medium-range ones extend to about 400 kilometers, primarily intercepting targets within 120 kilometers. Additionally, these frigates possess specialized electronic warfare capabilities, rivaling those of dedicated electronic reconnaissance vessels. Li Ming felt a surge of excitement as he contemplated the performance of the newly produced frigates and destroyers. "Let us produce a batch and assess their capabilities," he declared. "Indeed," Wang Lao responded, promptly handing over a cost sheet that made Li Ming's face contort in disbelief. The vessels exhibited remarkable capabilities, yet their prices were nothing short of exorbitant. It was evident that the Navy truly deserved its reputation as an elite branch of the military. Nearly the cost of the ships was astronomical, when one factored in the training, exercises, and maintenance costs for naval personnel. It became clear that such endeavors were far beyond the reach of ordinary small nations. As the saying goes, a decade for the Army, a century for the Navy. This was not solely a matter of equipment. Various hydrographic data and conditions were also crucial, but Li Ming had already prepared these essentials, rendering him poised for action. During his inspection of the shipyard, he observed countless skilled workers, donned in high-quality safety gear, diligently upgrading existing vessels, while new ships were being constructed at designated docks. The bustling scene left him yearning for more. After completing his tour of the shipyard, he visited the nearly finished seafood processing and desalination plants, where the island of Talaji thrived with vitality and burgeoning prospects, filling him with joy. Subsequently, Li Ming boarded several armed deep-sea fishing vessels that had completed their modifications. Externally, they appeared to be nothing more than ordinary large fishing boats, yet they concealed lethal capabilities akin to venomous serpents. They posed a significant threat even to conventional naval vessels. In addition to these armed fishing boats, Li Ming inspected a newly constructed electronic reconnaissance ship, which boasted formidable electronic warfare capabilities. Its array of equipment was astonishing, capable of simulating hundreds of electronic false targets on both the sea and in the air. This vessel not only facilitated maritime surveillance but also aerial reconnaissance, serving as a multiplier of combat effectiveness in naval warfare, with a detection range of 500 kilometers for horizontal targets. After a day filled with inspections, Li Ming took a well-deserved rest, yet his heart brimmed with hope. His navy was finally beginning to take shape, poised to demonstrate its combat potential. With the gradual completion of the armed fishing vessels, he was set to embark on fishing expeditions alongside them. Time swiftly passed, and on February 27, 2028, Li Ming boarded a 10,000-ton deep-sea fishing vessel named Morningstar for a fishing voyage. Clad in navy camouflage devoid of any insignia, he stepped onto the armed vessel, where over 400 sailors, impeccably dressed in naval combat uniforms, stood in formation, awaiting his inspection. Li Ming addressed his comrades, brothers, as the apocalypse approaches. Our mission is to thrive in this world. To encapsulate our resolve in a single phrase, you are my trump card. The natural disasters to come will only intensify, necessitating a substantial reserve of resources. The ocean is an inexhaustible treasure trove, and our forthcoming endeavor is to venture forth to fish while simultaneously diminishing the naval capabilities of other nations. Henceforth, this vast expanse of starry seas shall belong to us. Additionally, I bring forth splendid news. Our shipyard has commenced the production of the latest and most advanced vessels, positioning us to become the most formidable navy in the world. Together, we shall embark on high-seas fishing expeditions to bolster our resource reserves. On these waters, any who dare to challenge our intentions shall swiftly face annihilation. This voyage serves not only the purpose of fishing, but also as a practical exercise in naval combat. Are you all prepared? Chapter 123. Setting sail for fishing. Always be prepared, shouted a chorus of hundreds of naval soldiers aboard the vessel. All right, in the coming days, we shall resupply the armed fishing boats and set off in 3 days. We pledge our unwavering loyalty to the commander. Li Ming nodded in satisfaction, dismissed. Soon, the initial fleet of armed fishing boats commenced refueling and maintenance in preparation for their voyage, set to embark in 3 days. Li Ming's plan for this expedition was to undertake a long-range journey, primarily to assess the conditions of neighboring nations surrounding the Tinu Empire, while also exploring various regions across the globe. For Li Ming, this journey served dual purposes: to harvest marine resources and engage in maritime training, as well as to inspect the military forces stationed across various locales and overseas naval bases. There were over 60 overseas naval bases under construction that he wished to evaluate and assist in overcoming challenges. Li Ming selected a vast island to the southeast of the Tinu Empire, known as Lahore Island. He intended to establish a supersized naval base there. Although originally belonging to the Tinu Empire, historical factors had led to its independence. To some extent, the inhabitants of this island had become rebels. The island's location was crucial, featuring not only expansive plains but also numerous excellent ports, providing exceptional natural conditions that Li Ming deemed essential to control. As for whether the local populace would accept his governance, that was of little consequence. Should they resist, he was prepared to subdue them by any means necessary. Those who dared to oppose with force would face annihilation. In this apocalyptic era, lives were as expendable as grass. The loss of a few individuals was inconsequential. Time swiftly passed to the 3rd of March, 2028, in the solar calendar, when Li Ming officially boarded the Star of Dawn long-range fishing vessel to commence his global expedition. Accompanying the fishing vessel were 2 missile destroyers, 2 doomsday submarines, and a supply ship. The Star of Dawn boasted a displacement of 12,000 tons, equipped with a small helicopter hangar and a crew of 325. Following a series of modifications by Li Ming, its operational range had reached 30,000 nautical miles. With a command from Li Ming, the first fleet of 50 long-range fishing boats set sail under the protection of the submarines. These fishing boats were predominantly large vessels, each weighing approximately 10,000 tons, with outstanding performance capabilities. The fleet majestically set forth at sunrise, the scene breathtakingly captivating. As the sun emerged on the horizon, the sight of dawn was mesmerizing, heralding a day of brilliant sunshine, with temperatures soaring to 55 degrees. For countless survivors, this glorious day signified the onset of a new level of hellish trials. Li Ming's fishing vessel, accompanied by warships, navigated along the coastline of the Tianhui Empire. At this moment, through a high-tech telescope, Li Ming discerned that the beach's hue was not the usual silvery gray but rather an ominous black. Scattered across the shore were tents hastily erected days prior, alongside wooden houses and makeshift shelters crafted from rusted containers and scrap metal. The survivors within these shelters had just awakened from slumber, and upon opening their eyes, they beheld a fleet of ships sailing in the distance. Those with knowledge quickly recognized that among this fleet were indeed warships and deep-sea fishing vessels, which stirred excitement among the survivors. The presence of oceanic fishing boats suggested the possibility of a faction engaging in large-scale maritime harvesting, potentially replenishing their dwindling food supplies. As Li Ming's vessel continued along the coast, he was surprised to observe several fishing boats from various factions setting sail. This realization dawned on him. Other groups were also turning their ambitions toward the sea, preparing to stockpile resources. These fishing boats varied in size, comprising those that had narrowly escaped disaster and now served as tools for different factions to fish. Li Ming's fleet prominently displayed the flag of the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce, a symbol recognized by virtually all factions within the Tianhui Empire. As the fishing boats began to sound their horns, Li Ming reciprocated with a blast of his own horn. At that moment, a captain aboard one of the fishing vessels was using a telescope to scrutinize Li Ming's fleet. "Captain, which faction does that fleet with warships belong to?" the first mate inquired. After a moment of observation, the captain replied, "It is the fleet of the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce. I never anticipated they would possess a navy. It appears they have 2 missile destroyers." "What?" the first mate exclaimed, taking the captain's telescope for a closer look. Indeed, it was confirmed. The ships bore the flag of the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce. "Captain, given their display of power, it seems they are preparing for deep-sea fishing operations. Should we also venture into deep-sea fishing?" The captain shot a glance at the first mate. "Have you lost your mind? The Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce is affluent enough to operate in deep waters. Do you think we share their wealth? You are aware of how precious fuel is in these times, are you not? Even the financially robust Zhongxing Chamber does not sell fuel externally. Do you not grasp its value? Let us focus on maximizing our catch in shallower waters. Alas, what a pity to miss out on the bounties of the deep sea." The captain sighed, displaying a look of resignation. "Captain, while we may not be able to engage in deep-sea fishing, they certainly can. Given the recent developments of the Zhongxing Chamber constructing ports, it is evident that their catch will soon enter the market. Perhaps we should consider collaborating with them as intermediaries," suggested the first mate. "I will return and report this to the base commander before making any decisions," the captain concluded. In truth, the entire Tianhui Empire is not solely under the control of Li Ming. There exists a faction composed of the remnants of the Imperial Navy, known as the Eason Society. This faction possesses approximately 6 missile destroyers and 25 fishing vessels. The naval base of the Eason Society is situated within a port in the Malta province of the Tianhui Empire. At this moment, Li Ming's fleet was traversing the coastal waters near the province of Malta, thereby capturing the attention of the Eason Society. "Commander, we have detected a fleet approximately 15 kilometers from our coastline, comprising 1 deep-sea fishing vessel and 2 missile destroyers. Please advise," reported a soldier on duty, hastily seizing the telephone to relay the information to higher command. "Immediately ascertain their situation. Identify which nation or faction they belong to," a voice commanded from the receiver. "Understood." Chapter 124. Fishing at Sea Too Soon. The soldier on duty discerned the affiliation of Li Ming's fleet and reported to the commander that this fleet belonged to the Zhongxing Trading Company. "Should we requisition their vessels?" "Wait a moment. I will report this." After hanging up the phone, an officer hurriedly made his way to the naval base to relay the information. With the appearance of the Zhongxing Trading Company's fleet, the remnants of the Imperial Navy at the Malta naval base began to deliberate the situation. After all, this comprised 2 missile destroyers and a 10,000-ton ocean fishing vessel. If requisitioned, it would undoubtedly bolster their strength. However, the Zhongxing Trading Company was not to be trifled with. Their demonstrated military prowess during the extreme cold period had been formidable. Was it truly wise to provoke such a force over a few ships? Rationality soon triumphed over impulse, and the Eason Association resolved to remain passive. Unbeknownst to them, their caution would ultimately save their lives. Li Ming had long been vigilant of the Eason Association, as they were remnants of the former Imperial Navy, making them a prime focus for Li Ming's intelligence agency. He had deliberately positioned himself near the Eason Association to gauge their reaction. Should they attempt to forcibly seize his vessels? The incoming Air Force's fighter bombers would eradicate the Eason Association from the map without leaving a trace. The thunderous roar of the heavily modified Tianjin-class multi-role aircraft, acquired from the Tianjin Empire, soon captured the attention of the Eason Association. At that moment, they realized that the Zhongxing Trading Company had already summoned reinforcements. Any hint of aggression on their part would only invite a terrifying assault from these multi-role heavy fighters. The members of the Eason Association recognized the aircraft originating from the Tianjin Empire, and upon recalling intelligence about the disappearance of numerous military assets prior to the natural disaster, even the dimmest of minds could deduce that these assets had most likely fallen into the hands of the Zhongxing Trading Company. A force boasting a substantial inventory of military equipment from major world powers was not something the current Eason Association could dare provoke. As the president of the Eason Association gazed at the more than 30 heavy fighters soaring overhead, laden with various munitions, beads of cold sweat formed on his brow. He silently rejoiced at his own composure. The aircraft summoned by Li Ming soon commenced their patrol. The deployment of over 30 heavy fighters was undeniably a significant event. Meanwhile, Li Ming, aboard a fishing vessel, began his journey southward, with the first wave of over 30 heavy fighters above him and a second wave en route. The purpose of gathering these fighters was twofold: to provide him with escort and to launch an offensive against the rebellious forces on Lahore Island. This squadron of fighter jets targeted the port and naval facilities of Lahore Island. In no time, a total of 90 heavy fighters reached an airspace 400 kilometers from Lahore Island. readying themselves for missile strikes. The submarines within Li Ming's fleet began to surface to a designated depth, preparing to launch their missiles. Report to the Commander-in-Chief. Our strike group is in position and ready to launch at any moment. Please advise, a staff officer announced. In the command room, an officer adorned with the insignia of a major general cast a glance at Li Ming, who calmly declared, "Execute the strike order." Understood. Under the guidance of this general, the naval vessels promptly launched missiles at the predetermined targets. Given that these were merely refurbished old missiles from the inventory, Li Ming felt no remorse. The quantity of this batch was substantial, especially after being amplified 100-fold by Li Ming, resulting in an astronomical number. With a whoosh, the missiles soared from the vessels, hurtling towards their designated targets. The Air Force also struck military airports and various ports on Lahore Island. With Li Ming's intent focused on dismantling the enemy's naval and aerial capabilities, he showed no mercy. Countless insurgents, oblivious to the impending disaster, were swiftly dispatched by Li Ming's various missiles, and what remained of the Navy ships and fishing boats sank in the harbor. Simultaneously, Li Ming's fishing vessels released a significant number of intelligent underwater mines into the ports of Lahore Island. When it comes to effectively blockading ports, mines are undoubtedly the most cost-efficient weapon. These mines were set to predetermined locations before being deployed into the sea, drifting towards Lahore's ports with the assistance of miniature propulsion systems. As for whether this blockade would lead to famine on Lahore Island, Li Ming was unconcerned. His objective was to seize the territory, not to save a band of rebels. In fact, he wished for their swift demise. After executing the strikes, the fighter jets returned to base, while the vessels, assisted by supply ships, replenished their ammunition. The military ships could quickly restock their launched missiles with the aid of these supply vessels, which proved to be invaluable assets. Li Ming's fishing vessels commenced their formal fishing operations. While Li Ming rested in the command center, the captain of the fishing vessel approached him and inquired, "Captain, who will command this fishing vessel?" Li Ming, understanding the implication behind the question, smiled and replied, "Professional matters should be handled by professionals. You are the captain. I am merely a guest. Unless it is a matter of great importance, you will be in command." With Li Ming's authorization, the captain promptly began issuing orders from the modern command center. Group 3, attention. Activate the sonar and vertical fish detection equipment to locate schools of fish. Soon, the fishing vessel began its search for nearby fish schools. After approximately half an hour, the sonar room reported, "Command Center. Sonar has detected a large school of fish 500 meters ahead. Please advise." The captain responded into the microphone, further assessed the quantity and species of the fish, and informed Group 5 to prepare for netting. 3 minutes later, the sonar room reported, "Command Center, detection complete. The marine life here is abundant, primarily consisting of large ribbon fish, prawns, and various seaweeds, with an estimated catch of around 800,000 pounds. Deploy the trawl net, heading southeast, at a steady speed of 5 knots. Soon, the immense trawl net was cast into the depths, and the 10,000-ton fishing vessel commenced a steady navigation at a speed of 5 knots. As the ship advanced, the vast expanse of the sea and its abundant marine life were gradually ensnared by the slowly moving trawl net. At this moment, the large screen in the vessel's advanced sonar room vividly displayed the net's condition beneath the waves. After approximately 45 minutes of towing, the sonar room reported to the command center, indicating that the net was now filled to 80% capacity. Should we haul in the net? Haul it in. Chapter 125. Fishing at C3 with the captain's command issued, the immense vessel's winches and equipment sprang to life, drawing up the colossal, heavy trawl net. Li Ming observed from the deck as countless seafood products struggled within the vast net. As it was hoisted onto the deck, the naval soldiers promptly began sorting the freshly caught marine bounty with specialized equipment. This 10,000-ton deep-sea fishing boat possessed its own freezing storage capabilities and even had some processing facilities for seafood. Li Ming was astonished by the mountain of seafood before him, never anticipating such an abundance. The catch from this net appeared to weigh over 300 tons, translating to approximately 600,000 pounds of seafood. This staggering quantity, even after discarding the inedible, could still yield over 500,000 pounds of food. If this were to be multiplied 100-fold, it would result in an astronomical figure. Swiftly, Li Ming joined the soldiers in organizing and categorizing the seafood. The variety of marine life was astonishing, including oysters, clams, ribbonfish, shad, snapper, yellow croaker, shrimp, sea urchins, scallops, conch, blue crabs, lobsters, and juvenile lobsters, all retrieved from the depths. The bounty of this haul was indeed remarkable. A large group worked swiftly, sorting the catch while other soldiers loaded the sorted seafood into vehicles destined for the boat's processing area. Li Ming focused on preserving the more delicate seafood, such as the blue crabs, by storing them safely in his space. The sea had not been fished for over 2 years, leading to an astonishing abundance. Witnessing the results of this net, Li Ming felt an overwhelming sense of pride in his decision to venture out to sea. The sheer quantity of seafood collected, after sorting, amounted to several hundred tons. Additionally, there were dozens of tons of kelp and various types of seaweed, including dragonbeard seaweed. In many ways, the haul from this single expedition could sustain tens of thousands of people for a day, and when magnified 100-fold, the implications were terrifying. The first fleet Li Ming deployed comprised dozens of vessels. For each fishing boat, even one successful haul per day would yield a significant reward. Li Ming felt invigorated. The ocean truly was an inexhaustible treasure trove. He understood the critical importance of food. Even though his supplies were already ample, the more food he could stockpile for his future endeavors, the better. Once the soldiers finished sorting the seafood on deck, they began cleaning the area and maintaining the trawl nets and fishing gear. Meanwhile, other soldiers engaged in various preliminary and advanced processing of the seafood. The processing workshop aboard this fishing vessel swiftly transforms various seafood into an array of fish fillets, fish segments, canned fish, and an assortment of fish sausages crafted from minced fish, all with the aid of advanced robotics. Inside, one can find specialized equipment such as fish washing machines, filleting machines, cutting machines, and skinning machines. This colossal vessel, weighing 10,000 tons, is equipped with independent cold storage facilities and numerous freezers. Capable of accommodating over 6,000 tons of catch, today's haul is merely an appetizer. Tonight's dinner will consist of various seaweeds complemented by the day's catch. The ship is equipped with a desalination system, ensuring a plentiful supply of fresh water. The evening's menu includes fried knife fish, garlic steamed baby lobsters, clear steamed lobsters, and garlic vermicelli steamed scallops. To celebrate the successful first venture, Li Ming has also procured a generous supply of chilled beer for everyone to enjoy. The ship's dining area can accommodate over 100 diners, thus the soldiers partake in their meals in shifts to prevent excess consumption. Each person is rationed 2 cans of chilled beer per day. Li Ming pops open a can of beer, the cool condensation beating on the surface, bringing a refreshing chill to his hand. He proclaims, "Today marks our auspicious beginning. Not only have we triumphed in our first battle, but we have also amassed such a bountiful catch. Well done, everyone. Let us toast." The soldiers rise in unison, responding, "Cheers." After Li Ming initiates the toast, the remaining soldiers and officers follow suit. Li Ming picks up his chopsticks and savors a garlic scallop, the fragrant garlic melding beautifully with the freshness of the seafood and the delectable juices, sending him into a euphoric delight. The flavors are exquisite, and with the chilled beer paired with the savory seafood, life feels exceptionally pleasant. At this moment, the captain approaches, raising a glass. "General, I propose a toast to you." Li Ming clinks his chilled beer against the captain's, taking a sip before addressing him. "Captain Wu, as a seasoned naval officer, you shall take charge of maritime matters, and your military command shall be guided by your expertise. I consider myself merely a guest aboard this vessel and shall refrain from interfering in areas outside my knowledge. Except in critical matters, we must maintain a unified command." "Understood, General. I sought your counsel regarding our forthcoming plans." After listening to Captain Wu's proposed route, Li Ming finds no issues with it, merely remarking, "We must show no leniency towards hostile forces. Additionally, we have established a naval base in the southern waters of the Empire, making your route quite favorable. We can assess the situation at that base soon." The fleet embarks on its journey, diligently fishing while advancing towards Hull Bay. On the 5th day of their voyage, Li Ming's fleet reaches the southern maritime region of the Empire, known as Hull Bay. The surrounding nations, including the Southern Monkey Kingdom, have long coveted the Linghai region of the Tianhui Empire, persistently encroaching upon its territory. After receiving a stern lesson from the Tianhui Empire, they had shown some restraint, however. The recent calamities that have befallen the empire have left its government in shambles, prompting certain factions within the Southern Monkey Kingdom to stir restlessly once more. Numerous nearby islands and reefs have been seized by the Southern Monkey Kingdom, bolstered by remnants of its military and naval forces. Li Ming's newly established naval base is situated perilously close to the central regions of the Southern Monkey Kingdom, representing a substantial threat. With the arrival of Li Ming's fleet, a significant imbalance in naval strength has emerged. His 2 missile destroyers and 2 submarines are poised for missile launch. Concurrently, 4 Air Force bases located in the southern territories of the Empire have dispatched 20 strategic bombers to commence an offensive. A great battle is on the verge of erupting. Chapter 126. Striking Foreign Nations. Dominating the world, Li Ming had meticulously prepared for the impending operation when the fleet commander approached. requesting a communication link aboard the warship. Report, Commander. Our forces are battle-ready. Please issue your orders. The voice of the fleet commander resonated through the receiver. I command you to immediately commence strikes on the designated enemy targets. Understood. The fleet commander responded promptly through the communicator. All units, prepare for action. Missiles ready for launch. Soon, an officer reported, Commander, the missiles have powered up, and the satellite data link is established. The fleet commander then commanded, input the strike coordinates. Coordinates confirmed. Upon glancing at the large screen and confirming that all preparations were complete, the fleet commander shouted, Weapons officer, initiate the countdown for launch. The weapons officer took the microphone and counted down, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 launch. As the countdown concluded, he pressed the launch button. A dull thud echoed, followed by the missiles being expelled from their launch tubes, igniting their rear rocket engines. The missiles soared forth with a whooshing sound, heading directly towards their predetermined targets. These missiles, designed for both anti-ship and land attack capabilities, utilized a sophisticated combination of satellite guidance, image-based targeting from the missile heads, and the ship's fire control radar for multifaceted guidance. With an astonishing velocity of 10 Mach at launch, the billowing smoke from the missile's tail quickly dissipated into the atmosphere. Fleet Commander Wu Jun promptly ordered, supply vessels, assist in reloading ammunition, prepare for a second wave of strikes. Typically, reloading such vertical launch system missiles would occur at a naval base. However, Li Ming had made extensive modifications to the ship's interior, enabling it to reload at sea. Notably, these missiles were designed for modular reloading, allowing a single warship to complete the reloading of all vertical launch system missiles in approximately 1 hour. While Li Ming's fleet was engaged in replenishing ammunition with the assistance of supply ships, over 200 missiles were launched at remarkable speeds, targeting the newly occupied reefs, various ports, airfields, and the remaining naval vessels and fishing boats of the South Monkey Kingdom, located more than 300 kilometers away. Under the guidance of satellites and missile heads, the missiles soared towards their respective targets. Unbeknownst to the South Monkey Kingdom, whose navy was exceedingly small and lacked combat capability, the incoming missiles went undetected until it was too late. The moment they realized the missiles were approaching, disaster had already struck. The ports of the South Monkey Kingdom were reduced to ruins as the missiles struck, rendering them utterly ineffective. Simultaneously, several remaining naval vessels and fishing boats were also hit by the missiles. Amidst the cacophony of violent explosions, the fragile vessels were engulfed in a sea of flames, ultimately succumbing to the depths of the ocean, taking with them the naval personnel aboard, who were swept away by the shrapnel from missile detonations, perishing in a tragic fate. As for the islands they had occupied, they were mercilessly struck by missiles, leaving no trace of the remnants of the Southern Monkey Kingdom's forces, obliterated in the ferocious blasts, reduced to mere bones, with not a shred remaining. The military awaited an assessment of the battlefield situation, a prerequisite to deciding whether to continue the assault. Soon, reports from long-range drones and high-resolution satellites arrived, informing the commander that the battlefield assessment indicated the enemy had utterly lost its naval capabilities, and crucial facilities such as ports had been annihilated by our forces, rendering them irreparable in the short term. The military was highly satisfied and conveyed the situation to Li Ming, who said little, entrusting complete authority to the military commander. The military promptly contacted 20 strategic bombers, initiating communication with Eagle 1. After a brief pause, the distinctive crackle of the radio emerged as Eagle received the call, requesting to proceed. This Eagle was the code name for the 20 bombers involved in this operation. The military reported, Eagle, following our initial strike, the enemy's ports, navy, and forces on the islands have been entirely obliterated. You are now cleared to target various critical facilities within enemy territory, focusing primarily on their infrastructure and densely populated areas. Eagle acknowledged the command. Shortly thereafter, the 20 bombers penetrated the airspace of the Southern Monkey Kingdom and their bomb bays opened, releasing a cascade of munitions. These were glide bombs, known for their commendable precision and economical cost. The bombers swiftly commenced their assault on vital facilities within the Southern Monkey Kingdom, including food storage areas, filling the land with the thunderous sounds of explosions. Following this bombardment, the food storage facilities within the Southern Monkey Kingdom were completely destroyed, transforming into a raging inferno that would further exacerbate the internal turmoil and scarcity of resources within the kingdom. Upon the completion of the offensive, Li Ming's general staff devised a new strategy aimed at neighboring nations and the Eagle Empire, targeting any country with naval capabilities and industrial strength for bombardment. With an abundance of bombs of various types at their disposal, the objective was to obliterate the enemy's internal structures, leaving no avenue for survival. This plan received Li Ming's endorsement. In this moment, nations worldwide, possessing any degree of industrial capability and naval power, suffered bombardment from Li Ming's air force, which thoroughly dismantled their remaining industrial capacity and naval ports, annihilating their final vestiges of naval and air power. Li Ming's fleet launched attacks across the globe, coordinating with the Air Force to eradicate the navies of nations worldwide. Subsequently, a multitude of mines was released, re-establishing a blockade on the already devastated ports of various nations. These mines possessed the capability to render the seas impassable for the rest of the world. Intriguingly, while traversing the Lidl Sea, Li Ming encountered pirates. Indeed. You read that correctly, pirates. The captain reported, "Report to the admiral. We have detected pirates approaching our distant fishing vessel." Li Ming inquired about the pirates' armament. They are equipped with speedboats, AKM rifles, and RPG rockets. Prepare the soldiers for combat immediately. Ready the close defense artillery. It seems our warship, positioned 10 kilometers away, has gone unnoticed by them. This time, we shall dismantle their stronghold, Li Ming declared. Admiral, let us first assess the capabilities of these pirates. Proceed. You shall lead the charge. Chapter 127. Striking the pirates. The profession of piracy has existed throughout history, primarily characterized by the plundering of merchant vessels. In this post-apocalyptic era, however, pirates have adapted, often utilizing speedboats to raid land-dwelling individuals, though they still venture out to sea for fishing, armed with weaponry and ammunition. While fishing on the open waters, a colossal fishing vessel came into view, instantly captivating the pirate leader. The thought of possessing such a 10,000-ton fishing ship sparked visions of prosperity. Overjoyed, the pirate chief, Yima, commanded his crew, "Quickly, arm yourselves. We must seize that fishing vessel." Thus, 10 speedboats pursued Li Ming's armed fishing boat. The naval soldiers aboard were not idle, swiftly preparing for combat. The Marines, having been cooped up for too long, finally had the chance to engage. They armed themselves with 12 7mm machine guns and sniper rifles, while others manned the 30mm cannons, taking aim. The armed fishing vessel was equipped with two 30mm rotary cannons, which, upon locking onto targets via fire control radar, were swiftly readied for action. The captain, upon hearing the crew's responses, ordered that snipers and machine gunners prepare to fire, while the cannons awaited further commands. The deep, resonant thuds of the heavy machine guns echoed as the Marines unleashed a barrage upon the pirates' speedboats and assault crafts. Interspersed with the heavier reports of the sniper rifles, 12 7mm bullets soared towards the pirates' vessels. It wasn't long before one speedboat was struck by the machine gun fire, reducing 6 or 7 pirates to mere fragments, while the assault craft began to take on water, sending its occupants tumbling into the sea. The snipers diligently picked off pirates on the speedboats, each shot resonating with deadly precision. As the pirates found themselves falling overboard, their vessels reduced to wreckage. The pirates were caught off guard by the unexpected firepower of the fishing vessel, which, from a distance exceeding 1,000 meters, suppressed their advance. The heavy machine guns proved overwhelmingly effective, swiftly dismantling the pirates' fleet. Those aboard the boats were either killed or injured. Even those who remained unscathed found themselves at a loss, as the scent of blood attracted sharks from the depths. In a state of panic, the pirates cried out, "Oh God, save us. Help." Their pleas did not go unheard. Li Ming's fishing vessel approached, rescuing 4 of them, while the rest met a grim fate at the jaws of the waiting sharks. Upon rescuing the 4 individuals, they were not treated with deference. Instead, they were subjected to the most brutal interrogation. It did not take long for Li Ming to ascertain the location of the pirates' lair. Subsequently, the 4 captives were slashed twice by the Marine Corps and cast into the sea. Unmoved by their anguished cries, Li Ming's armed fishing vessel sped towards the pirates' stronghold, awaiting the arrival of the warships. Conveniently, he had several mining bases located in the vicinity of Black South State. Upon a cursory examination, he realized that these mining sites were too distant to warrant disturbance, prompting him to take matters into his own hands. Before long, the fleet of warships, submarines, and supply vessels caught up, having previously lagged behind while resupplying ammunition. Li Ming's submarines primarily operated on the surface, and this small naval fleet headed straight for the pirates' den. After more than half an hour of navigation, they finally beheld the stronghold, a town teeming with armed militants. Li Ming had confirmed that this was indeed the pirates' lair, especially since a small port nearby housed several small boats and assault craft. Soon, 2 130mm naval guns, aided by fire control radar, locked onto their targets. And under Wu Jun's command, they opened fire. The resounding thuds of artillery fire heralded a barrage upon the pirates' base. The firepower of a single 130mm naval gun equated to that of a heavy artillery battalion on land, and shells rained down upon the stronghold. Countless pirates were obliterated in the ensuing chaos, reduced to mere fragments amidst the blood mist. Others succumbed to shrapnel, collapsing lifelessly on the ground. In the pandemonium, the thousands of pirates within the base were thrown into disarray, unable to discern the origin of the bombardment. This confusion further amplified the destructive impact of the shells. Almost every projectile resulted in significant casualties, as this was a group of armed marauders lacking formal military training, utterly incapable of withstanding such intense shelling, and thus began to flee. At this juncture, 3 battalions of Li Ming's Marine Corps disembarked swiftly from the fast boats of the destroyer, launching into a coordinated assault. Under the protective cover of 12 7mm machine guns, sniper rifles, and the 130mm naval guns, the pirates fell one after another, with only a handful managing to escape. The remainder met their demise. Subsequently, the Marine Corps conducted a thorough search of the pirates' base, uncovering a wealth of items. In addition to conventional light weaponry and ammunition, they seized a considerable quantity of gold, diamonds, and various jewels, along with ample survival supplies. These included cassava, grains, medicines, and an assortment of canned goods, now all deemed spoils of war belonging to Li Ming. Li Ming's Marine Corps completely stripped the pirate stronghold, leaving no scrap metal behind. They meticulously gathered all the inventory of the pirates and stowed it away in their interdimensional pockets. After thoroughly scavenging the base, the Marine Corps returned to their ship. Li Ming conducted a rough inventory of the seized goods. One could say that this engagement yielded no losses, and with a modest profit, it transformed into a substantial gain after a 50-fold increase. Following their assault on the pirates, Li Ming's fleet sailed away with great resolve, continuing on their circumnavigation of the globe. Chapter 128. The port of Malga. Li Ming's fleet primarily functioned by traversing the seas while simultaneously harvesting marine products. Any nation possessing naval strength along their route was meticulously attended to by Li Ming's fleet and strategic bombers. Throughout his global voyage, he established numerous new bases on large islands and within various nations, some of which were military outposts, while others served as mining facilities or naval bases, among others. It can be said that Li Ming had initially realized his strategic objective of global dominance after his oceanic fishing vessels had navigated the seas for a full 4 months. Upon their return to the Talaji base, significant transformations had taken place at the base. A large seawater desalination plant had been constructed along the coastline, capable of desalinating approximately 5,000 tons of seawater daily, providing ample fresh water for the base. In addition, the island itself possessed underground freshwater sources, enabling Li Ming to commence the cultivation of agricultural crops, coinciding perfectly with the harvest season upon his return. Under Li Ming's command, the island had witnessed the establishment of 5 first-class naval shipyards, which were tirelessly engaged in the refurbishment of military vessels and civilian oceanic fishing boats, preparing them for further expeditions. Furthermore, 4 medium-sized seafood processing plants had been erected on the island, transforming the harvested marine products into various food items. For instance, abalone and sea cucumbers were processed into canned goods or prepared as meals. Certain fish were directly converted into fish sausages and luncheon meat cans, with options such as spicy ribbonfish cans also emerging. In summary, Li Ming's oceanic fishing enterprise was flourishing. However, not all marine products required processing into food. Many superior quality items were cultivated through aquaculture. All harvested marine products underwent rigorous testing by Li Ming to ensure their safety for consumption before being processed into various food items, or, in some cases, simply dried. Upon the return and subsequent maintenance of the first batch of oceanic fishing vessels, the volume of marine products submitted amounted to over 200 million tons. The quantity of canned goods produced from these marine products was estimated to exceed 4 billion pounds, yielding approximately 3 billion boxes of safely consumable seafood cans. After food processing, byproducts were utilized for the production of useful materials, such as lower-quality luncheon meat cans, ensuring that nothing was wasted. Even the least desirable remnants were ground into bone meal, serving as excellent feed for aquaculture. Additionally, around 6,000 tons of toxic and inedible substances were collected by Li Ming's system, which converted them into survival points, amounting to approximately 12 million survival points when calculated. Although these survival points may not be abundant, they can still be exchanged for a considerable amount of resources, serving as a form of waste utilization that Li Ming does not disdain. After all, even the tiniest mosquito leg is still meat. The 600 million boxes of seafood canned goods represent merely the first batch of profits brought in by the ocean-going fishing fleet. The returns from this initial harvest are astonishingly high. Compared to the revenue generated from this venture, the cost of fuel and other expenditures are mere trifles. For what could provide more security than these boxes of canned goods? Li Ming's food industry is quite advanced, producing not only various canned goods, but also fresh items such as fish balls and shrimp paste, which he has frozen for preservation, as these are excellent for hot pot dishes. After the chaotic food processing was completed, Li Ming magnified the yield 100-fold, resulting in an enormous stockpile of goods. The exact quantity of resources at Li Ming's disposal is so vast that he has lost interest in tallying them, only to describe it as an astronomical figure. In stark contrast to Li Ming's bountiful harvest, other factions, including the Eason Society backed by the Imperial Navy, have seen far less success with their fishing vessels. Due to insufficient fuel, they are forced to fish in Jinhai, returning to unload their catch before setting out again. With fuel in short supply, they dare not utilize refrigeration or preservation capabilities, leaving many seafood products to dry under the sun, circulating in the market as dried goods. Li Ming's canned luncheon meat boasts a meat content exceeding 90%, providing substantial high-quality protein, which is why his seafood products predominantly circulate in the form of various canned goods. Naturally, some are also available as dried seafood, with not only meat cans but also large quantities of kelp and seaweed processed into various pickled and dried forms. At this moment, the entire port of Malga comprises 6 major harbors, 4 of which are constructed and controlled by Li Ming's commercial guild, while the remaining 2 are under the control of the Renaissance Society and the Haichao Commercial Association respectively. However, in terms of facilities and throughput, Li Ming's 4 ports are the largest, as he is willing to invest heavily in equipment to maintain their operations. These ports are open for business, however. Fishing vessels docking at Li Ming's ports must pay a certain tax to enjoy the port services. The other 2 ports, though accommodating slightly smaller vessels and having inferior facilities, offer lower taxes, each presenting its own advantages for the fishing vessels of various factions. Li Ming's ports are clearly the preferred choice due to their swift unloading processes, as well as the provision of security and storage services, ensuring both safety and service quality are maximized. Moreover, the 4 major ports controlled by Li Ming have given rise to a seafood trading market in the urban area of Malga, established by his commercial guild. The market conditions created by Li Ming's guild are well known, although the rental for storefronts is somewhat high. The quality of service across all aspects is unmatched by the other 2 entities. It can be said that although Li Ming's prices are somewhat elevated, the value for money he offers is undeniably exceptional. In this apocalyptic world, there are no fools among those engaged in the seafood trade, and soon, Li Ming's seafood market flourished immensely. Centered around this market, several residential areas emerged, predominantly consisting of makeshift homes constructed by refugees who had fled from distant lands. These self-built dwellings also became temporary shelters for those who arrived here to conduct business. Chapter 129. The current state of Malga for the survivors. The relentless heat wave has persisted for over 5 months, with the sun mercilessly scorching every corner of the planet. The ocean's waters have significantly evaporated, yet not a single drop of rain has fallen, presenting a grim scenario devoid of respite. Li Ming has received reports from various inland bases, revealing that many can now only cultivate drought-resistant and heat-tolerant crops due to the depletion of groundwater. However, the population in these inland bases is relatively sparse, leading to minimal consumption of food and resources. In contrast, the plight of some survivors residing in these areas has become dire. Those living near riverbanks fare somewhat better, as they still have river water to rely upon. Yet, for those without access to significant rivers or reservoirs, survival becomes an arduous battle. Li Ming's base has dispatched numerous individuals to dig wells, some reaching depths of over 300 meters, but water remains elusive, an utterly despairing reality. Nevertheless, there is a glimmer of hope for the survivors. Li Ming's cold-resistant sweet potatoes have been introduced to the market, garnering a warm reception from the beleaguered populace. After all, these tubers require only minimal water to thrive and yield sustenance. Who wouldn't appreciate such a boon? Soon, survivors from various inland regions began their exodus eastward and southward along the routes controlled by Li Ming, carrying their belongings in search of coastal areas. This migration is a desperate measure. After all, seawater, under high temperatures, can be processed to extract sufficient freshwater for drinking. In these times, the value of freshwater is beyond measure. A single sip could sustain a person amidst the harshness of calamity. Along the beaches of the entire Tianhui Empire, throngs of survivors congregate, their numbers dense and overwhelming. Many venture out at night, as the scorching daytime heat is unbearable, and the cooler evening temperatures offer a modicum of comfort. At this moment, Li Ming is aboard an ocean fishing vessel, heading directly to a major port in the Malga region under his control. After navigating for over half an hour, he finally arrives at the port, which is under strict military surveillance. The lockdown will only be lifted once Li Ming officially enters the market. Many survivors faintly observe a young man entering a vehicle, presumably a significant figure from the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce, as the lockdown is subsequently lifted. Of course, none of this concerns the ordinary survivors. For them, the paramount need is merely to find a place to live by the sea. although they must contend with the threat of waves. It is far preferable to succumbing to thirst. Moreover, many survivors who have fled to the coast have begun trading homemade distilled water and sea salt. The earliest group of survivors seeking refuge by the sea has successfully established substantial businesses, initially selling distilled freshwater and sea salt, while others have salvaged seafood accidentally dropped by distant fishing vessels, drying them into preserved goods. Some individuals have taken to capturing marine creatures stranded on beaches due to tidal influences, subsequently drying these organisms to commence a modest enterprise in seafood. In summary, the shores of the entire empire are thronged with a multitude of people. Indeed, the seaside has become a sanctuary for survival, especially following Li Ming's issuance of stringent orders to combat the rampant criminal elements. The malevolent forces that had established checkpoints along the main thoroughfares were thoroughly eliminated by Li Ming. Rather than amassing wealth through extortion, many of these individuals faced death, with substantial resources lost in the process of settling the matter. Li Ming mandated that any resources collected must be returned in double, and those who failed to comply faced dire consequences. Initially, some of these factions, defiant in nature, banded together to oppose Li Ming's forces. However, under the decisive strikes from Li Ming's combined units, the coalition quickly crumbled, leading to the annihilation of the factions behind them. Those guilty of serious crimes faced immediate execution. Their bodies were purposed to generate energy at the power plant. Meanwhile, individuals with lesser offenses were subjected to various forms of punishment, forced to engage in arduous labor under the sweltering sun. This arrangement provided a source of free labor, which was exploited to the fullest. After all, labor reforms served as a means for them to atone for their misdeeds, though to toil under such extreme conditions was far more agonizing than a swift execution, effectively rendering their existence a prolonged suffering. With the roads under the control of Li Ming's army, they began employing solid-state battery technology to equip their all-terrain vehicles and electric tricycles for patrolling the secured routes. Additionally, Li Ming established checkpoints to screen passing refugees, providing them with permits that did not require the payment of resources, primarily serving a supportive function. This initiative offered guidance to survivors seeking refuge on the beaches, akin to a public service, which enabled many to persevere. Consequently, a significant number of survivors from the inland regions of the Tianhui Empire have fled toward the coastal areas, leading to a contraction of markets in the interior due to the drastic decrease in survivor numbers, although trade with other factions continued as usual. At this moment, Li Ming found himself in a vehicle where he was surprised to observe the construction of a new villa district on a hill near the beach in Malga City. This piqued his interest. Secretary Wang, what is the story behind this villa district? Li Ming inquired. Director, this villa district is a collaborative construction by several private bases in Malga City, intended to provide a relatively safe and comfortable residence for some of the affluent in the city, Secretary Wang explained, having anticipated her leader's question. When was this villa district established? The construction of this villa district commenced in February, and, due to the limited number of units combined with a substantial workforce, it was completed in just over a month. This villa district comprises more than 60 villas. Although referred to as villas, they are essentially individual small courtyards. However, due to its proximity to our market and the coastline, it is currently available for rent only and not for sale, with rental prices being notably high. Naturally, this premium reflects the high-quality services provided, as the security and property management within the community are on par with some of the villa districts that existed prior to the natural disasters. Chapter 130. The surging population. Are you implying that the residents of this villa area are primarily affluent merchants who have prospered in the market? Li Ming inquired, responding to the other party's remarks. Indeed, that is the case. The head of the northern market affirmed. The inhabitants of this villa community are predominantly some of the largest seafood and dried goods merchants within our northern market. They are not lacking in resources. This group of merchants possesses a certain degree of influence and owns fishing boats, allowing them to venture out to sea for their catch. Thus, the seafood trade is exceedingly lucrative for them. Furthermore, you are well aware of the significance of food in the apocalypse. Nodding in acknowledgement, Li Ming began to survey the villa area with a drone, discovering that it housed remarkably well-insulated glass conservatories, complete with sun umbrellas, beach chairs, and even swimming pools. Most notably, he observed several young and beautiful women clad in swimwear, donning sunglasses while leisurely sipping drinks with ice and wine. Children could also be seen enjoying themselves in the cooler air as the sun set, some even playing football. If it were not for the countless survivors struggling for existence on the beach, one could hardly believe that this was the end of the world. At this moment, the person accompanying Li Ming, the head of the northern market, spoke up. Chief, despite the calamity of the apocalypse, the disparity in living conditions among people is vast. Who would have thought that merely a few kilometers apart, One could find paradise while the other wallows in hell. Li Ming, putting away his PDA, replied, in truth, the most significant divide between the affluent and the ordinary lies not solely in wealth, but also in their foundational differences. It is a misconception to believe that the most valuable asset of the wealthy is their riches. The reason they are wealthy is due to their connections, vision, and foresight. Understanding this places them in a different echelon compared to ordinary people. One could argue that many wealthy individuals amass their initial fortunes by recognizing the impending peril at the onset of the apocalypse and utilizing their substantial cash reserves to acquire abundant supplies. Of course, some already own land or estates where they could produce their own food, vegetables, and fruits. For them, owning a piece of land is merely a trivial matter, as anything that can be achieved through expenditure is not considered a challenge. Hence, they continue to be wealthy even in the face of the apocalypse. Human beings are invariably stratified into various classes. At least during the early and mid stages of this model, the lifestyles of the affluent and the impoverished diverge entirely. Some find themselves sleeping on the ground with the sky as their canopy, barely clinging to life, or succumbing to hunger and thirst in some desolate corner, while others luxuriate in air-conditioned glass conservatories, sipping chilled beverages. Even in the apocalypse, the initial phase remains a time of despair for the impoverished, not for the wealthy. Li Ming's words weighed heavily, prompting those within the vehicle to reflect deeply. After a moment, Lu Su, the head of the northern market, spoke up, acknowledging the validity of the commander's perspective. However, he expressed his belief that for the affluent, the best strategy to thrive in the apocalypse is to maintain a low profile. We are merely in the early stages of the end times. It is crucial to remain vigilant. In a society marked by stark wealth disparity, flaunting one's riches is akin to a child parading gold in a bustling marketplace. To act so brazenly without formidable protection is to invite animosity. Commander, consider the multitude on the beach. How many people reside in these villas? Li Ming cast a glance at Lu Su, recognizing that his insight indicated a far-reaching perspective. The throng on the beach represents a formidable force. Even if all the troops in Malga were deployed to quell unrest, the proximity of this affluent enclave to the beach, coupled with their ostentation, spells doom for them. Until one possesses sufficient power for self-defense, feigning poverty is the wisest course of action. As Li Ming spoke, visions of the densely packed heads on the beach flooded his mind, alongside the indistinct expressions directed towards the villa district. What sort of expression was it? It could only be characterized by numbing indifference and unabashed hatred. While the residents of this villa area may possess their own influence, one must question the magnitude of their power. When enmity arises from a single individual, it may be manageable. However, when that sentiment burgeons to thousands, tens of thousands, or even millions, it becomes a catastrophe. Contemplating these matters, Li Ming felt a weight of pressure. Though he did not fear this power, he was averse to the onset of chaos. After much deliberation, he resolved to devise strategies to ensure the survival of this group of survivors. Currently, the preservation of life hinged on two critical resources, food and water. The situation in Malga was relatively favorable, given its coastal location, granting access to an inexhaustible supply of seawater, allowing many on the beach to endure. However, the city contained numerous refugees, and with the beach now overcrowded, the survival of those in the urban area also required attention. While procuring food by the seaside was manageable, addressing the water crisis posed significant challenges. Li Ming initiated the deployment of drilling teams, while simultaneously preparing to construct a multitude of seawater desalination plants along the coast. At this juncture, he had reached the hotel under his purview in the northern market, where he convened a meeting with several key subordinates. The focal point of this assembly was stability maintenance. Colleagues, he began, as per the latest reports, the population within the Malga urban area has surged back to 35 million. While the number of individuals on the beach is estimated to be between 5 to 10 million. The vast population, to a certain extent, resembles a powder keg. Thus, the primary focus of our meeting today is to deliberate on how to address their survival issues. Undoubtedly, the current historical figures regarding this population are but a temporary count, as individuals continue to flee from various inland regions towards the coast. Therefore, in the foreseeable future, this population is likely to keep escalating. We must take proactive measures and prepare accordingly. After all, should unrest arise among these individuals, it would undoubtedly lead to significant consequences, and we must ensure that chaos does not ensue. Upon hearing Li Ming's words, the weighty figure of at least 40 million transformed into a burdensome number, pressing heavily upon the hearts of all present. Chapter 131, Desalination Project. Upon articulating the theme of this meeting, Li Ming made it evident that the discussions ahead would potentially impact the lives of many. However, addressing the basic needs of a population of 40 million presents a significant challenge, particularly when the most pressing issue is not food, but rather access to clean drinking water. Indeed, it is the issue of potable water that demands our immediate focus. Any discourse regarding domestic water usage is futile until this fundamental problem is resolved. We must first tackle the essential elements of survival. Immediately, the Minister of Industry rose to speak, reporting, "Mr. President, our department has made considerable preparations. Please, command us where our assistance is needed." Li Ming nodded approvingly. Yang Kai, the head of the timber group, then interjected, "President, I propose a solution to address the drinking water crisis for such a vast population, though it will come at a substantial cost." Li Ming turned his gaze towards Yang Kai, prompting him to elaborate. "It is as follows, President. I suggest we establish large-scale desalination plants along the coast. Based on our current technological capabilities, desalination is not particularly complex. The primary concern lies in the associated costs. For specific technical details, I recommend consulting the technical department." Yang Kai proposed, having anticipated Li Ming's inclination towards this direction. Li Ming shifted his attention to the technical department, where the minister and two experts stood ready. From a technical standpoint, the predominant methods for large-scale seawater desalination currently involve reverse osmosis membranes and distillation processes, the minister explained. The reverse osmosis method, also known as hyperfiltration, has been employed since the last century as a membrane separation technique for desalination. This approach utilizes a semi-permeable membrane that allows only the solvent to pass through while preventing the solute from doing so, effectively separating seawater from freshwater. Under normal circumstances, freshwater diffuses through the membrane to the seawater side, causing the water level on that side to rise until it reaches a certain height, at which point the process halts. This phenomenon is known as osmosis. The hydrostatic pressure generated by the elevated water column on the seawater side is referred to as osmotic pressure. If an external pressure greater than the osmotic pressure is applied to the seawater side, pure water will undergo reverse osmosis into the freshwater side. The primary advantage of this method for desalination is its energy efficiency. Additionally, given the current high temperatures from solar energy, we can also utilize solar distillation as a supplementary method for desalination. Overall, with our industrial capabilities, the latest generation of permeable membranes can withstand substantial pressure, allowing a large desalination plant to produce approximately 850,000 tons of freshwater daily. With the addition of freshwater obtained through solar distillation, this daily output could reach between 900,000 and 950,000 tons. To further optimize energy consumption, I recommend that our desalination plants primarily utilize solar power. It is also crucial to consider the following factors when selecting the site for the plant. First, it must be in close proximity to the shoreline, and second, it should possess the ability to withstand tsunamis and major earthquakes. The Minister of Technology articulated the essential perspectives of their department to provide guidance for Li Ming's decision-making. Li Ming inquired of Minister Zhao regarding the approximate construction cost of a desalination plant. Minister Zhao responded that, considering our current resources, the overall expense of constructing such a facility should not be exorbitant. The primary cost would stem from the water intake piping, solar power generation equipment, and specialized booster pumps. I will provide you with a detailed cost estimate for this plant shortly. In fact, this desalination plant offers us not only fresh water, but also a substantial yield of sea salt, which, following our processing, will transform into specialized table salt. Moreover, the sea salt will supply us with additional chemical raw materials, making this byproduct remarkably profitable. Given these advantages, I intend to initiate the construction of approximately 10 desalination plants along the coastal regions, as the ocean's water is an inexhaustible resource. Furthermore, it is imperative that the fresh water produced by our desalination plants adheres to stringent safety standards. With his decision made, Li Ming finalized his approval. Following the meeting, Li Ming promptly sanctioned the construction plan from the Ministry of Industry. Concurrently, he began equipping the desalination plants with earthquake-resistant shockwave release devices and advanced technology to withstand tsunamis. The mobilization of Li Ming's engineering corps and a plethora of construction machinery attracted considerable attention from many survivors. Meanwhile, news of the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce's initiative to build desalination plants spread, becoming a significant topic of discussion among the survivors. Li Ming's desalination plant is capable of producing 950,000 tons of water daily, equivalent to 950 million liters of fresh water. With a 100-fold increase, this facility could yield 95 billion liters of fresh water in a single day. This fresh water could be sold or allocated for use in various inland bases. As Li Ming plans to construct 10 such plants, each plant's daily output, calculated at 2 liters of drinking water per person, would suffice for 475 million individuals, meaning that 10 plants could adequately meet the fresh water needs of the entire nation. Of course, the fresh water will not be provided to the survivors free of charge. They will need to purchase it using points tickets. However, being a staple resource, the price will remain reasonable, set at 1 point ticket for every 2 liters of water. This pricing is neither excessively high nor particularly low. It can be considered relatively affordable within the market for essential survival resources. The 10 desalination plants are expected to adequately serve some coastal areas. In addition to these 10 large-scale facilities, more than 30 smaller desalination plants will be constructed to supply water to smaller coastal cities. As Li Ming's desalination plants were being constructed with great fervor, many survivors continued to endure dire living conditions. Meanwhile, Li Ming's Chamber of Commerce began selling purified floodwater, priced similarly at 1 point ticket for 2 liters. Simultaneously, channels for the acquisition of various scrap metals and waste materials were opened to the public. In a short span, countless survivors commenced their endeavors to scavenge beneath abandoned vehicles lining the streets. These cars, having been thoroughly inundated by the floodwaters and subsequently ravaged by the harshest of frosts, were rendered virtually unusable. With the receding waters, these remnants have inevitably transformed into a vital resource for the survivors. The purchasing price established by Li Ming was calculated based on weight. 20 pounds of metal equated to 1 point. A standard sedan could yield approximately 200 to 230 points, contingent upon the weight of rubber and metal it contained. Chapter 132. Chronicles of Market Observations. Li Ming was not idle either. He dedicated himself to instructing the survivors on harnessing solar energy for the distillation of fresh water, ensuring their continued survival. Concurrently, he facilitated the influx of a substantial quantity of seafood into the market, courtesy of fishing boats returning from the sea. Additionally, Li Ming established several small food processing factories along the coast, providing jobs such as dock workers and factory laborers to alleviate the hardships faced by the refugees. This initiative was not solely his endeavor. Other factions also busied themselves by recruiting refugees for various tasks, including the sun-drying of sea salt and marine goods. They sought to employ dock workers and others, all with the resolute intention of preventing the volatile situation among the refugees from escalating into chaos. Determined to gauge the current state of affairs, Li Ming decided to venture out in disguise for a personal inspection, accompanied by a few plainclothes associates. He embarked on a foot journey through the North Market, keenly observing the daily lives of the people. As he roamed the market's trading zone, he witnessed numerous individuals dragging automotive parts from various countries to engage and trade, exchanging them for points from Li Ming's consortium. His market had been recycling old vehicles for some time, a venture initiated when he began fishing overseas, and this business had now blossomed into a substantial enterprise. The primary objective of Li Ming's vehicle recycling was twofold. Certain components could be repurposed as chemical raw materials, directly transforming them into survival points, while others were disassembled into useful parts. The remainder was restored into raw materials such as metals and rubber. Over the past few months, Li Ming's market had reaped considerable profits from the recycling of submerged vehicles. He could acquire a single vehicle for just over 200 points, which yielded a bounty of valuable materials. Moreover, he had the capability to enhance various components, emphasizing the lucrative nature of his operations. Indeed, it could be said that Li Ming's market was flourishing, generating wealth at an astonishing rate. Not only did he recycle abandoned vehicles from within the country, but he also extended his efforts to other nations, launching airdrops of numerous paratroopers. After all, he had a battalion of free paratroopers at his disposal each day. At this juncture, Lu Su, the general manager of the North Market, elaborated, "Esteemed General, welcome to our North Market. Apart from the pharmaceuticals, grains, and fresh water we offer, we also have a selection of seafood brought in from my fishing expeditions, including live seafood and dried marine products. Once our desalination plant is fully operational, we will additionally introduce sea salt to our offerings, which we plan to sell in 3 varieties: refined salt, coarse salt, and unprocessed sea salt." Li Ming nodded in approval, acknowledging, "You have managed this endeavor admirably without my directives." "Excellent work." Lu Su smiled and remarked, "Director, all of this is thanks to the leadership at headquarters. Their directives have inspired a commendable level of initiative among everyone, allowing us to execute commands flexibly while adhering to the principles set forth by the director." Li Ming nodded in agreement and began to survey the market. To his astonishment, he found an abundance of dried seafood products, including shrimp, shrimp skins, dried scallops, fish glue, dried squid, shark fins, and various other marine delicacies. The array of goods dazzled him. However, he found it peculiar that there were no fresh seafood offerings. "Old Lu," he inquired, "besides us, are there any vendors selling fresh seafood in this market?" Lu Su chuckled, "Director, just because we can sell fresh seafood doesn't imply that others can as well. Currently, factions with fishing vessels are facing a significant shortage of fuel. Even the resurgent society, which has strategic reserves, is lacking in fuel. Much of the fuel these factions possess was extracted from the fuel tanks of vehicles on the streets after the flood receded, and the quality and type vary. Although the quantity isn't negligible, it pales in comparison to the overall demand. Moreover, Malga has no oil wells or fuel depots, and with natural disasters occurring nationwide, a fuel shortage is quite commonplace. Under these circumstances, fishing vessels dare not venture into deep waters to conserve fuel, as they risk running out and not returning. In addition, to economize on fuel, the refrigeration systems aboard these vessels cannot be operated, resulting in high temperatures that cause seafood to spoil within 5 hours without proper cooling. Consequently, to prevent waste, the only viable option is to sun-dry the seafood for sale. Li Ming listened attentively as Secretary Wang diligently took notes beside him. Observing the market, which predominantly sold seafood and sea salt, Li Ming inquired, "What is the price situation like here?" "Well, Director, to put it simply, the price levels across various markets in the Malga region are quite similar. Due to its proximity to the sea, the local populace relies heavily on marine resources. Here, the price of dried seafood is relatively affordable. Approximately 2 pounds of cold-resistant potatoes or sweet potatoes can be exchanged for 1 pound of dried seafood. The most basic sea salt is even cheaper, with 1 pound of cold-resistant potatoes yielding 1 pound of salt. Currently, the pinnacle of the price pyramid in this area consists of unsoaked fresh grains and flours, which are valued at 1 pound, equivalent to 2 pounds of soaked grains, and can even fetch 3 pounds on the black market. Ordinary potatoes and sweet potatoes also hold considerable value, approximately 3/4 of the price of soaked grains. Overall, these prices are influenced by factors such as taste and texture, resulting in the established ratios. Li Ming listened intently, reassured that, at least for now, the prices in his market remained relatively stable, reflecting his significant control over the pricing dynamics. He observed that the entire market was predominantly filled with an array of dried seafood, and directly inquired, "Old Lu, how did these individuals engaged in the dried goods trade come to be here?" The general replied, "The origins of this group are quite intricate. Some are the indigenous people of Malga City, while others are refugees who initially fled here. As you are aware, the seaside is subject to tides, and these refugees took advantage of the ebb and flow, gathering numerous dead fish along the shore to transform into dried goods. Additionally, some began producing sea salt and distilled freshwater for sale, thus accumulating their initial fortune. The apocalypse brings forth crises, yet within each crisis lies both peril and opportunity." Chapter 133, Observations in the Market. Tu Li Ming did not entirely concur with the notion that danger and opportunity coexist in the apocalypse. Were it not for his advantages, he would likely hold a different perspective. Nonetheless, given the current developments, the apocalypse indeed presents opportunities for certain individuals. For instance, the merchants populating the market are predominantly refugees who have fled to this place, alongside a handful of locals from Malga City. Many have discerned lucrative prospects and have consequently embarked on ventures in the seafood trade. Moreover, numerous individuals from inland cities have recognized opportunities as well, opting to transport seawater from coastal regions for sale. While the price of seawater is not substantial, its affordability renders it appealing. In the midst of an apocalypse, practical and inexpensive resources are coveted by survivors, particularly in the sweltering heat. For those from the interior, seawater is still a source of hydration. With some ingenuity in creating filtration and distillation systems, they can convert seawater into freshwater, which is certainly preferable to succumbing to thirst. Li Ming gazed upon the thriving seafood market, his heart swelling with pride. It appears that humanity's resilience in the face of cataclysmic disasters remains formidable. He inquired of Lu Su, "Old Lu, what food do ordinary folks in Malga City favor at present?" Lu Su chuckled. "Initially, everyone delighted in seafood. After all, it is a genuine source of meat and vegetables. However, as time wore on, even the most delectable seafood can become monotonous. Thus, the consensus now is that grains, fresh vegetables, and noodles made from flour or rice are the most sought-after delicacies. The scorching weather in Malga City renders the average person incapable of purifying seawater, making agriculture virtually impossible. Consequently, the prices of fresh vegetables, intact rice, and flour are quite steep. For the survivors here, even a single blade of grass is uprooted the moment it sprouts green. Of course, this is all relative. Regardless, survival by the sea is far more favorable than in the interior, as the abundance of seawater provides a means to sustain life. Although Malga also grapples with a scarcity of freshwater, the situation is not as dire as in the inland regions. According to some refugees, many areas have succumbed to drought, their earth fissured and cracked. Here, While surface water is non-existent, groundwater still remains. Due to the desiccation of major surface rivers, seawater has infiltrated, and even with soil filtration, this groundwater retains a briny, fishy taste reminiscent of unwashed dumpling skins. Truthfully, this water is barely drinkable. While it may quench thirst momentarily, it can leave one feeling even drier. However, abstaining from it would surely lead to death by dehydration, and it is utterly unsuitable for irrigating crops. Li Ming nodded in understanding. Clearly, the struggle for survival among the populace is more arduous than he had envisioned. At this juncture, establishing a seawater desalination plant is undoubtedly imperative. Not only can this endeavor yield substantial profits for oneself, but it can also address pressing issues concerning people's livelihoods, particularly by resolving the problem of access to drinking water. One ticket point equates to 2 liters of water, a price for fresh water that is indeed quite reasonable. Li Ming, contemplating the sale of fresh water, directly inquired, "Old Lu, how is fresh water currently being sold in our market?" "Chief, the situation is as follows. After thorough discussions among all the leaders in our market department, it has been unanimously decided that individuals may purchase 2 liters of fresh water per day, limited to 1 ticket point. We are implementing a restricted sales approach. After all, the fresh water we possess is primarily allocated for irrigating crops within our base. Only the surplus can be sold until the seawater desalination plant begins large-scale production. We simply do not have an abundance of fresh water to squander. Once the plant commences its operations, we will gradually lift the sales restrictions." Li Ming nodded, acknowledging the soundness of this decision. "Old Lu, how do people generally manage their lives here?" "Chief, presently the situation is similar nationwide. Businesses typically close during the day and operate at night. Our timing coincides with when most establishments begin their operations. However, our own direct operated store remains open 24 hours a day to ensure the sustenance of the populace. The majority of other shops operate only in the evening, as survival under such extreme heat is quite challenging. Some resourceful individuals have taken to harnessing solar heat to distill seawater, selling fresh water to shops, or trading for seafood. Yet, this is hard-earned money. The oppressive heat and relentless sun have caused many to suffer severe sunburns. Of course, among the refugees by the seaside, there are those who seek easy gains through theft. These marauders typically emerge from the same village or neighborhood, banding together to cause trouble." Upon hearing about the presence of marauders, Li Ming's expression turned icy, though he quickly regained his composure. Lu Su noted this shift and continued, "Chief, it is not that we do not wish to intervene. It is simply that the refugee population is overwhelming. Currently, we can only maintain order within the confines of the Malga City area, which is already a considerable challenge. As for the incidents on the beach, our military presence is too limited to manage effectively. Have you seen the fishing village nearby? The rent there is quite affordable, but the safety is certainly questionable." Li Ming's interest piqued. "Old Lu, tell me about the rental prices in that fishing village as well as the nearby villa area." "Chief, the rent for a month in the fishing village amounts to 8 pounds of food. Just food is acceptable. However, the security situation is quite dire, falling outside our sphere of influence. At night, there are reports of individuals breaking in, and even those who specifically target children. On the other hand, the rent for the hillside villa area ranges from 200 to 300 pounds of food per month, primarily occupied by merchants engaged in significant trade. Do not be misled by the seemingly high prices of these villas. The developers possess considerable foresight, recognizing the potential of our market, which led to the establishment of the villa area. There are certainly influential backers behind this developer. The villa district is surrounded by walls and patrolled by security, which generally deters ordinary refugees from causing any disturbances there. For wealthy merchants, their lives are undoubtedly far more valuable than a mere 200 or 300 pounds of food per month. The majority of affluent residents in that area are not in dire need of such provisions, and most of them have their own capable personnel, thus ensuring a high level of security." Lu Su's words stirred something within Li Ming. Could real estate in this apocalyptic era truly be navigated in such a manner? Chapter 134, Chronicles of Market Observations 3. In a post-apocalyptic world, the notion of engaging in real estate may seem utterly insane to the average person. Yet, for Li Ming, it presents itself as a rather viable option, possessing a certain degree of feasibility. Li Ming is not lacking in construction materials or land. After all, once the floodwaters receded, many aging buildings succumbed to collapse under the relentless heat, rendering them uninhabitable. Within his sphere of influence, the prospect of developing a residential area near the market he established appears promising, particularly in terms of rental prices. Even if he does not construct traditional housing, he could repurpose shipping containers or utilize mobile cabins as alternative accommodations. With this thought in mind, Li Ming posed a question to Lu Su. "Old Lu, May I inquire where the larger merchants in our market reside? Upon hearing this, Lu Su immediately grasped his employer's intentions and replied with a smile. They typically stay in nearby inns or hotels we operate. If the director is interested, we could build a residential area close to our market, even at slightly higher rents. There are many willing to pay. Li Ming understood Lu Su's implication, that for the affluent, the concern is not merely the cost of rent, but rather the quality of living experience, safety, and comfort. He chuckled. Old Lu promptly arranged for the construction of mobile cabins or the conversion of containers into housing, situated conveniently near our market. Once completed, we shall rent them out at a rate of 150 units of food per month. We will provide a stable power supply, though the electricity cost will be the tenant's responsibility. Additionally, we will offer security services. Lu Su's eyes brightened at this. Director, this idea is undoubtedly promising. Once we announce our provision of security services, these properties will surely attract a frenzy of interest. Li Ming nodded at his secretary, who promptly retrieved a walkie-talkie to relay the instructions. They decided to select vacant land near the 4 trading markets under their control for the construction, primarily utilizing shipping containers to save both time and costs, as there is an ample supply of containers available. Having resolved this matter, Li Ming and his entourage arrived at the port, where they observed several fishing boats returning and others setting sail. Li Ming expressed his surprise. Old Lu, it's almost dark, and there are still boats departing? Director, the fishing boats that venture out after dark are predominantly ours. Currently, the majority of fishing vessels in the market belong to our Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce. Thus, we hold a dominant share in the seafood market. We have started imposing taxes on the vessels of other factions docking at our reconstructed port, which has now been completely taken over by our forces. Manager Lu, what types of seafood are currently being distributed among the merchants in Malga's seafood market? Lu Su felt it imperative to elaborate on this matter. The current seafood market is divided into 3 segments. The first comprises our direct operated stores in the seafood exchange within the seafood trading market. The second includes significant entities with fishing vessels, such as Haixing Base and the Chow family from Malga City, both of which specialized in this sector prior to the natural disasters and possessed numerous fishing boats. The third consists of smaller forces like the Revival Society and various private bases, which either act as intermediaries or possess their own small fishing vessels, thus holding a minor market share. The fourth segment, the most populous, consists primarily of individual merchants who rely on collecting stranded fish or dead seafood from the beach, forming a spontaneous market. Overall, in terms of seafood quality, our 4 seafood markets remain the finest. Under the directive of the General, we established the Marine Products Department, creating the largest deep-sea fleet in the Tianhui Empire, composed of numerous fishing vessels and warships, fully equipped for oceanic operations. In terms of specialization, we claim the second position, with no one daring to assert the first. The majority of the seafood we harvest is primarily designated for deep processing into various canned products. Nonetheless, the portion that flows into the market still represents a significant figure for us. Our seafood is available for external sale, albeit with quantity restrictions. Given that the General previously secured a route to the seaside, we established checkpoints at the Malga City entry point to issue entry cards. Each refugee can purchase up to 10 pounds of fresh seafood and 5 pounds of dried goods within a week using these cards. Currently, our prices are approximately 3 points per pound of fresh seafood and 6 points per pound of dried goods, with prices depending on the quality and size of the seafood. Additionally, we provide half a pound of coarse salt as a complimentary gift during transactions. After a week, each individual will be limited to purchasing 1 pound of seafood per day, with prices expected to rise by about 50%. Li Ming nodded, acknowledging that while the prices are reasonable, they are not particularly low. Lu Su smiled and remarked that the purpose of establishing the Marine Products Department is to supply materials and stockpile substantial long-term survival resources. On this foundation, we extend limited assistance to the refugees who have escaped. Furthermore, these newly arrived refugees can receive 1 liter of fresh water daily from our market free of charge for the first week, which we believe is quite commendable. The other entities have no restrictions on the quantity of seafood they sell, providing a means of livelihood for the survivors. Li Ming patted old Lu on the shoulder, expressing his satisfaction with the efforts made. He then inquired about the general sale times for fresh seafood from other entities. The General responded that these sales typically occur from 9 in the evening until 5 the following morning, as we are the only ones equipped with freezing preservation technology, a capability the other entities lack. Therefore, if one wishes to purchase fresh seafood, it is advisable to arrive at the port before 9 p.m. The fishing vessels from other factions generally dock around 7 or 8 in the evening. Due to the relatively lower temperatures at night, seafood can begin to spoil after 5 a.m. Consequently, Many returning fishing boats are inclined to sell all their catch before midnight. Any seafood that remains unsold by then is often sold at a reduced price. Are our seafood prices the highest? Chapter 135, Market Observations for Indeed. Our seafood prices are the highest, yet they are truly worth it, as we offer the finest quality in terms of taste, aroma, color, and size. Even the complimentary large salt provided has undergone detoxification, ensuring its purity. Li Ming nodded in agreement, and they proceeded directly to their own retail store. Upon arriving near the direct-operated store, Li Ming inquired, "Manager Liu, does our market operation involve direct rental fees?" Unlike conventional markets, our seafood trading hub does not charge rental fees for stalls. Our operations primarily rely on commission-based earnings. We impose a maximum commission of 10 of the transaction amount, varying according to the sales volume. Once these merchants pay their commissions, they incur no additional costs for running their shops here. The commissions they pay contribute to the operational expenses of the market. In essence, to facilitate this, we employ a unified settlement system. When a buyer and merchant reach an agreement, the seller issues a receipt to the buyer, who then presents it at our service center to complete the payment process. Once we receive the receipt, we provide the buyer with a delivery order as proof of payment. Enabling them to collect their goods directly from the seller, all transactions must pass through our oversight. At the end of each month, we settle the payments with the sellers. And thanks to the receipt stubs, all accounts are easily reconciled. Li Ming furrowed his brow, questioning, "Isn't the settlement process somewhat cumbersome?" "Actually," the manager explained, "this commission-based system based on transaction amounts benefits both us and the merchants. After all, no one can guarantee the success of their sales. In such circumstances, charging fees in proportion to sales volume mitigates their risk, as all costs are inherently linked to transaction amounts. Moreover, we have observed that as long as there is a substantial flow of customers in the market, this approach proves advantageous for us as well, allowing for increased revenue, a win-win situation." Upon hearing this clarification, Li Ming's frown dissipated, and he grasped the underlying principle. It reinforces the market's significance. In essence, it is essential for everyone to recognize the immense role of this seafood trading hub. We serve merely as a platform, operating on a commission basis. Naturally, it is reasonable for the market to collect commissions, especially since foregoing rental fees has already lowered operational costs. Without collecting commissions, the market would struggle to sustain itself. Thus, merchants generally endorse the commission-based approach, as the seafood trading hub offers services beyond mere retail space, including electricity and relevant informational services. In addition to a dedicated service hall, there is also a trading hall, where the market collaborates with certain merchants to advertise and update transaction information. The transaction information encompasses a plethora of details, such as the quality and pricing of various seafood, all of which are made publicly available. It is fair to say that the elderly patrons frequenting the seafood exchange are well aware that, for those seeking to procure goods of both exceptional quality and reasonable price, this trading hall is an essential destination. The clientele here is not limited to individuals. Community groups often engage in bulk purchases, and numerous merchants from the mainland also come here to source their supplies, making this location one of significant importance within the entire market. He glanced at Lu Su. "Old Lu, how many troops are stationed in our markets?" "Commander, currently each seafood market has approximately 2 light infantry battalions stationed," Lu Su replied, somewhat puzzled but still responding. "No, we need to reinforce our presence," Li Ming declared, and with that, the group turned to leave, heading directly towards the ancillary facilities surrounding the market. It was now past 7 in the evening. The sun had set, yet the sky remained only partially darkened, still illuminated by a semblance of light. Li Ming and his companions soon discovered that the market had truly come alive, bustling with activity and teeming with voices, undoubtedly a thriving scene. Clearly, everyone was seeking to escape the sweltering heat. After all, the evening temperature was merely 40 degrees, while the daytime had approached a staggering 60 degrees. This nearly 20-degree difference in temperature signifies a matter of life and death for many. As Li Ming strolled down the street, he was astonished to see someone selling barbecued food. In this apocalyptic world, there are still vendors selling barbecue? He inquired, genuinely taken aback. His surprise stemmed from the variety of items available at the barbecue stall, including squid, cuttlefish, and seaweed. Lu Su shook his head. "Commander, life is fundamentally about sustenance. This barbecue stall offers little beyond salt. Spices like cumin and chili powder are exceedingly precious. Without such seasonings, one can only imagine the overpowering odor of the grilled items. In fact, the barbecue was reasonably palatable, though the seafood broth prepared alongside it could easily induce nausea. The strong fishy aroma, derived from various seafood ground and boiled together, could waft for 3 miles in the wind. Nevertheless, even such fare was not affordable for the average individual. Many were constrained by financial limitations. Do you see those carrying buckets? Li Ming followed Lu Su's and indeed spotted over a dozen people placing buckets before themselves. He inquired, "What are they doing?" "Those are water vendors. The water in those buckets is primarily extracted from underground sources, the very seawater inundated water I mentioned earlier, which carries a briny scent. When mixed in a certain ratio with distilled fresh water, it becomes potable and can replenish some of the salt lost from the body. And look over there, Commander. That stall sells items resembling rice balls, which are also made from seafood." Li Ming gestured, and a guard equipped with an upgraded Scorpion submachine gun approached. Li Ming relayed a few instructions, and the guard proceeded to the stall to procure several rice balls. Li Ming and Lu Su each held a rice ball in hand. Gazing at its hue, he could not help but express his astonishment. The color was rather macabre. It appeared somewhat ashen and dark, and upon grasping it, a pungent, fishy odor assailed his senses. Lu Su produced a small knife and sliced the rice ball in half, gesturing towards it as he spoke. "Commander, these 2 rice balls are priced at a single-point ticket, which is indeed quite economical. They have become a staple for many refugees who have fled to the seaside in search of sustenance." Chapter 136. Market Observations 5. Generally speaking, as long as one is not engaged in particularly strenuous physical labor, a survivor can indeed subsist for an entire day on such a rice ball. This concoction, referred to as a rice dumpling, is essentially a mixture of mashed raw seafood combined with some free or unpeeled cornmeal and wheat bran. Although its appearance is rather unappetizing, it undeniably provides enough sustenance to stave off starvation. It is a truly remarkable commodity. After finishing his explanation, Lu Su took a piece and began to chew it. On Li Ming's end, after receiving a system prompt indicating it was not poisonous, he cut a small piece and placed it in his mouth. The overwhelming taste of raw seafood filled his palate, nearly prompting him to expel it. Fortunately, having undergone military service with wilderness survival training, he had consumed a variety of things in the wild, so he managed to suppress his instinct and swallowed the morsel. How to describe the flavor? It had a salty, fishy taste. The texture, owing to the presence of wheat bran and cornmeal, both raw, was far from pleasant. It was quite difficult to eat. To be frank, it was indeed unpalatable. Yet Li Ming did not disdain it. Given his experiences and dreams, this was nothing. During the apocalypse, even protein blocks were scarce, and regardless of its shortcomings, this mixture contained some semblance of grain, however minimal, making it preferable to protein blocks. Ultimately, this was still a form of edible sustenance in a world ravaged by disaster. Having food is a blessing, and one cannot afford to be picky. After consuming half of it, Li Ming remarked that while the taste and texture were certainly lacking, its ease of preparation and local availability made it a suitable ration for refugees. For the current survivors and refugees, having something to eat is a significant advantage, marking it as a vital resource in these dire times. Upon concluding his assessment, Li Ming swiftly turned to Secretary Wang and instructed, "Immediately issue an order to convert some of the seafood nearing expiration that we have procured into these rice dumplings for sale in the market, pricing them at 2 for 1 point. However, we must improve the product. They should be steamed before sale." Understood. The group continued to survey the living conditions around the market. Suddenly, Li Ming caught a whiff of an exceedingly foul odor, one so intense it could induce nausea. As a native of Malga City, he was well acquainted with the sense of seafood, and this particular stench was decidedly abnormal. Before long, he spotted someone pushing a unicycle, and in the dim light, he discerned that the cart was laden with seafood exuding a putrid smell. However, these were not being disposed of, rather, they were being transported to a processing workshop situated a full 2 kilometers from Li Ming's market. "Old Lu, what is going on? Why are they so brazenly engaging in this?" Li Ming's expression soured. "Chief, products from such small workshops should never enter our market. However, they circulate primarily in the markets of the Revival Society, Sea Life Base, and among other factions, as well as in various informal trading markets. In the marketplace, apart from a select few truly formidable merchants, the vast majority consist of refugees or some astute local citizens of Malga, lacking fishing vessels. They resort to scavenging dead fish along the shore or in the harbor, initially for their own sustenance, gradually transitioning into merchants themselves. Other bases and markets are aware of this reality, yet they choose to turn a blind eye, for ultimately, it is essential to provide the refugees with a means of survival. One cannot simply allow them to perish from hunger." Li Ming sighed, envisioning how remarkably cheap these goods would become once they infiltrated the market. It is no wonder that affordable items garner popularity, as they align more closely with the purchasing power of the underprivileged. There is a saying, refugees are not even considered human. This assertion is far from baseless. When survival is threatened, and even basic sustenance becomes a struggle, individuals may resort to actions that defy morality, even challenging the very limits of human ethical standards. Humans, at their core, are also a form of animal. When survival is jeopardized, they instinctively regress, embracing their primal instincts. Historical records of the Tianhui Empire recount, in times of great famine, people resort to cannibalism. These 6 words encapsulate the struggles of ordinary people in ancient times, when disaster struck. Yet, today's world is 100-fold more terrifying than any natural calamity. Despite the ancient adversities, there were still government relief efforts and wealthy individuals who provided food. In this apocalyptic era, however, the entire globe is in ruin. Mutual aid is virtually impossible, as everyone is deprived of resources, making desperate actions inevitable. After 2 hours of wandering, the group returned to the office of the Northern Market. As the spokesperson for the Northern Market, Lu Su held significant authority, commanding respect throughout the marketplace. The atmosphere was bustling, with numerous individuals greeting Lu Su along the way. "Greetings, Mr. Lu. Good day, Mr. Lu. Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Lu." These salutations echoed continuously, all underscored by a tone of utmost respect. Upon returning to the office, Li Ming smiled and remarked to Lu Su, "Indeed, Mr. Lu, your reputation in this market is quite impressive." Lu Su shook his head with a smile, responding, "General Manager, I merely manage these industries on your behalf. You are the true magnate." Just as they were about to continue their conversation, a knock sounded at the door. "Who is it?" Lu Su inquired. "Mr. Lu, there is a businessman outside wishing to engage in a transaction with you," came the voice of his assistant from the hallway. "Understood. I shall be there shortly. Please escort him to the reception room." "Old Lu, hurry along." "Yes." Soon, Lu Su arrived at the reception room. Immediately recognizing the visitor, a secondary trader within the market and a partner of Li Ming. "Ah, it is Mr. Zhang. What business do you wish to discuss with me?" Lu Su asked, a note of curiosity in his voice. "Greetings, Mr. Lu. You are truly the esteemed leader. I hardly dare to consider myself as such. You may simply call me Zhang. The reason I have sought your assistance is that a prominent businessman in the Villa District wishes to host a grand soiree and requires a considerable supply of resources." Lu Su found this intriguing, as he was well acquainted with Zhang Qing, who was quite adept at his trade. "Old Zhang," he remarked, "with your capabilities, procuring some supplies should not pose a challenge, should it?" "Alas, Mr. Lu, the quantity of resources they require is quite substantial, far beyond my capacity to manage." Chapter 137, Market Observation 6. Lu Su was somewhat surprised to find that Zhang Qing was a distributor affiliated with the Zhangxing Chamber of Commerce. His methods were indeed adept, allowing him to procure numerous scarce resources even in the apocalypse, and his sales channels were extensive and rather unconventional. If Zhang Qing was unable to secure certain supplies, it was undoubtedly a significant transaction. With this in mind, Lu Su directly inquired, "Mr. Zhang, let's be candid. No need for hesitation. Simply state the amount of resources needed. I am quite curious as to what quantity could challenge even you." Zhang Qing promptly retrieved a list from his leather bag and handed it over. "Here you go, Master Lu. The required resources are all detailed on this list." Upon receiving the list, Lu Su was momentarily taken aback. The quantity was indeed substantial. The list clearly specified 20 tons of fresh water, 100 kilograms of edible ice. These 2 demands seemed relatively reasonable. However, the subsequent requests were quite extravagant. There were 3 cases of high-quality red wine, a total of 200 pounds of assorted fresh fruits, 300 pounds of various fresh meats, approximately 500 pounds of fresh vegetables, around 100 pounds of rare seafood, as well as an assortment of luxury dining utensils, pool disinfectants, and other miscellaneous supplies. In essence, the entire list comprised the essentials for hosting a grand banquet. After reviewing the list, Lu Su turned to Zhang Qing and asked, "Old Zhang, what is this enterprise about? Are you certain it is not a banquet, but rather a party?" "Master Lu, let me clarify," Zhang Qing replied. "The party is being organized by a wealthy businessman from a villa district. He intends to showcase his wealth to secure a prosperous match for his daughter. Will you be taking on this business?" Zhang Qing looked at Lu Su expectantly. Lu Su scrutinized him for a moment. "Are you merely facilitating the connection? Or will we be partnering in the supply?" "This time, I am simply making the introduction. This affluent businessman wields considerable influence, and I am reluctant to take on this order alone, as my resources are limited. I suspect only your Zhangxing Chamber of Commerce possesses the strength to withstand any potential defaults," Zhang Qing lamented. He found the order too burdensome to handle alone and preferred to earn a modest commission for the referral. Lu Su smiled. "We will accept this order. What terms of trade are they proposing?" "These are the resources they can offer," Zhang Qing replied, swiftly producing another list. Lu Su examined it and noted that the offerings were considerable. It appeared the other party was well informed about market prices and had not made arbitrary quotations. If the supplies listed were provided, the profit margin would indeed be substantial. Lu Su nodded. Very well, we will proceed according to this transaction. Once Lu Su approved the deal, large-scale trading ceased. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was 10 o'clock in the evening. Accompanied by guards and Lu Su, Li Ming made his way to the port under his control, where the harbor was brilliantly illuminated. The journey to the port was undertaken by car, with headlights illuminating the path. Given that this was Li Ming's sphere of influence, the security was relatively stable. The dock lies approximately 3 kilometers from Li Ming's market. By the time they arrived at the dock, it was already bustling with activity. Several fishing boats from rival factions had docked and begun unloading their catches, while numerous vendors and individuals awaited the opportunity to select their goods. This motley group included those driving vans, riding tricycles, or pedaling donkeys. However, the majority of seafood buyers were local merchants. Those who lived farther away rarely made the journey, as the round trip was quite lengthy and without refrigerated transport. The live seafood would spoil before reaching their shops. Aside from merchants, many residents from nearby communities came for bulk purchases, with several individuals relying on the catch for their livelihoods. In addition to fishing boats, a few vehicles were present to transport seawater, suggesting they were hauling it inland for sale, as properly processed seawater could yield freshwater. At this moment, Li Ming's gaze fell upon a soldier from a light infantry regiment stationed at the port, patrolling with a rifle slung over his shoulder. While the sentry posts and watchtowers remained vigilant with machine guns at the ready, he was quite pleased with the soldier's demeanor. As soon as the fishing boat opened its hatch, Li Ming could clearly see the freshness of the seafood, with many creatures still lively and vibrant. Among the catch were large yellow croakers, turbot, sole, cuttlefish, and swordfish, alongside various shrimp and shellfish. Additionally, there was an array of sea vegetables, including kelp, nori, sea cabbage, and various other types, creating a dazzling display that was truly mesmerizing. Lu Su interjected, stating, "Commander, the transactions here are categorized into 3 quality tiers with corresponding prices. The first tier allows buyers to personally select their seafood, priced at 1.5 times the cost of grain per pound. The second tier involves a more casual selection without regard to species or size, typically priced at 1 pound of seafood equivalent to 1 pound of grain. In contrast, seaweed is significantly cheaper, with 2 pounds of seaweed exchanging for 1 pound of grain. Although the seafood appears reasonably priced, it is heavy and doesn't yield much per pound." Li Ming nodded in understanding and then inquired, "What typically sells in our seafood direct store?" "Our store does offer both dried and live seafood, but these are not our main focus. To put it plainly, we sell them as supplementary items. Our primary offerings are various canned seafood products. Although the price of canned seafood is slightly higher, the taste and flavor far surpass that of dried goods." After hearing this, Li Ming refrained from elaborating further and instinctively asked, "What is the situation regarding the Marine base and the Chow family?" The commander sought to clarify which aspects of their situation he was referring to. Of course. I meant their internal circumstances, particularly their attitude towards survivors." Li Ming chuckled in response. Lu Su soon deduced that the director was likely about to take action against some unscrupulous elements. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke, "Director, the Chow family hails from the southern region of Targon and has consistently engaged in their traditional business. Generally speaking, they are quite principled in their dealings. This Haisheng base, originally established during an apocalyptic era of extreme cold, was not considered a significant power. However, with the advent of the intense heat and the subsequent opportunities for fishing at sea, they have since flourished. While I am not entirely familiar with the internal affairs of the base, it is noteworthy that the young Master Han, who remains within the base, possesses a rather lascivious disposition." Chapter 138, The Bountiful Harvest of the Farmland. It is said that this young Master Han is the only son of the director of the Haisheng base, and the head of the base dotes on this sole heir considerably, which suggests that young Master Han has likely engaged in numerous unscrupulous deeds. After listening to Lu Su's words, Li Ming nodded in acknowledgement but refrained from further comment. The group then returned to the market, where Li Ming promptly found a room to rest. The night passed without incident, and the following morning, after washing up and having breakfast, Li Ming immediately issued his directives. "Secretary Wang, please take note. First, instruct the engineering department to expedite the construction of the seawater desalination plant. Second, notify the intelligence department to conduct an investigation into the Haisheng base to ascertain their background and circumstances. Third, implement mass production of the seafood and grain conglomerate, striving to bring it to market at the earliest opportunity. Fourth, expand the military presence, increase the garrison in coastal cities like Malga from 2 light infantry divisions to 5, and raise the garrison in smaller secondary coastal cities from 1 light infantry division to 3. Captain Wang Shuang quickly reiterated Li Ming's orders, to which Li Ming nodded and instructed, Please relay the commands at once. Yes. Li Ming couldn't help but marvel at the efficacy of his secretary, who served not only as a personal aide but also as a capable bodyguard, all while possessing an appealing demeanor. Most importantly, her professional capabilities were exceptional, truly befitting of a hero unit provided by the system. Having issued the commands, Li Ming was preparing to depart for the headquarters when Lu Su entered. Commander, the crops at a nearby subbase are ready for harvest. Would you like to take a look? Li Ming's interest was piqued. At this moment, nothing captivated him more than agriculture paired with military might. Indeed, the realms of cultivation and warfare are inseparable. Let us go. Food is paramount for the people. As the commander, it is essential to be concerned about food security. Let us inspect the crop yield at the base. Please follow me, Commander. The group soon drove to the nearby base, and upon entering the subbase, they headed straight for the cultivation area. Upon witnessing the vast expanse of crops and their vigorous growth, Li Ming felt a thirst for knowledge. While he often inspected the cultivation areas at the headquarters, the scale of this specialized seed base was incomparable. The entire cultivation area spanned approximately 7 square kilometers, equivalent to 500 acres. Everywhere he looked, mature grain crops flourished, predominantly corn. Having changed into appropriate attire, he strode forward eagerly. Upon examining a particular corn plant, he was astonished to find it bore 2 cobs, each appearing quite substantial, a smile naturally spreading across his face. As he continued to scrutinize the surrounding corn plants, he noted that although the leaves were beginning to wilt, they retained a hint of green, and many plants bore 2 cobs each. He peeled back several ears of corn and discovered that the kernels were plump. Each cob could yield approximately 150 grams of corn grains, which is quite substantial. Indeed, it was a bountiful harvest this year. The individual in charge of cultivating this area had performed admirably and deserved recognition. Li Ming was elated. With such an abundant grain harvest, how could he not be joyful? Currently, it appeared that this acre of corn could yield around 100 gene of dry corn, which was very close to the expected yield, truly a year of prosperity. 1 acre yields 100 gene, and this entire base spans 500 acres, meaning the total output would exceed 5,000 tons. After a 100-fold increase, that equates to 500,000 tons. Just how many people could be sustained by 500,000 tons of grain? It was sufficient to meet the daily needs of 500 million people, based on a consumption rate of 2 gene per person per day. What an immense resource. Li Ming gazed at the corn before him, filled with joy. He realized he had somewhat overlooked the yield of food crops. Previously, each base had merely reported figures and sent the crops over for him to amplify, which were then returned in finished form. It now seemed that he had neglected the agricultural sector, which should be a focal point for future development. Li Ming was incredibly excited as he looked at the grain. In this era, possessing grain along with a measure of military strength equated to having everything. Although seafood was plentiful, it paled in comparison to the importance of grain. For one can never have enough food, while there would undoubtedly come a day when one could have their fill of seafood. Soon, Li Ming began directing the mechanized harvesting of crops. A specialized machine for corn harvesting laid the stalks down, transporting them via a conveyor belt into the equipment, ultimately extracting the cobs intact and placing them into a designated storage bin. Once filled, soldiers from the garrison would transfer the corn into a granary for air drying, followed by processes of threshing and storage. Li Ming noticed Lu Su approaching with a staff member responsible for this grain cultivation. He took a sip from his space cup. Old Lu, is this the person in charge of this vast corn cultivation area? Indeed, General, Lu Su replied with a chuckle. This is Ma Ming, an agricultural expert we recruited from outside. Li Ming turned to the individual and noticed he wore glasses, a clear indication of a typical technical expert. He walked over and said, Mr. Ma, your planting techniques merit further promotion. Would you be interested in coming to headquarters to disseminate your expertise? Absolutely, Ma Ming responded enthusiastically. Li Ming nodded. Once the harvest here is complete, return with me to headquarters. Your techniques for increasing grain yield are certainly worth sharing. Ma Ming smiled and said, General, it's really nothing extraordinary, just nurturing some earthworms along with the appropriate use of fertilizers and pesticides. Really? Such humble earthworms hold such significance? Li Ming was taken aback. Upon the mention of technical issues, Ma Ming's expression becomes notably grave. The earthworm serves as a pivotal element within the ecological chain of Barton Planet, playing a crucial role in the purification and harmless treatment of the vast majority of waste present on the planet. Based on our research regarding earthworms, we have identified 3 primary applications. 1. Soil improvement. Earthworms facilitate soil aeration by burrowing tunnels, thereby allowing air, moisture, and nutrients to permeate more effortlessly to the roots of plants. Their excretions are rich in organic matter and minerals, significantly enhancing soil fertility and promoting plant growth. Annually, each square meter of land can witness earthworms relocating between 30 to 300 tons of soil. Furthermore, their activities can increase soil permeability by 30 to 300, ameliorating the granular structure of the soil, resulting in a more loose and fertile environment, thus addressing the compaction issues caused by the excessive use of chemical fertilizers. 2. Waste degradation. Earthworms feed on decaying plant and animal matter, thereby diminishing the volume of waste in the environment through the digestion of these organic materials. They possess the remarkable ability to convert substantial amounts of organic waste into high-quality fertilizer, known as worm castings or vermicompost. Each kilogram of earthworms can process approximately 0.5 kilograms of organic waste daily, while simultaneously providing premium organic fertilizer. 3. Promotion of biodiversity. The activities of earthworms create a conducive environment for other microorganisms and small invertebrates to thrive, thereby enhancing the diversity of microbial communities. Additionally, earthworms are capable of degrading and digesting pollutants in the soil, such as organic pesticides, heavy metals, and radioactive substances. Chapter 139. Li Ming's military foundation in a certain sense. Ma Ming's assertion holds complete validity. The significance of earthworms has often been overlooked. Once a common presence on the planet and their population has dwindled significantly following a series of natural calamities. Li Ming, however, is well aware of the vital role these creatures play, hence, prior to the disasters. He prudently acquired a substantial quantity of them, categorizing them as part of his stockpiled agricultural resources. Li Ming understands that the excessive use of chemical fertilizers can lead to soil compaction, a problem that earthworms effectively mitigate. By nurturing a large population of earthworms, not only can these issues be addressed, but the fertility of the soil can also be restored, offering numerous benefits. With this in mind, Li Ming inquired, Technician Ma, has the usage of chemical fertilizers in this base been less than in other lands? Indeed, Chief, you are entirely correct. I have conducted 3 rounds of experiments here. And with a significant number of earthworms in the soil, we have managed to conserve a considerable amount of fertilizers while still ensuring commendable yields, Ma replied. Secretary Wang, please compile this information and report it to the Headquarters Research Center. If the feasibility proves promising, we can promote this method comprehensively. Understood. Although Li Ming possesses the capability to exploit resources extensively, the planetary resources are ultimately finite. While the utilization of such resources is beneficial, it also presents numerous drawbacks. Therefore, discovering more ecological and sustainable methods to enhance yield is indeed a positive development. Ma Ming felt a surge of delight witnessing Li Ming's emphasis on this matter. In the ensuing days, Li Ming conducted inspections of various bases across the nation to assess the harvest outcomes. It is undeniable that the mountains of accumulated grains, vegetables, and fruits instilled a profound sense of security. In a post-apocalyptic world, beyond the military, the abundance of resources is what provides the greatest reassurance. Upon estimating the aggregate yield of grains and vegetables across all his bases within the empire, Li Ming was astounded to find it reached a staggering 850,000 tons of grains, 650,000 tons of vegetables, 250,000 tons of fruits, and 30,000 tons of various processed medicinal herbs. With amplification, this figure would escalate to an alarming total. At present, Li Ming's grain production is entirely self-sufficient, even allowing for surplus sales. The system's amplification feature is truly extraordinary. With sufficient food supplies, Li Ming can sustain a considerable pool of technical talent while simultaneously maintaining a formidable military force. Currently, the size of Li Ming's army has reached an astonishing figure: 20 heavy synthetic brigades, 65 medium synthetic brigades, 85 light synthetic brigades, along with 25 medium synthetic divisions, culminating in a principal force of approximately 1.5 million personnel. At the same time, Li Ming maintains a substantial force of light infantry, numbering approximately 800,000 personnel, organized into around 15 light infantry divisions, supplemented by 200 light infantry reinforcement regiments. These regiments are fully staffed, each comprising roughly 3,000 troops. The light infantry is primarily equipped with a plethora of all-terrain military vehicles, including numerous all-terrain utility trucks, a variety of all-terrain armored vehicles, and some 3-wheeled motorcycles with sidecars, in addition to infantry guns, mortars, and heavy machine guns for supporting firepower. As for the light infantry divisions, their firepower is considerably more formidable. Such formations typically exist only in major urban areas to oversee larger defensive zones and maintain public order. Each division comprises approximately 12,000 2,000 personnel and is equipped with a regiment of 122mm self-propelled howitzers, along with reconnaissance battalions, field hospitals, security battalions, anti-aircraft battalions, and missile battalions, constituting a special organization under extraordinary circumstances. Nevertheless, even in this configuration, the combat effectiveness of these light infantry divisions remains commendably robust, more than sufficient for maintaining local security while also capable of executing additional missions. Regarding the main forces, Li Ming has reorganized them into 15 group armies, all uniformly equipped with modified and enhanced armaments acquired from the Eagle Empire, proving to be quite adequate. These group armies, in addition to their respective light, medium, and heavy combined brigades, encompass several directly subordinate units such as aviation brigades, large field hospitals, missile brigades, and 155mm artillery brigades. Furthermore, there are Li Ming's self-developed long-range rocket artillery units and rapid response helicopter brigades, among others, with the personnel strength of these directly subordinate units totaling approximately 15,000 to 20,000. Each group army typically commands around 10 to 11 combined brigades. It can be asserted that Li Ming's main forces represent the true essence of his formidable military capability, offering a glimpse into what constitutes one of the most powerful armies in the world. Additionally, Li Ming's air force is exceptionally robust, comprising 600 of the most advanced Phantom multi-role stealth fighters, 200 upgraded Sea Eagle stealth fighters, 200 modified Falcon heavy fighters, and 1,000 Hawk light fighters. Collectively, these land-based air forces possess 5,000 advanced fighter aircraft. Moreover, there are 60 self-developed Phantom strategic bombers and 180 Doping strategic bombers. Li Ming's air force also includes 3 types of early warning aircraft totaling 300 units, alongside 300 Kulimping strategic transport aircraft and 20 super transport aircraft with a capacity of approximately 400 tons. In terms of naval strength, Li Ming's fleet is overwhelmingly formidable. Following the acquisition of a substantial number of vessels from the Eagle Empire, and after several months of upgrades and modifications, he currently possesses 5 aircraft carriers powered by cold nuclear fusion, in addition to over 60 missile destroyers, 30 specialized frigates, and a considerable number of both conventional and nuclear submarines. The focus is on an indomitable and formidable force. Furthermore, the aircraft carrier acquired by Li Ming is currently undergoing upgrades, with expectations to conclude the enhancements by 2028, resulting in the establishment of 12 aircraft carrier battle groups, a formidable deterrent on a global scale. Any reactionary forces confronted by such military might will inevitably be reduced to mere paper tigers. In addition to military vessels, Li Ming also commands a fleet of approximately 2,000 ocean-going armed fishing boats, each with a minimum displacement of 5,000 tons. Additionally, there are around 60 large supply ships and 200 ocean-going cargo vessels, repurposed into floating seafood processing factories. Chapter 140. Completion of the desalination plant. The aforementioned figures merely encapsulate Li Ming's current military strength. Each day, he witnesses the launch and commissioning of refurbished and upgraded vessels, including various modified cargo ships and fishing boats, continuously entering service. In a strict sense, Li Ming possesses a military prowess that rivals that of a large nation. Even prior to the cataclysm, such strength would have classified him amongst the ranks of global superpowers, not inferior to the Tianhui Empire. His naval and aerial forces far surpass those of the Tianhui Empire. However, for Li Ming, the military capabilities he currently wields are more than sufficient. Aptly described as unparalleled on a global scale, it is a misconception to believe that sustaining a large military incurs minimal expense. Without delving into specifics, the revenue Li Ming has garnered through commercial ventures barely balances the costs of maintaining these forces. Notably, the operations of his Navy's long-range fishing fleet yield substantial profits, alongside the security provided by his military from mining bases across various regions, thereby safeguarding his interests effectively. Nevertheless, Li Ming's expenditures remain considerable, encompassing not only military costs but also the operational expenses of his extensive bases, such as research departments and a relatively large healthcare system. Consequently, he seeks to expand his financial resources to achieve an overall balance in income and expenditure. At present, Li Ming manages to maintain a balanced budget, with a surplus of supplies. However, in a post-apocalyptic world, many aspects cannot be solely assessed through economic costs. A holistic perspective is essential. Thus, the societal benefits derived from many of Li Ming's initiatives are difficult to quantify. Overall, he has maximized the use of available resources while addressing the needs of the populace and safeguarding his own interests, achieving a commendable equilibrium. Li Ming can confidently proclaim that the entirety of the empire's 2 capitals and 33 provinces rest upon his shoulders. Each policy shift he implements introduces a multitude of uncertainties for ordinary survivors, such as increases in the prices of essential goods or the widespread issuance of point vouchers, leading to significant implications for the survivors. Nevertheless, Li Ming harbors little interest in exploiting the common survivors. What benefit is there in harvesting the impoverished? If there is to be harvesting, it should target the affluent, bridging the gap between rich and poor, which remains a core element of stability, even in a world ravaged by disaster. Hence, Li Ming's pricing strategy for essential goods is quite peculiar. The prices of basic necessities are generally affordable, as long as survivors are willing to engage in labor or scavenge for resources, ensuring their daily sustenance is certainly attainable. However, certain luxury goods targeted at the affluent are priced far beyond one's imagination. As the saying goes, I never exploit the poor. After all, the desires of the rich and the poor diverge significantly. The impoverished seek mere survival, while the wealthy yearn for a sense of security and a life of comfort. To capitalize on the affluent, Li Ming swiftly launched his fresh fruits, available in limited quantities, only 100 kilograms per market each day. These fresh offerings drew countless wealthy individuals like moths to a flame. The monotony of consuming various canned goods had become unbearable, for canned fruit and fresh produce are, indeed, 2 entirely different concepts. With ample financial resources at their disposal, the rich ensured that Li Ming's fresh fruits were snatched up almost immediately upon release. Their purchasing power rendered the price insignificant. Furthermore, other luxury goods previously enhancing life quality remained at high prices, although sales volumes were not exceptionally high. The substantial profits incited a fervent following among affluent women. In summary, Li Ming was adeptly harvesting the wealth of the rich, leaving many of them begrudgingly powerless. Despite previous dissatisfaction leading to retaliatory actions, they were no match for Li Ming's formidable military strength. Thus, these wealthy individuals were left with no choice but to endure or demand the exit of those foolish women. Time swiftly advanced to September 25, 2028, when Li Ming's ZTE Commerce Association, after over a month of construction, proudly announced the completion of its seawater desalination plant. With this establishment, the persistent scarcity of fresh water that plagued countless survivors was finally addressed effectively. Greetings, dear listeners. We are the ZTE Commerce Association broadcasting station, here to deliver an important announcement. Through our relentless efforts, we have successfully constructed 8 large-scale seawater desalination plants by the sea. These 10 plants collectively produce approximately 9 million tons of fresh water daily. To cater to the basic survival needs of ordinary survivors and to recover the costs incurred in building these large facilities, each survivor may purchase 2 liters of fresh water daily for the price of 1 point ticket. Each survivor must present their valid identification to make a purchase. Beyond 2 liters, the price increases to 1 point ticket per liter. Moreover, this marks the first batch of desalination plants we have built. Should the market response be favorable, we intend to continue constructing related facilities to ensure the survival of more individuals. This announcement is not only broadcasted through the radio. To disseminate the information swiftly, Li Ming's army has mobilized, utilizing convoy-mounted loudspeakers to relay the news across the nation. In essence, even those in the interior regions can access fresh water from the ZTE Commerce Association. The pricing is standardized nationwide, bringing joy to countless survivors. For while one may forego food, one cannot survive without water, especially in this sweltering heat, even if one remains indoors during the day. The temperature inside is still far from comfortable. Even lying in bed, one cannot help but perspire. Under such circumstances, it is imperative to consume a certain amount of saline solution to replenish the body's fluids. Otherwise, dehydration can easily ensue, ultimately leading to an imbalance of electrolytes and dire consequences. Therefore, when the news from Li Ming's Trading Association emerged, it undoubtedly instilled great hope in countless survivors. The offer of 1 point per person per day for 2 liters of water is remarkably reasonable. No one deems the prices set by the Zhongxing Trading Association to be exorbitant, as every business entails its own costs. Chapter 141. Freshwater Selling Point. To speak plainly, the mere construction of a desalination plant in this resource-depleted apocalypse necessitates an immense allocation of resources. The mindset of all survivors mirrors that of a clear mirror. The cost of establishing such a facility is exorbitantly high, while the price of water is merely 2 liters for 1 point ticket. In simpler terms, if a survivor cannot even muster 1 point ticket, it signifies nothing less than sheer laziness. Such indolent individuals, who prefer ease over effort, deserve to perish from hunger or thirst. The emergence of Li Ming's desalination plant indeed offers a glimmer of hope for survival among the remnants of humanity. From the moment the plant commenced the production of fresh water, a queue of survivors formed daily at the water faucet to acquire this precious resource. The main city garden community, under the stewardship of Old Zhang, serves as one of the selling points. Throughout the city of Malga, aside from the market and seaside seafood trading post, each community has established its own point of sale for fresh water. Old Zhang's main city garden has been designated as such a selling point, and it has become a common sight for residents from nearby communities to line up for water on a daily basis. Hong Chi, a resident of a nearby community, has witnessed the dire consequences of extreme heat, with individuals succumbing to heat stroke or heat illness almost daily. Water scarcity has transformed into a heavy burden on the hearts of all survivors. Initially, the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce provided assistance in drilling wells. But as time passed and temperatures soared, the groundwater levels in Malga continued to plummet. The water well in their community dwindled from an unlimited supply to a mere small bucket of water each day. By September 2028, the community's well had run dry, leaving them with no water. Consequently, residents were forced to venture to the seaside to extract seawater and distill it into fresh water. Although this method was arduous, it still provided enough fresh water for survival. However, this arrangement did not last long, as the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce announced the establishment of a desalination plant, promising a relatively stable supply of fresh water, allowing each individual to obtain 2 liters for 1 point ticket each day. Upon hearing this news, Hong Chi felt a surge of joy. He quickly sought information regarding the nearest freshwater selling point, which was the main city garden community. Naturally, Hong Chi was familiar with this area, having a passing acquaintance with Captain Wu there. The main city garden community is already affiliated with the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce. Without delay, Hong Chi grabbed his covered water bucket and hastened to the main city garden to procure water. However, he was not the only one seeking water. Residents from surrounding communities were all mobilized. As Hong Chi surveyed the lengthy queue, a wave of despair washed over him. How long would it take to reach the front? The line stretched over 100 meters, with nearly 100 individuals awaiting their turn. Unexpectedly, an occurrence transpired under the orderly management of the troops from the ZTE Chamber of Commerce and the security team of the main city garden. The speed at which people queued to purchase water was astonishingly swift, with the line progressing rapidly. After approximately 20 minutes, it was Hong Chi's turn. He began to meticulously observe the entire sales point, noting that it consisted of a water cart and a peculiar device resembling a wash basin, adorned with an array of faucets, each corresponding to a distinct queue. Beside this apparatus stood a table manned by 2 staff members, one responsible for identity registration and verification, and the other for collecting point tickets. The point ticket was the lowest denomination issued by Li Ming, making it easily recognizable. Each survivor purchasing water had prepared their point ticket and identification in advance. After undergoing dual verification through facial recognition and identification, they would pay and proceed to collect their water. Upon submitting his identification and point ticket, Hong Chi passed through the turnstile, receiving his identification back from the staff. He then approached the water collection station with his bucket. One of the staff members took Hong Chi's bucket and placed it on the counter, subsequently operating the device, which caused the faucets to dispense water. A display screen indicated the amount of water being dispensed. In no time, the red digits reached 2, signaling that his 2 liters of water had been successfully collected. The staff member handed him the bucket, proclaiming, "Your water is ready." "Oh, thank you." Hong Chi replied gratefully as he departed with his plastic bucket in hand, heading home. The entire process, aside from the slightly prolonged waiting time, was remarkably swift, far exceeding Hong Chi's expectations. Initially, he had anticipated that it would take 2 hours to procure water. Yet he was astounded to realize that the entire endeavor was completed in merely 22 minutes. Other survivors were equally surprised by the speed. But even more astonishing was the quality of the purchased water, which was deemed excellent, comparable to pre-disaster tap water. It was crystal clear, devoid of any unpleasant odors, and entirely safe for consumption. Before long, the number of sales points established by Li Ming began to proliferate rapidly. Those located farther from the coastline primarily relied on water carts, while those closer to the sea were predominantly connected to water treatment plants via pipelines. In essence, the emergence of Li Ming's freshwater sales points significantly alleviated the burdens faced by many survivors. As for the inland sales points, they centered around Li Ming's Chamber of Commerce and water transport vehicles, providing substantial assistance to those struggling on the brink of survival. At the very least, survivors were able to procure sufficient freshwater to sustain their livelihoods daily, and with the advent of frost-resistant potatoes during the harsh winter, many survivors managed to accumulate some point tickets. The stockpiled point tickets and supplies proved immensely beneficial to the survivors, while Li Ming's water sales points offered considerable convenience. No one complains about the steep price. In the midst of a sweltering catastrophe, freshwater is an invaluable resource. For merely a single-point ticket, one can procure enough water to sustain life for an entire day. What more could one desire? To further assist the survivors, Li Ming has decided that the augmented freshwater will not only be for personal use and sale, but will also be wholesaled at a modest price to various middlemen and merchants who come to collect supplies. These merchants, in turn, will reap a certain profit. Overall, when transporting freshwater, after deducting fuel costs and procurement expenses, a single truckload of 20 tons can yield approximately 300 profit points. This profit is indeed quite considerable. Chapter 142. Li Ming's new ideas. The desalination plant constructed by Li Ming tirelessly produces fresh water daily for the survivors, igniting envy among numerous rival factions. The value of fresh water during scorching periods is indisputable, directly impacting life and death. Countless forces deem the Zhongxing Trading Association excessively lenient for considering the well-being of these ordinary survivors. Were they in possession of such capabilities, they would inflate the price of fresh water to an exorbitant 5 credit tickets, leaving others to either purchase or perish from thirst. Yet, they fail to comprehend the profound intentions behind Li Ming's actions. He is acutely aware that the population of the entire Tianhui Empire has largely concentrated in coastal regions. For instance, the population of the Malga area has surged from 30 million post-extreme cold to an astonishing 80 million, a more than doubling of its numbers. After all, even in poverty, survival by the seaside is feasible, as one can rely on scavenging and utilizing seawater through solar distillation. Conversely, in some inland areas, lacking credit tickets could indeed spell death. Wealth does not guarantee access to water. The underground water sources in certain inland provinces are nearing depletion, prompting survivors to flock towards the coast in search of refuge. Furthermore, Li Ming has cleared all thoroughfares, decisively cracking down on highway robbers and bandits. While some faced execution, the majority have become Li Ming's free labor force. Confronting such criminals, Li Ming's approach is unyielding. With the roads secure and his army patrolling in tricycle motorcycle convoys, public order has been restored. Countless inland survivors, possessing some resources and credit tickets, are primarily inclined to flee towards the coast. Li Ming has established checkpoints along these routes to conduct brief inspections and issue entry permits. Service stations along the way provide supplies at slightly elevated prices, yet they offer convenience to those with limited resources but possessing credit tickets. Thus, under these favorable conditions, survivors are irresistibly drawn towards the coast. The overall population of the Tianhui Empire has diminished from 2 billion post-extreme cold to the current 1.7 billion, with the majority now heading towards the seaside. In the foreseeable future, the coastal areas will undoubtedly emerge as the most prosperous regions. This necessity has prompted Li Ming to increase the number of light infantry divisions in coastal cities, ensuring sufficient military presence to maintain order and societal stability. However, the influx of such a vast number of individuals into coastal cities undoubtedly presents immense pressure, rendering the population a veritable powder keg, ready to ignite at any moment. Hence, Li Ming endeavors to ensure that these marginalized survivors can endure by the seaside, preventing the inevitable explosion of this powder keg and continuously cooling its volatile nature. The other factions, fixated on amassing wealth, remain oblivious to these underlying truths. The vast population, if subjected to the actions of certain forces, would undoubtedly incite even more horrific acts of violence. This is an almost inevitable conclusion. The absence of widespread turmoil in coastal cities can, to a significant extent, be attributed to Li Ming's commercial association, which has served as a stabilizing anchor. In a certain sense, Li Ming has indirectly salvaged those powers. With the completion of Li Ming's second batch of desalination plants, the provision of potable water for the survivors has ceased to be a monumental issue. The ocean stands as an inexhaustible treasure trove. Not only can seawater be distilled to yield fresh water, but many destitute survivors have turned to the sea to produce sea salt and have scavenged dead fish along the shores to sustain themselves. Gradually, their circumstances have begun to improve. Furthermore, the number of Li Ming's freshwater selling points has proliferated. In addition to fixed locations, mobile selling units have emerged, as his vehicles are equipped with solid-state batteries, ensuring a plentiful supply of energy. Consequently, the fleet of mobile water-selling vehicles has expanded, effectively guaranteeing the hydration needs of over 1 billion people. Even a minimal daily expenditure of just 1 credit ticket per person translates into astronomical figures. With the revenue from water sales, Li Ming's financial situation has markedly improved. Soon, a new idea began to take shape in Li Ming's mind. Bring in the experts in underwater salvage immediately. I have matters to discuss. Yes. Secretary Wang promptly made the call. Approximately half an hour later, 6 specialists arrived at Li Ming's office. Reporting, Chief, the 6 experts are here. Li Ming nodded, gesturing for them to enter. Once seated, Li Ming addressed them, stating, "As you are all seasoned professionals, I require your counsel on certain matters." One expert inquired, "Chief, please speak freely. We are prepared to provide reasonable suggestions and solutions based on our knowledge." Li Ming responded, "That is reassuring. I have summoned you to ascertain whether our current technological capabilities allow us to salvage sunken ships or containers resting on the ocean floor." The 6 experts exchanged glances. And finally, a bald, bespectacled specialist spoke, "Chief, from a technical standpoint, this task is not overly challenging for us. After all, we possess the only relatively complete industrial system in the world, making the recovery of sunken vessels and containers quite feasible." "Oh, Chenlao, what is the maximum tonnage of a sunken ship that our current equipment can salvage?" Li Ming inquired. "Are you referring to the warships that sank during the recent natural disasters?" The expert responded, "Indeed, I believe these warships may still hold significant value. Some may have sustained no damage and were merely overturned by typhoons and tornadoes. In terms of overall length, the technical challenges associated with this undertaking are not insurmountable. Currently, from a technological standpoint, the maximum salvageable shipwreck we can manage is approximately 100,000 tons, which stands as the upper limit. However, the process of recovering such a vessel will undoubtedly require considerable time. I am preparing to salvage the naval vessels lost by the Empire of Tianhui amidst natural disasters such as typhoons, as well as various merchant ships and cargo vessels that have sunk in major global ports. I require you to present some viable plans. Rest assured, we will commence this endeavor immediately." Chapter 143, Tsunami Warning. It can be said that, regardless of the circumstances, salvaging the sunken ships is an endeavor that promises ample rewards for Li Ming. The recovery of military vessels not only enhances his military strength but also allows for the reclamation of valuable resources. Salvaging cargo ships and various other vessels will yield an abundance of treasures. Crucially, Li Ming possesses the technical prowess for such undertakings. In addition to his dimensional pockets, he is equipped with the necessary tools for salvaging ships. Under his command, military bases deployed worldwide began mobilizing salvage ships and numerous frogmen to undertake underwater recovery operations. To facilitate these efforts, Li Ming acquired a multitude of large dimensional pockets, each capable of accommodating several vessels weighing up to 100,000 tons. In addition to various ocean-going freighters, a significant number of containers were recovered. After all, in the face of typhoons, many containers aboard cargo ships succumbed to the depths when the vessels capsized. With the aid of specialized salvage ships and their detection equipment, locating the sunken vessels became a precise task, followed by the dispatch of personnel for recovery. The tools employed by the frogmen included, but were not limited to, mini submarines, diving bells, and newly developed pressure-resistant diving suits, all designed for comprehensive operations. Concurrently, salvage operations commenced along the coastal regions of the Tianhui Empire. For Li Ming, while the undertaking of salvaging sunken ships consumed considerable resources and materials, the returns were immensely profitable. Even an ordinary empty container represented a valuable asset in his eyes. Since the onset of the apocalyptic disasters, the coastal ports around the globe had suffered catastrophic blows, with countless fishing boats and cargo vessels overturned. The salvage process persisted for over half a year, during which Li Ming's armed fishing boats not only ventured out to catch fish, but also doubled as vessels for recovering materials and sunken ships. Most of the naval vessels that had sunk to the ocean floor were successfully salvaged by Li Ming and were currently undergoing repairs at his shipyard. As time progressed to April 2029, over 3 years had passed since the apocalypse began, and the extreme heat had lingered for over a year. Survivors gradually acclimated to these sweltering conditions, yet tranquility rarely endures unchallenged. One day, Li Ming received an urgent notification from the system. Ding. Urgent notice. A massive tsunami is imminent. Please prepare for response. Startled, Li Ming quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. A tsunami was no trivial matter. He inquired of the system, "How immense will this tsunami be?" Ding. Esteemed host, upon the tsunami's eruption, it will sweep away all beings and objects along the shore. A terrifying prospect. The entire coastal region of the Tianhui Empire, extending 30 kilometers inland from the coastline, is at risk and within the tsunami's reach. Upon receiving this alarming news, Li Ming was taken aback. How long will the tsunami last? When will it strike? Ding. Host. This impending tsunami is set to last for 2 days, with a countdown of 48 hours. Upon receiving this information, Li Ming glanced at the system panel, which had transformed. The virtual interface now displayed an alert regarding the tsunami's imminent eruption, accompanied by a vivid red LED countdown device showing the number 48. Li Ming temporarily exited the system and promptly pressed the button in his office. Shortly after, Secretary Wang entered. "Commander, what are your instructions?" Immediately issue a tsunami warning to all coastal bases. The tsunami will erupt in 48 hours. Understood, replied Captain Wong, swiftly turning to disseminate the order. In the ports and seafood trading markets of Malga City, Lu Su had just seen off a business partner when the red phone on his desk began to ring. Recognizing the significance of the red phone, Lu Su quickly picked it up. Hello, this is Lu Su. What? All right, I will execute it immediately. After responding, Lu Su shouted. Sound the alarm at once. The air raid sirens echoed throughout the seafood trading markets under Li Ming's jurisdiction, prompting all station troops to assemble and mobilize. Many within the seafood trading market were bewildered, unaware of the situation. Soon, the loudspeakers blared, "Attention, customers and proprietors of the seafood trading market. This is Lu Su, the market supervisor, delivering an urgent announcement. According to satellite imagery and seabed detection data from the Zhongshan Chamber of Commerce, an unprecedented tsunami will strike within the next 48 hours. Please prepare accordingly and prioritize your safety. Furthermore, this seafood trading market will close in 1 hour. All proprietors should arrange for the transfer of their goods to avert property loss." This tsunami warning echoed not only within the seafood trading market, but was broadcasted across all of Li Ming's markets. Soldiers were dispatched to inform the survivors residing on the beach to evacuate promptly. However, many survivors were reluctant to leave, with some even clashing with the notification personnel. Li Ming's seafood trading market swiftly entered a state of closure, allowing proprietors to transfer their inventories. Concurrently, the long-distance fishing vessels that Li Ming had mobilized received the warnings, preparing to secure their boats and take refuge within the Doomsday submarines. Indeed, Li Ming's Doomsday submarines had been constructed and were currently escorting the long-distance fishing boats. Meanwhile, naval bases worldwide were retracting warships and fishing vessels into superdimensional pockets. Then, everyone hurriedly took refuge in the underground bases on land. These locations capable of constructing naval facilities are predominantly large islands or substantial coastal ports. These subterranean bases are fully equipped to prevent the incursion of seawater. It can be said that Li Ming's forces have begun their mobilization, striving to minimize their losses. As for the more than a dozen desalination plants established by Li Ming, they are poised for retrieval. Chapter 144. Tsunami Warning 2. Within Li Ming's seafood market, chaos reigned supreme, for the impending tsunami instilled an overwhelming sense of dread. The market lay a mere 4 kilometers from the coastline, well within the catastrophic 30-kilometer range of the approaching disaster. Thus, the market proprietors hastily gathered their inventories, enlisting heavy trucks from the Zhongshan Chamber of Commerce for transport. Simultaneously, Li Ming's forces began to maintain order, orchestrating the evacuation of the entire population of Malga City. At that moment, Malga City's populace surged back to over 60 million, edging towards 70 million. The task of evacuating such a multitude was no trifling matter, especially with only 2 days at their disposal. While Li Ming coordinated efforts to evacuate the seafood trading hub, he also oversaw the disassembly and removal of equipment from the desalination plant. The citizens of Malga City were engulfed in trepidation, for a tsunami warning had been issued, and the movements of the Zhongshan Chamber suggested that this calamity would be far from insignificant. Consequently, many anxious survivors began to pack their belongings, valuables, and defensive weapons, leaving behind their homes to embark on a journey of displacement. Under the guidance of Li Ming's military, the evacuees prepared for their retreat in an orderly fashion, resembling an unending procession of serpentine lines. The local populace held a considerable trust in the Zhongshan Chamber's warning, yet many individuals from coastal areas, having fled from their own strife, regarded the dilapidated houses on the beach as their true homes, reluctant to abandon their abodes for another life of instability. The beach was alive with the clamor of countless survivors voicing their dissent. Another warning? What tsunami could possibly arise on such a sunny day? I suspect the Zhongshan Chamber has set their sights on our beachfront, attempting to drive us away with this ruse. They exclaimed defiantly. I refuse to leave. I would rather perish here than abandon my home. In light of the resistance from those on the beach, Li Ming's forces showed no leniency. An officer discharged several rounds into the air and, using a powerful loudspeaker, proclaimed, Listen up, you lot. Your lives are of no concern to us. The Zhongshan Chamber is merely informing you out of humanitarian considerations. If you choose to disregard this warning, the consequences will be yours to bear. We shall not be responsible for your safety. Clear the path immediately. We must notify others. If you wish to court disaster, do not drag others down with you. Under the military's directive, Li Ming's forces swiftly communicated the warning to all the refugees on the beach. Whether they chose to vacate the area was ultimately their own decision. In a world where human life seemed as insignificant as straw, Li Ming was neither a deity nor a savior. Providing timely information was the limit of his responsibilities. Whether they opted to relocate or remain vulnerable to the tsunami was beyond his jurisdiction. Nevertheless, some refugees heeded the counsel given. "Old Huang, why are you packing your belongings?" A refugee inquired upon witnessing the actions of another. "Old Zhao, I believe it is prudent to leave this place temporarily. After all, the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce has issued a warning, and I fear that a tsunami may indeed occur," Old Huang replied as he hurriedly stuffed his backpack with fried noodles, roasted frost-resistant potatoes, drought and heat-tolerant sweet potatoes, along with some crop seeds, points tickets, and personal weapons. "Oh, Old Huang, you are so easily swayed by rumors. What are the odds that a tsunami would strike just as we are here?" Old Huang shot him a look of incredulity, shook his head, and quickened his pace. This scene unfolded among the refugee crowd along the beach, where some individuals resolutely gathered their belongings, disregarding the gazes of others, and set off towards the inland. Throughout the coastal regions of the Tianhui Empire, ports and bases belonging to Li Ming received urgent notifications and swiftly evacuated all equipment from their markets. Several hospitals also prepared for any eventualities, ensuring that all necessary equipment was adequately safeguarded. From the moment Li Ming issued this notification, the countdown to the tsunami's emergence had commenced. Whether others chose to believe it was irrelevant, his sole responsibility lay in managing his own affairs. The urban expanse of Malga City extended beyond 30 kilometers, yet Li Ming remained vigilant. His organization operated with the efficiency of a colossal machine. Under the coordination of a substantial force, the evacuation proceeded methodically. Interestingly, the affluent district of Malga City presented a different scenario. The wealthy possessed an abundance of belongings, requiring several vehicles for transport. Some affluent individuals believed their hillside villas, situated at higher elevations, were safe from the threat of a tsunami and were reluctant to leave. On the evacuation route, a few wealthy drivers attempted to cut in line, causing a logjam that hindered the progress of the vehicles behind them. An officer, accompanied by several soldiers tasked with maintaining order, approached the scene and inquired, "What is happening here?" A plainly dressed individual emerged from one of the obstructing vehicles and explained, "Sir, I was driving normally when that car behind me suddenly accelerated and collided with my vehicle, causing my truck to stall." The officer swiftly gestured, and a tow truck soon arrived to remove the individual's small truck from the roadway. He then addressed the offending vehicle, "Disembark immediately and compensate this person for their losses." A wealthy passenger emerged, protesting, "Why should I compensate him?" The officer, displaying impatience, replied, "You two must negotiate the compensation privately. You are at fault for the collision. Compensation is warranted. I will not pay." The officer's demeanor was rather unsatisfactory. With a swift gesture, he summoned several tow trucks to seize all the vehicles belonging to the affluent individuals, subsequently directing the passage of the remaining cars. At that moment, the wealthy man was on the verge of exploding with rage. However, upon observing the soldiers wielding AKM assault rifles and their steely gazes, he promptly subdued his fury and began negotiating compensation with the driver of a small truck. Naturally, while some roads remained unobstructed, certain affluent individuals displayed a lack of decorum, brazenly cutting in line and engaging in a heated argument with the owner of a seafood trading company. Ignoring the traffic congestion, a soldier tasked with managing the flow of vehicles, named Li Ming, was executed on the spot for his failure to maintain order. Chapter 145, Tsunami Warning 3 for Li Ming. The evacuation efforts hinge upon the willingness of individuals to cooperate. Should he notify them, and yet some refuse to depart, he cannot be blamed for appearing cold-hearted. After all, he has fulfilled his duty to inform. Whether they choose to leave is entirely their prerogative. He cautions them against seeking salvation in dire circumstances, for those who disregard their own safety become beyond rescue. Li Ming is neither a saint nor a deity, and he bears no obligation to save those who refuse to heed the warnings. Overall, the evacuation proceeded with relative smoothness, though a handful of dissidents inevitably caused disruptions. Ultimately, this led Li Ming's forces to enforce battlefield discipline, resulting in a more compliant populace. Thus, the entire evacuation operation, under the organization and suppression of Li Ming's military, unfolded successfully. While orchestrating the evacuation of coastal cities such as Malga, Li Ming simultaneously alerted naval bases worldwide and fishing vessels at sea, urging them to prepare in advance. At that moment, naval bases overseas were swiftly dismantling equipment from coastal factories, as well as relocating other apparatuses within the tsunami strike zone. The shipyards, constructed according to systematic blueprints, were designed to withstand tsunamis, allowing operations to cease without further concern. Meanwhile, all stationed troops at the various naval bases retreated to underground shelters, which had been designed with natural disasters like tsunamis in mind. Each soldier, fully armed and equipped with a backpack, secured themselves in specialized seats, fastening their safety belts. As for the distant fishing vessels, they quickly gathered their catches, efficiently organizing their nets and transferring the fish on board. In tandem, several escort submarines surfaced. The commanders of surface vessels, upon ensuring all crew members had evacuated, promptly stored their ships and fishing boats within dimensional pockets before being the last to board the submarines. Once the submarine commander confirmed the head count, he sealed the top hatch, and the submarine began its descent. In the face of such a vast maritime calamity, the survivability of submarines undoubtedly surpassed that of surface vessels. As for Li Ming's surface fleet, some vessels were relocated while others remained, sheltered by the naval shipyard. The remaining naval personnel and soldiers within the base retreated to the underground facilities. Li Ming's naval forces are a disciplined contingent, exhibiting remarkable efficiency and responsiveness. Upon receiving orders, they executed their tasks with utmost swiftness. In all honesty, even Li Ming would incur some losses due to this tsunami, however. Such losses are negligible in his estimation, as the tangible damage remains minimal. With a sufficiently formidable navy at his disposal, he is confident that these losses will eventually be compensated. The soldiers stationed at the naval bases were equipped by Li Ming with exceptionally robust survival kits, which included a plethora of survival supplies, various positioning devices, and essential survival gear. In essence, Li Ming was thoroughly prepared. He utilized the communication equipment of the base command center to establish contact with the submarine forces stationed abroad. Submersible Dragon 1, please respond. After approximately half a minute, a crackling noise ensued. Submersible Dragon 1 received. Headquarters, please proceed. How's the operation progressing on your end? Reporting to headquarters. The 3 submarines accompanying our convoy have successfully rescued the fishing vessels and the personnel from surface ships. They are currently taking refuge within our submarines. Rest assured, headquarters. Good. We await your safe return. After Li Ming's headquarters contacted various submarines overseas and confirmed their readiness, they reported back to him, stating, "Report to the commander." All overseas submarines have been contacted and are fully prepared, with all personnel safely inside the Doomsday submarines. Li Ming nodded, his previously anxious heart now at ease. After all, no matter how fierce the storm at sea, submarines navigate beneath the surface, where safety is far superior to that of surface vessels during such a tsunami. Although the tonnage of these Doomsday submarines may not match that of nuclear submarines, they still boast a substantial displacement of around 5,000 tons. These vessels are meticulously designed to accommodate a greater number of individuals seeking refuge. Subsequently, after confirming readiness with naval bases worldwide, Li Ming felt reassured. All that was left to do was patiently await the impending tsunami. At this moment, Li Ming stepped outside the command base and retrieved a high-powered, technologically advanced telescope to gaze towards the sea. What he saw made him furrow his brow in concern. The once fluffy, willow-like clouds in the sky were visibly transforming into ominous dark clouds at an alarming pace, gradually coalescing into vast expanses of darkness. The humidity in the air had noticeably increased. With the evacuation efforts complete, his troops began to depart in vehicles. Those who had fled to safety were struck with terror upon witnessing the sky ash transformation. Their faces paled as the heavens appeared as if drenched in ink, instilling a profound sense of dread within their hearts. Even more terrifying was the sudden onset of wind, which began with a force of 5 to 6 on the Beaufort scale. The indigenous people of Marjaga City were taken aback by the wind's intensity, realizing that a tsunami was indeed imminent. Meanwhile, those who had stubbornly remained along the coastline, including the affluent residents of the hillside villas, were now thrown into a state of panic upon witnessing the alarming spectacle above. It was only then that they recognized the wisdom of the evacuation order from the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce. But they now questioned whether it was too late to escape with their lives. Inhabitants of a coastal fishing village have now come to realize the impending catastrophe, hastily attempting to flee. The Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce had issued warnings long ago, yet many chose to ignore them, unwilling to abandon their homes. Consequently, they must now face the dire consequences of their decisions, which may cost them their lives and those of their families. It is, however, understandable that they hesitate to leave. After enduring such hardships and finally establishing a semblance of stability, who would willingly accept the prospect of upheaval once more? At this moment, in the eyes of these individuals, dark clouds on the horizon are rolling ominously toward the mainland. Initially imperceptible without high-powered telescopes, these clouds have now become visible to the naked eye, yet by then, it is far too late. Time slips away in the blink of an eye. Li Ming glances at the timer on his panel, which now shows only a few minutes remaining. The city of Malga is enveloped in a thick shroud of dark clouds, accompanied by flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder, a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse unfolding before them. Under stable climatic conditions, such ominous weather would typically herald rain, offering a glimmer of hope for survivors enduring the relentless torment of extreme heat. Alas, this is a world ravaged by disaster. The interior regions of the Tianhui Empire remain under clear skies, aptly described as cloudless. The sun continues to beat down with a ferocity capable of scorching life itself, leaving only the coastal cities to bear witness to this tempestuous weather. Chapter 146. The terrifying tsunami. At this moment, the refugees living by the sea, reluctant to flee, witnessed the relentless waves crashing against the shore. As the collision intensified, panic seized them entirely. They had come to the grim realization that a tsunami might indeed be imminent. A fisherman shouted, "Everyone, run! The winds of the tempest are rising." Without a moment's hesitation, he abandoned his belongings and hurriedly turned to flee. Others, witnessing this alarming scene, hastily donned their small backpacks and sprinted inland, driven by two overwhelming emotions, regret and fear. They deeply lamented their obstinacy, just yesterday and earlier today. The forces of the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce had endeavored to organize their evacuation, urging them to depart swiftly. Yet, they had steadfastly refused to leave, and now calamity was upon them. Where could they possibly escape? Meanwhile, Wang Chang was in the command center of the base, observing the drone and satellite footage on the large screen. The sky was shrouded in dark clouds, the light dimmed to a near blackness, as if a colossal black pot had been overturned from above, casting a pall over the coastal region. The atmosphere felt intensely oppressive. Through the drone's lens, he witnessed the waves relentlessly battering what was once a desalination plant, while other naval shipyards also succumbed to the onslaught of the surf. Soon, the sky erupted in a thunderstorm. Li Ming urgently ordered the retrieval of the drone as the sky roared with thunder. The sound reverberated like a relentless drumbeat, while lightning intermittently illuminated the darkened heavens, allowing the survivors to catch fleeting glimpses of their surroundings. At this moment, all the fortunate ones who had escaped bore ashen faces. They had never encountered such a ferocious tempest in their lifetimes. It was truly horrifying. The waves, propelled by the fierce winds, continued to crash upon the beach. And from the swirling cumulonimbus clouds above, lightning, reminiscent of a centipede, sporadically pierced through the layers. Each bolt struck the surface of the sea repeatedly, unleashing high-voltage energy with every impact. This scene was far from the realm of science fiction. It was a stark reality unfolding before them, leaving the survivors with a chilling sense of dread. It is often said that the sea is humanity's mother, yet now, its wrath was as swift and unforgiving as a dog's bite. Outside, lightning cleaved the sky in successive flashes, the darkened heavens pressed down ever lower, as if mysterious hands were compressing the very fabric of space between earth and sky. On the beach, the fishermen and survivors, desperately fleeing inland, were breathless and panting. Just as they were about to pause and catch their breath, they were struck by the terrifying sight before them. As if spurred by an unseen force, they once again rushed frantically towards the city of Malga. Some intrepid souls dared to glance back at the fishing village and the rudimentary houses by the shore where they once resided, a sight that nearly shattered their hearts and instilled terror within them. The waves surged higher and higher, driven by the ferocious winds, appearing to tower over 30 meters, crashing violently upon the beach. At that moment, the makeshift homes constructed by the survivors on the beach were swept away as if they were mere toys, vanishing from sight. The fishing village fared slightly better, with some structures being partially uprooted, yet a portion still managed to withstand the onslaught. However, this was merely the first wave. The waves grew increasingly menacing, rising to heights that seemed to rival the heavens themselves, crashing down upon the shore with unrelenting force. Those who were slow to flee were swept away by the surging tide, disappearing without a trace. The survivors, who had previously hesitated to leave, erupted in a cacophony of screams and exclamations. Some continued to run with abandon, while others collided with fellow evacuees in their frantic escape. There were those who hastily discarded their belongings to flee unencumbered, while some, unable to part with their possessions, seized the opportunity to snatch others' bags before fleeing. At the shoreline of Marja City, a vivid tableau of apocalyptic chaos unfolded. The throng, numbering over 1 million, was packed tightly together, colliding and jostling, resulting in horrific stampedes. With some survivors separated from their families in the tumult, everyone was desperately striving to escape. From a bird's-eye view, the beach, once resembling a dark tide of survivors, now erupted into a frantic scatter. Some survivors, realizing they could never outrun the waves, sought refuge in nearby buildings, hoping to evade disaster by sheltering within. Others dashed towards the hills and upscale neighborhoods, while some sought the highest vantage points, creating a scene of utter disarray. For these survivors, fear and despair intertwined, rendering it almost impossible to breathe. Yet, no matter how swiftly they ran, their legs could never outpace the towering wall of water. Beneath such immense waves, humanity appeared as insignificant as ants, and regardless of the struggles of over 1 million survivors, their efforts amounted to nothing more than futile attempts to shake a tree. The dense crowd was quickly engulfed by the colossal waves, many unable to even muster a struggle before being consumed. The tsunami claimed not only those unwilling to leave, but also a multitude of fishing vessels anchored in the harbor and various surface ships belonging to other factions. Indeed, Even small personal fishing boats were swept away. These iron constructions, faced with such a terrifying tsunami, were as fragile as toys in the hands of adults, utterly unable to withstand the onslaught. For the inhabitants of the celestial empire residing by the seaside, these vessels are colossal iron beasts, their means to grapple with the tumultuous seas and a beacon of hope for survival. Alas, these once mighty ships have now been entirely swept away or capsized by the relentless tsunami. Indeed, some of the smaller fishing boats were directly engulfed by the waves, vanishing without a trace, while larger vessels were mercilessly battered by the immense force of the ocean, leaving them contorted and unrecognizable. A fortunate few were merely overturned and subsequently sank in the harbor. At this moment, Li Ming, through the lens of a cutting-edge drone, helplessly observed as one after another. The ships in the harbor of Malga City were tossed and submerged by the tsunami, disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye. Chapter 147. The terrifying tsunami. Li Ming gazed at the scene before him, a chill running down his spine, for the sheer might of nature was truly awe-inspiring. In comparison to this formidable force, he felt no more than a slightly stronger ant, an insignificant creature in the grand scheme of things. The prospect of triumphing over nature seemed utterly unrealistic. It was akin to a solitary faction challenging the will of an entire planet. Li Ming silently thanked his foresight in making preparations, ensuring his fleet had retreated in advance, thus avoiding catastrophic losses. Nevertheless, the scale of the tsunami still left him astounded. At that moment, the naval shipyard at the nearest military base was besieged by colossal waves, enduring relentless assaults within a remarkably brief time. Had it not been for the System's repeated assurances of the shipyard's safety, he would have hastily evacuated both the shipyard and his vessels. Such a tsunami, vast in its magnitude, could easily capsize conventional surface ships, and even a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier would find itself at the mercy of the sea. With only submarines able to evade disaster, assuming they submerged to safe depths, the ferocious visage of nature was laid bare. The salt fields Li Ming had established, the remnants of seafood processing plants, and the makeshift shelters constructed by survivors along the beach were all swept away by a monstrous wave. As for the luxurious villas perched atop the coastal hills, they were reduced to mere splinters, torn apart by the ferocity of the tsunami as if they were props in a special effects film. Many survivors, initially reluctant to flee, found themselves fortunate for their timely escape as they witnessed the devastation unfold. However, their relief was premature. The enormity of the tsunami would inevitably lead to seawater inundating the urban area. Crash! The colossal waves surged towards the city like an unstoppable tidal wall, crashing violently against the buildings. The roar of the surf echoed as it collided with the structures, some resilient enough to withstand the onslaught, while others, long neglected, crumbled into debris. Those who had barely managed to escape the beach believed they could find refuge within the buildings, only to be cruelly deceived by the relentless tsunami. With the powerful sea winds propelling the waves, the onslaught continued to batter the structures of Malga City. Just as the survivors had begun to celebrate their narrow escape, they were once again engulfed by the tsunami, alongside the buildings that had offered them fleeting hope. Those who had heeded Li Ming's directives and safely evacuated to secure locations, along with the residents of Malga City, were left in a state of sheer terror upon witnessing the horrifying spectacle. The waves towered to frightening heights, reaching thousands of meters. Had they attempted to flee, they would undoubtedly have faced total loss of life and property, with no second chance in sight. In the upscale villa district, some wealthy residents, unwilling to evacuate, now find themselves in a state of utter panic. The villas, perched midway up the mountain, have been violently shattered by the encroaching waves, forcing these affluent individuals to either walk or drive to the summit. Run for your lives. Oh heavens, this is simply terrifying. The number of remaining inhabitants in the affluent area is quite limited, allowing for a relatively smooth escape without any stampedes. However, some still attempt to pull others down in a desperate bid to ascend. Dozens of individuals, typically adorned in fine attire and indulging in milk baths while sipping wine, now flee in a manner more disheveled than the most destitute refugees. The crowd surges towards the mountaintop, resembling a horde of the undead, their faces contorted in expressions of horror and desperation. Yet, it is evident that their struggles are in vain. In the face of towering waves reaching thousands of meters, the surging tide surpasses even the elevation of the mountain housing the villas, crashing down with tremendous force. In an instant, the entire villa district is reduced to rubble, and the inhabitants, along with their luxurious homes, vanish as if they were mere bubbles. Meanwhile, the entrance to Li Ming's naval base is also facing a formidable challenge. The waves relentlessly assault the mountain where the base is situated, but the solid rock withstands the onslaught, scattering the water into fine spray. Li Ming, now apprehensive about using drones, switches to satellite imagery. However, thick clouds obscure the view. Quickly contact the Taraji base. Li Ming instructs a technical officer at the command center. The officer swiftly establishes a satellite connection with the Taraji base. This is headquarters. Taraji base, please respond. After a brief pause, the large screen in the command center displays an image from Taraji's command hub. Soon, a major general appears on the screen, microphone in hand, declaring, headquarters. This is Taraji base. Li Ming takes the microphone and swiftly inquires, 032. I just observed via drone that the mountain housing your base's entrance is being struck by waves. What is the current status of your base? The major general relays instructions to the technical staff nearby, and soon, the external cameras transmit images back to Li Ming's command center. The technical officer receives the feed and operates it with urgency. The major general then reports, Commander, our base is currently safe. Our entrance is nearly 20 kilometers from the shore, and by the time the tsunami reaches us, it will have considerably weakened, posing little threat to our safety. You can rest assured, Commander. After reviewing the real-time footage, Li Ming breathes a sigh of relief, reassured that even the external cameras remain intact, suggesting the base's interior is likely secure. Nonetheless, he cautions, 032, if the situation becomes dire, I authorize you to temporarily abandon the base to evade the tsunami. Understood. Subsequently, Li Ming's command center reached out to the remaining naval bases, and fortunately, there were no significant issues. After all, every conceivable circumstance had been meticulously considered during the design and construction phases, ensuring comprehensive preparedness. In fact, there were numerous escape routes available for personnel within the bases, emphasizing both safety and thoroughness. As Li Ming observed the soldiers donning their respective weapons and survival gear on the large screen of the command center, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Li Ming, feeling mentally fatigued, retreated to the lounge and succumbed to sleep, never anticipating the sheer terror that the tsunami would unleash. While he slumbered, the tsunami had already inundated the entire urban area of Malga. Chapter 148. After the tsunami, in the wake of such a colossal tsunami, the inundation of the urban area was an inevitable consequence. Much like the early days of the apocalypse, when typhoons stirred the seas to form monstrous waves, the combination of the tempest and tornadoes transformed the city of Malga into a submerged realm in a matter of moments. However, unlike the tsunami that marked the onset of the cataclysm years ago, this event was merely a transient natural disaster, one that would not persist for long. As Li Ming rested within the confines of the base, those fortunate enough to have narrowly escaped calamity, along with the citizens of Malga, frantically sought refuge in buildings. After all, the locations to which they had fled were relatively safer, providing better protection from the elements. Nevertheless, the sheer volume of the population in Malga rendered the structures incapable of accommodating all who sought shelter. Consequently, many survivors were left with no choice but to drape themselves in plastic sheeting, improvising raincoats to shield against the wind and rain. A fortunate few discovered caves, where they huddled together for safety. In this desperate hour, survivors began to band together for survival, and while some nefarious acts inevitably transpired, such occurrences were unavoidable. At this moment, Li Ming's forces had retreated to their base or encampments, with his primary concern being the preservation of life. As for whether they would ultimately weather this calamity, he could not ascertain. When the tsunami struck, the leaders of various factions wore expressions of profound dismay. Upon witnessing the enormity of the waves, they comprehended that their deep-sea fishing vessels were irretrievably lost. Waves towering thousands of meters posed a threat so severe that even a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, with a displacement of 130,000 tons, would face peril. One misstep could spell disaster. What hope, then, did their smaller fishing boats of a few hundred tons possess? It is essential to recognize that aircraft carriers represent the pinnacle of human engineering and naval design. At that moment, the leader of the Eastern Society, a faction with remnants of an imperial navy, was engulfed in despair. In the tumult of such monstrous waves, he could vividly envision the sinking of his vessels, a profoundly hopeless scenario. The devastation wrought by the tsunami inflicted grievous losses upon those factions possessing fishing boats and warships. The extent of their losses was incalculable. The destruction caused by this tsunami far exceeded Li Ming's expectations, as it was a global-scale catastrophe. The toll was not limited to the factions, as entire small island nations faced annihilation, while slightly larger islands suffered significant casualties and resource depletion, left to fend for themselves. Even the Eagle Empire and other nations that had previously suffered from Li Ming's naval assaults found their naval forces exacerbated by this disaster. Ships, already struggling due to earlier conflicts, faced a calamity that would see families torn asunder. The recent tsunami lasted a full 12 hours, only beginning to subside around 4 in the morning, while Li Ming remained oblivious, enveloped in slumber throughout this catastrophic event. Some of the world's smaller island nations, or archipelagos, were utterly annihilated, with their inhabitants and structures swept away by the relentless waves. Even larger island nations, Like the Kingdom of the Rising Sun, and Peninsula states suffered grievous losses in both resources and populace, should another disaster of such magnitude strike. It is likely that the entire nation would face utter devastation. At this juncture, Li Ming received a notification from the system. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have achieved the status of the world's strongest navy. He found himself bemused by the irony, but considering the terrifying tsunami, his personal losses appeared minimal, after all. He had retained everything that mattered. He commanded 8 aircraft carrier groups, a number that continued to rise, making this achievement seem rather attainable. Moreover, many vessels capsized in the harbor were not entirely lost. With a complete industrial system at his disposal, he could salvage and restore these sunken ships, even allowing divers to retrieve them for repairs. Thus, it was indeed difficult to ascertain whether this tsunami was a blessing or a curse for him. Echoing the adage that one cannot discern fortune in misfortune. After finishing breakfast, Li Ming arrived at the command center, where the duty personnel had already changed shifts twice. A brigadier general was coordinating with various naval bases and submarines to assess any casualties and damages. Beneath the vast ocean, 300 nautical miles from the Empire of the Sky, a colossal submarine floated serenely in the waters. It was Li Ming's U-47, a conventional-powered doomsday submarine, whose endurance was nearly on par with nuclear-powered vessels. Report, Captain. We have just received a notification from headquarters. A lieutenant saluted a major. The major, occupied with the navigational electronic map, casually inquired, "What is it?" "Captain, headquarters has announced that the tsunami has ended and has requested a report on the damages." At this moment, another major officer aboard the submarine addressed the captain. "Old Zhang, shall we activate the sonar room to assess the situation above?" Just as the second officer in the film Das Boot once remarked about the significance of sonar, especially during tumultuous conditions at sea. Captain Zhang nodded and spoke into the microphone. "Sonar room, please investigate the surface conditions immediately." Approximately a minute later, the sonar room reported, "Captain, the surface is calm. The tsunami has passed." Captain Zhang acknowledged, "Understood. Continue monitoring." He then turned to another major officer. "Old Li, it seems we can only keep you around until this moment." Old Li was the captain of a missile destroyer escorting a deep-sea fishing fleet, who chuckled, "If you ever wish to take a breather, you are always welcome aboard my vessel." Old Zhang waved his hand, indicating that our roles differ, and there was no need for such excessive politeness. This tumultuous ordeal of the tsunami was finally navigated successfully, and all members within the submarine breathed a sigh of relief. After all, although this was an apocalyptic vessel, the internal space was still far from spacious, especially after accommodating the additional crew members, which further restricted the available room. Moreover, aside from the crew's resting quarters, the submarine predominantly consisted of the power compartment and the combat chamber. With the confines of underwater navigation, the enclosed environment of the submarine, lacking ventilation for extended periods, could lead to an unpleasant amalgamation of odors when too many individuals were present. Chapter 149. Anti-pirate Operations 1-1 can only say that the standard of living for submarine personnel can indeed be compared to that of pilots. And this is not without reason. The environment within a submarine can only be described as oppressive and cramped. Life aboard is undoubtedly harsh. Li Ming's submarine is somewhat better, as it boasts a more ample supply of fresh water, allowing crew members not only to quench their thirst but also to enjoy a hot shower every 2 days. Such conditions are rarely found in submarines of various nations even before the apocalypse. There is a reason why submariners typically require a break after 2 to 3 months of duty. Prolonged exposure to a noisy and poorly ventilated confined space can lead to numerous psychological issues. Thus, returning to base for a respite every 2 to 3 months serves as a crucial mental reprieve for the submariners, even if the longest Li Ming's recruits can endure is merely 6 months. After all, despite their stronger willpower, the soldiers Li Ming has enlisted are fundamentally human, not divine beings. Before long, submarines from around the globe began surfacing, hatches opening as the crew emerged to the deck. With a soft hiss, the airtight hatch was unsealed, allowing a trickle of seawater to enter the vessel. However, no one complained. The first to venture out were 2 crew members, armed with assault rifles, who stood guard outside to ensure the area was secure before signaling the others to follow. Next to emerge were the members of missile destroyers and deep-sea fishing vessels. The captains of these ships retrieved their vessels from the dimensional pockets, and soon everyone boarded small boats to greet the submariners with waves. At this moment, all submarines were navigating on the surface, escorting the missile destroyers, fishing ships, and cargo vessels. Li Ming's headquarters began contacting these destroyers and fishing boats, feeling relieved only after confirming that everyone was safe. The next task at hand was to salvage the sunken ships, cargo, and various containers in the port. For Li Ming, such salvage operations were unlikely to incur losses, they primarily focused on resource recovery. Even an empty shipping container could yield profit, especially since he could amplify his returns 100-fold. Li Ming would not squander any usable resources. Meanwhile, the coastal cities of the Tianhui Empire were inundated with seawater. Yet under the blazing sun, this intruding water began to recede at an astonishing pace. The order in the coastal regions of the Tianhui Empire gradually began to restore itself, and Li Ming initiated military deployment to maintain social order and reopen markets and hospitals. After the devastating tsunami, the social order in the coastal cities of the empire had once again spiraled into chaos. Consequently, Li Ming resolved to activate his skill, a crackdown. As the light infantry responsible for patrolling and maintaining order mobilized, the city echoed with gunfire and cries of despair. Li Ming's light infantry primarily utilizes all-terrain vehicles, such as the Cat-Cat and three-wheeled sidecar motorcycles. With the mass production of solid-state batteries, these vehicles are entirely electric, endowing them with remarkable mobility. The troops dispatched by Li Ming are generally organized into small units consisting of 5 Cat-Cats and 3 three-wheeled sidecar motorcycles, amounting to roughly a platoon of light infantry armed with AKM and PKM machine guns. The entire convoy races through the city at breakneck speed, launching a new wave of stringent operations with the support of intelligence agencies, while simultaneously engaging in anti-bandit operations. Indeed, there are bandits present. However, these outlaws typically hide in the mountainous regions surrounding the city. Although the forest cover has diminished, the mountains still harbor caves. And these groups of bandits range from 50 to 200 individuals, often banding together to commit highway robberies. Their primary targets are passing merchants. Given that Li Ming wholesales freshwater and other essential resources in coastal areas, many traders from nearby cities are eager to conduct business here. After all, it is simply unrealistic for Li Ming to establish a market or base in every prefectural city nationwide. Therefore, merchants usually source their goods from cities where Li Ming has established a presence, making them prime targets for these bandits. Describing these outlaws as utterly depraved would not be an exaggeration. They typically rob merchants of vouchers and supplies, but should they encounter attractive women, these unfortunate souls may be subjected to the most heinous of fates, treated as mere commodities. Li Ming had previously struggled to devise an effective strategy against these bandits, as they skillfully avoided his patrols and engaged in guerrilla tactics. Consequently, Li Ming's intelligence department had long been monitoring their movements. Nevertheless, his sphere of influence is limited. He cannot fully control every region, but he can ensure safety within his domain. This time, however, in conjunction with the crackdown, Li Ming resolved to initiate an anti-bandit campaign. The objectives of this campaign are multifaceted. Firstly, to safeguard the merchants, as their increased presence directly correlates to greater profits for him. These bandits threaten his financial lifeline and must be eliminated. Secondly, it serves as a training exercise for his troops, who primarily maintain public order and require real combat experience to sustain their readiness and enhance their combat effectiveness. Additionally, it allows for practical testing of some of the weaponry he has produced in-house, particularly the individual equipment developed for special forces. Lastly, he aims to seize some supplies and simultaneously bolster his reputation. The forces responsible for the anti-bandit operations, aside from the light infantry, include the Reconnaissance Battalion of the Combined Brigade, Special Operations Teams, and Special Forces units from the Army Group, all of which are mobilized for this endeavor. In addition to individual weaponry, there exist bionic drones, such as those fashioned to the size of a bee, and even smaller drones akin to a fly, employed for reconnaissance purposes. Under the command of Li Ming, an operation to eliminate bandits was swiftly initiated. With the intelligence support from the intelligence department, Li Ming's forces rapidly encircled the mountain where the bandits were located. Subsequently, special forces and reconnaissance troops were deployed for the operation. All soldiers of the special forces and reconnaissance units were clad in bulletproof vests, wielding the domestically produced Type 26 assault rifles, and equipped with integrated night vision goggles featuring infrared capabilities. Chapter 150, Anti-Bandit Operations 2. Li Ming's special forces were equipped with lavish gear. In addition to the latest models of bulletproof vests, each soldier donned a state-of-the-art helmet capable of withstanding handgun fire from within 10 meters and rifle fire from 100 meters away. Moreover, each individual carried 9 magazines and 120 rounds of loose ammunition, along with 2 high-explosive grenades, a thermobaric grenade, a flashbang, and a smoke grenade. They were also equipped with personal communication devices, first aid kits, explosives, and survival supplies, rendering them thoroughly armed. Each team comprised 6 members, with each unit armed with an AWM sniper rifle, complemented by additional assault rifles and machine guns, making their arsenal quite formidable. This group of bandits not only forcibly abducted numerous women but also engaged in kidnapping activities. Some wealthy individuals who had miraculously survived the devastating tsunami found their children among those taken captive. A crucial objective of Li Ming's anti-bandit operation was to rescue these hostages. Upon their successful retrieval, these affluent families would reward him with a substantial supply of resources. The special forces swiftly advanced into the mountains, near the city of Malga. In the vicinity of the Shillong Mountains, a drone unit deployed bionic drones that resembled flies. These drones quickly infiltrated the cave while the two guards were distracted. These bionic drones were the result of Li Ming's latest high-tech research, equipped with capabilities for imaging, infrared thermal detection, night vision, and facial recognition. Before long, the drones began their search within the cave, while the soldiers outside monitored the operation on a screen held by a soldier controlling the drones. This soldier wore a VR device on his head and manipulated a tablet-like apparatus to guide the drones. The device displayed video feeds and images transmitted by the drones. After approximately 20 minutes of reconnaissance, the bionic drones successfully located the hostages' confinement. They discovered a secluded cave where 10 bandits, armed with standard-issue Imperial assault rifles, guarded the captives. However, the bandits were not vigilant. Some engaged in idle chatter while others dragged a seemingly attractive heiress from her cell to tease her. The sounds of the girls' pleas for mercy mingled with the bandits' triumphant laughter. "Zhang Lao-san, are you capable or not? If you can't handle it, let me take over." One gun-toting bandit chuckled as he observed. "Hey, a man must never admit defeat." The bandit teasing the heiress replied with a grin. In addition to pinpointing the location of the hostages, they also uncovered the bandits' entire defensive layout and distribution throughout the mountains, with everything rendered crystal clear under the infrared thermal imaging. As this was a large band of outlaws, numbering over 300, a special operations detachment comprising approximately 96 elite soldiers was dispatched to initiate an assault under the guidance of drones. Positioned on the periphery, a reconnaissance company of soldiers awaited the command from an officer adorned with the rank of colonel, at which point the special forces commenced their offensive. One soldier, equipped with a silenced pistol utilizing subsonic ammunition, stealthily approached two outlaws stationed at the entrance of a cave. With a swift motion, he discharged 2 rounds, and before the assailants could comprehend the situation, they fell, struck in the forehead. Subsequently, the special forces infiltrated the cave in teams of 6. These outlaws had demonstrated considerable ingenuity, having excavated the mountainside to create an extensive underground base, with a series of muted sounds echoing through the cavern. The soldiers methodically eliminated every outlaw encountered along the way using their silenced weapons. Eventually, 2 teams drew near the area where the hostages were held. Leading the charge were 2 soldiers wielding ballistic shields, who began to reload their sidearms in preparation for the assault. Prior to launching their attack, they had already assessed the real-time conditions within the cave via drone surveillance and individual data terminals. 2 soldiers swiftly produced flashbang grenades, disengaged the safety, and hurled them into the interior. Following a blinding flash and a deafening noise, the 2 teams surged forward. The lead soldier, shield in one hand and weapon in the other, began to return fire at the visible outlaws. The soldiers trailing behind swiftly targeted any adversaries that the lead soldier had missed. Under the relentless onslaught of the special forces, the outlaws faltered within mere moments, succumbing entirely. The hostages, witnessing this group of soldiers, were taken aback, their astonishment quickly turning to excitement. However, the astute team commander signaled for silence, and the room fell quiet. Eager to hear his instructions, in hushed tones, he proclaimed, "We are the special forces of the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce, here to rescue you. Please remain quiet as we exit, and obey our commands." All the captives nodded in understanding. Following this, a special forces soldier retrieved keys from the bodies of the outlaws, while the remaining soldiers maintained vigilance, guarding both against potential threats from the outlaws and the captives themselves, prepared to act at the slightest sign of disturbance. Soon, the group began to evacuate under the guidance of 2 soldiers. The hostages, numbering over 100, the majority of whom were women in tattered clothing, bore the unmistakable marks of their harrowing ordeal. Yet, they were fortunate to be rescued by the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce, as a platoon from the reconnaissance company followed closely behind to assist in their exodus from the cave. Thus commenced the formal operation to eliminate the outlaws harbored within the mountain. Within the expansive cavern that served as a rudimentary hall, a band of brigands indulged in their meal, blissfully unaware of the tumult unfolding outside. Suddenly, an injured outlaw burst into the hall, exclaiming, "Boss, trouble. The army has come." Yet, before he could finish, a stray bullet from the cave's entrance struck him down. Instantly, the brigands within the hall reached for their handguns and rifles, erupting into a cacophony of chaos. The leader of the gang drew his pistol and fired 2 shots into the ceiling, commanding, "Brothers, grab your weapons. This band of outlaws numbered over 100, while the remaining 200 had been eradicated by special forces in another cave. Their arsenal was a hodgepodge of weaponry, and the special forces were poised to launch a vigorous assault against them. Chapter 151. The elimination of bandits currently. The situation unfolds as Li Ming's Special Operations Forces prepare to launch an assault on the main hall, which possesses but a single entrance that serves as both exit and entry. The weaponry of these bandits is quite diverse. Some wield military standard rifles, while others brandish handguns, and a few are armed with crossbows and melee weapons. Overall, a significant number are equipped with firearms, with handguns being more prevalent despite the limited presence of rifles. The tactical approach of the Special Forces is intriguing. They send a team member carrying a ballistic shield to the forefront, while the soldiers behind prepare to deploy flashbangs into the hall. Grenade, take cover. The bandit leader, startled, mistakenly believed the Special Forces had thrown grenades. The intense flash from the flashbang momentarily blinded the bandits, who had long resided in the cave, causing utter disarray among their ranks. In their momentary blindness, chaos ensued as they began firing indiscriminately, desperately seeking a sense of safety. Following the deployment of the flashbangs, 2 more were thrown, and 4 Special Forces members launched grenades into the throng of bandits. The blinding effect rendered the bandits unable to hear or see, resulting in many of them being shot not by the Special Forces, but rather by their own comrades in the ensuing panic. Then came the deafening explosions of grenades. Seizing the opportunity amidst significant casualties among the bandits, the Special Forces surged into the hall. The rhythmic sound of gunfire filled the air as the operatives methodically took down the bandits one by one, with additional soldiers ensuring that those who fell were finished off. The bandit leader, having been struck by a grenade, lay mangled and bloodied as he struggled to raise his firearm against the well-equipped Special Forces advancing towards him. A single shot rang out, and he collapsed, his weapon dropping lifelessly to the ground. With the bandits in the hall obliterated, the Special Forces commenced a thorough search of the entire hideout. They first secured the battlefield, confiscating the bandits' firearms, ammunition, and weaponry. Subsequently, they piled the bodies together and set them ablaze, ready to scour for spoils. Guided by bionic drones, they swiftly located the bandit supply depot. It is undeniable that this venture, devoid of capital investment, proved exceedingly lucrative. The repository brimmed with supplies. Though not as vast as a grand warehouse, it contained several tons of provisions. The reconnaissance troops promptly retrieved their dimensional pockets and began pillaging the entire stockpile. The bandits certainly had a wealth of resources, with over 1,000 cans of rat and snake meat alone, in addition to a sizable quantity of sausages and instant noodles. In addition, there exists a substantial quantity of rice, flour, and oils, amounting to approximately 10 tons, alongside a considerable stock of sea salt, dried seafood, as well as frost-resistant potatoes and drought-tolerant sweet potatoes. Now, all these provisions have become the spoils of Li Ming, and it must be said that the suppression of bandits has proven to be quite a lucrative endeavor. After the transportation of these supplies was completed, Li Ming's army deployed large trucks to return all the hostages and victims back to Malga City. The surviving affluent citizens willingly exchanged their points for tickets, enabling them to reclaim their children from the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce. Thus, during the month-long nationwide crackdown, Li Ming's forces eliminated over 1 million bandits and thugs, seizing a vast array of resources, while societal order began to restore itself. This stringent campaign not only resulted in the demise of numerous bandits, but also led to the apprehension of many others, who were sentenced to laborious prison terms, engaging in the most arduous physical tasks. After all, there remains a multitude of labor-intensive jobs in need of manpower, such as porters, salt workers, or sorting and classifying seafood upon the return of his deep-sea fishing vessels. With the availability of free labor from these individuals, who were hardly of good character, Li Ming took advantage of the situation. They were compelled to work for their survival. Even in death, they would continue to contribute to Li Ming's power generation efforts. It can be said that Li Ming's campaign against the bandits incited a veritable storm of bloodshed, instilling fear in countless gangs and criminals in a remarkably short span of time, for the consequences were indeed fatal. The social order was swiftly restored, as the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce's military truly possessed the audacity to kill. As societal order re-established itself, the sun relentlessly scorched the parched earth, and survivors continued their arduous struggle for existence. Many who had miraculously escaped the devastating tsunami found their makeshift shelters on the beach completely swept away by the waves. Suffering significant losses, Li Ming initiated the reconstruction of a desalination plant, rapidly restoring production, allowing the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce to resume the sale of fresh water. Countless survivors faced a grueling battle for survival on the beach, Having lost their homes, many succumbed to heat exhaustion or heat stroke, as illness during these times often equated to a death sentence. Not everyone possessed the means to afford medical care, as medical resources were exceedingly precious. The cost of medication was beyond the reach of many. For numerous survivors, the only option was to start anew, struggling for survival. Fortunately, the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce maintained a reasonable price for essential survival resources, selling fresh water at the rate of 2 liters per point ticket. Besides the survivors, various other factions also incurred significant losses, with their fishing vessels and warships all succumbing to the tsunami, capsized and overturned by the relentless waves. At this juncture, the vessels of the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce commenced their operations, engaging in salvage endeavors at the harbor. Several small fishing boats were swiftly retrieved and subsequently towed away by Li Ming's tugboat to the naval shipyard for repairs. Concurrently, certain facilities aboard the fishing boats were replaced with more advanced equipment. The activities of Li Ming's vessels in the salvage operations soon captured the attention of various factions, who were taken aback by the existence of such salvage boats within the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce. Moreover, they were astonished to discover that a considerable number of the chamber's vessels appeared to have survived. Essentially, the ports affiliated with the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce welcomed returning deep-sea fishing boats daily, which began the process of unloading their marine cargo. Chapter 152. The thoughts of other forces. Li Ming's deep-sea fishing vessels appeared to be untouched by the devastating tsunami, continuing their daily routine of entering and leaving the harbor, laden with freshly caught seafood. The sheer volume of seafood, often amounting to hundreds or even thousands of tons per ship, incited envy among the other factions. It is a common human flaw to resent those who appear to flourish more than oneself. Currently, the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce was able to return with copious quantities of seafood each day, while the fleets of the other factions lay in ruins. Those few vessels that had survived were but a meager handful. Consequently, these factions gazed upon Li Ming's fishing ships with envious eyes, contemplating means to acquire their own vessels. The first approach was to salvage the sunken ships and restore them. The second was to engage the assistance of the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce for salvage operations, albeit at a cost. The third option involved purchasing smaller fishing boats from the chamber, with an emphasis on buying rather than seizing. While these factions had indeed considered resorting to violence to commandeer Li Ming's fishing vessels and cargo ships, the sight of Li Ming's well-armed troops and the presence of his escort vessels along the coastline quashed such thoughts. After all, Li Ming embodied a strong sense of martial virtue. His military might, particularly the army, was comparable in scale to the land forces of the Tianhui Empire before the calamity, albeit slightly reduced. However, even in some coastal cities, these factions had discreetly analyzed and studied the strength and combat capability of Li Ming's forces, and the results left them in utter despair. The conclusion drawn was that Li Ming's military strength surpassed that of all their combined forces. This assessment pertained specifically to a modernized army, characterized by standardized uniforms, bulletproof vests, and weaponry, alongside the assurance of regular training and sufficient ammunition. Taking all factors into account, they felt that they would not only struggle against Li Ming's composite brigades, but likely falter even against his light infantry divisions. His infantry regiments were equipped with 75 infantry guns and various calibers of mortars, in addition to a substantial number of heavy and general-purpose machine guns. The mere existence of self-manufactured artillery was enough to instill a sense of hopelessness among all factions, for artillery was not something that ordinary forces could produce. Thus, Li Ming's formidable strength rendered all other factions hesitant to provoke him. Faced with the impossibility of confrontation, they were left with no choice but to pursue negotiations and collaboration. Moreover, considering the actions of the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce, it was clear that, despite its formidable power, it harbored no aspirations of dominion. Otherwise, it would have swiftly subdued and unified all rival factions. Recognizing Li Ming's vessels was not a complex task for these factions, as his ships always flew the flag of the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce, distinguishing them from the banners of others. Soon, representatives from these factions flocked to the local market office of the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce to inquire about the costs associated with salvaging the sunken ships. The total length of the report indicates that there are currently 20 factions in contact with us, all seeking our assistance in salvaging sunken ships. Captain Wang Shuang reported to Li Ming. Li Ming replied, informing them that while we could assist in salvaging the sunken vessels, an additional fee would be required, not to mention the cost associated with fuel, equipment wear and tear, ship repairs, and labor. The salvage fee is calculated on a daily basis, amounting to 20 tons of supplies or 150,000 points per day for a salvage team. If they are willing, we can collaborate. If not, we shall not compel them. Yes, Captain, I will reply to them immediately. Li Ming's response was promptly delivered to the factions. Upon hearing the price of 15 tons of supplies per day, they collectively gasped in shock. Frankly, this price is indeed exorbitant. Meanwhile, within the headquarters of the Revival Society, its members were filled with righteous indignation. President, the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce is being outrageous. Who can bear such salvage prices? 20 tons of supplies a day is exorbitant. A director exclaimed in anger. Indeed, President. Aren't they merely taking advantage of the situation? Another official chimed in. The entire headquarters of the Revival Society erupted into chaos due to Li Ming's high quotation. Silence. Let me speak. Chen Gongpeng banged his fist on the table, commanding attention. Upon hearing their president's call, everyone fell silent. Ahem. Chen Gongpeng cleared his throat and began. To be honest, I also find this price quite steep. 20 tons of supplies amounts to 20,000 kilograms, sufficient food for 30,000 people for a day. However, it must be acknowledged that within the realm of sunken ship salvage, this price is not unreasonable. The Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce's quotation is based on daily calculations for a salvage team, which includes personnel and equipment necessary to recover a sunken ship. Recovering a ship from the seabed is far from simple. Prior to the natural disasters, such salvage operations were also charged daily, necessitating significant fuel consumption, wear and tear on various equipment, and the costs of personnel. In our current circumstances, I need not emphasize the value of fuel. Have you not noticed that even the affluent Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce employs electric vehicles instead of internal combustion engines? It is evident that their fuel reserves are not as ample as we might assume, and they do not sell fuel externally, underscoring its value. While we perceive this price as high, it is likely that the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce also wishes to avoid extensive fuel expenditure for salvaging sunken ships. I believe it would be more advantageous for us to directly purchase their small fishing boats instead. Let us promptly contact the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce to inquire if their fishing boats are available for sale, even if they are those that have been salvaged and refurbished. Not only the Revival Society, but even factions like the Eastern Society, which once possessed naval vessels, fell silent upon hearing the salvage quotations. For the price was indeed quite daunting. However, upon further contemplation, they recognized that although the price was steep, it was justified. The fuel consumption alone constituted a staggering figure. Consequently, all factions unanimously opted to purchase fishing boats directly, deeming this approach more suitable. After all, no one could ascertain how many days it would take to recover a sunken ship. Should it take 10 days, or even half a month to salvage a single vessel? The costs incurred would amount to an astronomical sum. Additionally, there would be expenses for repairs, making the acquisition of a new small fishing boat a more prudent choice. As the adage goes, a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. It was not long before the other factions realized this. Reaching out to Li Ming's office to procure small fishing boats. Chapter 153. The Fishing Vessel Transaction Report to the Commander-in-Chief. Currently, numerous factions have sent representatives to inquire about purchasing fishing vessels. Please provide guidance. The individual responsible for this matter under Li Ming has come to report. I understand. What is the predominant tonnage they are interested in? Are they seeking newly constructed vessels or refurbished second-hand ones? Are there specific requirements regarding the equipment? Li Ming inquired with great detail, as his task was to meet market demands. The responsible individual respectfully replied, Commander, at present, most inquiries are concentrated on second-hand fishing vessels. The tonnage requirements are not particularly stringent, and the demands for fishing equipment are also modest. Anything functional will suffice. Based on these requirements, it appears that these factions do not possess substantial resources. Otherwise, they would have already purchased larger vessels equipped with more advanced facilities. Rather than opting for these smaller fishing boats with displacements ranging from dozens to over 200 tons, Li Ming nodded in understanding. So that is the case. Since they prefer second-hand fishing vessels, we shall refurbish the second-hand boats we have salvaged. We will retain any usable facilities and replace those that are not functional with our own. This will be straightforward. Quality will be reflected in the price. If they desire superior goods, they must be willing to pay a premium. Our business principles revolve around fairness for all. If these factions are amenable, they may purchase using points or materials. If not, we shall not pressure them. At the very least, we can utilize the vessels ourselves, ensuring there is no loss. Understood. Commander, I will promptly organize the relevant personnel to establish reasonable pricing. Li Ming halted the departing individual. Do not rush off. We must cater to the diverse needs of various clientele regarding these fishing vessels. We should classify them into different tiers based on the condition of the hull and the state of the equipment, allowing for selection. Certainly, I will attend to this immediately. Soon, the relevant departments under Li Ming began to operate at high efficiency. In a short period, they formulated a set of comparatively reasonable prices. which were then publicly displayed. Additionally, they were showcased on the screens of several seafood trading markets along the coast. Beyond these locations, the pricing information was also disseminated throughout various places within Li Ming's territory, such as hospitals and markets, ensuring that everyone could clearly see the prices of the fishing vessels available for sale. Upon seeing the published prices, many factions interested in purchasing fishing vessels fell into deep contemplation. They realized that the prices set by the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce were well within their acceptable range, albeit still somewhat painful for their finances. In other words, the Zhongxing Chamber had adeptly grasped their vulnerabilities. They were faced with the choice of either investing heavily in purchasing fishing vessels to offset the costs through fishing expeditions or opting not to buy and continuing with their existing resources. Clearly, anyone with a modicum of sense would recognize the prudent choice, which was to purchase the fishing vessels, provided they were not in dire straits regarding resources or points. The allure of fishing vessels was simply too irresistible. Every day, one can continuously harvest a bountiful catch of fish. It requires little demand. Even just a few tons of fish constitutes a significant income. While it may seem modest, the steady stream of small gains accumulates over time. A daily catch of 3 tons equates to a staggering 90 tons over the course of a month. Such an amount is sufficient to sustain several thousand individuals for a month or two, and it can consistently provide these resources. In this day and age, the value of food hardly needs elaboration. Soon, numerous factions approached the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce to negotiate, all setting their sights on medium-sized fishing vessels ranging from 1,000 to 2,000 tons. Even smaller entities were eyeing vessels of around 500 tons. After all, the larger the fishing vessel, the more equipment it possesses, allowing for a greater haul of seafood in a single trip. Moreover, seafood, particularly meat, is far more satiating than grains. What? A 2,000-ton fishing vessel demands 80,000 tons of resources? The president of Eason Society, upon hearing this quote, thought he must have misheard and sought clarification. Indeed, that is the price. The second-hand 2,000-ton vessel is in excellent condition, and the equipment on board has been thoroughly inspected and deemed highly functional. Provided we have sufficient fuel, a single venture into the open sea could yield at least 700 tons of seafood, confirmed a director responsible for this segment. While 80,000 tons of resources is indeed a steep price, it is unquestionably worth the investment. The director understood the simple truth. If one can bring back 700 tons of seafood at once, making several trips would easily recoup the initial investment. Furthermore, such large ocean-going vessels were not even available prior to the tsunami disaster. With an opportunity to acquire such substantial fishing vessels now at hand, he was determined not to let it slip away. Director Zhang assessed the risks of this transaction. Can you guarantee that this ocean-going vessel will allow us to recoup our costs? If another tsunami strikes, the losses could be catastrophic, President Jiang of Eason Society remarked. His brow furrowed. In this apocalyptic era, any number of unforeseen circumstances could arise, and the thought of suffering substantial losses after investing such resources was daunting. Naturally, this risk warranted careful consideration. Director Zhang pondered for a moment. President, if you perceive this as risky, I propose an alternative. We could procure several smaller vessels, each ranging from 300 to 500 tons. These are more affordable and can be acquired in greater quantities. However, their continuous fishing capacity at sea is somewhat limited, necessitating daily returns to port for unloading. President Jiang contemplated this and decided, let us purchase 2 500-ton vessels. President, the cost of each 500-ton vessel is approximately 10,000 tons of resources. The price caused President Jiang to gasp in disbelief. It was exorbitantly high. Turning to Director Zhang, he exclaimed, how can the 2,000-ton vessel require 80,000 tons of resources while the 500-ton vessel only demands 10,000? The President, the fishing vessels are as follows. A 2,000-ton fishing boat can operate in the open sea for extended periods, capable of carrying over 700 tons of catch in a single voyage, equipped with superior technology. In contrast, a 500-ton small fishing boat is vastly inferior in terms of equipment, with a maximum catch of merely 100 tons being its limit. The disparity between these two types of vessels is not solely a matter of weight, as the sonar technology and various facilities on board are of entirely different calibers. Chapter 154. The Fishing Boat Transaction. Chairman Jiang finally realized that he had committed an error rooted in empirical reasoning. Initially, he presumed that the only difference between the two vessels was their displacement tonnage, which varied by a factor of 4. However, upon closer inspection, it appeared that his understanding was flawed. Director Zhang, you have been responsible for our fishing boat management. Could you elucidate the disparity in equipment between these two vessels? Director Zhang patiently explained, Chairman, the 2,000 ton fishing boat qualifies as a deep-sea vessel capable of venturing thousands of kilometers from shore for high-seas fishing operations. It is equipped not only with various fishing apparatus, but also features a small cold storage unit and basic seafood processing facilities, allowing for the transformation of marine products into an array of semi-finished goods, thereby facilitating preservation and optimizing space. Furthermore, the catch equipment on this 2,000-ton vessel can retrieve at least 20 tons of seafood in a single operation. In contrast, the 500-ton small fishing boat is equipped solely with fishing gear, the efficiency of which cannot be compared to that of larger vessels. A successful haul of 3 to 4 tons is considered exceptionally fortunate. Moreover, Chairman, it is imperative to remind you that due to our extensive fishing activities in the nearshore areas recently, the quantity of seafood in those waters has diminished rapidly. Consequently, within 100 kilometers of the coastline, seafood availability is scarce. Therefore, to ensure a sufficient income from seafood, we must resort to deep-sea fishing, particularly in less frequented regions where marine resources are abundant. This is the reason I recommend the acquisition of larger deep-sea fishing vessels. Chairman Zhang acknowledged the significance of this matter and stated, "Please wait a moment. I will convene a meeting of the senior officials, and you shall present the matter for a vote." Certainly. Soon, a meeting of mid-level and above officials was convened, with hundreds of attendees discussing the procurement of fishing boats. Initially, when Director Zhang reported the price, the audience was taken aback, finding it quite staggering. However, after Director Zhang elucidated the distinctions between the two types of fishing boats, everyone began to recognize the importance of deep-sea operations. Now that everyone comprehends the situation, let us adhere to the organizational protocol and vote on which type of fishing boat to procure. Those in favor of acquiring the 2,000-ton fishing boat, please raise your hands. In unison, the attendees raised their hands. Chairman Zhang estimated that more than 80% were in agreement, indicating a strong consensus among the officials to purchase the 2,000-ton vessel. He decisively declared, "It appears that everyone is in favor of acquiring the fishing boat. Therefore, we shall procure 2 large fishing vessels, but we must negotiate with the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce for additional benefits." Director Zhang responded with utmost respect, "Chairman, please allow me to outline the requirements. Firstly, we must ensure a reliable fuel supply for the fishing vessels, which necessitates that the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce provide fuel. We are prepared to purchase it at a premium. Secondly, we need assurances regarding after-sales service. They must offer at least 1 year of post-purchase support, covering maintenance of the fishing vessels and the upkeep of the fishing equipment. The third point addresses the situation where, if a fishing vessel encounters insurmountable forces at sea resulting in damage, we hope that any nearby vessels affiliated with the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce can provide personnel rescue services, for which we are willing to pay the associated costs. Lastly, I would like you to inquire if they have any intentions of selling arms, as we are contemplating an arms purchase." Director Zhang swiftly recorded these requests and promptly proceeded to the nearby office of the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce to discuss the relevant matters. In an office located in Mirth City, Director Zhang engaged in a conversation with Liang Tao, the general manager of the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce. "Mr. Liang, our president is preparing to procure 2 of your 2,000-ton ocean fishing vessels, but there are certain conditions that require our mutual discussion." Liang Tao, intrigued, responded, "Director Zhang, please speak candidly." Director Zhang quickly presented the conditions, and Liang Tao gazed at him in astonishment, not anticipating such demands from the other party. "Director Zhang, let me clarify the current situation. You are undoubtedly aware of the scarcity of fuel in these times. We can provide fuel, but the price will certainly not be low. Are you certain you can accept this price?" "Mr. Liang, we are also cognizant of the preciousness of fuel, and thus we are mentally prepared," replied Director Zhang. Liang Tao nodded. "That is reassuring. The fuel for ocean fishing vessels is typically sold by the ton, and we are indeed in need of fuel. Fortunately, these vessels primarily use heavy oil rather than diesel or gasoline, which is relatively less expensive. Even so, our quote for heavy oil is 50,000 points per ton, and this price can be equivalently applied to various other resources. The daily consumption for a 2,000-ton fishing vessel is certainly not negligible, at least 35 tons of heavy oil. Are you truly prepared for this?" The Eastern Society, being a remnant of the former Imperial Navy, is well aware of the fuel consumption of various vessels, and this estimate is still relatively conservative. However, Director Zhang was also curious. "We can provide points tickets for purchasing fuel, but we are quite interested in whether you can ensure a stable supply of fuel." Liang Tao calmly replied, suppressing his inner excitement, "Indeed. Aside from the fuel required for propelling the vessel, we have decided to utilize solar energy for the refrigeration units, which will save a significant amount of fuel. If it is solely reliant on your faction, we can allocate a portion from our stock, which should suffice." After all, currently, Li Ming's multifunctional mining vehicles and facilities are extracting oil resources from around the globe, as well as oil and gas resources from the ocean. Overall, Li Ming is indeed not lacking in fuel. Moreover, his fuel reserves are substantial, combined with his formidable industrial processing and transformation capabilities, leading to rapid industrial development. Selling even one fishing vessel means gaining another faction dependent on fuel. Indeed, Director Zhang, regarding the after-sales service, we operate under the principle that any issues pertaining to fishing vessels and facilities, arising from non-force majeure circumstances or human error, will be covered by our warranty services and personnel rescue operations. The matter of arms trading does not fall under my jurisdiction. You will need to engage with General Zhao separately on that front. Very well, let us promptly proceed to finalize the contract for the purchase of the fishing vessels. Director Zhang decisively made the call. Before long, both parties reached a consensus and duly signed the contract for the acquisition of the deep-sea fishing vessels, with the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce providing fuel, while Eason will procure the fuel. Chapter 155. The reasons for disunity. The deep-sea fishing vessels possess remarkable utility. To say otherwise would be an understatement. The myriad of marine goods unloaded from the ships of the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce upon docking represents an astronomical sum. The expression piled high aptly captures the abundance of these resources. Presently, Li Ming has undertaken extensive renovations and construction at numerous coastal ports, primarily designated for the berthing of his fishing fleets and naval vessels. Li Ming's ports and deep-sea fishing operations have not only provided the survivors with a substantial source of affordable sustenance, but have also indirectly addressed many employment concerns among the populace. The labor required for port operations, the categorization and selection of seafood, the establishment of marine product processing factories in coastal cities, and small shipyards all necessitate a considerable workforce. In this post-apocalyptic world, resources are scarce, particularly food and necessities, while human resources, although consuming much, offer little utility in the short term. However, in the long run, the reconstruction of civilization relies heavily on the support of the population, as the true value of humanity lies in its ability to transform various resources into an array of materials. Hence, the creative potential of individuals remains irreplaceable by industrial machinery. Consequently, the markets, hospitals, and various marine product processing plants of the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce, as well as the salt pans by the sea, demand substantial human resources for their operations. Through these facilities, Li Ming has managed to resolve the employment issues of several million individuals in Malga City alone. Remarkably, these jobs, which would have been deemed undesirable before the calamities, have now emerged as the most sought-after positions, without exception. The recent tsunami and previous disasters have demonstrated the formidable risk management capabilities of the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce, prompting widespread speculation regarding the existence of their industrial production bases. Without such facilities, the origins of their diverse products, including various canned foods and medications now available in the market, would remain inexplicable. Additionally, a plethora of grain products, such as fried noodles, assorted biscuits, and milk powder, have begun to populate the markets of the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce. Moreover, questions arise regarding how the military of the Zhongxing Chamber has been armed. Analyzing the diverse array of equipment reveals that a significant portion of their land, sea, and air forces is not composed of standard military gear from various nations, suggesting that they have developed and produced these assets independently. The ability to manufacture weaponry alone underscores the profound industrial capabilities of the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce, coupled with recent announcements of fishing vessel exports. The strength of this entity has left many astounded. Why has a force with over 2 million troops not yet initiated a campaign for unification? This question has become a source of concern for numerous factions. In truth, these factions harbor a profound fear of the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce, for the might of this group is formidable. Should they indeed initiate a unification war, resistance would be futile. However, none wish to become subjects of unification. After all, who does not relish the thrill of reigning supreme? Many factions regard the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce with considerable trepidation. Within an office of the Revival Society, the Director of Intelligence reported, "President, the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce is truly terrifying. According to the latest intelligence, they are salvaging and restoring aircraft carriers from the Tianhui Empire and the Tianying Empire." Director Zhao, what did you say? Shen Gongping exclaimed, startled, initially believing he had misheard. However, realization dawned upon him. Are you suggesting they're engaging in large-scale salvaging and restoration of naval vessels from nations around the world? With a pained expression, Director Zhao replied, "President, when medium-sized merchant fishing vessels entered the port, they were accompanied by large cargo ships and several warships. Many of these vessels originally belonged to our Tianhui Empire's navy, while others are the principal warships of the Tianying Empire. Moreover, what is most alarming is that our personnel, stationed by the seaside, spotted 3 aircraft carriers flying the flag of the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce several nautical miles away. The carrier-based aircraft and the carriers themselves are equipped with technology from the Tianying Empire, yet they now belong to the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce. What manner of organization is this? Unable to remain seated, Chen Gongping sprang to his feet. Is this information accurate? Absolutely, it is true. They possess the capability to restore large warships. Coupled with their immense ground and air forces, what shall we do? Chen Gongping felt as though his very essence had been siphoned away, and he sank back into his chair in disbelief. How can they possibly possess such formidable power? If they have this strength, why do they not unify the empire? This question baffled him, for throughout history, the Tianhui Empire has oscillated between division and unity. Even amidst feudal fragmentation, should one harbor ambitions of unifying the realm, the others would inevitably be compelled to join the fray until unity was once again achieved. The aspiration for unification has become a deep-seated national belief within the hearts of the people of the Tianhui Empire. Director Zhao promptly summoned the senior officials for a meeting. Yes, before long, the personnel of the Revival Society gathered. After Chen Gongping articulated his thoughts, the room fell into a contemplative silence, as the matter was indeed extraordinary. Yet soon, one individual rose to speak. President, esteemed colleagues, I have some nascent ideas to share, and I welcome your guidance. Chen Gongping turned to the source of the voice and recognized it as Director Qian Mingqi, his right-hand man. Old Qian, please, speak freely. Well then, esteemed colleagues and President, I personally believe that given the strength of the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce, unifying the entire Tianhui Empire would not pose a significant challenge for them. They possess the capability to utilize force to unify us, irrespective of our size or power. However, the reason they have yet to unify us until now, in my opinion, can be attributed to a singular cause. The timing is not yet ripe. The phrase "the timing is not yet ripe" flashes through the minds of the crowd like lightning illuminating the night sky, yet there remains a degree of confusion among them. Old Qian, could you elucidate what this notion of timing not being ripe entails? It is quite simple. They possess both the strength and the capability to unify. Yet they refrain from doing so. Furthermore, aside from maintaining order within their own spheres of influence, they impose no restrictions upon us at all, which is rather unusual. I surmise that this notion of timing not being ripe refers to the fact that the calamities of the apocalypse are far from over. Chapter 156. Stockpiling supplies. Qian Mingqi's conclusion was indeed astonishing. However, many astute individuals began to ponder its validity. As anticipated, Lao Qian continued, articulating that while most could grasp the essence of his statement, he wished to emphasize that our understanding of them and of the apocalypse remains incomplete. Perhaps we have underestimated the terror of the end times. What we are currently experiencing may merely be the initial course of an ominous banquet. I am aware that many may consider my words alarmist, yet the movements of the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce reveal an unceasing effort to stockpile various supplies. Our intelligence department has gathered data indicating that the Chamber's oceanic fishing vessels are predominantly large deep-sea trawlers, accompanied not only by escorting warships, but also by a sizable cargo ship. Our analysts speculate that this cargo vessel is trailing the fishing boats to provide supplies and to load the vast quantities of seafood they harvest. Moreover, it is highly probable that this cargo ship is equipped with sophisticated seafood processing facilities, enabling the immediate transformation of the catch into finished products. One can only imagine the magnitude of supplies such a deep-sea cargo ship must contain. I can assert with confidence that the seafood unloaded at the port by the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce likely represents merely a fraction of their haul, given their capabilities. Their substantial stockpiling of food and other resources suggests a rather pessimistic outlook on the future. Additionally, it seems they possess the ability to issue early warnings regarding impending natural disasters. Thus, I surmise they must be privy to information that indicates the future may not be particularly bright, and they are likely preparing for a time when the apocalypse concludes to undertake unification. A collective gasp arose from the assembly as disbelief washed over them. However, recalling the Chamber's previous tsunami warnings and their actions in extreme cold and heat, it is evident that the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce indeed possesses methods to foresee certain calamities. Should we analyze their actions through this lens, it becomes apparent that the Chamber's every move is substantiated. Yet, this revelation bears both good and ill tidings. Lao Qian, if what you say is indeed true, this presents both a boon and a bane. Chen Gongping sighed. After taking a sip of water, he continued. The good news is that the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce perceives the impending disasters as a greater threat than us, indicating they may refrain from targeting our factions for national unification in the near term. Conversely, The bad news is that even such a formidable entity as the Zhongxing Chamber is wary of these disasters and is fervently stockpiling supplies. One can only ponder the magnitude of the impending cataclysm. Are we truly equipped to endure such a disaster? Or, even if we manage to survive, what losses shall we incur? My heart is fraught with unease. Even the Zhongxing Chamber of Commerce approaches matters with utmost caution. Do we truly possess the strength to endure such natural calamities? This sentiment instantly cast a pall of tension over the assembly. Although they prided themselves on their might, it paled in comparison to that of the Zhongxing Chamber. In terms of armed forces, resources, and diverse industries, the Zhongxing Chamber stands as formidable as the government of the Tianhui Empire, instilling a sense of futility in any thoughts of resistance. If such a powerful entity is preparing so meticulously, what measures should we undertake? President, I believe we need not be so despondent. Many events have yet to unfold. We still have a chance, and it is not too late to prepare, argued a member. Our revival society is not a trivial force if we dedicate ourselves to preparation. I feel we have a significant likelihood of surviving in the apocalypse. At the very least, we can ensure the safety of a portion of our people. As for our future actions, we should simply follow the lead of the Zhongxing Chamber. After all, they are more powerful, and their actions surely serve a purpose. How does everyone feel about this suggestion? Director Qian's words garnered unanimous agreement, for following in the footsteps of the strong generally leads to fewer errors and detours. Thus, the Revival Society promptly began monitoring the actions of the Zhongxing Chamber. Should the latter make any significant moves, they would swiftly align their plans with those of Li Ming. Acting in concert with the Zhongxing Chamber, although there were many preparations they could not undertake, it did not hinder their resolve to ready themselves for survival. To procure more resources, the Revival Society dispatched all its personnel to gather various materials, such as scrap metal, across different regions, thereby amplifying trade with the Zhongxing Chamber. Some factions noticed the Revival Society's unusual activity, and others, after analysis, increased their own trade volumes with the Zhongxing Chamber in emulation. A few lethargic groups, however, continued to languish in complacency, awaiting their demise, which soon drew the attention of Li Ming's intelligence division. Report, Chief. Recently, there have been some anomalies in our trade sector, announced Minister Zheng Qian of the Intelligence Department. At that moment, Li Ming, clad in a camouflage uniform devoid of insignia, set down his pen, administered eye drops, and inquired, Old Zheng, what is the situation? Minister Zheng poured a cup of hot water for Li Ming and replied, Chief, the trade scale with the Revival Society and other factions like Xingyolong has surged dramatically in recent days. They seem poised for significant action. Really? Li Ming pondered aloud, pressing for further details. What goods are they trading with us? Chief, the majority comprises food and medical supplies, alongside several tons of fishing vessels. Notably, the volume of transactions involving food and medicine is substantial. Just 2 days ago, the Revival Society's trade with us reached an astonishing 300,000 credit tickets, all exchanged for our fried noodles, canned goods, purification tablets, and other medications. Upon hearing that the transaction involved food supplies, Li Ming's initially anxious heart eased somewhat. Old Zheng, what is the assessment from your intelligence department? Report, Chief. We believe these factions may be emulating our strategy of stockpiling resources for unforeseen circumstances. They must have realized that the calamities are far from over. Chapter 157, the final chapter soon, various factions began to hastily amass supplies. They purchased vast quantities of resources from Li Ming's Zhongxing Commerce, drawing his attention to their substantial transactions. However, it was merely a passing observation for Li Ming. With his complete industrial system, this posed no challenge. While they might acquire considerable stock, he would undoubtedly profit more through his comprehensive industrial framework. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 4 to 5 years had elapsed. During this period, the world endured numerous catastrophic events. The peak of extreme heat was marked by a terrifying earthquake of magnitude 9, which leveled structures across the globe, leaving countless survivors buried beneath the rubble. Li Ming deployed a significant military force and utilized machinery to excavate the debris, collaborating with other survivors to rescue those trapped. Following the earthquake came an assault of colossal hailstones, some the size of basketballs, which struck many survivors, resulting in fatal injuries. Others were unfortunate enough to be hit by smaller, egg-sized hail, emerging with severe bruising. Although the hail posed a considerable threat, it also offered a glimmer of hope to the parched survivors, as the ice could be melted into fresh water reserves. Many managed to gather substantial supplies of potable water by collecting the hail, thus conserving their precious credits for purchasing water. After the hailstorm, the phenomenon of polar day commenced. During this period, the temperature fluctuated daily, akin to the extremes of all 4 seasons. The midday heat resembled that of a desert, while nighttime temperatures plummeted to a frigid 7 or 8 degrees below zero. Given the continuous 24-hour daylight and the absence of the previous extremes, Li Ming began establishing various makeshift greenhouses across the nation. He initiated extensive cultivation of grains, vegetables, and medicinal plants, prompting other factions to follow suit. Purchasing considerable quantities of construction materials for greenhouses from Zhongxing Commerce. Simultaneously, they pooled resources to enlist the Zhongxing Commerce military for patrols, safeguarding the greenhouses from theft and vandalism. Undoubtedly, these 2 years of Polar Day marked the most comfortable period for all survivors since the onset of the apocalypse. During this time, Li Ming's military and resource reserves reached an astonishing level, stockpiling enough provisions to sustain the global population of survivors for over a decade. Following the Polar Day came the Polar Night, a time characterized by 24 hours of darkness. In this state, the most terrifying consequence was the surge of marauders, leading to a severe decline in public order. Particularly at the onset of the uprising, rampant looting ensued, and many victims covered their faces with cloth, arming themselves with various weapons to join the ranks of the marauders, wreaking havoc everywhere. However, all of this was utterly vulnerable before Li Ming's formidable army. The insurrection was swiftly quelled by his forces, with countless rioters being cast into labor camps or reduced to lifeless bodies, serving as fuel for power generation. Following the eternal daylight comes the most terrifying of natural disasters, the collision of tectonic plates. In anticipation of this cataclysm, Li Ming's base had long been prepared, activating the Noah's Ark base mode, causing installations worldwide to drift with ocean currents. Alongside them were numerous doomsday submarines and a formidable naval fleet, rescuing many survivors from the Tianhui Empire. This entire drifting saga lasted approximately 6 months, concluding as the landmasses stabilized and re-emerged. Li Ming's bases became scattered across the globe, subsequently deploying a powerful air and naval force to unify global power. In the face of Li Ming's overwhelming advantage, all global factions were defeated and came under his control, culminating in his successful unification of the world. Thereafter, he embarked on the monumental task of reconstructing human civilization. With the support of his robust and comprehensive industrial system, coupled with advanced technology, humanity's civilization began to gradually revive over the span of 20 years. Li Ming served as the chancellor of the Baltan Planetary Federation until the age of 80, when he sadly passed away. In a villa on Baltan Planet, a young man awoke from his slumber, only to be greeted by a mechanical electronic voice resonating in his mind. Ding, the doomsday survival system has arrived.